I woke up to find myself reborn at the age of 18. From animal husbandry to crop cultivation, there were no express delivery services back then, nor any tropical fruits. Mobile phones were still Nokia brick phones, and by chance, I obtained a droplet-shaped necklace, inadvertently embarking on a path to immense wealth. I met the founders of logistics, unlocked the talents of one future business empire pioneer after another, and step by step, ascended to the pinnacle of life. Chapter 1. If you want to play tough, bring it on. Chen Ye opened his eyes to a ceiling strung with dusty cobwebs, beneath rafters lined with cracked, weathered roof tiles. He was lying on an old wooden bed. The sight so familiar, yet so distant, jolted him. He quickly scanned the room. There it was, the lopsided desk head used for years as a kid, missing one leg, and a wrought tan chair with a hole worn right through the seat. His gaze dropped to the rough, cement floor and froze. This is my childhood bedroom. Chen Ye had grown up in the countryside, raised by a single mother. His first life had been unremarkably no achievements, no glory. One stormy night, amid crashing thunder and blinding lightning, Head spotted a gleaming necklace suspended in the sky. Driven by instinct, Head leaped through the rain, grabbed it, and then came a deafening boom. Shouldn't I be dead? Confused, he wandered around the room until his eyes landed on a shard of broken mirror propped in the corner. He stared. Holy crapus, that me? His face was smooth, youthful, almost cute. Heart racing, he pinched his cheek hard. Ow, it hurt. This wasn't a dream. His eyes swept over the mud-plastered, wall-yellowish clay, mixed with rice husks now, plastered with school awards. The newest one read, third place monthly exam, 2015. His breath caught. I've been reborn. Before he could process it further, a shrill voice cut through the air from outside. Tangli, let me make this clear, those plots of land are mine now. A softer, but firm reply followed. That land was left by my father-in-law. I'm not giving it to you. At the sound of that voice, Chen Ye shot upright and rushed to the window. In the shabby courtyard stood two women. One was massive waist as thick as two water buckets, easily over 200 pounds of pure aggression. Chen Ye recognized her instantly. Wang Fong, wife of the village team leader. With a brother who was the village chief, she ruled the hamlet like a tyrant. Facing her stood a tall, slender woman. Just her back view made Chen Ye's eyes sting. It was his mother, Tangli. In his past life, unable to afford medical treatment, she had taken her own life out of despair. That loss had haunted him every day. Now, seeing her again even from behind sent a sharp pang through his chest. Wang Fong pressed on, feigning concern. I know you're struggling. Selling that land would help you save up for Chen Ye's tuition, wouldn't it? Tangli shook her head firmly. Your offer is insultingly low. It doesn't even cover a year's lease. Chen Ye's memory snapped into place. This exact scene had happened in his previous life. Wang Fong had one of their family's fertile plots but offered pennies. No one in their right mind would accept. And when they refused, she sent thugs. Chen Ye was beaten unconscious for half a month, hospitalized for 6 more. He missed the college entrance exam, the one chance that could have changed everything. To pay his medical bills, Tangli borrowed heavily and worked herself to the bone, eventually developing a chronic illness that never healed. In many ways, Wang Fong had destroyed both their lives. Outside, Wang Fang's patience ran out. I'm warning you, if you don't cooperate, you'll get a beating. You can threaten all you want, Tangli shot back, jaw set. I won't agree. She was stubborn. That's how she had raised Chen Ye alone all these years. And in broad daylight, she truly didn't believe Wang Fong would dare act. But Chen Ye knew better. He bolted out of bed, shoved his feet into worn-out shoes, and burst outside just in time to see Wang Fong shout, "Get in here!" From beyond the courtyard gate, 3 or 4 rough-looking men swaggered in local bullies, hired muscle. Wang Fong sneered. Let's be honest, you're signing over that land today. If not, I'll tear this house down myself. No law where you come from? Tangli cried, furious. Law? Wang Fong cackled, hands on her hips. In by Rual village, I am a law. Go on, tear it down. The thugs rolled up their sleeves with cruel grins. In his past life, Chen Ye had charged out unarmed and paid dearly. But this time, he stormed out holding a wood-chopping axe in one hand and a kitchen cleaver in the other. He clashed the blades together, clang. Clang, sparks flying. Come on then, Chen Ye roared, eyes blazing. Try tearing down my home, see if these blades say yes. He wasn't that naive 18-year-old anymore. Had died once. Now, if you want to play tough, bring it on. This second chance meant one thing. No more regrets. Chapter 2. A plan takes shape. The sight of Chen Ye fierce, wildeed, dual-wielding blades froze Wang Fong and her goons in their tracks. Tangli recovered first. Xiao Yi, don't do anything reckless. Mom. Chen Ye turned to her, his expression softening instantly. Stand behind me. He'll protect you. She blinked in surprise. Though his face was still boyish, there was a new depth in his eyes, maturity, resolve, strength. In that moment, she realized, my son has grown up. Without thinking, she stepped back and placed her trust in him. The thug scoffed. A kid with knives? He wouldn't dare swing. Wang Fong charged forward, snarling. You little brat. Think you can scare me? He'll beat you to pulp. Her cronies picked up stones and clubs. Whoosh! The wood axe whistled past Wang Fang's ear and thunked into the dirt behind her. Silence fell like a guillotine. Wang Fong stood frozen mid-step, sweat pouring down her face, jaw trembling. Then rage exploded. You actually threw it. You little bastard. Chen Ye had wanted to kill her, but he held back. Jail wasn't part of his plan. He flicked the cleaver in his hand. Call me bastard again, and this one flies too. Next time I might not aim so nicely. Wang Fong flinched, then blustered. You'll regret this. Your family won't have a peaceful day in this village. Tang Li paled. That was her greatest fear. As long as they lived under the village chief's shadow, retaliation was inevitable. But Chen Ye wasn't afraid. Eyes bloodshot, voice low and deadly, he growled. Listen well, if you ever lay a finger on my family again, I swear I'll end you. Even if it costs me my life. Brutes fear bullies. Bullies fear madmen. And madmen? They fear nothing. Wang Fong opened her mouth and shut it. After a long pause, she spat. You'll see, and stormed off with her thugs. Chen Ye watched them leave, slammed the courtyard gate shut, and turned back. Tang Li looked at him with awe and tears. Overwhelmed, Chen Ye dropped to his knees before her, voice breaking. Mom. That evening, he doted on her, massaging her shoulders, chatting warmly, acting like the filial son had never gotten to be. But Tang Li remained uneasy, worrying about Wang Fang's revenge. Don't worry, Mom, Chen Ye said confidently. I've already got a plan. You go work in the city. He'll stay in school. With us both gone, she can't touch us. In a few years, he'll graduate, earn money, and well buy our own house far from his place. It made sense. Wang Fang's power only reached so far. If they left the village, she was powerless. Relief washed over Tang Lion pride. Her son wasn't just strong, he was thinking ahead. For the first time in years, she felt hope. Late that night, after Tang Li fell asleep, Chen Ye stepped into the moonlit courtyard. He crushed a grasshopper under his foot and gazed up at the crescent moon peeking through the clouds. I won't live an ordinary life this time. He'll fix every mistake, every regret. Then his thoughts turned to the necklace, the one that killed him. He glanced down and froze. Around his neck, glowing faintly in the moonlight, was a luminous mark on his skin. It shimmered like cheap gold-plated jewelry from a street stall, exactly like the necklace from the lightning storm. This is insane. Rebirth was already unbelievable now, a glowing birthmark. He touched it, cold, smooth. And was that a sound? Not words, emotion, pain, agony. A final, desperate wail like something dying. Suddenly, Chen Ye's eyes snapped to the grasshopper head just crushed underfoot, and horror gripped him. Chapter 3. The Enchanted Necklace. A torrent of emotions, anger, despair, sadness, overwhelmed Chen Ye, who astonishingly could hear the heart's voice of the grasshopper. This extraordinary phenomenon startled even Chen Ye, who had previously experienced rebirth, yet his curiosity compelled him to capture the grasshopper in his palm and gaze intently at it. After a brief moment, he discerned the grasshopper's emotion. It had forgotten its pain and was consumed by an intense yearning. Chen Ye could even perceive a fervent glow in the grasshopper's large eyes, akin to the sight of a treasured gem. Taken aback, Chen Ye followed the grasshopper's gaze and looked down, discovering tiny beads of sweat forming on the mark left by the necklace on his chest. This was not perspiration, he quickly concluded, considering the coolness of the weather. Was this phenomenon caused by the necklace? Contemplating this, he wiped away the beads of moisture and offered them to the grasshopper. What transpired next was nothing short of miraculous. The grasshopper began to grow at a visibly rapid pace, eventually sprouting wings, and, upon reaching the length of his finger, leapt away. Astonished, Chen Ye rubbed his eyes and ventured into the yard to find an ant, attuning himself to its heart's voice, feeding it sweat droplets, and witnessing it grow as well. After experimenting with several different insects, Chen Ye conclusively determined that the beads could indeed shorten the growth cycle of animals. If he could gather sufficient beads for cultivation, he would surely prosper. Filled with excitement, his eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. What a treasure! Inside the house, Tang Li called out, Xiao Yi, why aren't you asleep yet? Chen Ye replied with a soft acknowledgement and promptly entered the house. Lying in bed, sleep eluded him as he continued to caress the necklace until the early hours of the morning before finally closing his eyes. The following morning, Chen Ye accompanied his mother as she departed the village. There were matters he felt he could not pursue freely in her presence. It was Sunday, a day free from school, and he had no intention of attending in the near future. He had already mastered the material. Reflecting on his past life, Chen Ye recognized that his greatest regret was his poverty. Although he had managed to avert a fate of injury just the day before, he knew that upon entering high school, the exorbitant tuition would weigh heavily on Tang Li. Thus, to rectify his regrets, he first needed to earn money, substantial amounts of it. With the necklace's beads that could expedite animal growth, his first thought was to engage in cultivation. When considering cultivation, his mind instantly recalled a large pond belonging to a widow named Li Ru, who was young and beautiful, often bathing with her door ajar. Ahem. Back to the matter at hand. In his past life, at the age of 18, someone had contracted that pond to raise shrimp and had made a significant profit. If he could secure the pond for shrimp farming, the beads from the necklace would surely amplify his earnings. However, shrimp farming also required capital, and he pondered where to acquire the necessary funds for the contract. Just then, he heard someone calling from outside. Chen Huahua, your brother has arrived. Upon hearing that familiar nickname, Chen Ye felt a surge of joy. The person was Zhou Bo, a childhood friend with whom he had shared countless adventures, collecting bird eggs, raiding chicken coops, and partaking in various escapades. Zhou Bo had little interest in academics and had ventured into the county town after graduating from elementary school. After encountering trouble and serving time, they had lost contact. At this juncture, Zhou Bo was likely beginning to find his footing, and he should have a bit of money in his pocket. Chen Ye pondered for a moment, and after exchanging a few words, he could no longer contain his plan. Zhou Bo contemplated the feasibility of the scheme and inquired, "Where will you procure so many shrimp fry? They are not available in the market." Chen Ye replied with a mysterious smile, "I have my methods for acquiring shrimp fry. I can obtain as many as needed." Zhou Bo regarded his confident demeanor and nodded in agreement, saying, "Then I have no objections. However, will that miser, Luo Dahai, actually lease you the pond?" The primary reason no one contracts the large pond is due to Luo Dahai's exorbitant demands. Even if leased, the profit would be minimal. Yet, Chen Ye had a solution. Stating, "I won't approach him about the lease. I will go directly to Comrade Peng." Zhou Bo's eyes lit up with realization. "I almost forgot that your little sweetheart's mother is a village official." Get lost. Chen Ye flushed with embarrassment, recalling Peng Si, his classmate with whom he had shared a close bond since elementary school through high school. He often visited her home to tutor her, and their relationship was deeper than that of ordinary classmates, largely because they both came from single-parent families. In his past life, they had pledged to attend university together, seek employment side by side, and even start a family. However, that promise was shattered by Wang Feng's intervention, leading to a tragic renunciation of fate that left Chen Ye with an indelible sense of loss. The sweetness of that youthful promise lingered in his memory. Chapter 4. Peng Yan. After lunch, as Chen Ye prepared to visit Peng Si, he felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. At that moment, she had just finished her meal and was tidying up the table, while Peng Yan had already left for her duties at the village committee. Outside the courtyard wall, Chen Ye overheard the young girl pouting and muttering, "Stupid mom. Always working, never spends time with me during holidays." Chen Ye couldn't help but smile. Youth is always unblemished. Just like Peng Si in this moment. Her fair, delicate face bore a hint of rosy color, resembling a ripe apple. With her long hair styled into two playful pigtails, she exuded an innate charm that effortlessly captivated Chen Ye. Upon noticing Chen Ye, Peng Si made a silly face and said, "Hurry and fetch some water. I need to wash the dishes." Chen Ye responded with an okay, and promptly went to the well in the courtyard to draw a bucket of water. Watching her crouch down, delicately wiping the dishes with her tender hands, he felt a surge of admiration. The little girl was growing more beautiful, clad in a simple dress that radiated the essence of youth, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within him. Seeing Chen Ye lost in thought, Peng Si impatiently exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and help me wash. I still have math homework to finish." Chen Ye quickly snapped back to reality and joined her, determining that this time, he would grasp this happiness that rightfully belonged to him. Once inside, after a brief respite, Peng Si asked Chen Ye for help with her homework. She struggled particularly with mathematics, which served as the perfect reason for Chen Ye to remain close to her in both lives. In his past life, he had performed well on the college entrance examination, and these math problems posed no challenge to him now. He patiently explained the concepts, reasoning more clearly than the teacher. And seeing his earnestness, Peng Si listened attentively. Thus, the afternoon passed in such a manner, and by 5 o'clock, Peng Yan returned with a fish. "Hello, Auntie." Chen Ye greeted Peng Yan with a hint of shyness. Peng Yan smiled warmly. "Ah, Xiao Yi is here. Don't rush off. Stay and have dinner with us." Initially, it was Chen Ye's idea to seek tutoring assistance, as she was occupied with work and had little time to attend to Peng Si. Alas, it fell upon Auntie to intervene. Naturally, Chen Ye did not decline, seizing the opportunity to lend a helping hand and showcase his capabilities. At the dining table, Chen Ye cautiously observed the future deputy county head. Peng Yan was indeed a stunning beauty, appearing youthful despite being in her 30s, with skin as delicate as a young maiden's. After a moment's contemplation, he could not restrain himself from saying, "Auntie, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" Peng Yan inquired, not giving it much thought, assuming a child would not have significant matters to discuss. Chen Ye set down his utensils and replied, "I wish to contract the large pond in our village." Peng Yan was taken aback and asked, "Are you not continuing your studies? That would not be permissible." Chen Ye anticipated her response and, with a smile, reassured her, "Auntie, worry not. I will be working alongside Zhou Bo, and I have already mastered the knowledge from school. This latter half of the term will merely be for review, which will not hinder my preparations for the college entrance examination." Peng Yan also set her chopsticks down. The matter of contracting the pond was neither trivial nor monumental. Other villagers had approached her regarding it as well. However, due to the pond's inability to sustain fish, the other villagers lacked viable ideas for generating profit. Thus, she had not granted permission. The resources in the entire Bairuo village were limited. If Chen Ye were to squander them, it would surely invite gossip. Despite Peng Yan holding a higher position than the village chief, as she was not a native of the village, her work was fraught with complications. Furthermore, the village head, Wang Dianzhu, was always scrutinizing her actions. If it were anyone else, it would be manageable, but Chen Ye had a close relationship with her family. Should she grant him the contract, others would undoubtedly accuse her of favoritism. Chen Ye could likely surmise Peng Yan's concerns, and he was well prepared. With unwavering confidence, he stated, "Auntie, allow me to share my plan. I do not intend to raise fish." Peng Yan was momentarily stunned, pondering what else could be cultivated in a pond, as, in that era, aquaculture had yet to flourish, and many instinctively believed that ponds were solely for fish farming. Seizing the opportunity to pique Peng Yan's interest, Chen Ye began to articulate his vision. "I plan to cultivate crayfish. During my last visit to the city with my mother, I noticed that many restaurants and late-night stalls featured crayfish on their menus, with astonishing sales. However, the market for crayfish farming remains untapped, and being the pioneer in this venture would undoubtedly yield success. As living standards continue to rise, aquatic products like crayfish will become increasingly popular." For nearly half an hour, Chen Ye expounded on the market demand for crayfish, discussed their ecological habits, and ultimately assured her with comprehensive aquaculture knowledge. The growth cycle of crayfish is relatively short, taking merely a few months from juvenile stage to the dining table, conveniently compensating for the pond's limited water supply, which would dwindle by July. Chen Ye's extensive knowledge stemmed from his previous life, where he had contemplated profiting from crayfish farming. Regrettably, by the time he began, the market was already saturated with competitors. After listening attentively, Peng Yan contemplated the proposal and decisively declared, "Very well, you shall go to the village committee tomorrow morning to obtain the contracting documents. The contract fee will be calculated as 10% of the profits, to be paid once the crayfish are sold." "Thank you, Auntie." Chen Ye was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected fortune, and a joyful smile spread across his face. At present, the pressing issue is a lack of funds, and deferring the contracting fees undoubtedly alleviates this significant financial dilemma. "No need to thank me. As long as you work diligently and achieve results, the resources of this village will be at your disposal," encouraged Peng Yan. She was taking a gamble this time. If Chen Ye could deliver results, no one would have anything to say. However, if he failed, the pressure on her would be considerable. Peng Si, not fully comprehending, innocently interjected, "What is lobster? Is it delicious?" Chen Ye was amused by her adorable expression and couldn't help but ruffle her hair, saying, "It's delicious. Once I raise the first batch, you'll be the first to taste it." Peng Si seemed unfazed, but this casual display of affection startled Peng Yan, prompting her to clear her throat twice. Chen Ye, feeling awkward, quickly picked up his bowl and chopsticks to divert attention, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, Auntie's cooking is truly delightful." After receiving the contracting documents, Chen Ye had Peng Si request an extended leave from school on his behalf, and then he secluded himself at home to cultivate shrimp fry. The process was quite simple. By capturing a few pairs of male and female shrimp and placing them in water enriched with necklace beads, the shrimp grew at an astonishing rate visible to the naked eye, then reproduced and continued to thrive. Through several experiments, Chen Ye discovered that a single drop of bead-infused sweat could bring 2 shrimp to reproductive maturity, while a necklace could produce up to 20 drops in a day. Thus, he could mature a maximum of 40 shrimp daily. This was sufficient, as Chen Ye required fry rather than fully grown shrimp. The shrimp, stimulated by the necklace beads, not only experienced a shortened growth and reproductive cycle, but also boasted a significantly higher survival rate compared to ordinary shrimp. The mature shrimp exhibited more vibrant colors and larger sizes. Moreover, the egg-laying capacity of the matured females increased, yielding between 200 to 300 eggs each. The next day, Chen Ye took a day off. Overuse of the necklace beads left him feeling dizzy, as if his vitality had been drained. This realization completely deterred him from the idea of using the beads directly for shrimp cultivation. Continuing down that path would likely leave him as a mere shell of a person in a matter of days. On the 5th day, Chen Ye dug a small pond measuring 2 meters square in his yard and placed nearly 50,000 shrimp eggs inside. Each day thereafter, he added a dozen drops of bead-infused sweat to the pond. Finally, after half a month, over 40,000 shrimp fry, each the size of a fingernail, emerged successfully. When Zhou visited again and beheld the fry, he couldn't help but inquire, where did all these fry come from? They were delivered by the seller. As long as there are fry, that's all that matters. Why ask so many questions? Chen Ye replied dismissively. The primary reason for his collaboration with Zhou was that Zhou's straightforward nature lacked ulterior motives. In other words, he was easily deceived. That day, the two began to release the fry. However, they soon encountered trouble. A woman weighing 200 pounds and a tall, dark-faced man, who was none other than Wang Fong and her husband, Captain Luo Dahai, approached them. Are you blind? What are you throwing into the pond? Wang Fong shouted from a distance, her frustration stemming from having been humiliated by Chen Ye a few days prior. She was determined to make his life miserable if given the chance. Zhou, observing their approach with caution, remained wary, despite frequently engaging in fights in the city. He knew that in the village, one must still consider the other party's dignity. Wang Fong is just an ordinary woman, yet Luo Dahai is quite different. As the village chief of Bairua, he holds significant authority over matters such as construction, agriculture, and aquaculture, all of which require his approval. However, Chen Ye paid him no heed, his gaze fixated on the shrimp fry entering the pond, bouncing joyfully as if he had just laid eyes on bundles of cash. Suddenly, Wang Fong kicked over a bucket and confronted Chen Ye, exclaiming, "You little brat, why are you pretending to be deaf when I'm speaking to you? Are you out of your mind, you shameless woman?" Zhou, infuriated, was about to charge at her, but Chen Ye held him back. Wang Fong was clearly intent on causing trouble for Chen Ye. Had it been fish fry in that bucket, the spillage would have resulted in the death of at least half of them. Fortunately, shrimp fry are considerably hardier. Chen Ye remained silent, urging Zhou to crouch down and collect the shrimp fry. Observing this, Wang Fong let out a cold laugh and exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Dahai. "Did you consult me, the village chief, before releasing those shrimp into the pond?" Luo Dahai immediately wielded his authority as village chief to intimidate. Chapter 6. Extortion. The Luo Dahai couple was notorious for their domineering behavior in the village. Aside from Wang Fong having a village head brother, it was primarily due to Luo Dahai's nature as a rogue. He was not one to shy away from violence. Inciting his wrath could lead to him bringing a couple of thugs from the county to block your doorstep. Hence, few dared to confront him in the village. "I'll release my shrimp. What business is it of yours? I won't hold it against your dim-witted wife, but I advise you not to follow suit." Chen Ye's bold declaration left Zhou momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, he had been enduring Wang Fong's taunts. How was it that he now dared to shout at Luo Dahai? Zhou soon realized that Chen Ye was not afraid of Wang Fong, but simply chose not to engage with the woman. Wang Fong's expression darkened, while Luo Dahai, momentarily taken aback, remarked, "I had heard you were quite audacious, but I see it now. However, this village is not a place for you to act recklessly. Today, I will make it clear that I have the final say over village affairs. If I say no, then it's a no." As he stepped forward to seize the 2 remaining buckets of shrimp, Chen Ye quickly kicked them, sending both the fry and the buckets into the pond. Luo Dahai's expression darkened as he grabbed Chen Ye by the collar, gritting his teeth. "You're deliberately opposing me, aren't you? Today, I'll discipline you in honor of your deceased father." Zhou intervened, grasping Luo Dahai's arm, urging, "What with the aggression? If you've got the guts, face me instead. Step aside, I'll deal with you later." Luo Dahai dismissed Zhou, insisting he had the right to discipline Chen Ye for his transgressions. Just then, Chen Ye interjected, "Who says I haven't followed the rules? Zhou, fetch the contract." Luo Dahai was momentarily taken aback, then mocked, "What a joke. Without my approval, your contract is meaningless." This was indeed true. Leveraging his brother-in-law's position as village head, Luo Dahai often commanded respect from other village officials. Even if Chen Ye had secured signatures from others, Luo Dahai could easily overturn it. However, when Zhou Bo produced the contract, both he and Wang Fong were left dumbfounded. The signature belonged to Peng Yan, a village official of even higher rank than the village head. The crux of the matter is that Peng Yan is the only individual who does not spare Luo Dahai's pride. It can be said that when it comes to issues of principle, she offers no deference to anyone, including the village head Wang Dianju. Luo Dahai, a mere team leader, does not even afford a courteous demeanor. To speak frankly, the undertaking of the pawn project was a promise made by Peng herself. Should you dare to act against me, it would be tantamount to deliberately provoking Peng. Upon witnessing the successful acquisition of the contract, Chen Ye boldly seized the opportunity. He found himself trapped in a feud today. Without some form of backing, he could hardly intimidate the rogue team leader Luo Dahai. Future aspirations for profit and development may well entail numerous complications. Luo Dahai was momentarily taken aback, gripping Chen Ye's collar, unsure whether to release him or resort to violence. Meanwhile, Wang Fong's expression rapidly shifted. She hastily pushed Luo Dahai aside and, with a forced smile, said, "It's a misunderstanding. Young Chen, we are all from the same village. Let us not escalate the situation. If only you had mentioned that the contract was promised by Peng earlier, it would have smoothed things over." She attempted to pull Luo Dahai away. But Chen Ye's internal mockery surfaced. He thought, "You think you can just walk away after ruining my shrimp?" It was not so simple. Despite their displeasure, Wang Fong maintained a strained smile and asked, "Is there anything else, young Chen?" Chen Ye glanced at the overturned bucket and said, "You've knocked over my bucket, and the shrimp fry are scattered everywhere. You should consider how to address this loss." Wang Fong, upon seeing that the shrimp fry were still lively, leaping back toward the pond, revealed her irritation. Luo Dahai coldly retorted, "Not a single shrimp has died. Where's the loss?" Chen Ye replied, "True, they are alive now. But can you guarantee they won't perish later? Your wife's kick has already maimed quite a few." Luo Dahai, incensed, warned, "Do not push me." Chen Ye stood tall and declared, "I am indeed pushing you. As the team leader, you not only fail to support the villagers' prosperity but actively hinder it and resort to violence. If you do not compensate for my losses today, I shall summon Peng to address this matter." The couple's faces paled at the thought of Chen Ye calling for Peng. While it might not result in Luo's dismissal, a scolding would certainly ensue. Seeing Chen Ye's unyielding demeanor, Wang Fong, suppressing her anger, inquired, "How much do you want?" 1,000. Chapter 7. Financial crisis. Although Wang Fong had knocked over the bucket, not a single shrimp fry had died, perhaps just a few with broken legs. Yet, Chen Ye audaciously demanded 1,000 yuan. The domineering Luo Dahai was unlikely to acquiesce. "Who are you trying to fool? 1,000 yuan could buy a new bucket of shrimp fry." Chen Ye smirked and said, "Bozi, go fetch Peng." Zhou Bo hesitated but turned to leave. With no other options, Wang Fong finally relented, saying, "Fine, 1,000 it is." Luo Dahai's face contorted in pain. 1,000 yuan was no trifling sum for him. Unable to contain himself, he asked Wang Fong, "Are you really going to give it to him? What other choice do we have?" Wang Fong retorted, glaring, "Do you want my brother to clean up your mess again?" Luo Dahai's face turned crimson. He felt utterly humiliated today. He shot a glare at Chen Ye and warned, "Remember this well. I recall your sister, and are you not embarrassed enough?" Before he could finish his words, Wang Fong ushered him away. Watching the two depart, Zhou Bo exclaimed with satisfaction, "What a relief. Yezi, you truly are impressive. You managed to extract 1,000 yuan from the notoriously stingy Captain Luo." Chen Ye narrowed his eyes and replied, "I owe my gratitude to Cadre Peng. Luo Dahai relies solely on his brother-in-law in the village. And now Cadre Peng is constantly monitoring the village chief, Wang Dianju. Given Wang Fong's temperament, she certainly won't allow anything that could affect her brother to transpire." Zhou Bo scratched his head, clearly perplexed. Chen Ye shrugged as he walked, saying, "As long as he dares to come back, I have plenty of ways to deal with them. Rest assured, no one in this village will bully us anymore." Zhou Bo exclaimed in excitement and hurried to catch up. The news of the shrimp farming in the large pond had spread, and many were skeptical upon learning that Chen Ye had chosen to forego school to farm shrimp. A mere child like him, what does he know about shrimp farming? In this era, shrimp farming was largely uncharted territory. Some elders even questioned what a crayfish was. There were certainly plenty of idle gossip and disdainful glances, and Zhou Bo often found himself arguing with others in frustration. Chen Ye, however, merely shrugged it off, stating, "When the harvest comes, you'll all be envious." In the subsequent days, life passed without much trouble. Chen Ye wandered the village daily, seeking available resources. Unfortunately, Bairua village proved to be quite barren, comprised mainly of barren hills and rice fields. Chen Ye had numerous plans, but without long-term operation and substantial capital, nothing could materialize. Thus, he focused on raising this batch of shrimp to accumulate capital for gradual development. On the weekend, Chen Ye brought his textbooks to Peng Xi's home. "You finally arrived," she remarked. Now that the college entrance examination approached, Peng Xi had begun to take her studies seriously. Chen Ye made it a point to visit her home whenever he could, diligently providing guidance. Having spent some time together, the initial awkwardness faded, and Chen Ye grew bolder. For instance, he casually remarked, "Haven't seen you in days. Did you miss me?" "Who misses you? I've been wondering when the crayfish will grow," she retorted. "Oh, so I'm less important than the shrimp." Chen Ye rolled his eyes and picked up Peng Xi's recent mock exam papers. As June drew closer, the weather grew increasingly warm. In this era of poor conditions, with no air conditioning, Peng Xi's family, being relatively well off, possessed a Medea electric fan. The fan blew vigorously, scattering the pages of their books, and even causing their clothes to flutter wildly. Peng Xi donned a dress, having switched from long sleeves to short ones, revealing her fair, delicate arms. Her graceful figure and exquisite beauty left Chen Ye feeling restless. Unable to resist, he gazed at her rosy cheeks and asked, "Hey, shall we play hide and seek?" Peng Xi rolled her eyes. "How childish can you be?" After a day of reviewing, as evening descended, Chen Ye arrived at the pond where Zhou Bo was scattering feed. The shrimp nurtured with necklace sweat grew significantly faster than ordinary shrimp, and those foraging on the water's surface had reached the thickness of a thumb. They would likely grace the dining table before the college entrance exams in June. If following the normal growth cycle, this batch of shrimp would not be ready until at least September. Initially, a number of shrimp fry perished. But through adjustments in feeding and Chen Ye's diligent research, he has gradually accumulated some experience. It is estimated that the overall number of surviving lobsters remains quite substantial, and it is believed that this harvest should yield a considerable amount. "Chen Ye, we are out of money." Zhou Bo's first words upon arriving caused Chen Ye to furrow his brow. Chapter 8. Troubles abound. When they began farming shrimp, they had a total of 3,000 yuan, which included 1,000 extorted from Wang Fang. According to Chen Ye's budget, this amount was just sufficient to rear a batch of adult shrimp. However, due to the shrimp fry purchased on credit exceeding the initial estimate by double, the feed consumption has far surpassed Chen Ye's budget. Without ample feed, these shrimp would either starve or experience delayed growth cycles, and if they missed the prime selling period, they would fetch poor prices. The issue of funding has once again surfaced. Chen Ye sighed, feeling quite troubled. "How about I borrow some from my boss?" Zhou Bo tentatively suggested. His boss was merely a local hoodlum in the county town. Chen Ye shook his head without hesitation, not wishing for Zhou Bo to associate too closely with such ruffians. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "How much feed is left?" "At most a week's worth. Let us hold out for now. I will think of a solution." Chen Ye replied, frowning as he departed. Under Wang Dianzhu's influence, many village officials and residents had already expressed skepticism regarding Chen Ye, this young lad. Taking on the fish pond contract, Peng Yin took it upon herself to shield Chen Ye from any pressure, allowing him to focus entirely on shrimp cultivation. This kindness was truly significant. Should this batch of shrimp fail to be sold by the end of July, Peng Yin would face immense pressure, potentially falling victim to Wang Dianzhu's machinations. Though Peng Yin did not voice these concerns, Chen Ye was well aware of the stakes. Thus, he needed to resolve the funding issue swiftly to ensure the shrimp's growth cycle remained unimpeded. The path Peng Yin had paved must not be obstructed. If Wang Dianzhu remained the sole authority in the village, Chen Ye, who had already offended Luo Dahai, would undoubtedly find life exceedingly difficult. Upon returning home, Chen Ye searched but found nothing of value. Selling off possessions would not suffice to cover the feed costs for the latter half of the season. The next day, before Chen Ye even rose, Zhou Bo knocked on his door, calling him. "Yezi, the villagers have gathered at the large pond." Chen Ye rolled out of bed, hastily dressing as he made his way outside. "What is going on?" "It's getting hot, the fields are dry, and the villagers want to draw water from the pond. But Luo Dahai has gone mad and refuses to allow it." Before Zhou Bo could finish, Chen Ye surmised the situation and quickly urged, "Let us go." As they approached the pond, a cacophony of voices filled the air. Chen Ye craned his neck to see, and indeed, it seemed the entire brigade had assembled, dozens of people. "Captain, we cannot allow this water to remain untapped," an elder asserted. "It's the crucial time for rice growth. How can we cultivate without water?" Luo Dahai, looking helpless, replied, "I have no choice. Shrimp farming is a project designated by Comrade Peng. If you drain the pond, how can we sustain the shrimp? Farming shrimp will leave us with no means to live." Someone spat. "What a useless official. Ah, she's just an outsider, showing little consideration for the villagers." Chen Ye observed attentively, noticing several raucous individuals within the crowd, and thought to himself, "Indeed, it is as I suspected. Bozi, go fetch a long bamboo pole," he instructed. Zhou Bo nodded and departed, having a considerable trust in Chen Ye. Otherwise, he would not have taken up shrimp farming at Chen Ye's behest. Once Zhou Bo had sprinted far, Chen Ye parted the throng and addressed the assembled villagers, saying, "Dear uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers, are you all quite idle today? Young Chen has arrived. The main character is here, so you may as well seek him out." Luo Dahai guided the villagers towards Chen Ye, while he himself retreated to the sidelines to observe. In an instant, Chen Ye found himself encircled by a multitude of villagers, their voices rising in a cacophony. "Young Chen, I have watched you grow. You wouldn't want our family to suffer a grain shortage this year, would you?" Another lamented. "Xiao Yi, our aunt's household relies on that little bit of rice. You must not act heartlessly." Those who had previously maintained cordial relations with Chen Ye spoke delicately, while those less amicable did not hesitate to hurl accusations. "I knew it, you little brat, utterly clueless about responsibilities. What good is shrimp farming if it leads to the starvation of everyone in the team? You ungrateful wretch." He was merely a youth, and the villagers were cautioned not to blame him. The matter should rather be directed towards the cadre, Peng. "Yes, let's go to the village committee and seek out that woman, Peng Yan." Chapter 9 concludes with a flawless resolution. The rural populace, unyielding in their principles, would not hesitate to turn against anyone who hindered their livelihoods, regardless of their status as a cadre or village head. Even Luo Dahai, despite his dominance, dared not compel the villagers to the brink, for draining the pond for irrigation would equate to robbing the entire village of their income for half a year. As the villagers' emotions began to escalate, Luo Dahai could not help but wear a smug smile from the sidelines. Chen Ye mused, Luo Dahai's strategy is quite insidious, akin to cutting off the very source of sustenance. Should the villagers cause a ruckus at the village committee, Peng Yan's reputation would surely plummet. If she consented to drain the water, the shrimp would surely fail to thrive. Failure to cultivate the shrimp would reflect poorly on her decision-making. Conversely, refusing to act would display a blatant disregard for the villagers' welfare. Caught in this dilemma, it appeared to be an intractable situation. Luo Dahai likely lacked the foresight. And since the target was Peng Yan, it was evident that village head Wang Dianzhu was orchestrating the scheme. The village head had intervened. Chen Ye sighed, fearing that peaceful days were drawing to a close. Fortunately, Luo Dahai and Wang Dianzhu had miscalculated. Shrimp farming truly required minimal water. Raising his voice, Chen Ye declared, "I have a solution." The villagers paused, bewildered, and soon some began to jeer. "What can a mere child propose? You little brat, go away." Chen Ye remained unperturbed. Instead, he crossed his arms and positioned himself before the villagers, blocking their path, and proclaimed, "Uncles and aunts, having chosen to farm shrimp, I have certainly considered the water source. We are all from the same village, neighbors living side by side. I would never allow anyone to be deprived of water and unable to harvest rice." This speech prompted many to pause, for although young, Chen Ye had always been remarkably sensible and endearing. Just then, Zhou Bo returned, bearing a bamboo pole of over 3 meters in length. "A solution has arrived," Chen Ye announced. He took the bamboo and plunged it into the water. The villagers stood perplexed, unable to comprehend Chen Ye's intentions. Luo Dahai scoffed first, saying, "What kind of method is this? Do you think this bamboo pole is the magical needle that calms the seas? Just sticking it in the pond will prevent the water from draining?" Chen Ye paid him no heed and resolutely inserted the bamboo into the ground. Luo Dahai's expression darkened, and he coldly snorted, "Let us see what sorcery you can conjure up." Once the bamboo was firmly in place, Chen Ye extracted it again, examining the damp mark left by the water, and proclaimed, "Now, everyone, please observe, the water level in the pond appears to be approximately 2.5 meters. For shrimp farming, a water depth of 1 meter is sufficient." As he spoke, he carved a mark on the bamboo at the 1 meter level and reinserted it into the pond. "Is that enough? Every year, the water in this pond is insufficient. A total of 2.5 meters, and you've already consumed nearly half of it. This water is still inadequate." Dissenting voices soon arose. Indeed, every summer, when irrigation was needed in the fields, the water from the pond would be rapidly drained, and even a slight accumulation would quickly be siphoned off. However, Chen Ye shook his head and stated loudly, "Uncles and aunts, I have been on this team for more than a year or two. I have watched you all plant and sow since my childhood. During the irrigation season, I am well aware of how everyone draws water. Some are so anxious about their fields lacking water that they open the sluice gate and draw vigorously until their fields are overflowing. Others draw water every few days, and within half a month, They can extract a meter's worth of water for their fields. With such methods of extraction, how can the water ever suffice? The villagers fell silent, some even blushing. Chen Ye had pinpointed the fundamental issue regarding the water supply for the team. The lack of organized and systematic extraction of water was the principal reason why the pond could not meet irrigation needs. If everyone draws water, and we don't, we will be left with nothing. What do you suggest we do? Inquired an ant. Chen Ye smiled gently and replied, "It is perfectly natural to be anxious about the lack of water for the fields, as it affects the harvest of grain. I understand that the primary issue is the absence of a leader to guide everyone in drawing water. I believe that as long as we establish some regulations, our team's water source will certainly be sufficient." After speaking, Chen Ye cast a subtle glance at Luo Dahai. Indeed, if someone were to oversee this matter, our fellow villagers would not need to compete for this limited water. Exactly. Sometimes drawing too much can even drown the rice, lamented an uncle. Who told you to be so stingy? Even with water, you're frugal, teased an ant, prompting a wave of laughter. The villagers, being simple and kind-hearted, were receptive to solutions. Only Luo Dahai appeared disgruntled, seething with anger. Chen Ye's implication that no one was managing or guiding the situation essentially criticized him as the team leader for his negligence. In a further provocation, someone suggested, "Xiao Yi, you've always been clever. I think you should take charge of the irrigation. Just make sure everyone's fields don't dry out." To have Chen Ye lead the irrigation efforts was akin to sidelining Luo Dahai, a blow that was not taken lightly. Chen Ye wished to decline the responsibility, but the villagers insisted that he must take charge. Casting aside the burdensome presence of Captain Luo, it was evident to all that the leader, Luo Daqiang, was woefully inadequate. Yet, the earnest villagers, reluctant to provoke this rogue captain, maintained their silence. Unable to refuse, Chen Ye acquiesced, stating, "Very well, I shall take responsibility for this pond. And thus, it is my duty to allocate the water resources. Please go to Zhou Bo to register. We shall establish a sequence. The more diligent the cultivation of your fields, the closer to the front you shall be, while those with less pressing needs will be placed further back." This arrangement ensured that all would have sufficient water for irrigation, alleviating concerns of excessive flooding damaging the rice crops. As he finished, Chen Ye exchanged a knowing glance with the miserly uncle, eliciting laughter from the crowd. The subsequent proceedings were straightforward, with Zhou Bo diligently handling the registrations. The only requirement was to ensure that the water level did not drop below 1 meter. With spirits high, even the two individuals assigned to stir trouble could not create discord. Luo Daqiang, with a furrowed brow, stormed away. After returning home and having lunch, Chen Ye made his way to Peng Xi's residence. Today, Peng Yan was present, enjoying a rare day off. Upon seeing Chen Ye, her first words were, "Well done." Taken aback, Chen Ye quickly realized she must have heard about the villagers' uproar regarding the pond. It seemed that Peng Yan was not as oblivious as rumors suggested. She was quite well informed. Thinking on this, Chen Ye replied, "Aunt, you flatter me. Anyone would know how to handle this situation." Peng Yan nodded, adding, "Do keep a closer eye on the pond in the future." She likely discerned something significant from the incident, prompting her cautionary advice. Clearly, the pond's turmoil was linked to Wang Dianzhu. Chen Ye's expression turned serious as he assured her, "Rest assured, Aunt." As Peng Xi entered the room, he found the young girl lost in thought, nibbling on the pen's end. Curiously, he inquired, "Why are you gnawing on the pen?" The girl's response was startling. "I was pondering whether your visits to my home are for my studies or to cultivate a relationship with my mother, the official." Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback, realizing that both intentions were indeed intertwined. However, he could not voice this. Instead, he earnestly replied, "Of course. I am here solely to assist you with your studies." Yet, she pressed on, "But why do I feel that your interest in me is solely due to my mother's position?" Chen Ye nearly choked on his own words, hastily diverting the topic. "Have you completed today's exercises?" Shortly thereafter, Peng Yan entered the room, drying her hair with a towel as she settled down. With only 2 stools available, she plopped onto the bed opposite Chen Ye. Noticing her entrance, Chen Ye intended to greet her, but was quickly met with Peng Xi's stern gaze, prompting him to bow his head and focus intently on his studies to avoid being accused of currying favor with officials. However, he pondered that, given Peng Yan's status as an elder, it would be impolite not to acknowledge her, resulting in an awkward hesitation. Finally, Peng Xi could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "How can I study with you sitting there, constantly distracting me?" Peng Yan let out a sound, intending to express something, but upon seeing Peng Xi's displeased expression, she could only acquiesce. After she departed, Peng Xi sternly admonished, "Chen Ye, I must inform you, should you ever think of relying on my mother and me to forge connections, I shall not hesitate to confront you." Chen Ye responded with a hesitant acknowledgement, swiftly assuring him that he would refrain from such behavior. In the afternoon, a torrential downpour ensued, the large raindrops striking the windows with a resounding patter. Chen Ye found a moment of amusement. With this rain, the issue of water scarcity would be alleviated for a while, and the temperature had notably decreased. He tutored Peng Si until 10 o'clock that night before returning home. As he walked along the field path, he encountered a person wielding a flashlight, hunting for frogs. This time of year, the field frogs emerge, a delicacy in rural areas. Unfortunately, the number of frogs was scarce, and the competition was fierce. One could hardly earn a decent profit without a substantial catch. Chapter 11. A major trouble arises the following day. Chen Ye arrived early by the pond. As he scattered feed, he furrowed his brow. The lobsters seemed less active today, and the few that ventured out to seize the feed were pitifully few. Hastily, he circled the pond, his complexion shifting as he discovered numerous severed limbs and carcasses of lobsters. Alarmed, he began to race around the pond. Upon reaching a pile of grass, he suddenly froze. Where did all these frogs come from? A quick count revealed a dozen field frogs huddled together, with some preying on smaller juvenile lobsters. Field frogs are the natural enemies of lobsters. If such a multitude of frogs lingered in the pond for an extended period, the lobsters would undoubtedly face extinction. Oh my heavens, why are there so many frogs? When Zhou Bo arrived, he too was taken aback. What shall we do? Quickly prepare the tools. We must remove these frogs at once. Zhou Bo hurried to fetch the frog-catching nets, and the two of them entered the water. However, in the water, their movements were clumsy compared to the agility of the frogs. After half an hour of tireless effort, they were utterly exhausted, having captured only a meager dozen frogs. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the shore. Turning their gaze, they saw Luo Dahai and his wife, who burst into laughter. Luo Dahai scoffed. I told you this pond cannot sustain lobsters. The frogs in the village are numerous enough to devour your lobsters. You're talking nonsense. I've never seen so many frogs before. You must be the one causing this chaos. Zhou Bo retorted angrily. The sudden appearance of so many frogs overnight left no doubt that someone was causing trouble. In the entire village, only Luo Dahai bore a grudge against them, making him the prime suspect. Wang Fong shouted sharply, mind your words, or I'll deal with you. Following this, the couple laughed heartily once more. Zhou Bo, infuriated, felt the veins in his temple throb. He could hardly contain his urge to confront them, disregarding any fear of the village chief's sister or the rogue squad leader. Let's go home, Chen Ye interjected, pulling him back to the other side of the shore. He recalled the necklace around his neck, which allowed him to sense the emotions of grasshoppers, and wondered if it could work on these frogs too. If it could, perhaps this calamity could be averted. However, he remained uncertain, opting to keep this possibility from Zhou Bo for the time being. Are we just going to let this slide? Zhou Bo exclaimed, flinging his arm in frustration. Chen Ye shrugged his shoulders. What else can we do? You have no evidence. In a fit of rage, Zhou Bo kicked the bag containing the frogs, muttering, dead frogs, not even a croak. Otherwise, I would have heard something last night. Unintentionally spoken, yet deeply considered by the listener. Chen Ye hastily opened the bag and examined its contents meticulously. Indeed, it was filled entirely with female frogs. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he pressed his left hand against his chest and grasped one of the female frogs with his right. Zhou Bo, in a state of despair, sank to the ground, exclaiming, damn it. At this rate, the shrimp in the pond will be devoured by these frogs within half a month. Chen Ye paid him no heed, instead immersing himself in his thoughts. After a brief pause, he genuinely sensed an emotion, an insatiable yearning, one that most creatures exhibit in the springtime. At that moment, the couple, Luo Dahai and his wife, approached, intending to exchange a few light-hearted jests. Chen Ye, however, swiftly pulled Zhou Bo away, muttering indignantly, forget it, no more breeding. What do I care for frogs or shrimp? You should have stayed in school instead of dreaming of riches through shrimp farming. That's your fate for the rest of your life. Wang Fong's laughter pierced through the air. Unable to endure her taunts, Zhou Bo clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the silence. Yet, Chen Ye firmly grasped his hand, whispering, let us go back. I have a plan. Your ideas are always better. Seeing Chen Ye's disheveled appearance brought Wang Fong a sense of satisfaction, prompting her to comment to Luo Dahai, with so many female frogs, if they all give birth, the pond will soon be overrun with frogs. Hey, I've lived for decades, and I can't lose to a mere kid. Luo Dahai chuckled, clearly amused. Just wait and see. He'll give up soon enough. Before long, the villagers learned of the abundance of frogs in the shrimp pond. Some, who were on good terms with Chen Ye, sighed, lamenting his misfortune, while many others scoffed, saying, if he doesn't focus on his studies, how can he hope to raise shrimp? He dares to oppose the village chief and the headman's sister. He'll be doomed to a life of poverty. Just as Luo Dahai had predicted, Chen Ye indeed became disheartened. He did not visit the pond even once throughout the entire day. On the second day, Chen Ye still did not go to the pond. On the third day, he attended school, participated in a few classes, and registered for the upcoming exams. The fourth day brought a torrential downpour, causing the water level in the pond to rise significantly, making the capture of frogs even more challenging. Now, Luo Dahai felt completely reassured, believing Chen Ye had truly abandoned his plans to raise shrimp, which would allow the village chief, Wang Dian's hus, to apply pressure on Peng Yin ahead of time. The rain persisted for an extended period, finally ceasing late in the evening. Most villagers remained indoors all day, and by nightfall, few ventured outside. Around 10 o'clock that night, Chen Ye, carrying a snakeskin bag that emitted a cacophony of croaks, met Zhou Bo, who had brought a long cage and cautiously approached the shore of the pond, where frogs congregated most abundantly. Chapter 12. Resolving the frog crisis. The snakeskin bag contained over 10 croaking male frogs, each the size of an infant's fist. The cage measured approximately 2 meters in length. One end was open, while the other was sealed with burlap, leaving only 2 palm-sized openings. Chen Ye removed the frogs from the snakeskin bag, binding their legs with string, and tossed them into the far end of the bamboo cage. He then positioned the empty end of the cage at the pond's edge. 15 minutes passed without any sign of activity. 20 minutes later, still no movement. Zhou Bo could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Your method isn't working." Chen Ye pondered for a moment, placing one hand on the necklace at his chest while the other rested on the croaking male frogs, carefully attuning himself to their presence. A sense of enigmatic animal emotion surged within Chen Ye, and after a moment of contemplation, he experienced a profound realization. The croaking of the field frogs was not a signal of mating, but rather an expression of fear and hunger. The female frogs would certainly not approach. Instead, they would keep their distance as far as possible. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Chen Ye retrieved a bottle containing various insects, and after a moment's thought, he sprinkled a liquid on the insects before tossing them into the cage. The insects were soon devoured by the field frogs. Initially silent, the frogs in the cage erupted into a chorus of excited croaks, their calls urgent and fervent. Zhou Bo could discern their exhilaration and curiously inquired, "What did you feed them?" "Chive juice mixed with egg whites," Chen Ye replied. "Wow, you really are clever. You actually fed the field frogs a stimulant," Zhou Bo remarked, his expression revealing a mix of admiration and bemusement. In rural areas, chives are colloquially referred to as tai tai lo, coupled with the egg whites, which can invigorate even humans if consumed in excess. It was no wonder the frogs responded so energetically. As Chen Ye touched his necklace, he sensed that the frogs were conveying a singular desire, one akin to the yearning of the female frogs in the pond for companionship. A smile crept across his face as he thought, "It's time to catch some frogs." Before long, the pond erupted with a cacophony of sound as countless field frogs leaped out, pairing up and bounding into the cage. "Huh, it actually worked," Zhou Bo exclaimed joyfully, quickly squatting at the other end of the bamboo cage, prepared to catch the frogs as they entered. Chen Ye chuckled. Even the wisest can have their missteps, especially someone as foolish as Luo Dahai. He mistakenly believed that the pond was filled primarily with females, waiting for them to lay eggs and wreak havoc. Little did he know that by simply placing a few robust male frogs on the shore, the females would come flocking like moths to a flame upon hearing their calls. The ensuing task was straightforward. The two crouched at the end of the bamboo cage, capturing frogs as easily as one would collect dead fish. Once this area was cleared, they moved on to the next spot. Though laborious, their spirits soared with each catch, invigorated by the prospect of selling the frogs, which would alleviate their immediate feed shortages. As the night wore on, Zhou Bo gazed at the 2 large bags of frogs at the pond's edge, his face beaming with delight. "Huh, I never expected Captain Luo to be so generous. He's given us so many frogs." It was impossible not to be pleased. They had already sent 1 large bag back and now had 2 more, likely exceeding 300 pounds. At the market price of 6 to 8 yuan per pound, that amounted to a considerable sum of 2,000 yuan or more. Chen Ye scoffed. He lacks the ability. It must be Wang Dianzhu sending people out to catch them. Zhou Bo was taken aback. "Village Chief Wang Dianzhu? Why would he want to catch frogs?" "You wouldn't understand if I told you," Chen Ye replied, choosing not to elaborate. Some things were futile to explain. Regardless of who had sent the frogs, this lucrative venture was now theirs. "Excellent. Let us head back. It looks like rain is coming," Zhou Bo said, shouldering a bag of frogs. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous rumble echoed from above, followed by a deluge of rain. "You jinx," Chen Ye exclaimed, hastily slinging his bag of frogs over his shoulder and running. The rain arrived swiftly, drenching them in no time. Suddenly, Chen Ye remarked, "Why is there still a light on at Li Ru's house?" Indeed, the illuminated window revealed a shadow moving within, and Zhou Bo became excited upon noticing it. "Shall we go take a look?" he suggested. However, Chen Ye shook his head, preferring to prioritize returning the frogs first. As this batch was crucial and minimizing complications was wise. Zhou Bo nodded, increasingly admiring Chen Ye after a series of recent events, feeling a growing sense of respect for him. Upon returning home, they were thoroughly exhausted. After successfully tending to the frogs, daylight broke. Zhou Bo declared, "Let us not sleep. I'll borrow a tricycle from Chen Matzi. We should head to the county market to sell these frogs." Chen Ye agreed, recognizing that keeping the frogs for another day would only diminish their value. After a brief hot shower, Chen Ye joined Zhou Bo in pushing the tricycle filled with frogs towards the county. To their surprise, they encountered Luo Dahai just outside. "Oh, isn't this team leader Luo? What brings you out so early?" Chen Ye chuckled, eager to witness Luo Dahai's reaction upon seeing them sell frogs. So he deliberately halted to greet him. Luo Dahai's expression shifted, and he retorted, "What is it to you?" Evidently, the team leader was unwilling to even acknowledge them. Chen Ye feigned a sigh, saying, "Well then, let us just stick to selling our frogs." "Sell frogs? What frogs?" Luo Dahai inquired, glancing into the tricycle and exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness, you must have at least 300 pounds of frogs here." His eyes glimmered with envy, and he couldn't help but ask, "Where on earth did you get so many frogs?" Zhou Bo, understanding Chen Ye's intention, chuckled, "We caught these right from the big pond." "Wait, these are from the big pond?" Luo Dahai stammered, bewildered. "How did you catch them?" "Well, I don't know which fool decided to release a bunch of female frogs into my pond. As soon as I called a few male frogs from the shore, they all hopped right into the cage," Chen Ye replied with a peculiar tone. Honestly, this person was quite generous, with these frogs weighing 300 to 400 pounds. If we sell them, we could make thousands. Luo Dahai was left speechless, staring blankly at the frogs. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself. The decision to release the female frogs had indeed been his own. To undermine Peng Yan regarding shrimp cultivation in the pond, Wang Dianzhu had sent him dozens of frogs, most of which were female. Luo Dahai had thought that by risking backlash, he would surely gain some benefit. So he sold off all the male frogs and left the females in the pond. Little did he know, Chen Ye's use of the male frogs' calls had attracted all the surrounding females, resulting in a significant windfall. Seeing Luo Dahai in shock, Zhou Bo burst into laughter, saying, "Team leader Luo, you didn't happen to release these frogs, did you? We owe you our thanks. You truly are too generous." With that, Chen Ye pedaled the tricycle away, leaving Luo Dahai with a distant view of their retreating figures. As the two departed, Luo Dahai felt an overwhelming regret, his expression a vivid portrayal of dismay. He couldn't comprehend how this young lad, barely in his teens, continuously outmaneuvered him. What was it about Chen Ye that gave him such an advantage? Bairuo village is not far from the county town. Its underdevelopment is a reflection of the overall stagnation of the entire county. The proximity to the urban center has led many able-bodied young villagers to seek employment in the city, leaving behind only the elderly, the weak, and women, which further hinders the village's development. Although referred to as a county town, it is essentially a larger township, evidenced by the absence of residential complexes, which underscores its backwardness. However, Chen Ye does not disdain this place. In his past life, this seemingly lagging county surged into the ranks of the top 100 counties in the nation within just a decade. He remembers clearly the paths to development and how to leverage them, valuable knowledge that he can exploit in the future. It is now 8 o'clock in the morning. The two have hastily consumed a few steamed buns and are rushing to the market. Despite its backwardness, the market is bustling with people, crowded from the very start of the day, with stalls set up in close proximity to one another. Zhou Bo, the local ruffian, often frequents the market and has a few acquaintances there. He leads Hua and Chen Ye to a vendor who specializes in aquatic products. The vendor, Mr. Pan, is quite portly, likely weighing 200 to 300 pounds. Chen Ye cannot help but mentally pair his figure with that of Wang Fong. That's quite a lot of frogs. This could be problematic. I've just brought in several hundred pounds, and with so many of you, I can't possibly take it all. Mr. Pan begins with a businesslike tone, citing various reasons. Moreover, these frogs don't seem very fresh. Many of them have their eyes closed and don't look lively at all. "Hey, Mr. Pan, could you do us a favor?" Zhou Bo offers a cigarette with a smile. "I'm not really knowledgeable about selling frogs. It would be convenient if you could just take them all." Mr. Pan does not accept the cigarette, choosing instead to crouch down and examine the frogs, occasionally squeezing one or prodding another. "Why are they all female frogs? That drives the price down. people prefer not to buy them since they yield less meat. Chapter 14. The Battle of Frogs. Mr. Pan and Zhou Bo have encountered each other a few times in the past. Previously, when Zhou Bo was more influential in the county, Mr. Pan would address him as Brother Zhou, but that was merely to curry favor with his boss, Sanpai. However, today, Mr. Pan does not even accept a cigarette from him, which Zhou Bo offered out of respect. Not accepting a cigarette while refusing to smoke is a clear sign of disdain. What irks Zhou Bo even more is that Mr. Pan often boasts to Chen Ye about his glory in the city and the respect he commands, yet today, in Chen Ye's presence, he openly disrespects him, which infuriates Zhou Bo. Chen Ye's expression also darkens as he interjects, "Mr. Pan, could you please offer a price?" Mr. Pan replies, 3 yuan 50 per pound. Zhou Bo erupts, "You must be joking. The frogs in your shop sell for 10 yuan. How can you offer us just 350? That is quite unscrupulous." Mr. Pan remains unfazed, mockingly countering, "I'm the only one in the market buying frogs. If you don't sell them to me, you'll have to release them back into the wild. Do you really think you can dictate terms here?" Zhou Bo, enraged, perceives this as a blatant threat. It's merely about buying frogs. If the deal falls through, wishing good luck should suffice. Does it need to be so venomous? Go ahead and try if you don't believe me. Upon hearing those words, Zhou Bo could hardly restrain himself from taking action. Chen Ye, shaking his head in resignation, hurriedly restrained him. Zhou Bo had many admirable qualities, but his explosive temper was a significant flaw. He was prone to violence at the slightest provocation, a trait that certainly needed refinement. Deep down, he was equally displeased with Boss Pan's demeanor and remarked, "If he refuses to buy, we shall sell it ourselves." "Humph. Then please leave, and do not hinder my business." Boss Pan waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, adding, "Two young lads like you. Let's see how you manage to sell them." This provocation nearly pushed Chen Ye to the brink of violence as well. He barely managed to pull the furious Zhou Bo away. They were in the county town, after all, and selling such a large number of frogs could easily invite trouble. Damn it, how infuriating. What gives him the right to act so arrogantly over a mere frog? Zhou Bo lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Chen Ye patted his shoulder, saying, "We are newcomers in an unfamiliar place. It is only natural for some to look down on us. However, if we persist in our efforts, there will come a day when these petty individuals will regard us with respect." As he spoke, Chen Ye slightly tilted his head back, his calm gaze revealing a newfound confidence and an indomitable spirit that defied fate. Zhou Bo was taken aback, smacking his lips in surprise. "Strange. I feel like you're not the same as before. It seems like you've matured overnight." Chen Ye's expression shifted slightly as he replied, somewhat absent-mindedly, "People inevitably grow. Come, let us sell some frogs." Not long after, having parked their tricycle in a vacant spot, Zhou Bo began to shout, "Come and take a look. Fresh frogs. Just caught from the fields." After calling out for some time, the results were disappointing. Even inquiries were scarce. Though a couple of curious Annies asked a few questions, they shook their heads and walked away. Indeed, as Boss Pan had said, the appearance of Chen Ye's frogs left much to be desired. They were all female frogs, varying in size, and many were still muddy, which repelled the cleanliness-conscious townsfolk. After 15 minutes, Zhou Bo's voice had nearly gone hoarse, and they had only managed to sell a few pounds. Boss Pan, watching from a distance, sneered and then emerged from his shop with 2 large bags of frogs, shouting, "Authentic bullfrogs, just collected today. Large, fresh, and delicious. Only 9 yuan a pound for a limited time. Hurry up." As a result, several people who had initially been interested in Chen Ye's frogs flocked to Boss Pan's stall. Zhou Bo was instantly infuriated. "That bastard is deliberately competing with us." Chen Ye narrowed his eyes and said, "Bozy, go fetch a bucket of water to wash the frogs." Zhou Bo complied and soon returned with a bucket. Chen Ye pretended to wash a frog in the bucket while, unnoticed by Zhou Bo, he rubbed a few droplets of his necklace sweat onto the frog. He then poured the water into a burlap sack. Finally, he handed the bucket back to Zhou Bo, instructing him to fetch another. Boss Pan, observing their futile attempts to wash the frogs, chuckled, "No matter how much you wash, they won't compare to the size and appearance of mine." Yet, unbeknownst to him, the frogs that had been rinsed with Chen Ye's sweat-infused water were beginning to swell remarkably within the burlap sack. Minutes passed, and a keen eye could discern that the sack had become notably plump. At this moment, Chen Ye tore open a burlap bag and exclaimed, "Frog the size of a fist. Only 10 yuan, first come, first served." When it comes to frogs, size matters. The larger the frog, the more meat it yields, while the smaller ones provide little more than bones. A frog of such considerable size is a rarity, seldom appearing more than a few times a year, which quickly attracted a crowd around the tricycle. Chapter 15. The marvel of the necklace sweat. Chen Ye had already experienced the wonders of the necklace sweat. By utilizing this miraculous substance to hasten the maturity of all the frogs from Boss Pan's stall became utterly uncompetitive. Unable to contain his curiosity, Boss Pan rushed over, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. How is this possible? They weren't this large just moments ago. Chen Ye smirked. You only focused on the few smaller ones on the surface and hastily placed your bid. What a pity, you missed the truly fine frogs lurking beneath. Unbeknownst to Boss Pan about the necklace sweat, he fell for the ruse, filled with regret and wishing he could slap himself. Zhou Bo, witnessing the scene, was overjoyed, selling frogs with the enthusiasm akin to shooing away flies. If you're looking for a breeze, go stand over there. Don't hinder my business. With a darkened expression, Boss Pan walked away. Thanks to the necklace sweat, the frogs not only looked appealing but were also of substantial size. Even though they were slightly pricier than ordinary frogs, they sold rapidly, with nearly 100 pounds gone in just a couple of hours. However, after the initial excitement, the number of buyers dwindled. Frogs, after all, are a luxury in this era. Not everyone can afford to indulge. Whenever he had a moment, Chen Ye kept an eye on the vegetable market. Knowing that the village's development relied heavily on agriculture and aquaculture, he contemplated whether to establish a permanent stall in the market to ensure a steady supply. With few people around, he decided to let Zhou Bo handle the frog sales while he wandered through the market. The current vegetable market mostly consisted of stalls, with only a handful of owners like Boss Pan operating storefronts. The storefronts offered a wider variety of produce and attracted more customers. In contrast, stall vendors typically provided a limited selection, leading shoppers to browse while haggling over prices, resulting in lackluster sales for the stalls. However, there was one notable exception. A particular stall had gathered a considerable crowd. Buyers, often smiling as they emerged from the throng, seemed to find great pleasure in their purchases. Intrigued, Chen Ye squeezed through the crowd to take a closer look. The stall, although not overflowing with produce, offered a delightful variety. To his surprise, the vendor was a young boy, strikingly handsome with fair, delicate skin, resembling a city child, and dressed in anything but cheap attire. A second-generation wealthy heir selling vegetables? The thought crossed Chen Ye's mind. The boy had a unique approach to selling. He refused to allow customers to haggle and often included complimentary items to ensure their satisfaction. For instance, when someone bought a large cabbage, he would throw in 2 red peppers, claiming that they complemented each other beautifully. Those who purchased asparagus would receive 2 fragrant cloves of garlic. This strategy pleased the customers, and the boy did not suffer any losses. Moreover, as more customers came to buy, he would share his insights on nutrition and cooking tips, suggesting how to enhance their meals. Soon, the stall's produce was completely sold out. The boy packed up his stall, leaving behind those who had missed out, shaking their heads in disappointment. A few individuals lingered, and a man, filled with gratitude and admiration, remarked, "Xiao Hai, you truly excel. Today, your dishes have sold out ahead of time." Chuckling, Uncle Zhang replied, "You sold 50 kilograms of cabbage today for a total of 80 yuan. The young Xiao Hai smiled as he began counting the money. "And who? Your share is 40 kilograms of asparagus, also 80 yuan. Uncle Li, yours is." Once the others received their payments, Chen Ye finally comprehended that this young man had consolidated the vegetables from several farmers, thus enhancing the variety available to customers. With more options, the attention of potential buyers increased, and with the collective efforts of multiple farmers, the pace of sales surged. Additionally, the young man's culinary pairing skills and the strategic inclusion of complementary ingredients provided advantages absent in larger markets, explaining the bustling success. Chen Ye admired him sincerely, unable to refrain from giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Buddy, you're impressive. Hey, we just enjoy using a bit of ingenuity. You could do it too," the youth replied modestly. Perhaps noticing that Chen Ye was around his age, he continued, "Don't be misled by how quickly I sell. The actual earnings in a day aren't substantial. The life of a farmer is quite arduous." Indeed, Chen Ye nodded in agreement, gazing at the farmers with a hint of melancholy. Who truly considers the hardships faced by those who cultivate vegetables? People are driven by profit. In this era, it is rare for anyone to purchase vegetables without haggling. Farming is labor-intensive. Sowing, irrigating, fertilizing, every step demands diligence. Each vegetable is a testament to the farmer's sweat and toil. Who knows the effort behind every grain on our plates? The young man echoed this sentiment, then, inspired, extended his hand. It's rare to meet someone who shares the same thoughts. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Haiming. I am Chen Ye. However, as Chen Ye shook his hand, he froze in disbelief, inquiring, "Did you say your name is what?" "I am Zhang Haiming," the young man replied, puzzled. "Goodness, It truly is this remarkable individual. Chen Ye's mind raced, as the familiar, delicate features before him converged with the renowned visage celebrated by the media in his previous life, an exact match. He could never have anticipated encountering the future business mogul at the market. In his prior existence, he had seen Zhang Haiming on television, a figure already well-known nationwide, almost a household name. His numerous entrepreneurial ventures were exceptionally successful, marking him as a legendary figure controlling a significant portion of the city's economic links. "What is the matter?" Zhang Haiming queried, bemused by Chen Ye's astonishment upon hearing his name. "Oh, it's nothing. You bear a striking resemblance to an acquaintance of mine. And your name is quite similar," Chen Ye replied, awakening from his reverie, his face flushed with embarrassment. He quickly added, "You seem young. You're still in school, right?" "I'm at number 1 high school. We have a holiday today," he responded. "How fortunate. I will also be attending number 1 high school in the upcoming semester." As they were of similar ages, and with Chen Ye possessing knowledge of the forthcoming economic era, he enthusiastically shared various business strategies and planning from his previous life, transforming them into his own theoretical discourse. Zhang Haiming clapped in admiration, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit, experiencing a sense of regret for not having met sooner. Chen Ye, equally animated, and forgetting the passage of time, found a spot in the market where they could sit and converse. It was not until an hour later that Chen Ye abruptly realized, "Oh no, I still have frogs to sell." "Oh, you are still selling frogs?" Zhang Haiming felt a tinge of reluctance, yet he uttered, "Let us hasten and take a look." The two made their way towards the tricycle, and before they could approach, they were greeted by the furious roar of Zhou Bo. "Damn it. I dare anyone to touch my frogs. Be careful, or I will fight you to the end." Alarmed, Chen Ye rushed forward, followed closely by Zhang Haiming. Zhou Bo stood defiantly with a long pole, confronting the urban management officers. Chen Ye had witnessed such scenes of confrontation between street vendors and city officials in his past life, but he never anticipated that in this rebirth, he would find himself at the center of such turmoil. A fleeting glance revealed the mocking expression of Boss Pan nearby, and Chen Ye instantly grasped the situation. Clearing his throat, he approached Zhou Bo's side. "Yezi, you go ahead. I will handle this." Zhou Bo's words revealed his loyalty. Chen Ye felt a surge of emotion and replied, "There is no need for concern. We have committed no crime, and we fear no one." Boss Pan scoffed. "What a joke. If you haven't broken the law, why are they targeting you?" Chen Ye shot a cold glare in his direction, his eyes fierce enough to seem predatory. "Who do you think you are to shout here? Speak another word, and I shall make you regret it." Flustered by the threat from a mere youth, Boss Pan stammered in rage, "You dare to speak so arrogantly?" In his previous life, Chen Ye had encountered a song titled "The Urban Management is Coming," which depicted the struggle between city officials and street vendors. He had always been a mere observer, indifferent to the outcome. In truth, both sides could claim righteousness. There were no clear victors. "Wait a moment," Chen Ye interjected. "What law have I violated that warrants such attention? Why am I the sole target among so many?" "I received a report that your batch of frogs was stolen." The urban management officer casually concocted an excuse. Zhou Bo retorted fiercely, "Nonsense. Who informed you that these frogs were stolen?" Boss Pan chimed in. "It is absurd. If they were not stolen, why are you selling them at such a low price?" This assertion surprisingly swayed a few recent purchasers, who began clamoring to return their frogs. "You scoundrel! You dare to tarnish my reputation." Zhou Bo recognized the machinations of Boss Pan. It was all too evident. As Zhou Bo prepared to charge forward, Chen Ye swiftly restrained him and declared loudly, "Rest assured. Everyone, these frogs were captured by me in the fields. There is absolutely no illegality here." The urban management officer, growing impatient, retorted, "Just because you say they are not stolen, does that make it true? Are you the one enforcing the law, or am I?" "Humph," Chen Ye scoffed. "Even if they were stolen, it is not for you to decide. That falls under the jurisdiction of the police. Even if you have grounds for inquiry, you do not possess the authority to seize frogs or detain individuals. The urban management is not a place for imprisonment. Who do you think you are to obstruct law enforcement?" The urban management officer protested, reaching out to grab Chen Ye. Chapter 17. The assault incident. As the officer moved to apprehend him, Zhou Bo brandished his pole, prepared to fight fiercely, determined that Chen Ye must not be taken away. Who knew what fate awaited him inside that place? Unexpectedly, just as the officer's hand grazed Chen Ye, he arched backward, collapsing to the ground with a pained expression. In that moment of confusion, Zhang Haiming surged from the crowd, supporting Chen Ye and scolding, "How can you strike someone?" The officer was momentarily speechless. He had done no such thing. It was clear that the boy had stumbled on his own accord, yet he had no opportunity to explain himself. Zhou Bo noticed Chen Ye signaling him discreetly, and immediately reacted by shouting at the top of his lungs, "The city management is assaulting people." This outcry sent a ripple of commotion throughout the entire market. Upon hearing the commotion, the farmers turned their heads, only to witness several individuals clad in large hats, with a young boy sprawled on the ground. The simple-hearted farmers were incensed, exclaiming, "How dare these ruffians lay their hands on a child?" Many of the farmers abandoned their stalls and rushed over. Zhang Haiming, filled with indignation, pointed at the city management officers and demanded, "What right do you have to strike someone?" The officers attempted to justify their actions, but the farmers drowned them out with a chorus of scornful rebukes. "Indeed, how could you? Bullying a child shows a complete lack of humanity." The uproar was largely due to Zhang Haiming's influence. He frequently assisted the farmers in selling their produce, and many remembered his kindness. Whenever he found himself in trouble, the farmers would naturally rally to his side. As the crowd swelled, the farmers grew bolder, vehemently cursing at the city management officers. They had endured enough reprimands from these officials while peddling their goods, and now they seized the opportunity to voice their grievances. As the crowd thickened, augmented by curious onlookers, it appeared as a dark mass. The officers began to feel apprehensive and quickly grabbed their walkie-talkies to call for backup. "We did not assault anyone," Boss Pan, sweating profusely, fervently attempted to explain. His explanations only served to incite the farmers further, and they included him in their tirades, leaving him at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as the collective strength of the farmers was unprecedented. The officers were no longer concerned with apprehending anyone. Their priority was to extricate themselves from the situation. Fortunately, it wasn't long before a voice blared from outside the crowd, "Step aside. What's going on here?" Upon hearing this, Boss Pan felt a surge of hope and shouted, "Brother-in-law, no, Captain." Chen Ye exchanged glances with Zhang Haiming and quickly understood why Boss Pan could command the city management. He had a brother-in-law who was a captain. The captain was a middle-aged man, at least 6 feet tall, with a build comparable to Luo Dehai, perhaps even bulkier, sporting a considerable beer belly. "These two rascals are colluding to sell stolen frogs and now refuse to be captured." Boss Pan continued to rant, oblivious to the fact that the captain's expression changed the instant he laid eyes on Zhang Haiming. Realizing the captain was looking at Zhang Haiming, Boss Pan rushed forward to point him out, saying, "Captain, this kid is involved too. He is the one making false accusations against our brothers. Get out of the way." To Boss Pan's surprise, the captain shoved him aside and hurriedly approached Zhang Haiming, respectfully exclaiming, "Young Master Zhang, what brings you here?" The farmers were taken aback, and Boss Pan was left utterly bewildered. Chen Ye was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped the situation. In his previous life, Zhang Haiming had built a considerable business, indicating he must possess some influential connections. To intimidate a city management captain to this extent must imply a significant background. Zhang Haiming, displeased, remarked, "It's fortunate I arrived. Otherwise, my classmate would have been taken away to your headquarters for a chat without anyone caring." "What? Such a thing occurred?" The captain's face darkened with anger as he turned around, ready to deliver a reprimand. Zhang Haiming smirked, remarking, "The matter is far from over. Your people have resorted to violence." The captain stumbled, nearly bowled over by the shock. He felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand the individual who had acted so foolishly, having offended this esteemed young man. While they might not value their lives, he certainly did. "I truly had no knowledge of this," he exclaimed. "Could we perhaps discuss this elsewhere?" The captain's eyes scanned the surroundings, clearly seeking a more private venue to resolve the issue. Zhang Haiming gestured towards Chen Ye, stating, "The one who was assaulted is my classmate." The captain assessed Chen Ye briefly and said, "My dear brother, I must apologize for my negligence and oversight. Please, tell me if you sustained any injuries. I shall cover your medical expenses." Chen Ye pondered for a moment before responding, "I am not seriously hurt. However, I would appreciate your assurance that this frog is not stolen." The captain's willingness to apologize stemmed solely from his respect for Zhang Haiming. While Chen Ye was not one to hold grudges unnecessarily, in a time when the law was incomplete, the authority of the city management captain was considerable, at least. He could not afford to offend Zhang Haiming. "Very well, that shall be arranged," the captain assured, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. Chapter 18. The market for frogs. Chen Ye sought to diffuse the situation, yet not everyone shared his sentiment. Boss Pan, with a face full of unwillingness, protested, "Brother-in-law, are we to let this slide?" The captain pressed his forehead in exasperation, wishing he could swat Pan into silence. Couldn't he discern the captain's effort to apologize? Yet, he continued to provoke the situation, almost inviting conflict. Indeed, Zhang Haiming promptly interjected, "Hold on. Young Master Zhang." The captain's expression was one of profound distress. Your brother-in-law has disrupted my classmate's frog sales, compelling him to sell these frogs at 10 yuan per pound. The captain exhaled, relieved that the matter was not insurmountable. It would merely be a financial loss. However, Boss Pan was undeniably foolish, continuing to bellow, "That is unacceptable. At market price, I would incur a massive loss. I can only offer 5. Before he could finish, the captain kicked him out with a swift motion. "Do as young Master Zhang instructs. Are you capable of executing a task? If not, return home and stay there." After berating him, the captain turned back to Chen Ye, asking, "Brother, how many frogs do you have left?" Chen Ye replied, "For 100 pounds. The captain cast a glance at the remaining frogs. Knowing for certain that there were not 400 pounds left, but what could he do? His brother-in-law's lack of perception and intelligence had left him no choice but to concede. "All right, for 1,000 yuan. Afterward, he shouted at Boss Pan, "What are you dawdling for? Go fetch the money." Pan hurried off to retrieve the funds. He owed his ability to conduct business in the county to this brother-in-law and dared not disregard his words. With the transaction settled, Chen Ye felt a sense of relief. He expressed his gratitude to the supportive farmers and, once the crowd dispersed, clapped Zhang Haiming on the shoulder, saying, "Thank you. Let me treat you to a meal." "That is a must," Zhang Haiming replied, sounding quite familiar and showing no signs of formality. "Having just butchered a fat sheep, we certainly must celebrate." After hastening the growth of the frogs, they totaled just over 400 pounds. Zhou had already sold more than 100 pounds, and the remainder fetched 4,000 yuan. This was not merely a fat sheep, but one exceedingly plump. In a small restaurant not far from the market, Zhou poured a drink for Zhang Haiming, saying, "Cheers, my friend." His gratitude was genuine, for Zhang Haiming had indeed provided invaluable assistance that day. Certainly, he held a deeper admiration for Chen Ye, especially since even someone like Zhang Haiming, a young master, was acquainted with him. He found himself increasingly perplexed by Chen Ye's depths. Chen Ye, with a wry smile, remarked, "You certainly hide your true self well. A young master running a vegetable stall is quite unexpected." Zhang Haiming replied, "I am not really a young master. My family merely runs a hotel. The city management officer is easily impressed because I have a brother-in-law who happens to be in a position of authority over him." Amused by his witty remarks, Chen Ye became intrigued by Zhang Haiming's hotel business. As May approached, the shrimp in the pond would be ready for sale in 2 months, which posed a significant challenge in terms of market access. Initially, he had considered selling at the vegetable market, confident that the fresh and delicious lobster meat would attract buyers. However, today's experience selling frogs revealed that selling in bulk was indeed no simple task. If only there were a hotel that could purchase everything, it would eliminate many hassles. Chen Ye inquired, "Does your hotel serve spicy shrimp?" "Of course. However, sourcing lobsters is an issue. We can only enjoy them for a few months each year in July and August." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's face lit up with joy. "I have a source. I am raising a batch of shrimp." "You are raising shrimp?" Zhang Haiming was taken aback. He had assumed that his own entrepreneurial venture of selling vegetables at 16 was already impressive, only to discover that Chen Ye had ventured into aquaculture. At that moment, he felt a profound respect for Chen Ye. While he had previously shared many unheard-of business concepts, those had merely been theoretical discussions, lacking practical verification. However, shrimp farming was different. If successful, it would represent a concrete skill capable of advancing the aquaculture industry and setting a significant precedent in the market economy. Zhang Haiming declared, "You have as much as I need." Then hereas to a successful collaboration, Chen Ye extended his hand. To a fruitful partnership, Zhang Haiming echoed. Little did Chen Ye realize that this handshake would lay the foundation for their collaborative endeavors over the next decade, as they supported each other in building a colossal business empire. After their meal, Zhang Haiming took Chen Ye on a tour of his Tianma hotel to ensure they would know where to deliver the shrimp once they were ready. Chen Ye, still preoccupied with purchasing feed, bid farewell to Zhang Haiming and left the hotel. On the way home, Zhou pedaled the tricycle joyfully, humming a tune, while Chen Ye wore a broad smile. This trip to the county town had yielded considerable rewards, having successfully butchered Boss Pan's fat sheep. They sold the frogs for over 5,000 yuan, far exceeding their expectations, which left them both exhilarated. After purchasing the feed, they still had over 2,000 yuan remaining. Do not underestimate this amount. With it, Chen Ye could expedite many tasks ahead. Chapter 19. A storm brewing at midnight. Upon returning to the village, Chen Ye parked the tricycle by the pond and, with Zhou, tore open the feed bag and began to distribute it. With the absence of the enemy, the rice frogs, the shrimp fry emerged, enticed by the aroma of the feed, frolicking joyfully on the water's surface. "Look, Yezi!" Zhou suddenly halted, raising his eyebrows and exchanging glances. Following his gaze, they spotted Luo Dahai. A look of rage etched on his face as he glared at them from a distance. Upon noticing Chen Ye and Zhou Bo looking back at him, he turned away, his expression dark. Zhou Bo anxiously asked, "Do you think Luo Dahai will try to cause trouble again?" "He certainly will. So, when the opportunity arises, I shall crush him completely." As Chen Ye uttered these words, a fierce determination emanated from him, causing Zhou Bo to involuntarily shiver. In that moment, he felt a profound pity for Luo Dahai. To prevent Luo Dahai from causing further disturbances, Chen Ye instructed Zhou Bo to have a small wooden cabin constructed by the pond, where they would take turns keeping watch over the water. By dusk, the cabin was completed. Both men had been awake since the previous night, and seeing Zhou Bo utterly exhausted, Chen Ye took it upon himself to guard the first night. After dinner, he moved his bedding into the small cabin. Periodically, he would venture out with a flashlight for a patrol. During one of these rounds, a thunderous clap resonated, followed by torrential raindrops that began to pour down. The lightning seemed as if it could strike right into the pond. "Damn, June truly has a capricious temperament," Chen Ye muttered under his breath as he dashed towards the cabin, unaware that with each rumble of thunder, the necklace around his neck flickered ominously. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck a field 2 meters to Chen Ye's right, creating a 1-meter-wide crater and splattering mud all over him. Chen Ye trembled in fear, and then, sensing an ominous presence, he looked up to see a serpent-like flash of lightning descending towards him. "This is it, it's happening again." In an instant, he became enveloped in a shimmering silver hue from the lightning. A scream escaped his lips, echoing into the distance. Had anyone been present, they would have witnessed a remarkable spectacle. Thick bolts of lightning striking the embankment with fervor, as if there were a conductor present. This astonishing scene persisted for a full half-hour. As the thunder began to diminish and the torrential rain subsided, Chen Ye's hair stood on end, resembling a wild broom. Strangely, the embankment surrounding him showed no signs of damage, as if all the lightning had chosen to strike him alone, leaving the soil entirely unscathed. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chen Ye groaned and slowly rose to his feet, taking a moment to gather his wits. The first thing he did was to check his body, relieved to find all limbs intact. "How is it possible that I emerged unscathed after enduring so much lightning? It defies logic," Chen Ye murmured as he prepared to stand. However, as he pushed off with his legs, he unexpectedly propelled himself into the pond with a splash. Emerging from the water, disbelief etched across his face. How could my strength have increased so dramatically? He clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming sense of power that made him want to let out a triumphant roar. Previously, he could lift a maximum of 80 pounds with one hand, but now he estimated he could lift 200 pounds with ease. Not only had his strength surged, but his hearing also sharpened. He could even discern the sounds of lobsters splashing on the water's surface from dozens of meters away. His thoughts were clearer than ever, as he observed raindrops converging into lines as they fell into the pond, creating ripples on the surface, which then merged into the water itself. Everything was vividly apparent to Chen Ye, as if time had slowed to an extraordinary degree. "This is utterly incomprehensible. Could it be that the necklace has transformed my body?" Chen Ye suddenly recalled that he had also been bathed in lightning when he received the necklace, and that was when he had been reborn. He reached for his neck, feeling the cool metallic touch of the necklace. It had transformed from its original birthmark shape into a tangible entity. The craftsmanship was crude, resembling faded trinkets from a street vendor, with 4 tiny holes at the very bottom. It is akin to a chain adorned with diamonds, from which all the jewels have been pried away. The appearance is utterly unappealing, rendering it impossible to envision any remarkable qualities it might possess. Chen Ye could not suppress his anxiety. After all, he had procured such an abundance of high-quality shrimp fry and managed to handle the frog disaster, largely thanks to the necklace's invaluable beads of sweat. In Chapter 20, The Widow's Home Has a Man, Chen Ye captured 2 shrimp of thumb-sized proportions. He held them in his hands, listening intently for a moment, sensing the vitality of the creatures was still intact. What relieved Chen Ye was the emergence of glistening droplets from the 4 minuscule holes in the necklace. So, the beads of sweat were exuding from these apertures. Chen Ye realized this and hurried to the shore, filling a basin with water to nurture the 2 shrimp, while letting a drop of sweat fall into the basin. The juvenile shrimp matured into robust creatures brandishing their pincers, their shells transforming into a deep crimson hue. Interestingly, one was male and the other female, and after a brief entanglement, the female shrimp became still. Chen Ye's keen eye caught sight of the female's abdomen, where tiny shrimp eggs began to swell at a visible pace. After a few minutes of silence, the eggs remained unhatched, likely due to an insufficiency of the necklace's beads of sweat. After several more attempts with different shrimp, Chen Ye ultimately confirmed that once the necklace materialized, the maturation effect of the beads of sweat had intensified. Previously, a single drop could hasten the growth of 2 shrimp, but now it could nurture around 4. Could the absorption of lightning enhance the necklace's potency? Chen Ye speculated on this pivotal insight, casting a glance at the village veiled in darkness, a subtle smile gracing his lips. While others might find a thunderstorm bothersome, for him, it was laden with advantages. Chen Ye chuckled softly, though his gaze suddenly sharpened. It was late at night, yet the lights in Li Ru's home remained aglow. The lights were still on. Chen Ye instantly recalled that her lights had also been illuminated during last night's thunderstorm. Now, well into the latter half of the night, what could Li Ru be up to? Chen Ye was intimately familiar with Li Ru, knowing even the shape of the mole on her chest, and he had never seen her leave the lights on while sleeping. Unable to contain his curiosity, he approached her house and concealed himself beneath the window. Just then, Li Ru's enchanting voice floated out. Go close the window. It's quite drafty and chilly. A man's voice responded with a casual hey. A man. Chen Ye's excitement surged. This was monumental news. It must be noted that Li Ru was indeed an unusual character. With no parents left, and having lost her husband shortly after their marriage, most would have returned to their family home to remarry. However, she had stubbornly remained in the empty house for 2 years. Many single men in the village had attempted to pursue her, only to be chased off by her wielding a kitchen knife. But now that Chen Ye had discovered a man in Li Ru's home, how could he not be thrilled? Curiosity was a natural inclination, and his interest in this man was particularly piqued. Soon, Li Ru provided the answer, somewhat disgruntled as she said, Luo Dahai, when will you finally separate from your wife? Since that incident 2 years ago, you can only come to my house on stormy nights. How long will this furtive existence continue? Luo Dahai? It was astonishing that it was Luo, the henpecked husband. Chen Ye was taken aback, and upon reflection, it made sense. Wang Feng's weight alone could surpass that of 2 or 3 men, leaving anyone disinterested. However, Chen Ye found himself even more intrigued by the incident Li Ru referenced from 2 years prior. Despite Li Ru's habit of bathing with the door ajar, her inherent pride remains unyielding. One might wonder why she has chosen to submit herself to the coarse nature of Luo Dahai. It is not merely a matter of solitude. Their relationship has endured for 2 years. Chen Ye sensed that today might unveil a significant secret. Within the confines of the room, Luo Dahai sighed, expressing his fatigue. Let us rest. I'm worn out from all this commotion. Curse you. Each time you come, it's either that or sleep, Li Ru retorted, her dissatisfaction palpable. As Luo Dahai ignored her, she began to weep in distress. You seem untroubled, yet my heart is in turmoil. He died in the bathhouse, and I can't dare to close my eyes or shut the door while bathing. On stormy nights, I lie awake in fear. It became evident that Li Ru's open-door policy during her baths stemmed from a deeper anxiety. What was she truly afraid of? Who else had met their demise in the bathhouse? A startling hypothesis formed in Chen Ye's mind, prompting him to lean against the wall and listen intently. Regrettably, the conversation did not touch upon critical matters. Luo Dahai remarked, I've been coming to keep you company on stormy nights, haven't I? To which Li Ru could only weep. Yet, Luo Dahai possessed a certain charm when comforting women. Soon enough, Li Ru's sobs transformed into soft giggles. Just as Chen Ye thought he would glean no secrets, Li Ru stated, you should bury those things somewhere else. I feel uneasy with them hidden beneath the wall. There's no need. If no one has noticed anything in 2 years, it must be safe there. Disturbing the ground now would only raise suspicion, Luo Dahai replied. And Li Ru, seeing the logic in his words, fell silent. Shortly thereafter, they extinguished the lights, estimating that they had retired for the night. Chen Ye climbed over the courtyard wall. The rain had lessened significantly, and glancing at the wall, he noted that even in the downpour, it appeared unchanged. With a cold smirk, he dashed toward Luo Dahai's residence. Chapter 21. The confrontation between spouses upon arriving at Luo Dahai's home. Chen Ye confirmed that only Wang Feng was inside. He picked up a stone and hurled it through a window, shattering the glass. Startled from her slumber, Wang Feng bolted upright, shouting, Who is there? Are you seeking death? Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ye feigned a high-pitched voice. Luo, the captain, is quite diligent, coming to repair Li Ru's house at this late hour. He then covered his mouth and spoke to himself in a different tone. But it's raining. I suppose the captain fears the widow's house will leak. Who is making such a racket? Before long, Wang Feng emerged with a broom, opening the door, only to find Chen Ye fleeing. Grabbing an umbrella and a flashlight, she stepped outside and, noticing his absence, paused in disbelief. What were they just saying? Luo Dahai is fixing Li Ru's house? Realization dawned upon her, and she muttered through gritted teeth, You scoundrel. without changing her clothes. She locked the door and hurried towards the pond, headed for Li Ru's home, while Chen Ye trailed behind, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Before long, a thunderous roar erupted from Li Ru's residence. So it's you, Luo Dahai. Every time it rains heavily, you vanish to the county. But now I see you hide here to dally with another. Luo Dahai found himself caught by the ear, and he cautioned, lower your voice. What is there to fear? Wang Fong raised her voice, shouting so loudly that the lights of nearby houses flickered to life. You dare to cheat, and you won't let me scream? Today, I shall let everyone see what you have done. With that, she dragged the furious Luo Dahai out into the yard. Poor Luo, clad only in his shorts, shivering in the rain. Taking advantage of the chaos, Li Ru locked the door. Wang Fong, even more incensed, kicked the door repeatedly, shouting, Li Ru, you vixen. Come out here. The commotion attracted the attention of the neighbors, and Chen Ye couldn't help but chuckle at the unfolding drama. As the crowd grew, Luo Dahai felt his face burn with embarrassment and could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, what is the point of making such a fuss? We could discuss this at home. It's late. What a disgrace. Oh, you care about disgrace now? Wang Fong retorted. Today, I intend to make you feel ashamed. We are finished, you coward. You can't even satisfy me, and yet you dare to sneak around with a widow. Enraged, Wang Fong clutched Luo Dahai, refusing to let him go, and began to hurl insults at him with abandon. Just how long is that thing of yours? You've come all the way from home to the edge of the pond. The villagers observing could not contain their laughter, and a chorus of flashlights illuminated the yard. Luo Dahai, furious, coldly stated, if you wish to cause a scene, take it back home, don't disturb others. Why was he defending Li Ru? This only fueled Wang Fong's indignation, and she persisted in her stubbornness. Unable to withstand her wrath, Luo Dahai, ashamed and enraged, slapped her across the face. You dare hit me? I'll fight you. This escalated into a full-blown domestic conflict, with neither side willing to back down. The villagers, witnessing the potential for violence, reluctantly sought out Peng Yin and Wang Dianzhu for intervention. By this time, Wang Fong's face was swollen from the blows, while Luo Dahai bore numerous bloody scratches and deep bite marks on his neck. Wang Dianzhu, in his 50s, felt utterly humiliated upon witnessing the scene and berated both parties mercilessly. However, Peng Yin, without hesitation, took them to the village clinic to tend to their wounds. Her decisive action earned her the villagers' respect, with many commenting on her capability, while Wang Dianzhu only saw his own embarrassment, oblivious to the underlying dangers of their injuries. Peng Yin had been summoned by Chen Ye. As the village leader, Luo Dahai's infidelity and domestic violence were serious matters, and it depended on who would address them. If Wang Dianzhu were to handle the situation, it would likely be swept under the rug. But with Peng Yin involved, he had no choice but to act. Luo Dahai was Wang Dianzhu's right-hand man, and it was evident to Chen Ye that Peng Yin would seize this opportunity to diminish her rival's influence. Reflecting on the furious expression on Wang Dianzhu's face and Luo Dahai's defeated demeanor brought a smile to Chen Ye's face. He returned home, took a warm bath, and comfortably settled in for the night. The sun was high by the time someone knocked on his door. Thinking it was Zhou Bo, he opened the door in his shorts, only to find Peng Yin standing there. Before he could register her presence, she had already stepped inside. Auntie. Chen Ye felt somewhat embarrassed as he greeted her and hurried back inside to find something to wear. However, his wardrobe was rather limited. The outfit he wore last night had gotten soaked, and the others were still dirty. Chen Ye was troubled, as it was hardly appropriate to converse in his underwear. Yet he was reluctant to don any of the soiled garments. If only he had been a bit more diligent earlier, he wouldn't find himself in this predicament now. At that moment, Peng Yin entered the room, and with a glance at the pile of dirty clothes, she quickly grasped the situation. Chen Ye's face flushed as he contemplated putting on a piece of the unclean attire to make do. However, Peng Yin picked up the clothes and offered, "Let me wash these for you." "No, I can do it myself," Chen Ye replied, attempting to reclaim the garments, feeling shy about accepting her help. Yet, Peng Yin scrutinized him and said, "How can you go out looking like this? You'd be a sight to behold for anyone passing by." The wall of his courtyard was low, allowing passers-by a clear view. "Then it seems I must trouble you, Aunt," Chen Ye conceded, awkwardly nodding his head. "All right then. It's hot outside. You should stay inside and cool off," Peng Yin instructed as she exited with the clothes. The well was situated right in front of the house, and Chen Ye leaned against the window, feeling a strange sensation in his heart, especially when Peng Yin unabashedly selected a pair of shorts from the pile, exclaiming, "Boys are so careless. How can these shorts be washed with dirty clothes? It's so unsanitary." At her words, Chen Ye felt a warmth spreading within him, as if he had gained a maternal figure. Remembering the events of the previous night, he asked, "Aunt, what happened with Luo Dahai?" "Expelled," Peng Yin replied succinctly. Chen Ye nodded. Luo Dahai had always been a rogue, and if it weren't for Wang Dianju's tolerance, he would have been dismissed long ago. Given the scale of the recent incident, the outcome was entirely expected according to Peng Yan's principles. At last, one less malignant tumor, he thought. He believed that as long as Peng Yan, a principled leader, remained, the village's troubles would diminish, and his own endeavors would prosper. Just then, Peng Yan inquired, "Have you finished catching all the frogs in the pond?" Chen Ye replied, "Yes, there are just a few left, but it's not a big deal. Once the young shrimp grow, we won't have to worry about the frogs." "Was it a significant loss?" "Not really. Although some young shrimp were eaten, we still sold the frogs for over 3,000. It's a classic case of a blessing in disguise." "That's good to hear," Peng Yan said, visibly relieved. This was, in fact, her true reason for visiting Chen Ye. If this batch of shrimp yielded results, it would validate her decision, lending more weight to her words in the future. With credibility, she could finally bring her plans to fruition. Just then, someone outside noticed Peng Yan. "Isn't that Comrade Peng?" Chen Ye quickly ducked his head, feeling alarmed. That person was quite the gossip, and if she learned something, it wouldn't take long for the entire village to find out. As the old saying goes, there's much gossip at the door of a widow. Peng Yan had no man in the village. What would people think if they learned she was washing his clothes? "Hello, sisterly," Peng Yan said, unfazed, as she hung the clothes out to dry. "Chen Ye has had it tough. He lost his father at a young age, and his mother works in the city, so I try to check in on him whenever I can. You truly are kind-hearted, Comrade Peng. Having you in our village is a blessing," Sisterly responded. "Oh, please don't flatter me. These are just things I ought to do." Chen Ye was taken aback, realizing that, in the eyes of many, he was still regarded as a child. The influence of a gossiping woman should not be underestimated. The news of Peng Yan, the cadre, washing clothes for the underprivileged children, quickly spread throughout the village, garnering widespread praise. Many people raised their thumbs in admiration. From the concern shown by Luo Dahai towards Wang Feng's injuries last night to today's act of washing clothes for Chen Ye, these two incidents significantly elevated Peng Yan's reputation. Villagers remarked that this cadre possessed a kind heart and did not exhibit the arrogance often seen in other village officials. Most importantly, Peng Yan had resolutely dismissed the rogue Captain Luo Dahai, which brought great satisfaction to many villagers. Naturally, Chen Ye was pleased with this turn of events. The greater Peng Yan's influence in the village, the better for him. He pondered whether he might leave all his laundry to her in the future. Of course, that was an impossibility, as the village secretary had her hands full with other responsibilities. After finishing the laundry, Peng Yan adopted a stern expression and questioned, "It was you who informed Wang Feng last night, wasn't he it? An old adage states, it is better to repair 10 miles of road than to dismantle a marriage." Luo Dahai and Wang Feng had indeed gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a divorce certificate, and last night, Chen Ye had effectively shattered a family. Peng Yan felt displeased, thinking that at merely 18 years of age, Chen Ye's thoughts should not be so vindictive. Unfazed, Chen Ye shrugged his shoulders, asserting that had it not been for the couple constantly causing him trouble, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved. He felt that the divorce could not be blamed on him. If anyone were to be blamed, it should be Wang Feng for failing to control Luo Dahai's heart. Seeing his indifference, Peng Yan admonished him, "Do you think I couldn't foresee Luo Dahai's actions? He is now left with nothing but his identity as a rogue, posing an even greater threat." Chen Ye's heart sank at this realization. The captain, despite his flaws, held a position of authority that had restrained Luo Dahai to some extent. With that restraint now lifted and his divorce from Wang Feng finalized, it was certain that Luo Dahai would become even more reckless and seek revenge, with Chen Ye being his primary target. Observing Peng Yan's face, which was marked by anger and concern, Chen Ye felt a warmth in his heart. He patted his chest and assured her, "Aunt, do not worry. If he dares to come, I will ensure he returns with nothing." Glancing around cautiously, he added in a hushed tone, "Last night, I overheard some significant news." Peng Yan, her face filled with astonishment, inquired, "Really?" Chen Ye swore, "I heard it with my own ears. It is absolutely true. Take care of yourself." Instantly, Peng Yan's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as she declared, "I will go gather people right away." Peng Yan rushed out to the village committee office, for what Chen Ye had mentioned was far too serious to ignore. Meanwhile, Chen Ye, after finishing his meal, brewed a pot of tea and picked up his books to review, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil outside. However, it was not long before someone forcefully kicked open his courtyard door. Luo Dahai had indeed come with a group. Chen Ye quickly moved into the yard. With no back door in the house, being trapped inside would mean certain doom, whereas the open yard still offered him a chance to escape. Luo Dahai arrived with 3 burly men, who shouted upon seeing Chen Ye, "Make sure this kid doesn't walk away." Without a word more, they charged forward. Leaving no time for a response, Luo Dahai, the fastest among them, swung his massive fist toward Chen Ye. His expression shifted as he gathered all his focus, watching as that fist appeared to slow down, frame by frame, within his sight. The trajectory of force was captured with remarkable clarity. As he raised his hand and gently flicked it, Luo Dahai's fist narrowly grazed Chen Ye's cheek, striking nothing but empty air. Stunned, Luo Dahai pondered the situation. Yet unwilling to concede, he retracted his fist and unleashed a powerful kick. To his dismay, the same outcome ensued. His forceful strike was effortlessly neutralized by Chen Ye. A cold smirk crept upon Chen Ye's lips as he mused. "So, they wish to engage me in combat? This presents a perfect opportunity to test the effects of the necklace on my physique." With that thought in mind, he advanced rather than retreating, willingly stepping into the encirclement formed by his assailants. Luo Dahai and his companions unleashed a flurry of fists and kicks with remarkable speed, their frequent brawls having fostered a certain degree of synergy among them. Yet, despite their coordinated efforts, they could not land a blow on Chen Ye. He either dodged with ease or deftly redirected their attacks. Minutes passed, and panting heavily, Luo Dahai and his cohorts came to a halt, gazing at Chen Ye as though he were a creature of myth. "Lauda, are you certain this kid is a novice?" One of the ruffians could not help but inquire. With a furrowed brow and a troubled demeanor, Luo Dahai's eyes bore a hint of trepidation. At that moment, Chen Ye spoke. "Have you finished? Then it is my turn." With that declaration, he strode forward and delivered a punch aimed at one of the ruffians. The speed was astonishing, the force overwhelming. His fist, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, struck the ruffian squarely in the abdomen. Ugh! The ruffian's countenance twisted in agony as he expelled the contents of his stomach. What the devil? How can an 18-year-old possess such strength? The remaining thugs trembled in fear at the sight. Luo Dahai, too, was gripped by horror, swallowing hard as he barked, "Grab a weapon." The others, albeit hesitant, bent down to search for suitable implements. But Chen Ye would not afford them the luxury of time. He lifted his left foot and sent one thug sprawling, then swept his right fist to topple another. In mere moments, by the time Luo Dahai grasped a sturdy plank, the only ones left standing in the courtyard, apart from Chen Ye, were himself. "Shall we continue?" Chen Ye asked, crossing his arms with a mocking expression. Chapter 22. Luo Dahai faces justice. Luo Dahai regarded the composed Chen Ye with a mix of astonishment and doubt. His grip on the plank tightened, palms sweating profusely, revealing his inner unease. Having tested his abilities, Chen Ye brimmed with confidence. Noticing Luo Dahai's unwillingness to back down, he disdainfully remarked, "What's the matter? Still eager to fight? Little brat, do not be too arrogant. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your deceased father." Although Luo Dahai could not fathom how Chen Ye had suddenly become so formidable, his reputation as a bully in Bairuo village had always allowed him to walk with impunity. To be belittled by a mere child was an affront to his standing, and word of this humiliation could jeopardize his influence in the village. Moreover, Chen Ye had played a role in his marital discord with Wang Fong. This vendetta demanded retribution. Thus, no sooner had Luo Dahai spoken than he swung the plank violently towards Chen Ye's head. Chen Ye effortlessly dodged the blow and was about to retaliate when he heard a commotion of hurried footsteps outside the door. Straining to listen, he discerned the booming voice of Zhou Bo, accompanied by the concerned urging of Peng Yan. "Luo Dahai, that scoundrel, if he dares to lay a finger on Chen Ye, I will ensure he forgets his own mother. Everyone, hurry up. If we are late, there will be dire consequences." Chen Ye has already discerned that Zhou Bo and Peng Yan are hastening towards his home. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he inwardly chuckled. "It serves you right, Luo Dahai. For your misfortune, I shall make you regret this encounter." With a plan firmly established, Chen Ye ceased to retaliate and instead engaged in a game of cat and mouse with Luo Dahai. No matter how fiercely he pursued, Luo Dahai could not land a single blow on Chen Ye, who slipped away like an elusive eel. As time passed, Luo Dahai grew increasingly furious yet anxious. What has happened to this little brat? Why is he not fighting back? Although Chen Ye had previously evaded confrontation, he had transformed into a formidable opponent, swiftly toppling Luo Dahai's companions. Yet now, he had reverted to mere evasion. Was he intimidated by his own ferocity? The more Luo Dahai pondered, the more convinced he became of this theory, prompting him to exert even greater force. The pole in his hand felt akin to a mace, and although he still failed to strike Chen Ye, he shattered several clay pots in the courtyard. The sounds of approaching footsteps grew louder and more chaotic. Chen Ye realized the main event was unfolding. This time, he did not retreat but boldly advanced, bracing his left shoulder against Luo Dahai's strike. He then collapsed to the ground, clutching his shoulder and wailing in agony, leaving Peng Yan and the others at the entrance heartbroken. Luo Dahai was taken aback. He had expected to miss his target once more, but Chen Ye had inexplicably offered himself up for punishment. He thought to himself, could this little brat's head have been caught in the door? However, just as Luo Dahai prepared to raise his pole for another lesson, Zhou Bo and his companions burst into the courtyard, witnessing Luo Dahai's heinous act. Seeing Chen Ye sprawled on the ground, crying out in pain, Zhou Bo's face flushed with rage. He immediately delivered a powerful punch to Luo Dahai's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Luo Dahai, do you not have any shame? You dare to bully a child. Indeed, given your age, how can you stoop so low as to torment a mere child? The villagers following Peng Yan, upon witnessing Chen Ye's plight, felt profound sorrow, especially the women of the village who had always sympathized with this unfortunate child. Without a moment's hesitation, they surged forward, trampling Luo Dahai in a frenzy. As Luo Dahai found himself surrounded and mercilessly beaten by dozens of villagers, the few thugs who had initially fallen to the ground dared not linger any longer and attempted to flee. They want to escape, someone shouted from the crowd. However, the villagers quickly reacted, capturing the remaining ruffians and pinning them to the ground, ensuring they received the same treatment as Luo Dahai. Fortunately, Peng Yan intervened just in time, preventing the villagers from delivering fatal blows to Luo Dahai and his cohorts. Yet, by that point, Luo Dahai and his companions were already battered and bruised, on the brink of unconsciousness. Just as they thought they had narrowly escaped death, Peng Yan opened the bag she had brought, revealing a bloody knife and a blood-stained garment. Luo Dahai, Li Ru has already confessed. Is there anything else you wish to add? The evidence is as solid as a mountain, coupled with Li Ru's admission, which implicates him in the rape and the subsequent inadvertent murder of her husband. In the midst of a crowd of villagers, filled with righteous indignation, escape was not an option. Realizing he had reached a dead end, Luo Dahai, in despair, closed his eyes. I alone am responsible for my actions. I am the one who committed the murder, not Li Ru. Do not trouble her. How you judge our crimes is beyond our control. You should take this to the police station. After Peng Yan spoke, she instructed the villagers to escort both Luo Dahai and Li Ru to the county police station. Once they had departed, Peng Yan and Zhou Bo immediately approached Chen Ye to assess his injuries, inquiring with concern if he felt any discomfort. Chen Ye, shyly deflecting their request to examine his wounds, hastily changed the subject. News of Li Ru and Luo Dahai's arrest quickly spread throughout the village. Subsequently, Li Ru was sentenced to 3 years for manslaughter and concealment, while Luo Dahai received a 16-year sentence for intentional homicide and the rape and intimidation of women. However, before Chen Ye could breathe a sigh of relief, he was met with shocking news. One morning, while Chen Ye was feeding the shrimp fry in the pond as usual, Zhou Bo rushed over in a panic, breathlessly exclaiming, Chen Ye, trouble is brewing. Something has happened at Peng Ye's house. Startled, Chen Ye dropped the feed into the pond and anxiously inquired about the situation. Zhou Bo quickly replied, Peng Si has been missing for 2 days. Now all the men in the village have gone to the county to search for her, but they have scoured the county and still cannot find any trace of her. Chen Ye slowed down. Watching Chen Ye hastily depart, Zhou Bo couldn't help but think, when did he start running so fast? Upon arriving at Peng Yan's home, Chen Ye found her waiting by the phone, having wept until her face was a tear-streaked mess, her usual sharpness and competence nowhere to be seen. Chen Ye hurriedly offered her a tissue from the table, saying, Auntie, please don't panic. What exactly is going on? Take your time to explain. Peng Yan pushed the tissue away, wiping the tears from her eyes before she could choke out. Here's the situation. A couple of days ago, CC went to the county to buy things at the invitation of her classmates, promising to return by evening. However, when 7 o'clock came, she still hadn't returned. I became worried and called her classmates, but they said CC had parted ways with them at the bus station in the evening. From Peng Yan, Chen Ye learned that she had waited until 10 o'clock that night, still no sign of Peng Si, which led her to suspect something unfortunate had occurred. Consequently, she went to the county police station to report it, but the officer said there was no evidence to prove that Peng Si had suffered any harm, and they needed to wait 24 hours before a case could be filed. Although Peng Yan felt anxious, she understood the administrative procedures. So she stayed in the county overnight while reaching out to friends and relatives to see if Peng Si had gone to stay with them. After a night of inquiries yielded no results, she decided to file a report at the police station the following evening. Chen Ye furrowed his brow and asked, What did the officer say? The inspector suggested that it might be possible for Peng Si to have run away from home and advised me to search her usual haunts. If I still found nothing, I would have to return home and await news. They assured me that they would call as soon as they located her. Yet, another day passed with no leads. What if something unfortunate had befallen her? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Peng Yan's eyes brimmed with tears, and she wept openly. Although Chen Ye felt a surge of anxiety, he understood the necessity of maintaining composure at such a moment. "Aunt, please rest assured. I will find a way to rescue Peng Si." Just as Chen Ye finished speaking, he heard the derisive voice of the village chief, Wang Dianju. Behind him, "What can a mere child like you possibly devise? Even the inspector has no clues." Wang Dianju, already envious of Peng Yan's talents, found his jealousy exacerbated by the villagers' affection for her. Adding to his distress was the disgrace brought upon him by his brother-in-law, Luo Dahai, who had been arrested for heinous crimes. With Peng Si's abduction, Wang Dianju feigned concern at Peng Yan's home, while secretly relishing the prospect of her despair should Peng Si fail to return. The inspector's lack of progress did not equate to my own helplessness. Chen Ye was not boasting, since the transformation of the necklace around his neck. His confidence in his abilities had grown significantly, lending strength to his words. Wang Dianju scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Trains cannot be pushed, nor can bluster be mistaken for substance. Do not speak so boldly at your young age. You should prepare yourself for the worst, Peng Yan." Just then, Zhou Bo entered and overheard Wang Dianju's remarks. He seized Wang Dianju by the collar, his voice harsh. "As the village chief, you should be leading the search, not making sarcastic comments here." Wang Dianju, possessing considerable strength, broke free from Zhou Bo's grip, raising his voice. "Am I making sarcastic remarks? I am merely stating the facts. The girl has been missing for 2 days. It would be wise to prepare for the worst. I fear for her safety." Chen Ye struggled to suppress the urge to physically confront Wang Dianju and turned to Peng Yan. "Aunt, do not heed the ramblings of someone here. Peng Si will return safe and sound." Although Chen Ye did not name names, even a fool could discern whom he was referring to. Wang Dianju, not one to be outsmarted, scowled. "Chen's child, clarify who you claim is barking." Zhou Bo, stifling a laugh, added, "Whoever is anxious to defend themselves is clearly the one being addressed." Wang Dianju, overhearing the village women snicker in the courtyard, felt his face flush with anger. He trembled, pointing at Chen Ye and Zhou Bo. "You too, you." After a moment of hesitation, he swallowed his words and fell silent. Chapter 23. Peng Si has been kidnapped. Chen Ye chose to disregard Wang Dianju further and said to Peng Yan, "Aunt, I will go to Peng Si's room and see if I can uncover any clues." Upon hearing Chen Ye's intention, Wang Dianju quickly seized the opportunity to retort. "Scoffing clues? Do you really think you are some sort of detective? Just because you've tended to shrimp for a few days and received a few compliments from Peng Yan does not mean you possess any real capability. Enough. Village Chief Wang, if you have a moment, please oversee the affairs of the village for me, as I am currently unable to attend to them." Wang Dianju's incessant chatter has finally provoked Peng Yan. It is often said that a higher official can suppress those beneath them. Thus, when Peng Yan, a village committee member, spoke, Wang Dianju, despite his position as village chief, found himself at a loss for words. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of several village women, he left Peng Yan's courtyard in frustration. As Wang Dianju departed, Chen Ye contemplated offering further consolation to Peng Yan, but upon witnessing her evident exhaustion, he hesitated, uncertain of what to say. Instead, he took Zhou Bo and entered Peng Si's room. Although Peng Si had been missing for 2 days, her room remained tidy and exuded the unique fragrance of youth. The exercises on the desk lay untouched, yet their owner had vanished. Chen Ye sighed and suggested to Zhou Bo that they search the room for any clues. "All right," Zhou Bo responded, and they began to scour the space. However, after a thorough search, they found nothing of significance. Ultimately, Chen Ye resorted to discreetly examining the diary that Peng Si had hidden under her bed. The diary chronicled her daily life and expressed her grievances about her mother's preoccupation with work, neglecting her. Yet, one particular phrase caught his attention. "Recently, Wang Fang's eyes have been fierce and terrifying, as if she were capable of devouring someone." Chen Ye murmured, "Wang Fang? Could this matter be connected to her?" Zhou Bo, overhearing, inquired, "Chen Ye, do you believe this is related to Wang Fang?" "I'm not entirely certain, but consider this. Despite Wang Fang's marital discord with Luo Dahai, they shared many years together, and feelings often linger. The revelation of Luo Dahai's heinous acts by Peng Yan led to his imprisonment, which may have stirred resentment in Wang Fang, prompting her to seek revenge." Listening to Chen Ye's analysis sent a chill down Zhou Bo's spine. They say that the sting of a wasp is deadly. the heart of a woman can be even more perilous. Luo Dehai dared to commit such atrocities. One cannot dismiss the possibility that Wang Fong might resort to extreme measures. With resolve, Chen Ye promptly closed the diary and declared, since Wang Fong is a suspect, let us proceed directly to her home. If she is present, we will confront her and see if she reveals any inconsistencies. If she is absent, it would imply her involvement in this affair. Agreed, let us proceed as you suggest. It was unclear when Zhou Bo had begun to unconditionally trust Chen Ye's judgment, but he believed that whatever Chen Ye proposed must be correct. After bidding farewell to Peng Yan, Chen Ye and Zhou Bo headed straight to Wang Fong's residence. However, upon arrival, they found the entrance firmly barred, as if an iron sentry stood guard, making it impossible to enter. Faced with this obstacle, Zhou Bo instinctively turned to Chen Ye, asking, what should we do now? What else can we do? We'll scale the wall, Chen Ye replied, striding toward the boundary. With a swift leap, he effortlessly vaulted over the 2-meter-high wall, executing the maneuver with precision and without a hint of hesitation, much to Zhou Bo's astonishment. Zhou Bo, once a delinquent engaged in petty thefts, had since turned over a new leaf. However, his skills in scaling walls had grown rusty, and after considerable effort, he nearly tore his trousers before finally managing to climb over. As he landed, he beheld Chen Ye, already probing around Wang Fong's residence, and was internally astonished. Goodness! How has Chen Ye's agility improved so remarkably? Meanwhile, Chen Ye had thoroughly searched Wang Fong's home, discovering that not only was the door securely locked, but the kitchen stove was impeccably clean, indicating that she had not cooked in several days. Just as he exited the kitchen, Zhou Bo called out to him, Chen Ye, come quickly. I wondered why Wang Fong's dog isn't barking. It seems it might be on the brink of starvation. Intrigued by this remark, Chen Ye promptly approached and indeed saw a lethargic yellow dog lying in its nest, its head drooping and occasionally licking the surrounding dry grass, looking utterly pitiful. Noticing Chen Ye lost in thought, Zhou Bo impatiently exclaimed, Chen Ye, enough staring. Surely you don't expect this half-dead dog to lead us to Wang Fong? Besides, we are pressed for time. We must seek other clues without delay. One must not relinquish hope, Chen Ye replied, as he deftly retrieved a boiled egg from his pocket, which he had not consumed that morning. He then peeled the egg and tossed the shell to the yellow dog. The dog sniffed the egg, emitted a faint sound of delight, and promptly swallowed it whole. Observing Chen Ye's continued concern for the dog, Zhou Bo said, I'll head to the village to gather information. You should follow swiftly. Without turning back, Chen Ye waved a hand dismissively while gently stroking the dog's head. Take your time eating, don't choke. Once you finish, lead me to your owner. Although the egg had been consumed, the yellow dog still appeared devoid of energy, remaining sprawled on the ground. Chen Ye sensed something was amiss and lifted the dog, discovering a sunken area in its abdomen and 2 broken hind legs. What to do now? I am not a veterinarian. I cannot set bones. As Chen Ye pondered a solution, he noticed a grasshopper leaping nearby, which reminded him of an incident when he had used his sweat to help a grasshopper regrow its wings. Yet, a grasshopper is an insect, while the yellow dog is a mammal. He pondered whether this method would yield any results. Well, let's treat this dying dog as if it were alive. With determination, Chen Ye went to the kitchen, filled a small basin with water, and added 2 drops of his sweat. He then presented the basin to the yellow dog. Patting its head, drink up. Remarkably, the yellow dog seemed to comprehend, nodding in a human-like manner and letting out a few appreciative whines before licking the water clean. Then, astonishingly, a miraculous transformation occurred. The previously listless yellow dog, as if reborn, not only healed its fractures and stood upright, but also appeared to have doubled in size, its fur growing in lush and glossy splendor. Observing the lively yellow dog joyfully darting beneath him, Chen Ye could sense the creature's elation and excitement through the necklace around his neck. He inquired, are you feeling well? Remarkably, the yellow dog seemed to comprehend, barking loudly in response. It is often said that dogs possess intelligence, yet such understanding typically emerges from rigorous training by their owners. However, Chen Ye had known this dog for less than 10 minutes, and its ability to grasp his words was astonishing. Could it be a newfound feature of the necklace? To validate his hypothesis, Chen Ye asked again, can you understand my words? The dog barked affirmatively while nodding its head. Once confirmed that the yellow dog could indeed understand him, Chen Ye was filled with exhilaration and asked, can you lead me to your mistress? The dog barked twice more, seemingly indicating its willingness to guide him. Elated, Chen Ye quickly climbed onto the wall, forgetting that the yellow dog was still below. What transpired next left him utterly astonished. The yellow dog retreated a few steps and then, with a running leap, effortlessly jumped onto the wall beside him. Inside the cave, Peng Si was bound hand and foot. with a cloth gagging her mouth, her face a mask of terror as she looked at Wang Fong. Wang Fong was sharpening a pointed knife, her imposing 200-pound frame resembling a fearsome demoness. Little girl, blame your mother for meddling. No matter how flawed my man may be, she should not have jeopardized our family. Wang Fong lamented. Having been married to Luo Dahai for many years, despite his infidelities, she found herself reminiscing about the days when he was present, especially after his sentencing. The more she thought about it, the deeper her hatred for Peng Yin grew, if not for her arrival in the village. Constantly overshadowing her brother and siding with Chen Ye, none of this turmoil would have ensued. The mere thought of her husband in prison ignited a desire within Wang Fong to see both Chen Ye and the architect of her woes, Peng Yin, suffer. Gagged and helpless, Peng Yin could only watch as Wang Fong approached her menacingly. Such a pretty face, yet I hesitate to harm you. But do not fret. I intend for both you and your mother to perish here, Wang Fong declared coldly, patting Peng Si's cheek before retrieving her phone to inform Peng Yin of the situation. Just then, a familiar barking echoed from outside the cave. The sound of the dog was unmistakable. While Wang Fong was momentarily distracted, Chen Ye, accompanied by the yellow dog, entered the cave. You little rascal, I hadn't even sought you out, yet you dare to come here. Wang Fong seethed, her anger surging as she lunged at Chen Ye with the knife. The force of her 200-pound weight struck Chen Ye with an impact akin to that of Luo Dahai, and the sharpness of the knife made it all the more terrifying. However, Chen Ye remained unperturbed, having accurately discerned the trajectory of the incoming blade. He deftly sidestepped, avoiding the strike with calm composure. After missing her target, Wang Fong switched from stabbing to slashing, while Chen Ye continued to evade her attempts. After repeated clashes, Wang Fong found her blade strikes growing increasingly sluggish, her breaths becoming heavier, and her flesh quivering with exertion. Seizing a moment of respite, Chen Ye swiftly maneuvered behind her and delivered a powerful kick to her back. The force of the blow sent Wang Fong, who weighed over 200 pounds, crashing to the ground. Just when he thought she would remain incapacitated, she surprisingly rose once more, brandishing a dark imitation of a Wuxi-style pistol. You little brat. You're dead meat. Chapter 24. The yellow dog's gratitude seeing Chen Ye standing motionless. Wang Fong let out a mocking laugh. What's wrong? Did you not anticipate that I still had a gun? I've heard tales of your prowess, how you single-handedly took down several of Luo Dahai's men. But can you still boast now? Come on, try to hit me again. She clutched a makeshift firearm containing 3 bullets, which had been buried in her backyard garden under an oilcloth, a relic she had nearly forgotten amidst the tumult. Now, with the weapon in hand, she regained control of the situation. Chen Ye, glancing at the gun in Wang Fong's grasp, felt a surge of anxiety. Although he could discern the trajectories of punches and kicks, he had no confidence in his ability to combat a firearm unarmed, let alone outrun a bullet. Thus, he attempted to divert Wang Fong's attention, searching for an opportunity to disarm her. Wang Fong, don't be reckless. You're wielding a gun. That is a death sentence. Wang Fong regarded Chen Ye coldly, then shifted her gaze to the terrified and wide-eyed Peng Si, sneering. So, the little brat is afraid now? You once extorted 1,000 yuan from me and made me lose face in front of my brother, and just days ago, you got my man imprisoned. Where's your courage now? With that, she aimed the gun at Peng Si, ready to pull the trigger. From her observation of Chen Ye's skills, she deduced that he might evade her first shot, but not the second. However, with limited ammunition and a vendetta against both Peng Si and Chen Ye, she was also keen on targeting Peng Yan, and since Chen Ye seemed protective of Peng Si, she was inclined to grant him the chance for a gallant rescue. Indeed, as Peng Si faced imminent peril, Chen Ye felt a surge of urgency and thumped his chest, declaring, You fat hag, if you've got the guts, shoot me. Aim for my chest. If I show even a hint of fear, I'll be your grandson. Upon hearing Chen Ye's willingness to take a bullet for her, Peng Si felt an overwhelming mix of fear and gratitude. Wang Fong, who had loathed being called fat hag since childhood, was incensed by Chen Ye's taunt. Anyone who dared to call her fat, including Luo Dahai, was met with swift retribution, so she immediately redirected the gun towards him. Peng Si, her mouth covered, attempted to speak but could only emit muffled sounds. Just as the gun was about to fire, a yellow blur lunged forward, revealing itself to be a scruffy yellow dog. As soon as the yellow-haired mutt led Chen Ye to the cave entrance, it remained there, silently observing its former tormentor, Wang Fong, as well as Chen Ye, who had saved its life. When it perceived that Wang Fong intended to harm Chen Ye, driven by gratitude, the yellow-haired dog sprang forth without hesitation, biting down on Wang Fong's wrist where she held a gun. Caught off guard by the sudden attack from her own once-beloved dog, Wang Fong, though bewildered by the dog's unexpected size, was consumed by rage at its betrayal. In a fit of fury, she gripped a dagger in her left hand and lunged at the dog, stabbing it violently in the abdomen. Despite the severe wounds, the yellow-haired mutt, in a display of unwavering loyalty, endured the onslaught, refusing to relinquish its grip on Wang Fong. Both Chen Ye and Peng Si were taken aback by this unexpected act of bravery. They had not anticipated that the dog would risk its life to save Chen Ye in such a perilous moment. Sensing the dog's life force waning, Chen Ye's anger surged, and he shouted, disregarding the weapons in Wang Fong's hands, and charged at her. Wang Fong, preoccupied with the dog, was unprepared for Chen Ye's sudden onslaught and was knocked to the ground. However, she quickly regained her footing and attempted to switch her gun to her left hand. But Chen Ye was faster, swiftly kicking the firearm away from her grasp. With her gun lost and her right hand injured, Wang Fong resorted to grappling with Chen Ye. She had never been a match for him, and in this struggle, she was soon left bruised and battered, collapsing to the ground and groaning in defeat, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Once Chen Ye confirmed that Wang Fong was no longer capable of resistance, he untied Peng Si and instructed her, Peng Si, please return to the village and inform Auntie to bring help. I will stay here to keep an eye on Wang Fong and ensure she does not escape. Peng Si nodded in agreement. All right, I will find my mother right away. As soon as Peng Si exited the cave, Chen Ye hurried to the side of the yellow-haired dog, which seemed to have lost its spark, its once vibrant eyes now dulled, and its bloodied abdomen weakly rising and falling, as if foretelling its impending demise. Do not be afraid. I will save you, Chen Ye murmured, hastily retrieving 2 drops of sweat from his necklace and gently offering them to the dog's mouth. Alas, it was too late. The yellow-haired dog was unable to extend its tongue to consume the droplets and closed its eyes for the final time. I'm so sorry, Chen Ye lamented, watching helplessly as the dog succumbed before him. A wave of guilt washed over him. If only he had been stronger. Perhaps he could have subdued Wang Fong before the dog had to intervene. Just then, he noticed a slight movement in the dog's abdomen. Though subtle, he felt it distinctly. Could it be that it was pregnant? Chen Ye wondered aloud, and without hesitation, he seized Wang Fong's dagger, carefully slicing open the dog's belly. Upon the incision of the abdomen, 2 tiny puppies, one white and the other black, eyes still squinting and bodies curled, came into view. It appeared that the yellow-haired mutt had unknowingly mated with another dog, leading to her pregnancy. After Chen Ye provided her with water imbued with beads of sweat, the growth of her 2 puppies was hastened, and had it not been for the events of today, she would have naturally given birth in a few days. Observing the 2 newborns, who had already lost their mother, Chen Ye felt a warmth in his heart and hurriedly offered them the 2 drops of sweat from his hand. Under the influence of the sweat, the diminutive puppies, initially no larger than a palm and fragile, grew at a visible pace until they reached about 1/3 the size of their mother, at which point their growth ceased. Watching the 2 pups affectionately licking his hands, as if regarding him as their mother, Chen Ye couldn't help but say, from now on, I shall name you Little White and you, Little Black. To his surprise, the 2 dogs responded with lively barks, demonstrating their remarkable understanding. So, you can comprehend? Chen Ye mused, his curiosity about the necklace around his neck growing. Yet he knew he must keep the presence of these pups hidden from Peng Yan and the others to avoid complications. After securing Wang Fong, he exited the cave and concealed the puppies in a thicket, instructing them to remain still. Little Black and Little White seemed to understand, obediently burrowing into the foliage. Shortly thereafter, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the forest outside the cave. Chen Ye recognized it as Peng Yan and her team approaching. Upon entering the cave, Peng Yan excitedly embraced Chen Ye, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Chen Ye, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, CC would have been in grave danger. Auntie, it is my duty. Your words are too formal, Chen Ye replied, but then he noticed Wang Dianzhu, who had come along with Peng Yan, wearing an ominous expression. Nearby, Zhou Bo mockingly inquired of Wang Dianzhu, village chief, how do you propose to deal with Wang Fong? This question caused Wang Dianzhu's face to contort with a mix of anger and fear as he gritted his teeth, responding, what do you mean by deal with? Of course. We will take her back to the village and notify the county police tomorrow to handle the matter. Hearing Wang Dianzhu's assertion, Chen Ye couldn't help but chuckle coldly. I never imagined the esteemed village chief possessed such a profound sense of justice, capable of sacrificing kin for the greater good. Wang Fong was Wang Dianzhu's only sister, and with their parents having passed away early, he had been both father and mother to her, indulging her throughout her life. This indulgence had led to her tyrannical behavior in the village, resembling that of a female thug. It could be said that her current predicament was largely a consequence of Wang Dianzhu's leniency, a sentiment well understood by the villagers. Wang Dianju's expression darkened further as he fixated on Chen Ye with a cold stare. Young one, what do you mean by that? Do you suspect I have ulterior motives? Unfazed by Wang Dianju's menacing gaze, Chen Ye met his stare. I have said nothing of the sort. It is someone else who has spoken. The intentions of that individual are likely clear to all. Upon Chen Ye's reminder, the villagers who had followed him suddenly came to a realization. Although the day was drawing to a close with the sun poised to set, Wang Fong was in possession of firearms unlawfully and had attempted murder. Such a grave offense, caught red-handed, should have been directly handed over to the county police for processing according to legal protocol. However, Wang Dianju had no intention of doing so. Instead, he opted to take her back to the village first. The implication was clear. He likely intended to quietly release Wang Fong under the cover of night. When Wang Dianju saw that his intentions had been exposed by Chen Ye, he was left speechless with fury. Merely pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Ye before casting a glance at Peng Yan and storming back to the village in anger. Upon learning that the Peng Si kidnapping case was intertwined with illegal firearm possession and attempted murder, the county police recognized the severity of the situation. Consequently, that very evening, they dispatched officers to Bairuo village to apprehend Wang Fong, who was placed in handcuffs and escorted to a police vehicle. Accompanying her were Chen Ye and Peng Si, as they were required to provide statements at the county police station to assist in concluding this case. On a hilltop at the village's edge, Wang Dianju watched as the police vehicle vanished from sight, muttering bitterly, "A gentleman takes his time to seek revenge, while a scoundrel does so at every opportunity." Peng Yan, Chen Ye, just wait. As long as you remain in Bairuo village, I will ensure your lives are far from pleasant. Wang Fong's case was swiftly adjudicated. Given her motives and methods, which had a profoundly negative impact on society, she was sentenced to a lengthy 12 years in prison. With the removal of the tyrannical couple, Wang Fong and Luo Dahai, Bairuo village was liberated from a long-standing blight, and the social order was finally restored. Without the disruptions caused by Wang Fong and Luo Dahai, the principal beneficiaries were none other than Chen Ye and Zhou Bo. Observing the shrimp fry maturing day by day in the pond, they were filled with elation, for soon these thriving little crayfish could be sold in the city, marking the dawn of their first financial success and a crucial step forward in their lives. As the days passed, Chen Ye found himself either tending to the shrimp fry in the pond or tutoring Peng Si at Peng Yan's home. Perhaps due to his act of saving Peng Si, Peng Yan became increasingly attentive towards him, often inviting him to share meals at their home. Chen Ye, feeling at ease, sometimes stayed over at Peng Yan's house when tutoring ran late. Fortunately, the mother and daughter treated him as one of their own, even preparing a tidy room for him, complete with fresh linens. On this particular day, Chen Ye arrived at Peng Yan's home as usual, only to find that she had gone to work at the village government office and was not at home. Upon seeing Chen Ye, Peng Si eagerly beckoned him over, exclaiming, "Chen Ye, come here quickly and help me figure out how to solve this problem." Chen Ye approached and discovered that it was a function body, which was not particularly difficult for him. After glancing at the problem, he organized his thoughts, picked up a pencil, and began to explain to Peng Si, "This question is actually not challenging. Don't be overwhelmed just because the title is lengthy. If we extract the key information from it, such as this sentence and that sentence." Peng Si listened intently, gradually inching closer to Chen Ye. As he caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from her hair, Chen Ye could not help but take a deep breath and involuntarily remarked, "It smells wonderful." To his surprise, his words reached Peng Si's ears, causing her to blush deeply and hastily move to the side, where she muttered in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "Pervert, you're so improper." Chen Ye chuckled at her remark. The sensation was delightful to him. Noticing his silly grin, Peng Si bit her lip and finally mustered the courage to ask, "Chen Ye, I heard you guessed the suspect was Wang Fong after reading my diary. Did you see it?" At this point, Peng Si was too embarrassed to continue, as this question had lingered in her heart for many days. Yet, she had always hesitated to ask Chen Ye, clinging to a shred of hope. However, whenever she was near him, she felt as if he might know something. "Are you referring to the diary?" "Of course, I looked at it, but only to find clues." Chen Ye began, only to be interrupted by Peng Si. Her face flushed. "So, you've read the entire diary, right?" "I suppose so," Chen Ye replied, puzzled by her insistence on the diary today. Peng Si murmured to herself, "So it's true. He must have read my diary, which is why he is so determined to protect me." The thought of Chen Ye standing before her in the cave, willing to sacrifice himself for her safety, made her heart race, and her cheeks turned as red as a ripe tomato. Chen Ye's hearing was astute. He could even discern the buzzing of bees outside the door. However, upon hearing Peng Si's words, he was utterly confused and asked, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing really. I didn't say anything." Let us continue with the problem. Peng Si flustered, her adorable demeanor nearly overwhelming Chen Ye. Though he was curious, he chose not to press the issue and instead provided her with an opportunity to move on. Let us continue discussing functions. Time is of the essence, and we should focus on some essential problem-solving techniques. This time, Peng Si leaned closer to Chen Ye, the distance between them diminishing. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Ye's strong, slightly tanned arm brushed against her fair, smooth arm. Yet, they both pretended not to notice. Over time, Chen Ye's confidence grew a bit. He subtly shifted his arm and quietly observed the slight tremor of Peng Si's eyelids and her slightly rapid breathing, indicating her nervousness. The situation persisted until noon. Upon returning home, Peng Yin discreetly shifted Peng Si's arm away from Chen Ye's. Nevertheless, the room still lingered with the youthful essence of blossoming affection, accompanied by the unsteady rhythm of her heart. Shortly thereafter, Peng Yin had prepared lunch and called for Chen Ye and Peng Si to join her. As soon as Chen Ye took his seat, Peng Yin served him and Peng Si each a bowl of rice and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Chen Ye, I visited your pond this morning to check on your shrimp fry, and I noticed they are growing remarkably well. It seems they will be ready for harvest in just a few days. Do you have any special insights?" Upon visiting Chen Ye's pond, Peng Yin was astounded by the size of the shrimp fry. Since Chen Ye had begun his aquaculture venture, she had been somewhat anxious and had researched extensively, discovering that shrimp fry typically mature by September. However, she was baffled by Chen Ye's seemingly unique cultivation method that expedited their growth. She first questioned Zhou Bo, who was feeding the fry, but found nothing particularly noteworthy in his responses. She then inquired about the source of the feed, learning that it was, in fact, quite ordinary. This only deepened her curiosity, as she realized that if Chen Ye possessed a special breeding technique, it could potentially benefit the entire Bairua village. Chen Ye, upon hearing her question, maintained a calm demeanor, fully anticipating that Peng Yin would pose this query as the shrimp fry continued to grow. He had prepared himself for this moment, and, with an unhurried tone, explained, "Auntie, it must be the unique nature of my shrimp fry." Peng Yin furrowed her brows slightly, pondering, unique fry? If it's due to the fry's uniqueness, that could indeed make sense. Observing her growing belief, Chen Ye elaborated. "The situation is this. When I ordered the fry, the seller mentioned that their breed seems to have originated from Australia, which grows faster than our domestic varieties." Upon hearing that they were of Australian origin, Peng Yin was completely convinced and asked, "Is that so? Do you have a way to contact the farm that sold you the fry?" Chen Ye secretly sighed with relief, having successfully navigated the situation. He feigned regret, saying, "I did try to contact them again, but the number seems to have changed." "That's too bad," Peng Yin replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. However, the thought of the shrimp nearing maturity reignited her concerns about their marketability. Chen Ye quickly reassured her, patting his chest, and promised that he had already secured buyers, ensuring that they could sell everything they harvested. This calmed her worries. As the water in the pond gradually diminished, the first batch of mature crayfish was finally netted by Chen Ye and Zhou Bo. When Zhou Bo beheld the large crayfish in the net, he squatted beside it, momentarily dazed, as though he were gazing upon a pile of money. Chen Ye, though equally exhilarated, was mindful of his composure. He knew that displaying excessive enthusiasm would be unseemly. Thus, he hastily reminded Zhou Bo, "Wipe your mouth. This is merely our first step. We will earn much more in the future." Zhou Bo laboriously swallowed, wiping his mouth dry with his collar. "Hee, I know this. Anyway, I'll be following you from now on, and I'm sure we'll make a fortune." "All right, let us make haste," he added, as they hurriedly placed the caught crayfish into the cage, anticipating the imminent arrival of the truck. Chen Ye patted Zhou Bo on the back to encourage him, and the two efficiently divided their tasks, filling the cage with the crayfish. Upon the arrival of the truck laden with crayfish at the Tianma Grand Hotel, the hotel staff curiously peered outside. Chen Ye first asked Zhou Bo for a cigarette to offer the driver, requesting him to wait a moment. He then jumped out of the vehicle, intending to call Zhang Haiming using Zhou Bo's phone, but discovered it was occupied with another call. Not wanting to persist in calling, he decided to head straight into the hotel. At that moment, a slender man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, approached and blocked Chen Ye's path. With an unfriendly tone, he inquired, "What do you want?" Despite the man's poor demeanor, Chen Ye recognized that this hotel belonged to Zhang Haiming's family. He wished to avoid conflict and noticed the man wore a badge indicating he was the logistics manager. Therefore, he replied amiably, "Hello, my name is Chen Ye. I had an arrangement with your hotel's owner, Zhang Haiming, to deliver crayfish here in June." Before he could finish his sentence, the logistics manager, noticing Chen Ye appeared to be just a young lad, assumed he was there to cause mischief. He waved his hand dismissively. We have no record of any crayfish order. You should leave and go play elsewhere. This is not the place for you. Chen Ye, suppressing his irritation, responded, if you doubt my words, feel free to call your owner, Zhang Haiming, who personally informed me. The logistics manager, with a condescending tone, retorted, who do you think you are to contact him? Besides, how could our young master Zhang possibly know you country bumpkins? He then summoned a few hotel security guards. You lot, escort him out. A mere child dares to come here and shout about doing business, as if this were a child's game. Meanwhile, Zhou Bo, who had been chatting with the driver, noticed the security guards pulling Chen Ye away. He immediately discarded his cigarette and rushed into the hotel, shouting, you bastards, let Chen Ye go. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. The logistics manager, with a disdainful expression, thought to himself, having dealt with all sorts of characters in the county. Do you really think I would be intimidated by these two country boys? Seeing the imminent confrontation, Chen Ye hurriedly urged Zhou Bo, we are here to conduct business. If this escalates, regardless of who is right or wrong, it will only embarrass Zhang Haiming. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bo reluctantly unclenched his fists. Unexpectedly, both Chen Ye and Zhou Bo took a step back, yet the logistics manager, emboldened, seized the opportunity to ridicule them with a sardonic tone. Oh dear. How dare you claim to be in business? You boast without a draft. A few country bumpkins think they can engage with Tianma Hotel? How audacious of you to even entertain such thoughts. Zhou Bo, unable to endure the relentless taunts, firmly grasped the logistics manager by the collar and demanded, what did you say? Dare to repeat that? Although the logistics manager was slender, he possessed considerable strength, effortlessly breaking free from Zhou Bo's grip. With an air of arrogance, he pointed at Chen Ye and Zhou Bo, exclaiming, what? Are you threatening me? I was not raised to fear. It doesn't matter if you say it once or 100 times, as long as I hold the position of logistics manager. You shall not deliver your crayfish to the kitchen of Tianma Hotel. Just as his words hung in the air, a voice interjected, oh, is that truly the case? I beg to differ. Upon hearing Zhang Haiming publicly challenge his authority, the logistics manager's expression darkened. However, he chose to ignore the speaker. Presuming him to be an ally of Chen Ye and Zhou Bo, and arrogantly retorted, when a man speaks, his words are as solid as nails. If I say you cannot enter, then you shall not. Gazing at Zhang Haiming, who stood a short distance away, arms crossed, Chen Ye stifled a laugh and inquired, are you quite certain? Of course. Have you even inquired about who Master Ma is at Tianma Hotel? The logistics manager replied with unabated bravado. Zhang Haiming's expression turned as cold as ice as he regarded the logistics manager with a sardonic smile, remarking, I was unaware that my family's hotel had a Master Ma. Your hotel? You must be tired of living. The logistics manager, turning to scold the audacious youth behind him, was taken aback when he recognized Zhang Haiming, trembling in fear and collapsing to the ground. He hurriedly stammered, young Master Zhang. I was wrong. I failed to recognize you. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhang Haiming signaled for him to cease his apologies, go to the finance department, and settle your salary. Our Tianma Hotel is but a small establishment and cannot accommodate someone of your infamous stature. Upon hearing this, the logistics manager regretted his arrogance deeply. Bowing repeatedly as he pleaded for mercy, please forgive me, young Master Zhang. I truly understand my mistakes. As Zhang Haiming walked past him, the logistics manager shamelessly clung to his leg, tears and snot streaming down his face as he implored, young Master Zhang, I truly realize my errors. I cannot afford to lose this job. My 80-year-old mother and several children depend on me. Please grant me another chance. Despite being a young man, Zhang Haiming felt a pang of sympathy at the logistics manager's plight, saying, very well, I shall grant you another opportunity, but only if you can articulate your mistakes. The logistics manager, eyes darting as he seized the moment, replied without hesitation, young Master Zhang, I understand that I became arrogant within the hotel. I assure you, I shall not behave this way again. Chen Ye was not far from Zhang Haiming, and he could hear their conversation quite clearly. However, upon hearing the response from the logistics manager, he couldn't help but shake his head and silently murmur, what a self-inflicted fate, even at this juncture. There is no sign of remorse. Indeed, after hearing the logistics manager's reply, Zhang Haiming's expression changed drastically. You may leave. Our Tianma Hotel has no need for someone like you. The logistics manager stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning, and then shouted, young Master Zhang? Why? I have already shown you my humility. Zhang Haiming lowered his gaze to the logistics manager, who was slumped on the ground, and with a hint of anger on his youthful face, replied, do you truly believe that your only fault lies here? Is it not more profound than that? The logistics manager was utterly perplexed. He had already humbled himself to this extent, granting Zhang Haiming ample face. Was that not sufficient? Zhang Haiming's face darkened as he stated. At Tianma Hotel, the first principle of conducting business is to refrain from judging individuals by their appearances. You dismissed my two friends merely because they were dressed modestly and even summoned security to expel them. Tell me, have you grasped the severity of this mistake? The logistics manager stammered for a long while, ultimately unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Zhang Haiming chose to ignore him and walked over to Chen Ye and Zhou Bo, saying apologetically, I apologize for the spectacle you have witnessed. In a previous life, Zhang Haiming had left a profound impression on Chen Ye, especially regarding his entrepreneurial journey. Now, witnessing his adept handling of the situation despite his youth, Chen Ye felt a sense of inadequacy and reflected, Haiming, it appears there is still much I can learn from you. Zhang Haiming seemed to understand the implication behind Chen Ye's words and patted his shoulder, saying, these are lessons I have gleaned from my elders on the art of business, albeit still imperfect. However, I believe you will surpass me in the future. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye smiled and chose not to pursue the topic further, instead redirecting the conversation to the crayfish on the truck outside. Upon seeing the truck laden with crayfish, Zhang Haiming was taken aback. He had initially thought Chen Ye was joking, but to his astonishment, Chen Ye had indeed managed to deliver crayfish to the hotel in June, a full 3 months ahead of the usual market availability. Chen Ye climbed onto the truck, seized a lively crayfish, and said to Zhang Haiming, what do you think? Quite a size, isn't it? And the taste is excellent. If you doubt me, you can have the hotel chef prepare a few dishes of spiced crayfish. Were it anyone else, Zhang Haiming might have actually summoned the chef to test it. However, with Chen Ye, it was a different matter altogether. Considering they were of similar age and he had the audacity to contract a pond for raising crayfish, one could not achieve such feats without substantial confidence and conviction. Thus, Zhang Haiming refrained from further comment and summoned the hotel's financial manager and head chef to weigh the crayfish from the truck. However, as they were about to settle the bill, Zhang Haiming smiled at Chen Ye and remarked, for the duration of June to August, I shall procure the crayfish delivered at a price 20% above the market rate, provided you do not sell them to anyone else. Chen Ye had just overheard the head chef mention the quality and appearance of this batch of crayfish, leading him to deduce that Zhang Haiming intended to secure exclusive business for the Tianma Hotel over the 3 months, thereby using it as a signature draw to attract customers. Having contemplated the various elements involved, Chen Ye, without pretense, promptly agreed, saying, all right, no problem. After leaving the Tianma Hotel, Zhou Bo, reflecting on the over 20,000 yuan in Chen Ye's pocket, could not help but smile, exclaiming, Chen Ye, at today's price, once we sell out the crayfish from the pond, we could easily earn 70 to 80,000 yuan in just a few short months. Such a fortune will surely make us the talk of the village. Chen Ye remained silent, coming to a halt. Zhou Bo, noticing his friend's pause, inquired, Chen Ye, why have you stopped? Chen Ye lowered his gaze, assessing his own attire before glancing at Zhou Bo's outfit. Let us go and change our clothes, he suggested. What? But we've just received this money, and it's not even warmed up yet. Besides, we're in the pond every day. Who are we dressing up for? Zhou Bo protested, reluctant, as he had hoped to take the money home to show his family. Chen Ye tugged at his faded jeans, which had already seen better days, and replied, people are judged by their appearance, just as the Buddha is adorned in gold. Although we will be engaged in aquaculture in the village and seldom have time to spare, do you not recall today's incident? It was precisely because of our outdated attire that we nearly failed to enter the Tianma Hotel. At the mention of the earlier incident, Zhou Bo fell silent. As he had once been a delinquent who valued face, and being mocked as a country bumpkin had particularly irked him. Noticing Zhou Bo's silence, Chen Ye continued, one must invest to reap rewards. If money merely sits idle, it remains stagnant. It must be utilized wisely to generate further wealth. Zhou Bo nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. After all, if the money is lost, we can always earn more. With their agreement reached, Chen Ye and Zhou Bo made their way to the largest department store in the county. Perhaps due to it being a weekday, the store was relatively empty, and they took the elevator to the men's clothing section on the 5th floor. However, upon encountering the 4-digit price tags on the garments, Zhou Bo hesitated to even touch them, fearing that his hands might tarnish the pristine clothes. In contrast, Chen Ye was quite at ease, frequently approaching sales assistants to inquire about sizes. Yet, the sales staff, noticing the two's shabby appearance, were less than accommodating, their tone laced with impatience. Chen Ye selected a suit that he found appealing, measuring it against Zhou Bo, feeling that both the color and style complemented him well. He then called over a sales assistant, saying, Miss, please fetch this suit in size L for him. However, upon seeing the suit in Chen Ye's hands, The sales assistant approached with a cold demeanor, stating, "I'm sorry, but we do not have that suit in stock." Chen Ye let out a cold snort, instantly discerning the thoughts of the salesgirl. "No size? I see you don't want us to try it on." The corners of the salesgirl's mouth curled slightly, her eyes brimming with disdain. Having sold clothes for so many years, she could easily assess the social standing of Chen Ye and Zhou Bo. She then chuckled derisively, saying, "If you can't afford it, don't waste your time here. If you truly wish to buy clothes, I can recommend a good place. Just exit the department store. Turn left and walk straight to the end. There's a clothing wholesale market where you're sure to find something suitable for you." Zhou Bo, who initially had no intention of trying on clothes, became displeased. "What kind of attitude is that?" "What attitude? Do you know how much the men's clothing here costs? This suit right here is over 3,000. Can you afford it?" After the salesgirl finished speaking, she lost interest in Chen Ye and Zhou Bo, hanging the clothes back on the rack. Zhou Bo wanted to say something, but upon hearing that a suit costs over 3,000, it exceeded his imagination. After all, the most expensive clothing he had worn since childhood was merely 200 or 300 yuan, and even that was considered a coveted brand in by Ruo village. "Over 3,000? That is not too expensive, is it?" Chen Ye replied with a non-committal smile. "If you're broke, don't pretend to be affluent, otherwise you'll be the one embarrassed." The salesgirl leaned against the rack, viewing Chen Ye merely as a foolish boy pretending to be wealthy. Chen Ye smiled at her. "What if I were to purchase this suit right now?" The salesgirl retorted. "If you have the means to buy this suit right now, I'll take it off on the spot, but that is your claim." What if I said it? "You two shouldn't even talk about 3,000. Can you even scrape together 1,000? As soon as the salesgirl finished speaking, Chen Ye seized the suit and strode towards the counter where the manager was. The manager, a woman in her 30s, had witnessed the altercation between the salesgirl and Chen Ye but chose not to intervene, knowing it was hard to find good salespeople in the current job market. "Hello, please get me this suit in size L. I'll pay now." With that, Chen Ye, under the astonished gazes of the salesgirl and the manager, retrieved over 20,000 yuan in cash from his pocket and proceeded to count out 33 bills, placing them one by one on the counter. It's impossible." The salesgirl could hardly believe her eyes. She never imagined that a scruffy-looking teenager could produce over 20,000 yuan, let alone buy a suit costing over 3,000 just to spite her. Impossible? The world is vast. What is truly impossible? Today's events are a consequence of your superficial judgments. Chen Ye scoffed, then fixated on the salesgirl's heaving chest. Continuing, "A bet is a bet. Will you start undressing now, or wait until there are more people around?" Chapter 27. Meeting Wu Sheng. The expression on the saleswoman's face shifted from pale to flushed, and finally, she turned her gaze towards the store manager, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. In a tone laced with desperation, she implored, "Manager, please look at him." The manager, recognizing the saleswoman's predicament, understood that it would be utterly inappropriate to require her to publicly disrobe. He approached Chen Ye, speaking softly, "Young man, how about this? I will have her apologize to you, and for this suit, I will offer you a 30% discount, along with an additional belt for both of you. Would that be acceptable?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Chen Ye immediately shook his head and retorted, "As the manager of this establishment, you must surely understand the principle of integrity in business." The manager nodded, albeit reluctantly. Chen Ye continued, raising his voice and leaving no room for negotiation. "You heard her clearly. She explicitly stated that if we were to purchase this suit on the spot, she would disrobe in front of everyone, correct?" The manager nodded again. Chen Ye asserted, "Then, as the saying goes, a bet must be honored. Her words are like water that has been spilled. Is it not time for her to fulfill her promise? Is there no room for discussion?" The manager found himself in a difficult position. To allow the saleswoman to disrobe publicly would not only be a dereliction of his duties, but would also tarnish the store's reputation. Meanwhile, the saleswoman, feeling the pressure from Chen Ye's aggressive demeanor and the gathering crowd of onlookers, felt a surge of shame and urgency. Tears streamed down her face as she regretted her earlier attitude. Had she known that Chen Ye was a person of such depth, she would have never approached them in that manner. The manager, noticing the saleswoman's distress and realizing that the situation could escalate into a farce, promptly decided to call the store owner. Shortly thereafter, a portly middle-aged man with a rounded belly and an air of affluence emerged from the crowd. He first scrutinized Chen Ye and Zhou Bo, then glanced at the tear-streaked face of the saleswoman, inquiring, "What is going on here?" Seeing the owner arrive, the manager quickly approached him, whispering the details of the unfolding incident. After hearing the account, the middle-aged man approached Chen Ye with a broad smile, reminiscent of a benevolent deity. "Young man, my surname is Wu, and my given name is Sheng. I am the owner of this establishment. First and foremost, I sincerely apologize for my saleswoman's discourtesy. Her behavior was entirely inappropriate, and I hope you can overlook this matter. Wu Sheng? That name sounds familiar. Could it be him? Chen Ye's mind raced as he recalled a name, gazing at Wu Sheng incredulously and exclaiming, "You are Wu Sheng." Wu Sheng, intrigued, chuckled and asked, "Do you happen to know me?" "Know you?" That is an understatement. Chen Ye scrutinized Wu Sheng once more, recognizing him as the owner of a men's clothing store in the county, noting that he still had a full head of hair, somewhat different from his recollections. However, Chen Ye was well aware that Wu Sheng was destined to become a radiant gem in the business world. Transitioning from a men's clothing store in a county town to the logistics industry, he later emerged as a leading figure in the national logistics sector. The magnitude of this transformation and the rapidity of his ascent left many in disbelief. Noticing that Chen Ye remained silent, lost in thought, Wu Sheng inquired, "Young brother, what occupies your mind? Have we truly met before?" Realizing his lapse in composure, Chen Ye sought to mask it with a pretext, saying, "I have heard your name before. You are a late bloomer and truly a paragon for the men of our county. I cannot claim such a title. It is all thanks to my friends." Wu Sheng replied, waving his hand dismissively, yet the smile and pride on his face were unmistakably genuine. Seeing that Wu Sheng took him seriously, Chen Ye felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, he couldn't help but admire Wu Sheng's fortune. Who would have imagined that just 3 years prior, Wu Sheng was a typical idle bachelor in the county? By a stroke of chance, he met an affluent woman well into her adulthood, who, against her family's wishes, married him and even sold her belongings to support his entrepreneurial endeavors, leading to his current success. By the way, young brother, I acknowledge that the misunderstanding today stemmed from my mismanagement of the staff. Therefore, let me offer you complimentary services for your entire expenditure today as a gesture of friendship. How does that sound? Wu Sheng proposed, retrieving a business card holder from his pocket and personally handing 2 cards to Chen Ye and Zhou Bo. Upon hearing Wu Sheng's words, the onlookers raised their thumbs in admiration, praising his generosity. Chen Ye silently marveled at Wu Sheng's approach, understanding that he had graciously afforded him dignity. If he were to persist in this matter, it would only reflect poorly on himself. Thus, he replied, "Mr. Wu, you are exceedingly kind. I am delighted to have met such an open-hearted friend today. I, Chen Ye, am not one to take advantage of others. Therefore, I must insist that we pay the full price for our garments. Is this fellow out of his mind? Mr. Wu has offered everything for free, yet he insists on paying. How foolish," murmured the crowd. Chen Ye, however, paid no heed to their whispers, for he discerned admiration in Wu Sheng's eyes, further affirming his conviction that he had made the right choice. In the ensuing moments, Chen Ye led Zhou Bo to the counter to purchase 2 of the latest mobile phones. Though not the most expensive models, they would undoubtedly turn heads in their county. Including the cost of the clothing and phones, they spent over 11,000, leaving them with more than 13,000 remaining, an amount that weighed heavily on Zhou Bo, especially since the 2 suits alone had cost nearly 7,000. 7,000. That was no trifling sum. At least for Zhou Bo, such an expenditure was unwarranted. On the way back to Bairuo village, Zhou Bo harbored a desire to express his thoughts, yet he was mindful of Chen Ye's feelings, causing him discomfort as he restrained himself. Chen Ye glanced at Zhou Bo and discerned his unspoken thoughts, prompting him to say, "Do you think I am foolish for rejecting something free in favor of spending my own money?" Zhou Bo nodded in agreement, but upon seeing Chen Ye's bright smile directed at him, he hastily shook his head. "No, Chen Ye, that's not what I meant. I simply thought that even if we don't take it for free, we could at least ask for a discount. It doesn't have to be a steep reduction. Even a 30% discount would save us over 2,000 yuan. Chen Ye's smile gradually faded, and he gently patted Zhou Bo's hand, stating earnestly, "Zhou Bo, based on what you just said, if we were to take 2 suits for free today, would you still have any connection with Wu Sheng in the future?" "Connection? What kind of connection could we possibly have with him?" Zhou Bo struggled to grasp the meaning behind Chen Ye's words, increasingly finding it difficult to decipher his thoughts. It was as if he were a child, naive and slow-witted in comparison. Chen Ye rubbed his forehead, unsure of how to clarify his point, and gestured towards a fork in the road ahead. "Friendship is like a pathway. If you observe the divergence ahead, each new friend you gain opens up a new avenue for you. Do you understand?" Zhou Bo shook his head, utterly bewildered. Chen Ye slapped his forehead in exasperation, conceding that perhaps his explanation was in vain. Thanks to the batch of crayfish that Chen Ye had delivered earlier, Tianma Hotel had adopted spiced crayfish as its signature dish, attracting a multitude of diners and resulting in an exceptionally thriving business. The succulent and tender meat of the crayfish earned Zhang Haiming praise from his father. In the following days, Zhang Haiming proactively called, requesting Chen Ye to send another batch of crayfish to the hotel. As the deliveries increased, the number of crayfish in the pond diminished rapidly. One evening, Chen Ye invited Zhou Bo to his home, where a table was set with various dishes and the over 50,000 yuan earned from selling crayfish. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Chen Ye spoke up, "Zhou Bo, with a little time left until September, I plan to lease the 10 acres of land by the pond to expand our farming scale." Zhou Bo gazed at the substantial sum on the table, filled with confidence and enthusiasm. However, as he contemplated the impending harvest of crayfish, he grew apprehensive about risking their hard-earned money. Cautiously, he advised, "Chen Ye, perhaps you should reconsider. As the saying goes, one cannot become fat in a single bite. We've already earned quite enough." Chen Ye shook his head, his tone resolute. "Zhou Bo, do you trust me?" Zhou Bo, taken aback by the question, straightened his neck and slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "Of course I trust you. If I didn't, would I be here with you?" Chen Ye nodded and poured a glass of wine for both himself and Zhou Bo. "Then it's settled. Since you trust me, let's embark on this endeavor wholeheartedly." Zhou Bo met Chen Ye's unwavering gaze and downed his drink, exhaling deeply. "All right, I will follow your lead. Whatever you say goes." Chen Ye observed that Zhou Bo had no objections and immediately said, "Very well. Tomorrow we shall make a trip to the county town to purchase some gifts. This will serve two purposes. First, to express our gratitude to Auntie for her care. Second, to take the opportunity to discuss the matter of contracting the land with her." Zhou Bo, being a person who understood the importance of gratitude, readily concurred with Chen Ye's suggestion, stating, "This is essential. One must not forget the well digger when drinking water. If it weren't for Comrade Peng's insistence on allowing us to contract the pond, how could we have achieved what we have today?" Once their opinions aligned, Zhou Bo decided to stay the night at Chen Ye's home. The following morning, Chen Ye and Zhou Bo ventured to the county's department store, where they purchased several small household appliances, such as an electric iron, a microwave, and a pressure cooker, amounting to over 1,200 yuan. Subsequently, Chen Ye visited a digital store, spending over 500 yuan on an MP4 player intended as a gift for Peng Si. With the neatly packaged gifts in hand, they wasted no time exiting the department store and headed straight to the bus station to return to Bairua village. Upon arriving at Peng Yan's home, they fortuitously found her in the courtyard picking vegetables. Chen Ye nudged Zhou Bo's arm and, holding the gifts, approached Peng Yan, saying, "Auntie, we are truly grateful for your care during this time. Otherwise, our crayfish would not have thrived. These items are a token of appreciation from Zhou Bo and me." Upon seeing the appliances in their hands, Peng Yan shook her head and replied with a hint of annoyance, "You two children are too much. Now that you've earned a little money, you should save it wisely. How can you spend it so frivolously? Please take these back. I cannot accept them." Chapter 28. Contracting the land. Chen Ye had anticipated Peng Yan's refusal of the gifts, so he promptly responded, "Auntie, these gifts cannot be returned. My mother is not home, and Zhou Bo and I seldom use them. Leaving them idle would be a waste of resources. Moreover, I often dine at your home, and you frequently wash my clothes. It would be quite useful for you, so consider them temporarily stored here, if you would, please." After reflecting on Chen Ye's reasoning, Peng Yan found it reasonable and thus did not decline. "You child, well, all right then, let us keep them here for the time being until your mother returns." Seeing that Peng Yan accepted the gifts, Chen Ye and Zhou Bo exchanged glances and shared a joyful smile. Just as the meal was nearing completion, Peng Yan insisted, "You two should stay for dinner before heading back." However, Zhou Bo did not remain, as he needed to tend to the crayfish in the pond, and he felt uneasy leaving it unattended. Despite Peng Yan's repeated invitations, he remained resolute in his decision to return. Reflecting on Zhou Bo's past as a delinquent, perpetually engaging in mischief, she felt a sense of admiration for his transformation and sighed softly, remarking, "This child has grown so responsible." Chen Ye, hearing her words, smiled and walked into Peng Si's room. At that moment, Peng Si was engrossed in her diary, her mind often drifting back to the day in the cave when Chen Ye had risked his safety to protect her. Peng Si was so engrossed in her writing that she failed to notice Chen Ye approaching and only realized he was beside her when he spoke. "Peng Si, what are you writing?" he asked, leaning in to catch a glimpse of her diary. "Ah, I'm writing." Peng Si instinctively began to respond, but quickly regained her composure. Upon seeing Chen Ye standing next to her, she hurriedly covered her diary with her hands. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she nervously inquired, "When did you arrive?" "Just now," Chen Ye replied, settling beside her. "What are you writing that you're hiding? You mischievous rascal, can't you just not ask?" Peng Si pouted. The sight of the charming girl before him stirred Chen Ye's heart, prompting him to reach out and gently ruffle her hair. "All right, I want to ask," he acquiesced. The moment Chen Ye touched her head, Peng Si felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her, intensifying her blush to the point where it seemed she might steam. What is this? Chen Ye placed a small gift box containing an MP4 in front of her. The exquisite box, adorned with a lovely bow, captivated Peng Si's attention. As she reached for it, she momentarily forgot that her diary remained open. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ye discreetly glanced at the diary, and his heart raced upon seeing its contents. Unaware of Chen Ye's unusual reaction, Peng Si carefully unwrapped the gift. When a beautifully designed MP4 appeared before her, she gasped in disbelief, only to quickly express her regret. This is too precious. I can't accept it. My mother wouldn't allow me to have it. Noticing Chen Ye's silence, Peng Si looked up and found him gazing at her intently, causing her to lower her head in shyness. Why are you looking at me like that? She murmured, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the more she acted this way, the more Chen Ye's heart raced. Unable to resist, he reached out, trembling as he caressed her cheek. "Cici, I like you." This simple confession rendered Peng Si utterly speechless. Chen Ye, emboldened by the moment, leaned down and gently kissed her soft lips. It was only then that Peng Si regained her senses, pushing him away and covering her flushed cheeks with her hands. "Chen Ye, don't do that. If my mother finds out, she will scold us." Seizing the moment, Chen Ye decided to be bold, sitting beside her and taking her hand in his. "Cici, Just as Chen Ye was about to further his confession, a voice from outside interrupted them. "Chen Ye, Cici, it's time for dinner." Peng Si, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, quickly withdrew her hand and fled the room. Chen Ye raised his hand to his nose, inhaling the lingering scent, which was delightful and smooth. During lunch, Peng Si deliberately avoided Chen Ye's gaze, keeping her head down as she hurriedly ate. Peng Yan noticed her daughter's unusual behavior and glanced at Chen Ye, who was stealing glances at Peng Si with an odd expression. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Chen Ye recalled the purpose of his visit today and said to Peng Yan, "Aunt, I would like to discuss something with you." Peng Yan set down her chopsticks and inquired, "Go ahead, what is it?" Chen Ye, without any hesitation, openly replied, "Aunt, I wish to lease the over 10 acres of land beside the pond." Curiosity sparked in Peng Yan as she asked, "Why do you need so much land?" Although those lands lay fallow and were seldom of interest to anyone, they were still collective property of the village, and she couldn't simply lease them to whomever she pleased. Chen Ye responded without a moment's thought, "Of course, to expand the scale of aquaculture." However, Peng Yan remarked, "Chen Ye, it's not that I do not support you. But while you have achieved some success in raising small shrimp, you are still quite young and should prioritize your studies. Patience is key in many endeavors." Though she did not speak too bluntly, her implication was clear. Chen Ye was too young. Undeterred, Chen Ye shared his plans with Peng Yan. Yet she remained resolute in her refusal. Perhaps it was his eager attitude that incited her disapproval, as she then frowned, saying, "Chen Ye, please take back what you brought and refrain from visiting so frequently if there is nothing pressing." With that, Peng Yan tidied up the dishes and retreated to the kitchen. Just as Chen Ye contemplated saying something, he felt a gentle kick from Peng Si, who had been silently listening at the table. Turning to her, he caught a wink from Peng Si. As he departed from Peng Yan's home, Peng Si quietly whispered in his ear, "You mustn't rush this. Allow me to speak with my mother." Chen Ye's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly pecked Peng Si on the lips before dashing towards the pond. Watching him leave, Peng Si took out the MP4 that Chen Ye had gifted her, tenderly caressing it as if it were his cheek. After a while, she placed the MP4 back in her pocket and returned to the courtyard. At that moment, Peng Yan was preparing a work report concerning the newly approved new rural construction planning proposal by the county. Peng Si approached her mother, wrapping her arms around her neck, and said, "Mom, I think Chen Ye's idea is quite good." Knowing her daughter well, Peng Yan discerned the subtle intentions behind Peng Si's words. "What is this? Are you acting as a lobbyist for him?" Peng Si blushed and quickly clarified, "Mom, you misunderstand me. I'm serious. Aren't you concerned about how to help by Ruo village generate income? I believe we could use Chen Ye as a model." He mentioned that with the pond's expansion, there would be an increase in shrimp fry cultivation, which would serve as a demonstration for the villagers. Peng Si spoke at length. Despite her youthful naivety and some imprudent points, Peng Yan was receptive to suggestions and found several sparks of inspiration within her daughter's words. After a few minutes of contemplation, Peng Yan finally nodded. "All right then, let him give it a try." Upon learning that Peng Yan had consented to allow him to undertake the pond's management, Chen Ye promptly sought out Zhou Bo to share the delightful news. The two then deliberated and resolved to sell all the crayfish in cages before officially taking on the contract. After the final batch of crayfish was delivered to Tianma Hotel, Chen Ye and Zhou Bo found themselves with nearly 70,000 yuan. However, when Zhou Bo eagerly wished to introduce shrimp fry into the pond, he was halted by Chen Ye, who insisted on first allocating some funds to renovate the pond for improved irrigation in its vicinity, advising that they should wait until the renovation was complete before introducing the fry. The mention of irrigation reminded Zhou Bo of prior complications, but fortunately, Chen Ye's astuteness had deftly resolved those issues. Otherwise, they would have been unable to sustain the fry in the pond. Unexpectedly, the expenses for the pond's renovation proved to be substantial. After consulting several local craftsmen, they estimated the cost would exceed 20,000 yuan. At the mention of such a price, Zhou Bo felt a wave of dizziness and immediately protested, suggesting they abandon the plan, claiming the expenditure was unwarranted, and proposing to revert to their original methods. Chen Ye, however, remained undeterred and patiently elucidated. Zhou Bo, did I not previously convey to you that funds should be allocated judiciously? There is no need for reluctance, especially since expanding our farming operations will inevitably exacerbate previous issues. Yet, the thought of spending over 20,000 yuan weighed heavily on Zhou Bo's mind, as he considered the costs of leasing several acres and renovating the pond. These were hard-earned, vibrant bills. Rest assured, the money is merely a temporary outlay. It will be recouped in due time, Chen Ye reassured him, then proceeded to contact the craftsmen to commence the pond's renovations. That very afternoon, Chen Ye and Zhou Bo visited the village committee to pay and finalize the land lease. However, despite having tendered the payment and filled out the land lease responsibility document, they encountered an obstacle at the stamping phase, where they were stymied by the village head. Wang Dianzhu, seated languidly behind his desk, smoking, Wang casually remarked, "You two are still quite young. If you can manage that pond, consider it a blessing. As for expansion, perhaps it's best to reconsider." While both Wang Dianzhu and Peng Yin cited Chen Ye's youth as a reason for hesitation, their attitudes starkly contrasted. The latter's concern stemmed from a place of care, whereas the former's was a deliberate attempt to obstruct. Nonetheless, Chen Ye understood the underlying motives. As his own actions had led to the incarceration of Wang Dianzhu's sister and brother-in-law, it was clear that he would not shy away from creating trouble on their account. With this in mind, Chen Ye confidently stated, "Rest assured, village head, I have already conferred with Cadre Peng, and she has given her approval." Upon hearing Peng Yan's name, Wang Dianzhu's demeanor shifted from intimidation to arrogance as he retorted, "Do not think you can leverage Cadre Peng against me. This stamp is under my control, unless I consent. You shall not lease the land." Just then, Peng Yan returned to the village committee and overheard Wang Dianzhu's outburst. Maintaining her composure, she approached him directly and placed a document on his desk, saying, "Village head Wang, you might want to review this latest document from the county first." Wang Dianzhu lifted his head to gaze at Peng Yan, and with a mix of skepticism, he opened the document to reveal a striking line of bold red text: "New Rural Construction Planning Proposal." Unfortunately, due to his limited education, the densely packed words made his head spin. Ultimately, he had to muster the courage to ask Peng Yan, "Comrade Peng, could you explain the contents of this to me in simpler terms?" Chapter 29. A Hidden Paradise. Seeing Wang Dianzhu's inquiry, Peng Yan promptly summarized the county's directives. The county urges us to mobilize farmers to enhance production and encourages them to actively contract land. The county has also established a project team and allocated special support funds for this initiative. Before Wang Dianzhu could gather his thoughts, Chen Ye seized upon the pivotal keywords. "So, if there are obstacles to farmers' production, we can report them to the county, correct?" As he spoke, Chen Ye's gaze remained fixed on Wang Dianzhu, sending a chill down the latter's spine and igniting a sense of guilt within him. "Adults are speaking. What are you? A mere child, no?" Wang Dianzhu snapped back to reality, glancing at Chen Ye with indignation before turning to Peng Yin again. "Comrade Peng, did the county truly state this?" Peng Yin nodded, then flipped to the last page of the document, revealing the county's dedicated reporting hotline. "Village Chief Wang, Chen Ye is not exaggerating. He is indeed capable of contracting land." Upon hearing this, Wang Dianzhu felt a wave of despair wash over him. However, upon witnessing the triumphant expressions of Chen Ye and Zhou Bo, he refused to relent and reopened the county document, determined to find a clause against Chen Ye. Fortune favored the diligent, and he discovered a regulation stating that contractors must be at least 18 years old. If this condition was unmet, a guarantor was required. Given Chen Ye's youth and the absence of his mother, there was no one to act as his guarantor, thus violating the stipulation. Just as Wang Dianzhu felt a surge of triumph, Peng Yin interjected, "Village Chief Wang, I will act as Chen Ye's guarantor. Would that be acceptable?" "What? You will be the guarantor?" Wang Dianzhu was taken aback by Peng Yan's unexpected offer. Yet, A clever scheme quickly formed in his mind. If he could create obstacles during the contracting period to hinder Chen Ye's aquaculture, then Peng Yan would bear the primary responsibility. With this thought, a sly smile crept across Wang Dianju's face as he replied, "Very well, since Comrade Peng has volunteered as the guarantor, it poses no issue." After obtaining the land contracting responsibility document from the village committee, Chen Ye promptly invested 30,000 yuan to expand the scale of the pond. Although Zhou Bo was reluctant to part with the money, he had no choice but to consent. As days passed, the pond's expansion progressed steadily under Zhou Bo's supervision. While Chen Ye remained industrious, spending his days either tutoring Peng Si or diligently tending to the shrimp seedlings, mixing sweat with water. Previously, the necklace could only produce 20 drops of sweat in a day, with each drop capable of maturing 2 shrimp, allowing a maximum of 40 shrimp to reach their breeding phase daily. However, since absorbing lightning and upgrading, although it still produces only 20 drops of sweat each day, each drop now matures 4 shrimp, enabling 80 shrimp to attain maturity daily. Moreover, the egg-laying capacity of the maturing female shrimp has significantly increased. Previously, they could lay between 200 to 300 eggs a day, but now they can produce nearly 400, greatly accelerating the breeding speed of the shrimp fry. At this rate, once the pond expansion is completed, the first batch of 100,000 shrimp fry can be released. After using the sweat droplets for the day, Chen Ye couldn't help but wipe his brow, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he deeply appreciated the joy of laboring for prosperity. At that moment, the sound of 2 barking dogs captured Chen Ye's attention. He noticed 2 small dogs, one black and one white, tugging at the hem of his trousers, seemingly eager to lead him somewhere. Through their time together, Chen Ye had confirmed a remarkable truth. Ever since the necklace had materialized, he indeed possessed the ability to communicate with animals. While he still could not decipher the meanings behind their barks, his voice, conveyed through the necklace, allowed the animals to understand his intentions. "Little black and little white, do you wish to take me somewhere?" In recent days, the 2 dogs had been peculiar, disappearing during the day and only returning at night. Chen Ye, finding it futile to restrain their playful spirits with collars or chains, let them indulge in their whims. Little White released its grip and began barking, as if responding to Chen Ye's inquiry. "All right, I have just completed my tasks, so I'll accompany you for a stroll," Chen Ye said, following the 2 dogs out the door. The dogs led the way, with Chen Ye trailing behind until they reached the vicinity of Li Ru's home. Little White barked incessantly at the mountain behind Li Ru's house, as if insisting that something was situated above. Chen Ye glanced up at the mountain, a vast, desolate expanse devoid of greenery, barren and lifeless. Villagers whispered that the mountain was cursed, or that it harbored malevolent spirits, with numerous tales circulating. Too many to count. Although Chen Ye did not believe in ghosts or deities, the mountain's desolation was undeniable. Once, someone had foolishly leased the entire mountain to cultivate land for crops and fruit trees, only to witness all the saplings wither and die despite efforts to water and fertilize them, resulting in a total loss. Noticing Chen Ye lost in thought while gazing at the desolate mountain, Little White and Little Black tugged at his trousers before darting ahead up the slope. Seeing this, Chen Ye could only shake his head and quicken his pace to catch up. As he stepped onto the dry earth of the mountain, it felt parched beneath his feet, reminiscent of arid land. Nevertheless, Little Black and Little White showed no signs of stopping, racing toward the mountainside, frequently turning back to bark at Chen Ye, as if to remind him not to fall behind. "Where are these 2 little creatures taking me?" Fortunately, after being tempered by lightning, Chen Ye's physique has transformed. Otherwise, trailing behind 2 small dogs across such a vast wilderness would undoubtedly be exhausting. Upon reaching the backside of the mountain, behind a craggy rock wall, the Little Black and White dogs finally halted, circling a boulder taller than a person and barking incessantly. "Is this large stone the reason for your bringing me here? It appears rather unremarkable." As Chen Ye approached the boulder, intending merely to give it a gentle pat, he unexpectedly noticed it was slightly loose under his touch. Though the movement was subtle, he could discern it. Barking excitedly, the Little Black and White dogs seemed to urge Chen Ye to shift the stone. "Step aside. Let me give it a try," he said, rolling up his sleeves. He placed both arms against the boulder and pushed with all his might. The stone shifted marginally, yet not enough to move it entirely. Contemplating the principle of leverage, Chen Ye devised a plan. He found a smaller stone to prop beneath the larger one, and with renewed vigor, he pushed again. With a resounding thud, the boulder crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. The dust was thick and stifling. Chen Ye quickly shut his eyes and covered his mouth and nose with his hands. Once the dust settled, a narrow opening appeared before him and the 2 dogs. The entrance was quite constricted, requiring them to enter sideways. Without waiting for Chen Ye to react, the little black and white dogs dashed eagerly into the cave. As Chen Ye regained his composure, he too entered the cavern, albeit sideways. What surprised him was that although the entrance was small, the interior space was remarkably expansive, giving a sense of liberation. The passage gradually descended, revealing increasingly lush greenery. In stark contrast to the barren mountaintop, this scene was a vibrant haven. As they ventured deeper, the light from outside dwindled and visibility decreased. The little black and white dogs had already dashed ahead and were momentarily out of sight. Chen Ye retrieved his portable flashlight, using its beam to navigate the way forward. He wandered for an indeterminate distance, faintly hearing the melodious sound of flowing water, akin to a beautiful symphony. Intrigued, Chen Ye reflected on the anomaly of this seemingly desolate mountain harboring plants and water. Driven by curiosity, he quickened his pace until a glimmer of light emerged ahead. At that moment, the temperature within the cave began to rise. Sensing the change, he slowed his steps, following the light until he beheld a verdant grove, lush with thriving foliage. In addition to the common poplar and pine trees, the forest unexpectedly harbored a magnificent green tree. Its elongated leaves were pointed at the tips, and the fruits it bore appeared to have a robust skin, covered in numerous triangular spines. As Chen Ye ventured deeper into the woods, he glanced up at the fruits hanging from the tree and was astounded to discover they were durians. This revelation startled him, for durians were not merely absent from Bairuo village, but indeed from the entire county. Had he not visited the city in his previous life and chanced upon them in a supermarket, he would not have recognized this treasure. Suddenly, the barking of the little dogs, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, snapped Chen Ye back to reality. Following their sounds, he pressed further into the forest. The trees grew taller and more robust, creating a stark contrast to the vegetation outside. Eventually, he arrived at a spring where the two small dogs were excitedly barking, their tongues lolling out as they eagerly lapped at the bubbling water. Observing their delight, Chen Ye felt a surge of curiosity. He had been diligently providing them with milk daily, yet they showed little interest in it. However, they seemed utterly captivated by the spring water. Is this spring water particularly delicious? With this thought, Chen Ye approached the spring, reaching down to scoop some water. As his hand brushed the surface, he was surprised to find it pleasantly warm, approximately 25 degrees Celsius. Could it be a natural hot spring emerging from beneath the ground? Chen Ye was taken aback. He recalled reading in a book that hot spring water is formed from atmospheric precipitation seeping underground, where it interacts with deep magma heat sources through fractures, ultimately surfacing after a lengthy journey of over 40 years. Such waters often contain various minerals beneficial to the human body, far superior to the water around Bairuo village. If I were to use this spring water, combined with the sweat from my brow, to nourish this desolate mountain, could it not transform into a veritable treasure? Chapter 30. Contracting the desolate mountain. The following morning, Zhou Bo was feeding shrimp fry in the pond when Chen Ye approached him, stating his intention to contract the desolate mountain behind Li Ru's home. Oh, contracting the desolate mountain? What? Zhou Bo initially paid little heed, but upon hearing Chen Ye's proposition, he was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Chen Ye, what did you say? You wish to contract the desolate mountain behind Li Ru's house. Indeed. I have made up my mind. In a few days, I will seek out Comrade Peng to discuss this matter. Chen Ye had been equally astonished upon discovering the hidden paradise within the desolate mountain, and thus understood Zhou Bo's reaction. Upon hearing Chen Ye's affirmative response, Zhou Bo immediately set aside the feed and approached him, placing a hand on his forehead. You don't seem feverish. With a smile, Chen Ye replied, rest assured, I am not ill. If you are not ill, then perhaps it is my ears that are deceiving me. Zhou Bo scratched his head incessantly, pacing back and forth by the pond. After a while, he spoke again. Chen Ye, do you know that is an abandoned mountain? Chen Ye replied nonchalantly. Of course I know. Zhou Bo was exasperated by his indifferent response and hurriedly said, since you know, why would you take on that mountain? It's like throwing money into a deep pond without a single bubble rising. Trust me, that desolate mountain will soon transform into a mountain of gold. As Chen Ye spoke, he shared his plans for the mountain's development, intending to cultivate the land and plant durians. My goodness, Zhou Bo felt dizzy, realizing he needed to clarify some matters with Chen Ye. Chen Ye, I don't know how you plan to address the nutrient issue of the barren land, but that mountain, despite being neglected, is exceedingly vast. Just the two of us cannot possibly take on such a task. To Zhou Bo's surprise, Chen Ye replied, that's not a problem. We can hire a few people to help us. I am truly defeated by you, Zhou Bo exclaimed, smacking his forehead before extending his palm. We made over 70,000 yuan from selling crayfish, but after spending more than 10,000 on clothes, phones, and gifts, then over 23,000 on pond renovations, and later, over 30,000 on expanding the land we leased. How much do you think we have left? Have you calculated it? Chen Ye nodded, then patted Zhou Bo's shoulder. Don't worry about the finances. Since I want to do this, there will surely be a way to resolve it. Moreover, if we take on such a large mountain, the county will definitely provide us with subsidies. Even if it's just 10 to 20,000 yuan, it will help. 10 to 20,000 is hardly enough, Zhou Bo grimaced. Coming from a farming background, he understood well the costs of fertilizing such land, not to mention the vast expanse of the mountain. The seeds and fertilizers alone would require a significant investment, and hiring workers would add to the expense. Each person would need at least 1,000 yuan a month. He dreaded to calculate the total expenses for the year. Rest assured, I assure you there is a solution. Chen Ye smiled and headed towards Peng Yan's home. As he passed by Wang Dianzhu's house, he vaguely heard a commotion inside and deliberately slowed his pace to listen. You old scoundrel! Where have you taken the money from our home? Shouted a woman. Keep your voice down. You don't want others to hear, do you? How embarrassing, replied a man. Embarrassed? After 30 years of marriage to you, Chen Ye, I have endured, saving every penny to buy a house for our son in the city and find him a city bride. And what do? You squander money like a prodigal. Have you taken the money to support a mistress? Since the incident of Luo Dehai stealing from Li Ru came to light, Chen Ye had been suspicious of her husband. Noticing he had been returning home late recently, she feared he was also being unfaithful. Upon checking today, she discovered that over 60,000 yuan hidden beneath their bed had mysteriously vanished, prompting her to confront Wang Dianzhu. Soon, cries from Chen Ye echoed through the house. Perhaps her lamentations irked Wang Dianzhu, leading him to lose his composure. He raised his hand and struck her. Have you said enough? Let's see if I don't finish you off today. Come on, just kill me today. I don't want to live anymore. Chen Ye, overhearing this outside, could only shake his head in quiet dismay. It is indeed true what they say. Every family has its own troubles. Wang Dianzhu, it seems, is not a good sort either. However, this was a family matter of Wang's, and Chen Ye had no desire to meddle, so he proceeded directly to Peng Yan's home. At that moment, Peng Yan was at home, strategizing on how to encourage the farmers of Bairuo village to boldly lease land. After all, Bairuo village is poor in both mountains and water. Even with the county's support for new rural construction policies, the challenges remain formidable. Upon entering, Chen Ye noticed Peng Yan frowning and shaking her head intermittently, so he greeted her. Aunt, what troubles you? Oh, this is my concern. You are still young. It won't do to burden you with it, Peng Yan replied, then stood up to fetch a stool for Chen Ye. Please, sit down. CC has gone to the county to buy a set of teaching materials and won't be back until noon. Chen Ye took the stool, sat down, and said, Aunt, I didn't come today to look for CC. Peng Yan paused her writing, looked up, and asked, Not looking for CC? Do you have something to discuss with me? Chen Ye smiled and recounted his desire to lease the barren mountain belonging to Li Ru's family. Initially taken aback by Chen Ye's ambition to lease the desolate mountain, Peng Yan, just like Zhou Bo, was left speechless. What? You want to lease that barren mountain? Yes, Chen Ye affirmed. I feel it's a pity to let that mountain lie idle. With 2 months until school starts, I could manage it well, perhaps even plant durians. Moreover, with the shrimp fry just released, I have some free time. It would be wise to engage in some side business. You are so ambitious. Your aunt is happy for your mother. But can you handle it all? Though Peng Yan was unfamiliar with durians and thought Chen Ye was merely dabbling, she was primarily concerned about him neglecting his studies. Seeing that Peng Yan did not outright reject his proposition, Chen Ye reassured her. Aunt, you can rest assured. My studies will not suffer. Zhou Bo and I have already discussed it. He will bring some of his friends to help. Zhou Bo's friends? Peng Yan furrowed her brows. Zhou Bo had a past as a delinquent, and she worried about Chen Ye being led astray. Those friends of Zhou Bo are also from humble backgrounds. Rather than leaving them to their own devices, it would be better for Zhou Bo to guide them. This way, they won't cause trouble at home or in the village, and they can learn some skills and earn a bit of money. Don't you think that makes sense? Chen Ye was not concerned about Peng Yan's worries, as Zhou Bo was straightforward and would likely surround himself with similarly earnest companions. Moreover, they had all grown up working in the fields, possessing considerable strength and experience in farming. Peng Yan nodded frequently at Chen Ye's reasoning. This plan not only addressed the issue of idle, school dropout youths in the village, but also alleviated the financial burdens on families, making it truly a win-win situation. Well, since you put it that way, I have no objections. When CC returns, we will go to the village committee to finalize the leasing contract. Upon returning home, Chen Ye felt a fluttering sensation akin to a kitten's playful scratch within his heart. Seizing the moment while Peng Yin was busy preparing dinner, he discreetly tugged at Peng Si's small hand. Though her cheeks flushed and her heart raced with embarrassment, she refrained from uttering any words of resistance. Chen Ye's heart leapt with joy, for he recognized that his relationship with Peng Si had taken a significant step forward. After finishing lunch, Chen Ye accompanied Peng Yin to the village committee. Inside, Wang Dianzhu was already seated, his face marred by several conspicuous scratch marks, unmistakably inflicted by his wife. Noticing Chen Ye's amused expression, Wang Dianzhu immediately adopted a stern demeanor, his enjoyment of tea abruptly soured. Why is that child, who should be tending shrimp in the pond, wasting his time here at the village committee? He grumbled. With a light chuckle, Chen Ye deliberately cleared his throat before responding. Village head, I have discussed with Cadre Peng, and we have decided to lease the barren mountain behind Li Ru's home. Wang Dianzhu, mid-sip of tea, could barely contain himself as he sputtered, spraying tea across the table. Hastily, he retrieved a tissue to clean up the mess. What did you say? You wish to lease that barren mountain? His voice rose, catching the attention of all the village officials present, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Unfazed by the astonished gazes directed at him, Chen Ye affirmed, Indeed, I am determined to lease that mountain. Is there a problem? At this moment, Peng Yin stepped forward to support Chen Ye, stating, I believe Chen Ye's ambition is commendable. It will serve as a model for the village. Engrossed in her own words, Peng Yin failed to notice the barely contained laughter on Wang Dianzhu's face. He struggled to suppress a chuckle, aware that, despite her higher rank, the absurdity of the situation would soon resonate throughout the entirety of Bairua village. Seeing Wang Dianzhu's amusement, Peng Yin furrowed her brow, suspecting he might, as before, attempt to complicate matters for Chen Ye. Village head Wang, do you have any objections? She inquired. No objections at all. Wang Dianzhu quickly waved his hand, producing the official seal and the land lease agreement. Without allowing Chen Ye to complete any forms, he stamped the documents as if fearing Chen Ye might change his mind about the lease. Just as Chen Ye prepared to fill out the form, Kai Chunmei, the village's women's director, interjected urgently. Chen Ye, have you lost your senses? That mountain is exceedingly barren, nothing can thrive there. Even the village children are aware of this. Are you truly willing to squander your money? Upon hearing Kai Chunmei's words, Peng Yan's heart sank. Being relatively new to her role as a village committee member, she was unaware of many local intricacies and quickly asked, Sister Kai, what do you mean by saying nothing can grow on that mountain? Upon hearing this, Kai Chunmei stamped her foot in exasperation. Oh, I completely forgot. Comrade, you have only recently arrived in our village, and there are many matters you are still unaware of. Our Bailuo village is inherently plagued by barren land and scarce water resources. Although we rely on the mountains, the surrounding hills are quite desolate, especially the abandoned mountain behind Li Ru's home. Initially, someone contracted it at a low price, hoping to profit, but in the end, they lost around 20 to 30,000. Wang Dianzhu, standing nearby, felt a surge of irritation, secretly resenting Kai Chunmei for being meddlesome. Yet, he maintained a facade of casualness, remarking, well, nothing in this world is absolute. Remember when Chen Ye started his shrimp farming? Nobody had faith in him, but now he is indeed making a profit. This demonstrates that with enough effort, even a hardened iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. Kai Chunmei, growing anxious, lost her usual composure. Village head, Chen Ye is young and inexperienced. You must not encourage him. What do you mean by that, Director Kai? Wang Dianzhu interjected. Now that the county has issued new policies, if everyone were to pick and choose only the best opportunities, how would we fulfill the quotas assigned to our Bailuo village? Wang Dianzhu smirked inwardly, adopting a sycophantic demeanor as he turned to Peng Yan. Comrade Peng, I have faith that Chen Ye will excel. You need not worry. In Chapter 31, Wang Dianzhu's enthusiasm. Chen Ye perceived Wang Dianzhu's eagerness to facilitate his contract of the barren mountain. An idea flickered through his mind, and he feigned hesitation. Director Kai has a point. I'll think it over and perhaps decide against the lease. Wait, Wang Dianzhu blurted out, drawing all eyes upon him, feeling the weight of their gazes. He cleared his throat, his eyes darting as he prepared his explanation. What I mean is, since Chen Ye, despite his youth, harbors such ambitions, it is indeed commendable. Furthermore, Comrade Peng just mentioned the need for exemplary role models in the village. I believe Chen Ye serves as a fine example. Kai Chunmei, however, merely scoffed. I suspect someone has ulterior motives. With these words, all attention shifted between Wang Dianzhu and Peng Yan, as everyone understood that if Chen Ye were to contract the barren mountain and subsequently incurred losses, the responsibility would ultimately rest upon Peng Yan. As both the guarantor and the introducer, Wang Dianzhu shot a fierce glance at Kai Chunmei, seemingly warning her to hold her tongue, and turned to Chen Ye. Chen Ye, you need not feel burdened. Although contracting the barren mountain may be challenging, young people should not shy away from hard work. Should you feel any pressure, simply communicate with the village. The county currently has preferential policies for farmers. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's heart soared with delight, thinking to himself, I have awaited this very statement. Yet, he maintained a facade of difficulty, continuing to express his reservations. Village head, I still believe Director Kai makes valid points. After all, the mountain is vast, and even with the preferential policies, the contracting fees. Wang Dianzhu, growing anxious, interjected, since the county aims to encourage farmers to generate income. The contracting fees can be discussed once you begin to earn. Chen Ye continued to feign indecision. However, the mountain is devoid of water. Accessing water would be quite troublesome. With determination, Wang Dianzhu bit the bullet, willing to invest in this venture. Isn't there a water pump available? No worries, I have one at home. Feel free to take it. The pipe is 1,000 meters long and quite effective. However, the well water is at Li Ru's house, which poses some inconvenience. Before Chen Ye could finish his words, Wang Dianzhu waved his hand decisively and made the decision for him, since Li Ru is already in prison. Let me speak to her and arrange for her to sell the house to you. But, what is there to hesitate about? Why do you have so many concerns? Enough with the talk. As long as you are willing to take on the contract, the village will assist you with any difficulties. I will contact the village's seed and fertilizer stations right away, and the village will cover the initial costs to resolve any issues. How does that sound? Wang Dianzhu was so anxious that he nearly pressed Chen Ye's hand onto the table for a signature. Seeing that Wang Dianzhu's offer exceeded his initial expectations, Chen Ye felt a surge of satisfaction and, with a serious expression, said, Very well, since the village head has said so, I shall reluctantly take on the contract. Peng Yin wanted to offer further advice, but Chen Ye had already handed the land contract responsibility letter to Wang Dianzhu, thus solidifying the arrangement for the barren mountain. Nevertheless, Wang Dianzhu kept his promise and arranged for several villagers to bring rice and some fruit tree seeds, pesticides, and fertilizers, even personally delivering a water pump to Li Ru's doorstep. With everything in place, Chen Ye sought out Zhou Bo. Tonight, come with me to the mountain. I have something to show you. Zhou Bo, intrigued yet skeptical, replied, What is so special about that barren mountain? There's not even a ghost to be seen. Don't ask. Just remember to bring a bamboo basket and a shoulder pole, Chen Ye instructed, leaving Zhou Bo curious but without further inquiry. That night, Zhou Bo arrived at Li Ru's house with a flashlight, bamboo basket, and shoulder pole. Shortly after, Chen Ye appeared, equipped with the same items, called Zhou Bo's name, and beckoned him to follow as they ascended the mountain. Recalling the previous day's memory, Chen Ye guided Zhou Bo swiftly to the rocky wall. At this point, the cave entrance had been concealed by Chen Ye with rubble, branches, and soil, rendering it nearly impossible to find without guidance. As Chen Ye cleared the stones, Zhou Bo helped and inquired, What are we doing here, Chen Ye? You'll find out soon enough, Chen Ye replied with a mysterious smile, hastening his movements. Before long, the narrow cave entrance came into view. Observing the tight opening that only allowed for sideways passage, Zhou Bo began to grasp Chen Ye's purpose for bringing him to the mountain. However, he remained perplexed, questioning what could possibly be of value in such a minuscule space. Chen Ye, let us go back. There's nothing interesting here. Follow me. I assure you it will be a delightful surprise, Chen Ye encouraged, leaving the shoulder pole and bamboo basket outside the cave as he sidled in. Zhou Bo, seeing Chen Ye enter, hesitated no longer and swiftly followed him inside. Upon entering the cave, as Chen Ye switched on the flashlight, Zhou Bo was taken aback by the sight before him. Goodness, how vast must this cave be? It appeared so small from the outside, yet inside it is astonishingly spacious. You are in for more surprises, Chen Ye replied, shaking the flashlight before descending further. Before long, Zhou Bo heard the gentle sound of flowing water, and his astonishment grew exponentially. How can there be the sound of water here? Could it possibly be underground water? Chen Ye, you must have brought me here to see this, right? Close enough, but there is something even more impressive ahead. Chen Ye replied. Though Zhou Bo had left school early and spent several years as a rogue, he still retained a youthful spirit, much like Chen Ye. When presented with something exciting, he was filled with eager anticipation. Upon reaching the durian tree, Zhou Bo's mouth gaped in astonishment, as if he could fit 2 eggs inside. The tree, illuminated by the flashlight, was laden with fruit, each the size of a volleyball, covered in spikes and oddly shaped, causing the branches to sag under the weight. This spectacle shattered Zhou Bo's preconceptions. He pointed at the durians, incredulously asking, Chen Ye, what on earth is growing on that tree? I have never seen anything like it. Chen Ye adopted an expression of knowing what was to come, but understood Zhou Bo's surprise. After all, even the villagers of Bairua could not have seen such a fruit, let alone those residing in the county. This is called a durian, a tropical fruit, he explained. Upon hearing it was a fruit, Zhou Bo rubbed his eyes and scrutinized it for a moment before shaking his head in disbelief. A durian? A tropical fruit? Am I hearing you correctly? This ugly and frightening thing is a fruit. Though I may not have read much, my eyes are certainly not deceiving me. It's covered in spikes. How could it possibly be edible? It resembles a large, spiny lump of wood. Chen Ye merely smiled, unfazed, and continued, I assure you. This durian is one of the most renowned tropical fruits, originally from Malaysia and widely cultivated in several Southeast Asian countries, with Thailand being the foremost. In Thailand, it is even revered as the king of fruits. Zhou Bo remained skeptical. The king of fruits? Based on its appearance, that is hard to believe. Chen Ye shook his head, knowing that without tangible proof, no amount of verbal persuasion would convince Zhou Bo. Therefore, he removed his shoes, found a dry branch on the ground, and swiftly climbed the durian tree. Steadying himself against the trunk with one hand, he struck the durian with the stick, causing one to fall. When the durian hit the ground, it created a significant impact, piercing the dry leaves with its sharp exterior. Zhou Bo reached for the durian but was pricked by its spikes, retracting his hand in fright while exclaiming, What kind of wretched fruit is this? I haven't even tasted it, and it's already pricked my hand. Seeing Zhou Bo's reaction, Chen Ye couldn't help but chuckle internally. This is not how one eats it, but alas, I have no knife, so I must resort to the most primitive method, he said. With that, Chen Ye picked up a stone and, under Zhou Bo's bewildered gaze, struck the durian with great force. Soon, the thick skin of the durian was cracked open, releasing a pungent aroma that filled the air. Upon catching a whiff of the odor, Zhou Bo immediately covered his nose with his hand, exclaiming, Chen Ye, I told you. How can this be the king of fruits? It is clearly the weasel of the fruit world. Chen Ye, unable to suppress a wry smile at Zhou Bo's analogy, conceded that he had a point. The durian's flesh had a strong scent, adored by its lovers and reviled by its detractors. Consequently, many hotels, trains, airplanes, and public places prohibit bringing it inside. However, in order to convince Zhou Bo that this was a new avenue for wealth, Chen Ye endured the odor and slowly peeled open the durian. As it opened, the bright yellow, smooth flesh was revealed, evoking an irresistible urge to taste it. Zhou Bo, come and have a bite. This is truly a remarkable fruit, both delicious and nutritious. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bo shook his head vigorously, his expression one of skepticism. No way. This thing stinks to high heaven. If I eat it, who knows how many days it will take to rid my mouth of that smell. Chen Ye continued. The durian flesh replenishes the body's energy and nutrients, promoting health. Most importantly, it has the effect of nourishing yin and supplementing yang. For the elderly, it can even help prevent and manage high blood pressure, and it has anti-cancer properties. As he spoke, Chen Ye took a piece of durian flesh and chewed it, adding, Did you know? This durian is quite expensive. A durian of this size costs over 100 yuan at the market. Although Zhou Bo was skeptical of the fruit's benefits, his attitude shifted upon hearing the price. What? This stinky, unsightly thing is worth over 100 yuan? Noticing the glimmer of curiosity in Zhou Bo's eyes, Chen Ye stoked the fire, of course. Otherwise, why would I have you carry a basket and shoulder pull up the mountain? I wanted you to pick a few to take home for your family. This fruit isn't sold around here, and even if it becomes available in the future, it will certainly be more expensive than what I just mentioned. Well, let me give it a try, Zhou Bo said, pinching his nose. He picked up a piece of durian flesh and popped it into his mouth. Initially, he intended to swallow it whole, but to his surprise, the taste was not as terrible as the smell suggested, prompting him to chew eagerly. After a moment, he sheepishly admitted to Chen Ye, Chen Ye, I'm sorry. I misjudged you. This is genuinely delicious. Chen Ye stood up and patted Zhou Bo on the back, saying, Now you believe that this barren mountain can become a mountain of gold, right? In the future, we shall cultivate durians here. Once word gets out that we sell them, people will definitely rush to us for purchases. Chapter 32. Financial Constraints. 3 days later, in the morning, as Chen Ye arrived at the pond, he spotted Zhou Bo leading his younger brothers standing by the water's edge. Upon seeing Chen Ye, Zhou Bo quickly tossed aside his cigarette butt and, patting the heads of the 7 young boys, instructed, Speak up, call him Brother Ye. The 7 youths grinned and chimed in unison, Brother Ye. Chen Ye waved his hand and approached the 7 individuals before him. He lifted their calloused palms, evidence of their frequent toil in the fields. After inquiring about their names and receiving their responses in turn, Zhou Bo stepped closer and whispered, Chen Ye, what do you think? Each of them had indeed labored in agriculture and showed no fear of hard work. Chen Ye nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping across their faces as he spoke with a grave tone. You are all introduced by Zhou Bo, and I place my trust in you. However, I am quite forthright in my manner. I believe in assessing character based on actions. Now that you are here, I assure you that you will not be treated unfairly. Follow me, and you shall have your meals and provisions, with ample opportunity to earn. However, should I catch any of you slacking or attempting to be clever, do not blame me for being unyielding. Do you understand? Zhou Bo had not anticipated that Chen Ye would assert his authority so swiftly. Noticing that the seven still wore smiles, he quickly exchanged glances with them to prompt seriousness. Chen Ye raised his voice, piercingly. I shall repeat myself. Do you hear me? The seven, unfazed, nonchalantly replied, We hear you. Then, Chen Ye moved behind them, raised his foot, and one by one sent them tumbling to the ground. Haven't you eaten? Or is there a lack of courage among you? Stand up. The seven youths, typically unruly, may have heeded Zhou Bo, but Chen Ye was not yet their superior. They could not tolerate being struck without provocation. Let us take him down. One dark-skinned youth shouted, initiating the charge, followed by the others. A smirk danced on Chen Ye's lips. This was precisely the reaction he sought. He advanced rather than retreating, delivering a swift kick that sent the foremost youth sprawling. Evading a punch from the next, he spun around, toppling him as well. After several exchanges, all seven youths lay on the ground, howling in pain. Enough of the pretense. I hardly exerted myself, Chen Ye remarked, reaching down to help one of them up. As they gradually regained their footing, they regarded Chen Ye with trepidation, astonished by the strength he exhibited despite his seemingly gentle demeanor. Now, pick up your hose and follow me up the mountain. Zhou Bo, you stay here by the pond and keep watch, Chen Ye commanded, leading the seven youths away from the pond and toward the doorstep of Li Ru. Do you see that white mark? Chen Ye pointed to a previously established marker, addressing the seven. This morning, we shall turn over the marked soil, and in the afternoon, we will gather straw to burn and create ash fertilizer. The youths stared at the barren hillside before them, their faces a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. Brother Ye, even with fertilizer, this land won't yield anything, will it? I say it will be effective, so it shall be. Do not question too much, just follow me and work. Chen Ye replied, unwilling to elaborate further. He hoisted a hoe and led the way up the mountain. The seven youths exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating momentarily before they finally followed him up the hill. The news of Chen Ye leading seven youths to cultivate the barren mountain spread swiftly through the village, drawing a crowd of onlookers. As they witnessed the youths laboring under the scorching sun, sweat pouring as they dug the earth, many villagers could not suppress their laughter. They regarded the barren land as akin to a barren woman. Even if seeds were sown, they would not sprout, and any seedlings planted would surely wither. Wang Dianzhu, arms crossed over his chest, felt a sense of smug satisfaction, mused to himself. Chen Ye, even if you wield that hoe until it breaks, do not expect anything to grow from this land. Chen Ye set down his hoe and wiped the sweat from his brow, then suggested, All right, let us take a break. We'll head down to my home for lunch. I have some fruit as well. We can continue after. The seven perspiring youths, upon hearing this, promptly laid down their hoes and plopped onto the ground, disregarding their soiled trousers. Yet, noticing Chen Ye still standing, they quietly admired him, saying, Brother Ye, we've heard you excel in your studies, but we didn't expect you to be so skilled at farm work. Flattered by their praise, Chen Ye felt a slight blush. He had not engaged in much farming throughout his life, compared to the adept movements of the seven youths. Had it not been for his enhanced physique, he would have certainly found the work exhausting. After a brief respite, without Chen Ye needing to prompt them, the youths spontaneously rose, spat into their palms, and resumed their labor with renewed vigor. As the sun reached its zenith, Chen Ye checked the time on his phone, then slung the hoe over his shoulder. All right, it's time for lunch, he announced. Upon hearing the word lunch, the youths quickly hoisted their hoes onto their shoulders and bounded down the mountain. For lunch, Chen Ye was generous, pulling out several large prawns from the pond, transforming them into a spicy and flavorful dish. He also simmered a large pot of pork bone soup, stir-fried a few plates of greens, and prepared a generous bowl of braised pork, leaving everyone savoring the feast. After the meal, Chen Ye presented them with durian, slicing it into pieces. Despite its pungent aroma, the seven youths, being young and adventurous, hesitated not and indulged in the exotic fruit. Brother Ye, this fruit is truly delicious, smooth in texture and possessing a unique fragrance. One exclaimed. Indeed, I have never tasted such a rare delicacy in my life, another added. The seven youths, still in their adolescent phase, displayed an insatiable appetite, quickly devouring 10 or more pounds of durian. Chen Ye chuckled and elaborated on the health benefits of durian, causing the youth's eyes to widen in astonishment. After a moment of silence, one remarked, "Brother Ye, with such a description, this fruit is almost akin to ginseng." The toil of land reclamation during the day was tedious and demanding, yet when Chen Ye witnessed the earth being transformed with each swing of his hoe, an unparalleled sense of fulfillment enveloped him. At night, he did not relent, continuing to nurture the shrimp fry, fostering the growth of more shrimp eggs. After over 20 days of relentless labor, a portion of the barren mountain had finally been cultivated, prompting Chen Ye to instruct the youths to prepare for sowing and fertilizing. During the day, they would irrigate the land with water drawn from Li Ru's family well, and at night, they would mix their sweat with spring water to nourish the soil. In the blink of an eye, the month has come to an end. Observing the tender sprouts on the mountainside, Chen Ye and Zhou Bo exchanged knowing smiles. However, Zhou Bo's smile soon faded, for it had nearly been a month without any sign of the wages promised to the 7 youths. The physical labor had been exhausting, and each day Chen Ye had spent a considerable amount on fish and seafood to nourish the group, naturally leading to significant expenses. That night, as was their custom, Zhou Bo and Chen Ye entered the cave, while Zhou Bo drew spring water with the pump. He turned to Chen Ye with a worried expression and broached the subject of wages. "What if I speak to the others and suggest we delay their pay for a couple of months?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ye immediately rejected the idea. "No, I promised to pay them, and I intend to keep that promise." Zhou Bo's face was etched with concern. "But if we pay their wages, how will we afford fertilizer for the durian trees?" The daily expenses had been substantial. Money seemed to vanish as easily as water. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ye proposed, "How about this? Tomorrow, I will visit the village committee. The county promised us a subsidy, and we recently applied for it. Wang Dianju assured me he would provide the funds, so I will go and request them." Zhou Bo's worry deepened. "Chen Ye, while that may sound plausible, Wang Dianju is a notoriously self-serving individual. Can we truly trust his word? I've heard from my mother that several villagers have yet to receive their subsidies, and even those who did only received a third of what they were owed." Sitting up, Chen Ye suggested, "What if we sell some shrimp fry to raise a bit of money? There are many in the village who envy our shrimp farming success. We could sell some to them and use that to pay their wages, while I will figure out the funds for the saplings." Zhou Bo sighed, feeling helpless. He was beginning to grasp that the path to prosperity was far more challenging than he had imagined. Shrimp farming required feed, the land needed fertilizer, and hiring workers necessitated food. Every aspect demanded expenditure. Were it not for Chen Ye's leadership, he doubted he could navigate this journey alone. The next day, Chen Ye sought out Peng Yin to discuss his plan to sell shrimp fry. Curious, she inquired if there were financial difficulties. While Chen Ye did not explicitly state the issue, his expression conveyed enough for her to infer the situation. Just as Peng Yin planned to use the village broadcast to promote Chen Ye's endeavor, he quickly interjected, "Aunt, please refrain from publicizing it that way. If the villagers think I'm offloading shrimp fry because I'm incurring losses, they will be reluctant to buy and may lose confidence in shrimp farming altogether." Understanding his perspective, Peng Yin nodded and asked, "What should we do then?" After a moment of thought, Chen Ye conceived an idea and replied, "Aunt, isn't there an empty pond to the west of the village? Recently, Chen Han's son has gone to make money elsewhere, leaving the pond he contracted vacant." "Why do you ask?" Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, a spark of joy ignited within him, prompting him to whisper his plan into Peng Yan's ear. After listening, she furrowed her brows in skepticism and regarded Chen Ye with uncertainty, questioning the feasibility of his proposal. Chen Ye, adorned with a beaming smile, confidently thumped his chest and reassured her, "Aunt, trust me. I would not make such a request without solid assurance." Seeing his unwavering confidence, Peng Yin nodded, albeit with lingering doubts. Subsequently, Chen Ye informed her that he would first head to the village committee and asked her to join him later. Upon arriving at the village committee, Chen Ye found Wang Dianju sprawled across his desk, fast asleep and snoring. Without hesitation, Chen Ye approached and delivered a hefty kick to the desk, startling Wang Dianju to the floor. Realizing it was Chen Ye's prank, Wang Dianju cursed under his breath before scolding, "What are you up to, boy?" No respect at all, Chen Ye nonchalantly seated himself on the desk and boldly declared, "Village head, I have heard that Uncle Chen Han's pond to the west of the village has become available. I wish to lease it. Do you foresee any issues?" Wang Dianju was momentarily taken aback. "What? You intend to lease the pond to the west?" "Indeed, village head, you heard correctly. I plan to lease the pond." Chen Ye replied with a grin, expertly retrieving the necessary forms from Wang Dianju's desk and preparing to fill out the lease agreement. Wang Dianju, upon noticing this, swiftly placed his hand on the forms, preventing Chen Ye from proceeding. Chen Ye, this is not an attempt to dampen your entrepreneurial spirit. However, did you not just lease a barren mountain a short while ago? Do you truly have the funds to lease upon now? Without elaborating further, Chen Ye simply responded, I have the money. You need not worry, village head. You have money? Nonsense. Wang Dianju was unconvinced by Chen Ye's assertions. He had discreetly calculated Chen Ye's finances over the past few days and suspected that he was currently in a tight spot, likely on the verge of requesting county subsidies. Yet, here was Chen Ye, not seeking assistance but aiming to lease a pond, which seemed dubious. While Wang Dianju was lost in thought, Chen Ye produced 6,000 yuan from his belongings and stated, Rest assured, village head, I have brought the funds to lease the pond. I will not exploit the village's resources. This revelation only deepened Wang Dianju's confusion. Although he could not fathom the source of Chen Ye's confidence, he was determined to prevent him from succeeding. Just as the two were at an impasse regarding the pond lease, Peng Yan entered the village committee. Upon seeing her, Chen Ye's face lit up with joy, and he approached her eagerly. Comrade Peng, you must help me arbitrate. I'm intent on leasing the pond to the west of the village. And I already have the funds, but village head Wang refuses to allow it. Hearing this, Peng Yan glanced at Wang Dianju before, with an air of feigned difficulty. She asked Chen Ye, Chen Ye, do you truly have sufficient funds? I have heard that you have recently ventured into land cultivation in the mountains, which undoubtedly requires a significant investment. Now that you wish to contract the pond, according to the county's policies, we are naturally inclined to encourage such endeavors. However, it is imperative that you act within your means. Wang Dianju, who was listening silently, observed that Peng Yan neither supported nor opposed the proposal, and her words were fair. He patiently awaited Chen Ye's response. Comrade Peng, the situation is as follows. Recently, the Tianma Hotel, with which I collaborated, has seen a remarkable surge in the sales of flavored shrimp, prompting several restaurants and hotels to reach out to me for supplies, including establishments within the city. However, I had previously promised Tianma Hotel exclusivity. After some contemplation, I realized that one should not forsake an entire forest for a single tree. Therefore, I intend to collaborate with them under the name of Zhou Bo, aiming to sell the lobsters in the city. Chen Ye articulated his thoughts with conviction, earning Wang Dianju's unwavering belief. Unbeknownst to him, Peng Yan was taken aback by Chen Ye's composure. After a moment, Peng Yan feigned hesitation, stating, If what you say is indeed the case, then contracting the pond should not pose a problem. Wang Dianju, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards both Chen Ye and Peng Yan, was determined not to allow them to overshadow him. He promptly interjected, Comrade Peng, while the county has policies encouraging farmers to actively contract land for income, such policies should not favor Chen Ye alone. As the saying goes, fairness must prevail. If you continue to support Chen Ye unconditionally, the other villagers are bound to voice their discontent. Though startled, Peng Yan recognized that Wang Dianju's words seemed to follow Chen Ye's script. Nevertheless, she maintained her facade of concern, responding, Chen Ye, what village head Wang says holds merit. The county's policies cannot solely benefit you. As a village committee member, I must lead the entire village towards collective prosperity. Chen Ye's expression fell, his lips pursed in disappointment, but I have already prepared my shrimp fry and feed. Upon hearing this, Wang Dianju felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet, he feigned camaraderie as he approached Chen Ye, patting him on the shoulder. How about this, Chen Ye? You could allocate some of your shrimp fry and feed to the other villagers. The village will take your contributions into account and provide you with some assistance. Peng Yan quickly echoed, Chen Ye, village head Wang is right. The prosperity of one individual cannot ensure the wealth of Bairua village. It is only by uplifting the entire village that we truly respond to the nation's call. Her succinct remarks nearly prompted Wang Dianju to applaud her. And before Chen Ye could respond, he proactively made his way to the village broadcasting station. He announced the contracting of the pond and the shrimp farming initiative, calling for villagers to convene in the open area in front of the village committee in half an hour. Half an hour later, the villagers of Bairua gradually gathered in the open space. Some brought their own small stools and casually found a spot to sit, while others simply sat cross-legged, unperturbed by formalities. As the villagers began to gather, Wang Dianju adjusted his attire and approached them. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, You are all undoubtedly aware of Chen Ye's success in shrimp farming, having earned a remarkable sum of 70 to 80,000 yuan in a short span. His animated delivery, filled with fervor, was, however, met with indifference by the villagers, who dismissed his words as trivial and meaningless. Noticing the murmurs and whispers among the crowd, a clear sign of their disregard for his authority as the village chief, Wang Dianju was about to unleash his fury when Peng Yan stepped forward and addressed the villagers. Please, everyone, quiet down and lend me your ears for a moment." Instantly, the villagers fell silent, leaving Wang Dianzhu visibly uncomfortable. Peng Yin produced a document from the county and casually flipped through a few pages, explaining, "You may recognize this document. It outlines the new policies from the county aimed at assisting us farmers in generating income." Her articulate and persuasive manner, combined with her melodious voice, captivated the villagers, who responded with applause, igniting a deep-seated jealousy in Wang Dianzhu. Subsequently, Peng Yin invited Chen Ye to speak to the villagers. Although it was his first time addressing such a large audience, Chen Ye remained composed. "Esteemed uncles and aunts," he began, as Comrade Peng has mentioned, "the county encourages us farmers to generate income. Initially, I intended to lease Uncle Chun Han's pond to cultivate shrimp. However, Comrade Peng, understanding that one person's wealth does not equate to the prosperity of the entire village, imparted her wisdom to me. Therefore, I have resolved to share my knowledge and resources regarding shrimp farming with all of you, so we can embark on this path to prosperity together." Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted into conversation. While they were acutely aware of Chen Ye's financial success and felt envious, the notion that he would generously share his shrimp seedlings and farming expertise was unexpected. After all, human nature often leans toward self-interest, and the principle of quietly amassing wealth was well understood. Intriguingly, some villagers speculated whether Chen Ye might be facing issues with his market and was thus selling off his shrimp seedlings to mitigate risks and recover losses. Though this conjecture was rather cynical, it was raised and discussed as a potential concern. Chen Ye, unfazed by the speculation, maintained his composure, while Peng Yin was taken aback. Silently contemplating, Chen Ye's insight is indeed correct. If I were to promote this matter through announcements, it would likely backfire, leading the villagers to harbor doubts and fears about shrimp farming. Meanwhile, Wang Dianzhu was fraught with anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot pan. He was well aware of the intricacies of the situation and held unwavering confidence in the profitability of shrimp farming. Regrettably, his sister Wang Fong and brother-in-law Luo Dehai were incarcerated, preventing him from directly leasing the pond due to his position as village chief, which might invite gossip from the villagers. However, with the villagers lacking enthusiasm, if no one stepped forward to lease the pond, it would ultimately fall back into Chen Ye's hands. Unable to tolerate Chen Ye's potential success, Wang Dianzhu called out, "Chen Xuanliang, didn't you assist in your uncle's pond with fish farming before? Your uncle has now gone to visit your cousin, and you have taken over the pond to cultivate crayfish." The individual named Chen Xuanliang is a young man in his mid-20s, standing about 1.7 meters tall. He got married last year and is contemplating venturing out to earn money, much like his cousin. However, upon witnessing Chen Ye's financial success, his thoughts have become more spirited. Yet, he finds himself constrained by limited resources. Recently, he has overheard various discussions regarding crayfish farming, leaving him uncertain and fearful of incurring losses that might provoke his wife to threaten divorce. Wang Dianzhu, noticing Chen Xuanliang's silence, impatiently shouted, "Why are you just standing there? It takes just a word to decide whether you will take this on, so why is it so difficult for you?" Startled by the outburst and aware of the villagers' gaze upon him, Chen Xuanliang felt trapped. After glancing at his wife, who gave a slight nod of encouragement, he steeled himself and declared, "All right, I will take over this pond." Wang Dianzhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't matter who made money. As long as it wasn't Chen Ye profiting, and as long as Chen Ye felt uneasy, he would take pleasure in that. Subsequently, Chen Xuanliang signed the pond leasing agreement at the village committee, and his wife went home to fetch the money. The following day, Chen Xuanliang, accompanied by his wife and brother-in-law, drove the family tractor to Chen Ye's pond to purchase shrimp fry. Chen Ye was straightforward, selling him 50,000 fry without hesitation. As Chen Xuanliang handed over the payment, he hesitated slightly, saying, "Chen Ye, you must keep your word from yesterday. Otherwise, I might have to confront you." "Rest assured, Brother Xuanliang, am I the kind of person who goes back on my word?" Chen Ye replied, taking the money and counting it twice to confirm the amount. He then added, "Brother Xuanliang, take your wife home, and I will come by this afternoon to share my experience in crayfish farming." After reminding Chen Ye to come by in the afternoon, Chen Xuanliang returned home contentedly with the fry. True to his word, Chen Ye visited the pond that afternoon to impart his knowledge, discreetly adding 4 drops of sweat into the water when they weren't looking. In the following days, Chen Ye made daily visits to assist Chen Xuanliang in overseeing the pond, pointing out deficiencies in the farming process. As he observed the fry gradually thriving, Chen Xuanliang felt a sense of joy, often chuckling softly while feeding them with his wife. Other villagers, upon learning that Chen Xuanliang's crayfish farming was on the right track, secretly regretted not seizing the opportunity to lease a pond for themselves. However, It was not too late. Although there were no ready ponds available, there were still idle plots of land in the village. With the current abundance of water, it would be perfect to excavate a few ponds for crayfish cultivation. Seeing the villagers' enthusiasm for crayfish farming, Peng Yin felt happy for them and proactively approached Chen Ye, encouraging him to allocate some fry for sale to the villagers. Chen Ye, naturally, welcomed the idea, as the crayfish would soon reach maturity, making it challenging to sell them for a high price. Thus, selling fry would be more profitable. As time went by, Chen Ye not only resolved the issue of financial scarcity, but also freed up funds to employ over a dozen individuals, thereby accelerating the reclamation of the barren mountains. In Chapter 34, Wang Dianzhu was apprehended for gambling. Chen Ye's shrimp seedlings were selling remarkably well, and the initial stages of the land reclamation were taking shape. He then consulted Zhou Bo, expressing his thoughts. The fruit saplings have already been planted. I believe we should take advantage of the ample sunlight and set up several grape trellises. Zhou Bo had no objections. In fact, his trust in Chen Ye had evolved into a form of blind admiration. Once the decision was made, Chen Ye proceeded to the seed station to purchase seeds. Upon returning home, he watered the seeds with a mixture of spring water and perspiration, and before long, tender sprouts emerged from the soil. During the nurturing process, Chen Ye made a remarkable discovery. When using spring water mixed with perspiration to irrigate the fruit seedlings, the growth cycle was nearly half compared to using only spring water. This was an astonishing revelation. However, the daily perspiration generated was limited, and with the need to also cultivate shrimp seedlings, it proved insufficient. Thus, Chen Ye temporarily abandoned the idea of irrigating the entire barren mountain with this mixture. That morning, Chen Ye visited Peng Yan's home to tutor Peng Si. While explaining, he caught a whiff of the fragrant scent surrounding Peng Si, which made him unable to resist inching closer, his hand subtly resting on her thigh. Sensing the warmth on her thigh, Peng Si immediately reached out to push Chen Ye's hand away, playfully admonishing, "Pervert, quickly remove your hand. If my mother sees, she will certainly forbid you from coming to my house again." Chen Ye chuckled, withdrawing his hand, but quickly shifted his focus to grasping Peng Si's left hand. Feeling the smoothness of her palm, he couldn't help but gently trace her hand with his fingers. "Aunt won't see us," he whispered, as his fingers brushed her palm. A ticklish sensation arose, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. She playfully glared at Chen Ye, exclaiming, "You bad person." The softness and charm in her voice melted Chen Ye's heart, prompting him to lean in closer, yearning to kiss her fragrant lips. Peng Si could already feel the warmth radiating from his breath, pursing her lips and closing her eyes, awaiting the moment of their kiss. However, just as their lips were a mere few millimeters apart, a shout from outside interrupted them. "Chen Ye, something big has happened." Startled, Peng Si pushed Chen Ye aside, and he broke out in a cold sweat. If Peng Yin were to witness him kissing Peng Si, he would certainly be barred from visiting their home in the future. Soon, Zhou Bo rushed into Peng Si's room, oblivious to the panic on her face and the lingering blush on her cheeks. Breathing heavily, he exclaimed, "Chen Ye, there's a crisis on the mountain. All the seeds we just planted have been devoured by mice." "What?" Chen Ye gasped in shock, immediately rising to his feet. "Is this true? I went up the mountain this morning and saw a mouse gnawing on our seeds." Zhou Bo recounted in detail what he had observed earlier that day. "Mice? How could there be mice on that barren mountain?" Chen Ye pondered silently, then slammed the table with conviction. "It must be that old rascal Wang Dianzhu stirring up trouble again. I will confront him." Zhou Bo, upon hearing this, was consumed with rage, for the only one likely to cause them trouble in Bairuo village was indeed Wang Dianzhu. After all, he had previously sent Luo Dahai and Wang Fong to release frogs into the pond, had it not been for Chen Ye's quick thinking in devising a clever solution. The shrimp fry would have undoubtedly been devoured completely by the frogs. Seeing Zhou Bo's fury as he prepared to seek out Wang Dianzhu, Chen Ye quickly restrained him. "Zhou Bo, do not act impulsively. We lack evidence in this matter, and if we confront Wang Dianzhu recklessly, he will surely deny everything." Zhou Bo, upon hearing this, became even more enraged. "No, I cannot swallow this insult. I must teach Wang Dianzhu a lesson today." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Ye embraced Zhou Bo to prevent him from making a foolish decision, and urged him, "Zhou Bo, have you considered that if you go and strike Wang Dianzhu, he will undoubtedly call the police on you? Not only will you face detention, but he will also revel in his victory. Moreover, based on our previous encounters, Wang Dianzhu will likely enlist others to do his dirty work while remaining in the shadows." With a heavy sigh, Zhou Bo squatted down, desperately pounding his head. "Then what should we do? If this has happened once, it could easily happen again. That old scoundrel Wang Dianzhu is truly malicious." Chen Ye approached Zhou Bo and gently patted his shoulder. Do not worry. I will devise a plan to deal with him. In the days that followed, Zhou Bo and Chen Ye conspired to arrange for people to take turns keeping watch over the pond and the wasteland, each armed with a sturdy club. Should Wang Dianzhu dare to send someone to cause trouble, they would capture them on the spot and administer a fitting punishment. After several days, indeed, no issues arose from the mountain or the pond. Yet, Chen Ye understood that this was merely a temporary solution, unless they eradicated the malignant presence of Wang Dianzhu. He would surely concoct more schemes to create mischief. At this juncture, an issue captured Chen Ye's attention. The county's agricultural subsidies had yet to reach the villagers. Consequently, he sought out Peng Yan to inquire about the matter. Upon hearing his concerns, Peng Yan's expression changed dramatically as she immediately contacted the relevant departments in the county. The response revealed that the subsidies had been fully dispersed to Bairuo village and were collected entirely by the village chief, Wang Dianzhu. A cold smile crept across Chen Ye's face as he remarked, "Auntie, I suspect that Wang Dianzhu has likely embezzled these funds." Peng Yan's countenance darkened. "Chen Ye, I will go to the county tomorrow to report this situation to the authorities." After leaving Peng Yan's home, Chen Ye passed by Wang Dianzhu's residence, where the latter's wife was feeding chickens. Chen Ye took the initiative to greet her. "Aunt Wang, are you busy?" Wang Dianzhu's wife initially turned her head, letting her hair down to conceal the bruise on her forehead, while simultaneously responding, "Yes, Xiao Yi, would you like to come over for dinner? It's just me at home tonight." Although her actions were well executed, Chen Ye still noticed and inquired, "Aunt Wang, did the village chief inflict that injury on your head?" As the truth could no longer be concealed, Wang Dianzhu's wife merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Isn't that the wretched old man?" she remarked. "He hasn't returned home these past few nights, and whenever he does, he strikes me if I dare to utter a word." "The village chief hasn't been home at night?" Chen Ye silently noted this, offering a few words of comfort to the village chief's wife before taking his leave. The following day, after Peng Yan left for the county town, Chen Ye discreetly concealed himself beneath a large tree near the village committee, awaiting Wang Dianzhu's emergence. True to his wife's words, Wang Dianzhu did not head home, but instead walked towards the village entrance. Chen Ye trailed him from a distance, careful not to be noticed. This pursuit led him to Baisha village, several miles away from Bairuo village, where he observed Wang Dianzhu enter the village with familiarity, making his way toward a three-story villa adorned with tiles. As Chen Ye approached the villa, he discovered that the yard was secured by a formidable iron gate. Entry required a knock. Although he could not venture into the yard, the sounds of mahjong and boisterous male voices drifted over the wall. To ascertain whether Wang Dianzhu was indeed gambling inside, Chen Ye glanced around, noting the absence of onlookers, and scaled the wall. At that moment, a large wolf dog prepared to bark at him, but Chen Ye shot at a fierce look and commanded, "Silence." Remarkably, the dog seemed to understand, obediently closing its mouth. Successfully slipping into the yard, Chen Ye crouched close to the wall and cautiously peered over. To his astonishment, the mahjong table was strewn with cash, 150 yuan notes, and there sat Wang Dianzhu, with a staggering 30,000 yuan before him. Witnessing this scene, Chen Ye retrieved his newly purchased phone and recorded Wang Dianzhu's gambling activities, particularly noting his misfortune as he lost over 3,000 yuan in a short span. Having gathered sufficient evidence of Wang Dianzhu's gambling, Chen Ye decided against lingering any longer. He quietly exited the yard and retraced his steps back to Bairuo village, heading directly to Peng Yan's residence. After a wait of approximately 2 hours, Peng Yan returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Chen Ye immediately rose to his feet, pointing at the two individuals behind Peng Yan, and inquired, "Aunt, who are they?" Before Peng Yan could introduce them, the middle-aged man spoke up. "You must be Chen Ye, the one whom Comrade Peng has spoken of. I've heard that despite your youth, you have achieved remarkable accomplishments. Truly a model in the process of rural development." Flattered by such praise, Chen Ye felt a flush of embarrassment and humbly replied, "You honor me too greatly. These achievements are a result of the government's excellent policies and the guidance of Comrade Peng in our village." The middle-aged man, clearly pleased by Chen Ye's modesty and awareness at such a young age, regarded him with admiration. Although Chen Ye was unaware of the middle-aged man's identity, his tone suggested he was a significant official from the county. Thus, he broached the topic of Wang Dianzhu's gambling. "This is the footage I captured while tailing him." Indeed, after viewing the video of Wang Dianzhu, who was engrossed in gambling at the mahjong table, seemingly devoid of any semblance of a village official, the man's expression grew increasingly grim. He lamented, "Fortunately, Xiao Peng acted swiftly. Otherwise, with a rat like Wang Dianzhu around, the county's new rural development plan would merely be a paper dream." From the moment the middle-aged man arrived until his departure, Chen Ye refrained from inquiring about Peng Yan's identity. However, the following day, the county dispatched personnel to the village committee for an investigation, with the first target being village head Wang Dianju. Initially, Wang vehemently denied any wrongdoing, yet the evidence of his misappropriation of farmer subsidies for gambling was irrefutable, leaving him no room for evasion. Consequently, he was arrested that very day and taken to the county for further investigation. The news of Wang Dianju's embezzlement rapidly spread throughout the village, inciting outrage among the villagers of Bairuo, who collectively petitioned the county for severe punishment. The relevant county departments swiftly issued directives and measures in response. Wang Dianju was expelled from the party and charged with embezzlement and other crimes, receiving a 12-year sentence. Thus, the 3 malignant tumors that had plagued Bairuo village were eradicated, and under the leadership of Peng Yan, the village embarked on a prosperous path toward collective wealth and well-being. Most delighted of all was Chen Ye, for a month later. The first batch of rice he had sown reached maturity, yielding a bountiful harvest. Each grain was round and plump, resembling pearls, and the rice cooked from it exuded an exceptionally fragrant sweetness. After harvesting and milling the rice, Chen Ye took a bag to Tianma Hotel to have Zhang Haiming taste it. Upon tasting, Zhang Haiming promptly ordered 100 bags at 10 yuan per pound. However, this time, Chen Ye declined to establish an exclusive supply agreement. Chapter 35. A fury against the wealthy heirs. Time passed swiftly, and during this period, Chen Ye had amassed considerable wealth. In addition to villagers flocking to him for shrimp seedlings, the durians harvested from the wild mountains fetched excellent prices at Tianma Hotel. Throughout this time, Zhang Haiming repeatedly proposed signing an exclusive supply contract with Chen Ye, yet Chen Ye remained steadfast in his refusal, undeterred by Zhang Haiming's enticing offers. He was unwilling to sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree. While Chen Ye celebrated his success with Zhou Bo and others, Peng Si harbored concerns, fearing that Chen Ye might forsake his studies for his burgeoning business. Yet, she was uncertain how to persuade him to return to school. As September approached and the new school year loomed, Peng Si finally summoned Chen Ye to her home, taking the initiative to grasp his hand for the first time. Chen Ye, you will accompany me to high school, won't you? After voicing this long-held question, Peng Si anxiously awaited Chen Ye's response. Chen Ye feigned difficulty, saying, "CC, look at me. I have to raise shrimp and plant trees. I have so much on my plate." Before he could finish, Peng Si withdrew her hand, turning away with a pout. "Then you go raise shrimp and plant trees." Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Ye could scarcely fathom Peng Si's thoughts. In his previous life, he had missed the opportunity to attend the same school as Peng Si, ultimately leading to their separation. This time, he vowed to prevent such a regret from recurring. Therefore, he approached her from behind, gently wrapping his arms around her waist and whispering warmly in her ear, "Fool. Am I the kind of person who would forsake my dear sweetheart for the sake of money?" Peng Si felt her face flush, her heart enchanted by the term dear sweetheart, as if she could melt into Chen Ye's embrace. Playfully, she retorted, "You rascal, who is your dear sweetheart? Apart from CC, who else could possibly hold such a title in my heart?" Chen Ye replied, "Since I have decided to attend high school with you, I must entrust all matters at hand to Zhou Bo." Although Zhou Bo was a few years older than Chen Ye, he panicked at the thought of taking charge of the mountains and pond without Chen Ye's guidance. "Chen Ye, I truly cannot manage this. Without your leadership, I simply cannot cope. What if I mishandle the tasks you entrusted to me?" Before he could finish, Chen Ye placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and firmly said, "Zhou Bo, you must believe in yourself. You possess the capability to succeed, and since I entrust you with these responsibilities, I have faith that you will excel." Encouraged by Chen Ye's confidence, Zhou Bo conceded, "All right then, but your phone must remain on 24/7. I will reach out if I need anything." Chen Ye nodded, then took out some currency, writing down the duty roster and the schedule for time off, handing them all to Zhou Bo. "By the way, during my time at school, please refrain from selling the shrimp fry." Although Zhou Bo was curious as to why Chen Ye would forego profit, he decided to comply with his request. On the day school commenced, as Chen Ye stepped through the gates of the high school, he was suddenly enveloped by a sense of surrealism. The flora and fauna of the campus, the bustling basketball court, and groups of students traversing the grounds, along with the familiar desks and chairs, all evoked a mixture of nostalgia and novelty. Fortunately, thanks to Peng Yan's prior arrangements with the school authorities, Chen Ye and Peng Si were placed in the same class. Upon entering the classroom, Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback by the youthful faces surrounding him, a torrent of emotions surging within him. Thankfully, Peng Si discreetly tugged at his sleeve, and together they found an unoccupied desk to sit at. As the bell rang, signaling the start of class, a young woman resembling a teacher entered the room. She wore a waist-length white blouse paired with a black pencil skirt, accentuated by alluring black stockings that lent her every step a captivating grace. As she approached Chen Ye with the attendance sheet, he caught a whiff of her enchanting fragrance, and the words goddess involuntarily sprang to his mind. "Hello everyone, I am your English teacher Su Fong, and I will also be your homeroom teacher," she announced, elegantly inscribing her name on the blackboard. "Wow, we are so fortunate. Our homeroom teacher is a beauty." Indeed, the homeroom teachers of other classes are either middle-aged women or balding old men. In comparison, we seem to dwell in paradise. As Su Fong concluded her statement, the boys below began to murmur amongst themselves, gradually commenting on her figure with a level of scrutiny rivaling that of a Hong Kong beauty pageant. This, in itself, was a testament to Su Fong's undeniable beauty. Even Chen Ye, when gazing at Su Fong, felt an involuntary movement in his Adam's apple. Observing this, Peng Si couldn't help but pinch the soft flesh at Chen Ye's waist, exclaiming, "Isn't Teacher Su stunning?" Chen Ye was about to affirm her statement, but quickly realized his misstep. He hastily grasped her hand and smiled apologetically, saying, "Though she is indeed lovely, she pales in comparison to my darling CC." With a smooth tongue, Chen Ye's flattery made Peng Si blush, prompting her to release his hand out of concern for being seen by their classmates. As time passed, Su Fong began to ask the students to introduce themselves one by one. When it was Chen Ye's turn, he confidently stood up and declared, "Hello everyone. My name is Chen Ye. I live in Bairuo village. My father is a farmer, and my grandfather was also a farmer. My dream for the future is to become a great farmer and lead my fellow villagers towards prosperity." His earnest expression elicited laughter from his classmates. Even Su Fong covered her mouth to stifle a giggle, urging him to take his seat. However, the atmosphere shifted significantly during the election of class officers. While most students feigned indifference, Chen Ye seized the opportunity to observe his classmates closely. Soon, the positions of class leader, deputy leader, academic representative, subject representatives, and group leaders were filled, leaving only the position of labor committee member unclaimed. Just as Su Fong began to feel awkward, a slightly tanned, sturdy arm raised itself. "Teacher, if no one wants to be the labor committee member, I shall take on the role. I come from the countryside and am accustomed to such tasks." When Chen Ye nonchalantly volunteered for the position, his classmates looked at him as if he were a fool. Though the labor committee member bore the title of a committee member, it lacked the authority and influence of the academic representative, offering little more than the chance to engage with teachers and occasionally earn a few extra points for being a model student. As the class erupted in warm applause to thank Chen Ye for his willingness to set an example, Su Fong led the ovation. However, a jarring voice broke the harmony. A tall, slender boy, approximately 6 feet in height, with hair dyed in a cacophony of colors, swaggered into the room, chewing gum. Su Fong's brows furrowed as she glanced at the attendance sheet, noting the only name absent from the roll call, Li Lingfeng. Just as Su Fong frowned, Li Lingfeng brazenly spat his gum onto the floor. Upon witnessing the arrogant demeanor of Li Lingfeng, Chen Ye remarked, "Kindly pick that up and dispose of it in the trash." During his middle school years, Li Lingfeng was notorious as a troublesome student, frequently engaging in fights and harassing female classmates. However, his father's prosperous steel business had accumulated considerable wealth over the years, and with his father's acquisition of a lavish Mercedes, Li Lingfeng exuded an air of unwarranted superiority. Thus, upon seeing Chen Ye, he disdainfully retorted, "What are you, just a dirty rural bumpkin?" Chen Ye regarded Li Lingfeng with icy composure, suppressing the urge to unleash a flurry of blows upon him, and calmly reiterated, "I shall say this one last time. Please pick up the chewing gum from the floor. You fool, do you think being a labor commissioner makes you important? You should take a good look in the mirror and reflect on your own character." Li Lingfeng spat, leaning back against the desk, legs crossed, exuding an attitude of invincibility. Peng Si, aware of Chen Ye's temperament and his previous intimidation of Wang Fong and Luo Dehai with a kitchen knife, urged him to avoid trouble on the first day of school, saying, "Chen Ye, let it go. It's best not to engage with such individuals." At that moment, Li Lingfeng, noticing Peng Si seated next to Chen Ye, was as if he had discovered a new land. Ignoring the classroom's decorum, he approached her, attempting to touch her face. "Beauty. What should I call you? Interested in going ice skating with me this afternoon? I could even take you singing tonight." "Remove your filthy hands," Chen Ye growled, seizing Li Lingfeng's wrist firmly. Li Lingfeng struggled to free himself, but found it impossible to escape Chen Ye's grip. Pointing an accusing finger at Chen Ye's face, he barked, "Rural bumpkin, let go of me." With a resounding slap, Chen Ye struck Li Lingfeng across the face, leaving the entire class momentarily breathless. A student familiar with Li Lingfeng could only silently mourn for him in that instant. Stunned by the unexpected blow, Li Lingfeng, who had always been the aggressor, was bewildered. Who dared to strike him? Holding his face, he forced a grimace and challenged, "Do you dare hit me? Do you know who my father is?" In response to his inquiry, Chen Ye delivered another sharp slap, reinforcing his point with decisive action. Li Lingfeng, clutching his stinging cheek, glared fiercely and threatened, "You have guts. Kid, if you dare to hit me again, I swear I'll make you regret it." Yet, before he could catch his breath, Chen Ye seized his collar with his left hand, causing him to stumble precariously. Without allowing Li Lingfeng a moment to recover, Chen Ye raised his right hand and unleashed a barrage of over 20 resounding slaps, each delivered with such force that Li Lingfeng's face swelled dramatically. I have encountered individuals deserving of a beating, yet I have never witnessed someone, like Chen Ye, actively seeking such punishment. He firmly grasped Li Lingfeng's face, compelling him to meet his gaze. "Remember, I am Chen Ye, regardless of your surname or who your father may be. If you dare to cast even a glance at Cece again, I will certainly teach you a lesson." Chapter 36. Do not leave. Su Fong was taken aback as the two genuinely began to fight. Having worked for several years, she had never encountered such a situation before. Hence, she did not hesitate and immediately stepped in front of Chen Ye and Li Lingfeng, urging them to cease. "Chen Ye, stop fighting." Upon hearing Su Fong's words, Chen Ye released his grip and pushed Li Lingfeng aside. Li Lingfeng regained his balance, feeling humiliated, for being struck on the very first day in front of others was intolerable. However, he also felt a twinge of fear regarding Chen Ye's brute strength. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he directed a harsh remark at Chen Ye, "Country bumpkin, if you have the guts, don't you dare leave." After delivering his threat, Li Lingfeng intended to depart, dismissing Su Fong entirely. Nevertheless, Chen Ye was not inclined to let him go. "Wait a moment. It seems you've forgotten something." Li Lingfeng turned back, pointing at Chen Ye, "Country bumpkin, don't go too far." Chen Ye replied, "As a person, I must maintain cleanliness. Therefore, whoever has littered must pick it up." He gestured toward the gum that Li Lingfeng had spat out. "Fine, you have some nerve. I will ensure you pay for your words." As Li Lingfeng bent to pick up the gum, Chen Ye returned to his seat. His earlier threats were merely a pretext to summon a few ruffians to confront him, but given that he was not intimidated by the likes of Luo Dahai, he certainly would not fear someone yet to mature. Once Li Lingfeng departed, calmness finally returned, and Su Fong sighed with relief. After a moment, she called out to Chen Ye, who was about to leave. "Is there something you need?" Chen Ye asked with an innocent demeanor, a stark contrast to his earlier ferocity. Su Fong hesitated before saying, "Chen Ye, please come to the office with me." Chen Ye nodded in agreement, not refusing, as he followed Su Fong. Just as her left foot crossed the threshold of the office, her skirt's zipper completely came undone, causing her skirt to slip down and trip her as she moved forward. Seeing this, Chen Ye rushed forward without a second thought and caught her by the waist, stabilizing her precarious stance. Su Fong was understandably startled and silently grateful that there were no other colleagues present. She hastily attempted to pull up her skirt from Chen Ye's grasp. But in her haste, she did not realize that the hem had been caught under her high heels, making it increasingly difficult to lift. Fortunately, Su Fong was quick-witted. Upon noticing her predicament, she swiftly repositioned her foot and managed to pull her skirt back up. Once her attire was in order, she turned her head, only to find Chen Ye staring vacantly at her skirt, causing her to feel both embarrassed and annoyed. "You must not speak of today's events to anyone," she insisted. "Understood," Chen Ye replied, quickly nodding in agreement. The commotion surrounding the matter caused Su Fong to abandon her intention to properly educate Chen Ye. Instead, she simply advised him to return home after any future conflicts. Upon his return, Chen Ye could not help but recall the alluring and bashful scene of Su Fong. Peng Si, noticing Chen Ye lost in thought, inquired, "Chen Ye, what did she just say to you?" Coming back to his senses, Chen Ye quickly replied, "Don't worry. It's nothing. Just told me not to engage in conflicts." Still not entirely convinced, Peng Si asked, "Really?" Chen Ye reassured her, "Of course. I am resilient. What could possibly be wrong?" As he spoke, he took Peng Si's hand, gently squeezing it, causing her to shyly withdraw her hand. Subsequently, Chen Ye found the material rather dull. To him, it seemed quite simple. Moreover, after the alteration of his constitution, his memory and comprehension abilities had significantly improved, allowing him to grasp the content with just a single reading. For him, the repeated details were merely echoes in his mind. Meanwhile, Peng Si was fully engrossed in listening. When she noticed Chen Ye resting his head on his hand and dozing off, she pinched his waist, urging him, "Pay attention," rather than altering his position. Chen Ye grasped Peng Si's hand and softly remarked, "I already understand all of this." "Impossible. You merely glanced at it. How could you possibly know it all?" Peng Si exclaimed, her expression rife with disbelief. After all, Chen Ye had spent the past few months in the village tending to shrimp and planting trees. With little time to study, Chen Ye, yawning, nonchalantly flipped through the pages, asserting, I assure you, I'm not lying. If you doubt me, I can demonstrate. Skeptical yet intrigued, Peng Si casually pointed to a section, show me this. Remarkably, Chen Ye completed the task in less than a minute, stating, go ahead and ask. See if I made any mistakes. Peng Si took Chen Ye's notebook, opened her own, and matched the contents. She was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment, as they were identical. See, I wasn't boasting. I am quite impressive, Chen Ye declared, resting his head on the table before gently kissing the back of Peng Si's hand. Startled by his action, Peng Si quickly withdrew her hand, playfully admonishing, hurry and let go. Don't let anyone see. Let them see. What does it matter? After all, you will inevitably be mine. Chen Ye replied confidently, having already resolved that, once the time came, he would formally propose to Peng Si, culminating in their engagement. Stop talking nonsense. I'm ignoring you now. Peng Si retorted, her cheeks flushed as she dared not meet Chen Ye's gaze. The remainder of the day passed with Chen Ye equally listless. Eventually, he took Peng Si's hand and led her out, causing envy among the boys who witnessed Chen Ye's boldness. However, the thought of Chen Ye daring to confront Li Lingfeng kept them from speaking ill of him. As they had not yet officially moved in, the cafeteria was still closed. But Chen Ye was unconcerned, as he had money in his pocket. He intended to take Peng Si out for a meal. However, as they approached the entrance, they encountered Li Lingfeng, who was waiting for him with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a wooden stick in hand. Standing beside Li Lingfeng were more than a dozen young individuals with hair dyed in a myriad of colors, each wielding a wooden stick, unmistakably thugs summoned by Li Lingfeng. With the backing of his entourage, Li Lingfeng's confidence surged as he approached Chen Ye, arrogantly proclaiming, Country bumpkin, weren't you quite bold this morning? Now, kneel and apologize to me, and let Peng Si accompany me for the night. Perhaps then, I shall spare you. Upon hearing Li Lingfeng's words and observing the multitude of thugs surrounding them, Peng Si was seized by fear and grasped Chen Ye's hand, attempting to retreat. However, as she turned to leave, she found Chen Ye standing resolutely in place. Casting a disdainful glance at Li Lingfeng and his cohorts, Chen Ye retorted, have you not been sufficiently beaten this morning? Li Lingfeng, incensed by Chen Ye's defiance and audacity to mention the earlier incident, angrily tossed his cigarette to the ground and bellowed, Country bumpkin, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Attack him. The thugs, accustomed to following Li Lingfeng in their indulgent escapades, wasted no time in obeying his command, charging at Chen Ye with their wooden sticks raised. Chen Ye first urged Peng Si to retreat, then, undeterred, faced the advancing thugs. With a brief run-up, he leaped high, delivering a powerful kick that sent the foremost thug crashing to the ground, swiftly dodging two incoming sticks with a graceful bend. As Peng Si watched Chen Ye navigate the throng, narrowly avoiding the weapons, her anxiety heightened, prompting her to seek help from Su Fong. Once she departed, Chen Ye felt a wave of relief and swiftly swept his leg to trip a thug attempting to ambush him from behind, then delivered a fierce punch to Li Lingfeng's eye. The force of the blow caused Li Lingfeng's eye to swell, leaving him groaning on the ground in agony. The thugs, seasoned in brawling, quickly recognized Chen Ye as a formidable opponent, adopting a strategy to encircle him like wolves closing in on a tiger. They swiftly formed a circle around him, circling relentlessly. Chen Ye understood they were waiting for him to reveal a weakness, so he refrained from attacking, patiently biding his time for a counterstrike. You truly lack shame, attacking one person with so many of you, and doing so in such a cowardly manner. Just then, a robust voice rang out from the entrance, as a young man approximately 175 meters tall stepped forward. Li Lingfeng, still rubbing his eyes, immediately recognized him and demanded, Xia Hanyu, what does this have to do with you? Xia Hanyu replied coldly with a smirk, Li Lingfeng, don't presume that your family's wealth grants you the right to act unlawfully. This place is not your domain. So, you intend to help him? Li Lingfeng glared menacingly at Xia Hanyu and Chen Ye before waving his thin arm, commanding, beat them both to a pulp. If anything happens, my father will take care of it. Upon hearing this, the thugs hastily discarded their wooden sticks and retrieved spring knives from their pockets. Upon observing the tense atmosphere, Xia Hanyu felt a twinge of concern. After all, a blow from a wooden stick might only result in a bruise, while a stab from a knife could lead to bleeding. He had just advised Chen Ye to exercise caution. However, to his astonishment, Chen Ye displayed no signs of fear. Instead, he leisurely tucked his hands into his pockets. Chapter 37. A meal encountering rascals. Was Chen Ye preparing to surrender? This was the collective thought among the onlooking students. Even Li Lingfeng believed that Chen Ye was intimidated by their spring knives. Mr. Su, they are the ones Li Lingfeng summoned. There are over a dozen of them surrounding just Chen Ye. Do not worry. I have already contacted the authorities, and the inspectors will arrive shortly. However, when Peng Si and Su Fong appeared at the school gate, all the ruffians froze in their tracks. With a smile, Chen Ye inquired, "The inspectors are on their way. Will you still engage in a fight?" The gang members exchanged glances with Li Lingfeng, and one of the leaders remarked, "Li Xiao. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. We will seek revenge another day. The inspectors are coming. We should leave now." Though Li Lingfeng harbored a desire to mutilate Chen Ye, he recognized the impending trouble with the arrival of the inspectors. Thus, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Retreat." Before long, Li Lingfeng led his gang away from the school. At this moment, Chen Ye turned to Su Fong and noticed her empty hands resting on her chest. A look of relief washing over her face. He understood that she hadn't brought her phone, and the mention of calling the authorities was merely a ruse to intimidate Li Lingfeng. However, he chose not to reveal this, instead adopting a relieved demeanor. "Miss Su, I am grateful you arrived. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits." Chen Ye's response left Xie Hanyu wide-eyed. He had not witnessed a moment of fear from Chen Ye throughout the ordeal. "Chen Ye, in the future, remember to seek me out or another teacher in such situations." What occurred just now was exceedingly perilous. Su Fong was equally shaken. She had left her phone and wallet in the dormitory that morning and was just about to retrieve them when she encountered Peng Si, who was desperately seeking her help. After hearing Peng Si's account, she rushed to the school gate. With gratitude, Chen Ye replied, "Thank you, Miss Su. We will certainly be more vigilant in the future." "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Today, I shall treat you to a meal." Upon uttering this, Su Fong's face flushed, realizing her wallet and phone were still in the dormitory. Just as she was about to ask Chen Ye and Peng Si to wait for her, Chen Ye preemptively said, "Miss Su, thanks to your intervention, I should be the one treating you to this meal." As a teacher, how could she allow her students to foot the bill? Su Fong was about to decline when she caught Chen Ye winking at her, his gaze lingering on her skirt and her fair arms, causing her cheeks to redden. Aware that Chen Ye had inferred her lack of funds, Peng Si, not overthinking the matter, felt that the meal should indeed be their treat. Furthermore, she recognized that Chen Ye had earned a considerable amount of money over the past few months, making it more than feasible for him to treat them. Thus, she quickly approached Su Fong, taking her hand and saying, "Miss Su, do not worry about saving money for Chen Ye. He has been quite affluent lately." "He is affluent?" Su Fong was momentarily taken aback by the name uttered by Peng Si. However, considering that both Chen Ye and Peng Si hailed from rural backgrounds, and that the county had recently been promoting new rural development, it was only natural for her to assume that his family must be relatively affluent. Thus, she no longer hesitated. The county's one high school was surrounded by numerous small eateries and fast food establishments, primarily catering to the students and teachers of the school, as well as workers from nearby construction sites. The school cafeteria was usually open, yet some students, preferring to avoid the hassle, opted to dine there instead. The prices at the cafeteria were reasonable, alleviating some of the pressure on the off-campus dining venues. However, with the new school year just commencing, a wave of students and teachers had flooded in, leaving Chen Ye to observe that the small restaurants and fast food joints were brimming with patrons, with no available seating in sight. Su Fong furrowed her brows, relieved that she hadn't gone back to fetch her wallet. Otherwise, when all the students poured out of the school for lunch, there would likely be no standing room left in those eateries. Chen Ye, not wishing to sweat profusely in the sweltering heat amidst the throngs of people, especially with two beautiful companions, Peng Si and Su Fong, decided to take the initiative and inquired, "Teacher Su, do you know of any restaurants here that are a bit more upscale?" "An upscale restaurant?" Su Fong paused, unsure of the level of sophistication Chen Ye was referring to, concerned that if the prices were exorbitant, he might find them unaffordable. Chen Ye smiled, not intending to present himself as a wealthy individual in front of Su Fong to avoid causing her discomfort. He explained, "I mean a restaurant where a meal costs around 300 to 500 yuan, one with air conditioning. In this heat, I fear CC won't be able to eat comfortably." Peng Si felt a warmth in her heart at his consideration, yet she was somewhat embarrassed by his words in front of a teacher. Is there a place with air conditioning? Su Fong thought to herself, relieved that Chen Ye hadn't suggested a restaurant with 1,000 yuan minimum expenditure. Nevertheless, 300 to 500 yuan was still a considerable sum, and Chen Ye's willingness to mention it indicated that his family indeed had some financial means. With this in mind, Su Fong extended her graceful hand and pointed. "Then let us go to the fisherman's house. Their steamed sea base is exceptionally delicious, and the prices are reasonable. For the three of us, Ordering 2 additional dishes shouldn't exceed 100 yuan. Chen Ye nodded in agreement. All right, let's head to the fisherman's house. It was not far from the county's number 1 high school. After passing through 2 alleys, they arrived. Upon reaching the fisherman's house, Chen Ye glanced at the entrance. Although the facade was modest, the interior was uniquely styled, evoking the charm of the southern waterways. The waitstaff, all young women, were quite charming. Ladies, please come in. One of the servers graciously opened the door for the 3 of them, smiling as she invited them inside. The moment the glass door swung open, a refreshing blast of cool air enveloped them, invigorating their spirits. Noticing the satisfaction on Peng Si's face, Chen Ye remarked, "Cici, let us make this our regular dining spot." Peng Si expressed her concern, "But it seems quite expensive here." Chen Ye took her hand reassuringly. "What is there to fear? Didn't you say I'm a landlord? Surely a landlord can afford a meal." Peng Si retracted her hand and chuckled lightly. "All right then. When you, the landlord, run out of provisions, you can follow me to nibble on steamed buns." Amid their playful banter, the waiter had already set the table and presented the menu before them. Chen Ye, with an air of confidence, picked up the menu, glanced at the prices, which he found quite ordinary, and began to order. "I would like a plate of steamed base and braised pig trotters." Seeing Chen Ye swiftly order over a dozen dishes, Su Fong was taken aback and hurriedly told the waiter, "We will just have the steamed base, pickled cabbage with intestines, and twice cooked pork, along with 3 portions of rice. Nothing else, please." The waitress stifled a laugh. She had seen such occurrences frequently. Typically, children would order haphazardly, only for adults to revise the selections upon seeing the prices. Chen Ye casually remarked, "Miss, let us stick with the original order and add a bottle of coconut juice. We'll forego the rice." This left the waitress in a bit of a quandary. Having just crossed off the dishes she had written down, now this youth was reordering. If the accompanying adult decided to make further changes, it could lead to an endless cycle of revisions. Thus, she set aside her notepad, suggesting, "Please finalize your order before I proceed." Su Fong, noticing the waitress's growing impatience, quickly said, "No need for further discussion. Let us go with the previous order." However, before she could finish her sentence, a derisive laugh erupted from a nearby table. "If you don't have the money, don't try to order like an adult. It's quite embarrassing, isn't it?" Chen Ye turned to see a man seated alone under the air conditioning, 2 bottles of liquor on his table, one already emptied, the other nearly so. His face, flushed as red as a baboon's backside, indicated he was speaking under the influence of alcohol. His gaze lecherously fixed on Su Fong's legs clad in stockings. "Miss, let us stick with what I said earlier. We have the funds," Chen Ye said, dismissing the drunken man without further ado, and turned back to the waitress. "Very well, please hold on a moment." The waitress shrugged at Su Fong, seemingly conveying that it was unfortunate she was stuck with this ostentatious youth. Before long, dishes began to arrive at their table. Chen Ye was not in a hurry to eat. Instead, he called the waitress over to request a bowl of hot water to sanitize the dishes and cups. This seemingly mundane act struck Su Fong as curious, as it clearly belonged to the realm of adults. Throughout the meal, Chen Ye consistently served food to Peng Si and Su Fong with a serving chopstick while enjoying his own meal, exuding the composure of a mature man. This thoughtful demeanor made Peng Si feel cared for, while it also drew Su Fong's gaze towards him more than once. As they were halfway through their meal, a group of raucous men, dressed rather sloppily, exited a vehicle and swaggered inside, without waiting for the waitress to open the door. They pushed it open forcefully and sauntered to the nearest table. The waitress, clearly put off by their rude entrance, still politely inquired, "What would you like to order?" "Haha, I want a big bun," one of them replied. "I desire to savor a large steamed bun." 2 individuals engaged in conversation, one of whom, fixated on the ample bosom of the waitress, unleashed a torrent of vulgarities. The young waitress hurriedly shielded her lower half with the order pad, subsequently issuing an eviction order. "I apologize, but we do not serve buns here. If you wish to have steamed buns, you need only step outside, and you will find a bun shop ahead." "How dare you speak to us like that? Is this how you treat your customers?" one of them retorted. "Don't think your beauty grants you any privilege. Even if you were offered to me, I would find you repugnant." A group of young men at the next table slammed their hands down, their voices dripping with arrogance, prompting a drunken man at the front table to seize a bottle and rise to confront them. "You rascals, can't you see I'm trying to enjoy my meal?" At that moment, a few of his companions, appearing as ruffians, advanced towards the drunken man and swiftly knocked him to the ground with a kick, following it up with a flurry of punches and kicks. One of the young men, sporting a buzz cut, spat a thick wad of phlegm onto the inebriated man and sneered, "Look at yourself. Do you really think you can mess with the Wolfgang?" The waitress, who had been contemplating calling the police, froze upon hearing the name Wolfgang and hastily set down her phone. The buzz-cut youth, noticing the other patrons trembling in fear, reveled in his perceived authority, adopting an attitude of superiority. What are you staring at? Can't you see the Wolfgang is handling matters here? His commanding tone caused the diners at several tables to bow their heads in fright. Feeling satisfied, he noticed Su Fong and Peng Si nearby, one a sultry woman in black stockings, the other a pure and innocent young girl, together embodying exquisite beauty. He swallowed hard and approached Su Fong. What are your names, beautiful ladies? Chapter 38. The Queen. Song Yubing Chen Ye picked up a steamed crab dumpling, savored its flavor, and coldly advised, keep your distance from them. Who do you think you are? Do you even know who we are? The buzz-cut youth exclaimed, eyes wide as he grabbed Chen Ye by the collar, continuing, you want to be a protector of flowers at such a young age? Have you lost your mind? As Chen Ye frowned and prepared to retaliate, a woman descended from the second floor of the restaurant. She surveyed the scene with a regal demeanor and commanded, stop. Upon turning, Chen Ye beheld a woman with short hair, clad in a pristine black professional suit that accentuated her stunning figure with remarkable curves. Standing at approximately 5 feet 6 inches. Though not voluptuous, her proportions were perfectly balanced, exuding the allure of a formidable career woman. The buzz-cut youth gazed at her long, elegant legs, his eyes lighting up in wonder as he exclaimed, I never expected this shabby restaurant to be such a treasure trove of beauty. It seems I, Su Biao, am truly fortunate. However, since you are the owner and a woman of such striking beauty, if you would be so kind as to spend the night with me, I assure you that the dog gang will protect your establishment from now on. I am indifferent to your wild wolf gang or your stray dog gang. However, this is my restaurant, and I will not allow you to behave recklessly here. Song Yubing's expression was as frigid as ice. Her tone, though calm, unmistakably conveyed her disdain for the young men before her. Su Biao nonchalantly produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one with a flourish, inhaling deeply before declaring, damn it, you foul woman, do not presume that your beauty grants you the right to speak disrespectfully. Perhaps you should inquire around, in the entire county, who would dare to disrespect the wild wolf gang. The woman, with her ruby lips parting gracefully, replied, I apologize, but I harbor no interest in your petty gang of miscreants. Very well, Su Biao repeated thrice, then stripped off his shirt to reveal a tattoo of a wolf's head emblazoned on his chest. You foul woman, today I shall not relent until you beg for mercy. No sooner had he spoken than several young men behind him also removed their shirts, showcasing their own wolf head tattoos. Is a mere dog head tattoo meant to instill fear? Chen Ye remarked with a nonchalant smile. This remark startled Su Fong. She had initially considered escaping amidst the chaos to call the authorities, but with Chen Ye's comment, it was clear that their adversaries would not allow them to leave unscathed. Indeed, Su Biao's face darkened with fury as he kicked over the table before him. You insolent brat, do you truly seek a beating? Indeed, I do wish to beat you, Chen Ye responded, and with a swift motion, he struck Su Biao squarely in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground, sliding a few meters before coming to a halt. At that moment, the woman in the loft looked on with curiosity, her gaze lingering on Chen Ye. Witnessing Su Biao's humiliation, his companions could no longer contain themselves and lunged at Chen Ye. However, Chen Ye had already anticipated their speed and trajectory, effortlessly evading their attacks with an ease reminiscent of a leisurely stroll. Die! One of the henchmen shouted, seizing a stool to smash over Chen Ye's head. Chen Ye merely scoffed, stepping aside deftly to evade the blow, before the assailant could lift the stool for another strike. Chen Ye seized a plate from the dining table and brought it crashing down onto the young man's face. You son of a, I'll ruin you, Su Biao exclaimed as he regained his footing, storming out of the restaurant. He returned moments later wielding a baseball bat, his fury palpable. His companions, seeing their leader armed, followed suit, brandishing bats as they sought revenge on Chen Ye. As the baseball bat swung menacingly towards Chen Ye's head, Su Biao had yet to revel in his anticipated triumph when he realized the bat had come to an abrupt halt. Chen Ye had grasped the bat with one hand while delivering a punch to Su Biao's eye with the other. With a resounding clatter, the bat fell to the ground, and Su Biao collapsed, his head striking the floor, rendering him unconscious. Avenging Brother Biao, his subordinates cried out, their fury ignited at the sight of their leader's defeat. They raised their bats, preparing to strike Chen Ye, one particularly well-aimed blow poised to hit him, threatening to injure Su Fong if he dared to evade. Chen Ye had already caught sight of the smirk from the henchman, yet he was resolute not to grant them their wish. He swiftly lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the henchman's groin. The vital area suffered a severe blow, causing the henchman to lose his grip, and the baseball bat clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. In the blink of an eye, Two of them had been incapacitated, and the remaining three henchmen were already losing their resolve, contemplating whether to slip away and summon reinforcements. However, Chen Ye denied them the opportunity. He lightly stepped on the ground, causing the baseball bat that had just fallen to the floor to stand upright. He grasped the bat in one hand and advanced towards the remaining three henchmen. They decided to confront him together. The three exchanged glances and then launched a chaotic assault on Chen Ye with their bats. Yet, Chen Ye's reactions were astonishingly swift. He adeptly dodged left and right, not only evading their strikes with ease, but also seizing the openings to retaliate with precise jabs. Each strike landed solidly against the midsections of the three, and in mere moments, all five men lay incapacitated on the ground. Clap, clap, clap. On the second floor, Song Yubing applauded, exclaiming, "Marvelous. Just a small feat." Chen Ye flashed a grin in response before resuming his meal at the table. Observing this, Song Yubing couldn't help but utter a soft "oh." Her curiosity about him piqued. Peng Si had not anticipated Chen Ye's remarkable prowess, yet a sense of trepidation gripped her heart. What if the five men on the ground summoned reinforcements? That would create a precarious situation. She promptly suggested, "Chen Ye, let us leave." Su Feng's face mirrored her concern. Although she was unaware of the Wild Wolf Gang's reputation, she recognized that this individual, driving a car equipped with weapons, was no ordinary thug. If they became entangled, it could spell disaster. Thus, upon hearing Peng Si's proposal to depart, she quickly concurred, "Yes, we should return for now. There's no rush. I've just exhausted myself from the fight. And now I'm quite hungry. Let me have a few more bites," Chen Ye replied with an air of calm. If the owner of this establishment did not emerge, he might have left after dispatching the thugs, as these ruffians were clearly not of the same caliber as those he encountered at the school gates. However, upon hearing the woman dismiss the Wild Wolf Gang with such nonchalance, he realized she was no ordinary individual. For Chen Ye, everything he had done today was an opportunity, a chance to carve out an alternative path. How expansive that path might be, he could not ascertain, but it would certainly be no less promising than that of Zhang Haiming. Indeed, Chen Ye's composure eventually prompted Song Yubing to descend from the second floor. She approached him and took a seat beside him, casually handing him a standard business card. "My name is Song Yubing. You possess quite the spirit, young man." "Is that so?" "I merely felt fatigued from the fight and wished to eat something," Chen Ye replied, though internally, he pondered Song Yubing's true identity. He was convinced that her status was far more complex than what her business card suggested. For how could a woman of her stature dare confront a band of ruthless thugs? Song Yubing smiled meaningfully and then snapped her fingers. Shortly after, a tall man in a black suit descended from the upper floor, retrieving a brocade box containing a stack of business cards. With her jade-like hand, Song Yubing took out a gilded business card from the box and presented it to Chen Ye, saying, "Sister will treat you to some delicacies next time. I wonder if you would consider gracing me with your presence." "Of course, I adore exquisite food," Chen Ye replied, accepting the gilded card with a composed demeanor. He examined it briefly before placing it in his pocket. Noticing that Chen Ye's expression remained unchanged, Song Yubing's curiosity about his identity deepened, yet she could not decipher it. Thus, she remarked, "You are quite intriguing, young brother. Given your appearance, you must still be a student. I have a car and can drive you to school afterward." "No need. Our school is not far from here. We can go on our own," Chen Ye replied with a slight smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he stood to take his leave, saying, "Sister, I hope we cross paths again in the future." "Indeed," she responded. After watching Chen Ye depart from the restaurant, Song Yubing's smile faded, replaced by a contemplative expression as she murmured to herself, "It seems this small county town harbors hidden talents. I never anticipated encountering such an extraordinary individual during my visit." The man in black, overhearing her, could not help but inquire, "Miss, do you think you are overestimating him? This youth likely has only practiced for a couple of days. He hardly stands out." "Overestimate?" Song Yubing chuckled lightly, not directly answering but countering with a question. "Tell me, if an ordinary child faced such a situation, what would be their first reaction after a fight?" The man furrowed his brow, pondering. "They would likely leave immediately." A glimmer of insight shone in Song Yubing's beautiful eyes. Precisely. If an ordinary child would flee at the first sign of trouble, yet he remained composed at the table, continuing to eat leisurely. Is he truly an ordinary person? The man in black seemed to grasp her meaning, quickly stating, "So, miss, you suggest we investigate his background? This youth is indeed intriguing. If he comes from a modest background, I shall consider utilizing him. If his origins are extraordinary, then I certainly cannot let him slip away." After articulating her thoughts, Song Yubing suddenly lifted her foot and stomped heavily on Su Biao's palm. causing him to cry out in pain from his feigned unconsciousness on the ground. Observing the group of small delinquents scattered about, the man in black asked, "Miss, what shall we do with them? Should we eliminate them?" Song Yubing chuckled softly and shook her head. "No need. Keeping them around may serve some purpose. At the very least, it will allow me to test just how capable that young man truly is." Meanwhile, upon returning to school, Su Fong instructed Chen Ye and Peng Si to head back to class for a midday rest while she went to report the matter regarding Li Lingfeng to the school authorities. After watching Su Fong walk away, Chen Ye boldly took Peng Si's hand, and instead of returning to school, the two strolled leisurely around the campus, ostensibly to familiarize themselves with the surroundings, though it appeared more like a leisurely excursion. Until Peng Si inadvertently glanced at her watch, she pouted and remarked, "It's all your fault. Just look at the time. I haven't even completed the homework assigned by the teacher this morning." With that, Peng Si hurriedly dashed towards the classroom, appearing quite flustered. Once only Chen Ye remained. He picked up Song Yubing's business card. General Manager of Yubing Mountain Villa? It seems she holds quite a prominent position. Chapter 39. The four school beauties. After the freshmen officially moved their belongings into the school dormitory, Chen Ye and Peng Si finally embarked on their high school journey. However, as per the tradition of County No. 1 High School, all new students must undergo a week-long military training during the second month following the commencement of classes. According to the head of the Academic Affairs Office, this not only enhances the physical fitness of the students, but also fosters camaraderie and teamwork among classmates. However, upon returning to the dormitory after Friday evening study session, the school announced via broadcast that students should go to the Academic Affairs Office to collect the camouflage uniforms required for the military training. Once Chen Ye retrieved the camouflage uniform and brought it back to the dormitory, he felt an urge to curse, for he had paid 100 yuan for this attire. Yet it was not only dirty and worn out, but also lacked breathability, and the quality was appallingly poor. Standing under the sun in such attire, he was certain it would not be long before he developed heat rash. As Chen Ye lamented about the camouflage uniform in the dormitory, his roommate Yu Tao calmly patted him on the shoulder and said, "Chen Ye, just bear with it. These camouflage uniforms were all arranged by the vice principal. What we are wearing, I hear, was salvaged from schools in the urban area. Where did you hear that?" Chen Ye tossed the camouflage uniform onto his bedside and curiously looked at Yu Tao, who was less than 5 feet tall. Yu Tao chuckled and proudly declared, "I'm the all-knowing oracle of the school. There is nothing I do not know," in what seemed an attempt to validate his insider knowledge. Yu Tao briefly recounted the situation regarding Vice Principal Lu Yongfu. According to him, Principal Gao Peng had been hospitalized due to overwork, thus leaving the school in Lu Yongfu's hands, where he wielded considerable power. It was said that at least half of the educational funds allocated to County No. 1 High School ended up in Lu Yongfu's pocket. Furthermore, he would find various reasons to compel students to purchase additional textbooks, profiting handsomely from this scheme. Bang! Upon hearing of Lu Yongfu's actions, Chen Ye slammed his hand on the table, causing the water cup atop it to resonate with a buzzing sound. "Well, Chen Ye, who told us we are merely students with little voice?" Yu Tao sighed, realizing that this topic was inappropriate for the dormitory, and shifted the conversation, saying, "Do you know who the school beauty of our high school is?" Chen Ye shook his head, just about to say he didn't know when Wu Ming, who was sleeping on the upper bunk above Yu Tao, flipped over and eagerly asked, "What is the name of our school beauty?" Currently, there are 4 renowned beauties at the school: Lu Xueqing from Class 3 of the senior year, Lin Qingqing from Class 5 of the junior year, Su Qiangwei from Class 8 of the junior year, and then, Yu Tao stood up, deliberately elongating his voice to pique curiosity. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming immediately reached out and playfully pinched Yu Tao's neck, saying, "Hurry up and tell me. If you don't, I'll choke you to death." "Spare me. Spare me. I'll tell you right away," Yu Tao replied. Although Wu Ming operates a school, he stands approximately 185 meters tall, his physique composed entirely of sinewy muscle. Even without exerting much effort, it is evident that the petite Yu Tao could hardly withstand his presence. At that moment, Yu Tao cleared his throat and directed his gaze toward Chen Ye, lamenting, distant yet close at hand. "Are you jesting? Chen Ye is a male." Wu Ming possesses a straightforward disposition, embodying the archetype of a diligent student. Coupled with his impressive stature, it is no wonder that his cognitive responses may be somewhat sluggish. Yu Tao cast a disapproving glance at Wu Ming and retorted, "It seems your intellect is as muscular as your physique." "I was referring to Chen Ye's girlfriend, Peng Si." As soon as Yu Tao finished speaking, Wu Ming immediately moved to Chen Ye's side, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "Chen Ye, you are remarkable. When did you manage to woo Peng Si?" Chen Ye felt a tinge of embarrassment, silently reflecting that it seemed he was the only one in the dorm unaware of this fact. Nonetheless, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, replying, Peng Si and I were classmates in the past. Wu Ming, with a hint of envy, remarked, I truly admire you. How wonderful it would be if I could also have a campus beauty as my girlfriend. At that juncture, Yu Tao noticed that all eyes in the dormitory were fixed on Chen Ye and, with a tinge of regret, added, alas, among the 4 campus beauties, Peng Si and Lu Xueqing are already taken, leaving only Lin Qingqing and Su Qiangwei. However, Su Qiangwei is Li Lingfeng's cousin, who would dare to pursue her. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's interest peaked. Li Lingfeng resembles a fried dough stick. How beautiful can his cousin possibly be? Indeed, as soon as Chen Ye finished speaking, Wu Ming and the other roommates nodded in agreement, appearing to find his reasoning sound. Yu Tao, with a tone of longing, interjected, You are gravely mistaken. Although Li Lingfeng is unattractive, that is merely an inheritance from his father. His mother, however, is exceptionally beautiful, and Su Qiangwei takes after her. Since they are sisters, she is undoubtedly one of the most stunning women in the county. Wu Ming scratched his head and, employing his rural mindset, remarked, I see. It all comes down to the seeds, not the soil. Though this analogy was somewhat crude and elicited laughter from Chen Ye and the others, upon reflection, it indeed held some truth. At this moment, Chen Ye expressed curiosity about the last single campus beauty, inquiring about Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing is my senior. In the past, Li Lingfeng frequently pursued her at our school, yet she never paid him any attention. Rumor has it that he abandoned the opportunity to attend high school in the city solely to continue chasing her. As Yu Tao mentioned Lin Qingqing, a hint of sorrow crossed his face, leaving Chen Ye and the others puzzled. Upon further inquiry, they learned that Lin Qingqing's parents had divorced when she was young, her father having been entangled with a wealthy woman. Heartlessly, he abandoned his wife and daughter, which led Lin Qingqing to adopt a stance of rejection toward the affections of the boys around her, particularly harboring disdain for the affluent. With his chin resting on his right hand, Chen Ye mused aloud, Disdain for the wealthy? That is rather intriguing. As Yu Tao felt a tightness in his heart, he secretly regretted mentioning Lin Qingqing to these individuals. He immediately expressed his caution, saying, Chen Ye, you shouldn't be so greedy as to covet both what's on the table and what's in the pot. You ought to leave us a piece of meat. Chen Ye chuckled awkwardly, replying, What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? To his surprise, the other 5 roommates chimed in unison, You are. In an effort to avoid being subjected to a barrage of criticism from his roommates, Chen Ye hastily shifted the topic, casually remarking, Since there are 4 prominent school flowers, are there also 4 distinguished schoolboys, perhaps someone like me? Yu Tao feigned a look of nausea before shaking his head. While there are no 4 schoolboys, there are indeed 4 young masters. Chen Ye raised an eyebrow in curiosity, asking, For young masters? Who are they? Yu Tao explained, in simple terms. The 4 young masters are the 4 most influential and powerful boys in this school. A boy behind Wu Ming interjected, Most powerful and influential? Do we really have such figures in our school? Yu Tao chuckled, his expression conveying that they were merely ignorant, and continued. The 4 young masters are Zhou Weichao from class 1 of senior 3, whose father owns a factory. He is tall, handsome, and the captain of the basketball team, enjoying immense popularity among both boys and girls. He is Lu Xueqing's boyfriend. Next is Zhang Haiming from class 2 of senior 2, a young and wealthy proprietor of the Tianma Hotel. The third is Xie Hanyu from class 8 of senior 2, the security commissioner of the student council, who claims to be Lin Qingqing's flower protector. As for the 4th one, Yu Tao's words piqued Chen Ye and the others' curiosity about this 4th individual, leading to further inquiries that revealed Yu Tao's earlier hesitation. No way could it be Li Lingfeng, exclaimed a boy, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground, his expression one of utter disbelief. Yu Tao, equally exasperated, explained, Don't think you're the only ones in disbelief. I can hardly believe it myself. Nonetheless, Li Lingfeng's selection as one of the 4 young masters has been controversial. However, his father's wealth plays a significant role, and his cousin, Su Qiangwei, is one of the 4 school flowers. Moreover, Li Lingfeng has recently been courting Zhao Feng from senior 3, seemingly positioning himself as his successor, which has greatly increased his influence within the school. Who is Zhao Feng? Is he really that formidable in our school? Chen Ye furrowed his brow, piecing together the information from Yu Tao's words. It was evident that Li Lingfeng's elevation to the ranks of the 4 young masters was largely due to Zhao Feng's support. Yu Tao quickly placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Shoo! Chen Ye, keep your voice down. Zhao Feng is a figure of tremendous power in our school. Even Xie Hanyu dares not confront him directly. Rumor has it he has been pursuing Su Qiangwei for quite some time, and it is through this connection that he has helped Li Lingfeng. Subsequently, Yu Tao shared more about Zhao Feng. noting that he is the leader of all the delinquent students in the school and has established a gang known as the Qinglong Gang, which collects protection fees from boys in various grades each month. Chen Ye was puzzled, reflecting on their month at school without anyone approaching them for protection fees. But why hasn't anyone come to us? This is due to the fact that the representative for the first year has yet to be chosen, but that will soon change, as Li Lingfeng is poised to become Zhao Feng's spokesperson for the first year. As Yu Tao spoke, he cast a concerned glance at Chen Ye. Chen Ye, you must be cautious. You struck Li Lingfeng before, and once he becomes the representative, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. Do not let pride prevent you from paying protection fees. Otherwise, it would mean crossing Zhao Feng. Moreover, if you pay the fee, Li Lingfeng will think twice before taking action against you, as he would not want to disrupt Zhao Feng's rules, at least not until Zhao Feng graduates. Is paying the protection fee truly a guarantee of safety? Chen Ye replied with a hint of sarcasm. He would never bow to such individuals, although he was not lacking in funds. Conceding to a privileged bully like Li Lingfeng was simply out of the question. To make matters worse, he had publicly bested Li Lingfeng, and with Li Lingfeng's temperament, would he really refrain from seeking revenge? Yu Tao perceived the underlying meaning in Chen Ye's words and shrugged, saying, well, I've shared my thoughts. It's up to you to decide. It's only 50 yuan a month. Why invite trouble for yourself? 50 yuan is not insignificant. My mother allocates 500 yuan for my monthly expenses, and aside from meals, I need to purchase reference books as well, another student chimed in. Exactly. Our families are not printing money. Why should we be compelled to pay these leeches? Despite Yu Tao's reasonable perspective, some argued that it was unnecessary to clash over such a trivial sum. What do you mean trivial? My parents worked tirelessly to send me to school. Am I to squander their hard-earned money on these parasites? Apart from Chen Ye and Yu Tao, the other boys began to voice their opinions, their volume steadily increasing. Ultimately, Chen Ye stood up and addressed his roommates. Do not be afraid. We shall face whatever comes our way. If they dare approach us, I will lead the charge in refusing to pay. As soon as he finished speaking, the boys in the dormitory seemed to find their resolve, applauding him in agreement. Chen Ye, we will follow your lead. Whatever you decide, we shall do the same. Chapter 40. The coach's provocation on Monday morning. Following the speech delivered by the rotund Lu Yongfu from the podium, the training officially commenced. Under the blazing sun, students from 14 classes formed neat ranks, standing under the relentless heat on the school's vast playground. Initially, they felt a sense of novelty and excitement, but that quickly faded as beads of sweat began to accumulate. The suffocating camouflage uniforms and rubber shoes made them feel as though they were ensconced in an oven, as if the soles of their feet were about to ignite. Left face. The coach's commanding voice rang out. Having just practiced turning to the right, Peng Si inadvertently followed suit and turned right again. However, upon completing her turn, she heard laughter from several classmates, instantly realizing something was amiss. Quickly glancing around, she recognized her mistake and flushed with embarrassment, eager to correct her stance. Yet before she could adjust her direction, the coach's stern voice resonated in her ears, pointing directly at her. The girl who just turned the wrong way stepped forward. Yes, I'm referring to you. Upon hearing the coach's stern voice, Peng Si trembled, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. With her head bowed, she took small, tentative steps, gradually exiting the formation, drawing the gaze of all her classmates upon her. When she reached the coach, a bald man, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of such a delicate and pure young girl. His heart stirred, yet he quickly cleared his throat and admonished her. Are you daydreaming right now? Apologies, coach, Peng Si replied, offering an apology as she acknowledged her mistake without denial. For she had indeed failed to heed the command and had merely reacted instinctively. Observing her slightly reddened face, the bald coach feigned severity, stating, now, you stand beside me and listen carefully. If you make another mistake, you will run laps on the field. Chen Ye considered stepping forward to defend Peng Si, but ultimately decided against it. After wiping the sweat from his brow, the coach blew his whistle, announcing, everyone, listen to my command. Turn left. Upon hearing this, Peng Si promptly turned left. However, before she could steady herself, the coach approached her and questioned, why did you not listen to the command? I just said to turn left, and you turned before I even finished the word. Just as Peng Si was about to explain, the coach interjected. Have you all forgotten the movements I just taught? From now on, when I say turn left, be prepared to turn, and only when I say turn should you execute the movement. Yu Tao could not restrain himself from muttering. Isn't this just nitpicking? The short boy in the third position of the fourth row was summoned. Did I not tell you that speaking is forbidden in formation? The bald coach delivered a firm kick to Yu Tao's backside and pointed to a nearby open space. 100 push-ups. Do not rise until you have completed them. Startled, Yu Tao immediately crouched down and obediently began his push-ups, just as the students of Class 6 were thoroughly exhausted from the coach's relentless training. The chief coach blew the whistle, announcing 20-minute break. This proclamation resonated in the ears of all the new students like a celestial melody. Dismissed, the coach declared, casting a lingering glance at Peng Si. Not long after the dismissal, Li Lingfeng, clad in camouflage, made his appearance. He approached the bald coach, greeting him warmly before presenting him with a chilled energy drink, saying, "Li Gu, thank you for your hard work." "Li Xiao, you are too kind," the coach replied. Having received 3,000 yuan from Li Lingfeng the previous night, Wang Dali naturally felt obliged to grant him a favor, leading to Li Lingfeng being approved for a day off. Li Lingfeng first cast a glance at Chen Ye, then leaned close to Wang Dali, whispering, "Li Gu, I have a matter I would like your assistance with." Wang Dali's heart leaped at the prospect of Li Lingfeng, the benefactor, seeking his help, and he nearly chuckled in delight, saying, "Whatever you need, Li Xiao, just let me know. If it is within my capabilities, I will certainly assist." Concerned that others might notice something amiss, Li Lingfeng suggested, "It's not very convenient to talk here. Let us discuss it in the restroom." "Very well," Wang Dali replied, feeling even more elated. For the more inconvenient the conversation, the greater the reward he anticipated. Upon reaching the rear of the men's restroom, Li Lingfeng proactively extracted a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Wang Dali as he lit it for him. "Brotherly, could you assist me in teaching someone a lesson later?" Wang Dali, feeling a surge of pride, had anticipated this request from Li Lingfeng. However, he feigned reluctance, replying, "Li Xiao, this might not be appropriate. If the head coach finds out, I could be in serious trouble." Li Lingfeng chuckled softly, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby before producing 2,000 yuan from his pocket and placing it into Wang Dali's hand. "Brotherly, is this still a burden?" With a monthly salary barely surpassing 1,000 yuan, Wang Dali felt ecstatic at the prospect of earning 5,000 in less than a day. He thumped his chest in assurance, declaring, "Li Xiao, just tell me who the unfortunate lad is. I will ensure he receives a thorough lesson." Li Lingfeng nodded in satisfaction and continued, "It's the boy standing fifth from the back in the fourth row." Wang Dali immediately pledged, "Understood. I will keep a close watch on him and make sure he truly understands what training feels like." "I shall await your good news," Li Lingfeng said, inwardly sneering. "Chen Ye, this is merely the beginning. You will have much more to endure." The respite was fleeting, and at the sound of the head coach's whistle, the students reluctantly reorganized under the stern gazes of their respective coaches. "We will practice marching in unison shortly, but first, let me explain the essential movements," Wang Dali announced, as he approached Chen Ye, who was positioned fifth in the fourth row. Chen Ye, acutely attuned to his surroundings, sensed the ill intentions emanating from Wang Dali's gaze and instinctively raised his head. To his surprise, as their eyes met, Wang Dali bellowed. The fifth boy in the fourth row stepped forward. Although unsure of Wang Dali's intentions, Chen Ye complied and walked to the front of the class. "Why were you looking around?" Wang Dali interrogated harshly. "Report, coach." "I was not," Chen Ye replied assertively. "Still attempting to quibble, are we?" "Immediately run 20 laps around the field." Wang Dali was deliberately seeking trouble with Chen Ye, and given that the other students were focused on listening to his explanation, no one had paid attention to Chen Ye's behavior. Even if they had, none would dare speak up, allowing Wang Dali to freely distort the truth. Even if the head coach inquired later, he would face no repercussions. "Coach, are you targeting me on purpose?" Chen Ye thought of the conversation between Li Lingfeng and Wang Dali during their break, suspecting they had plotted against him. Wang Dali sneered, "Will you run or not? If you refuse to run, the entire class will maintain their stance until you finish." True to his words, as soon as Wang Dali finished speaking, whispers began circulating among the boys and girls in the class. "Chen Ye, just run. Don't drag us into punishment." "Peng Si, Chen Ye is your boyfriend. You should persuade him." The mention of a girl addressing Peng Si placed her in an awkward position. Chen Ye, unable to bear the situation, reluctantly swallowed his pride and conceded, "Fine, 20 laps it is. I shall run." Startled by the sudden outburst, Wu Ming, who stood relatively close to him, lowered his voice and exclaimed, "Chen Ye, have you lost your mind? This playground is a standard one, with a circumference of 400 meters. 20 laps equate to a staggering 8,000 meters. You might very well break your legs." Chen Ye, however, chose not to respond. His face set in a grim expression as he began to run. Fortunately, his physical condition had significantly improved, allowing him to complete the first 5 laps without showing any signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, Wang Dali merely chuckled disdainfully. 10 laps were trivial for a student with good physical fitness, but 20 laps would be a different story. At the tender age of 16, Chen Ye would undoubtedly collapse from exhaustion, providing Wang Dali with an opportunity to exert further control over him. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Dali did not forget his responsibilities. Now, listen to my command. March in place. 1-2-1. Left right. 1-2-1. Swing those arms. As the formation of Class 6 from the first year moved in unison, the girl's chest swayed, momentarily distracting Wang Dali and stirring impish thoughts within him. He approached the center of the formation and playfully slapped the backside of a tall girl. Keep those arms moving, don't just go through the motions. After teasing her for a moment, he turned his gaze to Peng Si. Now, heed my command, stand at attention, rest. The students of Class 6 immediately halted, aligning themselves according to Wang Dali's orders. Is that what you call marching? It looks more like a catwalk to me. You all appear utterly lifeless, as if taking a leisurely stroll in the park. The girls are slightly better, but the boys look as if their souls have departed. Now, listen to my command. All boys, run 10 laps around the playground. As soon as Wang Dali finished speaking, the boys of Class 6 nearly collapsed from the announcement. They struggled even with 1,500 meters, let alone 4,000 meters. However, under Wang Dali's stern gaze, they had no choice but to comply and began running as instructed. Once the boys had distanced themselves, Wang Dali addressed the girls. Now we will practice movement breakdowns, one step at a time. Do you understand? The girls, fearing the same punishment as the boys, gritted their teeth and shouted in acknowledgement. Very well, now listen to my command. Arm exercises in place. Left. As soon as he finished speaking, the girls synchronized their arm movements. Yet, being inherently less robust, their motions lacked the vigor of the boys, prompting Wang Dali to furrow his brow. Lift your heads and chests. Your arms must be straight. What time is it? Are you already out of energy? Following his reprimand, the girls' movements became significantly more coordinated, and their strength increased. However, Peng Si remained distracted, her thoughts lingering on Chen Ye, who was still running laps. She frequently cast glances in his direction, so much so that when Wang Dali commanded them to stand at attention, she failed to react in time. Step forward. Wang Dali called out sharply, standing directly in front of Peng Si. Startled by his sudden command, she snapped back to attention. With a cold glare, Wang Dali inquired, "Have you already forgotten what I just told you?" "Coach, I'm sorry." Peng Si quickly lowered her head, remorseful. "Sorry. I have reiterated the rules time and again. Yet you continue to transgress." Wang Dali decided to impose punishment upon Peng Si, while also conveying to the girls that should they err, they would face the same consequences as the boys. 50 push-ups on the spot, and failure to complete them would mean they could not rise. 50 push-ups would be quite arduous for most boys who are not accustomed to regular exercise, let alone for the delicate Peng Si. Just then, Chen Ye came running over, and upon witnessing Wang Dali disciplining Peng Si, mistakenly assumed it to be yet another ploy orchestrated by Li Lingfeng. Enraged, he acted without a second thought, delivering a swift kick that sent Wang Dali crashing to the ground. Without waiting for Wang Dali to regain his footing, he mounted him and began to strike. Chapter 41. Turning the tide. The scene of Chen Ye assaulting Wang Dali on the playground finally caught the attention of the head coach, prompting him to furrow his brow and blow his whistle. At the sound of the whistle, the students and coaches engaged in training turned their gazes toward the head coach. He hurriedly approached the area where Class 6 of the first year was situated, accompanied by 2 coaches. Upon seeing Wang Dali bloodied and battered, the 2 coaches were taken aback and rushed forward to intervene with Chen Ye. The head coach, whose complexion was already somewhat dark, grew even more severe. What is going on here? Chen Ye was restrained by the 2 coaches but continued to lash out, delivering a few more kicks toward Wang Dali. With his lips split and blood streaming down his face, Wang Dali had no choice but to wipe it with his sleeve, and then, with an innocent expression, stated, "Squad leader, she was not serious during training, so I had her run laps." Before Wang Dali could finish his explanation, Chen Ye erupted with curses. "You son of a b, you shameless wretch, how can you lie with a straight face? It's one thing for you to punish me, but to punish a girl as well?" Wang Dali retorted with conviction, "Squad leader, I was merely correcting her form, but she was distracted. Is it not justified for me to discipline her?" The head coach furrowed his brow slightly. Wang Dali was a coach he had mentored and had no prior record of misconduct. However, Wang Dali was correct in stating that it was Peng Si who had faltered in formation, and thus, his punishment had a basis. Contemplating this, the head coach decided to side with Wang Dali for the time being. "Students, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Dali has consistently performed well in the military and would never unjustly punish a student. Moreover, he has explained that the girl made the initial mistake." Li Lingfeng, who had been leisurely enjoying the shade under a tree on the playground, felt a surge of delight as the situation escalated. Initially, He had only intended for Wang Dali to discipline Chen Ye, but he had not anticipated that Chen Ye would violently assault Wang Dali. Such an act against a coach could lead to Chen Ye's expulsion. Should that happen, he could seize the opportunity to claim Peng Si for himself. With this thought in mind, Li Lingfeng resolved to speak on behalf of Wang Dali, while simultaneously exacerbating Chen Ye's predicament. Head coach, I can attest that the coach did not harass the girl. His actions have always been proper, and certainly not as Chen Ye has claimed. I believe he is merely harboring resentment due to the punishment he received and is seeking an opportunity to cause trouble. As Li Lingfeng finished speaking, Wang Dali felt a wave of gratitude wash over him and cast a thankful glance in his direction. Was it truly so? Listening to Li Lingfeng's words, the head coach became even more convinced of Wang Dali's account, though he still felt the need to consult a few of the girls to ascertain the full truth. Li Lingfeng, of course, could not allow the words of the girls to sway his plans. Thus, he took the initiative and stepped before all the girls of Class 6. Snorting coldly as he proclaimed, did the coach unjustly punish Chen Ye and Peng Si? The girls were well aware of Li Lingfeng's notorious reputation as a rogue, and considering his close association with Zhao Feng, the local delinquent leader, they knew that defying him would result in certain retribution throughout their high school years. Consequently, they immediately shook their heads and replied, no, it was merely because Chen Ye and Peng Si were slacking off that they were punished. Seeing that the girls were too intimidated to reveal the truth, Peng Si boldly stepped forward to defend Chen Ye, stating, that is not the case. I admit I was distracted, but Chen Ye was focused and attentive. Indeed, head coach, we can also vouch for Chen Ye. It was the coach who intentionally punished him. Wu Ming added, as Chen Ye noticed that only these two stood up for him. He felt a mix of disdain for his other classmates and a newfound gratitude for them. Li Lingfeng had anticipated Peng Si's eloquence, yet he remained unperturbed. For the bond between Chen Ye and Peng Si was evident. Head coach, the entire class knows that Peng Si is Chen Ye's girlfriend. Her defense of him is clearly a means of absolving him. Moreover, Wu Ming and Yu Tao are his roommates, so their words cannot be trusted, Li Lingfeng argued. Upon hearing this, the head coach first glanced at Peng Si, then at Chen Ye, before retrieving his phone from his pocket to contact the school authorities. Before long, Liu Yongfu arrived on the scene accompanied by several school officials, including Su Feng. Without waiting for the school leaders to speak, Su Feng interjected, Chen Ye, Peng Si. What is the situation here? Liu Yongfu's expression darkened, for as the vice principal, he felt it inappropriate for a mere homeroom teacher like Su Feng to speak out. However, considering her alluring figure, he chose not to confront her. Teacher, here's what happened, Peng Si began, recounting the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Su Feng naturally believed in the integrity of Peng Si and Chen Ye, and stated to the head coach, I trust that my two students would not lie. The head coach's countenance soured, for Su Feng's assertion implied that if her students were truthful, then it was his subordinates who were misleading. Liu Yongfu, feeling somewhat at a loss, was reluctant for such matters to circulate, understanding that regardless of who was right or wrong, it would cause considerable trouble for the school. Thus, he sought to minimize the issue, suggesting, let us discuss this matter further after training. For now, I would appreciate the coaches continuing their diligent efforts. Li Lingfeng, however, was no fool. Upon hearing Liu Yongfu's words, he recognized it as a delaying tactic aimed at burying the issue. Principal, I believe that if Chen Ye has committed an offense, he must be punished. Otherwise, would that not imply the coach has been unjustly assaulted? If that were the case, how could the coach maintain his authority? To put it more severely, does this mean that any student who is punished can indiscriminately attack a coach? A series of pointed questions left Liu Yongfu feeling somewhat cornered, yet he was aware of Li Lingfeng's background. It was his father who had personally brought gifts to facilitate Li Lingfeng's admission to County No. 1 high school. Thus, Liu Yongfu, with a stern expression, inquired, what do you propose we do? Expel Chen Ye, or else we cannot maintain order. Li Lingfeng spoke with an air of arrogance, casting a provocative glance at Chen Ye. However, Chen Ye remained unperturbed, for he was confident that he had done no wrong. If he had not erred, why should he fear the slanders of petty individuals? Liu Yongfu directed the question back to Wang Dali. Coach Wang, what is your opinion? Wang Dali, wishing fervently to expel Chen Ye at that very moment, nonetheless feigned a composed demeanor and remarked, the injuries I sustained are trivial, yet students must adhere to discipline during military training. A student like Chen, who disregards rules, what else? Before Wang Dali could finish his sentence, a deep, resonant voice interrupted from behind. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man who had inexplicably approached them. Upon noticing the man's presence, the head coach immediately straightened and greeted him with a perfunctory hello. Hello, my foot. The middle-aged man retorted mercilessly. This exclamation rendered the head coach and several others silent, their gazes averted, particularly Wang Dali, who dared not lift his head. Is it truly honorable for a coach to be bested by a mere child? The middle-aged man continued, advancing towards the head coach with a steely gaze. You are seasoned. Yet instead of focusing on training and enhancing your skills, you expend your efforts on covering up your disgrace. I did not. The head coach began to protest, only to be abruptly silenced as the middle-aged man delivered a swift kick to his leg, causing him to collapse to the ground. With a cold glare, the middle-aged man surveyed the other coaches before admonishing, "We must uphold strict discipline and embody a resolute spirit. Is it fitting for a group of adults to unjustly target a child?" Wang Dali, eager to defend himself, attempted to interject, but I was ambushed. However, a mere glance from the middle-aged man compelled him to silence. Approaching Wang Dali, the middle-aged man queried, "Ambushed? Are you suggesting that if given another chance to fight him, you would prevail?" Feeling the weight of the man's scrutiny, Wang Dali instinctively wished to lower his gaze, but retorted defiantly, "If it weren't for the ambush, he would never defeat me." The middle-aged man then turned to Chen Ye, asking, "If given the opportunity to face him again, would you dare?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ye replied, "What is there to fear?" The middle-aged man nodded in appreciation before addressing Lu Yongfu. "Principal Lu, allow me to handle this matter." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Yongfu consented, recognizing that having someone else intervene would be preferable to dealing with the situation himself. Once the school leaders departed, the middle-aged man instructed Chen Ye and Wang Dali, "You two shall engage in a fair contest. Regardless of the outcome, this matter shall conclude here." As the middle-aged man finished speaking, coaches from other classes began to gather, and soon a multitude of students encircled the scene. The middle-aged man considered the situation and decided that rather than allowing the students to eavesdrop, it would be better to let them observe openly. He then directed the coaches to organize the students into a circle. During this process, Peng Si, with a face full of concern, grasped Chen Ye's hand tightly. "Chen Ye, when you spar with the coach later, please do not be overly ambitious. If you cannot hold your ground, surrender. Do not injure yourself." Chen Ye held Peng Si's hand and gently kissed it, saying, "Do not worry, CC. I am always prudent in my actions." Yet, despite Chen Ye's assurances, a deep-seated worry lingered on Peng Si's face. Even though Chen Ye had once single-handedly confronted 5 delinquents at the beginning of the semester, delinquents and professional coaches were entirely different realms. Soon, the freshmen from the 14 classes, under the guidance of their coach, formed a circle, leaving a square space in the center. Subsequently, Chen Ye and Wang Dali followed the head coach into the circle. The head coach, limping slightly, approached the two and stated, "All right, regardless of the outcome, let us keep it controlled." "Rest assured, coach. I will be merciful," Wang Dali replied with a forced grin, though his mind was filled with thoughts of revenge. "Well then, let the match begin." At the sound of the head coach's command, Wang Dali assumed a fighting stance and charged at Chen Ye. Fortunately, Chen Ye reacted swiftly, bending down to evade Wang Dali's fierce kick. However, Wang Dali was evidently unwilling to grant Chen Ye a moment's respite. Missing his first strike, he executed a sweeping kick aimed at Chen Ye's calf. Chen Ye deftly sidestepped once more, but Wang Dali relentlessly pursued him, pressing the attack. Seeing Chen Ye in a somewhat precarious position under Wang Dali's relentless assault, Li Lingfeng felt a secret satisfaction, almost wanting to cheer Wang Dali on. "Die, you brat." Frustrated by his inability to capture Chen Ye, Wang Dali, feeling his stamina waning, suddenly noticed Chen Ye's footwork faltering. Seizing what he believed to be a rare opportunity, he leaped into the air, delivering a spinning kick with all his might. This powerful kick, if it connected with Chen Ye's chest, would undoubtedly send him to the hospital for quite some time. At this moment, Peng Si could hardly bear to watch. Bang! Just when everyone assumed Chen Ye was doomed, he narrowly dodged the blow and retaliated with a powerful right hook that struck Wang Dali squarely on the jaw. "This is impossible." Li Lingfeng stared in disbelief as Wang Dali crumpled to the ground. Not only Li Lingfeng, but all the students present, including the coach, had believed Wang Dali would surely win, never anticipating that Chen Ye would turn the tide at such a critical moment. Only the middle-aged man nodded knowingly. From observing their confrontation, he had already discerned the truth of the matter. Chapter 42. Li Lingfeng's humiliation, though Wang Dali lay on the ground. He was far from willing to concede defeat, desperately attempting to rise and continue the fight. However, the middle-aged man shook his head and exchanged a knowing glance with the head coach. The head coach understood the situation and promptly dispatched 2 coaches to assist Wang Dali in standing up. He then announced the outcome. Chen Ye emerged victorious. Yet, before Wang Dali could stabilize himself, he was taken aback by the announcement of his defeat and protested vehemently, stating, "Head coach, I was merely caught off guard. If you don't believe me, however, before he could finish, a middle-aged man strode over and, in front of everyone, delivered a resounding slap across Wang Dali's face. Do you still feel that you haven't embarrassed yourself enough?" With the anger evident on the man's face, Wang Dali fell silent, casting a resentful glance at Zhang Yang. "Forget about lunch. Immediately write me a 5,000-word self-critique. If it's not submitted by nightfall, I shall have your skin," the middle-aged man declared darkly, then waved his hand. Continuing, "The time is nearly up. Let us disband for a while and arrange for lunch." Subsequently, he cast an appreciative glance at Chen Ye before saying nothing further and leaving with the head coach. At this moment, Su Feng finally exhaled in relief. However, before she could inquire whether Chen Ye was injured, she noticed Peng Si, Yu Tao, and Wu Meng surrounding him. Peng Si's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression resembling that of a weeping willow as she looked at Chen Ye, a mix of reproach and concern evident in her voice. "Chen Ye, you scared me to death just now. Why didn't you listen to me? Do you realize how dangerous that was? Let me see if you're hurt." Feeling warmed by Peng Si's concern, Chen Ye smiled reassuringly. "See, I'm fine, truly." Yu Tao, who had just witnessed the exhilarating scene, couldn't contain his excitement. He hadn't anticipated Chen Ye's prowess. Not only did he evade Wang Dali's onslaught, but he also seized the opportunity to turn the tables with a single decisive move. He exclaimed, "Chen Ye, you're incredible. You've truly brought honor to us at 211. You should have seen the coach's expression. It was as if he had swallowed a fly. Indeed, I never expected Chen Ye to be this formidable. Have you practiced martial arts before?" Wu Meng chimed in, convinced that Chen Ye must have a background in fighting, perhaps stemming from a lineage of martial artists, for how else could a young man so deftly take down a trained coach? Chen Ye merely smiled, refraining from engaging in their praises. Had he not deliberately feigned a flaw, Wang Dali would not have succumbed to carelessness so easily. This experience elucidated for him the vast chasm between ordinary individuals and those who have undergone specialized training. Thankfully, his quick reflexes and exceptional physicality had borne him through. Otherwise, he would have long since succumbed to Wang Dali's relentless assault. Noticing that Chen Ye had chosen not to respond further, Yu Tao ceased his flattery and glanced at his watch. "Chen Ye, it's getting late. Let us head to lunch now, as we'll be training again shortly." "All right." Chen Ye nodded, then approached Su Feng. "Would you care to join us for lunch? I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for standing up for us today." Su Feng hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "No need. I have some matters to attend to with a few others. You all go ahead and enjoy your meal, and remember to rest well this afternoon." After Su Feng departed, Chen Ye grasped Peng Si's hand, then patted Wu Meng and Yu Tao on the shoulder and suggested, "Let us go. Lunch is on me today." Upon hearing this, Yu Tao's eyes sparkled, and he eagerly replied, "Then we shall not hold back." Wu Meng also felt no need for restraint, for in the time they had spent together, they had come to realize that while Chen Ye might dress modestly, he was far more affluent than they were, being one of the few who owned a mobile phone. As Chen Ye led Peng Si away, with Yu Tao and Wu Meng following, Li Lingfeng felt a surge of anger rise within him. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hi Go, it's me. Are you free for lunch? I'll wait for you." To facilitate their meeting, he chose a location not far off. As they passed by, Chen Ye suggested they head upstairs for a shower. Peng Si, who had a penchant for cleanliness and was drenched in sweat from the morning's activities, readily accepted the proposal. Consequently, Chen Ye asked Yu Tao and Wu Meng to head back first while he accompanied Peng Si. At the moment of parting, he seized the opportunity to plant a discreet kiss on her cheek, leaving her blushing and dashing away, covering her face. Approximately half an hour later, Chen Ye, Yu Tao, and Wu Meng returned downstairs, where they found Peng Si waiting for them with her hair dried. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a bustling crowd. As long queues had formed at every window, Chen Ye scratched his head and let out a wry smile. He had anticipated fewer people after their showers, but it appeared that neither the bathing nor the dining had lessened the throng. "It seems we shall have to wait in line for a while," he remarked. He then instructed Peng Si to secure a spot while he joined Wu Meng and Yu Tao in a separate queue. As the line inched forward, just as they were nearing the window, four tall individuals forcibly pushed through the crowd, inciting a wave of complaints. With furrowed brows, the imposing figures pointed at the disgruntled patrons and barked, "Shut your mouths, or you'll regret it." Upon hearing this, many newcomers fell silent, while whispers circulated suggesting, "Don't provoke them. They are Zhao Feng's subordinates. It's not worth the trouble." The mention of Zhao Feng's name instantly intimidated many, as they were well aware of his notorious temper. Offending his underlings would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Chen Ye overheard their conversation and felt a flicker of discontent. Yet he refrained from intervening, as he was not one to shy away from conflict, but also saw no need to seek trouble. Just then, a shriek pierced the air from Yu Tao's direction. Chen Ye turned to see a tall boy with pronounced eyebrows effortlessly lifting Yu Tao as though he were a mere chick and tossing him aside, disdainfully uttering, "Get lost." "Shorty." Yu Tao despised being called short, and after being unceremoniously discarded, he promptly stood up and retaliated with a punch aimed at the towering boy's stomach. Before the fist could strike the towering young man, Yu Tao had already kicked him away, exclaiming, "You little runt, do you dare to challenge me? Are you seeking death?" Witnessing Yu Tao being struck, Wu Ming could no longer contain his fury and raised his fist, ready to retaliate against the young man. However, the three companions of the arched-browed boy seemed to have anticipated this response, swiftly intervening. Two of them restrained Wu Ming's arms while another unleashed a flurry of punches upon him. "Damn it, how audacious! Do they not know who we are? They dare to throw punches at us. Are they looking to end their lives?" Before the arch-browed boy could finish his tirade, Chen Ye delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying 2 meters away. "You scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand?" With that, Chen Ye launched another fierce kick, knocking one of the boys to the ground. The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment as they watched Chen Ye's prowess. They were well aware of his capabilities, and seeing him discipline those unruly individuals elicited applause and cheers. In the distance, Li Lingfeng felt a surge of satisfaction as he observed Chen Ye confronting Zhao Feng's subordinates. Feigning outrage as he turned to the grim-faced Lin Hai, saying, "Brother Hai, this kid is utterly shameless, daring to strike someone from Brother Feng's crew." Lin Hai remained silent, yet his fists clenched with a crackling intensity. Standing at an imposing height of 1.90 meters, coupled with his fierce countenance, he was an intimidating sight. Li Lingfeng envisioned a scene where Lin Hai would unleash his wrath upon Chen Ye, for Lin Hai, a formidable warrior under Zhao Feng, had honed his wrestling skills from a young age. Surely, dealing with Chen Ye would be child's play for him. As Chen Ye defeated the 4 towering boys one by one, Lin Hai finally bellowed, "Stop." Chen Ye turned to face Lin Hai and curiously inquired, "Who are you? Why should I heed your command?" A profound silence enveloped the cafeteria, a deathly stillness settling in as the air seemed to freeze at that moment. Many had already mourned for Chen Ye, for while he might triumph over a coach, he was unlikely to best Lin Hai, who had previously single-handedly taken on 2 coaches and emerged victorious. This remarkable feat had drawn Zhao Feng's attention, leading to Lin Hai becoming his most trusted warrior. With a low growl, Lin Hai remarked, "It matters not that you do not recognize me, but those boys are our people. You have harmed them, and I shall seek retribution." Chen Ye scoffed, "Then let us see what you can do." Just as the tension escalated, a familiar voice emerged from the crowd. Breaking the standoff, Zhang Haiming stepped forward, casually addressing Lin Hai. "Is this how you conduct yourselves, bullying others without restraint?" Upon seeing Zhang Haiming, Lin Hai stared blankly and asked, "Young Master Zhang, do you know this kid?" Zhang Haiming approached Chen Ye and declared, "He is my friend." "What of it?" Lin Hai was evidently acquainted with Zhang Haiming, and their relationship was rather significant. Thus, upon hearing Zhang Haiming's words, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since he is a friend of young Master Zhang, let us consider today's incident settled." At this point, Li Lingfeng was quite displeased. He had been eager to witness Lin Hai unleash his prowess in reprimanding Chen Ye. Yet, just because of Zhang Haiming's remark, everything was to be dismissed? Hadn't all his efforts been in vain? Therefore, Li Lingfeng continued to provoke, "Brother Hai, Zhang Haiming is merely affluent. Do not fear him. If anything goes awry, I will have my father cover for you." Lin Hai turned to Li Lingfeng and replied coolly, "Young Master Zhang is my friend, and he has assisted me on numerous occasions, hence I must honor his standing." Lin Hai's voice was not loud, yet everyone, including Chen Ye, heard him distinctly. Li Lingfeng was about to retort, but Lin Hai found him bothersome and casually pushed him aside. Whether it was Li Lingfeng's ill fortune or his unfortunate appearance, he stumbled directly into someone else. That individual was carrying a tray, and as a result of the collision, the contents, a plate of food and a bowl of scalding soup, spilled all over Li Lingfeng. Observing the disheveled Li Lingfeng sprawled on the ground, Chen Ye chuckled, "You brought this upon yourself? You deserve it." Chapter 43. Zhang Haiming's invitation. Chen Ye handed his meal card to Yu Tao, instructing them to continue purchasing food, and then approached Zhang Haiming, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Haiming, I owe you one this time. Otherwise, I would not have been confident in taking on Lin Hai." Zhang Haiming smiled, recognizing Chen Ye's self-assurance. Although he was surprised by Chen Ye's fighting prowess, that was not the crux of the matter. "Chen Ye, you are overly courteous. However, You have truly neglected to seek me out since the start of the semester. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye felt a surge of embarrassment during this period. He had been relishing campus life, spending each day with Peng Si, and had indeed forgotten about Zhang Haiming. Yet, he did not wish to be perceived as someone who valued romantic pursuits over friendship, so he deftly shifted the topic. Haiming, your family runs a hotel. So why are you dining in the cafeteria? Zhang Haiming laughed heartily in response, explaining, the cafeteria is quite convenient. The dishes are light and to my liking, and besides, I am still a student. There is no need for special treatment. Understanding dawned on Chen Ye. A few simple exchanges deepened his insight into Zhang Haiming. Before long, Wu Ming and Yu Tao brought the food and soup to their table. Just as Zhang Haiming was about to pay for Chen Ye, the latter adamantly refused, saying, Haiming, this meal is on me. If you insist on paying, we might as well cease being friends. Upon hearing Chen Ye's resolute stance, Zhang Haiming relinquished his insistence and withdrew the money. As they enjoyed their meal, Yu Tao appeared somewhat bashful, especially seated beside one of the 4 distinguished heirs of the institution, Zhang Haiming. In contrast, Chen Ye and Wu Ming feasted heartily without any reservation. After the meal, the 5 of them exited the cafeteria together. However, just before departing, Zhang Haiming suddenly recalled something and addressed Chen Ye. Chen Ye, after military training concludes, would you accompany me to the city? To the city? Although Chen Ye was unsure of why Zhang Haiming wanted him to accompany him, he indeed had ample time and did not refuse, agreeing to the proposition. That sounds good. It's a perfect opportunity to explore the city. Zhang Haiming candidly stated, recently, the durian you supplied to my family's hotel has been transformed into durian ice cream, durian millefeuille, and aromatic durian pastries, all of which have been exceptionally well received by our guests. I see this as a lucrative opportunity. Hence my desire to explore the possibility of opening a durian-centric dessert shop in the city. If all goes well, we could expand our business into the urban area and supply the local hotels, thus increasing our profits. Thank you, Haiming, for including me in such a splendid opportunity. Chen Ye felt touched. Although he was the supplier, his own channels were rather limited. Without Zhang Haiming's assistance, even selling crayfish at a decent price would be a challenge. Haha, look at you. It's settled then. Call me after your military training is over so I can arrange for transportation. Zhang Haiming replied before heading back to his dormitory in Building 3. After Zhang left, Chen Ye escorted Peng Si to the girls' dormitory and watched her ascend the stairs. However, upon returning to his dormitory, he found Yu Tao gazing at him with admiration, exclaiming, Chen Ye, you are incredible. You know Zhang Haiming, and now you're collaborating on a business venture. Chen Ye, taken aback by Yu Tao's exuberance, responded, what's the big deal? Seeing Chen Ye's nonchalant demeanor, Yu Tao emphasized, what do you mean, what's the big deal? That's Zhang Haiming. Confused, Chen Ye failed to understand the significance of Yu Tao's reaction. Yes, I know he is Zhang Haiming, but what's the issue? Wu Ming, standing nearby, also appeared curious, not seeing anything particularly remarkable about Zhang Haiming. Oh my goodness, I can't even begin to express my bewilderment. You guys are on another level. Yu Tao exclaimed dramatically, collapsing onto his bed in a fit of exaggerated rolling. Chen Ye shook his head helplessly. If you have something to say, just say it. Zhang Haiming is just a person, no need to exaggerate. After a moment, Yu Tao regained his composure and said solemnly, Zhang Haiming is not an ordinary person. It's not just that his family is wealthy. He has been accumulating awards since childhood. He won first place in the National Math Olympiad for 2 consecutive years during middle school, which led to a professor from Tsinghua University's mathematics department wanting to recruit him. Do you know what he said? Wu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment at the mention of Tsinghua's special recruitment. What? Special recruitment from Tsinghua? What did he say? Chen Ye raised an eyebrow, as this was the first time he had heard of such a past concerning Zhang Haiming. In his previous life, he had only perused some of Zhang's entrepreneurial insights without paying much attention to his academic history. Yu Tao picked up a teacup, took a sip, and continued. Not only did Zhang Haiming decline Tsinghua's invitation, but he also remarked that excelling in mathematics alone would not make one the richest person in the world. Thus, he expressed a sole interest in business, leaving the Tsinghua professor in a state of shock, reportedly fainting on the spot, lamenting the loss of a potential gem. This aligns perfectly with Zhang Haiming's character. Chen Ye chuckled and shook his head, realizing that it is no wonder Zhang Haiming is destined to become a renowned international businessman. It seems that his childhood aspirations are indeed inseparable from his future. Yu Tao sighed dramatically, saying, I heard from my cousin that no one has dared to befriend Zhang Haiming since middle school, except for you. Not only do you know him, but your relationship is also quite close. Yu Tao's words were not unfounded, for Zhang Haiming had always conducted his business and studies in solitude. as a prodigy in school. Even the teachers seldom interacted with him. Wu Ming laughed heartily, saying, "This is easily explained, as Chen Ye is both academically and athletically gifted." Noticing that the conversation was drifting further away, Chen Ye promptly interjected, "All right, it's getting late. Let us take a break. We still have military training to continue later." In the following days of military training, although Wang Dali remained strict with the new students, the physical punishments had diminished significantly, with the most he would do being collective standing at attention. However, he regarded Chen Ye with an odd gaze, as if he held a certain apprehension towards him, which inevitably sparked speculation. It was not until the final day of training that a middle-aged officer approached Chen Ye and summoned him to a clearing in front of the experimental building. Without waiting for Chen Ye to speak, the officer introduced himself. "I am Ma Guozhong. You must be Chen Ye." Chen Ye acknowledged, "Yes, Commander Ma." Ma Guozhong then got straight to the point, asking, "Do you wish to enlist in the military? If you are willing, I can offer you a special recruitment." Enlistment? Although Chen Ye had considered joining the military in his youth, his current ambition lay solely in making money and leading a more vibrant life. Hence, he decisively shook his head. "I used to think about it, but now I only wish to engage in business." "What a pity," Ma Guozhong replied, a hint of regret on his face. He had witnessed the confrontation between Chen Ye and Wang Dali that day and perceived in Chen Ye a calmness and composure that belied his age, qualities that could make for an exceptional soldier. Nevertheless, since Chen Ye was unwilling, he had no intention of pressing the matter. "Commander Ma, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Chen Ye stated, preparing to return to the training grounds. "Wait," Ma Guozhong called out to him. Chen Ye halted and turned, questioning, "Commander Ma, is there something else?" Seeing the inquiry on his face, Ma Guozhong continued, "Even though you do not wish to join the army, you are a promising talent. However, you are quite young, and at times, your actions may lack discernment. If you encounter a situation where you inadvertently injure someone, it would not bode well." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Ye scratched his head. Although his physical condition had improved significantly, enhancing his strength, speed, and reflexes, when faced with danger, he could only rely on his instincts to fight, which could be described as a brawler's approach. "This afternoon, you need not return to training. I will teach you a set of modified military boxing techniques, simple and practical. While it may not include any lethal moves, it will suffice to subdue an opponent and prevent any potential mishaps in the future." Ma Guozhong's intention to make an exceptional recruitment of Chen Ye into the military was twofold. Firstly, he recognized Chen's potential to become an outstanding soldier. Secondly, he aimed to mentor him, steering him away from the trouble that might arise from his physical prowess. However, Ma's concerns were somewhat misplaced, for Chen Ye had already lived a full life and possessed a mature mindset. Nevertheless, as the adage goes, knowledge is never wasted. Given Ma Guozhong's goodwill in imparting wisdom, Chen Ye was eager to learn and nodded in appreciation, saying, "Thank you, Commander Ma." "There is no need for thanks," Ma replied. "I only hope that in future encounters, you will refrain from impulsiveness. Remember, in this society, it is not merely the strength of one's fist that dictates one's actions." After imparting this profound advice, Ma Guozhong began to demonstrate his martial arts techniques before Chen Ye. It must be said that Ma's fighting style was indeed commendable. It not only simplified the elaborate movements of military boxing, but also integrated practical grappling techniques, rendering it even more effective. Chen Ye learned quickly, and within just over an hour, he had already mastered the fundamentals to a satisfactory degree, which pleased Ma Guozhong greatly. Subsequently, Ma invited Chen to spar with him, during which he continually corrected Chen's technique. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ma received a call from school leadership and bid farewell to Chen Ye, reminding him once more to practice diligently and to never use his newly acquired skills to bully the benevolent. Chen Ye readily agreed. As he watched Ma Guozhong's figure recede into the distance, Chen Ye made his way back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted Zhang Haiming waiting for him. Chen approached and greeted him. "Haiming, are we heading to the city now?" Zhang Haiming shook his head and replied, "We will go to the city tomorrow. I waited here to inform you that I just ran into Lin Hai, who warned me that Zhao Feng might cause you some trouble, so be cautious." Chen Ye frowned. "Zhao Feng is coming to trouble me?" Zhang Haiming expressed his concern. "Yes. Zhao Feng is not an easy opponent. He is skilled in combat and adept at winning people over. His followers are thoroughly indoctrinated and obey him without question, so do not confront him head-on." Chen Ye took Zhang Haiming's warning to heart and responded, "Understood, I will be more cautious." Still uneasy, Zhang Haiming feared that Chen Ye might confront Zhao Feng as he did earlier, which would be unwise. "Chen Ye, if you can't handle it, remember to seek me out. I will negotiate with Zhao Feng." "That's unnecessary. This is a matter between Li Lingfeng and me. No matter who he brings along, I can manage, Chen Ye smiled confidently. He acknowledged Zhao Feng's ability to win people over, but he believed that any scheme would be futile in the face of absolute strength. Moreover, if Zhao Feng intended to use numbers against him, he had his own methods to counter that. Very well, since you feel that way, I have no further business here. I will wait for you at the school gate tomorrow morning, and together we shall travel to the city, Zhang Haiming concluded as he headed towards the dormitory. Chapter 44. Exclusive sale. Early the following morning, Chen Ye arose, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and changed into a clean, respectable outfit before descending the stairs and making his way to the school gate. Upon arriving at the school gate, a sleek black Mercedes was parked at the entrance, its luxurious exterior captivating the early risers who ventured out for breakfast. Zhang Haiming, spotting Chen Ye stepping out, promptly exited the vehicle and waved enthusiastically. Chen Ye, hop in. Without hesitation, Chen Ye entered the Mercedes. Once the car was in motion, Zhang Haiming handed over an exquisite food box adorned with the logo of Tianma Hotel. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Do try the hotel's latest signature delicacy, durian pastry. Intrigued by the prospect of tasting a dessert made from durian, Chen Ye opened the box. The moment he took a bite of the durian pastry, he was entranced, exclaiming, "It's absolutely delicious." Zhang Haiming smiled faintly and then offered Chen Ye a bottle of mineral water, saying, "You deserve my gratitude. If it weren't for your supply of durians, our chef, regardless of his culinary prowess, would not have crafted such a delightful treat." Chen Ye, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, "You needn't thank me. If anyone should be grateful, it's I who must express my thanks to you. Without your support, my crayfish and durians would lack a market." "Very well," Zhang Haiming continued, "but there is still some time before we reach the city. Here is a contract for you to review. If you agree, we will allocate profits according to its terms." He handed a folder to Chen Ye. Upon reviewing the document, which outlined their cooperative arrangement, Chen Ye noted that although the acquisition price had decreased, the contract specified a profit-sharing model whereby he would receive 30% of the profits from each dessert sold. Despite the reduction in purchase price, the transition from raw materials to finished products would ultimately yield greater earnings for him. However, he noted that while he was listed as the second party in the contract, the first party was not Tianma Hotel, but rather Tianma Food Company. Before Chen Ye could voice his inquiries, Zhang Haiming clarified, "Due to the recent developments regarding the flavored crayfish and durian desserts, my father has permitted me to manage the company independently. Henceforth, we are true partners in this venture." Chen Ye was taken aback, astonished that his involvement had propelled Zhang Haiming onto the path of entrepreneurship sooner than anticipated. He had never imagined that Zhang Haiming's first significant earnings would stem from durian desserts. Could this be what they call the butterfly effect? If so, what lay ahead for Zhang Haiming? Noticing Chen Ye's astonished expression, Zhang Haiming assumed it was in reaction to his entrepreneurial journey and remarked, "This is also a reason for my gratitude towards you. No matter my academic achievements, even if I top the county, my father would never allow me to manage a business. He always insisted that business and academics are entirely different realms, urging me to be patient and learn at his side. Yet, your presence has enabled me to demonstrate my ability to earn independently." Regaining his composure, Chen Ye discerned the sense of boundless potential in Zhang Haiming's words and encouraged him. "Haiming, I believe you will undoubtedly become a globally renowned businessman." "Globally renowned businessman?" Zhang Haiming echoed, pondering the weight of those aspirations. "Perhaps," Zhang Haiming remarked confidently, "but I firmly believe that together, we shall astonish everyone." Chen Ye nodded earnestly, grasping the necklace around his neck. "Yes, our collaboration will undoubtedly yield miraculous results." After nearly an hour, Chen Ye and Zhang Haiming arrived in Qingyang City. As he gazed at the incessantly flowing traffic and the bustling citizens on the streets, Chen Ye felt a surge of ambition within him. He was determined to stand atop this city in the future. Unaware of Chen Ye's changing expression, Zhang Haiming retrieved his notepad, stating, "Chen Ye, our first stop is the Sihai Hotel. The owner has a good relationship with my father, and afterwards, we shall proceed to the Wanshou Hotel." Chen Ye listened intently, and when he heard that their final destination was the Yubing Mountain Villa, he immediately inquired, "Is the owner of Yubing Mountain Villa surnamed Song?" Zhang Haiming paused momentarily, then curiously asked, "Chen Ye, how do you know that the general manager of Yubing Mountain Villa has the surname Song?" Chen Ye quickly explained that he had heard it once before, adding, "I can't very well mention that the manager, Song Yubing, runs a restaurant near our school." Zhang Haiming responded with an "oh" and accepted this explanation. "Ah, I see. However, my father isn't particularly familiar with Yubing Mountain Villa. Our visit there is merely to establish rapport. Whether we can secure a business deal will depend on luck." "Luck, you say? Does Haiming also have individuals he cannot handle?" Chen Ye felt intrigued. Considering Zhang Haiming's eloquence and amiable nature, along with his connection to Tianma Hotel, it was surprising that he lacked confidence. Zhang Haiming sighed ruefully, explaining, "Indeed, Yubing Mountain Villa has extensive connections in Xinjiang City, and their manager, Ms. Song, is quite the enigma. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is elusive. Over a month ago, my father's friend attempted to discuss a collaboration with her, but after scheduling 20 to 30 appointments, he still did not manage to meet her." "I understand," Chen Ye replied, yet in his heart, he mused that they would never find Song Yubing. Who would suspect the general manager of Yubing Mountain Villa to be discreetly operating a small restaurant in the county? Zhang Haiming rubbed his temples, fatigue evident in his voice. "Never mind that for now. Time is of the essence today. Besides contacting hotels in the city, we also need to search for a suitable storefront to expedite the opening of our dessert shop." As their luxury vehicle came to a halt in the Sihai Hotel parking lot, Zhang Haiming and Chen Ye alighted. The driver opened the trunk, retrieving 3 elegantly packaged food boxes, following closely behind the 2. Upon entering the hotel, the charming lobby manager approached them. "Young Master Zhang, President Ho is already waiting for you in the office upstairs." "Thank you, Manager Wu." Zhang Haiming expressed his gratitude as he followed her toward the elevator. Soon, they reached the 13th floor, where Manager Wu indicated the direction and said, "Young Master Zhang, you can go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to and will not accompany you further." "That's quite all right. We can manage on our own," Zhang Haiming replied with a smile, gratefully watching as Manager Wu stepped into the elevator. From beginning to end, Chen Ye remained silent, yet he attentively observed Zhang Haiming, learning how he interacted with others. This keen observation illuminated the disparity between himself and Zhang Haiming, as well as the necessary changes he must undertake for the future. Upon arriving at the general manager's office, although the door was ajar, Zhang Haiming paused at the threshold and knocked lightly. At that moment, Ho Wancheng, who was seated behind the desk, turned to see Zhang Haiming, immediately rising with a warm smile. "Haiming, you are still so courteous. Given the relationship between your father and me, you may enter without hesitation." Zhang Haiming chuckled. "Then I shall be less formal in the future." At this juncture, Ho Wancheng turned his gaze to Chen Ye, inquiring with curiosity, "And who might this be?" Zhang Haiming affectionately introduced Chen Ye. "Uncle Ho, this is Chen Ye, not only my fellow alumnus, but also my business partner. The success of my food company is greatly attributed to him." Upon hearing this, Ho Wancheng's tone grew somewhat frosty, initially perceiving Chen Ye's attire as lacking sophistication. He naturally regarded him with a measure of disdain upon learning of his background. Zhang Haiming, adept at reading the room, discerned Ho Wancheng's reaction and recognized the belittlement directed at Chen Ye. Just as he was about to speak, he felt Chen Ye grasp his arm, and upon turning, he noticed Chen Ye wink at him. Ho Wancheng approached the sofa, gesturing for Zhang Haiming to sit, and then remarked, "By the way, Haiming, I've heard that your hotel's newly launched durian dessert has been quite popular. Indeed, our daily dessert sales have exceeded 1,000 portions recently, with numbers continually rising." Zhang Haiming replied, instructing the driver to place the desserts on the coffee table. "Oh, I must try some," Ho Wancheng said eagerly, opening the food box. Inside were durian ice cream, durian millefeuille cake, and fragrant durian pastries. Fortunately, the durian ice cream had been stored in a freezer, retaining its original form without melting during transit. After tasting the durian ice cream, Ho Wancheng was instantly enamored, devouring it with enthusiasm before moving on to the durian millefeuille cake and fragrant durian pastries, relishing every bite. Zhang Haiming inquired, "Uncle Ho, what do you think of the taste? And what about our potential collaboration?" Ho Wancheng patted his belly and replied, "The flavor is indeed delightful. Let me contemplate this further, and I will provide you with a response soon." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Zhang Haiming smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and he promptly exited the hotel alongside Chen Ye. Upon arriving at the hotel, Zhang Haiming, in a fit of displeasure, kicked the tire of the Mercedes. Chen Ye, witnessing Zhang's unusual display of frustration for the first time, understood the underlying cause and inquired with a smile, "Are you worried that Ho Wancheng, that crafty old fox, will seek alternative channels to procure durians for resale?" Zhang Haiming nodded. "You saw how he devoured his food, as if he wished to swallow the entire container. Yet, when it came to discussing collaboration, he began to make excuses." Chen Ye, maintaining his smile, reassured him, "You need not fret. Although durians are tropical fruits available year-round, the cost of transportation remains significant. Generally, the durians transported are unripe, and even if they are left to ripen for a day or two, their flavor will not compare to ours. Once we commence sales in the city, even if they attempt to replicate our offerings, they will not achieve the same taste and will ultimately have to come to us for orders." Upon hearing this, Zhang Haiming's spirits lifted. Indeed, I consulted our chef, and he confirmed that the quality of durians varies. The success of our durian desserts hinges entirely on the quality of the durians you supply. He continued. Now you can rest easy. Even if they wish to imitate, the product is exclusive to me, and I will only collaborate with you. Others may want to purchase, but I will not sell to them. Previously, Chen Ye had hesitated about entering into an exclusive partnership with Zhang Haiming, but he now recognized Zhang's business acumen and forward-thinking ideas, including the concept of a durian-themed dessert shop, an idea that had not even crossed the minds of those in the entire Xinjiang city, let alone the county. Thank you, Chen Ye. Without you, my initial steps would have faced numerous obstacles. Zhang Haiming expressed his heartfelt gratitude, feeling increasingly fortunate for his initial insight. He believed that continued collaboration with Chen Ye would lead to even greater horizons. Seeing Zhang Haiming's heartfelt sentiment, Chen Ye patted him on the shoulder and said, as friends, there's no need for thanks. Let us proceed with our plans and swiftly open the store. In a few days, I will return to the village to prepare for our future. Chapter 45. The First Order. Chen Ye accompanied Zhang Haiming on a tour of various hotels in Xinjiang City, ultimately returning to the Yubing Mountain Villa. However, the outcomes were similar to those encountered with He Wanqing. The vice president of Yubing Mountain Villa, Song Yusong, was particularly decisive. Without the general manager Song Yubing's approval, they would not place an order for even a single dessert. Fortunately, a storefront was secured, and after some negotiation, they finally finalized the contract. Upon returning to school from Xinjiang City, it was already 9 at night. Before getting out of the car, Chen Ye advised Zhang Haiming to visit the school again the following morning and to bring along the durian desserts. Zhang Haiming found this puzzling, yet he trusted that Chen Ye would not lead him astray and nodded in agreement. The following morning, after greeting Yu Tao and Wu Meng, Chen Ye exited the school gates. Outside, Zhang Haiming stood by the Mercedes, waving at Chen Ye. Chen Ye, let us get in. Without hesitation, Chen Ye entered the vehicle. As soon as they were settled, Zhang Haiming could not suppress his curiosity. Chen Ye, where are we heading today? Chen Ye smiled and said, let me take you to a place for a meal. Zhang Haiming hesitated for a moment before responding, a meal? Why not just go to my hotel? Chen Ye chuckled and leaned back in his seat. Don't ask, you'll know when you get there. Zhang Haiming replied, very well, I shall see what you have in store. He then instructed the driver to proceed. Under Chen Ye's guidance, the driver swiftly arrived at a quaint yet uniquely decorated fisherman's restaurant. Upon seeing the modest establishment, Zhang Haiming couldn't help but ask, Chen Ye, are we eating here? Rest assured, you won't regret coming, Chen Ye assured, patting Zhang Haiming on the shoulder to ease his mind. Realizing Chen Ye had already set the stage, Zhang Haiming exited the vehicle. The familiar waitress greeted them at the door, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Ye, before her face transformed into a warm smile as she bowed and welcomed them inside. Zhang Haiming was taken aback by the waitress's deference, recognizing that she was clearly trying to curry favor with Chen Ye. Chen Ye, equally smiling, inquired, Sister May, is Sister Song here? The boss hasn't arrived yet. Perhaps you could wait a moment while I prepare some tea for you. The waitress replied before turning to fetch the tea set and leaves. Curious, Zhang Haiming asked, who is this Sister Song you mentioned? Chen Ye glanced around and then whispered in Zhang Haiming's ear, Song Yubing. What? How could the esteemed general manager of Yubing Mountain Villa be here? Zhang Haiming exclaimed. His surprise understandable, as it was indeed unexpected for such a notable figure from Xinjiang City to appear in a small county. Really, do you think I'm exaggerating? Chen Ye anticipated Zhang Haiming's reaction, knowing that he had spoken extensively about Yubing Mountain Villa just the day before. Although the villa was located on the outskirts of Xinjiang City, it was immensely popular, frequented by the city's elite and wealthy, necessitating reservations well in advance. If this were indeed the case, even if today's business deal did not materialize, meeting General Manager Song would be an exhilarating experience. Zhang Haiming rubbed his hands together in excitement. He found himself less concerned about the deal and more eager to meet Song Yubing, for it could pave the way for future interactions with the affluent and influential of Xinjiang City. Rest assured, I am confident that our durian dessert will surely impress Sister Song, Chen Ye declared, not one to return empty-handed. His visit today was filled with optimism, as he had learned from Zhang Haiming that many wealthy individuals in Xinjiang were keen to win over Song Yubing, and anyone fortunate enough to receive her business card was undoubtedly esteemed in their circle. The fact that Song Yubing had chosen to offer him her card would signify that she held some interest in him. Zhang Haiming nodded, bolstered by Chen Ye's words. If that is indeed the case, it would be a remarkable bonus. Before long, the charming waitress returned with the tea, placing it on their table. Enjoy, gentlemen. The young lady boss will be here shortly. Despite the rapid change in demeanor of the beautiful waitress, Both Chen Ye and Zhang Haiming discerned that Song Yubing's identity was far more enigmatic than they had initially presumed. Approximately 20 minutes later, a sleek silver BMW came to a halt in the vacant lot across from the restaurant. Chen Ye recognized the vehicle as a recently launched model, priced at over 3 million. As Song Yubing elegantly stepped out of the car, two burly men clad in black attended to her, one holding an umbrella, the other carrying her bag, while she exuded an undeniable aura of regality with each stride. Perhaps sensing the attention of Chen Ye and Zhang Haiming, Song Yubing flashed them a warm smile. The poise of a sophisticated woman and the bearing of a queen left even the 17-year-old Zhang Haiming, a youth in the bloom of his adolescence, awestruck. For Chen Ye, a man who had lived a lifetime, it was equally disconcerting, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. In the brief moment of their reverie, Song Yubing had already taken a seat beside them, enveloped in an alluring fragrance. "Young man, what brings you to my presence today?" she inquired softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Chen Ye, feeling overwhelmed, pinched himself to regain composure. He glanced at Zhang Haiming, who had lowered his gaze, unable to meet Song Yubing's eyes. Noticing Chen Ye's swift return to tranquility, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Song Yubing's beautiful eyes. She withdrew her previously enchanting demeanor, reverting to her characteristic regal air. "Sister Song, I came today to treat you to some desserts," Chen Ye announced, opening the 3 food containers he had brought. Without needing any introduction from Chen Ye, Song Yubing named the 3 desserts: durian ice cream, durian millefeuille, and fragrant durian pastries. "These delicacies are not available in Xinjiang. Yet you have crafted them exquisitely. I wonder how they taste. Why not sample them and find out, Miss Song?" Zhang Haiming, finally regaining his composure, felt a twinge of anxiety at Song Yubing's familiarity with the desserts, fearing her discerning palate. "Very well, I shall give it a try." Song Yubing took a spoonful of the durian ice cream. The unique aroma and texture of the durian, combined with the cream of the ice cream, created an exquisite flavor that enveloped her senses. "Delicious. This is the finest durian ice cream I have ever tasted, even surpassing what I enjoyed in Thailand." As she savored the durian millefeuille and fragrant durian pastries, the rich essence of durian unfolded in her mouth, mingling with a subtle hint of cream. Song Yubing slowly closed her eyes, relishing the delightful flavors that danced upon her palate. It was evident that the durian used in these desserts was of an exceptional quality, far removed from the ordinary varieties found in the market. Upon hearing Song Yubing's praise, Zhang Haiming finally breathed a sigh of relief, exhilarated at the prospect of gaining her endorsement, believing that the entry of his desserts into Xinjiang City was now within reach. In contrast to Zhang Haiming's demeanor, Chen Ye remained remarkably composed, for he had anticipated this outcome. The durians cultivated with a blend of perspiration and mineral-rich spring water had already surpassed the nutritional composition of those from tropical regions. Moreover, the flesh of the durians ripened by sweat could perfectly showcase the fruit's fragrance and texture, a stark difference from those artificially ripened. To draw a comparison, it is akin to cooking. The same ingredients in the hands of an ordinary chef and a master chef yield results that are worlds apart. The finesse of knife skills, the frequency of stir-frying, and the mastery of heat create a palpable disparity, with sweat acting as the equivalent of a master chef. The flesh of durian ripened this way simply cannot be matched by ordinary methods. Let us proceed with the initial order of 1,000 servings of desserts. Before delivering to Yubingshan Villa, kindly inform Yusong. Is that agreeable? Upon concluding her statement, Song Yubing reached for her spoon, continuing to savor the dessert in delicate bites. Her straightforward ordering left both Chen Ye and Zhang Haiming momentarily speechless, particularly for Zhang Haiming, who felt an exhilarating rush within yet could not resist inquiring, "Miss Song, won't you ask about the price?" "There is no need for that. I trust you will provide a satisfactory quote, correct?" Song Yubing replied, exuding a calm confidence that even Chen Ye found admirable. Both Chen Ye and Zhang Haiming nodded in unison. "Very well, if there are no further matters, you may return to your tasks. I have some affairs to attend to." With that, Song Yubing left them with a captivating silhouette as she ascended to the loft. Once outside the fisherman's restaurant and seated in the Mercedes, Zhang Haiming could no longer contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Chen Ye, we have finally taken our first step." Chen Ye felt a similar exhilaration. Although he was unsure why Song Yubing was being so generous towards him, the prospect of 1,000 servings of dessert, with each durian ice cream priced at 36 yuan, amounted to 36,000 yuan in total. According to their agreed sales division outlined in the contract, he would earn 10,800 yuan. Coupled with the revenue from the fragrant durian pastries and durian millefeuille, he anticipated a minimum profit of 35,000 yuan. Furthermore, This sum only accounted for the sales division and did not include the income from selling durians, as Song Yubing's substantial order would deplete the stock previously sold to Zhang Haiming, necessitating a new order from Chen Ye. As expected, after the initial excitement, Zhang Haiming turned to Chen Ye and said, "Chen Ye, please have Zhou Bo deliver another batch of durians to Tianma Hotel and ensure he is prompt. I am arranging for the chef to commence production at the dessert shop, launching a dual effort to introduce durian desserts throughout Xinjiang City." With a grin, Chen Ye replied, "Why would anyone refuse profit? Rest assured, Haiming, I will handle the durian supply while you focus on expanding our channels. Naturally, however, we owe much to the quality of your durians. Otherwise, it would be impossible to impress Ms. Song. If we can maintain this collaborative relationship, other hotels in Xinjiang City will seek our supplies," Zhang Haiming said, his face aglow with aspiration. Upon hearing Zhang Haiming mention orders from other hotels, Chen Ye could not help but reflect on a pressing matter. Despite having employed numerous workers and cultivated a substantial number of durian trees, he realized that merely satisfying the demands of Tianma Hotel and Yubing Mountain Villa was manageable. However, if he aimed to meet the entire market of Xinjiang City, the shortfall of durians would be significant. The only viable solution would be to expand the cultivation. After an extensive discussion, Zhang Haiming noticed Chen Ye furrowing his brow in deep contemplation, seemingly burdened by thoughts, and could not refrain from inquiring, "Chen Ye, what occupies your mind?" "Nothing," Chen Ye replied, shaking his head, choosing not to confide in Zhang Haiming. However, he believed it prudent to discuss the idea of expanding durian cultivation with Peng Yan. If she, as a village committee member, could take the lead, the undertaking would become considerably more manageable. Chapter 46. The teachers were astonished early on Monday morning. Chen Ye eagerly sought out Su Fong in the office, wishing to request a few days off to return home. Yet, upon arriving at the office, he discovered that Su Fong was absent. Assuming she had not yet arrived, Chen Ye reluctantly placed his written leave request under her pen holder. However, as the morning reading session and flag-raising ceremony unfolded, Su Fong still had not appeared. Just as he returned to the classroom, barely settling into his seat, Peng Si leaned in to whisper, "Su teacher has encountered some family issues and won't be coming for the next few days. It seems the math teacher is temporarily taking over as class advisor." "What? Why him?" Chen Ye's face twitched in frustration, feeling disgruntled. Why, of all people, did they have to appoint that stubborn, unreasonable old man? Now, he had to devise a plan to secure his leave. Peng Si, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong with the math teacher?" Chen Ye slumped over his desk, lacking energy, and replied, "I wish to return to the village for a while. If Su Fong were here, it would be easier to negotiate, but will that old man grant me several days off? Going home? I miss my mother too." Peng Si admitted. She had initially hoped to return during her 3-day break, but the rigorous military training had left her utterly exhausted, her body aching all over. However, upon hearing Chen Ye's intention to take leave, she quickly inquired, "Chen Ye, how long do you plan to be away? What's the matter? Are you already reluctant to part with me?" Chen Ye teased, resting his head on his desk while holding her delicate hand, gently squeezing it. "How shameless. Don't let anyone see us," Peng Si exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson. Though she feigned annoyance, she made no effort to withdraw her hand. After a moment, Peng Si asked, "Chen Ye, you still haven't mentioned how long you intend to be gone." Chen Ye replied, "It depends on the situation, perhaps half a month or maybe even longer." Peng Si gasped, "What? You plan to be away for so long?" "Yes, Haiming and I have a business deal to pursue. If it stabilizes, you may truly become the landlady," he joked. "Uft, who wants to be a landlady?" Peng Si retorted, though internally, she felt a sweet sensation, an emotion akin to happiness enveloping her heart. "Regardless, I am determined to marry you in this lifetime. You cannot escape my grasp," Chen Ye declared as he embraced Peng Si. Peng Si felt a sweet warmth in her heart and did not resist. However, the tender moment shared between the young couple was abruptly interrupted by the mathematics teacher, Zhang Hui, who had just entered the classroom. He cleared his throat twice and, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, "Certain male and female students should not forget that your purpose in coming to school is to study, not to engage in embraces." Upon hearing Zhang Hui's words, Peng Si's face flushed even deeper, prompting her to hastily extricate herself from Chen Ye's embrace. "Mind your own business," Chen Ye muttered under his breath, unable to suppress his irritation as he faced an impending farewell from Peng Si. After finally enjoying a brief moment of intimacy, their connection was shattered by Zhang Hui's intervention. Fortunately, his comments were too quiet for Zhang Hui to overhear. In the following moments, Zhang Hui announced to the students of Class 6 that he would be temporarily assuming the role of homeroom teacher. As expected, the announcement caused an immediate drop in morale among the students, who resembled wilted eggplants upon hearing the news. With Su Fang's absence, her English class was understandably replaced by Zheng Hui's mathematics lesson. Typically dry and tedious, Zheng Hui's class was now compounded by the prospect of 2 consecutive periods. And given his nature, he was certain to monopolize even the brief 10-minute break between classes. Students, please turn to page 49 in your textbooks. We shall now commence our lesson. Zheng Hui's voice resonated in a monotonous chant that soon rendered Chen Ye defeated as he slumped onto his desk. Witnessing Chen Ye audaciously dozing off during his lesson infuriated Zheng Hui, who promptly hurled a piece of chalk at him. Yet, although Chen Ye's eyes were closed, he was not asleep. His mind was occupied with thoughts of how to discuss the expansion of durian cultivation with Pang Yin upon returning to Bairua village. At that moment, the chalk soared through the air, and Chen Ye, with keen reflexes, shifted aside just in time to evade it. Unfortunately, the projectile struck an unsuspecting boy seated behind him squarely in the face. Chen Ye, stand up, Zheng Hui bellowed, his anger intensifying at the sight of the chalk missing its intended target and hitting an innocent student instead. What's wrong, Teacher Zheng? Chen Ye replied innocently as he rose to his feet. Come up here and solve this problem, Zheng Hui declared, having encountered all types of students after years of teaching. He had numerous methods to handle students like Chen Ye, who lacked academic diligence. Oh, Chen Ye responded nonchalantly. The task of solving a problem posed no significant challenge to him. Zheng Hui retrieved a particularly difficult question from his lesson plan and swiftly wrote it on the blackboard. Satisfied with his work, he smirked and said, Chen Ye, you have 5 minutes to solve this problem. If you fail, you will report to my office every day for tutoring starting today. The room fell silent in shock. Even the class monitor and the academic committee member frowned in dismay. Meanwhile, Pang Si, sitting at her desk, felt utterly at a loss after examining the problem on the board. Teacher Zheng, this problem is so simple. 5 minutes is far too long. I could solve it in 30 seconds, Chen Ye said with a faint smile, before seizing the chalk and swiftly writing on the blackboard. Zheng Hui initially dismissed Chen Ye's claims as mere bravado, retorting that bold words might lead to self-injury. However, as the discussion unfolded, he found himself rendered motionless. For Chen Ye's solution to the problem was undeniably correct. Teacher Zheng, do you require me to solve it in another manner? Chen Ye inquired, his tone inquisitive, yet his hands deftly inscribing 2 alternative solutions on the blackboard. Impossible. This student must have surreptitiously glimpsed the answer. Zheng Hui harbored suspicions that Chen Ye had stolen a glance at the answer key, as this problem had been posed to him by a fellow educator, one he had labored over for an entire evening before arriving at a solution. Yet, within a mere blink of an eye, Chen Ye had unraveled it effortlessly. Both Zheng Hui and the teacher who had sought his counsel were seasoned educators, and if they had to strain their intellects to solve this conundrum, how could Chen Ye possibly have done so effortlessly? With this thought, Zheng Hui let out a cold huff, feeling an aversion towards students who resorted to dishonest means. Lacking any evidence to substantiate his claims against Chen Ye, he declared, this question doesn't count. Let us move on to another. Feeling the deliberate challenge in Zheng Hui's words, Chen Ye was initially displeased, but a spark of inspiration struck him, and he seized the opportunity to request time off. Teacher, if I can solve your second question, would you grant me a favor? Very well, I agree, Zheng Hui replied dismissively, not overly concerned about the difficulty of Chen Ye's request, as he intended to pose a notoriously challenging problem, one that had been brought to him by a teacher from another institution, akin to the rigors of an Olympiad question, one he himself had yet to solve. Then please, present your question, Teacher Zheng, Chen Ye responded with a smile, his spirits lifted by Zheng Hui's acquiescence. Subsequently, Zheng Hui wrote down the problem that had stumped him, watching with a sense of smug anticipation as he awaited Chen Ye's failure. To his astonishment, Chen Ye, without a moment's hesitation, picked up the chalk and began to write with remarkable speed, rapidly filling half of the blackboard with his solution. This is impossible, Zheng Hui exclaimed, his glasses nearly slipping off his nose. However, upon scrutinizing Chen Ye's work, he recognized not only its correctness, but also the ingenious approach taken. Witnessing Zheng Hui's astonishment, Chen Ye remarked, Teacher, since I have solved it, you must honor my request for leave. All right, what leave do you require? Zheng Hui, who had intended to enroll Chen Ye in an Olympiad class, found himself momentarily taken aback. Chen Ye replied with unhurried composure, Indeed. I wish to take a leave of absence for a period. For how long? Zheng Hui inquired with a furrowed brow. If it were merely a day or two, it would not disrupt the Olympiad class's progress. It could be half a month, or perhaps even a month, Chen Ye stated, and upon hearing this, Zheng Hui felt his legs weaken beneath him, nearly collapsing to the ground. After a moment, Zhang Hui regained his composure and cleared his throat, saying, "Taking such a long leave will hinder your academic progress." Chen Ye, sensing Zhang Hui's concession, quickly replied, "That won't be the case. I have self-studied the first-year curriculum, so I am absolutely confident about the exam." "You have self-studied the first-year materials? How is that even possible?" Chen Ye continued, "Mr. Zhang, if you have any doubts, feel free to test me further. If I answer incorrectly, I shall never mention my leave again." Zhang Hui contemplated for a moment and agreed, "Very well. I shall pose another question." After the question was presented, Chen Ye, upon glancing at the problem on the blackboard, discerned Zhang Hui's ulterior motive. To prevent his absence, Zhang Hui had resorted to topics from both the second and third years. However, Chen Ye was unfazed, for he had already mastered this knowledge in his previous life. "That is impossible," Zhang Hui exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief as he looked at Chen Ye. Could it be that not only had he completed the first-year curriculum, but also the second and third years? Observing Zhang Hui's astonishment, Chen Ye could not help but chuckle. "Mr. Zhang, may I now take my leave?" "No, you cannot," Zhang Hui replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Why not? Have I not solved all the problems you posed? Are you going to present university-level questions now?" Although Chen Ye did not explicitly state it, he was subtly conveying to Zhang Hui that high school problems posed no challenge for him. This left Zhang Hui somewhat at a loss. Indeed, as Chen Ye had asserted, his mastery of high school mathematics was evident through the comprehensive problem. He found himself devoid of justifiable grounds to contest Chen Ye's leave. Yet, the thought of granting such an extended absence displeased him. Thus, after much deliberation, Zhang Hui proposed, "If you can achieve top marks in all subjects, I shall permit you to take your leave." Zhang Hui felt emboldened to make this declaration, confident that no matter how gifted Chen Ye might be, achieving excellence across all subjects was an unattainable feat after all. Attaining a score above 90 was essential for excellence, and although the textbook material was relatively straightforward, truly mastering it remained a formidable challenge. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." Chen Ye expressed his gratitude before returning to his seat. After the first class concluded, Chen Ye accompanied Zhang Hui to the office. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Hui summoned teachers from various subjects, requesting them to retrieve past first-year final examinations and brief them on Chen Ye's situation. "Is this child truly that exceptional? I find it hard to believe, for he often dozes off in my class," remarked the political science teacher, the first to express skepticism. While Chen Ye consistently passed the quizzes, he had never achieved high scores. Indeed, his history quiz scores hover around the 60s and 70s. I have never seen him score above 80. However, his English and mathematics results are indeed commendable, revealing a pronounced disparity in his academic performance. Zhang Hui nodded in satisfaction. Despite Chen Ye's marked preference for certain subjects, the fact that he excelled in mathematics indicated a natural aptitude. With proper guidance, he could undoubtedly bring distinction to the school in the future. After all the subject teachers had taken out the examination papers, Zhang Hui placed the papers on the table and said, "Chen Ye, you may begin answering now. You will have half an hour for lunch and rest, after which we will continue. Before the school bell rings in the afternoon, you, however." Before Zhang Hui could finish his sentence, Chen Ye interrupted, "No need, I can complete it all before school ends." With that, under the astonished gazes of all the subject teachers, he swiftly picked up his pen and began to write. As the bell rang signaling the end of class, students from various classrooms flooded out, and Chen Ye slammed his pen down, declaring, "All right, teachers, you can start grading now." Chapter 47. The superstitious and conservative villagers. After more than 10 minutes of grading and careful verification, all the subject teachers looked at Chen Ye as if he were a marvel. He had completed all 8 subjects in just over 2 hours, achieving scores above 90 in each. With a beaming smile, Chen Ye looked at Zhang Hui and asked, "Teacher Zhang, may I request a leave now?" How could Zhang Hui refuse? Despite this student often appearing lethargic during class, his results were undeniably impressive, devoid of any deceit. "Thank you, teacher. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to the dormitory," Chen Ye said with pride as he left the office, leaving a group of astonished teachers behind. Not long after returning to the dormitory building, Yu Tao and Wu Ming approached him, their faces filled with curiosity. "So how did it go? What were the results?" they eagerly inquired. "Is it even necessary to ask?" Although Chen Ye did not articulate it directly, his expression spoke volumes. Yu Tao's face lit up with admiration, exclaiming, "Chen Ye, you're incredible." "Indeed, I am quite extraordinary," Chen Ye chuckled, then returned to his bedside to retrieve his suitcase and pack a few sets of clean clothes. Wu Ming struggled to find the right words to describe Chen Ye, and after a moment, he simply gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Awesome. All right, comrades, I shall take my leave. When I return, I'll bring you both lobsters and durians." Chen Ye said before stepping out of the dormitory, leaving Yu Tao and Wu Ming in awe of his departing figure. Fortunately, it was not a peak time, allowing Chen Ye to easily board the bus back to Bairua village. Upon his return, many villagers greeted him warmly along the way, particularly those who raised crayfish, eager to invite him over for a drink and to extract some farming tips from him. Recently, many restaurants in the county had inquired if they could purchase crayfish, promising to order as many as were available once they matured. Chen Ye, graciously declining the villagers' heartfelt invitations, assured them he would visit whenever possible, allowing him to escape the crowd smoothly. Once home, Chen Ye first opened the doors and windows for ventilation before heading to the pond. Upon arriving at the pond, he spotted Zhou Bo feeding the crayfish. Seeing Chen Ye return, Zhou Bo quickly set down the container of feed and exclaimed, "Chen Ye, what brings you back?" The situation unfolded as Chen Ye briefly recounted his collaboration with Zhang Haiming in selling durian desserts. When Zhou Bo learned that Song Yubing had placed an order exceeding 100,000 yuan, he was utterly astonished. Haiming's approach had greatly inspired me, although, with his presence, our durians and crayfish would have no trouble selling. Relying solely on raw material sales would yield far less profit than finished products. It was for this reason that I returned, hoping to discuss with Cadre Peng the possibility of promoting durian cultivation in the village. This initiative could not only address the issue of durian yield, but also uplift the entire village's prosperity. As soon as Chen Ye finished speaking, a flicker of concern appeared on Zhou Bo's face, and he shook his head. "Chen Ye, it's not that I wish to dampen your spirits, but the villagers have reservations about the taste of durian." Chen Ye, perplexed, inquired, "What reservations?" Zhou Bo scratched the back of his head, lit a cigarette, and sat on the ground. "Chen Ye, I once brought some durians home for my family, and they quite enjoyed them. However, one day, when a relative visited, my mother wanted to offer some durians, but upon catching a whiff of the odor, he covered his nose and fled. It's not just my family. When others took durians home, they ended up tossing them out." Chen Ye paused in silence before responding. "I have contemplated this issue as well. However, durians are a delicacy. While we rural folk may not appreciate their aroma, city dwellers relish them. I will speak with Cadre Peng about this matter." Zhou Bo nodded in agreement. Yes, having Cadre Peng's involvement would certainly ease the process. After parting ways with Zhou Bo, Chen Ye ascended the mountain and chanced upon several villagers wielding axes, chopping down durian trees. A few youths attempted to intervene but were thwarted by a group of burly villagers, leading to an inevitable clash. The youths, still in their adolescence, were no match for the villagers' strength and could only watch helplessly as the trees fell. Chen Ye rushed forward, forcefully pushing aside the villager who was chopping, and demanded loudly, "Why are you cutting down my trees?" The youths, seeing Chen Ye's return, hurried to his side. "Brother Ye, those men are being unreasonable, claiming our durian trees have offended the mountain deity, resulting in poor harvests for them." Taken aback, Chen Ye exclaimed incredulously, "What? Offending the mountain deity? What era are we in to still entertain such superstitions?" The villagers, hearing Chen Ye's words, approached him defiantly. "Chen Ye, it is because you have planted this foul-smelling and unsightly thing in these barren mountains that the mountain deity has been angered, causing our fields below to suffer this year." With a cold smile, Chen Ye retorted, "Absurd. Your poor harvest is your own fault. Instead of blaming me, why not investigate whether the issue lies with your fertilizers or seeds? How dare you come here and hurl baseless accusations at me? I perceive your envy towards my prosperity," Chen Ye remarked, momentarily silencing the villager. However, the obstinate villager persisted. "In the days before you began planting these cursed trees on the mountain, our harvests flourished. Ever since you disrupted the mountain's feng shui, our yields have dwindled. Therefore, these trees must be felled." The other villagers quickly echoed the sentiment, insisting on the destruction of the trees. "You are being utterly unreasonable, and I have no desire to engage in further discourse with you. However, if you wish to chop down the trees, you must first deal with me," Chen Ye declared, seizing the axe from the villager's grasp. "Come on. If you intend to cut, then try me." The villagers, aware of Chen Ye's formidable reputation and the fact that past adversaries like Luo Dahu and Wang Fong had failed to best him, exchanged apprehensive glances and retreated down the mountain. Noticing a few youths hesitating to speak, Chen Ye inquired, "What is it you wish to express?" After a moment of uncertainty, one youth finally ventured, "Brother Ye, my mother has recently advised me against continuing this work. She claims that these foul and unsightly trees are unclean and has urged me to keep my distance, lest I bring something undesirable home." "Unclean? That is sheer nonsense," Chen Ye retorted. "We explained our situation to our parents, yet they insist we finish this month's work and then cease, to avoid contaminating our homes. What are your thoughts on this?" The youths, feeling his gaze upon them, responded sheepishly, "Brother Ye, you treat us well. If it weren't for you, we'd still be idly wasting our time in the village. But my mother, enough. I will handle this matter. You remain here and continue working. I will speak to your parents and assure them that starting this month, each of you will receive an additional 300 in wages, alleviating their concerns. If you truly wish to stop, then you may leave, and I will seek other help." As Chen Ye walked away, the youths felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet the prospect of a wage increase that surpassed the earnings of those laboring in the village was enticing. Surely, their families would reconsider any thoughts of compelling them to leave. With 2 durians in hand, Chen Ye encountered villagers who, holding their noses, hastily avoided him as if evading a phantom. However, now understanding the cause of their reaction, he paid it no mind. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the village committee office. Unluckily, Peng Yan was absent. The newly appointed village head, Wang Yutian, upon catching a whiff of the durian, quickly covered his nose and waved his hand, exclaiming, "Chen Ye, take that foul thing outside. It's unbearable. It doesn't smell bad. Furthermore, it isn't even peeled yet," Chen Ye replied, shaking his head. It seemed the villagers' aversion to durians had reached an almost obsessive level, while those who disliked durians might find them odorous. An unpeeled durian would not emit such a potent stench. "Please take it outside, I implore you," Wang Yutian urged repeatedly. Reluctantly, Chen Ye acquiesced to his request and exited the building, durians in tow. As fate would have it, just as I stepped outside, I encountered Peng Yan, who had returned to retrieve some documents. Upon catching a whiff of the durian's pungent aroma, she slightly furrowed her brow, clearly one who shares a disdain for the fruit scent. Nevertheless, she did not insist that Chen Ye move the durian aside. "Chen Ye, shouldn't you be at school?" "Auntie, the situation is as follows. I am collaborating with Zhang Haiming, the proprietor of the Tianma Hotel in the county, to create durian desserts. We have secured an order worth 100,000 yuan from the Yubingshan Villa in the city. It won't be long before the channels in Xinjiang City open up, leading to an increase in production and a subsequent rise in the demand for durians. Thus, I believe this presents an opportunity. I would like to discuss the possibility of having the villagers plant durian trees on several nearby hills." As soon as Chen Ye finished speaking, Wang Yutian emerged, pinching his nose in protest. No, that stuff smells terrible. If the whole village were to plant it, wouldn't we all be enveloped in that stench? Our Bairuo village would become known as Stinky Poop Village." Several village officials followed suit, voicing their objections. The village head is correct. We have visited the hills, and the odor surrounding durian trees is unbearable. If the wind picks up, the entire village will surely follow suit. Upon hearing this, Peng Yan's expression turned troubled. She had personally visited the hills and could confirm that the stench was indeed intolerable. If durians were to be cultivated on a large scale, the surrounding atmosphere would inevitably waft the odor throughout the village. "Auntie, you need not worry. We can simply plant them in a sheltered area, spacing them apart with other fruit trees to ensure that it does not disrupt the daily lives of the villagers." However, despite Chen Ye's entreaties, the village officials, led by Wang Yutian, remained steadfast in their opposition. Chen Ye wished to continue his argument, yet Peng Yan gently interjected, "Chen Ye, it is getting late. Let us go to my house for lunch. Then I must trouble you, Andy." Aware that Peng Yan had something to discuss with him, Chen Ye readily agreed. Upon arriving at Peng Yan's home, she instructed Chen Ye to cut open a durian. He retrieved a fruit knife and deftly sliced through the durian's tough exterior, revealing the golden flesh within. He then cut the durian meat into bite-sized pieces, skewered them with toothpicks, and offered them to Peng Yan. It was Peng Yan's first experience with durian, yet the fruit's distinct odor caused her to frown. However, once the durian flesh touched her palate, a previously unfathomable flavor and texture blossomed, revealing a subtle hint of creaminess. Seeing Peng Yan's brow relax slightly, Chen Ye inquired, "Annie, what do you think? The taste of this durian isn't too bad, is it?" After savoring a piece, Peng Yan refrained from taking another. The texture and flavor are indeed pleasant." Chen Ye chuckled and remarked, "Didn't our ancestors say that bitter medicine is beneficial? And despite its odor, stinky tofu, which is equally malodorous and lacking in nutrition, sells remarkably well." Peng Yan shook her head. While Chen Ye's vision was indeed appealing, some matters are not easily altered, though you make a valid point. Durian is a novelty here. If you wish to promote its cultivation, the challenge is quite significant. Our village suffers from poor soil and scarce water resources. When drought strikes for a few days, the harvest becomes uncertain. Although the durian tree is a tropical plant, it possesses remarkable vitality, and its spiky exterior protects it from rodents and pests. Chen Ye remained undeterred and continued to enlighten Peng Yan on the benefits of cultivating durians. With a sigh, Peng Yan acknowledged the truth in his words, yet she was acutely aware of the age-old adage that impoverished mountains and treacherous waters give rise to cunning individuals. While Bairuo village may not harbor such tricksters, the deeply ingrained superstitions among the villagers are challenging to alter. Your words bear truth. Yet the crux of the matter remains. How do we persuade everyone to embrace this? In response to Peng Yan's query, Chen Ye refrained from immediate answers. Indeed, persuading the villagers to embrace new ideas cannot be achieved merely through eloquence. Moreover, some villagers are steeped in superstition, making any shift in mindset a formidable challenge. Patience is key. Chen Ye, you are still young. Take steady steps, and I have faith that one day, you will astonish everyone. Peng Yan encouraged, noticing Chen Ye's silence. Concerned it might dampen his spirits, Chen Ye was not one to abandon hope easily. Thus, when faced with obstacles, he resolved to confront them head-on. "Aunt, how about rallying the villagers for a meeting at the village committee? You could lead, and we could collectively sample the durians to see if we can resolve this dilemma." Recognizing the merit in this approach, Peng Yan acquiesced. "Very well, since you propose it, I shall do my utmost to support you." Chen Ye's face brightened with a smile. "Thank you, Aunt. Hold your gratitude. This task may prove quite challenging," Peng Yan replied, shaking her head. Despite her esteemed reputation in the village, she doubted her ability to provide substantial assistance to Chen Ye. After enjoying lunch at Peng Yan's home, Chen Ye took his leave. Not long after his departure, a middle-aged man clad in a suit, tie, and polished leather shoes entered the courtyard. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the rich aroma of durian, sparking his curiosity about how such a fruit could be present in the village. "May I inquire who you are?" Peng Yan approached the man as he entered. The middle-aged gentleman moved closer and soon spotted a half-eaten durian on the dining table. "Greetings, I am Zhou Yongchang. Here is my business card." After reviewing the card, Peng Yan tucked it into her pocket. "Ah, Mr. Zhou, may I ask the purpose of your visit today?" Although she had not previously heard of Zhou Yongchang, she was familiar with the name of Fusheng Agricultural Products Wholesale Company, which had previously sourced agricultural products from neighboring villages but had not yet visited Bairuo village. "I am here to conduct an investigation into potential collaboration opportunities," Zhou Yongchang explained, adding that he had heard many villagers were engaged in the cultivation of crayfish, which piqued his interest to learn more. Though unspoken, his intent was clear. He had come to discuss investment opportunities. Peng Yan felt a surge of joy. Although the county had subsidy policies in place, the arrival of more investors could herald a prosperous future for the entire village. After conversing for a while, Zhou Yongchang pointed to half a durian on the table and inquired, "Forgive my curiosity, Comrade Peng, but where did this durian come from?" His curiosity was understandable, as he had seen no one selling durians on his journey from Shenyang City. "This durian is grown by our village," Peng Yan explained, sensing Zhou Yongchang's interest. She cut a piece of durian and elaborated on Chen Ye's durian cultivation efforts. Upon tasting the fruit, Zhou Yongchang's face lit up with surprise, and he eagerly asked, "Is it possible for you to take me up the mountain to see?" Peng Yan thought that guiding Zhou Yongchang to the mountain might help Chen Ye boost his sales, so she did not decline. As they ascended, they encountered the village's youth lounging in the shade. Upon seeing Chen Ye return, they quickly rose to their feet. "Everyone, let's put in a bit of hard work today and tomorrow to harvest the ripe durians from the trees. We need to prepare them for transport to the city in the next couple of days," Chen Ye instructed. The youths were taken aback and asked, "Brother Ye, do we need to pick all the durians?" "Yes, we must pick every one we can. The demand is higher this time," Chen Ye confirmed. The youths nodded and began their tasks as instructed. While Chen Ye and the youths busied themselves harvesting durians, villagers from Bairuo village began to ascend the mountain, including men, women, and children, many of whom wielded axes. Chen Ye's heart sank at the sight, and a frown creased his brow. "What is the meaning of this?" he questioned. The speaker was the same villager from the morning, now accompanied by a larger group. "Chen Ye," he asserted with newfound confidence, "we are determined to cut down all the durian trees on this mountain to prevent them from disrupting the feng shui and angering the mountain god, which would bring suffering to our entire village." He continued, "I've wondered why my crops were failing, and now I see it's these cursed trees at fault. Indeed, we cannot leave these trees standing. If this year sees a reduced harvest, the mountain god may retaliate against us next year. If illness befalls us, can you, Chen Ye, bear the responsibility?" The villagers grew more outrageous in their claims, but their intent was clear. They were resolute in cutting down the durian trees. Chen Ye's expression darkened, and he stepped forward, visibly angered. "Uncles and aunts, I have already explained to them that their crop failures have nothing to do with my durian trees. If you insist on blaming me for this, then I have nothing more to say. However, I stand by my words. Having planted these trees, I will not allow you to cut them down. If you are determined to do so, you will have to take me down with them." Upon hearing this, the villagers began to murmur among themselves. At that moment, Peng Yan, who was leading Zhou Yongchang up the mountain, noticed the escalating conflict and hurried over. "Everyone, please calm down," she urged. The villagers turned their attention to her. After the villagers had quieted down, Peng Yan began to speak. "Recently, Chen Ye's endeavor of cultivating durians on the mountain has become known to many of you. However, I suspect that many remain unfamiliar with this peculiar fruit. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, the villagers nodded in agreement. A few who had been holding back their thoughts could not contain themselves any longer and exclaimed, "Comrade Peng, what is there to say about that ugly, odorous, spiky thing? Can it truly be considered a treasure?" With one voice raised, others chimed in, "Indeed. Moreover, it grows on that desolate mountain. It surely can't be anything clean. Comrade Peng, I suggest you advise Chen Ye to abandon that filthy endeavor. Our crops down in the valley have suffered because of those trees." An array of murmurs and grievances filled the air, and not a single kind word was spoken. "Everyone, please be quiet." Peng Yan raised her voice slightly and addressed the crowd. "This durian is not some filthy thing. It is a tropical fruit that primarily thrives in the Southeast Asian tropics. It is known to nourish and invigorate. In several coastal provinces in the south, there is a saying, one durian is equivalent to 3 chickens, which attests to its nourishing properties. If you don't believe me, I shall eat one in front of you." After making her statement, she instructed Chen Ye to cut open a durian and proceeded to consume it before the villagers' eyes. Once they witnessed Peng Yan savoring the durian, the villagers ceased to refer to it as a dirty fruit. Yet, even if it were edible, could it truly be as nourishing as Peng Yan claimed? The villagers remained skeptical. "Comrade Peng, you aren't deceiving us, are you? That ugly, smelly, spiky thing, is it really capable of invigorating?" they questioned. "And even if it is a fruit, can it genuinely be compared to chickens?" Instead of providing an immediate explanation, Peng Yan shifted her approach. "While I cannot verify the accuracy of this claim on the spot, I can assure you that its price is indeed substantial. Do you know how much a pound of durian sells for in Xinjiang City? Surely, it must fetch no more than 50 cents per pound," one villager ventured. "As I feel that is quite optimistic. Currently, even a pound of cabbage is just a mere 10 cents. The villagers shared their estimations, convinced that this unfamiliar durian could not possibly be expensive. They were gravely mistaken. In the urban market, durians now commanded a price of 30 yuan per pound. As soon as Peng Yan revealed this, the villagers were taken aback. "Comrade Peng, how much did you say?" 30 yuan per pound for that thing. Although prices fluctuate, it seldom falls below 25 yuan, and in Thailand, the very farmers who cultivate durians grow wealthy through their exports to various countries. My goodness, even at the lowest price, that would be equivalent to selling one durian for the cost of more than 200 pounds of cabbage. The villagers' faces were etched with astonishment. However, they were not entirely convinced by Peng Yan's claims, as they had never ventured to Xinjiang City to verify the truth of her statements, let alone to Thailand. For them, the farthest they had traveled was to the county town. As the old saying goes, hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. Unless they could personally confirm it, they would remain skeptical. As anticipated, a villager stepped forward and inquired, "Comrade Peng, how are we to trust that this product can fetch a high price?" Amidst the growing skepticism, Zhou Yongchang surveyed the already harvested durians, then pushed through the crowd to approach Chen Ye. "You are the Chen Ye that Comrade Peng spoke of, correct? These durians on the mountain are indeed cultivated by you?" Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "I am Chen Ye, and all the durians here are grown by me." Zhou Yongchang continued, "Ah, then would you be willing to sell me these durians? Rest assured, the price will be far from low." "I apologize, but I have already promised to sell these durians to someone else," Chen Ye replied firmly. He had his own channels for selling the durians, having signed a contract with Zhang Haiming to market them in Xinjiang City. If other hotels acquired the durians, the competitive edge of his collaboration with Zhang Haiming on durian desserts would be compromised. Believing that Chen Ye was merely concerned about receiving a low offer, Zhou Yongchang proposed, "How about this? The market price for durians is currently 30 yuan per jin. I will purchase them from you at 22 yuan per jin. Does that sound reasonable?" Chen Ye furrowed his brow. 22 yuan per jin was indeed a competitive price, especially considering he had sold a previous batch to Zhang Haiming for just 18 yuan per jin. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Zhou Yongchang pressed on. "Let us do this. I can pay you up front, and you can deliver the goods to me afterward. From now on, I will buy all your durians at the same price, and should market prices rise, I will adjust my offer accordingly." The villagers, eavesdropping on Zhou Yongchang and Chen Ye's exchange, scoffed at the proposal. To them, it seemed implausible. Was this not merely a charade orchestrated by Chen Ye? Unaware of the villagers' suspicions, Chen Ye felt bound by his commitment to Zhang Haiming and stated, "I'm sorry, but this batch has already been promised to Zhang Haiming from Tianma Food Company. No matter how high your offer, I cannot sell them to you." "Enough, Chen Ye. Spare us the theatrics. This man is clearly your accomplice," one villager retorted. "Indeed, don't treat us as fools, such a simple ruse. Who do you think you're deceiving?" As the villagers began to verbally assail Chen Ye and Zhou Yongchang, Peng Yin swiftly intervened, asserting, "Everyone, please calm down. This is Mr. Zhou from Fuxing Agricultural Products Wholesale Company. He is not the fraud you allege." Upon hearing Peng Yan's words, the villagers' perceptions of Zhou Yongchang transformed. As Fuxing Agricultural Products Wholesale Company was revered across several nearby towns, akin to a deity of wealth, their presence was synonymous with investment in the village. Zhou Yongchang smiled, unperturbed by the villagers' misconceptions, and remarked, "Chen Ye, how about this? Summon Mr. Zhang, and I shall discuss matters with him directly. Does that sound acceptable?" Chapter 49, Zhang Haiming. A skillful performer the following afternoon, by Ruo village erupted in commotion when word spread that a luxury car had parked at the village entrance. Soon, villagers of all ages flocked to the scene, eager to witness the spectacle. "My goodness, what sort of vehicle is this? Look at your limited aspirations. You haven't even laid eyes on a grand Mercedes-Benz. I once encountered one in the county town, driven by a wealthy magnate. A vehicle like that must cost a fortune. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, such a car is worth no less than 1 to 1.8 million, at the very least. 1 to 1.8 million. I fear I shall never have the means to purchase one in my lifetime." The villagers exchanged remarks, their words reaching Zhang Haiming's ears. Although they pointed and whispered about the car, it provided them with a clearer understanding of its opulence. Upon noticing Zhang Hai's arrival, Chen Ye promptly approached him, saying, "Haiming, you have arrived. I apologize for my earlier absence. I was busy on the mountain." Zhang Haiming responded with a smile. "Chen Ye, we share a long-standing friendship. There is no need for such formalities. However, friendship aside, you must ensure that the goods you promised me are delivered in full and without delay. Rest assured, the durians are all prepared and have already been brought down from the mountain. Tomorrow, they will be loaded for transport to the city," Chen Ye assured him, leading Zhang Haiming towards the desolate hills. Zhang Haiming teased, "This is your promise. If the goods are insufficient, I shall have to deduct from your payment. Worry not. My work is reliable and will certainly meet expectations," Chen Ye replied, casually placing an arm around Zhang Haiming's shoulder, exuding an air of camaraderie. The villagers, observing the familiarity between Chen Ye and Zhang Haiming, curiously followed them. Although they were aware that Chen Ye had previously transported durians to the county for sale, they were oblivious to whom he sold them. With Zhang Haiming's arrival in a car they had never seen before, it confirmed Chen Ye's claims from the previous day. He was indeed collaborating with a significant company, and Zhang Haiming was evidently the proprietor. Upon reaching Li Ru's home, the yard was already filled with baskets of durians. As the villagers approached, the overpowering aroma of the fruit prompted some to consider retreating. However, Zhang Haiming appeared unaffected, occasionally picking up a durian to inspect. At that moment, Zhou Yongchang approached, noticing Zhang Haiming inspecting the durians. He proactively handed over a business card, stating, "You must be the esteemed General Manager Zhang that Chen Ye spoke of. I am Zhou Yongchang, the General Manager of Fuxing Agricultural and Sideline Products Wholesale Company." Zhang Haiming accepted the business card, inquiring, "Hello, General Manager Zhou. What brings you to seek my company?" Zhou Yongchang did not hesitate and promptly expressed his desire for the batch of durians. "Mr. Zhang, our Fuxing Agricultural and Sideline Products Company primarily focuses on wholesale, targeting large supermarkets outside the province. Coincidentally, a multinational chain supermarket is about to open, and durians are included in their order. Therefore, I hope you can allocate this batch to me." Zhang Haiming furrowed his brow, aware of the rarity of opportunities to collaborate with multinational enterprises. However, as a businessman, he recognized that conceding this batch to Zhou Yongchang would jeopardize his own business and the timely delivery of goods to Yubing Mountain Villa. Thus, he had no choice but to decline. "Mr. Zhou, I apologize, but I had already placed an order for this batch of durians, which is crucial for me as it pertains to the expansion of our company's market channels." Undeterred, Zhou Yongchang proposed, "How about this? We split the batch in half, and I will cover the cost for you. Would that work?" Zhang Haiming shook his head, remaining resolute. "Mr. Zhou, we are all in business, and I understand your difficulties. However, I hope you can appreciate mine. This batch is not merely a transaction for Tianma Food Company. It is intrinsically tied to our reputation. I have already committed to a delivery timeline with our client. Failing to meet this obligation would not only result in losing this client, but would also compromise our integrity. In the realm of business, where trust is paramount, Zhou Yongchang recognized the gravity of Zhang Haiming's words. Accepting the situation, he inquired, "Could you perhaps allocate some of your next batch to me?" Regarding the next batch, Zhang Haiming hesitated for a moment. Although this was his first meeting with Zhou Yongchang, he had long been aware of this prominent figure in agricultural products. The potential for future collaboration loomed, and he understood that allowing this matter to sour their relationship could make reconciliation challenging. Chen Ye, sensing Zhang Haiming's predicament, interjected, "How about this, Mr. Zhou? I have another batch of durians on the mountain that will soon ripen. While the quantity may not be substantial, if you are willing to wait a few days, I can certainly allocate this batch to you." Upon hearing this promising turn of events, Zhou Yongchang felt a wave of relief and expressed his gratitude to Chen Ye. "Thank you so much." After watching Zhou Yongchang depart, Zhang Haiming instructed his driver to open the bag he had brought along, revealing bundles of crisp banknotes. "This is the 30,000 from the dessert sales and another 25,000 for the durians. Please count them," Zhang Haiming instructed before asking the driver to weigh the durians in the baskets once more. Meanwhile, Chen Ye was not idle. He promptly removed the paper bands from the cash and began counting the money in front of the gathered villagers. As he counted to 20,000, the villagers gulped in unison. If they had previously harbored doubts about Chen Ye's sincerity, those concerns evaporated, for the money was undeniably real. After more than 20 minutes, Zhang Haiming's driver approached him, stating, "Young master, the total weight is 1,950 pounds, and the measurement is accurate." "All right," Zhang Haiming replied. Zhang Haiming nodded and then approached Chen Ye, saying, "Chen Ye, the weight is accurate. Please make sure to take it to the county early tomorrow. I am counting on it." "Rest assured, Haiming, I have never been unreliable in my endeavors," Chen Ye replied with a smile. He then placed the money into a bag and accompanied Zhang Haiming to the village entrance. Before departing, Zhang Haiming reminded Chen Ye, "Chen Ye, do not deceive me about the expansion plans you mentioned earlier. I have contacted several clients in the past few days, and the contracts have already been signed. As long as your durian yield increases, my sales will not be an issue. So please do not slack off. It would make things difficult for me." That night, Chen Ye meticulously picked the small, unripe durians from the trees, placing them evenly into a large pit he had previously dug. He worked tirelessly throughout the night, sweating profusely, with beads of perspiration dripping into a basin of water, which he then poured over the durians. The durians, infused with the water mixed with his sweat, began to visibly swell, reaching sizes comparable to mature durians in no time. After repeating this process several times until he had exhausted all his sweat, Chen Ye wiped his brow and packed the durians into a bamboo basket, covering them with a rain tarp before descending the mountain. The following afternoon, after receiving a call from Chen Ye, Zhou Yongchang drove once again to Bairua village. Upon hearing that Zhou Yongchang had returned, the villagers gathered around eagerly. In front of the village committee's open space, Zhou Yongchang's face lit up with surprise upon seeing the baskets of durians, and he looked at Chen Ye with gratitude, saying, "Chen Ye, thank you so much. Without your help, I might have lost a major client." Chen Ye smiled and replied, "Mr. Zhou, you are too kind. We will be relying on your investment in Bairua village even more in the future." "Of course." Zhou Yongchang, filled with joy, patted his chest in assurance. The villagers, observing Zhou Yongchang handing a bag filled with cash to Chen Ye, couldn't help but feel envious. Adding today's earnings to yesterday's, Chen Ye had amassed nearly 80,000 yuan in just 2 days. Such an amount would take the villagers at least 7 or 8 years of farming to save. After Zhou Yongchang departed, Chen Ye walked into the village committee building under the envious gazes of the villagers. The village head, Wang Yutian, remarked upon his entrance, "Chen Ye, quite impressive. You've earned quite a sum these past few days." With a smile, Chen Ye approached Wang Yutian and said, "Village head, I would like to discuss something with you." Wang Yutian raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is it?" With newfound funds, Chen Ye was eager to expand his ambitions, stating, "There are still several mountains near the village, and I wish to acquire them all." "Acquire them all? Just you?" Wang Yutian immediately shook his head, rejecting Chen Ye's proposal. "No, you are still too young. This is not something you can manage." Chen Ye frowned. He was displeased with Wang Yutian's age-based assessment of his capabilities. "Why do you assume I cannot do it?" Wang Yutian promptly retrieved a ledger from the drawer and addressed Chen Ye, stating, "I am aware of your desire to cultivate durians on those mountains, but have you considered that those peaks are not akin to your barren hill? Have you calculated the cost required to lease those mountains?" Chen Ye's expression faltered, as he had indeed not contemplated this issue. The desolate hill he had previously leased had essentially been a gift from the village. I currently possess 100,000 yuan. Should that suffice? Wang Yutian closed the ledger and remarked, 100,000 is far from adequate for leasing, even with preferential policies and subsidies from the county. Do you not need to purchase fertilizers, pesticides, or hire labor? All of these entail expenses. I suggest you abandon the notion of those mountains and allow more capable individuals to take on the lease, lest we squander the village's precious resources. Several villagers who had gathered in curiosity echoed Wang Yotian's sentiments, asserting, Chen Ye, the village head speaks wisely. Focus on managing your barren hill. Undeterred, Chen Ye responded. I will find a way to address the financial concerns, and as for labor, I can employ villagers, fostering collective prosperity. Wang Yotian's demeanor darkened, clearly displeased by Chen Ye's remarks. Chen Ye, though young, your ambitions are quite grand. If you intend to lead others to wealth, what purpose does my role as village head serve? Understanding that Wang Yutian was deliberately placing him in a difficult position, Chen Ye inquired, what must I do for you to allow me to lease those mountains? Wang Yutian scratched his chin, his eyes darting about as he presented a challenging proposition. You may lease the mountains, but you must fulfill two conditions. First, you must pay the leasing fee in one lump sum. Second, you must secure investments for the village. Otherwise, if you monopolize the village's resources, will not the others suspect that I have accepted your bribes, thereby engaging in nepotism and misappropriation? Chen Ye's brow furrowed in frustration. As Wang Yotian's conditions were indeed stringent, a lump sum payment and securing investments? Is this not reasonable? Wang Yutian turned to the villagers in the office. Naturally, these villagers, envious of Chen Ye's potential earnings, readily concurred. Chen Ye, feeling obstinate, declared, very well, I shall ensure both the leasing payment and investments are secured. Chapter 50. The beautiful reporter Zhou Qian. After parking her vehicle at the entrance of Bairuo village, Zhou Qian felt a surge of excitement. For this was her first opportunity to conduct an independent interview. However, upon observing the village's narrow and uneven paths, she secured her car and ventured inward. Zhou Qian was a reporter for the Agricultural Science and Technology News, stationed at the Qinghe County branch. Although she had only graduated 2 years prior, her striking appearance and diligent work ethic, coupled with an innate sense for news, had earned her a modest reputation at the newspaper. Just days earlier, she had been preparing to interview the manager of Tianma Hotel, inquiring about the source of their large and succulent crayfish, which stood in stark contrast to the smaller varieties traditionally sold in Qinghe County. It was at that moment that she fortuitously spotted several trucks laden with durians parked outside Tianma Hotel, a veritable bounty of durians. When Zhou Qian beheld this scene, she found herself at a loss for words, her incredulity overwhelming her ability to articulate her thoughts. Although Zhou Qian worked in Qinghe County, she was fundamentally a city university student. The vast quantity of durians before her clearly could not have been transported from the urban area, as she had yet to hear of any supermarket within the city that would procure such an abundance in one go. In her pursuit of the durian's origin, Zhou Qian demonstrated considerable determination, lingering at Tianma Hotel, the sole establishment offering durian desserts, where she persistently engaged the manager until, through a blend of relentless persuasion and gentle coaxing, she finally discerned the durian's provenance. Excuse me, are you a villager from Bairuo village? Zhou Qian inquired amiably, approaching an elderly woman who happened to pass by. Yes. Young lady, are you looking for someone? Shun Chunlan responded, regarding Zhou Qian with a hint of curiosity, as her urban demeanor was unmistakable, making her presence in the countryside seem rather peculiar. I'm not looking for anyone. I am a reporter from Agricultural Science and Technology News. I heard that someone here has cultivated durians, and I specifically came to take a look, Zhou Qian replied with a warm smile. Shin Chunlan chuckled and remarked, oh, you came to see the durians. Well, that's rather unfortunate. Chen Ye just finished selling them a few days ago. If you had arrived a couple of days earlier, you would have seen them. That's all right. If I missed this opportunity, there will be another. Would you have time to share some insights about the durians with me? Zhou Qian's heart soared with joy. It seemed she had indeed found the right place, and with that realization, she felt no urgency. That was all Chen Ye's doing. If you have questions, you should ask him, Shin Chunlan explained. Just as Shun Chunlan finished speaking, Zhou Bo rode by on a motorcycle at the village entrance. Zhou Bo, someone is looking for Chen Ye. Could you take her to see him? I have something I must attend to and cannot leave. Shin Chunlan called out to Zhou Bo's retreating figure. Zhou Bo halted his motorcycle, steadying the bags of fertilizer and feed on the back, and inquired, what do you need Chen Ye for? Zhou Qian first produced her press credentials and then handed them to Zhou Bo. Hello, I am Zhou Qian, a reporter from Agricultural Science and Technology News. I heard that Chen Ye has been growing durians in the village, and I would like to interview him about his experiences. An interview? Very well, I will take you to him. Zhou Bo replied, dismounting to push the motorcycle as he accompanied Zhou Qian to Li Ru's home. Since signing the cooperative agreement with the villagers, Chen Ye realized that this was merely the beginning, and there remained a multitude of tasks ahead of him. For instance, the cultivation of durian tree seedlings was a colossal undertaking. Previously, while hastening the ripening of the seedlings, he and T felt the labor to be excessively taxing. However, the situation had changed. The land he had contracted had transformed from a solitary barren hill into 6 peaks, necessitating an astonishing number of durian seedlings. Each day, the sweat he could produce was finite, and although the ripening process yielded excellent results, Chen Ye was compelled to temporarily sacrifice quality in favor of quantity. Fortunately, a pump at night drew water from a spring within the cave, alleviating a significant portion of his workload. As droplets of sweat mingled with the spring water, he irrigated 300 young durian seedlings in one go, which began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. However, upon reaching a height of over half a meter, their growth came to an abrupt halt. Alas, it seems that the efficacy of my sweat has been excessively diluted, he mused. Chen Ye gazed at the durian saplings in the courtyard and sighed softly. In the past, he was able to irrigate up to 50 saplings with just 4 drops of sweat, allowing them to grow over a meter tall in a single night. Now, however, with 12 drops of sweat, he was only able to nourish 500 saplings, and their growth rate was significantly slower than before. At this pace, even with 20 drops of sweat a day, he could only hasten the growth of 450 saplings. After digging out each sapling from the earth and wrapping them in plastic, Chen Ye was drenched in sweat. He walked to the well, stripped down to just his shorts, and poured a bucket of water over himself. Seeing Chen Ye in such a state, Zhou Qian felt her cheeks flush slightly, feeling a bit awkward. It was her first time interviewing a man who was nearly bare. Although he was young, his physique was quite robust, making her feel a bit shy. Chen Ye was startled as well and hurriedly retreated into the house to put on proper pants. Once dressed, he emerged with a gentle smile and asked, "Hello. May I assist you?" "Hello, Chen. I am Zhou Qian, a reporter from the Agricultural Technology Journal. I would like to inquire about durians," she replied, regaining her composure after a brief moment of embarrassment. Upon realizing she was a journalist, Chen Ye felt more at ease. After all, no one in this area had ever cultivated durians before, and it was by sheer coincidence that he had managed to grow them. As the saying goes, just when one wishes to rest, a pillow is delivered. Since a reporter had come to interview him, Chen Ye decided to seize the opportunity. He feigned disappointment and said, "Oh, what a coincidence. I just sold the last batch a few days ago, and it will be some time before the next one ripens." Zhou Qian, having learned from Shen Chunlan that the durians had already been sold, was not too disheartened. "I would like to learn more about durians. Would it be possible for me to conduct a private interview with you?" "Sure," Chen Ye replied, glancing at the time. There was still a while before lunch. "Shall we go over there?" Zhou Qian gestured towards the large tree in Li Ru's yard. "Sounds good." Chen Ye shrugged nonchalantly. It made little difference to him where they went. Zhou Qian took out a recording device and smiled, saying, "Before we begin the formal interview, I would like to ask a few preliminary questions." Chen Ye returned her smile and said, "Please go ahead. I will answer truthfully to the best of my ability." Zhou Qian inquired, "Are you currently attending school, Chen?" "Yes, I just started my first year of high school this year," Chen Ye responded. Zhou Qian nodded and continued, "Do you believe that cultivating durians will interfere with your studies?" "Not really. The pressure of academics isn't too daunting for me," Chen Ye replied nonchalantly, though he was not boasting, as his recent exam results had clearly demonstrated his capability. Zhou Qian smiled and asked, "I am also curious about what motivated you to venture into agriculture?" Chen Ye pondered for a moment before responding. "There are 2 primary reasons for this. Firstly, an increasing number of individuals are seeking employment elsewhere, resulting in a significant amount of agricultural resources in our village lying idle. I perceive this as a golden opportunity for prosperity. Secondly, as you, reporter Zhou, have observed, our village lacks even a decent road, and the annual income of most villagers is insufficient, often falling below 10,000 yuan. Therefore, I aspire to lead everyone towards collective wealth." Chen Ye's articulate response astonished Zhou Qian, for such a level of insight was not typically expected from someone of his age. Nevertheless, he not only articulated his thoughts, but did so with remarkable clarity. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhou Qian continued her inquiry. "What do you consider to be the greatest challenge currently?" Chen Ye felt a surge of delight as he anticipated this question from Zhou Qian. He feigned a look of distress and replied, "The most significant challenge remains the issue of funding. As you can see, the durian saplings in this courtyard require considerable financial investment for such extensive planting, and our current funds are quite limited." "Limited funds?" "As far as I am aware, You recently sold a batch of durians to Tianma Hotel, so you should be relatively flush with cash at the moment, Zhou Qian remarked. As a journalist for an agricultural technology publication, she was not overly attuned to financial matters, yet being a city dweller, she was quite familiar with the price of durians. Given the recent sale, Chen Ye should be enjoying a prosperous financial situation. Chen Ye sighed and elucidated, Reporter Zhou, you may not be aware, but in an effort to uplift the villagers' fortunes, I sought to encourage everyone to cultivate durians. However, for them, durians are a novel venture, and persuading them to embrace this idea is no small feat. Consequently, I boldly undertook the lease of 6 hills, and I still owe the village several tens of thousands. You single-handedly leased 6 hills. Zhou Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. When she accompanied Zhou Bo to this area, she had observed the surrounding mountains, which were no mere hills. Undertaking such a venture without at least 100,000 yuan seemed utterly fantastical. Yet this young man dared to assume such a significant risk. Indeed, that is the general situation. Chen Ye began to recount the process of his leasing endeavor. As she listened to his plight, Zhou Qian felt a pang of sympathy, struggling to fathom the immense burden this boy bore. Rest assured, Chen, the funding issue will surely be resolved, she reassured him. After conversing for over 10 minutes, Chen Ye sensed that he had sufficiently conveyed his struggles and suggested, Reporter Zhou, didn't you express an interest in seeing the durians? The timing is fortuitous, and we should ascend the hill together for a meal while you tour the durian trees. Naturally, Zhou Qian readily agreed at the prospect of visiting the durian trees and followed Chen Ye up the hill. However, midway up, Chen Ye suddenly heard a cry of distress, followed by Zhou Qian's pained exclamation as she stumbled and fell to the ground. Chen Ye promptly reached out to catch her, preventing her from rolling down the slope. What happened? Chen Ye inquired urgently. I think I twisted my ankle, Zhou Qian replied, her eyes glistening with tears of pain, indicating that her injury was quite severe. Let me take a look. Chen Ye knelt down and removed her high-heeled shoes, then gently grasped her fair foot, moving it slightly. There was no dislocation, merely a twist. Oh, this was the first time Zhou Qian had her foot held by someone. As she watched Chen Ye massage her ankle, her cheeks flushed crimson, and before long, she even forgot the pain in her ankle. How about this, Reporter Zhou? The path up the mountain still stretches ahead, and climbing in high heels is quite inconvenient. Allow me to carry you up, Chen Ye suggested as he approached Zhou Qian and crouched beside her. Zhou Qian gazed at the boyish figure before her, her face aflame. Yet unwilling to hesitate, she climbed onto his back. Chapter 51. The shameless Wang Yutian Chen Ye carried Zhou Qian up the mountain. Her weight, just over 90 pounds, posed no challenge for him. Upon reaching the summit, a few youths who were washing their hands and wiping off sweat in preparation for lunch were astonished to see Chen Ye carrying a beautiful woman. After a moment of surprise, one boy took the initiative to greet them. Hey Ye, who is this? This is Zhou, a reporter from the Agricultural Science and Technology Journal. She is here to interview us about our experience with durian cultivation, Chen Ye replied, gently setting the now embarrassed Zhou Qian down. A reporter? Does that mean we could be in the newspaper? The boys' faces lit up with excitement. That is something you'll have to ask Reporter Zhou about, Chen Ye chuckled. Feeling indifferent to the prospect of being featured in the newspaper, his thoughts were focused on how to leverage Zhou Qian's status to garner more support for his endeavors. As expected, once the boys heard this, they flocked to Zhou Qian, eager for her to take their pictures. Although Zhou Qian was bemused, she agreed to snap a group photo, though she couldn't guarantee it would make it to print. The boys, thrilled by her consent, vied for the prime position in the center. Chen Ye shook his head with a smile and wandered into the durian grove, pretending to search through the trees. After a moment, he plucked a small durian, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Initially appearing modest in size and with a rather green exterior, the durian grew rapidly in front of their eyes after absorbing the sweat. Chen Ye, noticing its ripeness, presented it to Zhou Qian. Reporter Zhou, timing is everything. I just happened upon a hidden treasure in the grove. With that, he took a knife and skillfully sliced open the durian, revealing the luscious golden flesh within. How beautiful! Zhou Qian exclaimed. She had often eaten durian at home, but the ones her family bought were either unripe or barely ripe. To enjoy them, they would have to be tucked away in a rice container for a night, far from the appealing sight of the durian before her. Of course, I'm not boasting. Even in Thailand, people queue up to buy my durians, Chen Ye remarked, cutting a large chunk of the fruit and offering it to Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian initially suspected that Chen Ye was merely boasting. As a journalist for an agricultural science publication, she was acutely aware of the significant impact that soil and climate have on fruit cultivation. The region surrounding Xinjiang City was far from suitable for growing durians. Although she was uncertain about the methods Chen Ye employed to cultivate them, She assumed that even if durians were produced, their flavor and texture would surely pale in comparison to those from authentic tropical locales. However, Zhou Qian soon found herself wishing to retract her earlier thoughts, for this was undoubtedly the most exquisite durian she had ever tasted. Observing Zhou Qian's expression, Chen Ye silently chuckled to himself. Anyone who relished durians would find themselves endlessly enchanted by the ones he cultivated, leaving them yearning for more, a sentiment that even Song Yubing shared. Could I possibly have another piece? Zhou Qian inquired, her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. Certainly. Our humble abode may not offer much in terms of hospitality, but if you enjoy it, I shall regularly deliver some to you, Chen Ye replied, slicing another piece of durian. How could I accept such generosity? Zhou Qian felt her admiration for Chen Ye soaring. After indulging in the durian, it was time for the main meal. The boys on the mountain had been growing stronger with each passing day, primarily due to the excellent provisions available, with fish, meat, and crayfish on the menu. Followed by durians and other fruits for dessert, their quality of life surpassed that of many urban professionals. Even Zhou Qian, accustomed to lavish city dining, found herself impressed by Chen Ye's generosity. After all, at her own newsroom, although lunch was provided, it was certain that they would rarely see meat in their fast food meals throughout the month. Following lunch, Zhou Qian suggested a visit to the durian grove for a formal interview, along with some photographs. Chen Ye readily agreed, allowing the boys to take their afternoon rest while he led Zhou Qian into the grove. As they arrived in the lush durian orchard, Zhou Qian was unable to contain her astonishment at the sight of so many durian trees. After capturing several photographs, she asked Chen Ye to lean against a durian tree while she retrieved her camcorder to begin filming. Chen, do you have any insights on durian cultivation? Insights may be too grand a term, he replied, but I believe that humanity and nature exist as equals. If we wish to reap rewards from nature, we must offer it greater gifts in return. For instance, the soil beneath our feet was once deemed barren, devoid of life for a prolonged period. I later realized that it was not the land's fault, but rather our failure to cultivate it properly. Chen Ye rambled on, weaving a narrative that left Zhou Qian momentarily speechless, nodding in agreement. Particularly resonant was his sentiment about befriending the land beneath their feet. While others might dismiss such notions as fanciful, Zhou Qian found them profoundly sensible. The interview continued for about an hour before drawing to a close. At that moment, two shadows, one white and one black, approached from a distance, revealing themselves to be Xiao Bai and Xiao He. During this period, although Chen Ye did not use sweat to accelerate the growth of the two puppies, Xiao He and Xiao Bai continued to thrive robustly. Xiao Bai, Xiao He, come here. Upon hearing their master's call, the two dogs quickly scampered over, affectionately nuzzling around Chen Ye's feet and occasionally licking his sneakers. This intimate moment between man and pet was astutely captured by Zhou Qian, who swiftly raised her camera to preserve this heartwarming scene. Just like animals, plants possess a spirit. If we care for them tenderly, they will reciprocate in kind. After speaking, Chen Ye gently patted the backsides of Xiao Bai and Xiao He, encouraging them to frolic in the woods. Zhou Qian, upon hearing this, felt that Chen Ye's insights into cultivation and planting were exceptionally unique, and she took up her pen to diligently record his words, intending to incorporate them into her article upon her return. As Chen Ye stood atop the hill, gazing at the surrounding peaks while introducing Zhou Qian to the mountainous terrain he had recently contracted, her face transformed into one of shock and disbelief. With a feigned expression of regret, Chen Ye remarked, "What a pity. If it weren't for financial constraints, I could contribute even more to the village." The speaker appeared nonchalant, yet the listener was already attentive. Observing Chen Ye's troubled demeanor, Zhou Qian resolved to assist him in realizing his aspirations. However, before she could voice her intent, Wang Yutian, accompanied by several village officials, hurriedly ascended the mountain. Chen Ye quietly chuckled at their frantic pace, then inquired, "Village chief, what seems to be the matter?" Wang Yutian struggled to swallow, casting an irritated glance at Chen Ye before saying, "Reporter Zhou, we sincerely apologize for your visit to our Bairua village. It is indeed an honor for us. I am Wang Yutian, the village chief." Without waiting for Zhou Qian's response, he extended his hand. Zhou Qian felt a bit awkward, uncertain of Wang Yutian's intentions, yet she reciprocated the gesture. After shaking hands with several village officials, Wang Yutian, looking remorseful, addressed Zhou Qian, "Reporter Zhou, Chen Ye is quite young. Please forgive any shortcomings in his hospitality. On behalf of the entire village, I offer my apologies." Chen Ye's face twitched in discomfort. He wished to distance himself and pretend not to know Wang Yutian. The entire village was aware of Wang Yutian's obsession with authority, his relentless pursuit of favor with leaders, and his eagerness to stand out, often greeting visiting officials from miles away and almost escorting them home upon their departure. His understanding of the village's development was minimal, and he often misguidedly interfered, seemingly fearful for his political career. Village chief, you exaggerate. Chen is quite the gracious host, Zhou Qian said with a dry smile. As a mere junior reporter, she found Wang Youtian's fervor somewhat overwhelming. Unexpectedly, this statement reached Wang Youtian's ears, but it was misinterpreted. He believed that Chen Ye had slighted Zhou Qian, and after casting a resentful glance at Chen Ye, he said, "Reporter Zhou, I think the sky is still bright. Why not conduct some interviews in the village? It would be beneficial for us to summarize our work as well." Although several village officials looked down upon Wang Youtian's shamelessness, his words struck a chord. After all, Bairua village had once been impoverished, and it was a rare opportunity for a reporter to visit. They had to ensure she could adequately promote the village. Observing the eager expressions of the village officials, Zhou Qian felt compelled to agree, saying, "Very well then. I shall trouble the village head to guide us." "Not at all, not at all." Wang Youtian breathed a sigh of relief, then took out his phone to call his wife, instructing her to buy a bottle of fine wine from the village store and to prepare a feast of chicken and duck. Chen Ye had initially intended to refrain from accompanying them down the mountain, but upon remembering Zhou Qian's injury, he decided to follow, offering her support along the way. However, one could not help but admire Wang Youtian's adept public relations. While the village paths were not pristine, they were at least free of litter, clearly indicating that he had mobilized the villagers to tidy up beforehand. Upon arriving at the pond where they raised crayfish, Wang Youtian immediately began to boast about his leadership in the breeding efforts, claiming he regularly inspected the ponds and shared advanced aquaculture techniques he had learned. His enthusiasm was so compelling that it nearly convinced Zhou Qian of his sincerity. However, it didn't take long for Wang Youtian to reveal his true colors. To demonstrate his dedication and expertise in aquaculture, he picked up a net and pretended to fish, but perhaps due to his lack of shame, he slipped and fell into the pond with a splash. The water was only about 1.5 meters deep, and anyone familiar with crayfish farming would know it was harmless. Yet, having spent all his time in the office studying advanced principles, he had no knowledge of such matters and began floundering in the water. The aquaculturists watching were exasperated, wishing they could use the net to drive Wang Youtian away for causing chaos. After a considerable struggle, he finally managed to climb out with help, drenched and disheveled. He then glanced at Chen Ye and said, "Chen Ye, I will return to change my clothes. You should share what I usually teach you with reporter Zhou." The villagers were incredulous, whispering about Wang Youtian's audacity. Who did he think he was? Trying to instruct Chen Ye when he was not even the original pioneer of crayfish farming in the village? Zhou Qian, overhearing this, turned to Chen Ye with wide, astonished eyes. "Could it be you?" Chapter 52. The Wolf Gang seeks revenge. After a day of interviews, Chen Ye personally escorted Zhou Qian to the village entrance. As she prepared to leave, he intended to wave goodbye. However, at that moment, Zhou Qian, having started her vehicle, suddenly recalled something and hurriedly exited to speak with Chen Ye. "Classmate Chen, are you free tomorrow evening?" Chen Ye pondered for a moment. He generally had little to do after the morning hours, and replied, "I should be free tomorrow evening." Zhou Qian nodded. "Great. Wait for me at the village entrance tomorrow evening. I will come to pick you up." Chen Ye asked with a hint of curiosity, "What do you need me for? Aren't you in urgent need of funding and seeking investment?" "Tomorrow evening, I can arrange a dinner with my uncle to see if he can assist you in securing the financing." After a day of interaction, Zhou Qian understood that Chen Ye was a pragmatic individual, and she did not wish for his talents to be stifled due to financial constraints. She aimed to leverage her connections to assist him. Coincidentally, her cousin was also in the agricultural products business and had always looked after her, so she thought of asking him for help to resolve Chen Ye's funding issues. Upon hearing about the investment opportunity, Chen Ye felt a surge of joy and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Really? Thank you so much, Sister Zhou. This is truly a tremendous help." Chen Ye sincerely appreciated her assistance. Although he knew Zhang Haiming, who was now running his own company with limited funds, he understood that approaching him would only lead to discomfort, especially since Zhang had to finance his own sweet shop and the required working capital was substantial. The previous 30,000 yuan in sales revenue had come from his own pocket. Meanwhile, Wang Youtian was constantly pressing for the remaining tens of thousands in contract fees and investment matters, which was becoming increasingly vexatious for Chen Ye. "No need for thanks. If you truly wish to show your appreciation, don't forget to regularly bring me durians and crayfish," Zhou Qian teased, adopting a playful expression. Chen Ye, with a firm promise, replied, "Sister Zhou, rest assured, even a drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Given the magnitude of your assistance, I won't say much more. Just provide me with an address, and from now on, crayfish and durians will be plentiful." Zhou Qian covered her mouth and laughed. I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. Well, I must head back now. See you tomorrow. With that, she returned to her car, started the engine, and drove towards the county town. The following evening, Chen Ye donned a tidy outfit and waited at the village entrance with Zhou Bo. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Qian drove up to the roadside adjacent to the village, rolled down the window, and called out, "Chen, hop in." Without hesitation, Chen Ye entered the car. Zhou Qian then drove into the county town, eventually stopping in front of the Fu Gui building. Fu Gui building, aside from Tianma Hotel, was the most upscale restaurant in Qinghe County, boasting a diverse menu featuring delicacies from the sky, land, and sea, all with a unique flavor. It was the venue of choice for those with a bit of wealth in the county to host various celebrations or larger gatherings. The owner, Zhen Fugui, was adept at business, ensuring a comprehensive service experience. Every table received complimentary fruit platters and desserts, and when it came time to settle the bill, smaller expenditures were rounded down while larger ones enjoyed discounts. Upon entering Fu Gui building with Zhou Qian, Chen Ye found a private room, ordered dishes, and awaited the arrival of Zhou Qian's uncle. However, when Zhou Yongchang entered the room, Chen Ye was taken aback. Zhou Yongchang extended his hand, saying, "Chen Ye, I did not expect to see you again. Mr. Zhou, I had no idea you were Zhou Qian's uncle." Chen Ye quickly regained his composure and reached out his hand in return. Zhou Yongchang chuckled heartily. "Did I not mention that we are fated to meet? Without your assistance, I might have lost that significant overseas client." Zhou Qian, upon hearing this, suddenly realized, "So you are already acquainted. Then there is no need for me to introduce you." Zhou Yongchang then took a seat beside Chen Ye and poured him a glass of wine. "Chen Ye, I heard from Xiao Qian that you are currently seeking investors for Bairua village." Chen Ye nodded and recounted the deliberate difficulties posed by Wang Yutian. "This truly presents a challenge. I have previously surveyed your village, and from an investment standpoint, the returns may not be particularly promising." Zhou Yongchang's words were quite diplomatic. Yet Chen Ye discerned the underlying truth. After all, Bairua village was impoverished and water scarce, making it an unappealing investment locale. This was precisely why, for many years, few individuals or enterprises had ventured to invest there. Zhou Qian, upon hearing this, discreetly nudged Zhou Yongchang under the table with her foot. "Uncle, I believe the development prospects for Bairua village are quite favorable, and a significant portion of its resources remains untapped. If you were to invest there, I am certain the rewards would be substantial." Zhou Yongchang merely smiled at her enthusiasm, offering no commitment. It was not that he was averse to spending money. Rather, as a businessman, he was driven by profit and meticulous in his calculations. If investing elsewhere could yield greater returns, why would he wade into the murky waters of Bairua village? "Uncle, please lend a hand. The investment amount is not substantial. If you are unwilling, I shall have to seek my father's assistance." Zhou Qian pouted playfully, feigning a quarrel with Zhou Yongchang. After sipping his drink and contemplating the matter, he calculated the potential outcomes in his mind before finally conceding. "Very well, since my dear niece has personally requested my help, I shall oblige." Upon hearing her uncle's agreement to invest, Zhou Qian felt a surge of joy and began to pour him more wine and serve dishes. Zhou Yongchang, of course, indulged in the drinks, and Chen Ye held his own as well, while Zhou Bo began to show signs of inebriation after consuming 7 or 8 glasses. Thus, the four of them exchanged toasts, and in no time, 3 bottles of baijiu had been emptied. At that moment, the door to the private room was abruptly pushed open, and a burly man with a massive frame squeezed inside. The owner of Fu Gui Lu, Zhen Fugui, wore a cordial smile, rubbing his plump hands nervously as he attempted to intervene. "Brother Wolf, let us discuss this matter amicably. If my younger brother has been remiss in his hospitality, please do not hesitate to inform me. I will certainly rectify it." "Zhen, get the hell away from me. If you block my path again, I will slap you into oblivion," Brother Wolf retorted, forcefully shoving Zhen Fugui aside. As the robust man entered, Zhou Yongchang, who had already begun to sober up, quickly rose to his feet, his face adorned with a forced smile. "Brother Wolf, welcome. Please, take a seat. It has been a while since we last met." It is often said that when a scholar encounters a soldier, reason falls by the wayside. Businessmen, in particular, dread crossing paths with ruffians. Despite Zhou Yongchang's respectable standing in the county, when faced with the notorious ruffian Brother Wolf, he could only manage a smile, for he wished to avoid entanglement with such a rogue. In the entirety of Qinghe County, who does not know that the formidable wolf brother of the Wild Wolf Gang is a figure whose mere stomp sends ripples of fear throughout the land? Known for his audacity and ferocity, he leaves no room for mercy in his dealings. To offend him is to invite chaos and unrest into one's life. It is often said that the impoverished fear the foolish fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are unafraid of death. Wolf Brother belongs to the latter category. Thus, although his expressionless visage bore no emotion, a mere wave of his hand was enough to compel Zhou Yongchang to obediently take a seat, not daring to utter a sound. Subsequently, Wolf Brother cast a disdainful glance at Chen Ye, smirking as he called out towards the door, "Come in." Soon, 5 individuals entered the room. While Chen Ye held no particular impression of the others, he was distinctly struck by the buzzcut thug. Recalling the earlier mention of their gang as being akin to wild wolves, a sense of foreboding washed over him. This so-called Wolf Brother had clearly come to provoke him. "Do you know him?" Wolf Brother yanked the buzzcut thug forward, directing his inquiry at Chen Ye. "Of course, I am well acquainted with him. I recently dealt with him, and he had it coming. If he ever falls into my hands again, I will certainly give him another lesson," Chen Ye admitted candidly. Recognizing that the events of the day were already set in stone, this wild wolf gang had indeed come to create trouble for him. Su Biao glared at Chen Ye with venomous intent, wishing nothing more than to drag him out and beat him senseless. However, out of respect for his leader, he could only watch in silent fury. Wolf Brother's facial contours quivered slightly, yet he refrained from immediate comment. He did not regard Chen Ye, this brash youth, as a significant threat, but the fact that one of his subordinates had been beaten necessitated a response. Otherwise, how could he maintain his standing in Qinghe County? As moments ticked by, the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly suffocating. Zhou Yongchang attempted to leave multiple times, but each time he was deterred by Wolf Brother's piercing gaze, retreating back into his seat. After a while, Wolf Brother exhaled a plume of smoke and proposed, "How about this, young man? You compensate each of them with 100,000 yuan for medical expenses, and we shall consider this matter settled. I am disinclined to quibble with a child." "Wolf Brother, 50,000 is too lenient for this brat," Su Biao interjected, his dissatisfaction evident. With a swift slap, Wolf Brother struck Su Biao across the face, cursing, "How dare you speak when 5 of you have ganged up on a single child?" While many might consider it fortunate to resolve Wolf Brother's entanglements with monetary compensation, Chen Ye was different. He found himself in dire financial straits. "I have no money, and even if I did, I would not give you a single cent, young man. You possess quite the audacity to disregard my face," Wolf Brother scoffed, clearly taken aback by Chen Ye's retort. Just as he was about to signal his subordinates to take action, a boisterous voice rang out from outside the private room. "Hey, isn't that Wolf Brother? What brings you here for a meal today?" Wolf Brother turned to see a scar-faced man striding toward the private room. Upon spotting the scar-faced man, Zhen Fuguei rushed to greet him. "Brother Dao, you've finally arrived. If you had come any later, I would have been unable to conduct my business here." Seeing Zhen Fuguei feign tears, Brother Dao swiftly brushed him aside and entered the room. As soon as Zhou Bo noticed Brother Dao's entrance, he promptly rose to his feet and respectfully bowed, addressing him as Brother Dao. "Xiao Bo, what brings you here?" Zhou Bo had previously spent a considerable amount of time with Brother Dao, which fostered a strong camaraderie between them. Chapter 53. A lonely man and woman in one room with Brother Dao's arrival. Zhou Bo felt a renewed sense of confidence and prompted Chen Ye to recount the general circumstances of the situation. Although the Wild Wolf Gang wielded significant influence in Qinghe County, Brother Dao was equally a noteworthy figure in the area. Otherwise, Zhen Fuguei would not have sought his assistance first when trouble arose. Upon hearing the account, Brother Dao settled beside Wolf Brother, poured him a drink, and discreetly gestured to Chen Ye, suggesting, "You might want to offer a couple of toasts later. It's not a grave matter. Wolf Brother won't hold it against you." However, with a dismissive wave, Wolf Brother rebuffed Brother Dao's gesture, showing no regard for his status. Despite being a prominent figure in the county, Brother Dao was now overshadowed and weakened compared to Wolf Brother. Wolf Brother's face twitched slightly with disdain as he coldly remarked, "Brother Dao, we usually keep our affairs separate. Today, I am merely reclaiming face for my subordinate. If you wish to intervene, I fear Qinghe County may not accommodate both of us in the future." The implication of Wolf Brother's words was unmistakable. Should Brother Dao dare to interfere, it would lead to a violent confrontation, potentially ending in ruin for one of the factions. Brother Dao's expression darkened. Unlike the morally bankrupt ethos of the Wild Wolf Gang, who engaged in any profitable enterprise, including vice, he had witnessed a steady decline in his followers as many shifted to Wolf Brother's side for revelry and indulgence. Thus, if conflict erupted, it would ultimately be to his detriment. Sensing Brother Dao's predicament, Chen Ye approached him, saying, "Brother Dao, I sincerely appreciate your defense today, but this situation is of my own making. I won't put you in a difficult position." Zhou Bo, not wishing to involve old acquaintances, added, "Indeed, Brother Dao, please refrain from intervening in this matter. Chen Ye and I can manage it ourselves." Both of you sit down. Are you implying that you are slapping my face? Brother Dao exclaimed, slamming his hand onto the table. He then turned to Wolf Brother and asserted, Wolf Brother, I will oversee this matter. It can either be resolved here, or if you wish to escalate, I will stand by your side. At worst, we can both suffer the consequences. I fear not the repercussions. Indeed. Brother Dao's audacious declaration seemed to lower the room's temperature further. Wolf Brother, with a grim expression, regarded Brother Dao for a long moment before finally asking, Brother Dao, are you serious? Today, I have made my stance clear regarding these two individuals. If you persist in your entanglement, I must apologize, though my numbers are few. So too are my establishments. Unlike your Wild Wolf gang, which boasts vast resources and expansive venues such as KTVs, saunas, and casinos, I can easily cease operations without much consequence. My few billiard halls and internet cafes can endure a few months without business without collapsing. Though I may have fewer men and earn less, let it be known that the scars on my face are not mere trifles. On the contrary, the Wild Wolf gang, with its considerable holdings, would face substantial losses should matters escalate. One day's disruption could result in losses exceeding hundreds of thousands, and a few months without trade would be a grave blow. Seeing that I, Brother Dao, would not yield an inch, Brother Wolf had no choice but to swallow his pride for the moment. Very well, I shall grant you this favor today, but remember, the mountains may not shift. Yet the waters will flow. There will be opportunities ahead. Once Brother Wolf and his entourage departed, President Liu and Gao Xiong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their hearts had nearly leapt from their chests. Thankfully, a confrontation had been averted, otherwise, they would have been caught in the crossfire. However, they dared not leave just yet. For Brother Dao still lingered in the room, and failing to show him respect could lead to dire consequences. Zhen Fuguei, wishing to avoid inciting Brother Wolf's ire, personally escorted him and his group downstairs. After witnessing their vehicle drive away, he hurried back to the private room, saying, Brother Dao, allow me to change your dishes and bring some fine wine. Please wait a moment. Brother Dao waved his hand, allowing Zhen Fuguei to attend to his tasks. Then turned to Zhou Bo and inquired, By the way, Xiao Bo, I thought you were home raising crayfish? What brings you to the county today? Zhou Bo uncorked a bottle of wine and filled Brother Dao's glass, responding, It's like this, Brother Dao. Chen Ye and I have come to the county to invite President Liu and Director Gao for a meal to discuss a loan. A loan? Brother Dao furrowed his brow. Isn't your crayfish selling quite well? Are you in need of funds? He then retrieved his wallet from his pocket, producing a bank card and tossing it into Zhou Bo's hands. In this day and age, obtaining a loan is no simple feat if you are in urgent need. Take this for now. The password is 1 through 6. There should be over 30,000 left on the card. After all these years, if you ever need assistance, be it financial or otherwise, do not hesitate to reach out. Zhou Bo felt a swell of gratitude but politely refused the offer. Brother Dao, truly, there is no need. We have already spoken with President Liu and secured a loan from Hualong Bank. President Liu nodded vigorously, beads of sweat forming on his nose. Rest assured, Brother Dao, this loan will be expedited to them without delay. Very well, that eases my mind. After all, you are the one stepping out into the world. If you do not fare well, it reflects poorly on me. Brother Dao ceased to press the matter and reclaimed the bank card. President Liu, eager to avoid lingering, made an excuse to leave, with Gao Xiong following suit. The room was left with only Chen Ye, Zhou Qian, Zhou Bo, and Brother Dao. Once Zhen Fuguei returned with the wine and dishes, Chen Ye finally asked, By the way, Brother Dao, have you ever heard of Yubing Mountain Villa? Yubing Mountain Villa? What prompts your inquiry? Brother Dao's brow furrowed, clearly sensing a delicate topic. Curiosity piqued, Chen Ye found himself beset by numerous questions. If the Wolf Gang was still able to seek vengeance after such a long time, it stood to reason that they would not spare the fisherman's restaurant. Yet, Chen Ye had recently visited and observed no signs of disturbance within. This suggested that the Wolf Gang must have some reservations, preventing them from troubling Song Yubing. Brother Dao shook his head, took a swig of his drink, and remarked, I cannot say much more. But I can tell you that Yubing Mountain Villa is not to be trifled with, whether in Xinjiang City or Archinga County. With Brother Dao's response, Chen Ye felt he had a clearer understanding of the situation. As the atmosphere in the room descended into silence, Brother Dao broke the tension, saying, Well, enough of that. Since fate has brought us together today, let us not leave without a drink. Originally, Gao Xiong had advised Zhou Qian to leave. But had she not brought Chen Ye and Zhou Bo to the county today, this predicament would not have arisen. Thus, she chose to stay. Upon hearing Brother Dao's declaration of not leaving until they were inebriated, Zhou Qian, already unable to drink more, displayed a look of discomfort. Brother Dao, I think I'll pass. I still need to see them home. Home? No, We are staying here for the night. My house is spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 more people, Brother Dao proclaimed, pouring Zhou Qian another glass. Zhou Qian felt torn. On one hand, she feared angering Brother Dao by refusing to drink, while on the other, she knew that without his intervention, the situation today would be difficult to resolve. Just then, in Zhou Qian's moment of distress, Chen Ye rose and addressed Brother Dao. Brother Dao, drinking is a man's affair. Allowing a woman to partake diminishes the enjoyment. And besides, Sister Zhou has already had her fair share tonight. Upon hearing this, Brother Dao found merit in Chen Ye's reasoning and ceased to urge Zhou Qian to drink. However, Chen Ye had already consumed a considerable amount with President Liu earlier. Despite his improved constitution and enhanced tolerance compared to his past life, he felt somewhat dizzy amidst the ongoing toasting. Come on, let us keep going. Today is a celebration. Brother Dao, in high spirits, filled Chen Ye and Zhou Bo's glasses once more. Zhou Bo was on the verge of nausea, yet he felt compelled to drink in response to Brother Dao's toast. Just as the liquid slid down his throat, Zhou Bo promptly expelled it. Enough, enough. If you can't drink, then let us call it a night, Brother Dao said and assisted Zhou Bo to the restroom. Chen Ye shook his head and took a deep breath, attempting to dispel the haze of intoxication, before turning back to Zhou Qian and suggesting, Sister Zhou, let us step outside for some fresh air while we wait. At that moment, Zhou Qian, overcome by the effects of the alcohol, had succumbed to slumber, her head resting on the table. Noticing her state, Chen Ye approached her, gently nudging her shoulder. Despite his efforts, she only murmured incoherently, failing to awaken. What is the matter? Brother Dao returned with a dazed Zhou Bo, noticing Zhou Qian slumped over the table. She's drunk. There's no rousing her now. Chen Ye replied, a faint smile of resignation on his face. Then you should take her home, while I will escort Zhou Bo, said Dao Ge. Although he claimed that his house was spacious enough for 7 or 8 people to stay without issue, it was understood that those individuals would be men. If his wife discovered he had brought a woman home, chaos would undoubtedly ensue that night. Watching Dao Ge depart, Chen Ye wore a wry smile and began searching for Zhou Qian's bag to locate her address. However, after an exhaustive search, he found no useful information and ultimately decided to take Zhou Qian to a hotel for the night. Fortunately, Fugu Lu was situated in a bustling area of the county, directly across from a well-regarded inn. Thus, Chen Ye carried Zhou Qian into the hotel and approached the front desk. Excuse me, I would like to book 2 standard rooms. However, the receptionist regretfully shook her head. I'm sorry, young man, but we only have 1 room available. Chen Ye was reluctant to have a man and woman share a room, fearing potential misunderstandings the following day. He inquired, are there any other hotels nearby? The receptionist gestured towards Zhou Qian's fashionable attire. There is a small lodge, but it's not very safe at night. Though she did not elaborate, Chen Ye grasped the implication and replied, very well, let us take 1 room. After registering with Zhou Qian's identification and paying the deposit, he carried her to the elevator, ascending to the 7th floor. The hotel room was pristine, featuring crisp white linens, air conditioning, a private bathroom, and a television. Just as Chen Ye intended to set Zhou Qian down, she unexpectedly vomited, splattering him and herself with the contents. Zhou Jia, your timing is impeccable, he thought, as the air filled with a pungent odor. Observing Zhou Qian still in a deep slumber, he carefully removed her outerwear. Yet, as he reached her flesh-colored stockings, he felt a sudden dryness in his throat, and his heart began to race, causing his hands to tremble. As Zhou Qian's jacket and skirt were peeled away, revealing her fair, translucent skin and long, flawless legs, Chen Ye felt a rush of warmth in his nose, and blood began to flow uncontrollably. Initially, he merely intended to wipe it away, but the blood dripped onto Zhou Qian's undergarments, creating a striking crimson mark. Chapter 54, A Beautiful Mistake. Chen Ye furrowed his brow and opened the window to let in fresh air, hoping to dispel the lingering scent of alcohol. Yet, Zhou Qian was still marred with remnants of her earlier ordeal, which had begun to trickle down her neckline. If he did not clean her up, the room would remain unbearable. With that thought, Chen Ye gently patted Zhou Qian's cheek, attempting to rouse her. Zhou Jia, please wake up. However, someone intoxicated, despite having vomited once, found it challenging to sober up. At that moment, Chen Ye felt slightly lightheaded himself. He had also indulged in alcohol that night. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and lifted her from the bed, her steady breathing stirring something within him that made it difficult to maintain control. He then carried Zhou Qian into the bathroom, filled the tub with warm water, and used a towel to cleanse her of impurities, giving her body a brief, careful wipe down. After completing all these tasks, Chen Ye was drenched in sweat. thinking to himself that this was far more exhausting than a day spent working in the fields. He carefully returned Zhou Qian to the bed and tucked her in before shaking his groggy head and stepping into the bathroom. He filled the tub with warm water and took a shower, relieved to find a towel in the bathroom, thus avoiding any embarrassment. However, upon exiting the bathroom, he was taken aback by Zhou Qian's sleeping position on the bed, nearly causing his nose to bleed. She had kicked off the covers, revealing her flat abdomen, long and fair thighs, and her full bosom, rising and falling enticingly. After swallowing hard twice, Chen Ye intended to cover Zhou Qian with the blanket, but to his surprise, as soon as he lifted it, she rolled over, pinning the blanket beneath her. "Zhou Jia, could you please wake up? You'll catch a cold sleeping without covers." He gently patted her cheek. When there was still no sign of her waking, he grew anxious. Autumn had arrived, and the nighttime temperatures were rather chilly. If she were to catch a chill while still intoxicated, it would surely lead to a serious illness the following day. In desperation, Chen Ye attempted to shift Zhou Qian's body, but unexpectedly, she pulled him onto the bed. His head was buried in her soft and ample bosom, nearly suffocating him. Just as he tried to extricate himself from her embrace, Zhou Qian clung to him like an octopus. Exhausted from the struggle and influenced by the alcohol, Chen Ye surrendered to sleep atop Zhou Qian. The morning sun streamed onto Zhou Qian's face, stirring her from a deep slumber. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she felt as though her head might split open. Yet, something felt amiss. She sensed a heaviness upon her. "Ah!" With a sharp cry, she startled Chen Ye awake, who sat up in a daze. Before he could fully open his eyes, Zhou Qian slapped him across the face. Chen Ye, jolted awake by the sudden blow, looked at Zhou Qian, who was hiding under the covers with her hands clasped over her chest. "Zhou Jia, why did you hit me?" he exclaimed. Zhou Qian, overwhelmed by despair, had just noticed bloodstains on her underwear, and with Chen Ye sprawled atop her, the implications of last night were all too clear. "Chen Ye, I misjudged you. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Zhou Jia, it was you who embraced me while sleeping. No matter how much I tried to break free, you wouldn't let go." Chen Ye, though equally intoxicated the previous night, remembered everything clearly. Seeing Zhou Qian's misunderstanding, he simply recounted the events of the previous evening. Zhou Qian's eyes brimmed with tears. She had never imagined that her preserved purity would be so recklessly surrendered to a boy. Pointing a trembling finger at Chen Ye, she demanded, "Now that this has happened, what do you intend to do?" "Zhou Jia, it was you who held me while we slept, and besides, nothing truly happened between us yesterday," Chen Ye began to explain, only to realize that the towel he had wrapped around himself had somehow fallen to the floor. Zhou Qian turned around, her voice tinged with anger. "Chen Ye, you did what you did last night. I don't blame you. After all, youth can lead to impetuous actions. However, you must never speak of this. Do you understand?" "Zhou Jia, I truly did nothing." Chen Ye was in utter despair, feeling more wronged than a character in a tragic tale. Seeing Chen Ye adamantly deny the incident, Zhou Qian's tears finally fell. How could she face the world after losing her innocence to a boy? "If you didn't do anything, then where did the blood on my underwear come from?" "What blood?" Chen Ye was taken aback. Could it be that he had indeed acted on instinct last night? Still in denial? "Just look for yourself," Zhou Qian thought, recalling their encounter. She pulled back the covers and pointed at her lacy white underwear stained with blood. Upon seeing the bloodstains, Chen Ye was rendered speechless. Had he truly crossed a line? "Now will you admit it?" Zhou Qian's tears flowed freely. Despite being an educated woman, she had dedicated herself to her studies and career, never having engaged in any intimate relations, let alone with a boy younger than herself. Yet now, she felt her 24 years of purity had been shattered in confusion. Noticing Zhou Qian's distress, Chen Ye approached her, wrapping his arms around her gently. "Zhou Jia, don't worry. I will take responsibility. Let go. I don't need your responsibility." Zhou Qian blushed at the thought of being embraced by a younger boy, hastily pushing him away. Seeing her rejection, Chen Ye withdrew, sitting at the edge of the bed. "Zhou Jia, rest assured, as a man, if I am responsible for this, I will see it through." Zhou Qian dismissed his words, her expression cold as she stood and made her way to the bathroom. However, as she rose, she felt no pain, a stark contrast to the physiological knowledge she had learned at school. Doubts began to creep into her mind, but she kept them to herself as she entered the bathroom and shut the door. Once inside, Zhou Qian was hit by the sour smell of alcohol. Following the scent, she noticed her clothing and Chen Ye scattered about. A naturally tidy person, she decided to wash both their clothes. But as she picked up her garments, she noticed bloodstains on her dress and Chen Ye's shirt. The realization struck her, and her face flushed as she began to piece together the truth. To confirm her suspicions, she removed her underwear. After a brief examination, Zhou Qian realized she had misjudged Chen Ye. The blood was not hers. She quickly took a shower and emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. As Chen Ye observed Zhou Qian emerging from the bathroom, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. He presumed that she was too shy to face him. Without waiting for her to speak, he stepped forward and embraced her, saying, "Sister Zhou, let us visit your parents in the city. Alternatively, you could accompany me home, and I shall invite my parents back. When we are a bit older, I will formally propose to your family. Rest assured, I have pledged to take responsibility, and I now possess the means to ensure a comfortable future for you." No, that is unnecessary," Zhou Qian stammered. "Unnecessary? According to the customs of our Bairuo village, we can indeed become engaged. You need not worry. I am not the kind of person who would take advantage and vanish," Chen Ye declared, confident in his intentions. Although their relationship might cause distress to Peng Si, he knew his connection with her remained innocent. Zhou Qian, on the other hand, was clearly not the type to be frivolous. Her earlier agitation attested to that. Zhou Qian longed to clarify the misunderstanding, yet she found herself at a loss for words. This colossal blunder was too embarrassing to articulate, even for someone as bold as she. However, the more she hesitated, the more her silence appeared to suggest something else to Chen Ye. "Sister Zhou, do you think I was joking or stalling? How about this? I will visit your home tonight and formally propose to your parents in front of them. After all, we are already." Seeing the misunderstanding deepen, Zhou Qian realized that if she did not clarify, Chen Ye would undoubtedly accompany her home. "Chen Ye, there's really nothing between us. Sister, do you still not trust me?" "There's blood. How can there be nothing?" Chen Ye replied, noticing the embarrassment etched on Zhou Qian's face. It seemed that a revelation dawned upon him, and he tentatively asked, "Sister Zhou, could it truly be that there is nothing?" Zhou Qian nodded and explained, "I just returned from the bathroom and noticed blood on both our clothes, yet I did not experience the pain described in books. Upon further inspection, I found that everything was intact." As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Upon hearing her explanation, Chen Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the situation was not as serious as he had feared. Otherwise, he would have lived with guilt towards Peng Si for the rest of his days. Given Peng Si's nature, reconciliation would have been impossible. Thus, they decided to tidy their clothes and proceed to the bank to complete the necessary formalities. The embarrassment that Zhou Qian felt was something only she could comprehend. Recalling how she had unintentionally slapped Chen Ye, only to find him unfazed and displaying the courage of a true man, caused her to contemplate the qualities of a partner. Were it not for his youth, she might have seriously considered him as a suitable companion. The image of Chen Ye's towel slipping away flashed through her mind, turning her cheeks the color of a ripe tomato. She quickly shook her head, determined to banish such thoughts from her mind. As Zhou Qian entered the bathroom to wash clothes for herself and Chen Ye, he picked up his phone and noticed a missed call and an unread message. Upon inspection, he found that both were from Zhou Bo. Opening the message revealed that Zhou Bo would be staying in the county for a few days. Without specifying the purpose of his visit, he reassured Chen Ye not to worry and mentioned he would return in a few days. Feeling a bit uneasy, Chen Ye decided to call Zhou Bo back. Zhou Bo answered promptly, but deliberately lowered his voice. "Chen Ye, I apologize, but I need to stay in the county for the next couple of days. My girlfriend wants me to accompany her." "Girlfriend? When did you get a girlfriend?" Chen Ye inquired with curiosity. "It's Dao Ji's cousin. I'll explain everything in detail when I get back," Zhou Bo replied before hanging up. Chapter 55. The Wild Boar's Rampage. After returning from the county, Chen Ye's workload increased significantly due to Zhou Bo's absence. Furthermore, Peng Si and their homeroom teacher, Su Feng, called to inquire about his return to school. To alleviate Peng Si's concerns, Chen Ye assured him over the phone that he would return in half a month. However, just at that critical moment, trouble arose. One day, while Chen Ye was feeding the crayfish at the pond, villager Zhao Taizhu rushed over in a flustered state. "Chen Ye, come quickly. The durian saplings on the mountain have been utterly ruined." "What? Take me to see," Chen Ye exclaimed, startled. He quickly set aside the feed and followed Zhao Taizhu up the mountain he had contracted. Along the way, Zhao Taizhu incessantly described the scene he had witnessed that morning, his face filled with frustration. After hearing him out, Chen Ye quickened his pace. Upon reaching the mountain, Zhao Taizhu pointed to the devastated durian saplings. "Chen Ye, what should we do about this?" Chen Ye first circled the area around the durian saplings, initially ruling out human interference. He then noticed numerous animal footprints in the surrounding soil, resembling the hoofprints of wild boars. It must be the wild boars. Unlike the barren mountains, the contracted hills were not particularly fertile but had never been developed before, serving as a sanctuary for the local wildlife. After Chen Ye took over the hills, The villagers began to cultivate the land. While this did not completely destroy the mountain's ecosystem, the territorial instincts of wild boars were strong. They would surely retaliate upon sensing an intrusion into their domain. The young durian saplings, being vulnerable, would inevitably become victims of their onslaught. Upon learning that it was the wild boars that had ravaged the durian saplings, Zhao Taiju seethed with anger, recalling the frequent destruction caused by wild boars in the past. Their destructive capability rivaled that of a tractor, not only ruining crops, but also consuming them, leaving the fields in disarray and rendering the villagers' hard work for the entire year futile. I will find a solution to this matter. You first need to support the unbroken durian saplings on the mountain. If any are bent but not broken, tie them together with cloth strips. After briefing Zhao Taiju on how to handle emergencies, I descended the mountain. Upon returning home, I contemplated how to deal with the loathsome wild boars. The most effective approach would be to hunt them with a gun. However, the only person in the village who possesses a firearm is Luo Dahai. Besides him, no one else is capable of wielding a gun. Therefore, the only alternative is to drive them away using human methods. Yet, wild boars are notoriously bold. If startled, they may unleash uncontrollable ferocity, and given their substantial size, they could easily injure a person when enraged. While I was devising a plan, my two dogs, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, scampered to my feet, wagging their tails energetically. In recent days, they had taken to sneaking sips of water from the pond mixed with sweat, supplemented by minerals from the spring water, resulting in noticeable growth. They were now nearly as large as their mother, the yellow-haired mutt. Noticing my distraction, Xiao He and Xiao Bai dashed out of the yard, chasing after a mouse that happened to scurry by. Like children discovering a rare toy, they pounced, swiftly capturing the rodent in their jaws. This casual scene of the dogs catching a mouse sparked an idea in my mind about utilizing dogs to combat the wild boars. Moreover, there were plenty of stray dogs in the village. If I could rally them, we could significantly reduce the risk of human injury. With this thought, I instructed Xiao He and Xiao Bai to gather their companions from around the village. The two dogs, displaying remarkable understanding, nodded and bounded away. Before long, they returned with over 10 scruffy strays. Upon seeing me, the wild dogs immediately began barking ferociously, some even lunging as if to bite. However, Xiao He and Xiao Bai quickly intervened, barking loudly at the intruders, causing them to cower and lie down in submission, silencing their barks. Once the wild dogs were quiet, I took 2 drops of sweat from my necklace and dripped them into a basin of water. Here, have something good to drink, I offered. The wild dogs hesitated, intimidated by the vigilant presence of Xiao He and Xiao Bai, unwilling to approach without their approval. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, don't intimidate them, I said, stepping in front of the 2 brothers and gently offering them the drops of sweat. They instantly recognized the flavor and eagerly licked it up. As time passed, Xiao He and Xiao Bai grew visibly larger, eventually reaching a size comparable to that of a Tibetan Mastiff. All right, let us not scare them any longer. Tonight, we will employ their help against the wild boars, I declared, placing the basin in front of the wild dogs. They glanced at me, then looked up at the increasingly imposing figures of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. At that moment, the 2 little dogs, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, let out low growls, causing the wild dogs to exhale in relief as they approached the water basin. Just as they extended their tongues to take a sip, Xiao He and Xiao Bai barked, startling the wild dogs into retreat. You little rascals, I truly don't know what to say about you, Chen Ye mused, realizing that Xiao He and Xiao Bai were merely fearful that the wild dogs, after drinking the water mixed with their sweat, would grow as large as themselves and no longer heed their commands. Thus, only 1 dog was permitted to take a sip. After receiving a scolding from Chen Ye, Xiao He and Xiao Bai barked twice more, seemingly urging the wild dogs to continue. Although the wild dogs had only taken a sip of the spring water, an immediate surge of strength coursed through them. With Xiao He and Xiao Bai's permission, they eagerly rushed back to the basin to continue drinking. Once the basin was emptied by the wild dogs, each of them had noticeably grown larger. While still a size smaller than Xiao He and Xiao Bai, their fur appeared more vibrant and sleek, exuding vitality. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, keep a close watch on them, and don't let them run amok, Chen Ye instructed. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao He barked, as if to assure him. After leaving the house, Chen Ye made his way to the village committee, where he found Wang Yutian glancing at the Agricultural Science and Technology Journal with a displeased expression. Today's headline featured by Ruo Village, pinned by Zhou Qian. However, the majority of the article focused on how Chen Ye cultivated crayfish and planted durian trees, while it extolled the village committee member, Peng Yan, for leading the villagers to prosperity, entirely omitting any mention of Wang Yutian, which infuriated him greatly. After slamming down the newspaper, Wang Yutian looked up to see Chen Ye approaching the village committee and, With irritation, remarked, Chen Ye, why aren't you busy tinkering with your durians on the mountain? Why are you always running to the village committee? Don't you know the village officials are quite busy? Glancing at the newspaper in Wang Youtian's hand, Chen Ye quickly grasped the situation but chose not to engage with Wang Youtian's obsession with authority. Village chief, I know you are quite busy, so I didn't intend to seek you out this time. However, to Wang Youtian's ears, Chen Ye's words took on an entirely different meaning. He interpreted it as Chen Ye dismissing his position as village chief. What do you mean by that? As the village chief of Bairua, if you have matters to discuss, shouldn't you come to me? Not at all, village chief. You are reading too much into it, Chen Ye replied. Having no intention of prolonging the conversation with Wang Youtian, he then turned to enter the village committee, intending to consult with Peng Yin about gathering the villagers to address the wild boar issue. The clay figurine possesses a mere, trifling essence of earth, let alone a human being. Wang Youtian felt slighted by Chen Ye and was determined to make him aware of his status as the village chief of Bairua village. He swiftly extended his hand to obstruct Chen Ye's path, declaring, No, you must clarify your words today, or I shall not allow you entry. Chen Ye cast a disgruntled glance at Wang Youtian, realizing that this individual was hardly superior to Wang Dianzhu. One was preoccupied with the notion of appropriating public resources, while the other indulged in trivial pursuits and sought to curry favor with superiors. Hey, what's the matter with you, village chief? I am rather busy and have no time for your nonsense, Chen Ye retorted. Wang Youtian, with an air of superiority, responded, What's wrong? Speaking with me. Your village chief is mere nonsense? Let me remind you, Chen Ye, do not think that just because you have settled the contracting fees, you can evade your responsibilities to me. The village subsidies still require my approval and seal before they can be dispersed. What do you wish to do then? Just state your intentions clearly, and after that, you may attend to your affairs without hindrance. Chen Ye began to comprehend the challenges faced by Peng Yin. The endeavor to lead Bairua village to prosperity was already daunting, and he had hoped that with the departure of the major parasite, Wang Dianzhu, things would ease. However, the arrival of Wang Youtian, who merely encumbered progress, proved otherwise. What do you mean by what do I want? It is I who should be asking you that. Do you still regard yourself as the village chief? Do you even acknowledge the village officials? Wang Youtian grew increasingly absurd in his assertions, and if this continued, one might think that without his presence, the very essence of the United Nations would dissolve. All right, my esteemed village chief. You are indeed the most magnificent and glorious. Our Bairua village cannot hope to prosper without a commendable official such as yourself. Therefore, please take care of your health and rest well. Do not overexert yourself. Chen Ye could hardly tolerate Wang Youtian any longer. This type of person is one you cannot chastise or confront. Any attempt to engage him physically would surely lead to a cascade of convoluted arguments, with mild reproaches being the least of it. Wang Youtian, flattered by Chen Ye's praise, displayed a hint of smugness and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, savoring a puff before saying, Very well, since you acknowledge my contributions to Bairua village, I certainly cannot allow you to face difficulties. However, you may forget about locating Cadre Pong. She has gone to a meeting in the county today. If you have matters to discuss, you may speak with me. As long as you dare to voice your needs, I shall assist you. Chen Ye felt an overwhelming urge to slap Wang Youtian. Such a person epitomized shamelessness, flourishing under the slightest attention and bold enough to seize opportunities when given an inch. Nevertheless, upon hearing that Peng Yin was in a meeting, Chen Ye resolved to grasp at any chance. Village chief, the situation is as follows. He then proceeded to explain to Wang Youtian how the durian saplings had been uprooted by wild boars. Upon hearing of the wild boars' mischief, Wang Youtian hesitated, for he had encountered wild boars in his youth, and their temperament was far from docile. When enraged, their sharp tusks could wreak havoc beyond imagination. Noticing Wang Youtian's trepidation, Chen Ye seized the opportunity. Village chief, did you not just say that as long as I speak, you would assist with any matter? You wouldn't be intimidated upon hearing it is a wild boar, would you? Wang Youtian, caught in a predicament, could only muster the courage to declare, Who says I am afraid? It's merely a few wild boars. I shall rally the villagers to address this matter. Chapter 56. The hunt for wild boars. Since Wang Youtian boldly guaranteed to assist Chen Ye in eliminating the wild boar menace, he could not merely rely on empty words. Otherwise, as a village leader, he would undoubtedly become a target of ridicule for his lack of integrity. With this thought in mind, Wang Youtian escorted Chen Ye into the village committee office, proceeded to the broadcasting room, and proclaimed through the loudspeaker, This afternoon at 4 o'clock, all the men of Bairua village are summoned to the village committee for a meeting. It must be noted that, although Wang Youtian was not particularly adept at his duties, His title as village head held considerable sway. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, the open space in front of the village committee was already filled with villagers. Wang Yutian cleared his throat and, adopting an authoritative tone, stated, "I have called everyone here today to convey an important matter. Village head, please get to the point. My wife is urging me to return home for dinner. Indeed, I must also go to the village entrance to fetch my child." While the villagers had gathered, it did not imply that they held Wang Yutian in the same regard as they did Peng Yan. Their impatience was palpable. Observing Chen Ye stifling laughter, Wang Yutian's temper flared. "What are you all in such a rush for? After your meals, you simply return home to your wives, engaging in trivial matters all day long." The villagers, unfazed by his outburst, merely whispered amongst themselves, chuckling incessantly. "Enough of the laughter. Let us have some quiet. If I hear anyone whispering again, do not expect to receive your subsidies for the next quarter." Wang Yutian, realizing his words were falling on deaf ears, grew increasingly agitated and resorted to his trump card. As expected, the mention of subsidies silenced the villagers immediately. Though Wang Yutian often neglected his responsibilities, the county subsidies were reliably dispersed on time. If pushed too far, one could only speculate what actions he might take. Seeing the villagers quiet down, Wang Yutian relished the moment, thinking to himself, "Can I not manage you all?" He then recounted, embellishing the tale, about the wild boars ravaging the mountain contracted by Zhao Taiju. Upon hearing of the wild boar's presence, the villagers' anxiety heightened. They had suffered greatly at the hands of these creatures in the past. Should these wild boars be left unchecked, their own harvests would be at risk. The ferocity of wild boars is well understood by all. I shall not elaborate further. This evening at 6. Everyone should bring a hoe and accompany me to drive the boars back. That is all I have to say. Anyone who fails to show up tonight can certainly forget about their subsidies for the next quarter." After delivering his speech, Wang Yutian cast a smug look at Chen Ye, silently communicating, "See, is it not impressive how effective I am as village head?" Chen Ye had been contemplating hiring villagers to assist in the endeavor, but he did not anticipate Wang Yutian would resort to withholding subsidies as a means of coercion. Though his methods were somewhat lacking, the effectiveness was undeniably evident. After dinner, the villagers emerged from their homes, armed with hoes, and gathered in front of the village committee. However, when they caught sight of Wang Yutian, clad in an almost comical ensemble that included a hat that resembled a metal bucket, they nearly burst into laughter. Wang Yutian held a hoe in one hand. Draped in a raincoat he had unearthed from his storage, and something peculiar was tied around his waist, causing his gait to appear rather awkward. Chen Ye arrived with his dog, and, upon seeing Wang Yutian's attire, struggled to suppress his amusement, remarking, "Village chief, are you off to chase pigs in the mountains, or to perform at the ancestral hall? What do you understand?" Wang Yutian retorted, "The wild boars in these parts can be quite formidable." He was undeterred by the villagers' laughter. Had it not been for his wife's insistence that he not wear a bucket on his head for fear of embarrassment, he would have fully equipped himself. "Well, you have a point," Chen Ye replied with a faint smile. When it came to Wang Yutian, he found it difficult to describe him with any term other than eccentric. Once the group was assembled, the villagers of Bairuo village wasted no time, each brandishing their hoes as they ascended the mountain, with Chen Ye trailing at the rear with his dog. However, after roaming the mountain, they found only signs of wild boars having passed through, but no actual boars in sight. Wang Yutian breathed a quiet sigh of relief but feigned disappointment, saying, "Chen Ye, do you think the wild boars might have sensed our approach and hidden away?" Chen Ye shook his head. He had inspected the area that morning and noted the deep, large hoof prints, indicating that the boar was substantial in size. The larger the boar, the more audacious it tended to be. Rest assured, village chief, the bigger the boar, the bolder it is. If it dared to appear yesterday, it certainly won't be hiding tonight. The notion of such a large boar made Wang Yutian's heart sink. If he were to be gored or bitten, it would spell disaster. Ignoring Wang Yutian's mumblings, Chen Ye instructed the villagers to dig several deep pits, each 2 meters deep, in the boar's usual pathways. As night fell, the mountain remained eerily quiet. Not a single strand of boar hair was in sight. Wang Yutian checked his phone and noted the time. It was already 10 o'clock. He suggested, "It seems the wild boars won't be making an appearance tonight. Let us head back and return tomorrow evening." He stood up eagerly, rubbing his slightly sore thighs and brushing off the dirt from his pants, preparing to leave. Seeing Wang Yutian ready to depart, the villagers decided to leave as well. After all, hiding among the small trees was rife with mosquitoes, and before long, everyone had several itchy welts from the bites. As Zhao Taiju observed that everyone was eager to depart, he turned to Chen Ye and proposed, "Chen Ye, perhaps we should forego our watch tonight. They likely won't come." Chen Ye had also intended to leave, but But upon noticing the fierce expressions on the faces of Xiao He and Xiao Bai, who stood alert, gazing intently toward the woods, he sensed something amiss. He quickly called out, "Everyone, remain silent. Wild boars are approaching." "Where are they?" "It's still eerily quiet," Wang Yutian retorted dismissively, then tossed a stone toward the forest. Yet, scarcely 2 minutes had passed since Wang Yutian cast the stone when all the wild dogs suddenly became agitated, their restlessness palpable. While Xiao He and Xiao Bai bared their teeth, fixated on the distance. "See, where's the commotion?" Wang Yutian shrugged in annoyance and proceeded to hurl 2 more stones into the thicket. His actions, however, were not without purpose. Even if wild boars were present, the stones might scare them away. Yet, as is often the case, events unfolded contrary to expectation. A formidable group of wild boars, accompanied by several smaller ones, charged toward Wang Yutian with a ferocity reminiscent of a tractor. Upon witnessing the stampede of boars, Wang Yutian, in sheer terror, dropped his hoe and sprinted towards Chen Ye and the others. Perhaps due to the disturbance caused by the thrown stones, the boars, spotting the fleeing Wang Yutian, immediately pursued him. "Help! Someone please!" Wang Yutian yelled as he ran, glancing back in panic. The sight of the approaching wild boars sent his heart racing. "Everyone, throw stones to divert their attention," Chen Ye urged, realizing Wang Yutian was in peril, disregarding all else. The villagers, shaken from their astonishment, were witnessing such a large and numerous herd of wild boars for the first time. Previously, while wild boars were known to inhabit the vicinity of Bairuo village, they were typically solitary sows accompanied by a few piglets, relatively easier to handle. However, the spectacle before them resembled an entire family of wild boars. Following Chen Ye's command, he was the first to hurl his stone. Regrettably, the boars moved too swiftly, and his first throw missed. Nevertheless, as the villagers joined in, stones began to find their marks on the boars. The wild boars, now enraged by the villagers' assault, abandoned their chase of Wang Yutian and redirected their charge toward the thicket where Chen Ye and the others were hiding. "Prepare yourselves. Once the wild boars fall into the trap, we shall strike them with our hoes," Chen Ye instructed, feigning calmness, though fear gnawed at him. After all, these colossal beasts, estimated to weigh at least 400 to 500 pounds, were not easily subdued. The villagers, having gathered their strength, awaited the boars to unwittingly enter their snare. Soon, 3 wild boars stumbled into the trap, yet those behind them, sensing the danger ahead, attempted to halt and retreat. Chen Ye was determined to capture the wild boars today. If he allowed them to roam freely in the mountains, all his efforts in planting durian seedlings would be in vain, ultimately resulting in complete destruction at the hands of these boars. It seemed that Xiao He and Xiao Bai understood Chen Ye's resolve, as they took the lead and dashed out, closely followed by the wild dogs. Before long, they managed to catch a slightly smaller wild boar, and several wild dogs lunged in, tearing into it with ferocity. "Zhao Taizhu, you and the others stay back and use your hoes to fend off any boars that attempt to climb up. I will take the others to assist," Chen Ye declared, brandishing his hoe as he charged out from the thicket. Upon witnessing a young boy leading the charge, the villagers felt compelled to follow suit. They certainly did not want to be ridiculed upon returning to the village. In no time, the mountains echoed with the cacophony of barking dogs and the frantic cries of wild boars. Chen Ye quickly caught up with Xiao He and Xiao Bai, and while they were engaged in their assault on a large boar, he seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow with his hoe. However, instead of incapacitating the boar, the strike only enraged it, causing it to turn and snap at Chen Ye. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, evading the attack just in time. Had he been caught, he would have likely spent a considerable time recovering at home. Thanks to Xiao He and Xiao Bai's relentless distractions, who occasionally lunged at the large boar, Chen Ye found moments to strike. He seized an opportunity to swing the hoe once more. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, and Chen Ye's heart raced as he turned to see a wild boar had broken through the encirclement, sinking its teeth into Wang Yutian's backside. Yet, Chen Ye had no time for sympathy. He needed to focus on the formidable boar before him. Thus, the trio, 1 man and 2 dogs, continued their fierce struggle against the wild boar. After an intense battle, the boar finally collapsed, panting heavily on the ground. Chen Ye, relieved by this turn of events, noticed that Xiao He and Xiao Bai wasted no time, pouncing on the boar's neck with relentless bites. The gruesome scene was too much for Chen Ye, who dared not look further. Fortunately, the other villagers gradually subdued their own boars, allowing Chen Ye to finally breathe easy. He shone his phone's LED light on Wang Yutian, revealing a gaping wound on his backside. Fortunately, the boar had not bitten off a chunk of flesh. Chapter 57. Trouble at school. When Peng Yin returned and heard that Wang Yutian had been bitten by a wild boar, she went to visit him. However, Wang Yutian was too embarrassed to open the door, as his wife insisted that it would be too shameful. After all, every other man who had gone up the mountain returned unscathed, while he alone suffered a bite. Having been chased down by the boar during his escape, surely that was a source of humiliation. Understanding Wang Yotian's pride, Peng Yin reassured him, "Village Chief Wang, take this time to rest and recuperate in the village. I will report your efforts in leading the villagers to eliminate the wild boar threat to the county." Upon hearing this, Wang Yutian, disregarding the pain in his rear, quickly slipped off the bed, all the while asking, "Comrade Peng, do you mean to say you wish to commend me?" It is fortunate that someone as unabashed as Wang Yutian had the audacity to voice such a query. Otherwise, anyone else would have felt too embarrassed to show their face at this moment. Nevertheless, Peng Yin nodded in affirmation. "During my absence, it was thanks to your leadership, Village Chief Wang, that the villagers were rallied to ascend the mountain. This not only preserved our durian trees, but also eradicated the threat posed by wild boars, granting our village yet another avenue for prosperity." Prosperity Avenue? Wang Yutian felt utterly perplexed. Among the wild boars captured yesterday, there was a pregnant sow and several piglets. I had the village veterinarian inquire, and he assured me that these pigs are quite healthy. Once rehabilitated, they can be raised, Peng Yin explained with a smile. According to her, there was currently no one in the city raising wild boars. One reason was the absence of wild boar breeding bases surrounding Xinyang City, making it exceedingly difficult to procure piglets. Moreover, with the increasing number of agritourism businesses sprouting around the county town, wild boar meat had naturally become a sought-after delicacy among patrons. But who has the spare funds to raise such animals? Although Wang Yutian had never raised wild boars, he had experience with domestic pigs in his household, and the labor was nothing short of arduous. Not to mention the routine cleaning of the pigsty. Every morning, he would have to ascend the mountain to gather pig fodder, and in the afternoon, chop sweet potato leaves for feeding. It was exhausting, to say the least. Although things have improved now with the availability of feed for sale, the insatiable appetite of wild boars would surely incur substantial expenses on a daily basis. Peng Yin continued. Chen Ye seems quite interested in raising wild boars, and coincidentally, with vegetable prices currently plummeting, many villagers have crops rotting in their fields. He plans to purchase them at the market price for feeding the pigs. What? Why should Chen Ye benefit from such bargains? Wang Yutian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The joy he had felt moments ago regarding Peng Yan's commendation evaporated. Noticing the sudden shift in Wang Yutian's demeanor, Peng Yin furrowed her brows, surprised by his vehement reaction. Wang Yutian, sensing her change of expression, chuckled awkwardly and clarified. "Comrade Peng, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill will towards Chen Ye. However, consider this, the entire village is watching closely. Chen Ye has taken charge of the village pond for shrimp farming and has also claimed the village hillside for durian cultivation. Now, if he were to take ownership of the wild boars as well, how would the villagers perceive our village committee?" Peng Yin found his reasoning to be quite valid and inquired, "Village Chief Wang, then who would be the most suitable to raise these pigs?" "Anyone but Chen Ye," Wang Yutian replied, recalling how Chen Ye often put him in embarrassing positions, diminishing the authority of the village chief. If it weren't for Chen Ye's involvement, he wouldn't have been bitten by the wild boar on the mountain. Ultimately, the blame lay with Chen Ye. However, raising wild boars was not the same as raising domestic pigs. Maintaining a consistent supply for restaurants and hotels in the county and city would require an investment of at least several $100,000. Although Chen Ye had managed to secure a batch of investment, it had already been allocated for other purposes. Where could one possibly acquire funds now? Peng Yan's words left Wang Yutian speechless. Upon further reflection, he realized that the situation in the village was indeed as she described. Aside from an abundance of labor, they lacked nearly everything else. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, the voice of Chen Ye rang out from outside. He entered, carrying a large wild boar's leg. Before Wang Yutian could utter a word, Chen Ye said, "Village chief, have you recovered? This is the front leg of the wild boar that bit you, just slaughtered, and the meat is still warm." Upon hearing this, Wang Yotian's face turned pale, for he perceived Chen Ye's visit as an attempt to mock him. Seeing Chen Ye's arrival, Peng Yin didn't dwell on it too much and recounted her earlier discussion with Wang Yutian. "Chen Ye, what are your thoughts?" Chen Ye chuckled, then handed the wild boar's front leg to Wang Yotian's wife, saying, "Aunt, Village Chief Wang is right. Lately, I've been contracting both the pond and the hill, which has indeed consumed considerable resources." At this moment, Chen Ye glanced at Wang Yutian, deliberately elongating his words to pique Wang Yotian's curiosity. "Chen Ye, speak sensibly and refrain from jesting," Peng Yin admonished. noticing Chen Ye's intention to tease Wang Yutian. "Aunt, how about this? The position of the production team leader in the village is still vacant. Let's have village chief Wang take on that role, with villagers pooling resources, ultimately entrusting him with the responsibility of raising pigs. I believe such a selfless individual as village chief Wang, who is devoted to leading us towards prosperity, will ensure fairness and justice," Chen Ye proposed, grinning as he cast a knowing glance at Wang Yutian. "What? Me raise pigs?" Wang Yutian exclaimed in shock. It is often said that once bitten by a pig, one becomes wary of raising them for years. Now, Wang Yutian was so apprehensive that he dared not even consume the wild boar meat. "Yes, didn't you say I should raise pigs? Since I've already taken all the benefits from the village, then it should be you, the village chief, who raises them," Chen Ye replied with a smirk. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Yotian's wife entered and asked, "Should we braise the wild boar meat or boil it with dipping sauce?" "Eat, eat, eat. What is there to eat?" Wang Yutian shouted irritably at his wife, fully aware that Chen Ye was deliberately provoking him, leaving him in a predicament where he had no choice but to relinquish the wild boar to him. However, Wang Yutian was not one to let Chen Ye have it too easy. He cunningly retorted, "Chen Ye, I've thought it over. The matter of raising wild boars in the village can be assigned to you. But this wild boar is the collective property of the village and must be supervised by the village, with villagers investing in it." At that moment, Chen Ye glanced at Peng Yan, who merely shook her head with a wry smile. For Chen Ye had already informed her that Wang Yutian would certainly respond in this manner. After Wang Yutian acquiesced, Chen Ye had no intention of staying for a meal. So he stood up and left with Peng Yan to handle the paperwork at the village committee. Unexpectedly, as they made their way halfway there, they encountered a middle-aged man approaching them. Dressed in a tailored suit and polished leather shoes, he exuded an air of refinement, unmistakably a cultured city dweller. After a brief introduction, Chen Ye and Peng Yan learned that the middle-aged man was Geng Hua, a surgeon at the First People's Hospital in the city. He had a penchant for gourmet cuisine and had come excitedly after reading in an agricultural science report that the local crayfish and durians were far superior in taste and texture compared to those from other regions. After handing out his business card, Geng Hua inquired, "Hello, do you sell durians and crayfish from Bairoa village individually?" Just as Chen Yi took the card and prepared to respond, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Yu Tao. On the other end, Yu Tao spoke in a hushed tone, "Chen Yi, you need to return to school immediately. Li Lingfeng has come to cause trouble, and Wu Meng has been badly injured. He is lying on the ground and unable to get up." Upon hearing this, a surge of anger rushed through Chen Yi, and he resolved to return to the school right away. Noticing his urgency, Geng Hua asked, "Chen Yi, what happened?" Chen Yi, anxious, replied, "My classmate is in trouble. I must return to the county." After hearing this, Geng Hua offered, "Then get in my car. I will take you to the county." Chen Yi glanced at the pouring rain outside. It would be difficult to catch a ride on the road, so he agreed. In a race against time, Geng Hua drove swiftly. When they arrived at the school gate, Chen Yi, disregarding the rain, rushed inside. Geng Hua, feeling the urgency, parked the car and, without bothering to grab an umbrella, took the first aid kit and followed him. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Chen Yi found Wu Meng and Yu Tao lying in a pool of blood with a shattered phone on the ground. In a state of panic, he hurried to their side, shaking them awake. "Wu Meng, Yu Tao, are you all right?" Wu Meng struggled to smile, attempting to speak, but was halted by a sharp pain in his chest, unable to utter a sound. Yu Tao, in slightly better condition, although also incapacitated, managed to say, "Chen Yi, I'm glad you're back." Before Chen Yi could respond, Geng Hua rushed in, first examining Wu Meng's head injury, then lifting the shirts of both Yu Tao and Wu Meng. The moment their shirts were lifted, the sight of their chests was horrifying. Seeing Geng Hua tending to Wu Meng's wounds, Chen Yi turned to the relatively less injured Yu Tao and asked, "What happened? Why did Li Lingfeng come to trouble you?" Yu Tao grimaced in pain from his abdomen, then explained, "Today, Li Lingfeng kept bothering Peng Si in the cafeteria, so we went over to chase him away. Unexpectedly, he suddenly stormed into the dormitory with people and started hitting us with a club. That scoundrel Li Lingfeng." Upon hearing that Wu Meng and Yu Tao were injured while protecting Peng Si, Chen Yi felt a mix of anger and guilt and immediately asked, "Where is he now?" Yu Tao shook his head weakly, "I don't know. They left after beating us." Chen Yi pressed on, "Have you informed Teacher Su about this incident?" "We called Teacher Su, but she is attending a meeting in the city today and is likely on her way here now." After Yu Tao spoke, he couldn't help but clutch his stomach, his face contorted in pain. "All right, do not speak for now. I will call the hospital immediately. You all should rest," Chen Yi said as he picked up his phone and dialed the county hospital's number. Due to the rain, the ambulance arrived slowly, taking about half an hour to reach the dormitory building. Soon, several men and women, resembling doctors and nurses, entered the room, lifting Wu Ming and Yu Tao onto a stretcher and carrying them out. As they descended the stairs, Chen Ye suddenly remembered Gung Hua beside him and exclaimed, "Thank you, Gung Hua. If you hadn't brought me to school today, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Gung Hua waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Meeting is a matter of fate. And as a doctor, how could I witness a patient in distress and not act?" Gung Hua's words deeply moved Chen Ye. Yet thinking of Yu Tao and Wu Ming being taken to the hospital, he felt it was time to part ways with Gung Hua and hurried downstairs to accompany the ambulance to the hospital. Chapter 58. Revenge. Not long after Chen Ye accompanied the ambulance to the hospital, Su Fong finally arrived at the boys' dormitory. Upon seeing the bloodstains on the ground, her face turned ashen. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Su Fong immediately informed Lu Yongfu. To her surprise, Lu Yongfu's attitude towards the matter was not merely passive. It seemed to hint at deliberate concealment. As for the handling of Li Lingfeng and others, he stated, "We will deliberate further." Deliberate further? Upon hearing these words, Su Fong stood frozen in place. Lu Yongfu replied coolly, "Xiao Su, youthful exuberance often leads to such antics. After all, they are young people. Occasionally, tempers flare, and a scuffle is quite normal. However, if we were to pursue responsibility seriously, it would not only fall on you. We all share a part of it. Such news spreading would be rather unfortunate." Su Fong believed that her own negligence played a role in this incident, and while she did not mind facing punishment, the leniency towards Li Lingfeng seemed unjust. Would this not merely encourage further wrongdoing while disheartening the victim? Lu Yongfu, shrewd and cunning, sensed her thoughts and, with an air of authority, stated, "Xiao Su, you are still young and may not grasp the full scope of these matters. For the sake of reputation, let this matter rest. The handling of Li Lingfeng will be discussed, and as for the medical expenses for the two, Li Lingfeng's father has expressed his willingness to cover them fully, including future nutritional expenses. Shouldn't individuals like Li Lingfeng be dealt with severely?" Su Fong could not comprehend why Lu Yongfu would shield him, as if his wealth granted him immunity. Did that mean the other two deserved to be beaten? Did I not mention that a resolution regarding Li Lingfeng's actions will be forthcoming? Therefore, refrain from asking further questions. Yet, as Su Fong sought to respond, she saw Lu Yongfu wave his hand dismissively. "All right, Xiao Su, let's leave matters as they are." Lu Yongfu extinguished the cigarette in his hand and retrieved an envelope from the drawer. "Here are 3,000 yuan. Please visit the hospital later and check on the condition of the two children. Bring some comfort items and also engage in a bit of counseling with them and their parents. After all, this situation has escalated too much. It reflects poorly on everyone involved." Lu Yongfu's tone grew somewhat grave as he concluded. Su Fong sighed and rose to leave the office. Wu Ming and Yu Tao were admitted to the hospital for various examinations. After receiving the reports from the hospital, Chen Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Wu Ming had sustained a concussion, fractured a rib, and suffered some lung damage, he had successfully undergone surgery and was out of immediate danger. Yu Tao, on the other hand, had only minor injuries and required no surgery. A few days of rest would suffice for his discharge. At that moment, Su Fong hurriedly entered the hospital and, spotting Chen Ye waiting outside the operating room, inquired, "Chen Ye, what is the current condition of Wu Ming and Yu Tao?" "Wu Ming's injuries are quite serious, but thankfully, the doctor assures there is no danger," Chen Ye replied, handing the reports of Wu Ming and Yu Tao to Su Fong. Upon reviewing the documents, Su Fong exhaled deeply, but her thoughts turned to Li Lingfeng, filling her with a sense of guilt towards the two young men. Moreover, being tasked with persuading Wu Ming and Yu Tao felt akin to being an accomplice. Noticing Su Fong's troubled expression, Chen Ye asked, "Su, is something wrong?" Su Fong chose not to conceal the truth and promptly informed Chen Ye about the developments. Upon hearing her account, Chen Ye's temper flared, and he kicked over a nearby trash can in frustration. "That scoundrel Lu Yongfu. Is this how he conducts himself?" Listening to Chen Ye's exclamations, Su Fong remained silent. Although she shared in his outrage over the misfortunes of Wu Ming and Yu Tao and longed to see Li Lingfeng dismissed and imprisoned, she was merely a low-ranking individual, powerless against the influential Lu Yongfu and the affluent Li family. After a moment of silence, Chen Ye spoke again. "Su, you needn't involve yourself in this matter. I will find a way." "Find a way? What can you possibly do?" Su Fong's skepticism was not born of disdain, but rather from the realization that Chen Ye was just one person, limited in his capacity for action. "That's not for you to worry about. I have my own methods to seek justice for them," Chen Ye stated before walking out of the hospital, leaving Su Fong bewildered. Once outside, Chen Ye immediately took out his phone and called Zhou Bo. At that moment, Zhou Bo was at Brother Dao's billiard hall, playing pool with his girlfriend. Upon hearing his phone ring, he answered it promptly. Chen Ye, what's the matter? In a day or two, I will return. Chen Ye asked straightforwardly, Zhou, could you have Brother Dao help me find out where Li Lingfeng is? You know, the young master Li from our county who deals in building materials? Sure, I will inquire for you now. Zhou momentarily set aside his phone and approached Brother Dao, briefly explaining Chen Ye's request. Brother Dao, evidently well acquainted with Li Lingfeng's character, promptly replied, what does Chen Ye want with that young master? He is probably singing at Tianjin KTV right now. After receiving Brother Dao's response, Zhou immediately turned back to Chen Ye. Once Chen Ye expressed his gratitude to Brother Dao through Zhou, he hailed a motorcycle taxi to Tianjin KTV. Upon arriving at Tianjin KTV, Chen Ye quickly summoned a waiter. Excuse me, where can I find Li Lingfeng? Without hesitation, the waiter replied. Young Master Feng has been in room 303. At that moment, Li Lingfeng was inside the private room, singing with two young women on either side of him, occasionally becoming overly familiar, causing the girls to blush. He was so enraptured that he nearly lost his composure. Within the room, a group of hangers-on surrounded Li Lingfeng, who were originally ruffians but enjoyed the perks of being with him, food, drinks, cigarettes, and women to entertain them. They were more than willing to be his entourage, especially since he occasionally handed them a few thousand yuan for expenses. After finishing a song with his raspy voice, Li Lingfeng assumed a commanding demeanor and said to his companions, if we run out of drinks, just order more. Let's drink to our heart's content today. Thank you. Brother Feng, they responded in unison, fully aware that pleasing him was paramount. Feeling quite pleased, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but think of the two impoverished youths he had sent to the hospital, sneering inwardly. Those two paupers are really an obstacle to my pursuits. They are truly courting death. One of the young women beside him, after being fondled, remarked, Brother Feng, no need to say more, from now on. We should beat them up every time we see them, and see if they dare to cause trouble again. Indeed, Brother Feng, after dealing with those two, we should go after Peng Si. That woman has rejected your invitations multiple times. It's simply disrespectful. We should take her by force, another lewdly suggested. Though he had only followed Li Lingfeng for a short time, he understood that Li Lingfeng had a penchant for novelty and valued his reputation. Once he was done with a woman, he would often pass her to his subordinates. The thought of conquering one of the four beauties, Peng Si, set his heart racing. I will eventually have her, but not just yet. I will wait for that Chen Ye to return. Once he is back, I will make my move in front of him. The mere remembrance of the humiliation Chen Ye had inflicted upon him ignited a fury within Li Lingfeng, who longed to seize Chen Ye and deliver a beating. Rest assured, Brother Feng, I have heard that Chen Ye is quite close with those two. Once he learns about their injuries, he will undoubtedly come back, and we will take care of him and Peng Si then. A young man, speaking with bravado, drew a steel ball gun from his waist and presented it to Li Lingfeng as if it were a treasure. How did you acquire a gun? Li Lingfeng, although accustomed to knives, was handling a firearm for the first time. Brother Feng, my cousin procured this for me. It's not a real gun, but a replica. As long as it doesn't hit a vital area, it won't be fatal. However, at close range, it would certainly make that Chen Ye suffer. No sooner had he uttered these words than the door to the private room was violently kicked open with a loud bang. Damn it! Who the hell is so blind as to not know this is Brother Feng's room? A foul-mouthed individual stormed out. Just as he stepped outside, Chen Ye seized him by the collar and delivered a powerful punch to his nose, causing blood to spray forth. Chen Ye released his grip, leaving the man crumpled on the ground, and then strode into the private room. Upon seeing Chen Ye enter, Li Lingfeng immediately pointed the steel ball gun at him, declaring, Country bumpkin, you tread where angels fear to go. Since you've dared to come here today, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, Li Lingfeng fired a shot. However, the disparity between a steel ball gun and a real firearm was significant. Upon discerning that it was not genuine, Chen Ye astutely tracked the trajectory of the steel ball and swiftly pivoted, kicking Li Lingfeng's arm with precision. The pain caused Li Lingfeng to drop the gun to the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ye promptly kicked the steel ball gun beneath the sofa and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at the several assailants who rushed at him. Within mere seconds, he had incapacitated 7 or 8 individuals in the room. In that moment, Li Lingfeng attempted to grab a bottle to strike Chen Ye from behind, but Chen Ye's agility allowed him to see through the scheme. He swiftly executed a powerful blow to Li Lingfeng's chest. The impact caused Li Lingfeng to cry out in agony. Chen Ye was not one to relent easily. He placed a foot on Li Lingfeng's abdomen. This kick is for Wu Ming. Despite being at Chen Ye's mercy, Li Lingfeng defiantly retorted, You dare strike me? Do you even realize whose territory this is? You dare to assault me in the Wild Wolf Gang's domain. The Wild Wolf Gang. Chen Ye cared not for their reputation, having already crossed them. He had no qualms about escalating matters further. He raised his foot once more and delivered a fierce kick to Li Lingfeng's lower abdomen. "You are finished, country bumpkin." "I swear." Before Li Lingfeng could finish his sentence, Chen Ye landed a brutal kick on his arm, eliciting tears of pain from Li Lingfeng. "Listen well, Li. Do not think that just because you have some wealth, you can act with impunity. If you truly provoke me, I will ensure you never become a man." After breaking two of Li Lingfeng's ribs with a decisive kick, Chen Ye aimed a final blow at his groin, causing Li Lingfeng to curl up like a boiled shrimp in agony. Before departing, Chen Ye specifically sought out a plastic bag to take the steel ball gun, now marked with Li Lingfeng's fingerprints. Should Li Lingfeng dare to report him, Chen Ye would have this as evidence in his possession. As soon as Chen Ye departed from Tianqing KTV, the ruffians from the Wild Wolf gang entered the private room, and upon seeing the students sprawled haphazardly on the floor, they hurriedly assisted Li Lingfeng to his feet. "Young Master Li, what transpired?" they exclaimed. "Damn it! Why did you arrive only now?" Li Lingfeng, whose father had significant business dealings with Brother Wolf, often relied on him to resolve conflicts with other construction material merchants. Upon hearing that something had gone awry, "We rushed over immediately." The gang members bore expressions of helplessness, internally cursing Li Lingfeng for his reckless behavior of visiting a KTV during daylight hours. Two of Li Lingfeng's ribs had been fractured by Chen Ye's kick, leaving him pale with pain. Yet, he refused to swallow his pride and vehemently declared, "Regardless, I demand you deal with Chen Ye. I do not care about the cost." "Chen Ye? That name sounds familiar," one of the ruffians mused, trying to recall where he had heard it before. Just then, a few more members of the Wild Wolf gang arrived, led by Su Biao. Upon learning that the troublemaker was Chen Ye, he rallied his men. "Brothers, grab your weapons and eliminate him." However, one gang member interjected, "Brother Biao, should we notify Brother Wolf?" After all, Dao Go mentioned. Su Biao, upon hearing this, slapped the gang member across the face. "Are you foolish? Our territory has been attacked. If we let this slide, how can the Wild Wolf gang conduct business in the county in the future?" The chastised gang member lowered his head, nodding in contrition. "Move quickly. That brat can't have gone far. Pursue him now," Su Biao commanded, pulling out his phone to call for reinforcements. In no time, 4 vans arrived at the entrance of Tianqing KTV, each carrying 10 individuals. Seeing that sufficient manpower had gathered, Su Biao issued his orders. "You lot head to the hospital to intercept him. You go to the vicinity of the number 1 high school. You block him at the bus station. The rest of you search the county with me." As the vans roared to life, they dispersed from Tianqing KTV in 4 directions to commence their search. Had Chen Ye known they were after him, he would have found it utterly amusing. For he was aware that after dealing with Li Lingfeng at the Wild Wolf gang's venue, they would undoubtedly be scouring for him. He anticipated that the school, hospital, and bus station would be heavily monitored, thus he had no intention of returning there just yet. Instead, he chose to seek out Zhou Qian. Although Su Biao and his men were searching the county, despite its small size and modest population, it would prove immensely challenging for just over 40 of them to locate him within such a vast area. Zhou Qian, a reporter for Agricultural Science and Technology Journal, was well connected with her peers, and among her classmates, there were certainly those engaged in journalism. Once he located her, Chen Ye could leverage her connections to expose the deeds of Wu Meng and Yu Tao, ensuring that Lu Yongfu and Li Lingfeng would face dire consequences. By chance, when Zhou Qian received a call from Chen Ye, she was engrossed in writing at the newspaper office. Upon hearing about the serious situation, she urged Chen Ye to remain calm and instructed him to wait for her at the hotel where they had dined previously. Upon arriving at the hotel, he fortuitously spotted the wolf gang's van speeding away. However, Chen Ye did not recognize the occupants, and they were oblivious to his presence, thus posing no immediate danger. A few minutes later, Zhou Qian arrived at the hotel and beckoned Chen Ye to get in the car. Once inside, Chen Ye handed over the steel ball gun that Li Lingfeng had used to assault him, asking Zhou Qian to safeguard it on his behalf. Aware that it was evidence, Zhou Qian accepted it with great care. Subsequently, she took Chen Ye to her apartment in the county town. The road to the apartment appeared modest and somewhat aged, yet the surrounding air was refreshing. After ascending to her floor, Zhou Qian poured a cup of tea for Chen Ye and inquired, "How do you intend to handle this matter? Should I expose them, or do you prefer to turn the steel ball gun over to the police?" Chen Ye shook his head, explaining that while the gun was indeed part of the evidence, it was merely a replica and not a real firearm. He believed that if they were to truly trouble Li Lingfeng, this evidence would be insufficient. Zhou Qian nodded in agreement with Chen Ye's assessment and then asked, "Will you be staying here for the next few days, or would you like me to take you home first?" "I need to return home for a few days. There are still many matters to attend to in the village, and my presence here might involve you," Chen Ye replied. Zhou Qian's face flushed slightly at his concern for her, and she smiled, saying, "What is there to fear? I am a journalist. Do they dare to do anything to me?" Chen Ye remained silent, aware that should the wolf gang truly lose their composure, risks would indeed arise. Thus, without solid evidence to apprehend them, he would not involve Zhou Qian in this murky situation. "All right, you shall stay here for tonight. Tomorrow, I will drive you back. There is milk and bread in the refrigerator. Eat if you're hungry. I'll bring you some food when I return this evening," Zhou Qian stated before departing the apartment. Shortly after she left, Zhou Bo called. With evident concern, he asked, "Chen Ye, did you smash the wolf gang's venue? Why are they searching for you everywhere?" After listening, Chen Ye recounted the incident involving Li Lingfeng. Zhou Bo remained somewhat uneasy. Although Zhou Qian was a good person, she was still a woman. "Are you safe now? If it becomes too dangerous, come to Brother Dao's place. Even if they are bold, they would not dare to confront him," he advised. Chen Ye smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I am quite well here, and I will return home tomorrow. Once I am back in our village, the wolf gang will not dare to act recklessly." "That's good to hear, but do remain cautious. I will also be returning tomorrow, and we can discuss how to proceed then," Zhou Bo concluded before ending the call. The following morning, Zhou Qian drove Chen Ye back, but shortly after leaving the county, he noticed two vans trailing them in the rearview mirror. Chen Ye was startled, and a sudden thought struck him. They must have been captured by the surveillance cameras in front of the hotel yesterday, which is why they were now being targeted by the wolf gang. Zhou Qian quickly sensed the abnormality, her palms drenched in sweat, and asked Chen Ye, "What should we do now?" "Keep driving, don't stop. As long as we reach the village, they will dare not act recklessly," Chen Ye replied confidently. His assurance stemmed from the fact that although Bairua village was impoverished, its residents were united against outsiders. If any stranger dared to bully someone in the village, the entire community, young and old, would band together to drive them away. "All right, hold on tight. I'm accelerating now," Zhou Qian said, increasing the speed of the vehicle. However, when they were about 2 kilometers away from Bairuo village, they encountered 2 cars blocking the road ahead. With obstacles in front and pursuers behind, Zhou Qian panicked. At that moment, Chen Ye made a decisive choice and instructed Zhou Qian to slow down. "What are you planning?" Zhou Qian asked, fearing Chen Ye might do something reckless. "Sister Zhou, I will get out and attract their attention. You drive straight to the village and call for help," he declared, and before Zhou Qian could respond, he opened the car door and jumped out. The thugs from the wolf gang, who had been obstructing the road, noticed Chen Ye fleeing towards the fields and, disregarding Zhou Qian in the car, immediately pursued him. Although Zhou Qian was worried, with the road now clear, she made a swift decision and accelerated toward Bairua village. Meanwhile, Chen Ye sprinted across the fields, unperturbed by the pursuit of the wolf gang. Despite their numbers, they could not match his speed. The gang soon realized they could not catch up, and in a fit of rage, Su Biao pulled out a short-barreled shotgun and fired a shot at Chen Ye's back. Though the gun fired, the bullet did not hit its target. Chen Ye continued his escape toward Bairuo village and felt a surge of joy upon spotting a small path ahead that led to the village. However, his elation was short-lived as he abruptly halted, confronted by several burly men wielding steel pipes and machetes waiting for him. Su Biao, seeing Chen Ye stop, couldn't help but gloat. "Run, huh? You little brat, why don't you run?" Unexpectedly, instead of fleeing, Chen Ye let out a sudden roar. Pushing off the ground with great force, sprinting forward like a cheetah, sending a shower of gravel and sand flying in his wake. Su Biao was well aware of Chen Ye's formidable nature, so he immediately raised his shotgun to fire again. However, Chen Ye's reflexes were astonishingly swift, and his movements so unpredictable that he easily dodged the bullet. Enraged, Su Biao prepared to shoot once more, but discovered his gun was out of ammunition. Without waiting for Su Biao to reload, Chen Ye leaped into the air and delivered a powerful kick to Su Biao's abdomen, following up with a flurry of punches fueled by his momentum. As the thugs behind Su Biao witnessed his beating, they rushed forward. However, having just run nearly 2 kilometers, their strength had already waned. Faced with Chen Ye, this group of over a dozen individuals found themselves systematically subdued by his military-style combat skills. The sturdy men blocking the path, sensing the dire situation, prepared to assist, only to hear a multitude of villagers charging towards them from behind. "Do you dare to wreak havoc in our Bairuo village? Do you wish to forfeit your lives?" shouted a villager, wielding a wooden stick, as he struck one of the wild wolf gang's henchmen. With a thud, the burly man collapsed, rendered unconscious by the blow. At that moment, the remaining thugs attempted to flee, but the villagers of Bairuo village would not allow such an easy escape. An ever-growing number of villagers encircled them, brandishing rakes, shovels, and hoes as makeshift weapons, their eyes blazing with fury and intent on exacting swift retribution. "Please spare us, noble villagers. We acknowledge our faults and shall never return," pleaded the fallen thugs, crumpled on the ground, their heads cradled in their arms. Yet, they could not be spared so easily. Following an unknown villager's provocative remark, the crowd's aggression intensified, and a shovel was raised high, striking one of the thugs with a force that rendered his skull akin to a shattered watermelon. Fortunately, Peng Yen arrived just in time to halt the villagers, or else this group of wild wolf gang thugs would likely have been beaten to death. However, the thugs' moment of relief was short-lived. As Peng Yan's subsequent words chilled them to the core, they were to be handed over to the inspection department for carrying prohibited weapons and firearms. Chapter 60. Where did the professor go? Under Su Biao's leadership, over 40 members of the Wild Wolf Gang were apprehended. In addition to Su Biao's short-barreled shotgun and the thugs' restricted knives, inspectors discovered 2 additional firearms, one long and one short, along with 15 rounds of ammunition in the van they had been driving. At this juncture, Chen Ye relayed a message to Zhou Qian, urging her to ensure that the matter was reported by a friend. To Chen Ye's surprise, one of Zhou Qian's senior classmates worked as an editor for the legal affairs column at Xinjiang City Television. Upon hearing the news, she was filled with righteous indignation and promptly agreed to expose the nefarious activities of organized crime in Qinghe County to the public. The broadcast generated significant repercussions, prompting the Xinjiang City Public Security Bureau to swiftly establish a special task force, organizing armed police to rush to Qinghe County that very night to arrest the criminal elements entrenched there. However, the notorious leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, Wolf Brother, had vanished without a trace. It was reported that he was still armed and posed a high danger, prompting police to appeal to citizens for any leads to contact them promptly. After the threat of the Wild Wolf Gang had dissipated, Chen Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for the fugitive Wolf Brother seeking revenge, Chen Ye was not particularly concerned, for the law is an unyielding net that catches all wrongdoers. Even if Wolf Brother were to come after him, he had been residing in the village recently, and any unfamiliar face would be promptly subdued by the villagers. Moreover, once he returned to school, he felt assured that no tricks would be played under the broad daylight. As the saying goes, after the dark clouds, the sun shines again. One morning, Peng Yen called Chen Ye to the village committee. On the phone, she mentioned some good news, and although Chen Ye was curious, he refrained from asking further, knowing he would find out once he arrived at the committee. Upon reaching the village committee, Peng Yen, brimming with excitement, informed Chen Ye, "Chen Ye, do you know? The county is sending an agricultural professor along with his students to work and study in our village." Chen Ye replied nonchalantly, for to him, this unacquainted professor and his 2 students were merely there to embellish Bairuo village. He believed that many so-called experts were merely theorists, while those with true expertise had long been snatched up by large enterprises. For instance, Zhou Yongchang's Fuxing Agricultural Products Wholesale Company employed 2 senior consultants who were professors from Xinjiang Agricultural University. Their mere presence in Bairuo village would be immensely beneficial to the villagers. Noticing Chen Ye's lackluster demeanor, Peng Yen appeared somewhat displeased. "Chen Ye, you must not exhibit such an attitude when you go to greet the experts in the afternoon." "Greet the experts? Why am I the one going?" Chen Ye retorted just as Wang Yutian entered with a frown. "Chen Ye, what did you just say?" Wang Yutian's expression was one of evident displeasure. Chen Ye forced a smile. "Oh, village head, I was just saying that the task of welcoming them should rightly fall to you." "Why?" "Because you possess the capability and the prestige to uphold our village's dignity." After showering Wang Yutian with flattery, his expression softened a bit. "You are indeed correct. This welcoming task is mine alone, as lesser individuals would certainly be remiss." Chen Ye nodded, muttering to himself, Yes, you flatter well. It pleases them." What did you say?" Wang Yutian, cautious and attentive this time, rolled up his sleeves. Chen Ye stifled a laugh and quickly changed his tune. "I meant to say you are well presented and dignified, which would certainly please the esteemed professor." Satisfied, Wang Yutian relaxed his sleeves. "Now that's more like it. Be mindful of your words this afternoon, especially in front of the professor. We must not disgrace our village. Understand?" "What? I still have to go?" Chen Ye was taken aback. "Aren't you familiar with Boss Zhang, who drives the big Benz? You could borrow his car to make a good impression," Wang Yutian added, realizing that this welcoming task was a scheme concocted by Wang Yutian. Chen Ye thought to himself, "Indeed, the only notable vehicle our village possesses is the production team's tractor. However, that tractor is not very reliable. It would be quite embarrassing if we were to pick them up and then have issues before even returning to the village." Peng Yen explained that it was not her inclination to engage in superficial appearances. Rather, The presence of a distinguished professor from the city in their impoverished village of Bairuo was indeed a tremendous honor. Furthermore, there were directives from the county to treat such professors and university students with utmost respect, particularly those who were interns. Retaining them in the village would significantly bolster the local economy. Well, since you've suggested it, Auntie, I shall borrow a vehicle from Sister Zhou. Her Chevrolet is rather unassuming. Chen Ye conceded reluctantly, though he thought it would be better to ask Zhang Haiming for his Mercedes. After all, just because Wang Yutian was shameless did not mean Chen Ye shared that trait. The thought of a luxurious Mercedes, worth over $1 million, driving flamboyantly from the county to the village, only to have the esteemed guest disembark and traverse the bumpy dirt road on foot, was simply unfathomable. What is a Chevrolet? I've never heard of it. Wang Yutian pondered, his mind dominated by the image of Zhang Haiming's grand Mercedes. Chen Ye understood that explaining the vehicle to Wang Yutian would be futile, so he simply mentioned its price, around 100,000, not exactly cheap. Upon hearing that it was merely around 100,000, Wang Yutian muttered softly, "Isn't that a bit inexpensive?" Chen Ye, feeling vexed, retorted, "If you think it's too cheap, then you can borrow it yourself. A village chief like you deserves a grand Mercedes." Just as Wang Yutian was about to lecture Chen Ye, Peng Yan interjected, positioning herself between the two. "All right, let us settle on Chen Ye's Chevrolet. A car worth around 100,000 is not disrespectful, and time is of the essence. If we delay any further, we might have to resort to fetching them with a tractor." Though Wang Yutian was reluctant, he found himself powerless. After all, he had spent his life in Bairuo village, venturing only as far as the county, and the most expensive accommodation he had ever experienced was merely 40 yuan a night. How could he possibly know anyone wealthy enough to purchase a car? Without hesitation, Chen Ye pulled out his phone and called Zhou Qian. At that moment, Zhou Qian was conducting interviews in a neighboring village. Upon hearing that Chen Ye wished to borrow a vehicle, she readily agreed. By noon, Chen Ye had intended to invite Zhou Qian to dine at his home, but Wang Yutian vehemently opposed. Ever since urban dwellers had begun visiting the village to purchase durians and crayfish after seeing news articles highlighting agricultural technology, he had been fixated on the prospect of appearing in the newspaper. Zhou Qian was not particularly keen on Wang Youtian's enthusiastic invitation. However, she was surprised when Chen Ye remarked, "Why not enjoy a free meal? This fellow must have prepared a splendid feast." Upon hearing the word wine, Zhou Qian's face flushed as she recalled the comical debacle that had unfolded between her and Chen Ye due to drunkenness. Nevertheless, she nodded. "Then I shall trouble village chief Wang." "Not at all, not at all," Wang Yutian replied, his heart swelling with joy as he led Chen Ye and Zhou Qian to his home. Upon entering Wang Youtian's abode, they were greeted by a table laden with an array of dishes, while Wang Youtian's wife and daughter-in-law busied themselves with preparations, be it slaughtering chickens, gutting ducks, or scaling fish, clearly in readiness for the evening's welcoming feast. "Village chief, I must say, you are quite the hospitable host," Chen Ye remarked with a hint of admiration. Although Wang Yutian is utterly incompetent and often adds to his own troubles, Chen Ye genuinely admires Wang Youtian's ability as a host. If the town's taverns were to set a table according to such standards, one would surely need at least 1,000 or 1,800 yuan. Naturally, for they are esteemed guests. After speaking, Wang Yutian, concerned that Zhou Qian might misunderstand, hastily added, "Reporter Zhou, in the hearts of everyone in our Bairuo village, you will forever be a distinguished guest." Zhou Qian smiled awkwardly, choosing not to respond. During lunch, Wang Yutian subtly inquired when Zhou Qian would return to the village for another interview. Noticing Zhou Qian merely smiled without answering, he grew anxious and shared the news about Chen Ye's recent plans to raise wild boars. Zhou Qian, taken aback by the revelation, eagerly asked for more details. Wang Youtian's spirits lifted as he realized it was not his work performance that had fallen short, but rather that he was simply not as young as Chen Ye, which had prevented him from capturing Zhou Qian's attention and thus not making it to the newspaper. However, this time he was prepared, enthusiastically outlining his plans for a joint venture with Chen Ye to raise wild boars, even suggesting that Zhou Qian come for an exclusive interview whenever she had the time. Zhou Qian recognized the newsworthiness of the topic, considering that no one in the surrounding counties and towns of Xinjiang City had ventured into wild boar farming. After the meal, Wang Yutian could hardly contain his excitement and insisted on taking Chen Ye and Zhou Qian to the county to pick up the experts. Although Chen Ye sensed that there was still ample time, he could not refuse Wang Youtian's enthusiasm and merely offered Zhou Qian an apologetic glance. Zhou Qian did not object, as she had already completed her interview tasks for the day and had little to attend to upon returning to the newsroom. Upon arriving in the county, it was around 1:30, and the expert's vehicle would not arrive for another 2 hours. Nevertheless, Wang Yutian, unable to restrain his impatience, disembarked and squatted near the exit, holding up a large sign that read, "Hello, professors of Xinjiang City. I am Wang Yutian, the village head of Bairuo." With the sign and his occasional goofy grin, he nearly prompted the bus station staff to chase him away with a broom. Chen Ye, feeling embarrassed, chose to remain in the car with Zhou Qian. Fortunately, both had their phones, and they connected to the internet to play a game of landlord, unknowingly passing the 2 hours. However, Chen Ye grew puzzled as they waited an additional 10 minutes without seeing Wang Yutian return with the professor and his students. Eventually, Chen Ye and Zhou Qian exited the car, only to find Wang Yutian still squatting there, though the sign had fallen to the ground. Frowning, Chen Ye approached Wang Yutian and noticed he had fallen asleep. Annoyed, he called out, "Village head, where is the professor?" Startled awake by Chen Ye's voice, Wang Yutian jumped to his feet, repeatedly asking, "Professor? Where is the professor? Where is he?" Observing Wang Yutian's bewildered expression, Chen Ye's heart sank, and he hurried into the bus station to inquire with the staff. However, with the station bustling with numerous visitors each day, and without knowing the names or appearances of the professor and his students, Chen Ye could only ask where the passengers of the 3:35 p.m. bus had gone. The staff at the bus station responded rather curtly, suggesting that the only option was to take a bus home. When Chen Ye emerged, he found Wang Yutian squatting alone on the ground, cradling his head in his hands and muttering incessantly, "It's over, it's over. I've lost the professor and his student. I'm an incompetent village head. I've made a mistake. All right, village head, spare yourself the embarrassment. They have come to Qinghe County, a place unfamiliar to them. We should either contact the county to arrange for Comrade Peng to pick them up, or they might have taken refuge in a hotel." Chen Ye reflected. It seemed that only these two options were viable at this point. Chapter 61. Finding people. Wang Yutian was in a state of utter disarray. Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, he felt a surge of determination, eagerly awaiting Chen Ye's guidance. "Chen Ye, what shall we do now?" Seeing Wang Yutian's anxious expression, Chen Ye replied with a hint of irritation, "What else can we do? First, call Comrade Peng and inquire if the professor has arrived in the village. If he hasn't, then ask her to contact the county for the professor's contact information, and we will go find them." Wang Yutian, suddenly realizing the oversight, slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could I have missed that?" Chen Ye shrugged and shook his head in resignation towards Zhou Qian, feeling exasperated by Wang Yutian's incompetence. "All right, village head, make that call quickly. Otherwise, by the time we find them, your vegetables will have gone cold." Right. I'll call now." Just as Wang Yutian took out his phone, he discovered that he couldn't get through. Chen Ye frowned and asked, "What now?" Wang Yutian, in a state of panic, replied, "The call won't go through." "What do we do?" "What? The call won't go through?" Chen Ye furrowed his brow, took Wang Yutian's phone, and after examining it, realized it had no signal. He then checked his own phone, which similarly had no signal. Noticing Chen Ye's frequent frowning, Zhou Qian inquired, "Chen Ye, what's the matter?" "Ah, the phones have no signal," Chen Ye replied, putting his phone away and returning Wang Yutian's phone. Zhou Qian also checked her phone and confirmed that it too had no signal. Seeing that they couldn't make a phone call, Wang Yutian turned to Chen Ye and asked, "Chen Ye, what shall we do now? If the mobile phones are down, we still have the landline, right?" Chen Ye suggested. Moving toward a nearby convenience store at the bus station, he picked up the phone and dialed Peng Yan's number. "Hello, Auntie, this is Chen Ye." "Yes, we are still at the bus station. Here's the situation." "All right, I'll wait for you." As soon as Chen Ye hung up, Wang Yutian impatiently queried, "What did Comrade Peng say? Did she mention punishing me?" "Village head, at this moment, you should not be concerned about your title. Finding them is our priority." Chen Ye thought to himself, feeling utterly exasperated with Wang Yutian. Had he known how unreliable he was, he would have preferred to come alone. Wang Yutian, agitated and pacing like an ant on a hot stove, muttered incessantly, "It's over, it's over. The county is so vast, how will we find them? They are unfamiliar with this place. What if they get hungry? Village head, could you please stop pacing in front of me? Your movements are making my head spin." Chen Ye spoke with irritation, having just made a phone call to Peng Yan, where he briefly outlined the current situation. Given the time, it was reasonable to assume that Peng Yan had already reached out to the relevant county staff, and a response should be forthcoming shortly. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, the telephone rang. Without hesitation, Chen Ye answered the call. "Hello, Auntie, what's the matter? They haven't contacted the county staff?" "That's impossible. Don't they have their numbers?" "All right, I'll find a way. Don't worry, Auntie, I will definitely bring them back." He assured her, Yes, leave it to me. You can count on me." Beside him, Wang Yutian wore an expression akin to that of an impending apocalypse. Now placing all his hopes on Chen Ye, Chen Ye, you have so many clever ideas. You must have a solution, right? Think quickly. Don't rush me. I'm already figuring it out, Chen Ye replied impatiently. Pang Yin had informed him of the professor and his studentess details. The professor was Zhao Yoxin, 56 years old, and the student was Li Shui, 23 years old. Then think faster, Wang Yutian urged. Chen Ye shot him a glare. You're so noisy. How can I think? All right, I won't say a word. You think properly, Wang Yutian replied, promptly falling silent. Chen Ye pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. It was 4 o'clock. Zhao Yoxin and Li Shui had just disembarked. And they had only two likely destinations, either seeking the county government to have their staff contact the village committee of Bairuo, or, exhausted from their journey, heading straight to a hotel or inn. The former option seemed unlikely, as it would take only about 10 minutes to reach the county government after they had just arrived. If they were contacting the county government, Peng Yin would surely have received news by now. Thus, the only remaining possibility was that they had sought lodging at a hotel or inn. The only star-rated hotel in the county was Tianma Hotel, and there were only 3 reputable inns. If the two were indeed staying there, locating them should not be overly difficult. With this thought, Chen Ye promptly dialed Zhang Haiming. At that moment, Zhang Haiming was negotiating a supply order with a hotel owner in Xinyang City. Upon noticing Chen Ye's call, he quickly excused himself and stepped into the corridor to take the call. Hello, Chen Ye, what's up? Without engaging in pleasantries, Chen Ye went straight to the point. Haiming, I need your help. Could you ask your hotel's front desk to check if there are any guests named Zhao Yoxin and Li Shui? They would have checked in between 3:50 and 4:10. Zhang Haiming asked Chen Ye to hold for a moment, and he quickly called the hotel's front desk manager to inquire about the day's recent check-in records. After a while, Zhang Haiming called Chen Ye back. Chen Ye, I've had someone check. There are no guests by those names. All right, thank you for your trouble. They might have chosen an inn. I'll go look for them now. After hanging up, Chen Ye turned to Zhou Qian. Sister Zhou, I'm sorry, but I may need to trouble you to help us search for them. Zhou Qian smiled gently. No need to be so polite with me. Let us get in the car. Chen Ye responded affirmatively and promptly entered the vehicle. Upon seeing that both Chen Ye and Zhou Qian had boarded, Wang Yutian hurriedly followed suit. Zhang Yang leaned back in his seat, watching the seconds tick away on his phone, and sighed, Sister Zhou, let us first search the 3 inns in the county. If they are not there, we will certainly have our work cut out for us. Wang Yutian, now on high alert, immediately pressed Chen Ye for clarification. What do you mean by that? What kind of trouble are we in? It was already 4:30 p.m., and the 3 inns were scattered across different areas of the county. Even with a vehicle, it would take at least half an hour to reach each one. If they failed to locate them at these inns, it implied that they might very well be staying at one of the numerous small lodgings near the bus station. Though Qinghe County was not particularly large, the area surrounding the bus station housed over 100 small goose houses and family-run inns. After speaking, Chen Ye couldn't help but rub the acupoint on the bridge of his nose. If they were to search each place individually, it seemed they would have to spend the night in the county. Wang Yotian's heart sank upon hearing Chen Ye's explanation, and he exclaimed, What? What should we do? No way. I must rally the entire village to help search. Chen Ye interjected, Let us not make such a fuss. Besides, they are both adults, not children. Spending a night in an inn won't harm them. Wang Yutian shook his head vigorously, declaring, What do you mean, making a fuss? That shows the county leader's concern for our village. All right, I concede. Was I wrong? Chen Ye was truly at his wit's end with Wang Yutian, who had a knack for throwing accusations around and was incessantly nagging, more bothersome than a relentless monk. Zhou Qian, who was driving, noticed the exasperated look on Chen Ye's face and stifled a chuckle. A few minutes later, the car arrived at the entrance of Qiming Inn. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, Wang Yutian eagerly flung open the door and leapt out, resulting in an embarrassing tumble that sent nearby children into fits of laughter. What are you laughing at? Wang Yutian shouted in a mix of shame and anger, only to be met with playful retorts from the children. Enough, village chief, stop dawdling. We need to find them. Chen Ye sighed, realizing the truth behind the saying that one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like teammate. Now he comprehended its meaning all too well. Wang Yutian soon let go of his grievances with the children and followed Chen Ye into the inn. Upon reaching the front desk, Chen Ye inquired, Excuse me, has an elderly gentleman named Zhao Yoxin or a girl named Li Shui checked in here? The receptionist, observing the youthful Chen Ye and the rather rustic Wang Yutian, did not perceive them as threats, but was nonetheless hesitant, responding, Who are you? Why should I divulge any information to you? Zhou Qian approached with a warm smile, producing her press credentials. Greetings, I am a journalist. Here is my identification. I would like your assistance in checking whether these 2 individuals have checked in. as they are my interview subjects. Unfortunately, my phone is currently unreachable. Upon seeing the press card, the hotel reception immediately began to assist Zhou Qian in her inquiry. I'm sorry, but we have no record of either individual's check-in. Thank you. I must have remembered incorrectly, Zhou Qian replied, casting a glance at Chen Ye and Wang Yutian. The three then resumed their journey, heading to the remaining 2 hotels. Regrettably, neither of those establishments yielded any records of Zhao Youxin and Li Shui's stay. Upon exiting the hotel, Chen Ye gazed at the darkening sky, offering a rueful smile. It seems we are genuinely busy. This won't do. I think I should gather everyone in the village to expedite the search, Wang Yutian declared, preparing to find a public phone. At that moment, Chen Ye suddenly recalled someone who might be of assistance, which could potentially yield greater results with less effort. He quickly caught up to Wang Yutian and pressed down on his phone. Wang Yutian, already anxious, questioned, Chen Ye, what do you mean by this? Village head, I understand your urgency in finding them, but calling everyone will not be fruitful, Chen Ye explained. Noticing Wang Youtian's confusion, he continued. The villagers are unfamiliar with the county's layout, and with nightfall approaching, we risk missing the last transport back. Surely, you do not intend for all of us to accompany Professor Zhao to the inn? Realizing the validity of this reasoning, Wang Yutian inquired. What do you suggest we do then? Rest assured, I have a plan, Chen Ye replied, dialing Brother Dao to arrange for a few associates to bring sound equipment and microphones to assist in the search. Chen Ye, you are indeed full of clever ideas. Wang Yutian remarked upon seeing the group of ruffians arriving with the sound system and microphones. Once powered, the speakers blared at maximum volume, and Chen Ye instructed Wang Yutian to shout towards the cluster of inns. Feeling deeply moved, Wang Yutian believed Chen Ye was granting him an opportunity to rectify his earlier mistakes. With gratitude shining in his eyes, he called out, Professor Zhao, student Li, I am Wang Yutian, the village head of Bairua village. Observing Wang Yutian shouting with gusto, Chen Ye discreetly distanced himself, feigning unfamiliarity. Chapter 62. A dog more obedient than a police dog. Ultimately, Zhao Youxin and Li Shui were located, but not at the inn. They had gone to the inspection department. It turned out that upon their arrival, Zhao Youxin discovered that both his phone and wallet were missing, unable to find anyone waiting for them outside the station. He and Li Shui had no choice but to report the incident at the inspection department. By the time they returned to the village, it was already 7 p.m. At the banquet, Wang Yutian, eager to make amends for his earlier oversight, was exceedingly hospitable. Do not worry, Professor Zhao, during your stay in Bairua village. We will take care of all your needs. The cash is not substantial, but it contains my ID, driver's license, bank card, and other important documents. Replacing them would be quite troublesome, so it would be best to retrieve it. Zhao Youxin felt quite unfortunate. Just after stepping out, his wallet had been deftly stolen. This incident deepened his disdain for both the county town and the village, where the village chief was unreliable and thieves roamed freely, making it truly unworthy of lingering. Chen Ye took a sip of his drink and casually remarked, if it's merely about retrieving the documents, that should not pose a significant challenge. Zhao Youxin raised an eyebrow, but, upon observing Chen Ye, did not take it too seriously. Are you capable? They say those without facial hair are unreliable in their endeavors. Li Shui, who was closer to Chen Ye, glanced at him with curiosity upon hearing he had a solution, but she quickly shook her head. For Chen Ye appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, akin to a high school sophomore. How could he possibly have a solution? Especially considering that even the inspectors found such cases difficult to handle? Chen Ye did not overstate his confidence. Rest assured. I will help you look for it tomorrow when I have the time. Out of courtesy, Zhao Youxin replied, well, thank you. All right, I must return now. I still need to feed my pigs. I will bring you news from the county tomorrow. Just as Chen Ye was about to depart, he recalled something he had forgotten to mention. Professor Zhao, would it be possible for me to borrow your coat from today? Borrow your coat? Zhao Youxin asked suspiciously. Chen Ye nodded and smiled. Yes, borrowing your coat. Whether I can find your wallet and documents tomorrow depends entirely on it. Sitting nearby, Peng Yin immediately recalled the time when Peng Si was kidnapped by Wang Fong, and the inspectors were at a loss. It was Chen Ye, relying on a dog's keen sense of smell, who ultimately located Wang Fong and rescued Peng Si. Remembering this, Peng Yin turned to Zhao Youxin and said, Professor Zhao, you should trust Chen Ye. He will surely recover your documents. Zhao Youxin always found the villagers a bit peculiar. How could a mere coat lead to the recovery of a wallet? It seemed implausible. However, seeing the earnestness in Chen Ye's eyes, he felt he could not refuse. Very well, then I entrust everything to you, young classmate. Professor Zhao, you can just call me Chen Ye from now on. That is how everyone in the village addresses me. After taking Zhao Yoxin's coat, Chen Ye stepped outside, leaving Wang Youtian's home. Zhang Yang proceeded to the makeshift pig pen he had set up next to Su Ru's house. At that moment, the 17 little piglets in the pen were frolicking in the mud, occasionally nudging the earth with their snouts, creating a rather comical scene. Upon noticing Chen Ye's arrival, the piglets rushed to the fence, squealing incessantly. Fortunately, thanks to the assistance of his necklace, Chen Ye discerned that the piglets were quite hungry. He retrieved several large cabbages from the basket outside the pen and, wielding a knife, chopped them into pieces before tossing them all into the pig pen. As soon as the piglets caught sight of the food, they hurried over, and within moments, the cabbages had vanished into their bellies. They then lifted their heads, displaying their adorably pitiful expressions, which was utterly charming. It is often said that raising wild boars is costly, yet the village's vegetables are inexpensive. Otherwise, it would indeed be quite a challenge to maintain them. At this moment, Zhang Yang could not help but feel grateful to Wang Youtian. Although they had initially established a cooperative funding scheme at the village committee, the wild boars were confined within the pig pen of the village production team, with only Chen Ye receiving the 17 newly born piglets, which were euphemistically referred to as the seeds. Fortunately, Chen Ye possessed a necklace and did not dwell on this grievance. That very night, he fed the little piglets 2 drops of sweat, causing them to grow significantly. And paired with the mineral-rich spring water he had drawn from the cave, they no longer needed to suckle from the mother wild boar. Chen Ye had considered hastening the maturation of the piglets directly with the sweat, yet he feared a recurrence of the situation with Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Originally mere ordinary local dogs, these two had undergone genetic changes within the womb due to licking the sweat, and after consuming copious amounts of high-mineral spring water, combined with the substantial meat bones left over from Chen Ye's meals, they had grown to the size of large canids, resembling Caucasian shepherds. Consequently, the male dogs from neighboring villages would flee upon encountering Xiao He and Xiao Bai. It was for this reason that Chen Ye was cautious about administering too much sweat to the piglets. Should they grow disproportionately large and become ferocious? The potential for chaos in the village was unimaginable. As he pondered how best to nurture the wild boars, he was suddenly alerted by the barks of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Under the dim light of the pig pen, he spotted the approximately 1-meter-tall duo racing towards him, trailed closely by a dozen stray dogs. The 2 canine brothers had evidently established themselves as the leaders of this pack. Upon reaching Chen Ye, Xiao He and Xiao Bai nuzzled their heads against his legs affectionately. "Well done, Xiao Bai and Xiao He," he said, gently stroking their heads. The dogs promptly lay down, displaying an expression of utter contentment. Chen Ye squatted beside them and softly caressed their bellies, saying, "Xiao He, Xiao Bai, tomorrow you will accompany me to the county. Remember, do not bite indiscriminately and refrain from barking unnecessarily. Do you understand?" Xiao He and Xiao Bai seemed to comprehend, responding with a couple of understanding barks. "Oh, now I can rest easy," Chen Ye sighed with relief. After all, Xiao He and Xiao Bai had now grown into large canids, necessitating extra caution during outings. Moreover, the choice of transportation, such as a minibus or public bus, was evidently unsuitable, meaning he would need to trouble Zhou Qian once more. As he contemplated the transportation issue, Chen Ye suddenly recalled that Zhou Bo must have turned 18 and could now obtain a driver's license. Having a vehicle would surely facilitate future travel, alleviating the need to frequently borrow Zhou Qian's car. With this thought, he promptly dialed Zhou Qian. At that moment, Zhou Qian was in her room, applying a facial mask. Upon hearing her phone ring, she glanced at the screen, and upon recognizing Chen Ye's number, she immediately answered. "Chen Ye, what is the matter?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Ye replied, "Well, I was wondering if you were free tomorrow. I would like to request your company to the county." Zhou Qian mused. It seemed she was scheduled to interview in Jing village tomorrow. However, since Chen Ye had asked for her assistance, she acquiesced, saying, "All right. I will meet you at the village entrance at 9 tomorrow morning." "I truly appreciate it," he replied. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Ye concluded the call but did not immediately tuck his phone into his pocket. Instead, he called Zhou Bo. Zhou Bo was about to disrobe for a shower when the phone rang. Mistakenly believing it to be his girlfriend, he responded playfully, "Darling, you miss me this late?" Chen Ye, surprised by Zhou Bo's flamboyant remark, retorted, "All right, Zhou Bo, enough with the flirtation. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Upon realizing it was Chen Ye on the line, Zhou Bo's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly asked, "Chen Ye, why are you calling me so late?" Not wanting to embarrass Zhou Bo, Chen Ye explained, "Here's the thing. I'm planning to head to the county tomorrow, and I would like you to accompany me." Zhou Bo, momentarily perplexed, questioned, "What would I do in the county? I just returned a few days ago, and there are still many tasks to attend to in the village." Chen Ye smiled and elaborated, "I've been staying in the village, managing the pond and the mountain matters, so I can handle that. I thought you could take the opportunity to obtain your driver's license in the county. Once you have it, we can purchase a car, sparing us the hassle of making every trip to the county feel like a market rush. Upon hearing about the prospect of buying a car, Zhou Bo felt a surge of excitement, as he had longed to drive. Yet, a hint of concern shadowed his enthusiasm. Chen Ye, do we have enough funds for a car? Aren't you also supporting the wild boars? Building a pig pen and the associated costs, including feed and vaccines, will surely add up. Rest assured, Chen Ye reassured him, Hyaming's recent business ventures have been quite lucrative, and our share is substantial. Additionally, the durians sold to Fuxing and the crayfish to Tianma Hotel have allowed us to save a bit. We should have enough for a vehicle costing around 100,000. And in the future, as our earnings increase, we can acquire a luxury Mercedes or BMW to alternate between. Chen Ye urged Zhou Bo not to worry about the finances and to focus on obtaining his driver's license. Encouraged by Chen Ye's words, Zhou Bo did not decline. The following morning, after completing his morning routine and preparing a simple breakfast, Chen Ye stepped out with Xiao He and Xiao Bai. At that moment, Li Shui happened to be leaving Peng Yan's house. She had trouble adjusting to the unfamiliar bed and, as a result, had not slept well the previous night. Li Shui intended to jog around the village, both to familiarize herself with the surroundings and to exercise. However, upon seeing Chen Ye accompanied by the two large dogs, she was taken aback, as dogs had always been her greatest fear since childhood, especially the sizable Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Good morning. Chen Ye greeted her naturally as he approached. Yet, he had forgotten that Xiao He and Xiao Bai had followed him, occasionally sniffing around Li Shui, which startled her, causing her to scream. I apologize. I did not realize you were afraid of dogs, Chen Ye said, raising his hand as if to reprimand Xiao He and Xiao Bai theatrically. After being scolded, Xiao He and Xiao Bai hung their heads low, too timid to lift them, resembling children who had committed a misdeed. Li Shui, I have already disciplined them. Rest assured, they will not bite you, Chen Ye assured, as he playfully patted the heads of the two dogs, who seemed to revel in the attention, rolling joyfully on the ground. They truly won't bite? Li Shui inquired tentatively. You need not worry, they will definitely not harm you. I guarantee it. If you don't believe me, feel free to touch them, Chen Ye replied, confident that Xiao He and Xiao Bai would not act out of turn under his command. However, he acknowledged that they could still be of assistance in the face of danger. Li Shui, clutching her chest, felt a flush of warmth on her face and cautiously reached out to stroke Xiao Bai. Indeed, Xiao Bai lay on the ground, curiously gazing at her. Encouraged, she mustered her courage to caress him again, and a look of pleasure spread across Xiao Bai's face. Rest assured, my dogs are quite intelligent. With a little communication, they will be even more obedient than police dogs. Chapter 63. Xiao He and Xiao Bai capture a thief after playfully engaging with Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Li Shui discovered they were indeed obedient. They followed her commands with remarkable ease, lying down when told and jumping on cue, an undeniable source of amusement. Although Li Shui enjoyed her time with the dogs, Chen Ye reminded her, sisterly, it's getting late. We must head to the county. Li Shui's face brightened upon hearing this, and she quickly replied, could you possibly wait for me? I need to grab my wallet. Chen Ye inquired, are you planning to shop in the county? Yes, she replied, I want to buy some essential items, such as aromatherapy products and a new set of bed linens. As she spoke, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing her fastidiousness. Although the bedding provided by Peng Yan was impeccably clean and scarcely used, she could not shake the feeling that it carried an unpleasant odor. All right, we will wait for you at the village entrance, Chen Ye said, understanding that Li Shui was a typical city dweller with particular tastes, which did not surprise him. Thank you so much, Li Shui said before hastily making her way to Peng Yan's room. Zhou Bo observed her. Although she was beautiful with skin as delicate as lotus roots, he mused that her particularities might be a challenge if she were to become his girlfriend. Chen Ye, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts and led the dogs to the village entrance. There, Zhou Qian had already parked her car and, upon spotting Chen Ye and Zhou Bo approaching, greeted them enthusiastically. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, go say hello to Sister Qian, Chen Ye encouraged, giving the dogs a gentle pat on their backs. Xiao He and Xiao Bai scampered over to Zhou Qian, nuzzling against her legs in a display of affection. Zhou Qian, who had a fondness for animals, recognized immediately that these were common rural dogs, yet she was intrigued by their size, which seemed unusually large for their breed. Chen Ye, how do you take care of your dogs? They are quite big, she asked curiously. Perhaps it's due to their good diet, Chen Ye chuckled, knowing he could not disclose the true reason behind their impressive stature. Ah, indeed, your dog indulges daily in crayfish and meaty bones, which is quite extraordinary. Zhou Qian, unaware of Chen Ye's connection with Huang Mao, assumed he simply had an affection for dogs, feeding them either crayfish or ribs. A diet that surpasses that of the average person. Preferring not to dwell on the matter of dogs, Chen Ye deftly shifted the conversation. Sister Zhou, do you know anyone at the driving school in the county? Zhou Qian, intrigued, inquired, a driving school? What's the matter? Are you looking to learn how to drive? But aren't you a bit young for that? Before Chen Ye could respond, Zhou Bo, scratching his head, chimed in, Sister Zhou. It's me who wants to learn to drive. Oh, I see. Zhou Qian nodded, then retrieved her phone, locating a number. Take note of this number. The person's surname is Hu Jun, a friend of my father's. He currently runs a driving school in the county. I got my license with his assistance. If you attend training daily, you could obtain your license in about 3 weeks. Thank you so much, Sister Zhou, Chen Ye replied, his heart lifting. He sought Zhou Qian's help rather than approaching someone unfamiliar, as the driving school could be quite murky. Training with strangers often led to prolonged sessions and potential reprimands. Not long after Zhou Bo jotted down the number, Li Shui arrived. At that moment, Li Shui bore a light touch of makeup and donned a pristine white dress. Her legs adorned with crystal stockings, resembling a young lady from a wealthy family. Noticing Chen Ye's gaze upon her, her charming face flushed slightly as she approached. Zhou Qian, good morning, Sister Zhou. Li Shui, I didn't expect you to look so beautiful. You could easily participate in a beauty pageant. Zhou Qian genuinely praised, and it was no exaggeration. Li Shui's elegance and unique beauty were truly striking, complemented by her slender figure. Sister, you flatter me. I lack such talent, Li Shui responded with modesty, lowering her gaze. Observing their mutual compliments, Chen Ye interjected, all right. Sister Zhou, Li Shui, shall we set off? Yes, I'll open the trunk first, Zhou Qian replied, proceeding to the back of the car to unlock it. Inside the trunk, there were few items, just a box of mineral water and some miscellaneous small objects. After tidying up the trunk, Chen Ye instructed Xiao Bai to enter the car, followed closely by Xiao Bai. Once both dogs were settled, Chen Ye admonished, be good up there, and don't move around. Xiao He and Xiao Bai barked in acknowledgement, indicating their understanding. Witnessing the dog's obedience and intelligence, Zhou Qian felt a twinge of envy. Her own Samoyed, while lively and adorable, lacked such compliance. Given Xiao He and Xiao Bai's substantial size, their legs had to protrude from the vehicle, and their heads occasionally peered outside. Particularly upon reaching the county, the two dogs, having never encountered such sights, were filled with curiosity. Were it not for Chen Ye's prior caution against wandering, the myriad of intriguing stimuli would have been an irresistible temptation for them, given their mere few months of life. After the car halted at the bus station, Chen Ye stepped out, feeling somewhat embarrassed to see Zhou Qian accompanying him. Sister Zhou, if you have matters to attend to, please don't hesitate to go about your business. You've been an immense help these past days. Indeed, I have a few things to take care of, Zhou Qian replied, before inquiring about Chen Ye's return time. After contemplating, Chen Ye realized he needed to take 2 dogs to search for a wallet. While Zhou Bo had to enroll at the driving school and accompany Li Shui shopping, it was evident he would not return until afternoon. So he arranged to meet Zhou Qian around 4 in the afternoon. Once Zhou Qian drove away, Chen Ye turned to Zhou Bo and said, Zhou Bo, you go ahead with Li Shui to register at the driving school, and we can shop together later. We'll have lunch at Fuguwei restaurant. All right, I'll head off now, Zhou Bo replied, taking Li Shui with him in a taxi. With them gone, Chen Ye retrieved Zhao Yoxin's jacket, instructing Xiao He and Xiao Bai to sniff it. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, find something with this scent around the bus station. He believed that after a thief stole a wallet, they would typically seek a secluded spot to retrieve the money and subsequently discard the wallet in an overlooked corner. Xiao He and Xiao Bai sniffed intently, and after a couple of barks, began searching the vicinity of the station. However, trouble soon ensued. Many bystanders, startled by the large and collarless dogs, began to steer clear, some even calling the authorities to report the dogs. Although Chen Ye anticipated such a situation, he felt powerless. The only option was to purchase collars for both dogs at a nearby convenience store. Fortunately, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were obedient and did not resist when he placed the collars on them. With the dogs now leashed, passers-by felt a bit more at ease, yet still maintained their distance. As Chen Ye walked with Xiao He and Xiao Bai around the bus station, the dogs suddenly tugged him forward. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, have you found something? Chen Ye felt relieved to see their eagerness, for despite their size, they were merely a few months old. After barking excitedly, Xiao He and Xiao Bai led him into a narrow alleyway. This alley was somewhat secluded, littered with refuse, and rarely frequented by people. At this point, Chen Ye loosened the leash, allowing the dogs to explore on their own. Xiao He and Xiao Bai quickly pounced upon a pile of debris, fervently sniffing. A moment later, Xiao He barked triumphantly, Chen Ye's heart leapt with joy as he rushed over, clearing away several pieces of discarded furniture. Xiao He then burrowed into the heap and soon emerged with a brown crocodile skin wallet, which he proudly presented to Chen Ye. "Well done, Xiao He," Chen Ye exclaimed. Upon opening the wallet, he indeed found Zhao Yoxin's identification card and a bank card bearing her name on the reverse, though regrettably, all the cash was gone, even down to the smallest coins. Just as Chen Ye prepared to leave, Xiao Bai emerged with another wallet in his mouth. This is a pink wallet, unmistakably belonging to a young girl. Out of curiosity, Chen Ye opened the wallet, revealing a large photo of a girl alongside a family portrait. The girl, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, wore a distinctive school uniform. When she smiled, her eyes formed crescent moons, and her dimples added to her charm, making her look incredibly captivating. Unfortunately, aside from the large photo, there was no information regarding her identity within the wallet. Chen Ye initially considered discarding it, but upon reflection, decided to keep it, as they attended the same school. Perhaps he could return it to her if the opportunity arose. Just as Chen Ye prepared to leave with the black and white dogs, he heard a commotion of scattered footsteps approaching. "Black Cat, you've scored quite a haul today. Yesterday, you swiped a wealthy old man, and today, you've nabbed a rich lady. Don't mention it." That old man looked rather respectable, but his wallet contained less than 1,000 yuan. Thankfully, his phone was relatively new, which I managed to sell for 800 yuan. Let us see how much this rich lady has. Why the rush? We'll check it out in a safe place. What are you afraid of? Besides us, who else comes here? True, let me take a look. This time we've struck gold. There's over 3,000 yuan in cash, far better than that old man yesterday. As the two thieves conversed, they approached Chen Ye. He had overheard their entire exchange, and it was evident that the old man they referred to was Zhao Yoxin. Realizing he could not let them escape, Chen Ye commanded Black and White, "Get ready to tackle them." Before Chen Ye could finish, the two thieves arrogantly interjected, "Hey, who do you think you are? Do you understand the rules? This is our territory, so scram." Chen Ye coldly snorted and shouted, "Black, White, go after them." Upon hearing this, the two dogs dashed toward the thieves. The latter, witnessing two large dogs charging at them, were struck with fear and attempted to flee in different directions. However, they were no match for Black and White. A scream pierced the air as one thief felt Black's bite on his rear, while the other tried to kick White, only to have his shoe seized by White, who dragged him back to Chen Ye. Addressing the captured thief, Chen Ye commanded, "Take me to the place where you sold the phone yesterday." The thief, taken aback, feigned ignorance. "What phone? I don't know anything." Seeing the thief's dishonest demeanor, Chen Ye threatened, still unwilling to speak. "Then White bite him." Although White was unaware of what bite him meant, he barked menacingly at the thief, preparing to pounce. The thief, realizing the severity of the situation, clung to Chen Ye's leg, pleading, "Brother, I was wrong. I stole it. I'll take you there right now." Chapter 64. A reunion with Wu Sheng while shopping. Li Shui and Zhou Bo were startled upon hearing that Chen Ye had apprehended a thief. When they arrived at the bus station, they indeed saw Chen Ye standing there, flanked by his fierce-looking dogs, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, who were glaring at the two thieves. As Li Shui approached, Chen Ye handed her the wallet. Upon inspecting the wallet and its contents, a smile blossomed on her face. "Chen Ye, I cannot thank you enough. The teacher will surely be delighted to hear this." Chen Ye chuckled and replied, "The matter is not yet concluded. We still need to recover Professor Zhao's phone and take this thief to the inspection department." Li Shui's expression was one of astonishment. After all, retrieving the documents was already a significant achievement, and the prospect of recovering the phone and cash seemed daunting. "Can we really find the phone?" "Of course. Just ask them if it can be recovered." As Chen Ye spoke, he shot a knowing glance at Xiao He and Xiao Bai. The dogs promptly barked at the two thieves, who, frightened, quickly nodded in submission. "Big brother, rest assured. We will return the phone and the money to you." Recalling how the two thieves had been so terrified that they nearly soiled themselves, Chen Ye couldn't help but laugh. "Now you can relax. With Xiao He and Xiao Bai around, even if you gave them 10 more lives, they wouldn't dare to be cunning. Big brother is right. We absolutely won't play tricks." The two thieves, already trembling with fear from the dogs, now desperately wished to be apprehended by the inspectors. Even a 10 to 15-day confinement seemed preferable to being under the watchful eyes of the dogs. "All right, lead the way. If we don't find the phone today, you'll owe me a rather significant debt," Chen Ye said, giving Xiao Bai a gentle pat on the head. Xiao Bai obediently barked several times at the thief known as Black Cat, who trembled at the sound, nearly unable to move. They proceeded towards the old goods market within the county town, and just as they reached the entrance, a brand new black Volkswagen pulled up. The person stepping out was none other than Wu Sheng, who owned a clothing store in the county's department store. Wu Sheng had a vivid impression of Chen Ye, and upon spotting him, he immediately approached with a friendly greeting. "Little Chen, long time no see." A smile spread across Chen Ye's face as he replied, "Indeed, Boss Wu. It has been a while." Wu Sheng chuckled, his curiosity piqued. "What brings you here today?" In his mind, Chen Ye and Zhou Bo, who could afford a suit costing over 3,000 yuan, were certainly from a well-off family, while the items in this old goods market were relatively inexpensive. Chen Ye had no intention of concealing the truth and candidly explained, "Boss Wu, the situation is as follows. My friend's belongings were stolen, and today I managed to catch the thief. I'm planning to have them return the phone they sold here. Oh, it appears that I am in a similar predicament. My sister-in-law just arrived from the provincial capital today to visit her sister. However, as soon as she disembarked, her wallet and phone were stolen. I intended to see if I could reclaim the stolen phone and bag, considering both are branded items, and the phone contains her friend's contact information." Upon hearing Wu Sheng's account, Chen Ye recalled something and inquired, "Was it stolen at the bus station?" "Indeed. Those unfamiliar with our county's bus station are often unaware of the numerous thieves lurking there, thus they remain unguarded." As Wu Sheng spoke, he offered a cigarette to Chen Ye and Zhou Bo. Chen Ye declined, but Zhou Bo graciously accepted and took a puff. Chen Ye grew more certain and asked, "Is your sister-in-law named Lu Mei?" Wu Sheng was somewhat astonished. "Yes. How did you know?" Chen Ye continued, "Does she also possess an LV bag and an iPhone?" "Brother Chen, you truly are remarkable. There is no need for you to search, for these items are right here." With a subtle smile, Chen Ye handed Wu Sheng the LV bag that had previously been pilfered by the black cat. Upon opening the bag, Wu Sheng indeed found the wallet, phone, and some of his sister-in-law's identification. "Thank you, Chen Ye. Without your assistance, I would have returned empty-handed, and my wife would surely have lectured me." Chen Ye waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for thanks. We all know each other. You should call home now and verify if anything is missing." "All right. Let me check." After expressing his gratitude multiple times, Wu Sheng picked up the phone and dialed home. After a thorough verification, not only were the items in the bag accounted for, but the cash in the wallet was also intact. This made Wu Sheng regard Chen Ye with newfound respect. After all, the LV bag alone was worth over 30,000, and combined with the cash and iPhone, the total exceeded 40,000. Chen Ye, however, had no intention of pocketing any of it, which is exceedingly rare in today's society. "All right, Boss Wu, please secure your belongings. Later, you must accompany me to the police station to hand those two over to the inspector." Although Chen Ye had an affinity for money, he understood that a gentleman appreciates wealth acquired through rightful means, and he held no desire for ill-gotten gains. Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng immediately nodded in understanding. "Brother Chen, you have provided me with such significant assistance today. I insist on treating you to a meal. You must honor me with your presence." Chen Ye pondered for a moment, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to foster a relationship with Wu Sheng, and thus he did not decline. "Then I shall not be polite." In the ensuing time, Chen Ye, accompanied by the two thieves, Zhou Bo and Li Shui, entered the second-hand market. The market boasted 3 floors, the first dedicated to furniture, the second to clothing and leather goods, and the third to electronics. Upon ascending to the 3rd floor, they approached a sizable store in Area A, approximately 3 times the size of the other shops. According to the two thieves, the proprietor of this establishment specialized in handling stolen goods. Any stolen laptops, phones, televisions, and other electronics could be sold here for cash. "May I ask if you are looking to buy or sell?" The electronics shop owner recognized the two thieves, but was unfamiliar with Chen Ye and his companions, especially Li Shui, who clearly did not appear to be a local. "Hello, boss. I wish to reclaim the mobile phone that they sold to you yesterday. Here is 800 yuan. Chen Ye finished speaking and took out the money, counting out 8 crisp bills. Upon hearing Chen Ye's intention to retrieve the phone, the owner of the illicit electronics shop extended his hand, raising 3 fingers, 3,000 yuan. Anything less is non-negotiable. The two thieves, upon hearing this, were immediately incensed. "Did you not give us only 800 yesterday? Why demand 3,000 today?" The shop owner glanced disdainfully at the two thieves and asserted, "The item is now mine, and if you wish to purchase it, you must adhere to my pricing. Besides, this phone was recently released, and the market price is around 4,200. Charging you 3,000 is already a generous discount. Are you certain you will not buy it? You would do well to avoid regret." Feigning curiosity, Chen Ye discreetly activated the recording function on his phone. The shop owner, seasoned from years in the second-hand market, had encountered all types of individuals. He was not intimidated by the threats of a mere youth. He scoffed and replied, 3,000 is 3,000, not a single cent less. You would be wise to inquire around. I, Jean Laosan, have never been afraid of anyone in this area. With a smile, Chen Ye inquired, so, Jean Laosan, are you aware that this item is stolen property? Jean Laosan dismissed the notion, stating, stolen property? And what of it? Once it enters my shop, it is clean merchandise. Well, since you acknowledge it is stolen and still assist the thieves in selling it, I shall report this to the authorities, Chen Ye declared, pulling out his phone to dial the police. Upon realizing Chen Ye's resolve to call the police, Jean Laosan felt a jolt of fear, but he could not afford to lose face and feigned aggression. Little brother, feel free to report me. I make my living this way. What have I not seen? Just do not come crying to me later, begging for mercy. As he spoke, Jean Laosan retrieved his own phone, preparing to summon reinforcements. Meanwhile, Wu Sheng, who had been waiting outside for Chen Ye, decided to check on him after noticing their prolonged absence. Upon entering, he found Chen Ye in a heated argument with Jean Laosan. Leaning in to listen, he chuckled coldly. Indeed, Jean Laosan, you have seen it all. Wu Ge, what brings you here? Jean Laosan stammered upon seeing Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, replied, do not concern yourself with how I arrived. Today, you will return this item to my friend, and we shall consider the matter settled. Should you choose to be uncooperative, you must surely understand my purpose for being here. At that moment, a group of over a dozen thugs armed with clubs entered the shop, greeting Jean Laosan. 3 Go, is it these kids? Very well, Jean Laosan, seeking assistance? Wu Sheng sneered. Brother Wu, you misunderstand. These individuals are not with me, Jean Laosan said, his heart racing. Although Wu Sheng had turned his life around and no longer associated with the underworld of Qinghe County, his past reputation was formidable. Everyone spoke highly of him. And even the most esteemed figures in the county, like Dao Gu, addressed him with respect. Chen Ye evidently had a close relationship with Wu Sheng, for otherwise, Wu Sheng would not have come to his aid. Today, you may return the items to my friend, and we shall consider the matter resolved. As for the inspector's affairs, you must clarify things with him. At most, it will result in a brief detention and a fine. Do not put me in a difficult position. After Wu Sheng concluded his statement, he handed Zhao Yoxin's phone to Chen Ye. Brother Chen, please take good care of this. I shall handle the remaining matters. Thank you. Boss Wu, Chen Ye replied. Initially, he had intended to teach Jean Laosan a lesson, but upon reflection, he realized that had it not been for Wu Sheng's timely intervention, a confrontation would likely have ensued. Although he could manage the ruffians alone, it would have been challenging. Besides, with Li Shui by his side, the thought of her getting hurt was unbearable. Upon returning to the village, Wang Yutian would undoubtedly berate him. Brother Chen, you need not stand on ceremony. I am the one who should express gratitude. Were it not for you, I would have faced quite a bit of difficulty today, Wu Sheng remarked, signaling Jean Laosan to disperse the group of thugs. After bidding farewell to Wu Sheng, Chen Ye continued to accompany Li Shui in shopping at the department store. Li Shui appeared to have numerous items on her wish list. In addition to the daily necessities she mentioned, she also sought various decorative items that Chen Ye deemed impractical, such as wall hangings, oil paintings, and wind chimes, none of which served any purpose other than decoration, were inedible, took up space, and were rather expensive. Fortunately, at 4 o'clock, Zhou Qian's phone call prompted Li Shui to reluctantly depart from the department store. Chapter 65. The value of Zhao Yoxin. When Chen Ye retrieved Zhao Yoxin's lost wallet and phone, Zhao Yoxin could scarcely believe it. However, upon learning that Chen Ye had also apprehended the thief, his perception of Chen Ye transformed significantly. This young man is quite remarkable. In the subsequent days, Zhao Yoxin and Li Shui commenced their formal studies and work in Bairua village. The initial days were spent with Wang Yutian guiding them around the village's breeding farms and ponds, imparting agricultural and aquaculture techniques. Li Shui listened attentively, occasionally jotting down notes. However, it was not long before Zhao Yoxin grew dissatisfied with the village chief's incessant chatter and politely declined his company. One morning, Wang Yutian unexpectedly approached Chen Ye in the pigsty, where Chen Ye was engaged in chopping vegetables for feeding the pigs. Wang Yutian rubbed his hands together and leaned in to ask, Chen Ye, are you free this afternoon? Yes, I am free. What is the matter? Chen Ye inquired, setting down his knife and turning to face him. Wang Yotian's face brightened as he replied, if you're available, I would like you to accompany me to the county town this afternoon. We need to purchase a few computers and set up broadband. Chen Ye shook his head incredulously. By computers? What for? You can't even play a simple game. Wang Yutian, unfazed, explained, ever since you helped me find Professor Zhao and recover his wallet and phone, I've come to regard you differently. With Professor Zhao now in the village, I thought it prudent to provide them with a computer. Village chief, if you have such idle funds, why not repair the roads in our village or purchase a couple more water pumps? Why waste it on things that serve no purpose? Chen Ye shook his head. His sentiments towards Zhao Youxin and Li Shui were not entirely negative, yet he harbored little affection for them, particularly due to Li Shui's somewhat spoiled demeanor, which further marred his impression of her. He could not comprehend what motivated her and Zhao Youxin to forsake a reputable agricultural research institute in the city for their impoverished rural area. Wang Yutian, having a request to make, adopted a friendly demeanor. Rest assured, we will indeed purchase the water pumps and repair the roads. Very well. Then let South prioritize the road repairs. The investment you secured for the village should still leave us with a few thousand. I will contribute an additional 20,000 to ensure we complete the roadwork in our village. Chen Ye was eager to see the roads repaired because, during each delivery, the trucks often got stuck in the potholes, causing significant delays. Furthermore, as Zhou Bo had just obtained his driver's license and was eager to buy a small vehicle, the poor road conditions would inevitably lead to damage upon entry into the village. My plan is to acquire the computers first, and then build a greenhouse for Professor Zhao and his team, followed by constructing a building, Wang Yutian said, but as soon as Chen Ye began to leave, he hurried after him. Village chief, if you have this extra money, why not invest in repairing our village's primary school instead? Why the greenhouse and building? You seem to have too much time on your hands, Chen Ye retorted with irritation. That's not how it should be viewed. Look, since Professor Zhao arrived, he has resolved numerous issues for our village. For instance, when other villages were plagued by pests, he addressed it swiftly. Furthermore, when Wang Ergu's mushrooms fell ill, it was Professor Zhao who, with just a glance, identified the root of the problem. Wang Yutian continued to extol Zhao Youxin's virtues, ultimately motivated by the desire to keep him from leaving. Chen Ye understood the implication behind Wang Yutian's words. He aimed to cater to Zhao Youxin and Li Shui so that they would be reluctant to depart, thus ensuring the village's issues would be resolved, leading to stable grain production and increased livestock income, a win-win situation. However, Chen Ye remained skeptical. Village chief, allow me to say something you may not wish to hear. Wang Yutian chuckled, responding, no worries, please speak freely. Honest words may be hard to hear. Chen Ye scratched his head, then carefully articulated his thoughts. Village chief, may I first inquire how much money our village can muster? Wang Yutian paused, then replied, recently, our expenses have been considerable, leaving us with just over 40,000. Chen Ye exhaled deeply and patted Wang Yutian on the shoulder. While computers are relatively inexpensive now, 2 units would still amount to at least 6,000. Adding the cost of broadband brings the total to 7,000. If you're planning to construct a greenhouse for Professor Zhao's experiments, that type of greenhouse is not simply a matter of throwing up a plastic sheet. I've heard it will cost at least 20,000. The remaining funds of over 10,000 would be needed for the building. If our village requires more funds in the future, where will we procure them? Wang Yutian was momentarily taken aback, intending to discuss attracting investment. However, Zhou Yongchang was no philanthropist. He had only invested several 100,000 in by Ruo village out of regard for Zhou Qian, initiating mushroom cultivation, eel farming, and fruit tree planting. Chen Ye, observing Wang Youtian's expression, sighed, I told you so. Our village's modest temple cannot accommodate a figure as grand as Professor Zhao. He is merely here to teach students and cannot remain here indefinitely. Instead of expending efforts on him, we should contemplate how to extract greater value from his presence. What value? Wang Yutian inquired, becoming intrigued. The entire village was aware that although Chen Ye was young, his mind brimmed with ideas, and he not only dared to dream, but also to act. Noticing Wang Youtian's confusion, Chen Ye clarified, isn't Professor Zhao a professor at the agricultural university in the city? Wang Yutian remained perplexed. Yes, but how is that related to value? Chen Ye placed a hand on his shoulder and led him to the pig pen, saying, if you were buying pigs, would you purchase mine or those raised by Professor Zhao? Of course, I would buy the ones raised by Professor Zhao. Is that even a question? Wang Yutian exclaimed, a sudden realization illuminating his mind as he turned to Chen Ye, who was smiling at him. Have you figured it out? Chen Ye's face radiated with satisfaction. Wang Yutian nodded. Chen Ye, I understand now. You mean for Professor Zhao to help us raise wild boars? Hey, where are you going? Chen Ye retorted. Village chief, forget what I just said. You need to contemplate it yourself. Chen Ye initially believed Wang Yutian had come to a realization, only to discover that discussing such matters with him was akin to playing music to a cow. Wang Yutian hurried after Chen Ye, stopping him. Chen Ye, hold on. You know the village chief sometimes doesn't think as far ahead as you do. Please explain. Chen Ye halted, exasperated. Village chief, are you truly confused or merely pretending? Professor Zhao in our village is equivalent to a living advertisement. Which nearby villages, such as Baisha, Xiajing, or Yangshan, have a professor? Upon hearing this, Wang Yutian finally grasped the implication. You mean we should promote Professor Zhao's presence in our village? At last, you've come to your senses, Chen Ye exclaimed, patting Wang Yutian on the shoulder. Village chief, this is an opportunity for Bairuo village. Previously, those who came to collect grain and vegetables always cited our village's poor land and scarce water as reasons. Now that we have Professor Zhao, you can leverage his presence to counter those shortcomings, eliminating the excuses used by vegetable and grain traders to undervalue our produce. This will enhance everyone's income. That makes sense. Wang Yutian nodded, acknowledging Chen Ye's insight. He realized that Bairuo village had consistently been categorized as one of the impoverished villages in the county primarily due to the summer droughts that adversely affected crop yields, allowing traders to exploit this situation to offer lower prices, resulting in Bairuo village's produce being valued significantly less than that of neighboring villages. As for the remaining sum of over 40,000 yuan, let us postpone the road repairs for now and focus on properly rehabilitating the village's irrigation channels. Furthermore, we should drill a few more wells and acquire additional water pumps to address the water scarcity issue that plagues the village during the summer months. Just as Chen Ye finished speaking, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it was a call from Wu Sheng. After a brief pause, he answered, "Boss Wu, what can I do for you?" On the other end, Wu Sheng inquired, "Brother Chen, are you free for lunch today? I would like to treat you to a meal. Firstly, to express my gratitude for your assistance last time, and secondly, to discuss a matter." Discuss a matter? Chen Ye hesitated momentarily, but ultimately consented. Hearing his agreement, Wu Sheng replied, "All right, where are you now? I'll come pick you up. I'm in the village." "I think I'll just drive over myself," Chen Ye suggested, preferring to avoid the inconvenience. Although the county seat was not too far from the village, the round trip would take 2 to 3 hours, so it was more efficient to make the journey independently. "Very well, I will wait for you at Fuguwei Building," Wu Sheng concluded before hanging up. By the time Chen Ye arrived at Fuguwei Building, it was already 12:40. Upon entering, the restaurant owner, Zhen Fuguwei, greeted him warmly. "Young Chen, what brings you here alone today?" Surprised by Zhen Fuguwei's friendly approach, Chen Ye recalled that it was likely due to his connections with Zhou Bo and Brother Dao, as well as his amicable relationship with Zhou Yongchang. He responded, "Boss Wu invited me." Upon hearing that Chen Ye was a friend of Wu Sheng, Zhen Fuguwei's demeanor became even more respectful. "Oh, you are the one waiting for Wu Gu. He is in room 203, eagerly anticipating your arrival to serve the dishes." Observing Zhen Fuguwei's behavior, along with Jin Laosan's previous attitude towards Wu Sheng, Chen Ye became increasingly convinced that Wu Sheng was far from the ordinary individual he had initially perceived. Ascending the stairs and entering the private room 203, Wu Sheng stood up and graciously pulled out a chair for Chen Ye, then introduced him. "This is Mr. Qin from Qinhanqing in the provincial capital, and this is Mr. Hu from Xinjiang City." "Old Hu, old Qin, this is the Chen Ye I mentioned to you." After exchanging pleasantries with Qin and Hu, Chen Ye took a seat. Shortly after, Wu Sheng poured a couple of drinks for everyone, and Hu Zhouquan directly addressed the purpose of their gathering. "Brother Chen, I heard from old Wu that Professor Zhao is currently in your village." After taking a bite of his meal, Chen Ye did not deny it. "Indeed, Professor Zhao is in our village." Hu Zhouquan continued, "Would you be interested in having your village assist in cultivating wild vegetables? Of course, we can negotiate the price." "Wild vegetables? What is the purpose of cultivating them?" Chen Ye was somewhat perplexed. While there had indeed been a trend in the city for consuming wild vegetables in recent years, it was still not widespread. "It is like this. We have a list for you to consider," Hu Zhouquan said, handing over the list of wild vegetables to Chen Ye. Upon glancing at the list, Chen Ye noted various wild vegetables such as dandelion and bitter lettuce, among many others, over 30 types in total, some of which he was not even familiar with. "Dear Brother Chen, the situation is as follows. We are all engaged in international trade, and recently, there has been a significant demand for certain vegetables from Japan and Korea. Professor Zhao has conducted extensive research on wild vegetables, and I hope you could assist us by having him improve the seeds. Of course, we would not ask for your help without offering something in return." With that, Qin Haching pushed a prepared box towards Chen Ye. Chapter 66. Professor Zhao is missing. Upon opening the box, Chen Ye was greeted by a stack of vibrant red banknotes, which he estimated to be at least 100,000. "Dear Brother Chen, this is merely a token of our appreciation. Should you help us finalize this matter, we would be willing to offer you an additional sum," Hu Zhouquan added, gesturing with his palm, indicating 500,000. Chen Ye was taken aback by the value placed on these wild vegetables, and he had not anticipated that Zhao Yoxin was regarded as such a valuable asset by Qin Hansheng and Hu Zhouquan. Noticing the look of confusion on Chen Ye's face, Qin Hansheng hastened to clarify, "Brother Chen, since we are seeking your assistance, let me be forthright. The truth is that Japan and Korea have placed great emphasis on the health benefits of wild vegetables in recent years, many of which possess anti-cancer properties, proving to be far healthier and more nutritious than pharmaceuticals. Consequently, there is an immense demand for these vegetables in restaurants and large dining establishments in both countries. However, Japan and Korea are relatively small nations, unlike our vast homeland, making it exceedingly difficult to source many wild vegetables. Even when they are found, the suitable soil for cultivation is hard to come by. Professor Zhao Yoxin is indeed an authoritative expert in soil-less cultivation and seed optimization, having published numerous valuable papers. Many large companies have extended lucrative job offers to him, yet he remains devoted to education, dismissing these opportunities. I see, Chen Ye nodded. Now understanding why Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan were so quick to offer 100,000, and why they were willing to provide an additional 500,000. If it were indeed possible to adjust the soil dependency of certain wild vegetable seeds, large-scale cultivation would become feasible, leading to unimaginable profits. Hu Zhouquan took a sip of wine and, with a hint of resignation, said, "Brother Chen, all we need is your willingness to help. Whether it succeeds or fails, do not burden yourself with it. Professor Zhao has a rather particular temperament. We were once chased away with a broom when we brought him gifts. Very well. I shall lend my assistance. However, you should take back this money. You are friends of Boss Wu, and thus, friends of mine, and I will speak on your behalf." Chen Ye replied, pushing the box back towards them. Seeing Chen Ye's refusal to accept the money, Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan turned to Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng smiled knowingly. From Chen Ye's earlier interactions, he recognized that Chen Ye was not the type to be swayed by small gains. Such a person would surely rise above mediocrity and achieve remarkable heights in the future. However, this time, Wu Sheng did not intend to let Chen Ye evade the matter. Instead, he pushed the box of money back in front of him. "Little Chen, this money holds no significance. Please do not be polite. Consider it a small gift between friends. If you refuse even this token, how can everyone request your assistance in the future?" After speaking, Wu Sheng winked knowingly at Chen Ye. Upon seeing the glint in Wu Sheng's eyes, Chen Ye hesitated for a moment before accepting the money, saying, "Rest assured. My two elder brothers, I will do my utmost to assist." With Chen Ye finally accepting the money, Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan felt relieved. In the following moments, the four of them continued to toast, the bottles of Maodai flowing freely. As the cups emptied, their conversation became increasingly harmonious, embodying the sentiment that 1,000 cups are but few when drinking with a kindred spirit. After the meal, Chen Ye, feeling a bit lightheaded, descended the stairs with Wu Sheng by his side. Having shared heartfelt conversations at the table, he had grown familiar with Wu Sheng and thus addressed him differently. "Wu Ge, you need not see me off. I can return by myself. Little brother, in your current state, how could I allow you to go back alone? If word gets out, how would I, Wu Sheng, hold my head high?" Wu Sheng's words were slightly slurred, yet his mind remained relatively clear. He then took out his phone and called his wife, assuring her that he would return home that night after seeing a friend off. Subsequently, he called for a driver. Before long, another taxi arrived at the entrance of the Fugwa building. The driver stepped out and greeted Wu Sheng. "Wu Ge, how did you drink so much? If your wife sees this, she'll surely have something to say." Wu Sheng chuckled, then playfully draped an arm around the driver's neck, saying, "Xiao Gao, don't worry. I've already assured your sister-in-law that everything is fine." Hearing this, Xiao Gao felt relieved. "All right, just take it easy." Wu Sheng laughed heartily, then pulled out the car keys from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Gao. "Let us go. Take my little brother to Bairua village." After hearing this, Xiao Gao promptly walked to Wu Sheng's car and opened the door for them. Once inside, it seemed that Wu Sheng's intoxication had diminished somewhat. He then retrieved an envelope from his suit pocket and handed it to Xiao Gao. Chen Ye observed the thickness of the money, estimating it to be around 10,000. "Wu Ge, what do you mean by this?" Xiao Gao firmly refused to accept it. "Take it. I heard your wife is about to give birth. You've been driving long distances to earn money. Don't wear yourself out. This amount is not much. Consider it a small token from your uncle for the child." Wu Sheng asserted, pressing the money into Xiao Gao's pocket. Just as Xiao Gao was about to return the money to Wu Sheng, he heard him say, "Do you still see me as your brother? If you consider me as such, then accept this money." Unable to refuse him, Xiao Gao accepted the money, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Wu Ge." Wu Sheng feigned annoyance, saying, "We are all brothers here. Why bring up thanks? In the future, do not mention gratitude to me again, or I shall be displeased. If you encounter any hardships at home, do not hesitate to come to your brother. Do not bear them alone." Xiao Gao nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. "Thank you, Wu Ge. At your age, still crying like this, where's your masculinity?" Wu Ge feigned anger and lightly tapped Xiao Gao's head. Although Xiao Gao was struck, he did not react with annoyance. Instead, he broke into laughter. Chen Ye observed this scene and realized that Wu Sheng was indeed a remarkable individual, characterized by his loyalty and deep affection. Whether in triangular exchanges or petty theft, he navigated both the shadows and the light with ease. Reflecting on this, Chen Ye affirmed a truth. No wonder Wu Sheng later became a renowned logistics magnate in the country. With such loyalty and character, it would indeed be illogical for his business not to flourish. Xiao Gao drove with remarkable steadiness, and both Wu Sheng and Chen Ye found their seats comfortable enough to drift into slumber. Upon arriving at Bairua village, Wu Sheng instructed Xiao Gao to wait in the car while he accompanied Chen Ye out. Aware that Wu Sheng had something to discuss, Chen Ye slowed his pace, patiently awaiting his words. At this moment, Wu Sheng halted, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Brother, I know you are destined for great things, and while my assistance may be limited, I took the liberty of reaching out to Lao Qin and Lao Hu upon hearing that Professor Zhao was visiting our county. They are both involved in international trade and possess a certain sophistication. Seize this opportunity to engage with them. Enhance the packaging of your durians and crayfish, and you should be able to command a good price. After hearing Wu Sheng's words, Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback, taking some time to process. Wu Ge, thank you. Brother, I have a keen eye for people. In friendship, I do not look at wealth but at character. For those I appreciate, I would stand by them without hesitation. Wu Sheng declared, giving Chen Ye a hearty pat on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Watching Wu Sheng depart, Chen Ye profoundly grasped the distinction between him and Zhang Haiming. Zhang Haiming was incredibly astute in business, possessing a sharp commercial acumen, whereas Wu Sheng was marked by his loyalty and thoughtfulness towards friends. This naturally garnered reciprocal support from them, ensuring that his business endeavors would unfold seamlessly in the future. Upon returning to the village, Zhou Bo noticed Chen Ye was quite inebriated and hurriedly poured him a glass of water. Chen Ye, what has happened? Why have you drunk so much? Hee, it's a good thing, Chen Ye chuckled, handing the box in his hand to Zhou Bo. Upon opening the box, Zhou Bo was taken aback. Chen Ye, you went out for a meal and came back with 100,000 yuan? Chen Ye then succinctly recounted the tasks entrusted to him by Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan. Indeed, upon hearing the names of these two prominent figures, Zhou Bo was equally astonished. What? Wild vegetables? Isn't that akin to feeding pigs? Chen Ye remarked with evident irritation after hearing this. What do you mean by feeding pigs? There are quite a few city dwellers who consume wild vegetables, albeit not as commonly, and the prices for these wild greens are certainly not inexpensive. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bo's interest was piqued by the mention of high prices. Then why don't we cultivate them ourselves and sell them? Cultivating wild vegetables is no simple task, Chen Ye cautioned. Ultimately, the key relies on Professor Zhao's expertise in growing wild vegetables. Chen Ye had contemplated this matter at the dining table. But if cultivating wild vegetables were so easy, why wouldn't the Japanese and Koreans grow them themselves? The crux of the issue lies in the seeds, soil, and climate, which necessitates importing from abroad. If these problems aren't resolved, even with a necklace in hand, Chen Ye would find it quite challenging to cultivate wild vegetables. Let us consult Professor Zhao. I refuse to believe he would be so unyielding, Zhou Bo persisted. After all, we helped him recover his wallet and phone, alleviating his loss. Zhou Bo remained undeterred. Since cultivating wild vegetables could be lucrative, he could mobilize his parents to help cultivate the land they owned, subsequently selling the produce to Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan. Furthermore, growing vegetables does not require the expenses associated with raising crayfish, thus saving a considerable amount. I am certainly going to seek out Professor Zhao. As for whether it will succeed, I find it rather dubious, Chen Ye remarked, not without reason. This Professor Zhao is not motivated by money or fame. How does one request a favor from someone like him? It appears necessary to leverage the concept of human connections. However, although we aided him in retrieving his wallet and phone, the weight of that favor is clearly insufficient. While Chen Ye and Zhou Bo were deliberating on how to effectively navigate this matter, Wang Yutian hurried over, visibly flustered. Upon seeing Chen Ye, he gasped for breath and exclaimed, Chen Ye, something terrible has happened. Professor Zhao has gone missing again. What? Professor Zhao is missing again? Chen Ye was taken aback, momentarily frozen in place, before shaking his head. Have you tried calling his phone? Wasn't Li Shui with him? Wang Youtian's brow furrowed deeply as he recounted the events. This is what happened. Li Shui and Professor Zhao ventured into the mountains today to search for some herbs. But just now, Li Shui rushed back in a panic, claiming she had lost sight of him. Now, she is in tears. Into the mountains? Which mountain? Chen Ye's heart sank upon hearing the mention of the mountains. Beyond the few mountains he had contracted, There were indeed several others surrounding Bairua village, all of which were dense forests known to harbor tigers and bears. If they encountered such creatures, it would spell disaster. Chapter 67. The Search in the Mountains. Upon hearing Chen Ye's question, Wang Yutian pointed toward Baisha village. It is that mountain over there. What? That mountain? Zhou was taken aback and then turned to Wang Yutian, saying, Village chief, why didn't you send someone to follow? I've heard tales of tigers lurking in that mountain. What if Professor Zhao were to be taken by one? Upon hearing this, Wang Youtian's expression darkened as he explained, I wish to accompany him. However, Professor Zhao insisted otherwise. Just this morning, I was discussing this matter with Chen Ye, and now, not long after, trouble has arisen. Enough of this. Now is not the time to assign blame. Chen Ye, feeling anxious himself, had no time to concern himself with Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan's matters. After all, human life was at stake. If they truly encountered a tiger or a bear, it would spell disaster. Moreover, the mountain had no signal. If someone got lost within, it would be perilous indeed. Wang Yutian, feeling anxious, was relying entirely on Chen Ye. Chen Ye, you are clever. Think of a solution quickly. After pacing back and forth, Chen Ye inquired, what did Comrade Peng say? Wang Yutian quickly responded, Comrade Peng has contacted the county committee, which has agreed to dispatch police forces for assistance. He is now reaching out to the village committee of Baisha to arrange for locals familiar with the mountain environment to join the search. Chen Ye nodded. Given the current situation, there was no alternative but to venture into the mountain to find the missing person. Village chief, return to the village and mobilize the able-bodied youth. Bring hose and clubs for safety. All right, I shall go at once. Wang Yutian had barely taken a few steps before he turned back. And you? I shall return to fetch the dogs. Chen Ye replied, and immediately ran in the direction of his home alongside Zhou, seeing that Chen Ye had already sprinted far. Wang Yutian hurried toward the village committee's direction. Upon arriving home, Chen Ye found that neither Xiao He nor Xiao Bai was present. He promptly stepped outside and encountered Wang Feng, a villager returning from the fields with a hoe in hand. Chen Ye quickly stopped him, asking, Brother Feng, have you seen my dogs, Xiao He and Xiao Bai? Xiao He and Xiao Bai. I just saw them frolicking ahead with a pack of stray dogs, Wang Feng replied, pointing forward. Thank you, Brother Feng. I must be off now, Chen Ye said, patting Zhou on the shoulder to urge him to quicken his pace. Indeed, not far ahead on the ridge, Chen Ye and Zhou spotted Xiao He and Xiao Bai joyfully playing with a dozen stray dogs in the freshly harvested field. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, Chen Ye called out. Upon hearing their master's voice, the two dogs immediately turned and dashed towards him. With Xiao He and Xiao Bai in tow, Chen Ye and Zhou made their way to Wang Youtian's home. For the past few days, Professor Zhao had been residing in Wang Youtian's courtyard, so they hoped to find the professor's belongings there. Ignoring the inquiries of Wang Youtian's wife, Chen Ye entered the house directly, locating Professor Zhao's shoes. He then encouraged Xiao He and Xiao Bai, now, help me find Professor Zhao. The two dogs barked excitedly and dashed out of the courtyard. Observing this, Chen Ye and Zhou hurriedly followed behind. Shortly thereafter, they encountered Wang Yutian, who had gathered all the able-bodied villagers, each wielding hoes and clubs. Wang Yutian had a machete inserted at his waist, seemingly prepared to fight for his life. Chen Ye, we are all ready, he declared. Let us hasten to catch up with Xiao He and Xiao Bai. After saying this, Chen Ye quickened his pace to follow Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Everyone, stay close. Wang Yutian shouted, waving his hand with the air of a commanding general. A formidable group of over 100 descended the mountain. Just as Peng Yan arrived with Li Shui and several villagers familiar with the mountainous terrain of Baisha village. Aunt, we will ascend the mountain. You and Li Shui should wait here, Chen Ye insisted, not wishing to let Peng Yan and Li Shui venture up. The terrain was inherently treacherous, with rugged rocks and dense thickets, and the possibility of encountering wild boars, bears, or tigers loomed large. As women, Peng Yan and Li Shui would not only be of no assistance if danger arose, but could also become a liability. Very well, we shall wait here for your return. Please be cautious, Peng Yan replied, fully aware that Chen Ye's decision stemmed from concern for their safety. Moreover, she needed to remain below to await the county inspector's arrival. All right, we shall proceed, Chen Ye stated, leading the way up the mountain. Zhou and Wang Yutian followed closely, their tools gripped firmly in their hands. Upon reaching the mountain, Xiao He and Xiao Bai began to sniff around, while Chen Ye and the others moved stealthily, their expressions tense with anticipation. After approximately half an hour, Xiao He and Xiao Bai abruptly halted. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, what is it? Chen Ye inquired as he approached them. The dogs lowered their heads and howled a few times. Heeding their signal, Chen Ye bent down to examine the ground closely. It was pristine, devoid of any footprints. Under normal circumstances, this would be entirely unremarkable, for this secluded mountain was rarely visited, even by the villagers of Baisha. However, today was different, as Professor Zhao had recently been here. The dog's ability to discern scents confirmed his presence, yet the question remained, why did the scent vanish at this point? Furthermore, the previously discovered footprints ceased at the base of a particular tree. At that moment, Wang Feng picked up a white, granular powder from the ground and inhaled it, his brow furrowing in concern. Brother Feng, what is amiss? Chen Ye asked, feeling a tightening in his chest. Though Wang Feng was also a farmer, he had previously served in the military and was adept at reconnaissance. He sprinkled the powder on the ground and dusted off his hands. This powder is called titanium dioxide. It can mask scents. Titanium dioxide? Mask scents? Chen Ye frowned, perplexed as to how such a substance could be found in this deep mountain forest. Who would require titanium dioxide to conceal their presence? One thing was certain, it could not be Professor Zhao, as he would not come to the mountains merely to engage in a game of hide and seek. Chen Ye, take a look at this. There are signs of branches being swept aside. Someone definitely passed through here and used branches to erase their footprints, Wang Feng remarked, and upon searching the nearby trees, he indeed discovered a broken branch. Chen Ye immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Professor Wang was in peril. What? In danger? Wang Yutian exclaimed, his face draining of color, his body trembling with fear. He hurriedly responded, Chen Ye, please do not frighten me. If anything were to happen to Professor Wang, I would be deemed a criminal in our village. According to the guidance of Xiao He and Xiao Bai, along with the footprints we discovered, it was evident that Professor Zhao had indeed been here before. However, upon reaching this location, both his footprints and scent had vanished. As Feng Ge had previously mentioned, these occurrences were likely orchestrated by a human, and this place was a deep, dense forest. Who could possibly be concealing their presence? Chen Ye remarked, his expression growing increasingly grim. Are you suggesting it's a wanted criminal? Upon Wang Youtian's words, both the familiar guides from Baisha village and the villagers from Buroi village displayed palpable tension on their faces. Wang Feng continued to search the vicinity for clues, finding that the traces around were thoroughly concealed, making it impossible to discern the direction taken by the fugitive. Moreover, it was certain that this wanted criminal had likely served in the military, possibly as a reconnaissance soldier. What shall we do now? Wang Youtian's face was beyond mere panic. It was a portrait of sheer helplessness. Chen Ye did not immediately respond to his inquiry, but instead approached the guide from Baisha village. Sir, are there any places nearby where one might hide? Perhaps caves or caverns? The guide pondered, hesitating for a moment before replying. There are indeed several hiding spots in this mountain, especially a large crevice ahead that leads deep inside, branching out like a maze. Then let us split up, Chen Ye declared. We will first search for caves, and once that is done, we shall investigate the crevice. However, everyone must exercise caution. This fugitive may be armed. If you discover any trace of him, immediately alert the others. Do not act recklessly alone. After imparting these instructions, Chen Ye, feeling a twinge of unease, urged Wang Feng to teach everyone some precautionary techniques. Once the briefing was concluded, Chen Ye requested the guide to indicate the general location of the caves, subsequently dividing the 100 or so villagers into groups of 10 to commence the search. The progress of the search was not as swift as anticipated, for the terrain of the mountain was exceedingly rugged. A moment's inattention could lead to a misstep, and on several occasions, villagers nearly tumbled down the mountainside, complicating the search efforts further. Zhou Bo halted, stating, Chen Ye, this method of searching is not viable. The sun is about to set, and in the enveloping darkness, we will struggle not only to locate individuals, but even to discern the path ahead. If we are not careful, a fall could prove fatal. Zhou Bo, I too recognize the challenging conditions we face. However, rescuing lives is akin to extinguishing a fire. Time is of the essence. For every minute we delay in finding Professor Zhao, he faces increased peril. Chen Ye was acutely aware of the dangers of navigating the mountain at night, especially with wild beasts lurking about. Although the villagers were equipped with hoes and sticks, should they encounter a tiger or bear, their chances of survival would be slim, save for fleeing. Very well, Zhou Bo conceded, seeing Chen Ye's resolve, and refrained from further protest. As the sun gradually descended, Chen Ye urged Zhou Bo to call out loudly for everyone to assemble. Wang Yutian approached, breathless and anxiously inquired, Chen Ye, have there been any discoveries? Chen Ye shook his head and pointed towards the direction of the setting sun. Tianma Mountain will soon be enveloped in darkness. Just as Chen Ye finished speaking, Wang Yutian, rather excitedly, retorted, what of the darkness? Does nightfall mean we cease our search? The village chief interjected, once darkness falls, The challenges of our search will multiply exponentially, and the risks we face will increase significantly. We must descend the mountain, prepare torches, and then return. Wandering the mountains at night, without light, makes us easy prey for wild beasts. As soon as Chen Ye concluded, all the villagers, except Wang Yutian, nodded in agreement. The terrain on the mountain was exceedingly complex, and any misstep could jeopardize not only the search for Professor Zhao, but also their own safety. Very well then, let us descend, Wang Yutian declared, gesturing for the villagers to head down the mountain. Chen Ye turned back for a final glance around, and at that moment, a patch of grass caught his attention. He crouched down and discovered a piece of khaki fabric amidst the foliage. Chapter 68. Bait. As Chen Ye descended, Peng Yin was engaged in negotiations with the inspectors who had arrived from the county. Upon noticing that Chen Ye and the others had come down, she hurried over and asked, "Chen Ye, have you found any clues on the mountain?" Chen Ye nodded, producing the piece of khaki fabric from his hand. He addressed Peng Yin and the inspector beside her, "Comrade Peng, during our search of the mountain, we discovered signs of someone having deliberately obscured their footprints and masked their scent. Additionally, I found this piece of khaki fabric, indicating that outsiders have indeed been present on the mountain." Zhang Jian, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, perked up immediately, stating, "A khaki fabric? Let me see it." Without hesitation, Chen Ye handed the fabric over. Zhang Jian examined the khaki cloth closely for a moment, his expression shifting to one of both excitement and seriousness. Noticing his peculiar demeanor, Peng Yin inquired, "Captain Zhang, does this fabric hold any significance?" Zhang Jian, regaining his composure, responded with a hint of tension, "This fabric may very well belong to Xie Yong." Wang Yutian quickly asked, "Who is Xie Yong?" Upon hearing the name, Chen Ye felt a sense of familiarity, and after a moment's reflection, the name Wolf Brothers surfaced in his mind, prompting him to exclaim, "Captain Wang, are you suggesting this is Wolf Brothers' clothing?" Zhang Jian nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is his." When the armed police were dispatched to capture him, he anticipated their movements and managed to evade capture. However, we received reports from the public indicating that he had previously fled the county, dressed in a set of khaki clothing. Li Shui, perplexed, inquired, "But why is Xie Yong hiding in this mountain?" "He seeks revenge on me," Chen Ye said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. He could easily surmise Wolf Brothers' intentions, hiding in this secluded mountain, which is in close proximity to Bairua village. Once the commotion subsides, he could emerge to exact his vengeance, and in that moment, Chen Ye might inadvertently allow him to succeed due to his own carelessness. As it happened, Peng Yin did not conceal the truth and recounted how the Wolf Gang had pursued Chen Ye to Bairua village, and how the villagers had reported them to the supervisory department, leading to a coordinated crackdown by the police and armed forces on the Wolf Gang's influence. It is precisely as Director Peng has stated. Wolf Brother harbors an intense hatred for me, Chen Ye concluded, suddenly struck by inspiration as he slapped his forehead. "I have a plan." Zhang Jian, intrigued, asked, "What plan?" Wang Yutian and Peng Yin also turned their attention to Chen Ye, recognizing that with nightfall, the search up the mountain would become increasingly arduous. Even if the city were to dispatch armed police, it would likely alert Xie Yong, possibly provoking him to take drastic actions, such as harming Professor Zhao. Chen Ye surveyed the group and calmly declared, "I will serve as bait." The statement left everyone astounded, including Li Shui. Zhou Bo was the first to regain his composure, quickly advising, "Chen Ye, are you out of your mind? Serving as bait? Xie Yong has a gun." "Indeed, Chen Ye, this is exceedingly perilous. Xie Yong is armed, and with the darkness, even a sniper from the armed police cannot guarantee they will neutralize him the moment he appears." Zhang Jian, as an experienced inspector, understood Chen Ye's intention but deemed the approach far too reckless. There was no assurance that Xie Yong would reveal himself. If he remained hidden and orchestrated a plan, Chen Ye's life would be in jeopardy. "Captain Zhang, I believe this is currently the best course of action," Chen Ye insisted, convinced that Xie Yong's desire for revenge was so profound that he would forsake any chance of escape to lurk in the depths of the forest, indicating that his hatred for Chen Ye ran deep. This animosity could not be quelled by merely ending Chen Ye's life with a single bullet. "Chen Ye, I do not support this course of action. There are many alternatives, yet this extreme risk is unnecessary," Peng Yin argued fervently. Though she too was concerned for Professor Zhao's safety, she recognized that Chen Ye's life was equally precious. She could not bear the thought of him taking such a perilous gamble, for if anything were to befall him, how could she face his parents? Chen Ye explained in a measured tone, "Comrade Peng, it is nightfall now, which presents the most opportune moment for Xie Yong to launch a surprise attack. With the skills he has acquired in the military, he is bound to lower his guard in the darkness. My appearance will provide him with a prime opportunity for revenge. Even if he suspects a trap, he would still be willing to take that risk. Wang Yutian, resolute, interjected, "How about this? Let me serve as the bait." Chen Ye was taken aback by Wang Youtian's self-sacrificial spirit, yet he recognized that this role was indeed suited for him. "You as bait? That is out of the question. Even if you were willing, you would not be able to draw Xie Yong out." Zhang Jian, eager to bring Xie Yong to justice, felt the weight of the proposal, but knew that sacrificing a life in the process was an exorbitant price to pay. "Chen Ye, you should reconsider. This risk is too great, and we have no guarantee of eliminating Xie Yong at the first opportunity. My resolve is unwavering and will not waver," Chen Ye asserted, pointing to a bulletproof vest worn by an inspector. "Please lend me a vest. If Xie Yong truly has excellent marksmanship and shoots me dead with a single bullet, then I shall accept my fate." "Very well, I will comply," Zhang Jian conceded, seeing that he could not dissuade Chen Ye. He instructed an inspector to remove the vest and hand it to Chen Ye. After donning the bulletproof vest and his outer coat, Chen Ye sketched a map on the ground. "This is our current position. This point marks where I found the cloth on Xie Yong. I am convinced he is nearby. Regardless of his exact location, he will choose a place that offers good ventilation and allows for easy escape and concealment. Therefore, Captain Zhang, you have only one opportunity. I have observed this area, and only 3 spots are suitable for ambush: the thicket over there, the rocky wall, and this crevice." Once Chen Ye had drawn the topographical map from memory, both Captain Zhang, with his years of experience, and Wang Feng, a soldier with a reconnaissance background, were left astonished. "Captain Zhang, you must hurry and prepare your team. As for the rest of us, we will ignite the torches and search the mountain. However, everyone must exercise utmost caution and avoid any confrontation with Xie Yong, as he is armed." Chen Ye then turned his gaze toward the dogs, Xiao He and Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, you and Xiao He should hide. When Xie Yong appears, you must bite him." The others looked at Chen Ye in confusion. It was unusual for someone to speak to dogs. Although police dogs are trained to understand simple commands, they could not comprehend such complex instructions. To their amazement, Xiao He and Xiao Bai responded as if they understood, barking twice at Chen Ye. Remarkably brave, Chen Ye's audacity was impressive. But the intelligence of the 2 dogs he raised was extraordinary as well. Captain Zhang remarked, acknowledging the exceptional abilities of Xiao He and Xiao Bai compared to the police dogs in their criminal investigation unit. Having conveyed all necessary information, it is now time for everyone to prepare their torches and ascend the mountain. Remember, should danger arise, seek immediate concealment. Do not act recklessly. With these repeated admonitions from Chen Ye, he, accompanied by Xiao He and Xiao Bai, led the way up the mountain. Zhou Bo and Wang Yutian, along with their group, hastily followed. A procession of over 100 individuals, each wielding a torch, illuminated the mountainside, creating a truly magnificent scene. "Professor Zhao, where are you? This is Chen Ye. If you hear me, please respond." Chen Ye called out using a loudspeaker he had prepared beforehand, shouting as he walked. Meanwhile, Xiao He and Xiao Bai nestled quietly in the underbrush, alert to the slightest rustle of the wind. After calling out 3 times without receiving a response, Zhou Bo approached Chen Ye, adhering to their prearranged script, and said, "Chen Ye, stop searching. It is futile to look for him in the dark. Perhaps we should contact the armed police tomorrow for assistance." "No. Professor Zhao is in grave danger alone on the mountain. If a tiger or bear were to seize him, it would be a significant loss for our village," Chen Ye exclaimed, resuming his vocal efforts towards the empty expanse. In the meantime, hidden within a concealed crevice, Xie Yong, upon hearing Chen Ye's arrival, gritted his teeth, his face contorted with malice, sending shivers down Professor Zhao's spine. Casting a glance at Professor Zhao, Xie Yong smirked coldly. "It seems I have indeed caught a valuable prey today. Professor Zhao, I initially thought you were merely a tourist here for a leisurely escape, not realizing your significance to Bairua village. Such a multitude of country folk braving the night to find you. Lay down your weapon and surrender to the police. If you sincerely repent and reflect, I believe the law may show leniency," Professor Zhao implored when captured in the cave. Surprisingly, Xie Yong did not resort to violence. Instead, he offered him food and drink, stirring within Zhao a flicker of sympathy for this fugitive. After all, he believed that even the most detestable individuals have redeemable qualities. If one could truly repent, perhaps they could be reborn. Xie Yong, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter. "Surrender? With this gun in my hand, my dealings involve crime, vice, and drugs. Professor Zhao, do you think someone like me deserves to be executed only 10 times? Professor Zhao, wishing to further counsel him against his reckless path, was taken aback when Xie Yong continued, "Indeed, heaven does not forsake the diligent. I have lain in wait in this secluded wilderness for an opportunity to exact revenge on Chen Ye, and lo, the heavens have granted me this chance to settle my score. With that, Xie Yong withdrew a dagger from his satchel, a blade over 20 centimeters long, glinting ominously in the dim light of the fire. Professor Zhao, puzzled by the animosity between Xie Yong and Chen Ye that would compel such a lurking vendetta, questioned, "What do you intend to do? He is but a child. What do I intend? To personally slay him, of course. However, I will not grant him a swift demise. First, I shall sever his tendons, and then affix a bomb to his body, ensuring he meets a most gruesome end." After declaring this, Xie Yong produced detonators and explosives from his bag, commencing the grim task of bomb-making. Professor Zhao sought to thwart Xie Yong's reckless actions, yet his hands and feet were bound by nylon ropes, rendering him utterly immobile. After several minutes, Xie Yong successfully assembled a rudimentary bomb and subsequently emerged from the crevice. Chapter 69. Perilous Situations. Chen Ye had separated from the group, wielding a torch as he illuminated the surrounding dark forest, searching while calling out. At that moment, faint rustling sounds reached his ears. Though subtle and intermittent, they were not lost on Chen Ye. The hidden companions, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, also detected the noise, yet remained concealed, awaiting Chen Ye's command. A sense of urgency gripped Chen Ye, yet he continued onward, his face betraying no hint of alarm, though the hand that clutched the torch was slick with sweat. Meanwhile, Xie Yong, with a dagger clenched between his teeth and a pistol in hand, stealthily approached Chen Ye. Initially suspecting a trap, he felt reassured upon seeing that those surrounding Chen Ye were merely farmers armed with hoes and sticks. He knew that a single gunshot would send these plowmen scattering in fear. However, unbeknownst to Xie Yong, as he drew closer to Chen Ye, several villagers wielding rifles had infiltrated the crowd behind Chen Ye. Upon reaching a relatively open area where a few large stones lay nearby, Chen Ye discerned that the moment had arrived. He called out to Wang Yutian and the others behind him, stating, "Village chief, I shall advance ahead for a closer look. There may be something to discover." Wang Yutian felt a jolt of alarm, for this was the coded signal they had previously agreed upon, indicating that Xie Yong had indeed appeared. Despite the tension within, he endeavored to maintain composure and replied hurriedly, "Be careful, do not stray too far, and watch your step. Your safety is paramount. Rest assured, I shall not venture too far." Chen Ye reassured him before striding forward. Observing Chen Ye's departure from the villagers, Xie Yong sensed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that he could not afford to miss, prompting him to quicken his pace in pursuit. As the rustling grew louder around him, Chen Ye tightened his grip on the torch. Just as Xie Yong was about to close in on him, Chen Ye shouted, "Xiao He, Xiao Bai, attack!" Xiao He and Xiao Bai, having been lying in wait not far from Chen Ye, sprang forth from the underbrush upon sighting the approaching shadow. Xie Yong's heart raced with panic as he realized he had fallen into a trap. He swiftly drew his pistol and aimed at Chen Ye. After firing 5 shots in rapid succession, Xie Yong disregarded whether Chen Ye had fallen and turned to flee into the woods. Yet, Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already pounced, sinking their teeth into his arm and thigh. Being siblings, the two dogs coordinated seamlessly, causing Xie Yong to wince in pain, his grip on the gun faltering until it clattered to the ground. Upon witnessing the formidable display of prowess from Xiao He and Xiao Bai, Zhang Jian, accompanied by the inspectors, swiftly pursued and encircled Xie Yong. "Xie Yong, relinquish your weapon and surrender," they commanded. Engaged in a fierce struggle with 2 large dogs and surrounded by inspectors, Xie Yong found himself utterly powerless to resist. In resignation, he raised his hands, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, I've fallen into the hands of this wretched brat again." Once Xie Yong was handcuffed by the inspectors, Zhou Bo and Wang Yutian promptly approached Chen Ye. They could not help but admire Xie Yong's marksmanship. He had fired 5 shots in rapid succession, each striking perilously close to Chen Ye's chest. Had it not been for the bulletproof vest protecting Chen Ye, he would have surely succumbed to those shots. Nevertheless, his body bore significant bruises. Zhou Bo quickly removed Chen Ye's outer coat and vest, anxiously asking, "Chen Ye, are you all right?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a bit of pain in my chest," Chen Ye replied, rubbing the sore area. The impact of Xie Yong's imitation Type 54 pistol had indeed been substantial, feeling akin to being struck with a hammer. "That hurts. We must hurry to the hospital. We cannot afford to let this become a lingering ailment," Wang Yutian exclaimed, startled. To him, Chen Ye represented the future of Bai Ratsuan, and any misfortune befalling him would yield dire consequences. "No need for a hospital. My injuries are merely superficial. A little application of some medicinal oil will suffice," Chen Ye asserted, steadying himself with Zhou Bo's assistance. He then approached Xie Yong and inquired, "Brother Wolf, Where is Professor Zhao? Xie Yong, brimming with rage upon seeing Chen Ye, seethed internally. After dedicating over a decade to building his reputation, it was all unraveling because of Chen Ye. Now that Chen Ye was within arm's reach, he wished nothing more than to exact a thousand-fold vengeance upon him. Zhang Jian furrowed his brow, raising his voice slightly. Xie Yong, confess, and you may receive leniency. Quickly disclose Professor Zhao's whereabouts for a chance at a lighter sentence. Humph. Leniency? I've lived a life with my head on the line. Losing it would merely leave a scar the size of a bowl. If you want to find someone, then do it yourselves, Xie Yong retorted with a cold laugh, his resolve unwavering, fully aware of the gravity of his crimes. Knowing that a death sentence was hardly the worst fate he could face. Seeing Xie Yong's refusal to cooperate, Chen Ye found himself at an impasse. He glanced at the ominous, dark forest surrounding them. Without Xie Yong's guidance, it would be nearly impossible for their group of over 100 to locate Professor Zhao. Were it not for the inspector's presence, Wang Yutian would have liked to slap Xie Yong twice and resort to severe interrogation. However, such thoughts were futile, and thus he turned to Chen Ye, asking, Chen Ye, since he refuses to speak, what should we do now? Should we return and devise another plan, or continue searching? We must continue our search. There are often wild beasts in these mountains. Without Xie Yong's protection, Professor Zhao is in grave danger, Chen Ye concluded. Ignoring his own pain, he called upon Xiao He and Xiao Bai and retraced their steps to follow the path Xie Yong had previously taken. As time ticked away, the forest echoed with the calls of wild animals, and small creatures darted out, heightening the tension among them all. Chen Ye walked at the forefront of the group, but suddenly halted his steps. Lowering his torch, he illuminated the ground and discovered an enormous feline paw print. Upon noticing Chen Ye's paws, Zhou Bo inquired, Chen Ye, have you found something? Look, what kind of animal could this be? The expression on Chen Ye's face was laden with anxiety. Had it not been for the armed inspectors behind them, their situation would have been perilously precarious. Such a large footprint, could it possibly belong to a tiger? Wang Yutian crouched down, gesturing towards the print, which deeply stimulated his senses. He had previously heard tales of tigers descending from the mountains to prey on sheep, leaving villagers helpless against their elusive presence. Fortunately, with the installation of streetlights in recent years, the tigers had ceased to appear. Captain Zhang, I hope you remain vigilant. There may indeed be a tiger in the vicinity, Chen Ye remarked as he stood up and addressed Zhang Jian. Rest assured, Zhang Jian replied, his heart racing with trepidation. He had seen tigers before, but only in a city zoo, where they were confined to cages and posed no real threat. However, a wild tiger was a different matter entirely. As they continued along the rocky slope, the trees grew sparse, and the villagers felt increasingly alert. At that moment, the guide from Baisha village approached Chen Ye, saying, just ahead is the crevice I mentioned. All right, everyone stay close and be exceedingly cautious, Chen Ye instructed, nodding in acknowledgement before turning to inform the villagers. Upon hearing this, the villagers gripped their sticks and torches even tighter. The opening of the crevice was narrow, allowing only a single person to pass through, yet inside lay a hidden wonder, revealing numerous caverns of varying sizes, intertwining with one another, amounting to hundreds of chambers. How are we supposed to search through all of this? Wang Yutian exclaimed. Just then, as he directed his torch into one of the openings, dozens of bats flew out, startling him into ducking his head to avoid the flurry. Let us not rush. Allow me to think, Chen Ye said, feeling a sense of unease at the multitude of entrances. Fortunately, they had planned to lure Xie Yong out tonight. Otherwise, even the armed police would find it exceedingly difficult to capture him amidst such a labyrinth of caves. Observing Chen Ye deep in thought, Zhou Bo casually remarked, I find it curious that Xie Yong lives in here. Doesn't he ever get lost? Unintentionally, Zhou Bo's words struck a chord with Chen Ye, who smacked his forehead and exclaimed, how could I have overlooked that? It truly is a case of the onlooker seeing more clearly than the participant. Wang Yutian looked perplexed, asking, Chen Ye, what do you mean by the onlooker and the participant? Village chief, consider this, Xie Yong is human. In such a complex environment, if he were to take a wrong turn, he could easily become trapped in these caves. Therefore, he must have made prior markings at his hiding spots to avoid losing his way, Chen Ye explained, then lifted his torch to shine upon the various cave entrances. Everyone, let us move around and search the area, he urged. Prompted by Chen Ye's words, Wang Yutian rallied everyone to begin the search. More than 100 villagers, accompanied by county inspectors, finally discovered several prominent scratches near the entrance of a cave, illuminated by torches. As they ventured deeper along the scratched path, numerous forks appeared before them. However, this search proved considerably less challenging. Chen Ye, possessing keen eyesight, quickly identified new markings. After uncovering over a dozen signs, they finally encountered Professor Zhao, bound and helpless. Upon spotting the professor, Wang Yutian promptly tossed his torch to Zhou Bo and hurried over to untie him. Professor Zhao, I sincerely apologize for your distress. My carelessness has led you into peril, he lamented. Professor Zhao expressed his gratitude, yet his gaze scanned the crowd, revealing the absence of Xie Yong, prompting him to inquire, how did you find me? Where is Xie Yong? With a smile, Zhang Jian replied, rest assured, Professor Zhao, we have subdued Xie Yong. Professor Zhao sighed with relief. That is reassuring. He had a bomb on him. It is fortunate you apprehended him. Otherwise the consequences could have been disastrous. What? A bomb? What bomb? Zhang Jian's brow furrowed, an unsettling feeling creeping in. Professor Zhao's heart sank as he quickly explained. Before he left, he constructed a bomb in the cave, claiming he intended to use it to eliminate Chen Ye. But we did not see any bomb. Could it be that Xie Yong wants Chen Ye to react immediately? A dreadful thought surged in their minds. Noticing Chen Ye's unease, Zhou Bo immediately asked, Chen Ye, what does Xie Yong intend to do? He aims to blow up the cave. We must flee. It may soon be too late. Chen Ye, disregarding all else, lifted Professor Zhao onto his back and alerted everyone to hasten their escape. Panic-stricken, the crowd rushed toward the exit. Just as the last villager emerged from the crevice, a tremendous explosion resonated, obliterating the fissure and sealing it tightly with cascading rubble. Chapter 70. A New Perspective. Chen Ye, disregarding danger to act as bait and risking his life to save others upon learning of the bomb's presence, deeply moved Professor Zhao. Later, upon hearing that Chen Ye had been shot, though protected by a bulletproof vest, he had sustained significant injuries. The following day, accompanied by Wang Yutian, Professor Zhao personally visited Chen Ye at his home. Upon entering, they were greeted by the strong sense of camphor oil and medicinal liquor wafting from within. Spotting Professor Zhao and Wang Yutian, Chen Ye attempted to rise from his bed. Professor Zhao, village chief, what brings you here? Before Wang Yutian could respond, Professor Zhao approached Chen Ye's bedside, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Chen Ye, you are injured. Do not rise. Please rest well. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye reclined back onto the bed and addressed Wang Yutian, village chief, please ensure Professor Zhao is well taken care of. The kettle and fruit are in the kitchen. Certainly, rest easy. Do not worry about lunch. I will bring it to you, Wang Yutian replied before departing the room. Upon witnessing Wang Yutian's departure, Professor Zhao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Chen Ye, we owe our safety to you and the entire village of Bairuo. I shudder to think what might have transpired had it not been for your intervention. Professor Zhao, you are far too courteous. As our esteemed guest in Bairuo, it is only natural that we attend to your well-being. If misfortune were to befall you, it would be we who should feel uneasy, Chen Ye replied, shaking his head solemnly. Regardless of the circumstances, you have saved my life, and I must express my gratitude appropriately. I would feel remiss if I did not do something in return. Please, tell me what you desire or how I may assist you. I shall comply with your request to the best of my abilities, Professor Zhao insisted, embodying the principle of reciprocity that he held dear. Chen Ye felt a surge of joy. He had been contemplating how to solicit Professor Zhao's assistance, but had been uncertain how to broach the subject. Now that the professor had openly offered, he felt at liberty to present his request. He produced the list of wild vegetables entrusted to him by Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan and said, Professor Zhao, there is indeed a matter for which I seek your help. Let me take a look, Professor Zhao replied as he accepted the list. With a mere glance, he comprehended the situation. These two are relentless. I thought I had evaded them by retreating here, yet they continue to pursue me. Chen Ye was quietly astonished and inquired, Professor Zhao, how did you discern that this pertains to Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan? With a slight raise of his brow, Professor Zhao elucidated. Those two have dabbled in wild vegetables before. However, unlike the common vegetables we consume, wild vegetables cannot be cultivated using standard methods. Such techniques may enhance their quantity, but will not yield the nutritional value found in their wild counterparts. Professor Zhao's explanation was straightforward and easily comprehensible, and Chen Ye grasped the implication. If wild vegetables were truly simple to cultivate, Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan would not have exerted such effort. Nevertheless, considering their tenacity, it was evident that Professor Zhao possessed the means to address these challenges. With this realization, Chen Ye candidly stated, Professor Zhao, if I were to request your assistance in this matter, would you be willing to help? Professor Zhao shook his head, replying, Chen Ye, I lack certainty regarding this issue, so I cannot hastily promise you anything. Although Chen Ye felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this, he understood the necessity of caution. He had invested considerable effort. Believing the resolution was within reach, only to find himself at an impasse. Just as he was about to respond, Professor Zhao added, "I will arrange to meet with Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan. We can discuss the specifics then." Meet with Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan. Chen Ye paused, uncertain of Professor Zhao's intentions, yet he nodded and said, "If that is the case, I shall arrange for a meeting with them tomorrow." "Are you certain your injury is not a concern?" Professor Zhao inquired, unfazed, given that Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan had pursued him all the way from the provincial city. It was evident they were not easily deterred. Hence, there was no need for haste in confronting them. "My injury is inconsequential. It is merely superficial. A day of rest will suffice," Chen Ye replied with a smile, confident in his physical resilience. "Well then, since that is the case, let us go meet them together tomorrow." Not long after Professor Zhao finished speaking, Wang Yutian, holding his nose, brought in a cut piece of durian and, somewhat sheepishly, said, "Professor Zhao, this is the durian grown by Chen Ye. Please have a taste." The durian grown by Chen Ye? Although Professor Zhao was aware that Chen Ye cultivated durians, he had never tasted one before. Curiously, he picked up a piece, examined it closely, and then placed it in his mouth, exclaiming, "The flavor of this durian is exquisite, and its texture is remarkable. Even the durians from Thailand cannot compare to this. Is it truly that delicious?" Despite Wang Yutian's changed perception of Chen Ye, he remained sensitive to the pungent odor of durian. Had it not been for the fact that durian was the only fruit available in Chen Ye's kitchen, he would not have endured the smell to cut it. The next morning, Wu Sheng, Qin Hanqing, and others drove to the entrance of Burrow Village to personally welcome Professor Zhao. However, Professor Zhao maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan, leaving them with a sense of an eager face meeting a cold shoulder. Yet they continued to exhibit utmost respect, treating him with the courtesy one would extend to a father-in-law. The group departed from Burrow Village and arrived at the county town after approximately 40 minutes. This time, the chosen dining venue was not the luxurious Fu Gui Lu, but rather the Tianma Hotel. Upon disembarking, Chen Ye noticed Zhang Haiming's usual Mercedes parked at the entrance, indicating his presence at the Tianma Hotel. However, the establishment was bustling with business, and upon inquiry, they discovered that no private rooms were available, much to the annoyance of Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan. "Brother Qin." "Brother Hu, please do not be anxious. I will call Chen Ye," said Chen Ye as he picked up his phone and dialed Zhang Haiming's number. At that moment, Zhang Haiming was in the kitchen, sampling a new durian dessert. Hearing the phone ring, he took out his phone to check. Upon seeing Chen Ye's number, he answered without hesitation. "Chen Ye, is there something you need?" With a smile, Chen Ye replied, "Haiming, I am at your hotel, but I cannot secure a reservation. Could you assist me in arranging a room? If it's truly not possible, I shall not trouble you further." "What are you saying?" "Of course, there will be a room for you. Just wait a moment, I will come right over to assist you," Zhang Haiming responded before hanging up the phone, promptly instructing the chef, "Enhance the flavor. The texture is decent, but it is overly sweet." The chef nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, young Master Zhang, I will redo it immediately. Thank you for your efforts. If this dessert sells well, I will grant you an additional bonus of 10,000 yuan this month." Zhang Haiming added hastily before rushing to the hotel lobby. Upon seeing Zhang Haiming, Chen Ye eagerly introduced him. "Haiming, allow me to introduce. This is Professor Zhao from the city. This is Mr. Qin Hanqing from the provincial capital, and this is Mr. Hu Zhouquan from Xinjiang City, as well as my elder brother, Mr. Wu Sheng." Zhang Haiming was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished that Chen Ye was acquainted with such prominent figures, both a city professor and a provincial businessman. Truly, it is said that absence makes the heart grow fonder, and one cannot help but be impressed. However, Zhang Haiming swiftly regained his composure and, after greeting Professor Zhao and the others, summoned the manager of the lobby. "Please arrange for the finest private room and inform the kitchen to expedite the dishes. Additionally, bring out the batch of red wine we just received," he instructed. Although Zhang's voice was not loud, everyone present heard him clearly, astonished by Chen Ye's considerable influence. A mere phone call upon arriving at the Tianma Hotel secured a private room. Moreover, it appeared that he shared a close relationship with Zhang Haiming. Under the curious gazes of those around, Zhang Haiming specifically instructed the lobby manager, "Chen Ye is my dearest friend. Whenever he dines here, a table must always be reserved for him, and the dishes should be served promptly, with all beverages complimentary. Do you understand?" The lobby manager, being new, had not anticipated the young man's strong rapport with the hotel's owner. Yet, being astute and adaptable, she promptly assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang. We will ensure that Mr. Chen is well taken care of in the future." "Good, that's settled then. You may return to your duties." Zhang Haiming waved his hand, and personally escorted Chen Ye and the others to a VIP room designated for esteemed guests at the Tianma Hotel. This exclusive room was more than 3 times the size of a regular private room, equipped with a television, computer, massage bed, and karaoke facilities, offering a comprehensive array of entertainment options for post-dinner leisure, generally reserved for the hotel's most distinguished patrons. Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan, seasoned individuals, immediately recognized the exceptional caliber of the room, understanding that the relationship between Zhang Haiming and Chen Ye was indeed remarkable. Otherwise, such a prime location would not have been arranged. Chen Ye, please wait a moment. I shall go to the kitchen and urge them to expedite the service, Zhang Haiming said before briskly exiting the room. You must be quite significant to the young master of Tianma Hotel, Wu Sheng remarked, though he was unfamiliar with Zhang Haiming. Nonetheless, he had heard much about him. It was rumored that this young master possessed a keen business acumen from a young age, making him a rare talent. Consequently, Zhang Haiming had few friends. In fact, one could count on one hand the number of individuals in Qinghe County who could be deemed his peers. Haiming is my friend and business partner, Chen Ye affirmed, revealing his dealings with the Tianma Hotel regarding the sale of crayfish and his collaboration with Zhang Haiming on selling durian desserts. Upon hearing about the durian desserts, Hu Zhouquan immediately reacted. Are you referring to durian ice cream and durian millefeuille? Chen Ye, having no intention to conceal the truth, simply replied, indeed. Apart from our 2 dessert shops in Xinjiang City, we also collaborate with Yubingshan Villa and several hotels within the city. Yubingshan Villa? I was just about to inquire. I didn't realize you were acquainted with them, Hu Zhouquan exclaimed, exchanging a glance with Qin Hanqing. Understanding Hu Zhouquan's implication, Qin Hanqing cautiously inquired, Chen Ye, would it be possible for you to introduce us to General Manager Song? Recently, I have not sought her out for quite some time. However, if you wish to meet her, I can certainly assist in making an introduction, Chen Ye remarked, as he produced a wallet and extracted a gilded business card. This card bore the striking logo of Yubingshan Villa alongside a prominent character for Song. Upon seeing it, Qin Hanqing was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded to Chen Ye. Brother Chen, there is no need, we were merely jesting. President Zhao is quite busy, and we wouldn't want to impose. This left Chen Ye perplexed. Was Song Yubing truly so occupied? Chapter 71. A windfall from the skies. In a short while, the waiter entered the private room, bringing with him an array of dishes and wines. Once the waiter departed, Wu Sheng poured red wine for everyone at the table and turned to Professor Zhao, saying, Come, let us raise a toast to Professor Zhao. The professor, though not particularly fond of such gatherings, complied with good grace, lifting his glass to toast with the others, as it was he who had initiated this gathering. Subsequently, Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan also raised their glasses in salute to Professor Zhao. But he merely responded with a casual acknowledgement, even foregoing the customary clink of glasses, which left the 2 men feeling somewhat awkward. Nonetheless, it was already a significant improvement that Professor Zhao was willing to dine with them, a far cry from the days when he would dismiss them from his home or office. After several rounds of wine and an assortment of dishes, before Qin Hanqing could ponder how to broach the subject of wild vegetables, Professor Zhao spoke up first. Boss Qin and Boss Hu, I understand your purpose for seeking me out. To be frank, I have no intention of assisting you. Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan exchanged glances, their expressions revealing little disappointment, for they had faced rejection from Professor Zhao before. Thus, they were not particularly fazed by this encounter. You both know very well why I am unwilling to help you, Professor Zhao continued, his tone turning cold and his countenance darkening. Chen Ye, seated nearby, listened intently, intrigued by the professor's evident disdain for Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan. If it were merely a matter of disliking businessmen, his demeanor toward Wu Sheng was considerably more amicable. Furthermore, Qin and Hu's previous visits had not resulted in such severe dismissals. Just as Chen Ye pondered these mysteries, Qin Hanqing sighed and stood up, bowing deeply before Professor Zhao. His face etched with regret as he said, Professor Zhao, we were blinded by greed in the past, earning ill-gotten gains that weighed heavily on our conscience. Thus, we have resolved to abandon that line of work. Hu Zhouquan, upon hearing Qin Hanqing's declaration, was unwilling to be outdone and promptly rose to his feet, bowing respectfully to Professor Zhao. Professor Zhao, both Lao Qin and I have come to realize our past mistakes. This time, we are genuinely committed to reform. Furthermore, we have completely destroyed all the grains we previously handled, ensuring none have been sold externally. Professor Zhao snorted disdainfully, then cast a cold glance at Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan. I may assist you, but the cultivation of wild vegetables cannot be entrusted to you. If you were to oversee it, I fear the ultimate victims would be us. Upon hearing a glimmer of hope in the situation, Qin Haching quickly responded, Professor Zhao, please feel free to state your conditions. We are not insisting on having you cultivate the seeds. As long as we can obtain the wild vegetables, we can assign the cultivation work to others. Professor Zhao, however, remained unfazed. Others? My greatest concern lies with the others you mention. You have evaded responsibility for the past incidents, leaving Professor Chen to bear the brunt of the fallout. Had it not been for your later efforts to clear his name and your public apology for the damage to his reputation, I would not be here before you today. Both Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan internally lamented their past foolishness, realizing their grievous error had thoroughly alienated an intellectual like Professor Zhao. Despite their generous offers for assistance, they received only cold indifference, prompting Professor Zhao to retreat to the desolate Bairuo village. I have no desire to dwell excessively on the past, as you likely perceive those events as mere trifles. Should I continue to dwell on them, you would probably curse me, Professor Zhao remarked, pouring a glass of wine for Chen Ye. The reason I invited you here is out of respect for Xiao Chun. Were it not for him, I would have no interest in engaging with you. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan eagerly raised their glasses to Chen Ye. Brother Chen, we are truly grateful. We have nothing to offer in return, so we toast to you. Though Chen Ye was bewildered by the conversation, he did not hesitate to drink. After finishing his glass of red wine, Professor Zhao continued, Xiao Chun is also involved in agriculture, and the soil in Bairuo village is quite suitable for cultivating wild vegetables. Recognizing the implications in Professor Zhao's words, Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan exchanged knowing glances. Professor Zhao, are you suggesting? With the matter laid bare, Professor Zhao spoke candidly. I will be residing long-term in Bairuo village, primarily to teach my students, but also as the village begins to prosper. As for your wild vegetable initiative, Bairuo village has ample land, and its soil is quite favorable. Chen Ye's heart raced at this unexpected turn of events. It was as if Professor Zhao had bestowed upon Bairuo village a golden goose, and from his earlier remarks, it seemed he intended for Chen Ye to lead the project. Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan hesitated for a moment, but upon recalling that Chen Ye not only knew Zhang Haiming and Wu Sheng, but also had an acquaintance in Song Yubing from Xinjiang City, they surmised that he must possess remarkable qualities. After all, it was unlikely that these three individuals would be so well disposed towards him otherwise. Particularly in the case of Song Yubing, it was well known that countless people within the province aspired to make her acquaintance. The fact that Chen Ye had her gilded business card indicated his significant standing in her eyes. With this realization, Qin Hanqing exchanged a knowing glance with Hu Zhouquan. Given this context, it would be wise to enlist Chen's considerable efforts in managing our affairs. Although Chen Ye felt a surge of excitement, he was not oblivious to the realities of the situation. While Bairuo village boasted ample land, the investment required to cultivate wild vegetables was no small matter. Even if he were willing to plant, he currently lacked sufficient capital. My esteemed brothers, you flatter me too much. While I possess the ambition, my capabilities are still insufficient, he remarked. Both Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan were seasoned individuals, and upon hearing Chen Ye's words, they erupted into hearty laughter. Observing that a solution was at hand, Hu Zhouquan rose and approached Chen Ye. Do not be apprehensive, dear brother. Since we have entrusted you with the cultivation, we shall take care of many logistical matters for you, such as constructing greenhouses and building water reservoirs. I will personally cover these expenses, and all you need to do is supply us with the produce when the time comes. Then I would be taking undue advantage. Chen Ye replied, his heart racing at the prospect. To put it bluntly, this arrangement felt akin to a windfall from the heavens. Noticing Chen Ye's skepticism, Qin Hanqing sought to demonstrate his sincerity by handing him another list. Upon opening the document, Chen Ye discovered it detailed the names of the wild vegetables in both Chinese and English, along with their respective prices. The listed prices left him astounded. They were exorbitantly high, ranging from 5 to 10 times the market rates, with some unfamiliar vegetables priced at shockingly steep amounts. Seeing Chen Ye's astonishment, Hu Zhouquan chuckled and explained, now you understand, dear brother. These wild vegetables are not only edible, but also possess medicinal properties. They have garnered significant sales in Japan and South Korea. However, conventional cultivation methods fail to showcase their nutritional value, hence the prices remain subdued. This is precisely why we sought Professor Zhao's assistance. If we can resolve these issues, our collaboration with Bairuo village will expand tremendously once the market stabilizes. Fortunately, Chen Ye managed to maintain his composure. Most others would have been left speechless. If the order quantities and purchase prices on the list were accurate, then upon delivery, Bairuo village could expect profits exceeding 1.5 million after deducting costs. Qin Hanqing, brimming with confidence, declared, of course, both Hu and I are businessmen. We would never venture into a deal that is not profitable. Let us not forget about the vegetables, Hu Zhouquan interjected, eager to propose a toast to Professor Zhao. Fortunately, this time Professor Zhao clinked glasses with them, yet both Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan understood that it was merely out of respect for Chen Ye. This only piqued their curiosity further. What remarkable qualities did this young man possess that warranted such attention from Professor Zhao? After the meal, Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan intended to drive Professor Zhao and Chen Ye back to the village. However, Professor Zhao declined their offer. Observing the awkward atmosphere, Wu Sheng interjected with a jovial laugh, approaching them. Old Qin, old Hu, you've both had quite a bit to drink. It would be unwise to drive. I haven't had much, so let me take Chen Ye and Professor Zhao back. That sounds good. We shall return to Xingyang City first and come back tomorrow. Hu Zhouquan expressed his gratitude with a glance at Wu Sheng. Then he and Qin Hanqing got into the car, instructing the driver to depart. Once they had left, Chen Ye turned to Professor Zhao, his expression filled with curiosity. Professor Zhao, what did you mean when you said they harmed Professor Chen? Professor Zhao sighed deeply and replied, let us get in the car first and discuss it along the way. Chen Ye nodded in agreement, and the three of them entered the vehicle. Shortly after they had settled in, Professor Zhao began. Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan were once prominent grain merchants in our province. Their companies extended beyond our province and reached half of the southern regions. Chen Ye listened intently, surprised to learn about the illustrious past of Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan. After all, managing a business that spans an entire province is no small feat, let alone half of the south, which requires not only substantial capital, but also considerable connections. The events unfolded 7 years ago when my classmate, Professor Chen, published a paper on a new variety of rice that not only boasted high yields, but also exhibited drought resistance and pest resilience. This was not merely theoretical. He had successfully cultivated it in real soil. As Professor Zhao spoke, a bitter expression crossed his face, and he sighed before continuing. My old classmate was quite the show-off. When he heard that Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan were interested, he readily accepted to be their consultant. However, this is where the trouble began. What trouble? Chen Ye felt an inkling of something amiss. At that time, while the rice in my classmate's experimental field yielded abundantly, it was discovered that long-term consumption was detrimental to health. Upon realizing this, he decided to incinerate the problematic rice. Unfortunately, he overlooked a batch of seeds, which Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan later acquired to cultivate in several southern provinces, using my classmate's name to sell it in large quantities. Yet, since this was a dubious matter, it was bound to unravel. Professor Zhao paused, leaving the rest unsaid. However, Chen Ye understood. The phrase about being blinded by lard that Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan had mentioned made sense now. It was no wonder they had fallen from their status as major grain merchants to their current predicament. Chapter 72. A million prepayment upon returning to Bairua village. Chen Ye encountered Wang Yutian and Peng Yan, briefly recounting the events discussed during lunch. Initially, Wang Yutian and Peng Yan were skeptical. After all, such fortuitous occurrences had never graced their village before. The following day, when Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan arrived at the village committee, they presented a pre-prepared contract in front of all the village officials. It was at this moment that Peng Yan and Wang Yutian began to believe that this matter was indeed genuine. Qin Hanqing subtly gestured to his secretary behind him, then smiled and said, Comrade Peng, Village Chief Wang, this is the 1 million yuan advance payment we have prepared for you. Please count it and verify the amount. As a woman clad in a uniform skirt, black stockings, and high heels placed a box of cash on the desk of the village committee, everyone present swallowed hard, for they had never encountered such a substantial sum of cash in their lives. At that moment, Hu Zhouquan instructed the secretary to prepare the contract and handed it to Peng Yan. Comrade Peng, this is the contract we drafted yesterday. Please review it. And if there are any issues or modifications needed, we can discuss them face to face and make the necessary adjustments. All right, I will review it now, Peng Yan replied, taking the contract into her hands. The contract comprised 3 copies, each with more than 10 pages. Nevertheless, Peng Yan meticulously examined each clause, pausing to inquire about any ambiguous terms from Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan. After approximately an hour, she set the contract aside and turned to Wang Yutian, saying, Village Chief Wang, please use the broadcast to notify the villagers to gather at the village committee. I wish to clarify the situation here and ask for their willingness. Wang Yutian, eager to finalize the contract, complied with her request without hesitation. After the village broadcast repeated 3 times, the villagers gradually began to gather in the open space in front of the village committee. Why is Comrade Peng in such a hurry to see us? One villager inquired. I'm not sure, but I noticed 3 cars parked at the village entrance. It seems another big boss has arrived, another replied. A big boss? Does this mean someone is willing to invest in our village again? The villagers exchanged excited chatter, their faces alight with anticipation. This enthusiasm was understandable, as Bairuo village had previously been renowned throughout the county for its poverty due to scarce resources. However, after Chen Ye introduced crayfish and durians, the first wave of investment led by Zhou Yongchang had significantly increased the villagers' income. Yet, despite the substantial investment of several 100,000 yuan, it was insufficient to uplift all the families in the village, especially considering that many residents still worked in agriculture while others sought employment elsewhere. Consequently, those who had not benefited from prior investments were now eager to seize any opportunity for a share of the forthcoming prosperity. Once Peng Yan saw that most of the villagers had arrived, she and Wang Yutian stepped out to introduce Qin Hancheng and Hu Zhouquan to them. Upon learning that these two gentlemen hailed from the provincial capital and Xinjiang city, the villagers were left utterly astonished. Their mouths agape as if they could fit 2 eggs inside. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to convey that both Mr. Qin and Mr. Hu have come to our village with the intention of entrusting us with the cultivation of wild vegetables. The seeds for these vegetables have yet to be determined, as we await the completion of the greenhouse, whereupon Professor Zhao will enhance them. Nevertheless, Mr. Qin and Mr. Hu have already brought the advance payment. Should you all decide to participate in this cultivation endeavor, this sum will be handed to you immediately. Upon completing his statement, Wang Yutian exchanged a knowing glance with 2 village officials, who promptly presented a box containing 1 million in cash. My goodness, such a substantial amount. Indeed, in all my years, I have never laid eyes on so much new currency. The villagers were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the cash. Yet the prospect of receiving their shares soon brought smiles to their faces. Quiet, everyone please, Wang Yutian called out, and then, with great earnestness, he continued, listen closely. This is a testament to the trust that Mr. Qin and Mr. Hu have in our village. By accepting their funds, we are bound to fulfill our obligations. We must not bring shame upon Bairuo village or allow them to incur losses. Enough, village head, we understand. The villagers chuckled, unable to bear Wang Youtian's lengthy discourse. Observing the rising commotion, Wang Yutian turned to exchange thoughts with Peng Yan, then declared, very well, those who wish to participate in the cultivation of wild vegetables, please join me inside to sign the responsibility agreement and contract. However, let me make this clear, this money is not a gift. Should you fail to meet the obligations stipulated in the contract, legal consequences will ensue. Rest assured, village head, we comprehend this. Such scenarios are often portrayed in dramas. Besides, we possess the strength and have Professor Zhao's guidance. What could possibly go awry? A villager jested, already stepping ahead of the others into the village committee office. As one villager surged forward, the rest quickly followed suit, eager to register their participation. Chen Ye, who had initially accompanied the villagers, felt a surge of joy upon witnessing the office filled to capacity. After all, the prosperity of the village would reflect well on him. Brother Chen, this is what we promised you earlier, please accept it. The password is 6 zeros. Hu Zhouquan approached Chen Ye, who had not yet entered the office, and handed him a bank card. Brother Hu, I cannot accept this money. You have already assisted Bairuo village immensely. If I were to take your funds, it would seem ungrateful. Chen Ye hastily declined, aware of the substantial sum involved. Please, don't be so formal. We should be the ones expressing gratitude. Hu Zhouquan smiled and firmly placed the bank card into Chen Ye's pocket. Realizing there was no point in further refusal, Chen Ye accepted the gesture graciously. By midday, the contracts had been largely finalized, and each participating household had received an advance of 6,000 yuan, leaving them in high spirits as they returned home. As for entertaining Mr. Qin, Mr. Han Cheng, and Mr. Hu Zhouquan, that responsibility naturally fell to Wang Yutian. Drawing upon his experience, he regaled them with amusing anecdotes during the banquet, eliciting hearty laughter from both Mr. Qin and Mr. Hu, and before long, they found themselves enjoying a few more drinks than intended. After bidding farewell to Qin Hancheng and Hu Zhouquan, Chen Ye intended to return home. However, he was stopped by Professor Zhao. After letting out a hearty belch, Chen Ye inquired, Professor Zhao, is there something you need? Professor Zhao, having consumed only a modest amount of alcohol, maintained his usual demeanor. Xiao Chun, if you have no other engagements later, why not accompany us up the mountain? It presents a perfect opportunity to impart some knowledge and skills regarding wild vegetable cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye did not decline and responded, very well. I shall return home to change into appropriate attire. I will wait for you here, Professor Zhao replied, prompting Li Shui to prepare the necessary items. Before long, Chen Ye returned home to change clothes, and upon arriving at Wang Youtian's doorstep, he found that Li Shui had already assembled the required supplies. Professor Zhao, what are these for? Chen Ye asked, eyeing the box in front of Li Shui, which contained a small hoe and shovel, along with numerous bottles filled with colorful liquids. In response, Professor Zhao approached the box, crouched down, and extracted a canister filled with green liquid. This is a nutrient solution I developed myself. Once we ascend the mountain, we will first gather some wild vegetables and soil for research. Then, based on our findings, we can compare the growth characteristics of the wild vegetables and create a suitable growth medium, ultimately determining methods for improvement. Although Chen Ye had heard the term nutrient solution in his previous life, it was predominantly associated with medical applications. This was his first encounter with its use in botany. However, considering it was concocted by Professor Zhao, he trusted its efficacy. Let us make haste. I hope to discover several varieties of wild vegetables today, Professor Zhao declared, preparing to lift the large box before him. Chen Ye could not allow Professor Zhao to undertake such laborious work, so he promptly stepped forward and insisted, Professor Zhao, allow me to handle this task. I appreciate your assistance. Professor Zhao accepted graciously, transferring the box into Chen Ye's hands. The trio ascended the mountain together, encountering numerous wild vegetables along the way. After observing them, Professor Zhao approached, but refrained from immediately using the hoe to harvest. Instead, he paused to examine the growth environment of the wild vegetables and the accompanying flora before gently excavating the soil surrounding the wild vegetable with the small hoe. The entire process was executed with meticulous care, and only after extracting the entire plant by its roots did Professor Zhao set down the hoe, instructing Li Shui to record the collected data. As Li Shui listened intently, she meticulously documented the details, occasionally posing questions to which Professor Zhao responded thoroughly. The dialogue between the teacher and student was open, allowing Chen Ye to follow along clearly. Through this series of inquiries, Chen Ye finally grasped Professor Zhao's reasoning for bringing Li Shui along. Despite her delicate nature, she possessed some remarkably innovative ideas regarding plant cultivation. Often, after drawing parallels, she would pose exceptionally valuable questions that left Professor Zhao momentarily deep in thought. The three individuals ascended the mountain around 1 o'clock and remained engrossed in their tasks until approximately 4 in the afternoon. It was only then that Professor Zhao informed Li Shui that she could independently search for wild vegetables in the vicinity and instructed her to meticulously record the data and samples she collected. After Li Shui departed, Chen Ye was struck by a sudden inspiration and decided to inquire with Professor Zhao regarding the breeding of wild boars. Professor Zhao had previously heard of Chen Ye's intention to rear wild boars, but had yet to find a clear direction. Upon seeing his inquiry, he generously offered guidance. To successfully raise wild boars, there are several key points to consider. Firstly, the design of the enclosures must include both an inner den and an outer den. The inner den serves as a space for the wild boars to eat and rest, while the outer den provides room for exercise and sunbathing, with an area that should be 15 times larger than that of the inner den. Inner den and outer den. There are such distinctions? Chen Ye mused. Although he had tasted wild boar meat before, he had presumed that the rearing methods for wild boars were akin to those for domestic pigs. Indeed, while both wild boars and domestic pigs belong to the same species, the differences are considerable, particularly in the texture and flavor of the meat once it reaches the dining table. If wild boars do not engage in sufficient exercise, their meat quality will be significantly inferior to that of truly wild specimens. Noticing that Chen Ye was not only attentively listening, but also diligently taking notes, Professor Zhao proceeded to elaborate on dietary therapies, common ailments, as well as the management of breeding sows and boars. Upon concluding his explanation, Chen Ye could not help but exclaim, Professor Zhao, your erudition is truly remarkable. Had I not heard your insights, I would still be devoid of any direction in my endeavor to raise wild boars. Chapter 73. Procuring Building Materials with Professor Zhao's Elucidation. Chen Ye now possessed a foundational understanding of wild boar husbandry. Armed with financial resources, he seized the opportunity to construct a wild boar breeding facility. Thus, the following day, he and Zhou Bo ventured to the county town in search of a skilled builder. What? The builder, Huang Daji, upon seeing Chen Ye and Zhou Bo approach him, initially assumed they sought his assistance for residential construction, given the recent favorable national policies that had prompted farmers to erect new homes. However, when he learned from Chen Ye that they intended to establish a wild boar breeding facility, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Indeed, Master Huang, we have heard from the villagers that the pig farms near Qinghe County are all managed by a single contractor, and I believe you must possess ample experience. Chen Ye's assertion was not unfounded. He had previously consulted Wu Sheng about the matter. According to Wu Sheng, Huang Daji was undoubtedly the most capable builder in Qinghe County for such an undertaking, having started as an apprentice carpenter at the age of 13 and later self-studying construction. making him the foremost authority in both theory and practice within the county. Seeing that Chen Ye was not jesting, Huang Deji inquired, "Do you know how much it costs to construct a pig farm?" Chen Ye shook his head. He was aware of his own limited knowledge, hence his decision to seek the builder's expertise. However, he felt unperturbed, for he had money in hand. Observing Chen Ye's candid admission, Huang Deji reached into his pocket for a cigarette, yet struggled to ignite it with his lighter. Zhou Bo, standing nearby, promptly handed over the lighter, exclaiming, "Master Huang, use my flame." Huang Deji, unreserved, lit his cigarette and remarked, "To construct a modern pig farm capable of producing around 100 pigs annually, the civil engineering and requisite facilities will require approximately 100,000 yuan, covering an area of about 1 mu. Each pig necessitates around 3 square meters. So 100 pigs would amount to 300 square meters, inclusive of living quarters, feeding zones, and isolation areas. Do you comprehend now? If we adhere to this method, how much will it cost?" As Chen Ye spoke, he retrieved his notes from Professor Zhao, willingly offering them to Huang Deji. Upon receiving the notebook, Huang Deji furrowed his brow after reviewing it. "According to your proposed construction method, this price is considerably higher than that of a conventional pig farm. It will be at least 200,000 yuan. 200,000? Chen Ye felt a sigh of relief. For him, that figure was not astronomical. "Very well. Let us proceed according to these specifications. This will serve as the deposit." Zhou Bo then produced 2,000 yuan in cash, placing it before Huang Deji. "Are you truly going to build?" Huang Deji was compelled to reassess Chen Ye and Zhou Bo. Although Zhou Bo was a few years older than Chen Ye, it was evident that Chen Ye was the one in charge, despite appearing merely 15 or 16 years of age. Determined to execute the project successfully, Chen Ye, after paying the deposit, addressed Huang Deji, "Master Huang, please specify the materials needed. We shall head to the building materials market post-haste." "Very well. Since you were introduced by Wu Gu, I shall accept the job. However, I must emphasize that all payments must be settled. I am responsible for my workers," Huang Deji stated, counting the money before Chen Ye and Zhou Bo, reassured after counting it twice. Chen Ye patted his chest and assured, "Master Huang, rest assured. We shall not withhold a single penny from you for the construction of the farm." "All right, since you have expressed such commitment, I shall draft a list. You are to inquire about prices based on this list, as the prices in the building materials market have been quite volatile lately. Once you have clarified the costs, I will find it easier to assist you in selecting," Huang Deji said, pulling a pen and paper from his shirt pocket, swiftly jotting down the necessary materials. Chen Ye accepted the note and bid temporary farewell to Huang Deji, promptly heading with Zhou Bo to the building materials market in the county. The market, located on the eastern side of the county, was quite expansive. Although the variety of materials available was not as extensive as in the city, it was still a dazzling array that could easily overwhelm the unprepared. Had it not been for Huang Deji's prior preparation, Chen Ye and Zhou Bo would have wandered aimlessly like headless flies. Zhou Bo pointed to a building materials store named Bai Jiaoyi and suggested, "Chen Ye, let us inquire here." Chen Ye examined the sizable establishment within the market and nodded in agreement. "Yes, this one. The owner of the Bai Jiahui building materials store is named Li Jiangguo, a man in his 40s. Upon seeing Chen Ye and Zhou Bo enter, he mistakenly assumed they were sent by their family to purchase bricks and cement, and thus warmly welcomed them inside. "Welcome, young gentlemen," he greeted them. Chen Ye and Zhou Bo felt a surge of goodwill towards the proprietor due to his courteous demeanor. After they took their seats, Li Jiangguo brewed a pot of tea and inquired, "What is it that you gentlemen wish to purchase?" "Excuse me, do you happen to sell these items?" Chen Ye did not directly mention his intention to construct a wild boar farm. Instead, he presented the note given to him by Huang Deji to Li Jiangguo. Upon reading the note, Li Jiangguo's expression shifted to one of surprise, and he asked, "Are you gentlemen looking to build a farm?" Chen Ye, taken aback, wondered how the owner had deduced this. Li Jiangguo chuckled and placed the note on the table, pointing to the pipes listed. "Such thick pipes are only needed for a farm, and I would venture to guess you are looking to establish a pig farm, correct?" Impressed by the proprietor's astuteness, Chen Ye admitted, "You are absolutely right, but it is not for our family. We are the ones building it. And it is not an ordinary pig farm, but a wild boar farm." "A wild boar farm? That requires a considerable investment," Li Jiangguo remarked, slightly taken aback. Chen Ye nodded, smiling as he explained, "Indeed, we have already consulted Master Huang, and according to his estimates, it will require at least 200,000. The list of building materials is what he provided us." Realization dawned on Li Jiangguo, who then exclaimed, "Master Huang? Is he the Huang Deji from our county?" Chen Ye expressed curiosity. "You know Master Huang as well?" Li Jiangguo nodded and poured tea for both Chen Ye and Zhou Bo, Reflecting, of course I know him. He handled the renovations for my home in this store. His craftsmanship is unparalleled. However, it took considerable effort to engage him initially, as everyone in the county is aware of his exceptional skills, making him quite sought after. Chen Ye felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had contacted Wu Sheng prior to seeking a master craftsman. Otherwise, they might have missed out on the opportunity to work with such a talented individual as Huang Deji. Yes, we were also introduced to Master Huang through Wu Ge, which is why he agreed to assist us. Upon hearing Wu Ji's name, Li Jiangwo's expression shifted from astonishment to admiration, and his gaze towards Chen Ye transformed as well. Wu Ge, that explains it. Only he could negotiate such favorable terms with Master Huang for you. Do you know Wu Ge? Chen Ye inquired, intrigued to discover that Wu Sheng seemed to have a wide circle of acquaintances, with his name carrying significant weight in the county. It appeared that he was recognized across various walks of life, from the respectable to the dubious. I indeed wish to make the acquaintance of Wu Sheng. However, Wu Sheng seems to be preoccupied and cannot spare a moment to dine with me. Li Jiangguo wore a look of regret on his face. He conducted business in the county and yearned to befriend Wu Sheng, for Wu Sheng held significant influence. Anyone would grant him a modicum of respect. Additionally, Wu Sheng had extensive connections, and knowing him would undoubtedly facilitate business endeavors. Not available for a meal? Although Li Jiangguo's words were delicately phrased, Chen Ye discerned the underlying implications. Li Jiangguo likely did not possess Wu Sheng's favor, or perhaps there was something about him that Wu Sheng deemed unworthy of association. Nevertheless, since you are a friend of Wu Sheng, I shall not charge you exorbitantly. Otherwise, if Wu Sheng inquires later, it would jeopardize my ability to conduct business here. Li Jiangguo remarked, pulling out paper and pen to meticulously transcribe the list provided by Huang Des. He then inscribed his quoted price on the newly copied list. After receiving the quotation, Chen Ye remained silent, not out of reluctance, but rather due to his ignorance of the matter. Just as he pondered how to respond, Li Jiangguo seemed to sense his confusion. You may peruse the prices at the building materials market, but do ensure that no other shop owners catch sight of you. Otherwise, my business here would become exceedingly challenging. Understanding the implication in Li Jiangguo's words, Chen Ye replied, "Thank you, boss. We shall take a look nearby and return shortly." Upon exiting the Baijiaoui building materials store, Chen Ye visited 2 additional stores, this time exercising caution. He refrained from revealing the list outright, instead recalling the names of several types of building materials. After comparing prices among the 3 establishments, he began to form a clearer picture of the quotations. Just as Chen Ye was preparing to return to Li Jiangguo's store, Zhou Bo seized his hand, exclaiming, "Chen Ye, look ahead. There's another store, and it's 3 times the size of Baijiaoui." Following Zhou Bo's gesture, Chen Ye indeed spotted a substantial building materials shop within the market. "Let us head over there. Perhaps their prices are even more favorable," Zhou Bo suggested, leading the way toward a store named Jinding Building Materials. However, upon entering the store, Chen Ye's gaze fell upon an unwelcome figure, Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng, having noticed Chen Ye, felt a surge of animosity at the memory of his humiliation, wishing nothing more than to subdue Chen Ye in retribution. Chen Ye, unafraid of confrontation, yet disinclined to engage in unnecessary discord, turned to Zhou Bo and said, "Zhou Bo, there's a nuisance here. Let us return to Baijiaoui." As Chen Ye attempted to depart, Li Lingfeng was unwilling to let him go. With a crooked head, he strode toward them, blocking Chen Ye and Zhou Bo's path. "Chen Ye, old classmate, don't you think it's rude not to greet a fellow acquaintance?" "I have no desire to associate with a scoundrel like you," Chen Ye replied, attempting to make his exit. This time, Li Lingfeng did not intervene, but instead let out a cold laugh, saying, "Heh, you come here seeking to purchase building materials. However, let me inform you that as long as I utter a single word, not a single store in this market will sell you any materials, not even a single brick." Li Lingfeng's assertion was not mere bravado. This building materials market was indeed his family's enterprise, including the very store in question. Any merchant wishing to continue their trade here must adhere to their commands. Humph, as if that were true. I refuse to believe that your family can truly wield such power. Do not forget, Xieyong has already met his fate, and your family is like a grasshopper after autumn, unable to leap for much longer. Faced with Li Lingfeng's threat, Chen Ye remained unfazed. "Ha ha ha, Xieyong. He is merely a fool. How can you compare him to my family? Let me tell you, we have plenty of money, and we can do as we please." Before Li Lingfeng could finish his retort, he saw Chen Ye stepping outside, leaving him with 2 words, "Fool." Chapter 74. Wu Sheng's dominance. Observing that Chen Ye had disregarded his threat, Li Lingfeng felt increasingly irked. At that moment, a white BMW pulled up in front of the building materials store, and a middle-aged man with a heavy-set appearance exited the vehicle. Noticing Li Lingfeng lost in thought at the entrance, he approached and inquired, "Xiao Feng, what are you dawdling about here?" Regaining his composure upon recognizing his uncle, Li Lingfeng immediately greeted him. "Second uncle, what brings you here?" "Your father has recently gone to the provincial capital and asked me to keep an eye on the business while I have the chance." "What is the matter? You look unwell. Has something happened?" The middle-aged man, Li Xiaogang, was Li Lingfeng's uncle, known for his treacherous and ruthless nature, often undertaking shady dealings on behalf of Li Lingfeng's father. He was notorious in the county for his formidable reputation. "Second uncle, you must stand up for me." Li Lingfeng, seizing the opportunity, concocted a plan in his mind. Li Xiaogang furrowed his brow and asked, "Stand up for you? What is going on? Has someone bullied you?" Li Lingfeng felt a surge of joy, though he maintained a facade of grievance. "Second uncle, I've been bullied at school." Li Xiaogang paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Bullied at school? Now that is a rarity. Aren't you usually the one who bullies others?" He was well aware of his nephew's nature, which mirrored that of his father, a venomous serpent. Li Lingfeng's face twitched as he recounted how Chen Ye had made his life difficult at school, including a public beating at the start of term. "Second uncle, you must stand up for your nephew. Otherwise, how can our family maintain our standing in the county?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaogang's expression shifted dramatically. While he recognized his nephew's shortcomings, he could not condone the viciousness of this Chen Ye. He coldly remarked, "Oh, is he the one who put you in the hospital recently?" "Indeed. Fortunately, a few of my classmates rushed me to the hospital. Otherwise, my father would have been devastated." Li Lingfeng recounted, embellishing the tale while conveniently omitting his own violent confrontations with Wu Ming and Yu Tao. Li Xiaogang was certainly aware of his nephew's character. Observing him evade the main issue, he remained unperturbed. "Where's that Chen Ye? Uncle will step in and teach him a lesson." Upon hearing that Li Xiaogang was willing to defend him, Li Lingfeng felt a surge of joy and pointed in the direction Chen Ye had departed. "Uncle." He just walked ahead, and it seems he came here to purchase building materials. Upon learning that Chen Ye had not yet left, Li Xiaogang's heart settled, and he chuckled. "Buying building materials? Did you not inform him that this market belongs to our family?" Li Lingfeng, eager to stoke the flames of discord, replied mischievously, "I told him. But he didn't believe me. He even said our family is like a locust after autumn, unable to hop for long." Locust after autumn, what a bold claim. While Li Xiaogang initially intended only to teach Chen Ye a mild lesson, the mention of the locusts ignited a fierce determination within him to deliver a severe reprimand. Observing the change in his uncle's tone, Li Lingfeng's heart leaped with delight as he envisioned a scene of Chen Ye bloodied and pleading for mercy. "Uncle, shall we pursue him now? I'm afraid he might slip away." "Slip away? In this city of Qinghe, where could he possibly go?" Li Xiaogang, once a prominent figure in Qinghe, had shifted his focus to business alongside Li Lingfeng's father and had not continued in the underworld. Otherwise, with his ruthless nature, he could have achieved accomplishments rivaling those of Xie Yong. Li Lingfeng quickly flattered, yes, with uncle's intervention, even if Chen Ye had wings, he wouldn't be able to escape." Li Xiaogang, somewhat exasperated, tapped Li Lingfeng on the head, chiding him, "It's impossible to escape, and you should read more. One day, your father's substantial estate will be yours." Li Lingfeng promptly assured, "Uncle, rest assured, once I deal with Chen Ye and rid myself of this worry, I will return to school." "Well, that sounds more like it," Li Xiaogang responded, pulling out his phone to summon a few individuals, preparing to blockade the building materials market. Meanwhile, Chen Ye and Zhou Bo returned to the Baijiaoui building materials market. Upon seeing them, Li Jiangguo approached with a smile, inquiring, "Have you clarified the prices?" Chen Ye and Zhou Bo nodded, but Chen Ye needed to confirm with Huang Diji, saying, "Boss, please hold on a moment. I need to check the prices with Master Huang. If he agrees, I'll place the order." Li Jiangguo furrowed his brow, as Chen Ye's approach seemed a tad irregular. However, since Chen Ye was a friend of Wu Sheng, he felt obliged to extend the courtesy. "All right, you two contact Master Huang. I'll brew you some tea in the meantime." Noticing that Li Jiangguo was not only unperturbed but also preparing tea for them, Zhou Bo gently nudged Chen Ye. "Chen Ye, I think we should just let this go. This boss is quite decent." Chen Ye remained silent, not due to a lack of trust in Li Jiangguo, but because he had faith in Wu Sheng. Since Wu Sheng had refrained from befriending Li Jiangguo, there must have been a compelling reason. Thus, he stepped outside to call Master Huang and verify the prices. On the other end of the line, Huang Dezi furrowed his brow upon hearing that Chen Ye had inquired about prices at the Baijiaoui building materials store. He cautioned, "Chen Ye, you must remain vigilant regarding Li Jiangguo. He is not straightforward and his dealings are rather dubious." Taken aback by this remark, Chen Ye chose not to respond immediately, and instead dialed Wu Sheng. Upon learning that Chen Ye was purchasing materials at Baijiaoui, Wu Sheng merely stated, "Wait for me." This left Chen Ye increasingly perplexed. However, since Wu Sheng was on his way, he decided to wait, as the building materials market was a mere 5-minute drive from Wu Sheng's clothing store. Come, my two young friends, let us enjoy some tea." Li Jiangguo had already prepared the tea and invited Chen Ye and Zhou Bo to sit down. Familiar with the routine, Chen Ye and Zhou Bo comfortably accepted the invitation. After taking a sip of tea, Li Jiangguo cheerfully inquired, "So, how did the price inquiries go?" "Well, the prices are not much of a concern. It's just that Wu Ge called to say he would come by," Chen Ye replied, intentionally directing his gaze towards Li Jiangguo to gauge his reaction. "Wu Ge is coming?" A sudden unease gripped Li Jiangguo as he looked at Chen Ye, his expression shifting. He had initially assumed that Chen Ye and Wu Sheng shared only a casual friendship, insufficient for such attentiveness. He had planned to manipulate the materials, passing off inferior goods as quality ones, but now, with Wu Sheng's impending arrival, the potential repercussions were dire. "Boss, what's wrong? You seem to be sweating profusely," Chen Ye thought to himself, smirking internally, recognizing that Huang Shifu's assessment had indeed been accurate. Li Jiangguo harbored ulterior motives. However, before Li Jiangguo could respond, a BMW pulled up outside, and Li Lingfeng along with his uncle, Li Shaogang, alighted from the vehicle. Upon seeing Li Shaogang, Li Jiangguo hastily retrieved a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Li Shaogang, saying, "Genggu, what brings you here? If you had given me a heads up, I would have prepared some fine cigarettes and tea for your visit." Li Shaogang shot Li Jiangguo a cold glance and replied, "Who are you? Do I know you?" After being snubbed, Li Jiangguo awkwardly forced a smile. "Genggu, you are a distinguished man, busy with affairs. I am the youngest son of Li Laolu from our village. According to our lineage, I ought to call you brother. Is that so?" Li Shaogang scoffed, then turned to face Chen Ye. "You must be Chen Ye?" "Yes, that's me. What's the matter?" Chen Ye noticed Li Lingfeng smirking provocatively behind Li Shaogang and began to piece together the situation. "You assaulted my nephew. How do you propose to resolve this?" Li Shaogang raised his hand, adjusting the large gold rings on his fingers. Understanding that today's altercation had been instigated by Li Lingfeng, Chen Ye retorted, "Are you suggesting that he can harm my classmate without consequence, while I am barred from seeking retribution? Revenge?" Li Shaogang scoffed, suddenly delivering a punch to Chen Ye's abdomen. Caught off guard by the ambush, Chen Ye swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping the blow. "My nephew is not someone you can strike." Inquiring about the reputation of Li Shaogang in the city of Qinghe County would reveal its significance. Upon uttering these words, Li Shaogang swiftly aimed a kick at Chen Ye's waist. Startled, Chen Ye, despite his training in military boxing and quick reflexes, found himself somewhat at a disadvantage before Li Shaogang's formidable presence. The resounding crashes of two chairs being shattered echoed through the shop, leaving Chen Ye astonished. Never had he encountered such an unreasonable and powerful adversary. In stark contrast to the inept Li Lingfeng, Li Shaogang was undeniably a master of martial arts. "Are you still contemplating revenge, kid?" Li Shaogang remarked with a cold smile. Having taken a keen interest in martial arts since childhood, he had trained for over a decade under a local master, making a name for himself in Qinghe County through his exceptional skills. "Humph, do you think I fear you?" Although Chen Ye was intimidated by Li Shaogang's prowess, his modified physique endowed him with reflexes far beyond those of an ordinary individual. While he currently found himself in a defensive position, he was merely awaiting the right opportunity to counterattack. "Your bravado is commendable, but I wonder if your bones are as resilient as your tongue," Li Shaogang bellowed, unleashing his signature tiger fist towards Chen Ye with a powerful strike. Just as Chen Ye evaded, Li Shaogang followed up with a sweeping kick. Realizing he could not escape, Chen Ye braced himself for impact. The force of the blow left his arm tingling, underscoring the weight behind Li Shaogang's kick. As Chen Ye pondered how to navigate this predicament, Wu Sheng had already parked his car at the entrance. Upon exiting, he immediately spotted Li Shaogang tormenting Chen Ye and shouted, "Li Shaogang, have you no shame? Bullying a young man at your age?" Li Shaogang ceased his assault, a dismissive smile on his face. "Ah, I thought it was someone noteworthy. Turns out it's just you. Wu Sheng, what? Do you want to spar with me?" Wu Sheng maintained a cool demeanor, fully aware that he could not match Li Shaogang in combat. Yet this did not equate to fear. "Fine, if you wish to practice, I'll oblige. But be forewarned, after today, I expect your family to vacate Qinghe County. You think you can intimidate me?" Though Li Shaogang feigned bravado, he felt a twinge of apprehension. "Go ahead and try," Wu Sheng replied, pulling out his phone to call Brother Dao. "Xiao Dao, gather some people. I'm at the building materials market. Let us see what happens." Li Shaogang realized Wu Sheng's connections in the county ran deep. Chapter 75. Designating land for a pig farm with Wu Sheng's intervention. Li Xiaogang had little choice but to relent. However, Li Lingfeng could not swallow his pride, especially in front of so many witnesses on his home turf. Uncle, why should we fear them? This is the building materials market. It belongs to the Li family. Upon hearing his nephew's words, Li Xiaogang's expression darkened. Nevertheless, Wu Sheng was indeed a formidable ally, with connections not only in the county but also in the provincial capital in Xinjiang City. Engaging in a conflict with him would yield no favorable outcome. Thus, Li Xiaogang suppressed his displeasure and tugged at Li Lingfeng, intending to usher him into the BMW. Take your time, I won't see you off. Chen Ye raised his hand and waved dismissively at Li Lingfeng. Damn it, just wait. Li Lingfeng, lacking the strength to contend with Li Xiaogang, was reluctantly pulled into the car and left with a sullen expression. Not long after Li Lingfeng departed, Wu Sheng approached Li Jiangguo, his tone somewhat icy as he remarked, Chen Ye is my younger brother. I do not oppose your business dealings with him. But should you dare to deceive him, let me be clear, you will find it impossible to remain in Qinghe County. Li Jiangguo understood the gravity of the situation. He did not believe Wu Sheng was jesting, especially since even Li Xiaogang had to concede before him. He pondered his own insignificance, realizing that his little finger could not outmatch a sturdy thigh. Consequently, Li Jiangguo wisely offered an apology to Chen Ye. Rest assured, my young brother. The pricing for the materials you requested will remain unchanged, and I assure you the quality will be the finest. Should any substandard goods arise, I will consume them before your very eyes. Upon hearing the term substandard goods, Chen Ye understood the implication that Huang Deji's remarks about Li Jiangguo's lack of integrity were indeed accurate. Nevertheless, he felt fortunate to have contacted Wu Sheng. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to Li Jiangguo's deception, only to be grateful for his care. With this in mind, Chen Ye's demeanor shifted. Shedding his earlier courtesy as he addressed Li Jiangguo, Li boss, since you have stated so, let us proceed with the delivery of the materials as per the list. Should any issues arise, I will indeed consult Brother Wu. Rest assured, there will be no issues, Li Jiangguo replied, breathing a sigh of relief, albeit with a twinge of pain in his heart. According to his quoted price for Chen Ye, fulfilling the entire list of materials would leave him with no profit, even for fuel. However, he had no choice. After all, Chen Ye was acquainted with Wu Sheng, and thus he had to swallow this bitter pill. My brother, I must visit Xinjiang City this afternoon, so I won't keep you any longer. Once I return, let us arrange a time to dine together, Wu Sheng stated as he glanced at his watch and hurriedly entered his vehicle, with a driver secured and materials in place. That afternoon, Chen Ye visited the village committee to discuss the establishment of a wild boar breeding farm with Wang Yutian. Upon entering the committee, he noticed that a table had already been set up, with Peng Yin seated at the head and Wang Yutian beside her. Director Peng, village head, are you in a meeting? If so, I can come back later, Chen Ye said, scratching his head awkwardly and turning to leave. Chen Ye, since you are here, you might as well sit and listen, Wang Yutian insisted, pulling up a chair for him. Seeing that Peng Yin also nodded in agreement, Chen Ye found an empty seat and sat down. The meeting primarily focused on the county's evaluation and summary of the new rural construction in Bairoi village. Acknowledging the efforts of the village committee in leading the villagers towards prosperity, Chen Ye had little interest in such commendatory meetings and initially considered merely making a presence. However, at that moment, Wang Yutian rose to his feet and addressed all the village officials, suggesting, it is often said that to achieve prosperity, we must first pave the roads. The thoroughfares within our Bairuo village have long been riddled with potholes, preventing any vehicles from entering. Chen Ye has also brought this to my attention. Therefore, I propose that our immediate priority should be to repair the village's cement roads. Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Yutian would take the initiative to advocate for road repairs. Nevertheless, since he had raised the issue, it was undoubtedly a positive development. Peng Yin nodded in agreement, and then prompted Wang Yutian to take his seat, stating, Village head Wang is correct. If the village roads remain unpaved, the transportation of agricultural products will inevitably become problematic. Thus, the roads must be constructed. Following this, a vote was called for. With a suggestion from the village head and a nod from the village secretary, the resolution was swiftly passed. Wang Yutian stood once more, announcing, now I wish to discuss a second matter, that the village should allocate funds to renovate the local primary school, providing our children with a better learning environment. Furthermore, we should install telephones and computers throughout the village to facilitate our residents' access to advanced technology and to better understand market trends. Chen Ye, who had been secretly sipping tea, found himself choking as he inadvertently sprayed the remnants all over Wang Yotian's face. Chen Ye, what is wrong with you? Wang Yutian inquired curiously, wiping the tea leaves and liquid from his face. Without much thought, Chen Ye replied, "Village head, what has come over you? Have you suddenly had an epiphany?" Wang Yutian, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his face and confessed, "In the past, teachers often spoke of the treasures found within books and the beauty of knowledge. I used to dismiss this notion, but after interacting with you and Professor Zhao, I have come to realize how terrifying it is to be like a frog at the bottom of a well. Take, for instance, the matter of your durian cultivation. Our ignorance almost caused your hard work to go up in flames." What? Chen Ye was left dumbfounded, astonished at Wang Youtian's newfound awareness. "Chen Ye, regarding past matters. If I have erred, I seek your forgiveness. In the future, should I falter in any way, please do not hesitate to point it out so that I may recognize my mistakes and rectify them promptly." As soon as Wang Yutian finished speaking, Pang Yin led the applause, and soon the village officials joined in, clapping enthusiastically. What was this unfolding drama? Only Chen Ye remained utterly perplexed, wondering how everything had changed in such a short span of time. After the meeting concluded, Pang Yin summoned Chen Ye to her office. Noticing his still confounded expression, she smiled and said, "Are you still wondering about the village head's remarkable transformation?" Chen Ye nodded and remarked, "Auntie, thankfully I do not believe in spirits. Otherwise, I might think that Wang Yutian was possessed." With a smile still on her face, Pang Yin handed him a list and a newspaper, saying, "Take a look at this. It contains the county's evaluation of our village committee, along with journalist Zhou's assessment of our village. Advanced party member, model village head, diligent and dedicated." Upon reading the county's assessment of Wang Yutian and Zhou Qian's description in the newspaper, Chen Ye felt as if his jaw might drop to the floor. Zhou Qian's praise was somewhat understandable, given her connection to him, but what was this about being a model village head? In truth, Village Chief Wang is not as incompetent as you may perceive. At the very least, he possesses the courage to acknowledge his mistakes. Although he was somewhat unreasonable in pressuring you to seek investment, his actions did indeed alleviate the village's financial difficulties. Furthermore, his effort to retrieve Professor Zhao from the county, albeit fraught with mishaps, demonstrated his genuine concern for the villagers. He ensured that Professor Zhao could work in our village without any distractions, which was no small feat. Pang Yin remarked that Wang Yutian had garnered much respect, and although it might seem insignificant to Chen Ye, upon reflection, Wang Yutian is indeed a considerable improvement over his predecessor, who merely flattered without contributing meaningfully. Compared to Wang Dianzhu, he is vastly superior, and being recognized as an exemplary village chief is hardly an exaggeration. After she gathered the list and newspapers, she cheerfully asked, "By the way, Chen Ye, your homeroom teacher called me this morning, inquiring when you would return to school." "Return to class? My leave isn't over yet." Chen Ye chuckled, attempting to shift the conversation. "Your aunt knows you excel academically, but you are still a student, and your studies must take precedence. Moreover, I heard from teacher Su that your class's teacher Zhang intends to nurture you for the Olympic mathematics competition. Achieving success there would greatly benefit your future educational pursuits." Pang Yin was astonished to learn from Su Fang that Chen Ye had self-studied all the knowledge from his first year of high school. "Aunt, you know I'm quite busy, especially with the wild boar breeding facility about to commence construction. I can't leave for the time being." Chen Ye scratched his head, not intending to evade responsibility, as the investment of 200,000 yuan in the breeding facility was no trivial matter. After the facility's completion, he would also need to prepare special feed using the sweat beads from the necklace to ensure the piglets thrive, which entailed a considerable amount of work. His aunt understood that he was wholeheartedly dedicated to agriculture and livestock, and his academic performance met the teacher's expectations. However, as a student, he must fulfill his obligations, and attending school is essential. Nevertheless, due to his unique circumstances, Teacher Su had mentioned that as long as it does not hinder his studies, he would be permitted to take leave. In response, Peng Yin shook her head with a wry smile, recalling her own student days and how rare it was for a teacher to accommodate a student so generously. "If that's the case, I will return in a few days. It's merely a matter of participating in the Olympic mathematics competition. I can secure an award for the school." Chen Ye's reluctance to return to school swiftly stemmed from the hassle of requesting leave. With Su Fang's assurance, future leave requests would be much more manageable. "With your words, I am relieved." Peng Yin nodded and instructed Chen Ye to consult Wang Yudian regarding the land allocation for the wild boar breeding facility. Upon reaching Wang Yotian's desk, Chen Ye found him engrossed in an agricultural technology newspaper. As soon as he heard footsteps, Wang hastily folded the newspaper and tucked it into his desk. "Chen Ye, what's the matter? Do you need something?" Upon witnessing Wang Yotian's furtive demeanor, Chen Ye couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, though he refrained from voicing his amusement. Village chief. I wish to request a plot of land to establish a wild boar breeding facility. A plot of land, you say? That can certainly be arranged. However, if you intend to raise wild boars, it would be prudent to situate the facility away from the village, lest the odor of their waste disrupt the community's daily life. Wang Yutian replied, retrieving a map of Bairuo village from his drawer. He then circled several areas on the map with a pen, saying, "These plots are ones I have previously selected for you. Do they seem suitable?" Chen Ye was taken aback by Wang Youtian's genuine concern for his endeavors. However, upon noticing a nearby notebook filled with the names of villagers and annotations regarding their agricultural practices, he realized that Wang Yutian had indeed undergone a transformation. "Let us go with this plot," Chen Ye said. "Though it is near the mountains, it is distanced from the spring water flowing down, thus avoiding any contamination." Wang Yutian immediately inquired, "But how will you source water?" Although Chen Ye had never raised pigs before, he was acutely aware of the severe pollution that pig waste could inflict on water sources. "I will dig a well for water," he assured. "I intend to excavate a biogas pit anyway, so I might as well have the construction team drill several deep wells." Chapter 76. Lin Qingqing. A few days later, Huang Di's he's brought in a construction team to Bairuo village, and the building materials ordered from Li Jiangguo were delivered to the village. Upon learning that Chen Ye was investing 200,000 yuan in the wild boar breeding facility, the villagers marveled at his financial prowess, while secretly admiring his boldness. After all, rural folk often have simple aspirations. The first thing they do upon earning money is to construct a home. Yet, Chen Ye was adept at making his money work for him, which was truly commendable. When Wang Yutian learned that Chen Ye had hired the finest construction team from the county, he promptly instructed his wife to organize a gathering of several village women to prepare cool tea as a gesture of goodwill. Simultaneously, he sought to leverage his relationship with Huang Di's to inquire if he could assist in renovating the village's elementary school. Under normal circumstances, Huang Di's might not have considered such work worthwhile, but given Wang Youtian's introduction and Chen Ye's esteemed connection with Wu Sheng, he readily agreed. Assuring that the renovated school would withstand even an earthquake, the construction of the wild boar breeding facility officially commenced, and Chen Ye prepared to return to school. However, before his departure, he made a stop at Li Ru's pig pen. Inside, the young wild boars had grown quite robust, a testament to Chen Ye's decision to cease feeding them the dewdrops. Yet, anticipating the breeding of piglets once the facility was operational, he retrieved a drop of dew from his necklace, letting it fall into a basin of water. He then mixed in chopped cabbage and feed, stirring until the mixture was well integrated before pouring it into the pig pen. As the young wild boars caught wind of the food, they rushed over, eagerly devouring their meal. Chen Ye observed quietly from outside the pen. Although he had previously used dewdrops to accelerate the growth of crayfish and conducted experiments on Xiaohe and Xiaobai, this was his first endeavor with wild boars. The wild boars swiftly consumed all the cabbage feed, and at that moment, their bodies began to undergo a transformation, gradually increasing in size. Fortunately, they did not double in size, but merely grew a little larger, which finally eased Chen Ye's worries. Subsequently, Chen Ye singled out the largest young boar from the pen and collected a drop of sweat, using it to prepare a special feed once again. Without any prodding from Chen Ye, the young boar eagerly approached and devoured the feed. After finishing the feed, the young boar began to grow at a visibly rapid pace, eventually nearing the size of a female wild boar in another pen. Once the young boar ceased its growth, Chen Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Had it grown to double the size of its parents, like Xiaohe and Xiaobai, it would have certainly frightened the villagers. However, the now larger wild boar began emitting peculiar sounds that startled Chen Ye. For Professor Zhao had informed him that such vocalizations are made by wild boars when they reach sexual maturity and seek to mate. To ascertain whether this boar had reached mating condition, Chen Ye herded it into the pen with the female wild boar. What astonished Chen Ye next was the unexpectedly smooth mating process, which should have posed difficulties. As soon as the young boar entered the pen, the female approached, seemingly eager to court, and before long, they commenced mating. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Chen Ye would hardly have believed it, especially since Professor Zhao had emphasized the significance of a seamless mating process in breeding. The ease with which the young boar and the female wild boar mated suggested that soon the female would bear another litter of wild boar piglets. This thought filled Chen Ye with immense excitement. Although he had never raised wild boars before, he had heard that breeding stock also incurs costs. Yet, this young boar, having consumed a drop of sweat, had achieved mating with little effort. If he could cultivate more boars and sows like this, the issue of piglets would be effortlessly resolved. Just as Chen Ye reveled in his excitement, Zhou Bo approached with an equally enthusiastic expression. "What is up, Zhou Bo? Did you strike it rich?" Chen Ye asked, puzzled. Zhou quickly shook his head and replied, today, while I was learning to drive in the county, I heard my instructor say that Li Xiaogang has been detained by the inspectors. What? Li Xiaogang has been detained? What was the reason? Chen Ye's curiosity was piqued. For Li Lingfeng's father held considerable influence in Qinghe County, and as his brother, Li Xiaogang should not have been so easily apprehended. Zhou grinned and continued. I heard it was for soliciting prostitution. How impressive are these inspectors? Moreover, I heard Li Xiaogang was caught without his pants. Soliciting prostitution? Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback. Then the name Wu Sheng flashed through his mind. It was highly likely that this incident served as a warning from Wu Sheng to Li Xiaogang. What? Wu Ge did this? Zhou was taken aback, but soon he found himself laughing so hard he could hardly breathe. Wu Ge's sense of humor was indeed remarkable. Such a method could only come from him. I suppose Li Xiaogang must be too ashamed to face anyone these days. Although Chen Ye also felt the urge to laugh. He approached the matter with more depth than Zhou. Wu Ji's actions were, in fact, a protective gesture for us. He was sending a warning to Li Xiaogang not to entertain any malicious thoughts towards us, for if he so wished, he could easily take action against him. Oh, so that was it. Zhou suddenly understood and reflected on Chen Ye's words. Though they laughed, they still had serious matters to attend to. Thus, Chen Ye promptly advised, by the way, Zhou, I will be returning to school for a while tomorrow. You need to keep an eye on the pig pen. I suspect the sow will give birth in a few days. Zhou, somewhat puzzled, inquired, but didn't the sow just give birth to a litter recently? Trust me, when I say she is about to give birth, she is indeed nearing that time, Chen Ye replied, offering no further explanation. However, recalling the incident with the yellow-haired dog that birthed Xiaohe and Xiao shortly after consuming the dew, he believed that the boar that had ingested the dew would shorten the sow's gestation period. All right, since you say so, I will come by more frequently to check on her. After enduring so many experiences, Zhou had developed an unwavering trust in Chen Ye. The next morning, Chen Ye took a minibus to the county seat and then caught a ride to the school. Upon returning to the dormitory, he noticed that Wu Meng's bed was still neatly made, indicating that he had not yet returned. As soon as Yu Tao saw Chen Ye, he hurried over to greet him, saying, Chen Ye, we thought you weren't coming back. Chen Ye felt a bit embarrassed at this remark. I just returned to handle a few matters. Once they were dealt with, I came back. We know you're quite the landlord, Yu Tao remarked, playfully snatching the durian Chen Ye was carrying and curiously asking, is this the durian you mentioned? It looks so ugly and prickly. Yes, this is indeed the durian I told you about, but I assure you, it is exceptionally delicious. Chen Ye responded, walking to his desk to retrieve a fruit knife. He then proceeded to cut open the durian in front of Yu Tao, revealing the golden flesh within. Wow, what is that smell? It's so pungent, Yu Tao exclaimed, pinching his nose at the scent of the durian. You might find it overwhelming at first, but once you grow fond of durian, you won't be able to resist it. Chen Ye whispered conspiratorially. This fruit is known to enhance vitality. It can invigorate you like 3 chickens. Yu Tao was taken aback and eagerly grabbed a piece of durian flesh. I must admit, this is quite delicious. The taste and texture are unlike any fruit I've had before. Of course, if it weren't delicious, it wouldn't sell for 30 yuan per kilogram. Chen Ye chuckled. What? 30 yuan per kilogram? Goodness, only someone like you, a true landlord, could afford that. After Yu Tao finished speaking, his mouth was immediately filled to the brim. For throughout his life, the most expensive fruit he had ever tasted never exceeded 5 yuan. This fruit, priced at 30 yuan per pound, was something he believed only the wealthy proprietors who drove cars could afford. Chen Ye generously proclaimed, if you enjoy it, I shall bring more in the future. After Yu Tao devoured nearly half of the durian, he wiped his hands clean with a tissue and remarked, Chen Ye, I gather from your words that you intend to return. Perhaps influenced by Wu Sheng, Chen Ye believed that true friendship necessitated sincerity. So he felt no need to conceal from Yu Tao. Indeed, I have recently established a wild boar farm in the village, which is still under construction and will likely take some time to complete. Upon receiving Chen Ye's affirmative response, Yu Tao raised his hand skyward, adopting an exaggerated expression. Oh my heavens, you truly are a landowner. So, I shall have not only durians to savor, but also wild boar meat and crayfish. Chen Ye solemnly placed his hand on Yu Tao's shoulder and replied, Haha, we are brothers. As long as you enjoy it, I will surely fulfill your desires. Thank you. Chen Ye, I am genuinely moved. May I lean on your shoulder for a moment? Yu Tao said, pretending to rest on Chen Ye's shoulder. The other dormitory mates assumed Yu Tao was merely acting, yet Chen Ye heard the quiver in Yu Tao's voice, realizing the depth of his emotion. All right, Yu Tao. I must go see CC now. We shall visit Wu Meng at the hospital later, Chen Ye said. retrieving a pack of tissues from his pocket and discreetly handing it to Yu Tao. Yu Tao nodded in gratitude, understanding that Chen Ye wished to spare him any embarrassment. After Chen Ye descended the stairs, he made his way toward the girls' dormitory. Halfway there, he encountered a girl in a school uniform approaching him. She was strikingly beautiful, standing approximately 1 meter, with fair skin and long legs. Unlike Peng Si's innocent and lively demeanor, she exuded a serene and graceful beauty. Noticing Chen Ye's unwavering gaze upon her, the girl lowered her expression, emanating an air of aloofness. Suddenly, Chen Ye recalled something and hurriedly called out to her, "Senior, please wait a moment." The girl halted, regarding him coolly, and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Her voice was frosty, seemingly intent on dismissing Chen Ye. Taken aback, Chen Ye responded, "Senior, did you happen to lose a wallet previously?" "How do you know?" The mention of the wallet softened the girl's demeanor slightly, though she remained wary of Chen Ye. "You see, I caught a thief at the bus station in the county, and I found your wallet that day." Chen Ye recounted the incident. "Is that true?" A flicker of excitement crossed the girl's face as she instinctively grasped Chen Ye's hand, saying, "Do you have it with you now?" "I have it, but it's not on me. If you're in a hurry, I can fetch it from my dormitory right now," Chen Ye replied, turning to head back. At that moment, the girl reached out and stopped him, saying, "How about this? You can bring it to Class 8 of the second year tomorrow. By the way, my name is Lin Qingqing." As the girl hurried away, Chen Ye murmured to himself, "So, she is one of the 4 campus beauties, Lin Qingqing." Chapter 77. Zhao Feng's challenge the following day commenced with a mathematics class, during which Peng Si unexpectedly took Chen Ye's hand. A surge of joy filled Chen Ye's heart, prompting him to gently trace his fingers across her palm, causing her cheeks to flush a deep shade of crimson. Zheng Hui, while posing a question from the front of the class, quickly noticed the subtle exchange between Chen Ye and Peng Si, thanks to his years of teaching experience. He cleared his throat twice and remarked, "Students, please pay attention. Do not assume mastery of the material. It is essential to review the old in order to learn the new." Upon hearing Zheng Hui's words, Chen Ye exchanged a glance with Peng Si, and they both smiled in unison. Observing Chen Ye's slight restraint, Zheng Hui chose not to dwell on the matter, having heard that the two were childhood companions. Moreover, Chen Ye's exceptional academic performance rendered any admonition about early romance potentially counterproductive. Furthermore, he had learned that Su Fong had successfully persuaded Chen Ye to join her Olympiad mathematics training course, which thrilled him immensely, as it indicated that Chen Ye would channel his focus into mathematics. In a spirit of reciprocity, Zheng Hui turned a blind eye to their antics. Chen Ye occasionally shared his insights on problems and alternative solutions, much to Zheng Hui's satisfaction and the admiration of his classmates. As soon as the class bell rang, Chen Ye turned to Peng Si and said, "CC, I need to visit Class 8 of the second year to return a wallet to a senior." Yu Tao, seated at the desk in front of Chen Ye, leaned over inquisitively and asked, "A wallet? Whose wallet?" "It belongs to Senior Lin Qingqing, and I happened to find it." Chen Ye replied candidly, recounting the incident of the found wallet and how he, with the assistance of Xiao He and Xiao Bai, had apprehended the thief. This entire exchange was overheard by Li Lingfeng, who suddenly perceived an opportunity for intrigue. Upon arriving at Class 8 of the second year, Chen Ye found that Lin Qingqing was not present. Instead, he encountered Xia Hanyu, with whom he had a brief acquaintance at the beginning of the term. Upon learning that Chen Ye was there to return Lin Qingqing's wallet, Xia Hanyu enthusiastically grasped Chen Ye's hand and exclaimed, "Thank you so much." "Why are you thanking me?" Chen Ye was taken aback by Xia Hanyu's unexpected fervor. Xia Hanyu smiled wryly and explained, "That wallet holds special significance for Qingqing." "Special significance?" Chen Ye gazed at the wallet in Xia Hanyu's hand, further perplexed by the situation. To clarify, Xia Hanyu continued, "Inside the wallet is a family portrait of Qingqing." Curiosity piqued, Chen Ye asked, "Qingqing, are you her boyfriend?" "You misunderstand," Xia Hanyu replied. "Qingqing and I have attended the same school since childhood. I regard her as my own sister. However, she is quite unfortunate, having a father who abandoned her and her mother now hospitalized due to uremia. Their family has always struggled, and this situation has only exacerbated their hardships," Xia Hanyu lamented, unable to suppress his sympathy. Understanding the gravity of Lin Qingqing's circumstances, Chen Ye too began to feel a sense of compassion for her plight. Xia Yuhan shook her head, then forced a smile, expressing her gratitude. "In any case, I must thank you. Although Qingqing's boss no longer wants her, what she cherishes the most is this family portrait. Once she sees it, she will surely be overjoyed. It's but a small favor. If you put it that way, I would feel embarrassed," Chen Ye replied before turning to leave Class 8 of the second year. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, he encountered Li Lingfeng and a group of menacing individuals blocking the stairway. before Chen Ye could utter a word. Li Lingfeng pointed to a burly man beside him and said, "Brother Feng, this is Chen Ye. Not only did he assault our people in the cafeteria, but now he has the audacity to fawn over Lin Qingqing." Zhao Feng's expression darkened, although few were aware of his feelings for Lin Qingqing. Every boy who did would steer clear of her. To think that a newcomer would dare approach her in her class was utterly outrageous. Seeing Zhao Feng's grim countenance, Li Lingfeng felt a surge of excitement and continued, "Brother Feng, this kid already has a girlfriend and yet still tries to pursue Lin Qingqing. He is the epitome of someone who eats from one bowl while eyeing another. I even informed him of your feelings for Lin Qingqing, but he seemed utterly indifferent." Chen Ye found himself both amused and exasperated by Li Lingfeng's desperate attempts to provoke him with such baseless accusations. Without needing Zhao Feng to speak, one of the boys beside him stepped forward and provocatively asked, "You must be Chen Ye, right? Have you paid your protection fee this month?" "I'm afraid I do not pay protection fees to anyone," Chen Ye replied, understanding that they were intentionally seeking trouble, and his refusal would serve as their pretext for violence. "How arrogant. Do you not know the rules at our school? Failing to pay your protection fee will subject you to special treatment every day." One of the senior boys behind Zhao Feng cracked his knuckles, preparing to teach Chen Ye a lesson. "What are you doing?" Xia Hanyu, having come out to use the restroom, noticed Chen Ye cornered on the stairs and quickly approached. "Hey, can't you see our brother Feng is busy? If you don't want to get beaten, you'd better move along," Li Lingfeng sneered, spitting in front of Xia Hanyu. This was too much. Xia Hanyu, one of the four prominent figures of the school, was not intimidated by Li Lingfeng's provocation. As Xia Hanyu prepared to retaliate, Zhao Feng furrowed his brow and said, "This is my matter today. If you interfere, I will deal with you as well." Such a simple statement made Xia Hanyu take a step back. Chen Ye, however, remained unmoved, gazing curiously at Zhao Feng. "So, you are Brother Feng? I wonder what you intend to do with me today? You insolent brat. How dare you be so arrogant when your end is near?" The disdain in Chen Ye's tone provoked immediate ire among the boys surrounding Zhao Feng, who rolled up their sleeves, ready to strike. Just as the conflict was about to erupt, the director of the discipline office happened to pass by, shouting at Zhao Feng and his group, "What are you all doing? Is it necessary for everyone to write a reflection at the disciplinary office?" "Teacher, we merely expressed concern for our junior. Is that truly a fault?" Zhao Feng displayed no trace of fear on his face as he approached Chen Ye, straightening his collar in front of the director of the disciplinary office. The director, aware of Zhao Feng's true character, did not intervene as he refrained from violence and promptly urged them to leave. "Do not worry, teacher, we shall return at once," Zhao Feng assured. Leaning close to Chen Ye's ear, "At noon, meet me on the grass behind the cafeteria. If you fail to appear, I shall ensure to strike you daily henceforth." As Zhao Feng and the others departed, Xia Hanyu approached Chen Ye with a look of remorse. "I apologize, Chen Ye." "It's all right," Chen Ye replied, understanding that Xia Hanyu referred to his earlier hesitation. "This matter concerns only me, Li Lingfeng, and Zhao Feng. It does not involve you." Watching Chen Ye's retreating figure, Xia Hanyu regretted his own timidity. Had it not been for the business alliance between their fathers and his father's recent borrowing of 2 million from Zhao Feng's father, he would have staunchly supported Chen Ye. After lunch, Chen Ye chose not to return to the dormitory, instructing Peng Si and Yu Tao to head back first. "Well done. I did not expect you to actually come. Truly, you seem oblivious to danger." Li Lingfeng sneered at Chen Ye. Although Chen Ye was capable in combat, Zhao Feng was equally formidable, having trained in Sanda for over a decade, making him the premier fighter in the school. "Humph, you are far inferior to me," Chen Ye retorted coldly, wishing he could strike Li Lingfeng at that moment. Zhao Feng pulled Li Lingfeng behind him, then approached Chen Ye with a menacing glare. "Chen Ye, I did not summon you here to fight. Rather, I wish to inform you that I am fond of Lin Qingqing. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from her. Should I discover you persistently pursuing her, I shall not hesitate to confront you repeatedly." "Oh really? You speak as if you were a kingpin," Chen Ye replied nonchalantly, having faced far graver threats than Zhao Feng. "You possess courage, Chen Ye. Since you refuse to heed my warning, I shall ensure you learn your lesson," Zhao Feng declared, gesturing nonchalantly. In an instant, over 30 senior boys emerged, each towering above 175 meters, brandishing chair legs ominously. "Chen Ye, what now? Are you beginning to feel fear?" Li Lingfeng squeezed through the throng of seniors, gloating over Chen Ye's predicament. "Fool," Chen Ye muttered dismissively. "What did you say?" Li Lingfeng frowned, leaning closer, cupping his ear in a mock gesture of listening. "I said you are a fool," Chen Ye replied, swiftly raising his knee to strike Li Lingfeng's abdomen. "Ah!" Li Lingfeng was taken aback by Chen Ye's sudden aggression, collapsing to the ground in shock. "You little brat, you seek death." Zhao Feng's followers erupted in fury at the sight of Li Lingfeng being attacked, charging forward with their makeshift weapons raised. Chen Ye, do not fear. I am here to assist you. Just as Chen Ye was preparing to confront his adversaries, he noticed Yu Tao charging towards a group of senior boys, wielding a broomstick that was over a meter long. However, Yu Tao appeared diminutive in comparison to these high school seniors, resembling a mere child. Yu Tao, do not approach. Before Chen Ye could finish his warning, Yu Tao was unceremoniously kicked to the ground by one of the boys. I will fight you. Witnessing his good friend being assaulted ignited a fury within Chen Ye, prompting him to deliver a powerful punch to one boy's cheek. With a resounding thud, the impacted boy fell to the ground, clutching his swollen face in agony. Lao Lu, are you all right? The surrounding seniors, incensed by their companion's beating, were now eager to retaliate. Initially, they intended merely to teach Chen Ye a lesson, but now, not only had he fought back, but he had done so with remarkable ferocity, leaving them no choice but to retaliate. Soon, Chen Ye found himself embroiled in a melee with over 30 boys. Despite his quick reflexes, he could not withstand such an overwhelming assault, and a momentary lapse led to a solid blow landing against his back. Nevertheless, Zhao Feng's underlings fared little better, as Chen Ye had already dispatched over 10 of them. You little brat, seeking death. Zhao Feng, unable to bear witness any longer, finally bellowed, preparing to join the fray. Stop! Just as Chen Ye braced himself to face Zhao Feng, a melodious voice pierced through the chaos. Chapter 78. Bluster. Following the sound, Chen Ye beheld a girl standing nearby. Approximately 165 meters tall, she was strikingly beautiful, with long hair cascading down to her waist. Adorned in a school uniform on her upper body and a Scottish pleated skirt below, her arms, resembling lotus roots, were embellished with a platinum bracelet studded with diamonds. Her long legs were clad in athletic cotton leggings, exuding an air of unattainable elegance. Cousin, what brings you here? Upon seeing the girl, Li Lingfeng's expression betrayed a hint of unease. Su Qiangwei cast a glance at Li Lingfeng, then at Zhao Feng, and finally fixed her gaze on Chen Ye for less than a second. Cousin, my uncle instructed me to keep an eye on you at school. If you dare stir up trouble again, even my father will not be able to protect you. Upon hearing this, Li Lingfeng's face reflected reluctance. Yet he understood that Su Qiangwei was referencing the incident when he had assaulted Wu Ming and Yu Tao. Had it not been for Lu Yongfu's desire to curry favor with Su Qiangwei's father, Su Yuanchao, it was likely that Lu Yongfu would not have accepted his father's money and would have dealt with Li Lingfeng more severely. Zhao Feng, and you too. Do not presume that your strength and wealth grant you the freedom to act recklessly at school. If you continue this ruckus and it culminates in a significant mishap, do not expect your father to come to mind for assistance. After delivering her admonition, Su Qiangwei turned and departed. Chen Ye found himself momentarily bewildered by Su Qiangwei's words. Yet as he glanced at Zhao Feng and Li Lingfeng, he observed their grim expressions, their jaws clenched as if they wished to crush their own fists. Let us depart, Zhao Feng announced, waving his hand. Although the senior boys who had accompanied Zhao Feng were reluctant, they felt powerless, realizing that there were always greater forces at play. Once Zhao Feng and Li Lingfeng had left, Chen Ye immediately knelt beside Yu Tao to assess his injuries. Yu Tao, are you all right? Chen Ye, I apologize. I intended to offer assistance, yet instead, I inadvertently caused more trouble. After Yu Tao, with Chen Ye's help, brushed off the dust from his clothes. He wore an expression of embarrassment. The one who should feel embarrassed is I, for having involved you in this mess. Upon hearing Yu Tao's words, Chen Ye felt a warm current surge within him. He recalled how Yu Tao had previously held Zhao Feng and others in high regard, and today, he risked confrontation to assist him. Such a friend is indeed a true confidant. Chen Ye, what do you plan to do? Although Su Qiangwei has intervened today, Zhao Feng and his group will undoubtedly not relent. Yu Tao had long known about Zhao Feng's past. He understood that Zhao Feng was a person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. After being thwarted by Su Qiangwei today, he would surely devise other means to trouble Chen Ye. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye first chuckled softly, then half-jokingly remarked, when soldiers come, we shall counter them. When water flows, we shall build dikes. After all, reason is on our side. If they attempt to act recklessly, I shall report to the teacher. Yu Tao, believing him wholeheartedly, suggested, you are right. We should inform Teacher Su as soon as possible so that he can speak to Zhao Feng's homeroom teacher. Chen Ye shook his head, dismissively stating, let it be. Zhao Feng and his peers are all graduating students, seasoned and cunning. They will undoubtedly find ways to deceive the teachers. Therefore, merely seeking Teacher Su will not suffice to deal with them. What should we do then? Yu Tao pondered, finding Chen Ye's reasoning sound, yet without consulting a teacher, whom should they approach? With a cold snort, Chen Ye replied with a smile. I could seek out the principal to find Lu Yongfu, but will he stand up for us? Yu Tao felt uncertain, for Lu Yongfu wielded power at County No. 1 high school and was infamous for his tyrannical rule, embezzling special funds allocated to the school and extracting money from students under various pretexts each semester. More despicably, he coddled wealthy and influential parents. Chen Ye chuckled. Of course, he will not. Then if he won't, what purpose does our inquiry serve? Yu Tao's spirits sank instantly. With a slight smile, Chen Ye feigned mystery, saying, he will not advocate for us. But I have a method to ensure that Zhao Feng and his group do not overstep their bounds. What method? Yu Tao perked up, intrigued by the ingenious approach Chen Ye might devise. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged, Chen Ye declared, then made his way toward the school's office building. Yu Tao, watching Chen Ye's retreating figure, scratched his head vigorously, unable to fathom what Chen Ye was truly planning. Upon reaching the office building, Chen Ye fortuitously encountered Su Feng, who was seeking the head of the academic affairs office. Su Feng noticed Chen Ye and, seeing the marks of their recent altercation on him, immediately inquired with concern, Chen Ye, did you just get into a fight with someone? Inhaling the fragrant scent of Su Feng's perfume, Chen Ye felt a stir within him, and without reservation, he briefly recounted the troubles Zhao Feng had caused him. Upon hearing that Zhao Feng was causing trouble for Chen Ye, Su Feng was taken aback. Having been at County No. 1 high school for quite some time, she was well aware of Zhao Feng's notorious reputation as a problematic student. The fact that he was now targeting Chen Ye signaled impending trouble. Rest assured, Chen Ye, I will immediately speak with Zhao Feng's homeroom teacher to ensure he is properly restrained and does not act recklessly towards you. Restraining Zhao Feng? A wry smile crossed Chen Ye's face. If Zhao Feng were the kind of student who could be easily managed, he would not have been terrorizing the school. More critically, Zhao Feng was not merely a brute. He possessed the acumen to win people over and deftly navigate conflicts with teachers. In comparison to Li Lingfeng, he was exponentially more formidable. Noticing Chen Ye's forced smile, Su Feng assumed he was afraid that Zhao Feng would retaliate after learning of his report to the teacher. She reassured him, you need not worry. Since the incidents involving Wu Meng and Yu Tao, I have silently vowed to protect every student and prevent any further harm. I will handle the situation with Zhao Feng effectively. Observing Su Feng's earnest demeanor, Chen Ye refrained from expressing his doubts and simply watched her depart. Once she was out of sight, he made his way into the administrative building. The vice principal's office was located on the 4th floor, while the principal's office was on the 5th. However, since the principal had been hospitalized due to illness and could not attend school, Lu Yongfu had unceremoniously moved his belongings into the principal's office without a hint of remorse. In his inebriated musings, he often proclaimed that the principal's position was inevitably destined to be his. Chen Ye knocked on the principal's office door and, after a brief moment, heard Lu Yongfu's voice call out, come in. Upon entering, he was greeted by an array of opulent rosewood furniture. The coffee table was adorned with an expensive purple clay teapot, and the bookshelves displayed an assortment of awards and trophies, alongside numerous antiques. The walls were decorated with several classical paintings, creating an ambience more akin to a CEO's study than a principal's office. What class are you from? Lu Yongfu inquired, his displeasure evident as he noticed Chen Ye surveying his office. Rather than standing to converse, Chen Ye confidently took a seat on the rosewood sofa, preparing tea as he replied, Principal, I am a student from class 6 of the first year. My name is Chen Ye. Chen Ye from class 6? Lu Yongfu pondered for a moment, struggling to recall such a student. He typically remembered those whose families held significant status, such as Zhang Haiming, whose family owned a hotel, or Li Lingfeng, whose family was in the building materials business, as well as Su Qiangwei, whose father was a high-ranking official in Xinjiang City. Chen Ye, having been forgotten in the haze of school brawls during military training, was not on his radar. Surely you must recognize this, Chen Ye declared, retrieving a business card from his wallet. This is the card of General Manager Song. Lu Yongfu's heart raced at the sight, prompting him to rise from his chair and approach Chen Ye for a closer look. Indeed, it is the business card of Song Yubing, and the distinctive emblem of Yubing Mountain Villa upon it is unmistakably genuine. Observing Lu Yongfu's flustered demeanor, Chen Ye felt reassured. He casually poured the boiled water into the purple clay teapot and began to brew tea. Principal, please have a seat. Lu Yongfu remained enveloped in the astonishment of having seen Song Yubing's card, momentarily forgetting his status and the distinction between host and guest in this setting. Principal, I have heard that you are quite familiar with Zhao Feng and Li Lingfeng's father, Chen Ye remarked, deliberately adopting a mature demeanor as he poured himself and Lu Yongfu a cup of tea. This seemingly casual inquiry sent a jolt of alarm through Lu Yongfu, who then fixed a wary gaze on Chen Ye and asked, What do you mean by that, Chen Ye? What do I mean? Initially, I merely wished to spend these 3 years at this school in peace. Yet, with Li Lingfeng and Zhao Feng persistently causing me trouble, do they truly believe I am easy to bully? As Chen Ye concluded, he exerted force, shattering the purple clay teacup in his grasp. Chen Ye, what would you have me do about this? Lu Yongfu, staring at the broken cup, felt his heart race in trepidation. Associating Chen Ye with the enigmatic Song Yubing, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Principal, I hope you can remind the parents of Zhao Feng and Li Lingfeng to discipline their children properly. If they believe that Su Qiangwei's father is formidable enough to allow Li Lingfeng and Zhao Feng to act with impunity, then I shall have no choice but to resolve these issues in my own manner. Chen Ye scoffed, deliberately projecting an air of dominance. Your method? Lu Yongfu was taken aback, wiping the sweat from his brow while casting a glance at the business card on the coffee table, tentatively inquiring. I am curious about your relationship with President Song. Song Yubing has asked me to call her sister. Do I need to elaborate further on our connection? Chen Ye, initially aiming to intimidate Zhao Feng and Li Lingfeng through Lu Yongfu, now found his ruse effective and decided to maintain the facade. President Song is your sister. Lu Yongfu gasped. Although he had never met Song Yubing, he had heard that fewer than 30 individuals in Xinjiang City, and even in the provincial capital, possessed her business card, each being a notable figure far beyond the comparison of Zhao Feng and Li Lingfeng's fathers. I have expressed my concerns. Should Li Lingfeng and Zhao Feng bother me again, I will consider it as you condoning their behavior. Chen Ye elongated his tone, followed by a disdainful huff. Remember, my patience has its limits. Do not assume that just because the tiger does not roar, I am an easy target. If my sister learns of this, I fear your position as principal may soon be in jeopardy. Upon hearing the word replacement, Lu Yongfu trembled with fear and hurriedly assured, rest assured, Chen Ye, I will certainly keep them in check and ensure they do not trouble you. That would be most fortuitous, Chen Ye concluded, tucking the business card into his wallet before departing from Lu Yongfu's office. Chapter 79. Remarkable developments ever since his conversation with Lu Yongfu. Zhao Feng and Li Lingfeng indeed refrained from causing any trouble for Chen Ye the following day. However, Chen Ye was acutely aware that given Zhao Feng and Li Lingfeng's temperament, it was inconceivable for them to easily swallow their pride. On that morning, as Chen Ye entered the classroom, Peng Si, with an inquisitive expression, inquired, Chen Ye, the school is organizing a basketball tournament. Will you be participating? A basketball tournament? I think I shall abstain, Chen Ye replied, exhibiting no interest in competing for accolades in sports. Peng Si, looking somewhat disappointed, remarked, but I have already signed you up. Really? Chen Ye responded, a faint smile of resignation crossing his face. Peng Si, feeling a bit awkward, mumbled, it was Yuan who asked me to do it. You know her relationship with Shen Qi is rather special. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye turned to glance at the sports representative, Shen Qi. Noticing Chen Ye's gaze, Shen Qi joined his hands together in a pleading gesture. Must you recruit me in such a manner? Chen Ye's expression reflected his helplessness. The students of Class 6 in their first year were academically proficient, with the exception of the underachiever Li Lingfeng. The class consistently ranked first in assessments. Yet their focus on academics had inadvertently led to a neglect of physical fitness. Originally, they could have assembled a basketball team, especially with Wu Meng, a towering figure over 6 feet tall, as the center. However, following Wu Meng's injury, it became challenging to find tall players among the boys, leaving Chen Ye as a fallback option. Surely, they could not resort to selecting Yu Tao, who barely stood 5 feet and weighed less than 80 pounds. Though not exceptionally tall himself, Chen Ye stood at a respectable 5 feet 8 and had a sturdy build from regular farm work, making him an ideal candidate for the team. Chen Ye, you should participate. Yuan is my roommate, and since she requested my assistance, it would be rude to decline. Peng Si exclaimed, seizing Chen Ye's hand and shaking it vigorously. Very well, but I shall merely make a token appearance, contributing little more than my presence. Chen Ye relented, unable to resist Peng Si's enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Peng Si's face brightened, and she immediately gestured an okay to Yuan, who responded with a silent, grateful smile. During the afternoon physical education class, Shen Qi approached Chen Ye. Chen Ye, have you ever played basketball before? Shaking his head, Chen Ye admitted that he had never been fond of sports in his past life, making basketball particularly unfamiliar to him. Shen Qi, not surprised, understood that most students admitted to the prestigious school had focused solely on their studies, leaving little time for physical activities. At that moment, Li Lingfeng sauntered over to Chen Ye and remarked, as a man, isn't it embarrassing that you can't even play basketball? Chen Ye, disinterested in engaging with Li Lingfeng's provocations, responded curtly, what does my ability to play basketball have to do with you? Li Lingfeng scoffed and effortlessly dodged Chen Ye's basketball, showcasing his streetball skills in front of the entire class. It must be said that Li Lingfeng exhibited a commendable flair for streetball, from Chen Ye's admiring gaze. Chen Ye discerned that Li Lingfeng's skills were indeed impressive. Li Lingfeng reveled in the astonished gazes of his classmates, and after dribbling the ball a few times, he executed a stylish slam dunk. This left the physical education teacher astounded, as he had not anticipated that a mere freshman could perform such a deft maneuver. Now, this is basketball. You lot better not embarrass yourselves on the day of the competition, Li Lingfeng declared, lifting the basketball with a swift kick. His flamboyant display elicited shrieks from several girls in Class 6 of the freshman year. Sensing their admiration and applause, Li Lingfeng felt an overwhelming sense of pride and resumed dribbling before leaping once more. With a resounding thud, he delivered yet another dunk. Unwilling to descend just yet, he pointed dramatically at Peng Si and, in a self-congratulatory manner, proclaimed, "Peng Si, this dunk is dedicated to you." To his surprise, Peng Si ignored him, instead encouraging Chen Ye, "Go for it, Chen Ye." At that moment, Chen Ye, holding the ball, glanced at the hoop and casually tossed it. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net. "Wow, Chen Ye, how did you make that shot so perfectly?" Chen Ye marveled, taken aback by Chen Ye's flawless three-pointer from beyond the arc. Had it not been for Chen Ye's awkward shooting form, Chen Ye might have believed he had practiced three-pointers before. "Keep it up, Chen Ye, do it again," Peng Si urged as he jogged over to Chen Ye. With a smile, Chen Ye accepted the ball from Peng Si and effortlessly shot again. Swish! The ball found its mark once more. "Is this a fluke, Chen Ye? You can't be serious." Chen Ye's face was etched with disbelief. If the first shot was a stroke of luck, what about the second? Surely it couldn't have been mere chance. Determined to verify Chen Ye's skill, Chen Ye quickly retrieved the basketball and tossed it back to him. Seeing that the entire class was focused on Chen Ye, especially the boys who gazed at him with admiration, Peng Si felt a surge of pride and encouraged, "Chen Ye, go for another one. Everyone else waiting." "All right then," Chen Ye replied, realizing that the basketball was not difficult to handle. His vision was exceptionally clear, making the hoop appear remarkably large. He simply needed to aim the ball towards it. Swish! The third long-range three-pointer went in smoothly. "We are definitely winning. With Chen Ye as our long-range artillery, victory is inevitable," Chen Ye exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had initially feared that Class 6 would embarrass themselves, but he never expected Chen Ye's shooting prowess to shine so brightly. Observing that all attention had shifted to Chen Ye, Li Lingfeng felt a surge of irritation and cynically remarked, "Humph, it's easy to shoot accurately now, but can you perform under pressure during the match?" His words doused Chen Ye's earlier enthusiasm with cold water, as he realized the truth in Li Lingfeng's statement. During the competition, there would be defenders present, and Chen Ye struggled even with dribbling, let alone executing fakes. Even if he managed to sink 2 shots, opponents would allocate defenders to him, significantly diminishing his shooting accuracy under pressure. Seeing the hint of disappointment on Chen Ye's face, Li Lingfeng realized that his words had struck a nerve. He confidently stepped in front of Chen Ye, proclaiming, "Do you believe that under my defense, you won't score a single point?" Standing just over 1.8 meters tall, Li Lingfeng, though somewhat slender, possessed long arms. If he raised his hands to guard against Chen Ye, who was unable to dribble, the chances of Chen Ye making a successful shot were virtually non-existent. Chen Ye regarded Li Lingfeng and replied coolly, "Do you truly believe that?" "Of course. Against a novice like you, I could manage with just one hand." Li Lingfeng was unperturbed, with Chen Ye's abysmally poor shooting technique. He had no fear of failing to defend against him. "Oh, then perhaps you should use both hands," Chen Ye retorted, motioning for Chen Ye to pass him the basketball. "Let us begin." Li Lingfeng was eager to humiliate Chen Ye in front of their classmates, including Peng Si. "All right," Chen Ye nodded, grasping the basketball and leaping into the air. "A jump shot? With your skill level, how could you possibly make it?" Having played basketball for so many years, Li Lingfeng was well aware of the challenges of a jump shot. Chen Ye was merely a novice who had just begun to handle a basketball. Even if he managed to hit a stationary shot, it did not imply he could master a jump shot. Therefore, Li Lingfeng merely raised his hands in a token gesture. Too lazy to even jump. Swish! A crisp sound echoed as Chen Ye effortlessly sank a precise three-pointer. "This is impossible." Li Lingfeng turned around, his mouth agape, as if he could fit several eggs inside. Chen Ye, with a relaxed demeanor, remarked, "Do you want to continue? That last shot doesn't count. This time, I will defend against you, and you won't even get a shot off." Having been publicly embarrassed, Li Lingfeng was determined to reclaim his pride. He resolved to defend with all his might, intending to show Chen Ye that basketball was not as simple as he imagined. "All right, I look forward to it. Chen Ye shrugged, accepting the basketball passed to him by Chen Qi. Humph, just wait until you realize what it's like to be powerless. After Li Lingfeng's declaration, he focused intently on his defensive stance. At that moment, Chen Ye suddenly smiled and leaped before Li Lingfeng. Taste my big hot pot. Seeing Chen Ye jump, Li Lingfeng immediately mirrored the action. Hey, Chen Ye's shot might get blocked. Indeed, Li Lingfeng's leaping ability was commendable, combined with his height and wingspan. He seemed poised to thwart Chen Ye's attempt. Yet, before Chen Qi could finish his thought, Chen Ye's leap continued to ascend, surpassing Li Lingfeng's height. Swish! The basketball sailed through the air and swished through the net once more. Wow, Chen Ye, you're incredible. You jumped at least a meter high, exclaimed a classmate. Amazing. And that was from a stationary position. Yu Tao, overhearing the boys nearby, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, privately thinking, Chen Ye is truly extraordinary. Not only are his grades exceptional, but his athleticism is also astonishing. Upon landing, Chen Ye looked at Li Lingfeng, who appeared thoroughly defeated, and calmly asked, How do you feel? You. Li Lingfeng struggled to articulate a response. Chen Ye dunk it, Chen Qi suggested. Having witnessed Chen Ye's impressive jump height, convinced that a dunk was well within reach. A dunk, you say? As Chen Ye prepared to dribble the basketball, he inadvertently struck it against the top of his foot, eliciting uproarious laughter from his classmates. Rather than feeling disheartened, Chen Ye accepted the moment with grace. As it was indeed his first encounter with a basketball, making his lack of dribbling skills quite understandable, Li Lingfeng seized the opportunity to mock Chen Ye, scoffing. You can't even dribble, and you dream of dunking? If you manage to dunk, I'll eat the basketball. Chen Ye, glancing at the hoop several meters away, suddenly tossed the basketball towards it. What was he planning? Could it be that he intended to shoot before attempting a dunk? The physical education teacher quickly discerned Chen Ye's intention. However, this maneuver was fraught with difficulty, requiring precise control of one's strength and the ability to judge the ball's trajectory after making contact with the rim, skills that could only be honed through extensive practice. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the rim and soared high into the air, prompting Chen Ye to commence his run-up. Chen Qi's face was etched with astonishment. No way, he's jumping from the free throw line. Li Lingfeng, however, wore a disdainful expression, declaring, Does he think he is Jordan? Jumping from the free throw line is utterly foolish. If he manages to dunk, I'll eat the basketball right in front of him. Upon hearing Li Lingfeng's taunts, Chen Ye smirked faintly and leapt into the air, achieving a vertical height that seemed almost superhuman. Seizing the basketball, he forcefully slammed it through the hoop. With a thunderous crash, the rim could not withstand the force of Chen Ye's dunk and collapsed entirely. Yu Tao gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, My goodness. Chen Ye is like a little shark. Impossible. How could he have done that? Just as Li Lingfeng stood dumbfounded, Chen Ye tossed the basketball to him, saying, Li Lingfeng, would you prefer to eat it with scallions or garlic? Chapter 80. An eye for an eye. On the day of the basketball match, Chen Qi specifically instructed Chen Ye. Chen Ye, we will pass the ball to you later. Your sole responsibility will be to shoot. Leave everything else to us. Chen Ye held no objections to this arrangement, even though he wished to assert that he had mastered dribbling and was no worse than Li Lingfeng. However, he felt that voicing such a statement would unduly demoralize Chen Qi and the others, so he remained silent. Just pass the ball to me later, and I will lead you to victory. Li Lingfeng observed how all his classmates gravitated towards Chen Ye, akin to stars orbiting the moon. While Peng Si occasionally inquired if Chen Ye was thirsty, this sight filled him with both envy and irritation, prompting him to resolve to make a noteworthy impression during the game. Unfortunately, his remarks were completely disregarded by the boys from Class 6 of the first year. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the match between Class 3 and Class 6 of the first year commenced. The jump ball was contested between Li Lingfeng and the center from Class 3. As the ball ascended, Li Lingfeng shouted and knocked the basketball towards Chen Qi. He anticipated a round of applause, but was instead met with gasps of astonishment. This left Li Lingfeng perplexed. Although he had won the jump, the reaction seemed excessive, considering the center from Class 3 stood at only around 178 meters, a good half a head shorter than him, an unremarkable victory. However, it was not long before Li Lingfeng understood the reason behind the astonishment. It was indeed Chen Qi who directly passed the ball to Chen Ye. Just as Chen Ye crossed the half-court line, he made an astonishing long-range shot. With an unusual posture and from an extraordinary distance, he still managed to send the ball soaring into the hoop. What just transpired? The boys from Class 3 of the first year were left in bewilderment. For Chen Ye's shot was utterly inexplicable. Surely, he must have guessed. Everyone stay calm. We will retaliate. The captain of Class 3, Noticing the team's morale dipping due to Chen Ye's unexpected shot, quickly clapped his hands in encouragement. All right, let us bounce back. With the captain's motivating words, the players of Class 3 swiftly initiated their offense. There's an open shot. Quickly shoot. The captain exclaimed excitedly. The so-called open shot referred to Chen Ye's position, as Chen Ye had advised him to conserve his energy, so he merely remained stationary. Haha, it's my time to shine, Li Lingfeng thought to himself, eagerly moving to defend. Though he arrived a tad late, his fingers still grazed the basketball. However, that very touch caused what should have been a missed shot by Class 3 to instead find its way through the net. Li Lingfeng, what are you doing? Are you afraid he won't make it? The boys from Class 6 began to chastise. Li Lingfeng felt utterly frustrated. He had worked hard to provide defense, only for such an outcome to occur. It's all right. We have Chen Ye. We want to lose to them, Chen Ye interjected, attempting to ease the tension as classmates began to criticize Li Lingfeng. With Chen Ye's intervention, the match continued, and the audience grew larger, including not only Peng Si but also Lin Qingqing, which invigorated the boys on the court. With a swift motion, Chen Ye reclaimed the recently lost score for Class 3 with another remarkable three-pointer. Watching Chen Ye sink another long-distance shot, Peng Si couldn't help but mutter, honestly, how can that be just 3 points? It should count for at least 5. The students from Class 6 broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. If that were the case, students from other classes might as well forfeit the game altogether. The players from Class 3, bewildered by Chen Ye's consecutive long-range three-pointers, were momentarily at a loss, prompting their captain to step up. Everyone, stay composed. We just need to guard him well. But could they truly defend against him? With each shot, Chen Ye seemed unaware of how many three-pointers he had made. All he knew was that when Chen Ye passed him the ball, he would leap and shoot, one after another, sending the basketball gracefully into the hoop. As the final whistle blew, the score settled at 123-78, achieved while Chen Ye faced no defense. Chen Ye, you've worked hard. Come drink some water. Chen Ye, let me wipe your sweat. Chen Ye, you must be tired. Let me massage your shoulders. Observing the girls from Class 6 fawning over Chen Ye, Peng Si felt a surge of displeasure, hastily whisking Chen Ye away to a quieter corner, where he personally wiped his sweat and offered him a drink. In stark contrast, Li Lingfeng was drenched in perspiration, resembling someone who had just emerged from a pool. He had just sprinted the entire court, and while he should have scored, he found himself laboring under the basket instead. After securing the ball, he passed it to Chen Ye, who then quickly relayed it to Chen Ye. As the competition entered its third day, the field of 42 teams had narrowed down to the top 8. Class 6 of the first year, bolstered by Chen Ye's prowess, effortlessly swept aside any adversary, consistently achieving scores exceeding 100 points in each match. Although Li Lingfeng also boasted a commendable record, averaging 9 points and 24 rebounds per game with no steals, the reality of his 12 turnovers painted a different picture. Li Lingfeng, if you are disinterested in playing, you need not take the court, Chen Ye remarked. Initially, Chen Ye and others had harbored some trepidation towards Li Lingfeng, but witnessing his inability to confront Chen Ye stripped them of their fear. What do you mean? Do you even know who I am? Li Lingfeng was already seething from a previous humiliation, and Chen Ye's taunts only exacerbated his ire. In the last match, how many and 1 and 3-point plays did you create for the opponents? If it weren't for Chen Ye's steady performance, we would have undoubtedly lost, Chen Ye retorted boldly, having shed his fear of Li Lingfeng. Fine, I will not play this game. Let us see how you manage to defeat the formidable Zhou Weichao and Zhao Feng from the third year. Li Lingfeng, boiling with anger, ripped off his jersey, declaring his withdrawal. If you choose not to play, so be it. We have Chen Ye, and we will win without you, Chen Ye replied nonchalantly. As long as they could pass the ball to Chen Ye, he would reliably convert it into points. Chen Ye, do you really think he is a deity? Just wait until Zhou Feng and Zhou Weichao take him down a peg. Li Lingfeng was itching to confront Zhou Feng and teach Chen Ye a lesson, but he restrained himself, aware that Lu Yongfu had already spoken to them. Provoking Chen Ye further would surely have the school siding with him. As Li Lingfeng continued to vent his frustrations, the game on the adjacent court concluded. Class 8 of the second year was utterly trounced by Class 1 of the third year, with Zhao Feng even performing a thunderous dunk over Xia Hanyu, intentionally stepping on his arm as he landed. Listen, I warn you, stay away from Lin Qingqing, or I will deal with you immediately, Zhao Feng whispered menacingly to Xia Hanyu, though Chen Ye heard every word clearly. Noticing Chen Ye watching him, Zhao Feng smirked and made a throat-cutting gesture with his thumb. At that moment, Lin Qingqing rushed over, spotting the fallen Zhao Feng and the nearby Chen Ye. She murmured, if you can, please teach him a lesson for me. After hearing this, Chen Ye shrugged dismissively, replying, "This indeed presents an excellent opportunity to teach him a lesson." With Chen Ye on their side, Class 6 of the first year had transformed into a formidable dark horse. In the subsequent quarterfinals and semifinals, the team advanced to the finals, facing the defending champions, a formidable class of seniors with 4 members on the school team, alongside Zhao Feng, an amateur player possessing a robust physique. As the match commenced, Zhao Feng effortlessly nudged the basketball into the hands of Zhou Weichao. Without hesitation, Zhou Weichao shot a three-pointer right in front of Chen Ye, completing the action in under 5 seconds. As Zhao Feng passed by Chen Ye, he greeted Lin Qingqing on the court while sneering at Chen Ye, saying, "You think you can challenge me?" Chen Ye, uninterested in engaging with Zhao Feng, received a pass from Chen Ye and retaliated with an impressive long-range three-pointer. "Well done, Chen Ye. That was magnificent." The students from Class 6 of the first year erupted in cheers, captivated by Chen Ye's precise shooting. Realizing that Chen Ye posed a significant threat, Zhou Weichao immediately took it upon himself to guard Chen Ye, preventing Chen Ye from passing the ball to him. Observing Chen Ye being stifled by Zhou Weichao, Chen Ye attempted to take matters into his own hands. However, just as he leaped to shoot, a large hand came crashing down towards him. The basketball struck Chen Ye squarely in the face, causing blood to gush from his nose. "Chen Ye, you won." Chen Ye's girlfriend rushed over in alarm upon witnessing his injury. "Referee, isn't that a foul?" Chen Ye's face darkened, despite his lack of basketball knowledge. It was evident that Zhao Feng's action was intentional, aimed directly at Chen Ye's face. The referee, a student from the sports department, clearly recognized Zhao Feng and conveniently overlooked the foul. "Is that so? I'll remember this," Chen Ye remarked before sprinting to the sidelines to retrieve his phone from his clothing. He instructed Peng Si, "Please film everything Zhao Feng does on the court." Confused, Peng Si asked, "Why film him? Why not just film you?" "Just do as I say," Chen Ye replied, returning to the court. As the game resumed, Chen Ye was forced to exit due to his injury, allowing Li Lingfeng to take his place once more. Li Lingfeng strutted onto the court, exuding an air of arrogance that did not sit well with their classmates. "Give me the ball." This time, Chen Ye did not position himself at half-court, but instead received the ball directly at the baseline. Zhou Weichao was momentarily taken aback, having previously watched Chen Ye play. He noted that Chen Ye typically received the ball at half-court for his shots. Was this a new tactic? After catching the ball, Chen Ye began dribbling in place, a sight that appeared utterly ridiculous to Li Lingfeng. "Chen Ye, if you can't dribble, please don't embarrass yourself." However, before he could finish his sentence, Chen Ye surged forward with astonishing speed. As Chen Ye swiftly maneuvered past Zhou Weichao, Zhao Feng let out a menacing laugh and lunged at him, declaring, "You little brat. You're asking for trouble." Chen Ye remained silent, leaping from the free throw line, prompting Zhao Feng to follow suit. With a resounding crash, their bodies collided violently in midair. Peng Si and Lin Qingqing dared not look down. Suddenly, with a cry of pain, Chen Ye not only knocked aside the taller Zhao Feng, but also seized the opportunity to leap onto his head, delivering a powerful slam dunk. Upon landing, he emulated Zhao Feng's method of dealing with Xie Hanyu, forcefully stepping down on Zhao Feng's arm. Chapter 81. The school bell invites for dinner. Although Zhou Weichao's relationship with Zhao Feng was not particularly amicable, they were still teammates in the same class. Witnessing Chen Ye's foot on Zhao Feng's arm, he immediately approached and shoved Chen Ye aside, inquiring, "Zhao Feng, how are you feeling?" Zhao Feng grimaced in pain. His facial features contorted as he replied, My hand hurts so much." After entrusting Zhao Feng to classmates for transport to the medical room, Zhou Weichao seized Chen Ye by the collar, demanding, "Chen Ye, what do you mean by this? Are you playing basketball or assaulting someone?" Chen Ye shrugged off Zhou Weichao's grip, casually responding, "Of course, it's basketball. What did you think it was?" Zhou Weichao seethed with anger. Had it not been for the teammates restraining him, he certainly would have confronted Chen Ye more vigorously. "Keep pretending. We just witnessed you deliberately stepping on Zhao Feng." "Huh? You saw me intentionally step on Zhao Feng? I saw him deliberately elbowing Xie Hanyu, not to mention his intent to injure Chen Ye." Chen Ye scoffed, unfazed by Zhou Weichao's group, especially since it was Zhao Feng who had initially elbowed him in the air, a fact captured by Peng Si's camera. Even if Zhao Feng reported this to the school, he would be at a disadvantage. Zhou Weichao found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that it was indeed Zhao Feng who had provoked the situation first, and Xie Hanyu and Chen Ye were still lying injured on the sidelines. "Referee, let us continue the game." Chen Ye prompted the dazed referee, who, startled by Chen Ye's piercing gaze, quickly assented, "Continue the match." The game resumed, but it was evident that the senior class was playing with heightened aggression, their movements becoming increasingly erratic. Moreover, the referee seemed biased towards them, resulting in frequent errors from the younger, less robust members of the first-year class. Fortunately, with Chen Ye consistently scoring, they managed to maintain a competitive score. To further uplift the team's morale, Chen Ye made every effort to drive into the free throw line for slam dunks, eliciting cheers from the crowd, even leaving Lin Qingqing astounded by his performance. However, the boys from the senior class soon caught on to this, and while the referee was distracted, one of them deliberately pushed Chen Ye from behind as he soared for a dunk. Chen Ye instantly lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground. For heaven's sake, does the senior class have no shame, resorting to such underhanded tactics? Upon seeing Chen Ye fall, many onlookers began to point and criticize the boys from the senior class. Although Chen Ye stood up for his classmates, his actions starkly contrasted with those of Zhao Feng, who had brought misfortune upon himself. Zhao Feng's transgressions were of his own making, a classic case of self-inflicted harm. In contrast, Chen Ye's intervention was noble and straightforward, employing fair physical confrontation rather than the underhanded tactics of Class 1 in the senior year, which involved clandestine maneuvers. Chen Ye, are you all right? Peng Si, with a heart full of concern, rushed to his side. Don't worry, I'm fine. Chen Ye reassured her with a gentle shake of his head. Fortunately, his body had been reinforced by the necklace. Otherwise, that fall could have caused him significant distress. Despite his words, Peng Si remained anxious. No, we must go to the infirmary now. Chen Ye grasped her hand firmly and shook his head with determination. CC, it's unnecessary. I must lead our class to victory in this match. But your health. Peng Si's eyes brimmed with tears, unsure how to persuade him otherwise. Rest assured, your man is the strongest, Chen Ye declared, flexing his arm to showcase his muscles. All right, but if you feel unwell, you must tell me at once. Peng Si's cheeks flushed as she glanced around at the multitude of spectators. As Chen Ye regained his footing, the match resumed. Pass me the ball, he shouted to his teammates. Without a moment's hesitation, they delivered the ball into his hands. However, as soon as he received it, he found himself surrounded by 3 boys from Class 1, each towering at around 185 meters. Kid, don't think you can get past us. Even if your shot is accurate, you won't even make it past half court. They taunted, attempting to intercept him. A senior who understood basketball couldn't help but scoff. How shameless. For main players from the school team are pressing a freshman this hard. While the audience sensed that Chen Ye was in dire straits, he remained composed. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a classmate ahead and feigned a pass. Watch out, he's about to pass. Zhou Weichao alerted immediately. The 3 boys, startled, turned to look back. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Chen Ye surged forward with the ball, sprinting past them. Impressive. What a deceptive move. But it's astonishingly convincing. Deceptive? A smile crept onto Chen Ye's lips as he dribbled. He had initially intended to pass, but seeing their focus diverted, he quickly altered his strategy. As he prepared to dunk, a boy from Class 1 pursued him, sneering, Kid, do you dare to dunk? Are you courting disaster? Chen Ye was aware that his opponent intended to deploy a treacherous tactic, but this time, he would not fall for it. At the instant the senior leapt, Chen Ye's body executed a flawless 360-degree spin in midair. With a resounding clang, the rim groaned in protest. While the would-be assailant was met with the force of Chen Ye's knee to his face, crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. A scene too brutal to behold. Continue with the shameless antics. He is indeed your exemplary model, Chen Ye exclaimed as he forcefully slammed the basketball, then briskly made his way to the court of Class 6, Grade 1. Witnessing Chen Ye's prowess, coupled with the fact that he had effortlessly incapacitated a member of their team, Li Lingfeng felt a mix of astonishment and trepidation. During the ensuing match, Chen Ye refrained from dunking again, focusing solely on 2 actions, shooting 3-pointers and executing blocks, thwarting the attempts of the boys from Class 1, Grade 3, denying them even a single opportunity to score. As the final whistle blew, the game concluded with a resounding victory for Class 6, Grade 1. After the match, Zhou Weichao, panting heavily, approached Chen Ye. Chen Ye, what just happened was merely a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart. Chen Ye responded with a cold smile. Accepting the towel handed to him by Peng Si, Zhou Weichao hesitated for a moment, then mustered the courage to say, I would like to invite you to join our basketball team at the first high school. Although he had lost to Chen Ye, Zhou Weichao was willing to accept his defeat, acknowledging that there are always greater talents beyond one's comprehension. He saw hope in Chen Ye. If he could join the school team, they would have a formidable chance at the provincial championship this year. Join the school team? I'm afraid I cannot play alongside those of low character and unsportsmanlike conduct, Chen Ye replied bluntly, disregarding any semblance of politeness. Before casually draping his arm over Peng Si's shoulder and strolling toward the boys' dormitory. However, Midway, Yuan suddenly rushed over and implored Peng Si, "CC, could you lend me a hand?" Initially reluctant, Peng Si hesitated, recalling how Chen Ye had previously thrown a fit and unsure of his current state. "CC, something has happened to Chen Hong," Yuan whispered urgently in Peng Si's ear. Upon hearing this, Peng Si's expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly informed Chen Ye. "I'm sorry, Chen Ye, but I must accompany Yuan back for a moment." Chen Ye, feeling perfectly fine aside from the sweat from the game, merely nodded and said, "You both go ahead, I can manage on my own." "All right, take care. I will return as soon as I'm done," Peng Si replied, taking Yuan's hand and heading toward the girls' dormitory. After watching Peng Si depart, Chen Ye continued on his path to the boys' dormitory. Upon arrival, he spotted a graceful figure standing at the entrance. It was Lin Qingqing. As she noticed Chen Ye approaching, she dashed over, shyly exclaiming, "Chen Ye, thank you for helping me retrieve my wallet." Chen Ye scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, "It was a mere trifle." Lin Qingqing fidgeted with her hands behind her back. Her cheeks flushed as she asked, "Are you free tonight?" "Yes, I am." Chen Ye pondered for a moment, realizing he indeed had no plans for the evening, especially since Su Fong had promised the basketball team a week of relaxation after their victory. "Then let me treat you to dinner," Lin Qingqing said, her face nearly crimson with embarrassment. You want to treat me to dinner?" Chen Ye responded incredulously. As Lin Qingqing had always maintained a respectful distance from boys at school, rarely engaging even with Xie Hanyu, a childhood friend, throughout the day, Lin Qingqing, fearing that Chen Ye might misunderstand, hurriedly explained, "Chen Ye, please do not overthink it. Since you helped me retrieve my wallet, I would like to invite you to my home for dinner." Chen Ye was utterly taken aback, although he had dined at the home of a school beauty before. After all, Peng Si was also one of them. His experience with Lin Qingqing was markedly different, for they had only just met. Noticing Chen Ye's silence, Lin Qingqing, mistaking it for refusal, felt a twinge of disappointment and said, "If you do not wish to go, then forget it." Chen Ye quickly clarified, "Senior, you've misunderstood. How could I possibly decline? It would be an immense honor to savor your culinary skills. Ordinary people would envy such an opportunity." "Really? Then it's settled. Tomorrow evening, I shall await you at the school gate. Let's not miss each other," Lin Qingqing declared before turning and leaving behind only a fragrant breeze. Chen Ye watched her retreating figure before heading back to the dormitory. Upon returning, Chen Ye immediately entered the bathroom to change out of his sweat-soaked jersey. Just then, Yu Tao rushed in, exclaiming, "Chen Ye, there's trouble." "What kind of trouble?" Chen Ye inquired, turning off the tap. After catching his breath, Yu Tao replied, "Zhao Feng and his group have surrounded the dormitory and are likely heading this way." "Zhao Feng? Does he still dare to come?" Chen Ye's brows knitted in concern. "I don't know. Just now, it seemed that Li Lingfeng whispered something to Zhao Feng, and now he looks as furious as a lion. His expression is truly terrifying." Yu Tao recounted, explaining the hushed exchange between Li Lingfeng and Zhao Feng. Could it be that Zhao Feng witnessed my interaction with Lin Qingqing? The thought struck Chen Ye. Yu Tao, anxious, urged, "Chen Ye, stop daydreaming. Zhao Feng and his crew are almost here. Let them come. We cannot run away anyway." Chen Ye shrugged nonchalantly, taking his time to dress. Just as he finished putting on his clothes, a loud bang echoed as the bathroom door was kicked open. Chapter 82. A frugal household. Chen Ye regarded the aggressive Zhao Feng with irritation and remarked, "Zhao Feng, damaging public property not only incurs financial liability, but also disciplinary action." Upon hearing the term disciplinary action, Zhao Feng's expression darkened even further, clearly recalling Lu Yongfu's admonition. Yet, he could not allow Chen Ye to escape unscathed, especially after the humiliation he had suffered on the basketball court and with Lin Qingqing approaching Chen Ye. This was a slight he could not swallow. "Chen Ye, do not attempt to intimidate me with the school regulations. Today, I shall make you pay." Chen Ye shrugged, feigning regret as he replied, "Is that so? If you truly fear no consequences from the school, then I have nothing further to say. Brother Feng, why waste your breath on him? He dares to pursue Lin Qingqing, clearly showing you no respect." Li Lingfeng, seeing Zhao Feng's anger, stoked the flames, eager for Zhao Feng to act. "Li Lingfeng, you need not fan the flames from the sidelines. If a fight is to occur, let it happen. If I, Chen Ye, express fear, then I am not a man." Chen Ye huffed coldly, fixing his gaze on Zhao Feng and Li Lingfeng. As Zhao Feng observed Chen Ye's audacious demeanor, a surge of anger coursed through him, prompting him to bellow, "Beat him." However, before his words could fully resonate, Chen Ye preemptively struck. With a swift kick, he sent Zhao Feng sprawling to the ground. Li Lingfeng, witnessing the unfolding chaos, instinctively attempted to retreat, only to be seized by Chen Ye, who then delivered a powerful punch to his left cheek. causing him to lose his balance. Zhao Feng's subordinates, eager to rush into the bathroom, found their path obstructed by the unsteady Li Lingfeng. Zhao Feng, momentarily dazed from the forceful kick to his chest, was preparing to rise when he was inadvertently shoved back down by his own men trying to enter. In what can be termed a convergence of valor amidst adversity, although Chen Ye stood alone, the bathroom's limited entrance of merely half a meter in width provided him an advantage, while Zhao Feng's entourage of 40 to 50 men found themselves momentarily stymied. At that moment, Zhao Feng was nearly apoplectic with rage. He yearned to retaliate, yet Chen Ye delivered another swift kick to his arm, compounding his injuries and eliciting a grimace of pain. As Zhao Feng's subordinates began to realize they were unable to leverage their numerical superiority, they contemplated retreating. However, they overlooked a crucial detail. Zhao Feng and Li Lingfeng remained trapped within the confines of the bathroom. Zhao Feng, Li Lingfeng, were you not seeking trouble with me? Now that your lackeys have fled, let us see how you fare, Chen Ye declared, launching a kick into Li Lingfeng's abdomen. The latter recoiled in agony, emitting cries of distress. You little brat, I will skin you alive today. Zhao Feng finally regained his footing, disregarding the blood at the corner of his mouth, and launched a punch toward Chen Ye. Unfazed, Chen Ye had already anticipated Zhao Feng's attack. Before the punch could land, he countered with a decisive kick. After enduring a flurry of strikes, even Zhao Feng's considerable strength could not withstand the onslaught. With a thud, he collapsed onto the bathroom floor. Observing the two incapacitated figures, Chen Ye refrained from delivering further blows, mindful of the school's environment. Should he inflict serious harm, he too would face legal repercussions. Chen Ye, you are remarkable. Having sent so many running. Upon exiting the bathroom, Yu Tao approached, having feared for Chen Ye's safety and brandishing a fruit knife as a precautionary measure. The surrounding male onlookers regarded Chen Ye with admiration, for the troublemakers were not merely Li Lingfeng, but also the notorious bully, Zhao Feng. Rather than cower, Chen Ye had managed to drive them away. With a faint smile, Chen Ye turned to Yu Tao and remarked, Yu Tao, I shall be dining out tonight. Do not reserve a seat for me. If you encounter CC, please convey my regards. After departing the dormitory, Chen Ye hurriedly made his way to the school entrance, where Lin Qingqing awaited him. As students emerged from the school to dine, they were filled with curiosity upon seeing Lin Qingqing waiting for someone. However, when Chen Ye appeared beside her, numerous boys gasped in astonishment, silently cursing him for being a brute who not only had the stunning Peng Si as a girlfriend, but also made Lin Qingqing stand at the school gate waiting for him. The peculiar gazes and gossip surrounding them caused Lin Qingqing's cheeks to flush even more, prompting her to softly suggest, shall we catch a bus? Yes, Chen Ye replied, not overthinking the situation. He had helped Lin Qingqing find a precious photograph, and it was only reasonable for her to treat him to a meal out of gratitude. Since there was a valid reason behind it, he felt no need for secrecy. Due to the rush hour after school and work, the bus was crowded with students heading home for the weekend and office workers finishing their day. When Chen Ye and Lin Qingqing boarded the bus, there was scarcely any room to stand. Reluctantly, Lin Qingqing, her face burning with embarrassment, had to press herself against Chen Ye, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Chen Ye, close enough to catch the scent wafting from her hair, initially intended to maintain some distance. After all, their proximity could adversely affect Lin Qingqing's reputation at school. However, the bus's sudden stops made it impossible to keep apart, and instead, they found themselves even closer. Chen Ye instinctively reached out to create space, but inadvertently brushed against her softness. The moment his hand made contact, he quickly withdrew it. Yet Lin Qingqing's face remained as red as a ripe apple, their hearts racing, both too shy to glance at one another. Fortunately, after more than 10 minutes, as the bus made various stops and passengers began to disembark, seats became available, alleviating their awkward predicament. Senior, I sincerely apologize for what just happened. It was not my intention. Chen Ye immediately offered an apology. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing's face turned crimson, but she shook her head, saying, I understand. It wasn't your fault. Chen Ye, relieved by her response, felt grateful that Lin Qingqing did not misconstrue him as a lecher. After a while, noticing Lin Qingqing's continued silence, Chen Ye sought to initiate a conversation to pass the time and ease the previous awkwardness. By the way, senior, how is Xia Hanyu's injury? He inquired. Lin Qingqing replied serenely, Xia Hanyu's injury is not serious. I heard from other classmates that he just needs a couple of days of rest. Oh, Chen Ye responded, noting her indifferent tone. He contemplated discussing other topics, but hesitated, fearing Lin Qingqing might think he was trying to get close for ulterior motives. So he fell into a dull silence. The bus's speed was already slow, and with the poor traffic conditions in the county, especially during dinner time, It crawled along at a snail's pace. By the time they reached Lin Qingqing's neighborhood, it was already 6 in the evening. Lin Qingqing's home is situated in the dilapidated area of the county town, a rather unremarkable, aging brick house that stands only 2 stories tall, occupying less than 40 square meters. Even within Bairuo village, such a dwelling is considered to belong to the most impoverished. However, despite its modest size, the interior is impeccably arranged, devoid of any disorder, and the floor is swept to a pristine cleanliness, immediately imparting a sense of warmth and comfort upon entry. Chen Ye, please find yourself a place to sit. I will go pick some vegetables, Lin Qingqing said, making her way to the kitchen. In no time, the sound of running water echoed from within. Chen Ye peeked into the kitchen, observing Lin Qingqing diligently engaged in her tasks, before settling himself on an old, weathered stool. As he lifted his gaze, his attention was drawn to the wall adorned with numerous certificates. These accolades, earned by Lin Qingqing from primary school through to her first year of high school, included not only certificates for being an exemplary student, but also various awards from county competitions, such as first prize from a singing contest during her middle school days and a calligraphy competition. Chen Ye searched the wall for quite some time, but found not a single second-place award. Astonishingly, every competition Lin Qingqing participated in had resulted in a first-place finish. It was easy to understand why Zhao Feng was utterly captivated by her. He would risk reprimand from Lu Yongfu to seek her attention. As Chen Ye continued to admire the accolades, he was suddenly called by Lin Qingqing. Chen Ye, could you come in and help me for a moment? Coming. Chen Ye responded, promptly entering the kitchen. The kitchen, merely about 5 square meters in size, felt cramped with the stove and sink occupying much of the space. Upon entering, he found Lin Qingqing standing on a chair, attempting to repair the overhead light bulb. Senior, allow me to assist. This is a task suited for a man, Chen Ye declared, not noticing Lin Qingqing's expression, as he proceeded to remove the bulb. Upon inspection, he discovered that the filament was burnt out. Senior, this bulb is broken. Do you have a spare at home? Chen Ye inquired, presenting the faulty bulb to her. I will look for one, Lin Qingqing replied. Her demeanor somewhat dimmed as she turned away. After a brief moment, she returned with an older, slightly blackened bulb. This one should still work. Chen Ye examined the bulb. While the filament was intact, it was clearly quite old and would likely fail to provide adequate illumination, potentially harming one's eyesight. However, recalling having heard about Lin Qingqing's mother suffering from uremia, he recognized their financial constraints. Thus, he decided to replace the bulb and said, Senior, I will step outside to buy some supplies. Oh, go ahead. Dinner will be ready shortly, Lin Qingqing replied without further thought, returning to her tasks under the dim light. Observing her fragile yet determined silhouette, Chen Ye felt a surge of sympathy for her. Upon exiting Lin Qingqing's home, Chen Ye quickly located a convenience store, spending 100 yuan to purchase 10 new light bulbs, along with various daily necessities, beverages, snacks, and fruits. Upon returning, Lin Qingqing had already brought out several exquisite dishes. Although the fare was light, the presentation was so artful that it made one's appetite stir. Upon noticing the multitude of items in Chen Ye's hands, Lin Qingqing's expression darkened, akin to a frost settling in the air. Senior, you aren't upset, are you? Chen Ye asked awkwardly, not anticipating that his actions would yield such an unintended consequence. Let us eat, Lin Qingqing replied, her tone growing somewhat frigid. Chapter 83. The burdensome medical expenses. Suddenly, Lin Qingqing's demeanor shifted, and Chen Ye found himself at a loss for how to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. At that moment, the phone on the dining table rang. Lin Qingqing promptly answered, Hello, Director Huang? What? All right, I understand. Thank you, Director Huang. I will head to the hospital immediately. After hanging up, her complexion turned pale. Noticing her distress, Chen Ye quickly inquired, Senior, what has happened? Lin Qingqing bit her lip, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she choked out. My mother collapsed at the factory. She has already been taken to the hospital. Let us hurry over, Chen Ye said, immediately setting down his bowl and chopsticks. Without further thought, Lin Qingqing donned her school uniform, and together they rushed out. Upon reaching the roadside, Lin Qingqing fished out a handful of change from her pocket and, stealing herself, flagged down a taxi. However, the taxi driver hesitated upon hearing their destination was Xinjiang City. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, another taxi was successfully hailed. The taxi driver turned out to be Xiao Gao, who had previously driven Chen Ye back to Bairuo village, originally intending to return home to accompany his wife. Upon learning that Lin Qingqing was headed to Xinjiang City, he contemplated suggesting she find another ride. But upon seeing Chen Ye beside her, he greeted them warmly. Little Chen, you know her? Xiao Gao, could you take us to the city? Chen Ye asked, pulling out his wallet. Upon noticing Chen Ye preparing to pay, Xiao Gao's expression soured. We're all brothers here. Let's not discuss money. Hop in. Senior, you take the back seat, Chen Ye said, opening the door for Lin Qingqing. Once she settled inside, Chen Ye turned to Xiao Gao. Xiao Gao, this is a matter of life and death. Please get us to the people's hospital in the city as swiftly as possible. In such a hurry? Buckle up, Xiao Gao responded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and quickly started the engine, speeding towards Xingyang City. The ride was rapid, as the route from Qinghe County to the city lacked traffic lights and cameras, allowing Xiao Gao to accelerate without worry. Chen Ye glanced back to see Lin Qingqing anxiously watching the scenery outside, her small hands now pale with apprehension. Xiao Gao, could you go a bit faster once we reach the city? I'll cover any fines, Chen Ye offered, reaching for his wallet. Little Chen, please don't offer me money. If I take yours, Wu Gu will have my head. Xiao Gao firmly refused. Seeing his determination, Chen Ye chose not to press the matter further, discreetly taking out some cash and quietly slipping it under his seat. Upon arriving at the People's Hospital of Xingyang City, Lin Qingqing promptly alighted from the vehicle. After expressing their gratitude, Chen Ye and Xiao Gao followed suit. At that moment, Xiao Gao noticed the 2,000 yuan left on the seat and was about to chase after them, but Chen Ye and Lin Qingqing had already vanished from sight. Once inside the hospital, Lin Qingqing hurried to the nurse's station to inquire about her mother's ward. Excuse me, nurse, in which ward is my mother, Kai-Qin? The nurse casually replied. Are you referring to the patient with uremia? She just discharged herself. A wave of panic washed over Lin Qingqing as she questioned. Discharged? Wasn't she just brought in? The nurse, recalling Kai-Qin's swollen visage, felt a twinge of sympathy. Yes, she said she could not afford dialysis or hospitalization. So she left shortly after arriving. Thank you, nurse. I will go find her now, Lin Qingqing said hurriedly, rushing towards the hospital exit. Chen Ye followed closely behind, sprinting in the direction indicated by the nurse. Not far along, they encountered a crowd gathered at an intersection. Pushing through the throng, they discovered the person lying on the ground was none other than Lin Qingqing's mother, Kai-Qin. Mom, please wake up, Lin Qingqing cried out, tears streaming down her face at the sight of her unconscious mother. Without hesitation, Chen Ye hoisted Kai-Qin onto his back and dashed towards the hospital. Lin Qingqing kept pace beside him, gently caressing her mother's cheek as they ran. Upon reaching the hospital, Chen Ye shouted to a passing nurse, Nurse, please get a doctor immediately. At that moment, a man resembling a doctor approached. Upon seeing Kai-Qin behind Chen Ye, he frowned slightly. How is it her again? Doctor, I beg you, please save my mother, Lin Qingqing pleaded, clutching the doctor's arm desperately. The doctor, though only a junior with 2 years of experience, felt the weight of the situation but could only express his helplessness. It's not that we don't want to help, but the hospital is not a charity. If you cannot afford the fees, there is little we can do. Doctor, please, just save her. How much are the hospitalization and medical fees? I will pay right away, Chen Ye declared, pulling out his wallet and retrieving his bank card. Very well, you go settle the fees first, and I will take her to the emergency room, the doctor instructed, summoning several nurses. They swiftly lifted Kai-Qin onto a stretcher and wheeled her into the emergency room. Senior, you should follow them. Don't worry about the money. I will take care of it, Chen Ye said as he headed towards the payment window. Thank you, Lin Qingqing responded before rushing towards the emergency room. After completing the payment, Chen Ye learned why Kai-Qin had attempted to leave the hospital. She had already accrued a month's worth of unpaid dialysis fees. Each session cost 400 yuan, and she needed 3 sessions per week. While this sum may be trivial for the affluent, it was an insurmountable burden for those in financial straits. As Chen Ye turned to leave, he heard a middle-aged woman give him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Young man, you are truly a good person. You flatter me, auntie. Chen Ye replied, tucking his bank card away. The woman spoke from the heart. She and her daughter were indeed quite unfortunate. Her mother had always relied on her daughter for support during dialysis, but perhaps realizing their savings were dwindling, she chose not to burden her daughter any longer. Sighing deeply, the middle-aged woman continued, They say men are the sky for women, yet these two live such a hard life. Chen Ye nodded in understanding. He too came from a single-parent family and had witnessed the hardships his mother endured for his sake. Upon reaching the emergency room, he found Lin Qingqing in tears. His heart tightened, and he hurried over to ask, Senior, what happened? Lin Qingqing bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks, struggling to find her voice. Observing her distress, Chen Ye gently patted her back, trying to comfort her. Senior, please tell me what's wrong. Whatever I can do, I will help you to the end. After wiping her tears, Lin Qingqing said, The doctor just informed me that my mother's condition is very serious. She needs a kidney transplant urgently. or she might face life-threatening risks. Without hesitation, Chen Ye declared, "The doctor said a kidney transplant? Then we shall proceed." "But my kidney is not compatible with my mother's," Lin Qingqing lamented, burying her face in her hands and sobbing. "Then we shall find a matching one. With such a large hospital like Xinjiang City People's Hospital, there must be a suitable donor," Chen Ye asserted. Just then, a middle-aged nurse, with a wry smile, interjected. "Young man, it's not just the donor that's hard to find. Even the cost of a transplant is beyond your means." Furrowing his brow, Chen Ye inquired, "Brother, how much does a kidney transplant cost these days?" Having worked in the hospital for over a decade and witnessed countless farewells, the nurse empathized with Lin Qingqing's plight. "If you have a donor, it would cost around 300,000 to 400,000. If not, it could exceed 700,000 to 800,000, possibly even 1,000,000. Given that the surgery alone costs over 100,000. 1,000,000. Chen Ye was taken aback by the figure. Turning to Lin Qingqing, he understood the despair etched on her face. They could not even muster 10,000, let alone 1,000,000. "Ah, dear girl, everyone must face death one day. What can we do as poor people? Try to find some peace. Spend the remaining days with your mother, making her happy. That is the least you can do for her," the nurse said before slowly departing with his broom. After hearing the nurse's words, Lin Qingqing cried even harder. She had yet to earn the means to repay her mother's nurturing, and now she could only watch helplessly as her mother faced death. How could she bear it? Chen Ye sighed, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Senior, do not worry. I will find a way to help you with the financial aspect." "What can you do? Do you have 1,000,000? Lin Qingqing suddenly wiped away her tears and turned to leave the hospital. "Sister, where are you going?" Chen Ye, concerned that Lin Qingqing might take a reckless step, hurriedly followed her. "Rest assured, I won't do anything foolish. I will find a way to handle the money myself," Lin Qingqing declared, brushing Chen Ye aside as she hurried out of the hospital to hail a cab. Hearing her words only deepened Chen Ye's worry, and he quickly caught up, flagging down a taxi and closely trailing the one Lin Qingqing entered. The taxi sped towards the bustling heart of the city, a place filled with the most extravagant venues of Xinjiang, where bars, clubs, and nightclubs flourished in abundance. Once Lin Qingqing paid the fare with the change in her pocket, she headed towards a nightclub. As Chen Ye exited the vehicle and saw her walking in that direction, he immediately grasped her intentions. "Sister, are you out of your mind? If you go in there, your life will be ruined." He seized her arm firmly. "I'm not crazy. This is the fastest way to make money. I believe I can earn my mother's medical expenses," Lin Qingqing insisted, attempting to push him away. However, Chen Ye not only held on tighter but embraced her, saying, "Sister, trust me, I will help you. Let go. All men are worthless." Lin Qingqing thought of her father, who had abandoned them, and struggled even more fiercely. "Sister, if you don't believe in my ability, then surely you believe in money," Chen Ye said, pulling her toward the nearest ATM. Lin Qingqing tried to break free, but Chen Ye's strength was too overwhelming, and she was compelled to follow. He positioned her in front of the ATM, inserting his bank card before her eyes. "Sister, there is still 480,000. I will find a way to gather the remaining 520,000. Lin Qingqing stared at him for a moment before finally responding, "All right. If you can help me raise enough for my mother's medical expenses, I will marry you." Chapter 84. Keeping promises. As the first rays of morning light streamed through the window into the hospital room, Chen Ye awoke from his slumber. Lin Qingqing was still peacefully resting beside Kai Qin's hospital bed, appearing as a mesmerizing beauty, except for the tear stains on her face. At that moment, Kai Qin stirred slightly and murmured, "Chen Ye, thank you. Auntie, you are too kind. I haven't really been of much help," Chen Ye replied, observing Kai Qin's beautiful yet pale countenance, feeling a pang of sympathy for her plight. Kai Qin smiled faintly and inquired, "Chen Ye, do you like Qingqing?" Chen Ye found himself momentarily flustered, unsure how to respond. Lin Qingqing was indeed beautiful, with a serene and graceful demeanor that could enchant any man, himself included. Yet, he was already involved with Peng Si, who also harbored feelings for him. How could he betray Peng Si by pursuing another woman? Kai Qin, believing that Chen Ye was too shy to respond, remarked, "In truth, I once navigated the same age as you. At that time, I met Qingqing's father at the same high school. He was exceptionally handsome while playing basketball and possessed a melodious voice." Chen Ye listened intently, finally grasping why Lin Qingqing frequented the basketball court. It was indeed due to her father's influence. As Kai Qin spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and she unwittingly began to weep. Hearing her mother's sobs, Lin Qingqing stirred from her slumber, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Kai Qin. "Mom, why are you crying? Is something wrong?" "My dear Qingqing, I am not crying. I am overwhelmed with joy. Joy that you have found such a wonderful boyfriend." After I am gone, you two must support each other and cherish a lifetime together, Kai-Qin said, gently placing Chen Ye's hand atop Lin Qingqing's. Chen Ye felt a twinge of awkwardness. Although Lin Qingqing had promised to marry him the previous day, he did not wish to exploit her mother's vulnerability. Auntie, you will be all right. We will surely find a suitable kidney donor for your transplant. Oh, foolish child, I have lived a life of such weariness, and it pains me that Qingqing has endured so much suffering. She was destined to be a cherished daughter of heaven, yet because of me, she has sacrificed far too much. Perhaps once I depart, she will finally lead a life of happiness, Kai-Qin uttered with a choked voice. Though Kai-Qin learned from Lin Qingqing that Chen Ye would assist them in raising funds for the kidney transplant, he was merely a 15 or 16-year-old boy, lacking the financial means. Even if he had the funds, Kai-Qin would refuse, believing that the money would be better spent on a modest apartment in the city or a larger home in the county, sparing them future burdens regarding housing. Chen Ye grasped both Kai-Qin's and Lin Qingqing's hands, resolutely declaring, Auntie, what are you saying? A true man stands by his word. Since I promised Qingqing I would help raise the funds for your transplant, I shall fulfill that promise. Oh, you silly child. Kai-Qin, witnessing Chen Ye's stubbornness, felt at a loss for words. In that moment, she wished for a box of sleeping pills to quietly depart without burdening the two young ones any further. After more than half an hour, two doctors accompanied by several nurses entered the room to conduct an examination on Kai-Qin. Following a brief discussion regarding her condition with the doctors, Chen Ye left the ward alongside Lin Qingqing. Not long after exiting the room, Lin Qingqing suddenly took hold of Chen Ye's hand and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Startled by this unexpected gesture, Chen Ye found himself momentarily at a loss, only to notice Lin Qingqing, her head bowed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling shy under Chen Ye's gaze, Lin Qingqing murmured, "This is the interest I owe you." Upon hearing her words, Chen Ye was both amused and perplexed, realizing that this esteemed school beauty had taken yesterday's conversation to heart. Lin Qingqing observed Chen Ye's silence and his ambiguous smile directed at her. Assuming he doubted her sincerity, she boldly embraced him and declared, Chen Ye, I shall take responsibility for my words. If you truly save my mother, I will follow you for life, as long as you do not forsake me. I would toil endlessly to repay your kindness. Chen Ye was taken aback by Lin Qingqing's candidness, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and gently patted her shoulder, saying, Senior, I must confess that I already have a girlfriend. I know, Lin Qingqing replied, her expression dimming. For she had witnessed a girl, equal in beauty to herself, sharing an intimate moment with Chen Ye the previous day on the basketball court. Senior, since you are aware. Then why? Chen Ye's words trailed off as Lin Qingqing placed her hand over his mouth, interrupting him. I understand everything you are saying. Senior, if you comprehend, then let me clarify that my assistance is not driven by any ulterior motives. I simply empathize with your plight, Chen Ye stated, his words rooted in sincerity. Recalling how he had helplessly watched his mother succumb to illness in his past life, Lin Qingqing shook her head and explained, when my father left with that vixen, I was too young to grasp the situation. I couldn't understand why he abandoned my mother and me. However, as I matured, I realized that men tend to be selfish, pursuing beautiful women solely for their allure, fulfilling their vanity once they possess them. Yet you are different. Pointing to his own face, Chen Ye, slightly embarrassed, replied, What makes me so different? I, too, am attracted to beautiful women. You are unlike them because you are not hypocritical. Other men would only have two options in such a scenario, either to evade responsibility, as they could never afford the expenses, or to exploit my situation for their own gain. But you, on the other hand, were forthright about your relationship with Peng Si, and did not resort to flowery words to deceive my feelings. Chen Ye listened intently to Lin Qingqing's heartfelt admission, suddenly realizing that this beautiful senior was not as resilient as he had imagined. Like Peng Si, she was a delicate flower in need of care and compassion, having been shaped by the misfortunes of her childhood, rendering her wary of love and hesitant to accept kindness from others. This was evident in her interactions with Xie Yuhan, who showed her great concern, while Lin Qingqing remained indifferent to Xie Yuhan's own struggles. At that moment, a familiar voice broke the silence. Is that Chen Ye? Chen Ye turned around, while Lin Qingqing immediately released her hold on him, avoiding eye contact. The voice belonged to Geng Hua, who had recognized Chen Ye's silhouette from afar and called out. Upon confirming it was indeed Chen Ye, he hurried over. Chen Ye, what brings you to the hospital? Is something wrong? Realizing Geng Hua was a doctor at the hospital, Chen Ye briefly recounted the situation regarding Kai-Qin. Geng Hua's brow furrowed upon hearing the news, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, a kidney transplant? That is quite a challenging endeavor. Lin Qingqing observed the pained expression on Geng Hua's face. Her heart tightened, and she involuntarily trembled. Chen Ye, noticing her distress, quickly grasped her hand, turning to Geng Hua to say, "Indeed, I shall find a way regarding the financial matters. However, the source of the kidney is quite elusive. I inquired with the doctors earlier, and they informed me that there are currently no suitable kidneys available in the hospital." Geng Hua nodded, taking up Chen Ye's words, and replied, "That is indeed correct. Generally, there are three sources for kidneys. One is voluntary donations, typically from patients who are terminally ill and on the brink of death. Another arises from sudden accidents, such as traffic incidents or mining disasters. The first two rely heavily on fortune, while the third source, from direct relatives, is the most accessible. However, my kidney does not match my mother's." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing began to weep sorrowfully. "Sister, do not worry. We will surely find a suitable kidney," Chen Ye reassured her, realizing that apart from offering comforting words, he was utterly powerless in this situation. Just then, Geng Hua's phone rang. After answering, he hurriedly informed Chen Ye, "Chen Ye, we have just received an emergency patient. I must attend to this matter. Let's find a place to dine at noon and discuss further." Gratefully, Chen Ye replied, "Dr. Geng, thank you for your efforts." Geng Hua jokingly responded, "Ah, you say that, but if you truly wish to show gratitude, you must offer me a discount when I come to buy crayfish and durian from you." With that jest, he rushed towards the emergency room. Once Geng Hua departed, Chen Ye took Lin Qingqing's hand and headed towards the hospital cafeteria. Upon entering, they found the counters bustling with families of patients lining up for meals. "Sister, please wait here. I will fetch the food," Chen Ye said as he took his thermos and joined the queue. Watching him, Lin Qingqing felt an unprecedented sense of happiness and murmured to herself, "No wonder my mother's friends advised her to remarry. It is indeed wonderful to have a man to rely on." As Chen Ye stood in line, he noticed a modestly dressed middle-aged woman in front of him. Her complexion not quite right, with beads of sweat continuously dripping from her forehead. Observing her discomfort, Chen Ye asked, "Auntie, are you feeling unwell?" The middle-aged woman nodded painfully, attempting to speak but struggling to do so. Recognizing her distress, Chen Ye called out to Lin Qingqing, "Auntie, would you like me to stand in line for you? What would you like to eat? I can help you with that." Lin Qingqing, concerned for the woman, gently said, "Auntie, why don't you come sit over there for a moment? Leave the food to Chen Ye." The middle-aged woman glanced at both Chen Ye and Lin Qingqing, sensing their kindness, and thus did not refuse, handing over her meal box. Chen Ye accepted the box and assisted Lin Qingqing in guiding the woman to a nearby chair. After about 5 or 6 minutes of waiting, Chen Ye finally collected the meal and presented the box before the middle-aged woman. "Auntie, here is the porridge you requested. I also bought 2 eggs, along with some steamed buns and greens," Chen Ye said as he opened the lunchbox. The middle-aged woman gazed at the contents before her, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, young man." As she spoke, she began to reach into her pocket for money. "Auntie, there's no need for you to pay me," Chen Ye replied, and together with Lin Qingqing, he departed from the cafeteria. The woman watched Chen Ye's retreating figure, tears streaming down her face as she murmured to herself, "What a good child. If only my little who were as well behaved." Chapter 85. Sowing seeds of kindness. Upon returning to the hospital room with Lin Qingqing, Chen Ye's phone in his pocket suddenly buzzed. He took it out, and, upon seeing the caller ID, realized it was a call from Zhou Bo informing Lin Qingqing. He stepped into the corridor to answer the call. As soon as he picked up, Zhou Bo's voice came through. "Chen Ye, are you free at the moment?" Chen Ye glanced towards Kai Qin's room and replied softly, "I have something going on right now. I might not be able to talk." Sensing the quietness in Chen Ye's voice, Zhou Bo guessed it was not a good time for him. "Well, here's the thing. Recently, someone has offered to buy our durian saplings at a high price, 5,000 yuan each. What do you think of that price? 5,000 yuan each. How many does he want?" Chen Ye was in need of money and did not think too much about it. He wants to purchase 100 saplings and mentioned that the price is negotiable. After processing Zhou Bo's words for a moment, Chen Ye inquired, "What is his name? And where is he from?" On the other end of the line, Zhou Bo paused before responding. "His name is Hong Shou, but he didn't specify where he is from. And I forgot to ask. However, he did say he could pay in cash. Let us discuss this matter further at a later time," Chen Ye concluded, before asking Zhou Bo about the progress of the wild boar breeding farm and subsequently ending the call. Hong Shou? A high price for durian saplings? Chen Ye found himself puzzled. He had almost hastily agreed to the sale due to the attractive price, but upon reflection, he realized that apart from his own cultivation, no one else in the province grew durians. While the climate posed no significant issues, the soil did, as the water used for durian cultivation was not only from mineral-rich hot springs, but also contained the sweat from his necklace, which mitigated geographical disadvantages. Other regions lacked both hot springs and such unique water, meaning even if they purchased the saplings, they wouldn't yield good harvests. Recalling that Zhou Yongchang had previously sought 10 durian trees for planting, only to have them thrive poorly, Chen Ye understood why the villagers around Bairua village, though envious of his success, had refrained from purchasing saplings from him. With this in mind, Chen Ye immediately called Zhang Haiming. Haiming, are there durian desserts being sold in the city lately? Upon hearing this, Zhang Haiming responded with surprise. Chen Ye, how did you know about that? Chen Ye already had an inkling and replied, don't ask me how I found out. I want to know if you've heard of someone named Hong Shou. Zhang Haiming chuckled and responded, Hong Shou? He is the owner of the newly established Tian Tian Lu Food Company in Xinjiang City. Recently, he sent someone to inquire whether I had any intentions of investing in Tianma Food Company. However, upon learning that I would not sell, he issued a severe threat, vowing to ensure that my company could not continue operating. I have come to understand the reason behind Chen Ye's realization regarding Hong Shou's desire to purchase durian saplings. It appears he intends to compete with Zhang Haiming in the urban durian dessert market. Chen Ye, he hasn't approached you as well, has he? A sense of unease gripped Zhang Haiming's heart. The success of his business was entirely reliant on the durians provided by Chen Ye, which were not only rich in nutrients, but also far superior in taste compared to those from other regions, making his Tianma durian desserts immensely popular in high-end hotels throughout the city. Sensing Zhang Haiming's apprehension, Chen Ye reassured him, Haiming, rest assured, I will not sell durians to him, and I will also advise Zhou Yongchang not to sell. That's good to hear, but do exercise caution. This Hong Shou seems to have some underworld connections, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to threaten me. While Zhang Haiming felt relieved, he also cautioned Chen Ye about Hong Shou. Underworld connections? I have no quarrel with him. I fail to see what he could possibly do to me. Chen Ye silently scoffed. Wasn't this Hong Shou intending to purchase his durian saplings? He saw an opportunity to turn the tables and teach him a lesson. Shortly after Chen Ye hung up the phone, a commotion erupted downstairs. Out of curiosity, he descended to investigate. He noticed the middle-aged woman he had previously assisted with her meals, now fiercely blocking the entrance to a patient's room, preventing doctors and nurses from entering. As the noise escalated, more patients, family members, doctors, and nurses were drawn to the scene. Upon spotting Geng Hua approaching, Chen Ye greeted him, Dr. Geng. What is happening here? Geng Hua glanced at the middle-aged woman arguing with the doctor and replied, her son is a local thug who, after being injured, was hospitalized and diagnosed with leukemia. Unfortunately, there is neither a matching bone marrow donor nor the funds for treatment. The hospital wants to discharge them to await further notice, but she adamantly refuses. The plight of parents is truly heart-wrenching. Chen Ye couldn't help but exclaim. This was not the first time hospitals had sent patients away for lack of funds, and leukemia patients faced the agonizing wait for a suitable bone marrow match, enduring suffering until death. Indeed, this woman's situation is quite tragic. Her husband was a gambler and an alcoholic, ultimately drowning in a river after a drinking bout. Her son has been a disappointment from a young age, constantly getting into fights and causing trouble, and now it seems karma has caught up with him. How much does her son owe the hospital? Geng Hua cast a deep, surprised glance at Chen Ye and asked, you don't mean to say you want to help them, do you? I find her situation quite pitiable. If the amount isn't substantial, I would like to offer a little assistance. After all, it is hard to turn a blind eye when one sees such suffering. Chen Ye sighed. He was not a bleeding heart. But witnessing the woman's desperate attempt to protect her son struck a chord within him. Let me inquire on your behalf. Noticing Chen Ye's serious demeanor, Geng Hua approached a doctor to discuss the matter. Soon, Geng Hua approached with a receipt, personally handing it to Chen Ye. The total amount is 18,000. The hospital has shown considerable compassion. Without pity for this woman, they would never have allowed her son to accumulate such debt. 18,000, is it? I can manage that, Chen Ye declared, striding towards the middle-aged woman. Auntie, I have brought the money. Let us proceed to settle the hospital bill at once. Upon hearing this, the doctors, nurses, patients, and their families present were taken aback, as the leukemia patient had received no visitors apart from his mother. The middle-aged woman looked at Chen Ye, about to speak, but he preemptively interrupted. Auntie, please stay here to care for your cousin. I will handle the payment with the nurse right away. With that, he turned to the astonished nurse. Miss Nurse, my cousin will remain here. I will cover all outstanding hospital fees. You wish to pay? Are you aware of how much they owe the hospital? The nurse was incredulous. Although Chen Ye claimed to be Lu Xiaohu's cousin, no relatives or friends had visited him during his lengthy hospital stay, and even if he truly was a cousin, paying for someone on the brink of death seemed utterly foolish. Miss Nurse, the total debt amounts to 18,000, correct? I have the money. So please do not rush anyone, Chen Ye insisted, shaking the bill in his hand as he walked downstairs amidst the puzzled stares of the onlookers. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chen Ye returned to the 5th floor, now holding a receipt in his hand. The payment has been made. The doctors and nurses exchanged glances, then shook their heads in resignation, returning to their respective duties. Once the medical staff departed, the middle-aged woman fell to her knees before Chen Ye. "Thank you, young brother." Seeing her attempt to bow in gratitude, Chen Ye hurriedly assisted her. "Auntie, please do not." At that moment, the middle-aged woman was in tears, overwhelmed with emotion. "Young brother. If it were not for you." Xiaohu Chen Ye helped her to a chair, smiling gently. "Auntie, if money can restore a life, then every cent spent is worthwhile. And does Buddhism not teach us? One reaps what one sows. My actions today are also an investment in my own future blessings. How I wish I had a child like you," Su Guizhi lamented. Lu Xiaohu, lying in bed, overheard this and tears began to stream from his eyes. "Mother, I am an unfilial son." Hearing her son's weak voice, Su Guizhi immediately rose and approached Lu Xiaohu. "My child, it is never too late for a wayward son to return. As long as you are willing to amend your ways, all can still be well." "Indeed, Lu Xiaohu, your mother speaks the truth. No matter how many foolish things you have done in the past, if you can turn over a new leaf, then your mother's sacrifices will not have been in vain." After offering these words, Chen Ye chose not to intrude on this tender moment between mother and son, quietly leaving the hospital room. During the midday lunch hour, Chen Ye first accompanied Lin Qingqing to the cafeteria to fetch some food for Kai Qin. After Kai Qin had finished her meal, he took her to the Wanfilu restaurant across from the hospital, where he reserved a private room. Subsequently, he picked up his phone and called Dr. Geng. "Dr. Geng, I'm at Wanfilu across from the hospital, and I've secured a private room." After a brief exchange, he added, "I'll wait for you." A little over 10 minutes later, Geng Hua entered the private room, guided by a waiter. "Beautiful lady, you may let the kitchen begin serving," Chen Ye remarked to the waiter before pouring a cup of tea for Geng Hua. Without hesitation, Geng Hua accepted the cup and drained it. "Chen Ye, I've gathered information regarding Kai Qin's condition. Although there are no available kidney sources at the hospital at present, there may be some in the near future." Lin Qingqing felt a surge of excitement at this revelation. "Is that true, Dr. Geng?" Geng Hua nodded and continued. "This is a leukemia patient, only 20 years old, whose life is nearing its end." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye immediately guessed the identity of the patient. "Dr. Geng, you are referring to Lu Xiaohu," Geng Hua affirmed, saying. In fact, Lu Xiaohu is aware that his time is limited and wishes to sell his 2 kidneys so that his mother can live a carefree life. After listening to Geng Hua's words, Chen Ye's perception of Lu Xiaohu shifted significantly. He did not wish for someone so young to perish and quickly asked Geng Hua, "Is there truly no suitable bone marrow donor for Lu Xiaohu?" Geng Hua sighed. "There is indeed a suitable donor, Lu Xiaohu's cousin. However, their family demands 600,000. They will not consider a donation without that sum." "Why is that?" Chen Ye inquired, puzzled, for he believed that after a period of recovery, one could heal from donating bone marrow, especially when it involved family. Geng Hua explained, Lu Xiaohu's father was a gambler, burdened with debts. After borrowing money from Lu Xiaohu's uncle to settle his debts, Lu Xiaohu's father passed away, leaving the entire debt to his uncle. The 2 families had previously clashed over this matter, and Lu Xiaohu himself was once involved in a brawl that resulted in his uncle being injured. After listening to Geng Hua's explanation, Chen Ye pondered the matter of the 600,000. Chapter 86. Fundraising. Noticing Chen Ye lost in thought, Geng Hua remarked, "Chen Ye, you cannot be considering paying off Lu Xiaohu's debt, can you?" Indeed, Chen Ye admitted without denial. He had indeed been contemplating this. As aside from the 48,000 he had given Lin Qingqing, he still had a card containing 70,000 from Hai Ming's recent payment, plus approximately 62,000 from selling durians to Zhou Yongchang. "I think you should abandon that thought. Even if you help Lu Xiaohu settle his debts, the cost of his surgery and treatment will still amount to at least 150,000. That totals to 75,000. And once Lu Xiaohu donates his kidney for Kai Qin's transplant, it will incur an additional surgical fee of over 100,000, along with medication costs during recovery. In total, it will require at least 1 million. Geng Hua could not fathom why Chen Ye was so eager to assist Lin Qingqing, even if she were his girlfriend. One must act within their means. Rest assured, Qingqing, I will find a way concerning the financial matters. Chen Ye observed the despondent expression on Lin Qingqing's face and gently patted her hand. Although Geng Hua was not particularly close to Chen Ye, he recognized him as a good person and advised, "Chen Ye, to speak candidly, you could wait until Lu Xiaohu is on the brink of death to purchase the kidneys. By then, their combined worth would hardly amount to 400,000. Chen Ye, now somewhat of a businessman himself, understood the implication behind Geng Hua's words. Yet he shook his head in disagreement. However, Qingqing's mother may not be able to wait that long. Geng Hua sighed in acknowledgement, subsequently pouring himself and Chen Ye a glass of wine. After their meal, Chen Ye bid farewell to Geng Hua. At that moment, Lin Qingqing looked at Chen Ye and said, "Chen Ye, Dr. Geng just mentioned." Chen Ye was well aware of what Lin Qingqing was about to express. Geng Hua's words were akin to providing a lifeline to a drowning person. The opportunity lay before them, and Lin Qingqing was eager to seize it. However, Geng Hua had also mentioned that the back and forth would require at least 1 million. "Qingqing, do not worry. I will devise a solution for the financial issue." At that moment, Chen Ye thought of Hong Shou, who was intent on purchasing his durian seedlings at a high price. Perhaps he could sell them to him. Lin Qingqing's emotions were a whirlwind. Despite having 1,000 words to express, only one escaped her lips. "Thank you, Chen Ye. Rest assured, I will handle everything." Chen Ye reassured her, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Lin Qingqing blushed, leaning into Chen Ye as if seeking to meld into him. Nearby, several young passers-by witnessed the tender moment and could not help but feel envious of Chen Ye. "Qingqing, I need to return to the village briefly this afternoon. Please wait for me at the hospital. I will return by tomorrow noon at the latest." Chen Ye then retrieved his wallet, pulled out 2,000 yuan in cash, and pressed it into Lin Qingqing's hand. "Take this money. It will be useful in case of emergencies." Lin Qingqing hesitated at first, considering the 48,000 yuan on her bank card, but upon seeing the sincerity in Chen Ye's eyes, she nodded obediently and accepted the money. After bidding farewell to Lin Qingqing, Chen Ye took a taxi to the city's bus station and purchased a ticket to Qinghe County. 3 hours later, upon arriving in Qinghe County, Chen Ye did not immediately head back to Bairuo village, but first returned to school to request a leave of absence from Su Fang. Upon hearing the reason for his absence, Su Fang expressed concern for Lin Qingqing's condition. "Chen Ye, do we need to organize a fundraising effort for Lin Qingqing?" Chen Ye shook his head and replied, "Senior Qingqing is a girl who appears strong on the outside, but is quite fragile within. If the school were to launch a grand fundraising campaign, it might instill a sense of difference among her peers." Although Chen Ye's words were tactful, Su Fang grasped the underlying message. "Do you have sufficient funds at the moment? If not, I have 20,000 yuan available." With that, Su Fang retrieved her wallet from her briefcase and handed Chen Ye a bank card. Chen Ye shook his head and replied, "Teacher Su, there's no need. I can handle the financial matters on my own." Su Fang attempted to persuade him several more times, but Chen Ye was resolute in his refusal, leaving her with no choice but to reluctantly retract her wallet. Before departing from the school, Chen Ye made a special trip to the girls' dormitory to find Peng Si, only to learn that she had not returned to campus the previous day. According to the dormitory supervisor, it seemed that Peng Si had gone to her classmate Chun Hong's home due to some urgent matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye felt a pang of concern for Peng Si, though he recognized he was preoccupied and needed to prioritize resolving Lin Qingqing's situation before attending to Peng Si's. After exiting the school grounds, Chen Ye placed a call to Zhou Qian. Upon seeing Chen Ye's name flash on her phone, Zhou Qian answered, albeit with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "What's the matter, you little rascal? What brings you to call me today?" Chen Ye, not overthinking it, responded, "Sister Zhou, where are you right now? Do you have time to give me a ride back to Bairuo village?" Sensing the urgency in his voice, Zhou Qian inquired, "Is something wrong? Why the rush?" Acknowledging her intuition, Chen Ye decided to be candid and briefly explained the situation with Lin Qingqing, omitting any mention of her willingness to offer herself to avoid giving Zhou Qian the impression he was taking advantage of her predicament. After hearing his account, Zhou Qian expressed sympathy for Lin Qingqing's plight and immediately told Chen Ye, "Wait for me at the school gate. I'll drive over to pick you up." "Thank you, Sister Zhou," Chen Ye said, feeling a sense of relief once he hung up. He then made another call to Zhou Bo. At that moment, Zhou Bo was feeding wild boars in a pig pen, and he promptly answered the phone upon hearing it ring. Chen Ye spoke evenly into the phone, "Zhou Bo, I'll be returning to Bairuo village this afternoon. Please contact Boss Hong Shou for me and let him know I'm agreeable to sell the durian saplings. But we need to renegotiate the price." "Sure, I'll reach out to him right away," Zhou Bo said before ending the call and immediately dialing Hong Shou. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhou Qian arrived at the entrance of the school in her Chevrolet. As soon as the car came to a halt, she called out to Chen Ye, "Chen Ye, hop in." "All right," Chen Ye replied, promptly taking his seat in the passenger side. At that moment, Chen Ye inadvertently noticed Zhou Qian's attire and realized she looked particularly stunning today, prompting him to steal a few extra glances. "Little rascal, what are you staring at?" Zhou Qian teased, her heart swelling with a touch of pride as she caught Chen Ye's gaze. Chen Ye blurted out, "Sister Zhou, you look beautiful today." Though Zhou Qian felt pleased by his compliment, she playfully responded, "Really? Wasn't I beautiful before?" Realizing he had stepped into a trap, Chen Ye quickly added, "You were beautiful before as well." "Haha, I'm just teasing you," Zhou Qian said, chuckling at Chen Ye's flustered expression. Amidst their laughter, the Chevrolet unconsciously arrived at the village entrance. However, the roads within the village were still under construction, preventing Zhou Qian's car from proceeding further. "Sister Zhou, I can manage on my own from here. If you have things to attend to, feel free to go ahead," Chen Ye said, preparing to exit the vehicle. Zhou Qian chuckled lightly and remarked, "It's nothing. I have a couple of days off, so it's the perfect opportunity to observe how you, the esteemed landlord, conduct your business." "Indeed, my wild boar brood has been particularly adorable of late," Chen Ye responded, leading Zhou Qian into the village. Along the way, numerous villagers greeted Chen Ye, especially upon learning that yet another affluent individual from the city had come to purchase durian saplings from him. Their envy was undeniable. Chen Ye, with a broad smile, returned their greetings, yet to Zhou Qian, this scene unfolded like a captivating headline. With a series of rapid clicks, she captured the moment of Chen Ye interacting with the villagers. Upon arriving at the pig pen, Zhou Bo was leaning against the fence, smoking a cigarette. Seeing Chen Ye and Zhou Qian approach, he promptly discarded his cigarette. "How has the sow been faring lately?" Chen Ye inquired, first assessing the growth of the piglets before moving towards the enclosure of the sow and boar. The sow's belly had noticeably expanded, resembling that of a creature several months into gestation. "Chen Ye, you truly are remarkable. You were absolutely right. This sow is indeed pregnant, and judging by her belly, it won't be long before she gives birth to piglets," Zhou Bo exclaimed, gazing at Chen Ye with admiration. He now perceived Chen Ye as not only intelligent and academically accomplished, but also exceptionally skilled in animal husbandry. Not to mention, the once humble dogs, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, had grown to the size of Caucasian shepherds under his care. What astonished everyone even more was that this sow had just recently given birth, and now it was already expecting again. Chen Ye smiled, choosing not to respond to Zhou Bo's praise, but instead posed a question back. "When will Boss Hong be arriving?" Zhou Bo pondered for a moment before replying. "It seems that Boss Hong went to the county for a meal today. He should be here soon." No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Bo's phone rang, displaying the name and number of Hong Shou. "Ah, speak of the devil," Zhou Bo said, shaking his phone. "Boss Hong, have you arrived at the village entrance?" On the other end, Hong Shou replied, "I'm almost at your village committee." "Oh, then please wait for us at the village committee. We will be there shortly," Zhou Bo concluded before hanging up. "Zhou Bo, take Hong Shou directly up the mountain. We shall discuss matters there," Chen Ye stated, knowing that if he wished to engage in business with Hong Shou, he needed to be thoroughly prepared, especially since Zhang Haiming had warned him about Hong Shou's connections to the underworld. Should Hong Shou discover any deception, the consequences could be dire, thus necessitating that Chen Ye be well prepared. Zhou Bo, without further thought, bid farewell to Chen Ye and Zhou Qian before departing from the village committee. After a brief journey of over 10 minutes, Chen Ye and Zhou Qian ascended the mountain. Observing Chen Ye maneuvering the durian trees and directing Xiao He and Xiao Bai to relieve themselves underneath them, Zhou Qian inquired, somewhat perplexed, "Chen Ye, what are you doing?" "Oh, nothing much," Chen Ye replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. He then used a long bamboo pole to knock down a durian fruit, and before Zhou Qian's eyes, he skillfully split it open, subsequently using a clean fruit knife to slice the durian flesh into bite-sized pieces, arranging them elegantly on a plate. Soon, Zhou Bo ascended the mountain accompanied by Hong Shou and one of his assistants. At that moment, Chen Ye noticed the thick gold chain adorning Hong Shou's neck and the multitude of gold-inlaid jade rings on his fingers, complemented by an extravagant gold watch, presenting the quintessential image of a socialite. Upon seeing Chen Ye, Hong Shou glanced at the dogs, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, who were diligently fertilizing the durian trees, and curiously inquired, "You must be Chen Ye, right? What are these dogs doing?" Chapter 87. A web of deception in response to Hong Shou's question. Chen Ye smiled and said, "Hello, Boss Hong. I am having the dogs fertilize the durian trees." Fertilizing the durian trees with dogs? Hong Shou's intrigue was piqued. He initially intended to purchase durian seedlings and entrust them to a local farmer for cultivation, but that farmer had never even heard of durians, let alone known how to grow them. Now that Chen Ye was willing to share this information, he was keen to take notes and learn from him. "Indeed, my durian seedlings are a hybrid of Thai and Malaysian varieties, planted on this mountain, and thanks to the dogs fertilizing the area daily, the durian trees thrive," Chen Ye added, subtly signaling Zhou Bo with a glance. Zhou Bo, who had been curious about the origin of the durian trees found in the cave within the rocky cliff, began to grasp the situation upon receiving Chen Ye's cue. He then chimed in, Yes, Boss Hong. Our durian trees initially struggled here, but thanks to the dog's daily fertilization, they have begun to blossom and bear fruit. Interestingly, the durians produced by these trees have an exceptionally delightful taste. Is that true? Hong Shou's face reflected skepticism. After all, the concept of wild dogs fertilizing durian trees was quite unprecedented. Could the dog's excrement truly be that remarkable? However, it was worth noting that only Bai Ruo village in the entire province cultivated durians, and the flavor and texture of their durians were far superior to those imported from Thailand. Could it really be attributed to the dog's feces? Seeing that Hong Shou was beginning to entertain the notion, Chen Ye feigned a serious demeanor and remarked, Boss Hong, I cannot confirm this with certainty, as we reside in a remote area without experts to validate our findings. However, when we previously attempted to grow durians, our efforts were fruitless. Yet, after the dogs began fertilizing, the durian trees grew as if they had been treated with hormones. Wild dogs fertilizing? Hong Shou nodded, already convinced to a significant extent. Observing that Hong Shou was thoroughly ensnared in his web of deception, Chen Ye deliberately displayed a look of concern and said, As for your intention to purchase durian seedlings, we are willing to sell, but the price. Upon hearing this, Hong Shou confidently thumped his chest and guaranteed, the price is negotiable. I, Hong Shou, am never short of money. Chen Ye felt a surge of satisfaction within and maintained a facade of calm. How about this, Boss Hong? Each durian seedling will be priced at 7,000. If that seems agreeable to you, we can proceed with the transaction. If not, let us part ways amicably. 7,000 each. That price seems a bit steep. Hong Shou was not merely a figure involved in illicit activities. He was also a businessman. Therefore, upon hearing that the price had surged by 40%, he felt a twinge of discontent. For there was a significant 20,000 difference between 500,000 and 700,000. Mr. Hong, this is rather expensive. Chen Ye feigned astonishment, then shook his head and furrowed his brow, saying, You have no idea how challenging it is to cultivate durian saplings. To grow these saplings, one must gather all the dung in the village as fertilizer and heat it in a sealed environment to provide the necessary warmth. Zhou Qian initially found herself bewildered, having never witnessed Chen Ye using dung as fertilizer before. Yet, upon hearing his subsequent remarks, she could hardly contain her laughter. Realizing that Chen Ye was clearly trying to take advantage of Hong Shou, an unsuspecting novice. Nevertheless, Zhou Qian thought to herself that Hong Shou did not seem like a good person, and a bit of hardship might serve him well. Is it really that complicated? The more Hong Shou listened, the more sense it made. He recalled his school days when teachers emphasized that plants require light, heat, water, and soil for growth. Given that Burua village boasted poor soil and inferior water quality, cultivating such exquisite durians without special methods would indeed be a formidable task. Suppressing his amusement, Chen Ye maintained a serious demeanor and continued, Mr. Hong, if you doubt my words, you may consult experts and professors to assess the feasibility of this cultivation method. However, my pricing is not arbitrary. If you find it excessive, then we may have no basis for further negotiation. Upon hearing Chen Ye invoke experts and professors, Hong Shou felt an unwavering conviction and proposed, Brother Chen, how about this? I will pay 5,500 for each durian sapling, and additionally, I would like to purchase 2,000 jin of durians, of course, at the current market price, plus an extra 20%. Mr. Hong, it's not that I am unwilling to sell you these durians. It's simply that this batch isn't ripe yet. Should you genuinely wish to purchase them, I would be more than willing to oblige, given your sincerity. However, Chen Ye paused at this juncture. What is it? Hong Shou urged, sensing the hesitation. Although he felt some regret at the mention of unripe durians, his thoughts were consumed with how to undermine Zhang Haiming's Tianma Food Company and establish a chain of durian dessert shops throughout the city. In that case, his Tian Lu Food Company would surely flourish. To topple Tianma Food Company, he would need to focus on sourcing. And since Chen Ye's supply could not be guaranteed solely for him, he realized he must cultivate the fruits himself. Having learned Chen Ye's method for nurturing saplings, he envisioned a future where he could cultivate durians across the province, ensuring his durian desserts would become a provincial sensation. Feigning reluctance, Chen Ye remarked, however, these durian saplings truly cannot be sold cheaply, as we will invest a considerable amount of time in their cultivation. Then let us settle on 5,800 per sapling. That is already a reasonable price, Hong Shou insisted, attempting to negotiate upward. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Ye said, Boss Hong, if you continue to haggle like this, it will be difficult to conduct business. How about we each take a step back? I will sell you the durian trees for 6,000 each, and please refrain from further bargaining. Consider this as my gesture of friendship today. What do you think? 6,000 each, is it? Very well, I shall not negotiate further. Let us proceed at your stated price. After speaking, Hong Shou, concerned that Chen Ye might reconsider, immediately gestured to his subordinate behind him. The subordinate, upon receiving the signal, swiftly opened the portable safe and extracted stacks of cash. Once the money was arranged, Hong Shou approached Chen Ye and said, "Young brother Chen Ye, here is 600,000. Please let me know when you can deliver the durian saplings to me." Feigning contemplation, Chen Ye replied, "Boss Hong, in 1 month, you may return to Bairua village. And I assure you that I will have 100 durian saplings ready for you." "A month? Isn't that a bit too long?" Hong Shou remarked, his brow slightly furrowing. Chen Ye chuckled and instructed Zhou Bo to take the money away, then explained, "Boss Hong, good work requires patience. If you press me for haste, I cannot guarantee timely delivery." Hong Shou, understanding the wisdom and patience, patted Chen Ye on the shoulder. "Very well. I shall come to collect the goods in a month. However, I must state this clearly. If you fail to deliver, you shall return my money double." Internally, Chen Ye smirked, knowing that Hong Shou would not be so generous as to part with his money without reservations. Yet, he remained unperturbed, assuring him, "Rest assured, Boss Hong. My clients are numerous and all are satisfied with our cooperation." "Good then, since you have said so, I shall take my leave and return next month," Hong Shou replied, untroubled by the prospect of Chen Ye absconding with his money. After all, he had learned that Chen Ye was constructing a wild boar farm and managing a sizable pond for crayfish in Bairua village, a business of considerable scale that rendered fleeing for 60,000 unnecessary. Once Hong Shou and his men departed, Zhou Bo and Zhou Qian could no longer contain their laughter, clutching their bellies in amusement. After a fit of laughter, Zhou Bo managed to compose himself, inhaling deeply before saying, "Chen Ye, you truly possess a remarkable talent for deception. That Hong Shou was completely taken in by your charade." "Indeed," Zhou Qian chimed in. "How foolish can he be to believe such words? As a journalist for agricultural technology news, I have met many farmers and scholars, and they would surely burst into laughter if they knew you had swindled Hong Shou out of 60,000 with that ploy." Chen Ye shook his head, smiling as he remarked, "Those who are embroiled are often blind to the truth." Hong Shou, in his arrogance, thought he could outsmart me and Zhang Haiming by acquiring the cultivation methods for durians. "Alas." Eagerly, Zhou Qian inquired, "Alas, what?" Feigning a sigh of regret, Chen Ye replied, "Alas, he is like Sun Quan marrying off his sister, losing both his wife and his soldiers." With a light-hearted demeanor, Zhou Qian inferred that Hong Shou and his accomplice were certainly not virtuous individuals. Their audacity exceeded even that of the notorious wolf brother from before. However, it must be acknowledged that Hong Shou's demeanor suggested malevolence. Should he discover that one had deceived him, retribution would undoubtedly follow, a fact well understood. Chen Ye had previously received a warning from Zhang Haiming, which led him to deduce that Hong Shou's background was rather dubious, likely aiming to utilize a dessert company as a front for his illicit activities. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, as he intended to use the wild dogs as a deceptive guise. These dogs, scavenging from numerous households and roaming the mountains in search of sustenance, left behind droppings of unknown origins. Could it be that Hong Shou would genuinely consult an expert about such refuse? Upon hearing Chen Ye's explanation, Zhou Qian struggled to suppress her laughter, wishing to maintain her composure. "Chen Ye, I must say, your approach is rather cunning," she remarked. "Cunning? If Hong Shou were not of ill intent, I might have spared him," Chen Ye retorted, feeling increasingly irked by Hong Shou's threats towards both Zhang Haiming and himself. Zhou Bo's face was etched with concern as he voiced, "Chen Ye, I still harbor some worries. What if the durians yield fruits of an unsatisfactory taste?" Leaning closer to Zhou Bo, Chen Ye whispered reassuringly, "Fear not. Without the nourishment of our hot spring water, the durian trees would not flourish as swiftly." "Oh, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten," Zhou Bo replied, feeling a sense of relief, having always associated the growth rate of the durians with the hot spring water in the cave. Observing Chen Ye and Zhou Bo's hushed conversation piqued Zhou Qian's curiosity, especially since the ability to cultivate durians in Bairua village amidst challenging soil and climate conditions had garnered attention from numerous experts and scholars. "All right, Sister Zhou, I must trouble you to accompany me to the county to deposit some money," Chen Ye stated, choosing to divert the subject away from the durian trees, for he believed that excessive words could lead to misfortune. He instructed Zhou Bo to descend the mountain for a bag. Zhou Qian replied affirmatively. Chapter 88. Desperation. Not long after Chen Ye and Zhou Qian left the village, they noticed a vehicle discreetly trailing them. Initially, Zhou Qian paid it little mind, but upon Chen Ye's urging to accelerate, she complied without question. However, as she increased the speed of her Chevrolet, The following Hyundai also hastened its pace. Sister Zhou, it seems we have attracted unwanted attention. Chen Ye observed the relentless black Hyundai in the rearview mirror, a smirk forming in his mind. Who could be following us? Zhou Qian felt a twinge of anxiety, recalling the ominous event when the wolf gang had pursued them from the county. If my instincts serve me correctly, it must be Hong Shou. Chen Ye pondered, previously perplexed by why Hong Shou had provided cash so liberally and all at once. In hindsight, it became evident that Hong Shou was merely performing a ruse, never intending to part with a single cent. After bestowing such a substantial sum, he could simply wait nearby Ruo village. If they chose not to deposit the money, it would remain hidden at home, making it easy for him to send someone to steal it later. Conversely, should they go to deposit the money, he could follow, seizing the opportunity to reclaim the funds at a moment of negligence. Hong Shou, what are we to do? Zhou Qian felt a bead of sweat trickle down her palm. If what Chen Ye said was true, their situation would be dire, for Hong Shou was indeed a figure entangled in the underworld of Shenyang City, far beyond the petty thugs like Xie Yong from the county town. Sensing Zhou Qian's apprehension, Chen Ye offered reassurance. Their aim is money. They are unlikely to harm us. Was it really true? Zhou Qian's heart remained heavy with fear. Just moments ago, she had mocked Hong Shou's foolishness, only to find him revealing his fangs in the blink of an eye. Do not worry, Sister Zhou. As long as I am here, I will not allow them to harm you. Chen Ye himself was uncertain of what to say. While he understood that Hong Shou had sent someone to follow them with the intent of reclaiming stolen money, he was resolute in refusing to surrender it. This would inevitably lead to a confrontation. Why don't we call the police? Zhou Qian suggested, still uneasy. Rather than live in constant dread, it seemed wiser to report it first. Chen Ye nodded, glancing at his watch as he said, we definitely need to call the police. But we must choose the right moment. Zhou Qian, puzzled, inquired, what moment? The moment to apprehend Hong Shou's subordinates. If the inspectors arrive too early, they might sense the danger and abandon their plan. Thus, we must wait until they strike before the inspectors move in. After saying this, Chen Ye shifted his gaze back to the rearview mirror. At that moment, the black Hyundai behind them began to accelerate. Alarmed by this, Chen Ye quickly warned Zhou Qian. This is bad. They know we've discovered them and are preparing to strike. Despite her overwhelming fear, Zhou Qian steeled herself and urged the Chevrolet to speed up. On the road to the county town, both the white Chevrolet and the black Hyundai exceeded a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. However, as a woman with barely more than a year of driving experience, Zhou Qian struggled to maintain control at such speeds, her forehead slick with perspiration. If a pedestrian were to appear or a sudden obstacle arose, the car would surely be in peril. Chen Ye glanced at Zhou Qian, recognizing that she was pushing herself to the limit, yet the black Hyundai relentlessly pursued them. If they slowed down, it would surely overtake them and block their route to the county town. With this in mind, Chen Ye disregarded the possibility of capturing Hong Shou's gang and quickly pulled out his phone to dial the emergency number. Upon receiving the call, the county police station was initially taken aback, suspecting Chen Ye had watched too many American blockbusters. However, upon hearing Zhou Qian's confirmation, they grasped the gravity of the situation. After clarifying their location, they promptly dispatched officers to address the impending crisis. Zhou Qian felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing that the county police were en route. Yet just then, she spotted an elderly man crossing the road ahead. The old man moved slowly, and upon seeing the two speeding cars approaching, he froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Realizing there was no time to brake, Zhou Qian hastily swerved the steering wheel in an attempt to avoid him. However, the Chevrolet, moving at high speed, nearly toppled over during a sudden turn. Despite avoiding a complete rollover, the immense inertia propelled it into the adjacent field. With a resounding crash, the Chevrolet collided violently with a mound of earth before finally coming to a halt. Once the vehicle steadied, Chen Ye shook his head to dispel the lingering dizziness, only to observe that Zhou Qian's condition was dire. She had struck her head against the steering wheel and was now bleeding profusely, unconscious. Zhou Jia, are you all right? Chen Ye urgently shook Zhou Qian's arm, but she remained unresponsive. At that moment, a black Hyundai came to a stop nearby, and four burly men clad in dark suits and sunglasses emerged. Each stood over 6 feet tall, with broad waists and arms thicker than Chen Ye's, one of whom wielded a baseball bat as they approached the Chevrolet with menacing intent. These bastards! Chen Ye gritted his teeth, fixating on the looming figures before he pushed the car door open and stepped out. The man with the baseball bat sneered and said, "Kid, if you want to live, hand over the cash from the car." Wiping the blood from his forehead, Chen Ye retorted angrily, "Does your boss, Hong Shou, still have any shame left?" The four men exchanged startled glances before feigning ignorance. "Who is Hong Shou? We don't know him." Chen Ye glared at them coldly, his voice dripping with disdain. You scoundrels, continue your charade. You have the guts to act, but not to admit it, huh? Old 3, hurry up and get the money. Just let us handle him, said a man with a mole on his lip to a smaller man with beady eyes, signaling the remaining 2 to intimidate Chen Ye. To them, he appeared nothing more than a mere child, easily subdued. Unexpectedly, before the smaller man, referred to as Old 3, could retrieve the money, Chen Ye kicked him back 2 or 3 meters. Clutching his bruised chest, Old 3 warned his companions. Awong, this kid is a bit troublesome. He may be small, but he packs a punch. Well done, kid. You've got some moves. Awong, the man with the mole, acknowledged, surprised by Chen Ye's sudden aggression and the strength behind his kick. Humph, if you don't want to die, you'd best scram. Chen Ye's anger flared as he glanced at Zhou Qian, who lay unconscious from blood loss. If she had not accompanied him back to Bairua village, she would never have found herself in this predicament. Huh, are you joking? You want us to leave? Don't think just because you sneak attacked Old 3, you're anything special. Awong scoffed, shedding his suit jacket to reveal a tight black tank top beneath. His muscles bulged like iron, adorned with tattoos that lent him a fearsome appearance. Come on, kid, today I'm in a good mood, so I'll play with you, Awong announced, pushing aside the other 3 men, who were clearly eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Do you think you can handle me alone? Although Chen Ye felt the pressure coming from Awong, it did not signify fear. With a sudden roar, Chen Ye stamped his foot hard on the ground and leaped into the air, preparing to deliver a spinning kick to Awong. Unexpectedly, Awong stood his ground, bracing himself and absorbing Chen Ye's kick with his arm. How's that, kid? Still arrogant? As a top enforcer under Hong Shou, Awong's martial prowess was renowned throughout Xinjiang City. Chen Ye remained silent, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Awong, convinced that there must be a flaw to exploit. Looks like you're still not giving up, huh? Awong chuckled, then swiftly unleashed a whip-like kick. Though the strike was rapid, Chen Ye managed to retreat a step, leaning back just enough to evade it. Not bad. You actually dodged my kick. You've got some skills. A look of surprise crossed Awong's face. Humph, the real show is yet to come, Chen Ye declared, clenching his fists tightly, his muscles tensing as he prepared to attack with utmost focus. Sensing the shift in the young man's energy, Awong's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness. Before Awong could make his move, Chen Ye seized the initiative, opting not for another aerial spinning kick, but rather engaging Awong in close combat, employing grappling techniques from military boxing to entangle him. Awong was increasingly alarmed. He had clearly underestimated Chen Ye, and in a moment of distraction, found himself at a disadvantage. As the saying goes, a single misstep leads to a cascade of failures. Awong, preferring a brawling style, was ill-equipped for close-range skirmishes, particularly against someone skilled in grappling like Chen Ye. In contrast, Chen Ye grew more adept with each exchange, coming perilously close on multiple occasions to locking Awong's arm and fracturing it. Recognizing the dire situation, Awong called upon 3 burly onlookers for assistance. Aware that Awong would undoubtedly lose if the fight continued, the trio quickly shed their jackets to join the fray. As the adage goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. With 4 formidable enforcers of Hong Shou converging, Chen Ye found himself overwhelmed. With a resounding thud, Awong's kick struck Chen Ye squarely in the chest, leaving him breathless. He tasted blood in his throat and spat it out. Awong sneered at Chen Ye. How's it going? Kid, still want to fight? You lowly scoundrels are truly cut from the same cloth. Chen Ye silently calculated the time until the inspector's arrival, realizing he had a lengthy wait ahead. Still so defiant, huh? Old 3's expression darkened with irritation as he aimed a kick at Chen Ye. Having anticipated the trajectory of the kick, Chen Ye swiftly grabbed Old 3's leg and unleashed a barrage of punches onto his knee. With a sickening crack, Old 3 cried out in pain, but before he could react further, Chen Ye seized him by the throat. You're courting death. Upon witnessing the 3rd brother's bones being shattered and captured by Chen Ye, Awang's countenance turned a shade of ashen gray. The 4 of them had shared living quarters, their bonds forged through countless experiences. Come on, if you dare, do it. But I assure you, he will perish before my eyes, Chen Ye declared, tightening his grip around the 3rd brother's neck with increasing force. You have guts, young lad, but heed my warning, do not act recklessly. Or else, as Awang dared to issue a threat, Chen Ye's hold intensified, nearly rendering the 3rd brother unconscious. I give you 5 minutes, leave now, or he shall meet his demise. Chapter 89. Join me in cultivating the land. Awang remained unmoved, fully aware that since Chen Ye had discerned their stalking, he had undoubtedly contacted the authorities. If they left the 3rd brother behind, he would certainly be apprehended by the inspectors. What is the matter? If you do not depart, I will be forced to take action, Chen Ye warned, his grip tightening further. The third brother's face flushed crimson, breath becoming labored. Leave the money, release the third brother, and we shall let you go. We will pretend today never occurred, Wang proposed, inching closer to Chen Ye, as he believed the latter would not dare to commit murder. Are you challenging the limits of my patience? Chen Ye saw through Wang's intentions and abruptly applied more pressure. As it appeared the third brother was on the brink of suffocation, Wang halted, urgently gesturing to Chen Ye. Take the money, just leave the man. Will that suffice? With a derisive chuckle, Chen Ye replied, I am no child. If I release him now, both he and Zhou Qian will be in peril. I, Wang, speak only the truth. You may inquire in Xinjiang City for confirmation. Wang boasted, thumping his chest for assurance. Get lost. If you do not leave now, I shall kill him, Chen Ye reiterated, exerting more force. The third brother was on the verge of collapse, gasping for air. Seeing the dire situation, Wang's anger surged. And he threatened fiercely, You insolent brat, do not overstep. If you dare to take his life, I guarantee neither you nor the woman in the vehicle will survive. Rather than cower at Wang's intimidation, Chen Ye retorted sharply, If I am to die, I shall take him down with me. At that moment of deadlock, Wang's phone vibrated in his pocket. Without hesitation, he answered the call, recognizing it was from Hong Shou. As soon as the call connected, a languid voice emerged, Wang. Have you retrieved the money? Wang furrowed his brow, replying, Boss, not yet. A complication has arisen. Hong Shou's tone turned irritable. Complication? What sort of complication? The third brother is being held hostage by that young man, who is threatening us with his life. Before Wang could finish, he was met with a barrage of curses from Hong Shou on the other end. Useless fool. You can't even handle a mere child. Do you even have the audacity to live? Wang lowered his gaze, trembling slightly. I am sorry, boss. I will resolve this. Apologies are of no use. Why do I even bother with this underworld? I shall now convey to you that if the money is not returned within 10 minutes, you shall not return to see me. Boss, allow me to explain. The third brother is still in that scoundrel's possession. If he becomes desperate, he may indeed take actions detrimental to the third brother. Wang attempted to elaborate, yet Hong Shou had already terminated the call. Wang, what did the boss say? Inquired the other two burly men. With a bitter smile, Wang replied, The boss demands we resolve this within 10 minutes, otherwise we are not to return to him. Damn, does the boss not care for the third brother's well-being? After all these years with the boss, when has he ever shown concern for our lives? The words of the trio, along with the recent call from Hong Shou, were crystal clear to Chen Ye. This only solidified his belief that this man referred to as the third brother held significant importance to Wang and the others. Otherwise, they would have acted long ago. Caught between the boss's orders and the plight of his comrade, Wang found himself in a quandary. Should they fail to complete the task, they risked losing their livelihoods, and there would be no place for them in Xinjiang City. However, should they choose to forsake their brother in his hour of need, Chen Ye's previous actions would surely lead to the third brother's demise. After much deliberation, Wang sighed and proposed to Chen Ye, Very well. After we depart in our vehicle, you must release the third brother. Would that be acceptable? Unacceptable. Chen Ye shook his head resolutely. He could not jeopardize his own safety based on Wang's mere assurances. What must happen for you to release the third brother? Wang's tone grew urgent, for he was aware that the inspector would soon arrive. Chen Ye coldly regarded the three men, contemplating for a moment before stating, You shall all strip off your garments and cast the car keys into the ditch, then commence running towards Bairua village. You are pushing your luck, young man. Wang's countenance darkened. If you do not run, I shall hand him over to the inspector. Chen Ye understood that the current situation was akin to stretching a rubber band. Excessive force could lead to mutual destruction. Wang, what shall we do? Can we trust this young man? Indeed, Wang, if he hands the third brother over to the inspector after we leave, we will not only fail our mission. Enough. This matter shall be decided by me. After stating this, Wang turned his gaze towards Chen Ye. All right, I concede. I shall comply with your terms. But you must honor your promise to release the third brother. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily. I speak with sincerity. Once you are far enough away, I shall release him. Chen Ye detected the threat in Wang's words, yet he had not intended for the situation to become so rigid. After all, a formidable man like Wang, if truly enraged, could pose a considerable threat to those around him. Very well, disrobe. After a brief moment, Wang complied, openly removing his shirt, slacks, and belt before taking off his shoes, leaving only his undergarments. The two surrounding burly men, seeing this, had no choice but to follow suit and remove their clothing as well. Chen Ye observed that the three individuals had complied with his instructions, and he nodded in satisfaction. There are still at least 20 minutes before the inspector arrives. I will grant you 15 minutes to escape, leaving the remaining 5 for him, he declared. You'd best keep your word. After speaking, Awang sprinted towards Bairuo village, followed closely by the 2 sturdy men. Once they vanished from sight, Chen Ye exhaled deeply, loosening his grip on the 3rd man, and then raised his wrist to check the time on his watch. Approximately 15 minutes later, he released the 3rd man, saying, "You may leave now." The 3rd man coughed several times after being freed, inhaling deeply. "Aren't you going to leave?" "The inspector will arrive soon," Chen Ye remarked, noticing that the 3rd man remained rooted in place, seemingly reluctant to depart. "Leave? Where should I go? We haven't retrieved the money today. Given our boss's temperament, we would surely be beaten half to death upon our return, only to be cast aside." The 3rd man replied with a bitter smile, regretting his earlier bravado, which had led to underestimating Chen Ye and ultimately to the failure of their mission, dragging Awang and the others into this predicament. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye furrowed his brow slightly and returned to his vehicle, retrieving a bag filled with money. He extracted 100,000 yuan, stating, "Take this money and leave Xinjiang City. Go elsewhere to seek your fortune." However, the 3rd man did not reach for the money. Sneering, "Are you pitying us? The 3 of us stood by you through thick and thin. There are few like you left in this world." After Chen Ye placed the stack of 100,000 yuan before him, the 3rd man sighed. "Forget it. I cannot accept this. Yet you are quite an intriguing fellow." He then bent down to pick up the clothes left behind by Awang and the others and began to run in the direction they had taken. Chen Ye called out loudly as he noticed the 3rd man departing. "Do you truly have nowhere to go?" The 3rd man's pace faltered momentarily. Chen Ye shouted again, "I have a house in Bairuo village. You can stay there for now. I doubt Hongshou will find you there anytime soon." Hearing this, the 3rd man halted and turned back, asking, "Are you offering us refuge?" Those who do good deeds are aided by many, while those who do evil are left alone. Regardless of what Hongshou does, he will eventually meet his just deserts. Why follow him when you could join me, cultivating durians and raising lobsters? It is certainly better than engaging in his nefarious activities. Chen Ye was unsure why he felt compelled to assist Awang and his companions. Perhaps it was their camaraderie that touched him, revealing that they were not inherently wicked. At that moment, the sound of sirens grew increasingly closer. The 3rd man glanced at Chen Ye and remarked, "You are quite an interesting character. Go directly to the village and find someone named Zhou Bo. He has the keys to my house." Chen Ye instructed, tossing the keys to the 3rd man and then turning his attention away. He then glanced at Zhou Qian in the driver's seat, noticing the blood streaming down her forehead. "Sister Zhou, please bear with me. I will go find something to help staunch your bleeding." Chen Ye recalled that there was a plant nearby the field that could stop bleeding, one his grandfather had taught him to identify. Though it was bitter and inedible, its hemostatic properties were quite remarkable. After searching through the grass, he finally discovered 2 young plants, but they were insufficient for his needs. Without hesitation, in his eagerness to assist Zhou Qian, he dripped a bead of sweat from his necklace onto the herbs. Instantly, the plants began to grow at a visibly rapid pace, their new leaves appearing more vibrant. Chen Ye felt a surge of joy and quickly chewed the herbs. The moment they touched his tongue, he was met with a wave of bitterness, confirming he had chosen the correct plant. After thoroughly masticating the herbs, he promptly applied the mixture to Zhou Qian's forehead. At that moment, something unexpected occurred. Not only did the bleeding cease, but the wound on her forehead began to heal at an astonishing rate. Witnessing this incredible scene, Chen Ye suddenly entertained a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the sweat not only accelerated the plant's growth, but also enhanced the efficacy of medicinal herbs? As Chen Ye pondered this, the inspectors finally arrived at the scene. Observing the chaotic tire marks on the road and the black Hyundai parked by the roadside alongside the Chevrolet that had veered off course, the inspectors felt a tightening in their chests and hurried over. One inspector glanced at Chen Ye and anxiously inquired, "Are you all right, student?" "I am fine," Chen Ye replied, casting a glance at Zhou Qian, who was semi-reclined in the driver's seat. Perhaps due to the effects of the herbs, Zhou Qian slightly opened her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Chen Ye's heart leaped with joy. "Sister Zhou, you are finally awake." Relieved that Chen Ye was unharmed, Zhou Qian felt a weight lift from her heart. As she moved her head, the remnants of the herbs fell away. "What is this?" she asked. Chen Ye pointed to the half-plant in his hand and explained, "It's the herb I found to stop your bleeding." "Did I bleed?" Zhou Qian touched her forehead, discovering some traces of blood that had yet to dry. Yet there was no wound to be found. Chapter 90. Song Yubing's reminder. After completing their statements at the inspection department, Chen Ye and Zhou Qian exited the police station. Accompanied by 2 enthusiastic police officers, they successfully deposited their money at a bank not far from the station. Shortly after leaving the bank, Zhou Qian had to return to the apartment due to matters concerning the newspaper. After bidding farewell to her, Chen Ye intended to take a taxi to the bus station en route to Xinjiang City. However, once he entered the cab, he changed his mind. "Driver, please turn around. We will not go to the bus station. Instead, take us directly to the fisherman's restaurant." "The fisherman's restaurant?" the taxi driver inquired, glancing back. "Yes," Chen Ye nodded. "Then please make yourself comfortable," the driver responded, checking the rearview mirror to ensure no cars were approaching before making a U-turn. Although the fisherman's restaurant was modest in size, it held a certain charm in Qinghe County, so the driver knew the way without Chen Ye needing to provide directions. After paying the fare, Chen Ye alighted from the cab. Rather than rushing into the restaurant, he first took out his phone and called Geng Hua. At that moment, Geng Hua was making rounds in the hospital when he heard the phone ring and promptly answered it. As soon as the call connected, Chen Ye, unable to contain his eagerness, said, "Dr. Geng, this is Chen Ye. I would like to ask for your assistance." Geng Hua hesitated and inquired, "What do you need help with?" Chen Ye replied, "I would appreciate it if you could inform Qing that I might not be able to visit the hospital in the next couple of days, and to tell her not to worry. Additionally, if you have some free time, please keep an eye on Aunt Kai for me." "Oh, these are trifles. I will take good care of them," Geng Hua responded with a smile. "I truly appreciate it. When I have the chance, I will treat you to a meal." After a brief conversation, Chen Ye hung up the phone just as he was about to enter a restaurant when he heard a voice behind him. "Chen Ye, what brings you here today?" Turning around, he was met with the sight of Song Yubing, dressed in a stunning white casual outfit, momentarily taken aback before saying, "Sister Song, I actually have something I need your help with. I guessed you wouldn't come unless you had something important to discuss." Song Yubing laughed lightly, covering her mouth before taking Chen Ye's hand and leading him into the restaurant. As she held his hand, Chen Ye felt his heart race. He had never been this close to Song Yubing before. How could someone as perceptive as Song Yubing not notice the change in him? She playfully blinked and flashed him an enchanting smile. "What's the matter? Do you think your sister is beautiful?" "Not just beautiful. You are absolutely mesmerizing." Despite having lived a second life and possessing a maturity beyond his peers, Chen Ye found himself breathless and his heart pounding in Song Yubing's presence. Observing his dazed expression, Song Yubing's smile widened as she teasingly pinched his cheek. "You're such a cute little brother. I'm growing fonder of you." Chen Ye was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to her playful banter. "All right, I'm done joking. You sit for a bit while I prepare something for you," she said, leaving him with a captivating smile as she ascended to the loft. Shortly thereafter, Song Yubing emerged clad in a chef's outfit. Seeing her hair elegantly tied up, Chen Ye thought it a pity that she wasn't pursuing an acting career, for at that moment she resembled an enchanting culinary goddess. Upon entering the kitchen, the chefs and waitstaff instinctively stepped aside. The head chef, noticing Chen Ye's confusion, explained, "The boss prefers not to be disturbed while cooking." Now understanding, Chen Ye realized that although he was eager to discuss matters with Song Yubing, he could not refuse her culinary endeavors. However, she appeared to be an aristocratic lady who rarely set foot in the kitchen. Could she truly cook? After about half an hour, Song Yubing emerged carrying two exquisite dishes. The first was squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, and the second was kung pao chicken, both impeccably prepared, tantalizing the senses and making one's mouth water. Song Yubing gazed at Chen Ye, who appeared utterly astonished, and smiled as she remarked, "So, how do you find my culinary skills?" Chen Ye was momentarily speechless, ultimately summarizing his thoughts with a single phrase, "Sister Song, you are truly remarkable. Is that so? Do give it a taste," she replied with a smile, offering him a pair of chopsticks. Chen Ye picked up the chopsticks and delicately took a bite of the fish. The moment it touched his palate, an unprecedented aroma enveloped his senses, prompting him to take another bite involuntarily. Upon savoring it, he realized that the flavor was entirely distinct from the squirrel fish he had experienced previously. He devoured the dish with great enthusiasm, and in no time, he had polished off 2 plates. "Sister Song, if you were to become a chef, countless individuals would line up to make reservations." Song Yubing smiled faintly, a hint of resignation flashing across her face, as she replied, "I once aspired to be a chef, but alas, my family did not approve. So I am left to cook occasionally in this small county." "Ah, that explains your exceptional skills." Chen Ye discerned the underlying sorrow and helplessness in her words. "Well, now that we have dined, let us discuss serious matters," Song Yubing declared, summoning 2 waitstaff to bring over the brewed tea. Chen Ye lifted his cup, took a gentle sip, and was struck by the delightful aroma. It soothed his throat, leading him to inquire, "Sister Song, have you heard of someone named Hong Shou?" The smile faded from Song Yubing's face as she asked, "Hong Shou? Why do you ask about him?" "To be candid," Chen Ye began, sharing the details of how Hong Shou had intimidated Zhang Haiming and devised schemes against him. Song Yubing sighed and remarked, I see, but indeed, this is the kind of thing he is capable of. Sister, your words suggest that you are quite familiar with him? Chen Ye felt a surge of hope. He had come to seek intelligence about Hong Shou from Song Yubing, aspiring to know both himself and his adversary to secure an advantage. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yubing carefully articulated her thoughts. In the past, Hong Shou was a small-time thug in Xinjiang City. However, his fortune changed when he associated with Zhao Bingquan, which propelled him to success. He is petty and bears grudges, and to describe him as ruthless would be an understatement. If one were to truly assess him, it would be that he spares no means to achieve his ends. Spares no means to achieve his ends? Chen Ye was taken aback. He was unafraid of ruffians like Wolf Brother, but Hong Shou was different, cunning and always laying traps for others. Song Yubing, well-versed in the backgrounds of Zhao Bingquan and Hong Shou, elaborated. Indeed, last year, Zhao Bingquan undertook a project for the renovation of old housing in Xinjiang City. However, some individuals were dissatisfied with the meager compensation and refused to vacate. Consequently, Zhao Bingquan enlisted Hong Shou to handle the situation. Can you guess how he went about it? Did he send people to force them out or cut off their water and electricity? Chen Ye had some understanding of such demolition disputes. Song Yubing shook her head. Neither. Under the cover of night, he instructed his subordinates to tamper with the electrical systems in those areas, resulting in fires at the homes of those unwilling to relocate, injuring several individuals in the process. Is there truly no evidence to incriminate him? Chen Ye exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Song Yubing could comprehend Chen Ye's rage. After all, such deeds were heinous and nearly cost lives. The police had conducted an investigation, but unfortunately, the residential buildings indeed suffered from aging electrical circuits. Given that it was autumn, the outbreak of a fire was certainly plausible. Moreover, Hong Shou had bribed experts, rendering the entire situation seemingly impeccable. Chen Ye took a deep breath and inquired, Sister Song, if I wish to confront Hong Shou, where should I start? From the moment Chen Ye mentioned Hong Shou, Song Yubing deduced that he had a vendetta against him. Confronting Hong Shou is no simple matter, she cautioned, for he is backed by Zhao Bingquan, who wields considerable influence in Xinjiang City. If you intend to challenge him, Zhao Bingquan is likely to retaliate. Chen Ye furrowed his brow and asked, and who is Zhao Bingquan? The general manager of Huaxing Real Estate, replied Song Yubing. Over the years, he has monopolized nearly all the old housing renovation projects in Xinjiang City, making him quite the ostentatious nouveau riche. Upon hearing Song Yubing's description of Zhao Bingquan as a nouveau riche, Chen Ye's interest was piqued, and he turned his gaze toward her. At that moment, Song Yubing smiled at him knowingly. Are you hoping for your sister to assist you? Sister Song, I merely wish to deal with Hong Shou. However, it is said that a hero needs 3 helpers. I am aware that my abilities alone cannot contend with those 2, Chen Ye admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Song Yubing smiled faintly and finished her tea. Very well, since you have asked, I shall assist you this once. However, you will need to confront Hong Shou on your own. Thank you, Sister Song, Chen Ye exclaimed, his face alight with gratitude as he rose to express his thanks. With a serious expression, Song Yubing said, there is no need for thanks, but I must caution you about one matter. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Chen Ye asked, what is it? After the server refilled their tea, Song Yubing continued, although Hong Shou may not be a significant figure in Xinjiang City, his ruthlessness is appalling. If you wish to oppose him, you must be wary of his despicable tactics. Despicable tactics? Chen Ye felt a chill run down his spine as a realization dawned on him. Indeed, he never adhered to any rules, including the notion that family members should remain unharmed. Song Yubing shook her head in resignation. Many believed that Hong Shou's rise was due to Zhao Bingquan, but that was a misconception. Hong Shou was merciless not only to others, but also to himself. He had forced several of his lovers to terminate their pregnancies, remaining alone even at the age of 40. Sister, are you implying that he might pose a threat to my family? Chen Ye clenched his fists involuntarily. If Hong Shou dared to harm his mother, he would ensure that Hong Shou paid dearly. It is not a possibility, it is a certainty. He operates by exploiting an individual's vulnerabilities, and your weaknesses are your mother and your young girlfriend. Song Yubing gazed deeply at Chen Ye, curious about how he would engage in a battle of wits with Hong Shou, who, to her, was merely a minor figure easily dealt with by a phone call. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ye rose and bowed deeply to Song Yubing, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Song. Had it not been for your reminder, my mother and Cece might have found themselves in peril. Chapter 91. Unwelcome guests from the Sun family as Chen Ye departed from the fisherman's restaurant. Dusk had already begun to settle. He took out his phone and dialed the number of Peng Si's dormitory, inquiring if she had returned. However, her roommate, Yuan, informed him that Peng Si had just gone to the cafeteria for a meal and asked if there was anything he wished to convey. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ye asked Yuan to relay to Peng Si that she should refrain from leaving the school alone during this period. Noticing the seriousness in Chen Ye's tone, Yuan felt compelled to inquire further, but Chen Ye, wary of causing Peng Si undue alarm, opted not to disclose the reason. After ending the call, Chen Ye reflected briefly before heading directly to the place where his mother, Tang Li, worked. At that moment, Tang Li was busy cooking in the kitchen, and upon hearing a knock, she immediately approached the door. As soon as she saw her son, she welcomed him warmly, pulling him inside. Xiao Yi, what brings you here today? Once inside, Tang Li greeted the members of the Sun family before leading Chen Ye to her room. Knowing that if he directly urged his mother to return home, she would likely refuse as she had previously, he devised a more subtle approach. Mom, I have started a wild boar breeding farm in the village and would like you to come back to help manage it. A wild boar breeding farm? Tang Li exclaimed in surprise, astonished that her son had embarked on such an endeavor in just a few months. Indeed, mother. I am still studying and cannot devote my full attention to it, and Zhou Bo is preoccupied with the pond and durian orchard, so he cannot assist either. I am uneasy in trusting it to anyone else, especially in this crucial initial phase, Chen Ye explained, elaborating on his investment of 200,000 in the venture. At that moment, Sun Daba's cousin, Guoyu, was making his way over to inquire about dinner. Upon overhearing Chen Ye's words, he interjected mockingly, at such a young age. Starting a wild boar breeding farm is no small feat, especially a venture of 200,000. Chen Ye frowned at the veiled sarcasm in Guoyu's tone. Tang Li quickly grasped Chen Ye's hand and stood up to address Guoyu, saying, Mr. Guo, I apologize. I will have dinner ready shortly. Oh, no worries. You two continue your conversation, Guoyu replied dismissively, strutting back to the living room. Who is that person, Mom? Chen Ye had initially thought the Sun family was relatively courteous towards his mother, allowing her to continue working there until he could achieve success and return with grandeur. However, the recent troubles involving Hong Shou had ignited his concern for his mother's safety, prompting him to consider bringing her back to Bairua village sooner. Now, witnessing the Sun family's attitude towards her, it was evident that they were not particularly amiable. A mother understands her child better than anyone else. Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Tang Li gently patted his hand and said, his name is Guoyu, a relative of the Sun family and De Bao's cousin. He has come from the provincial capital to visit and plans to stay here for a while. Coming from the provincial capital? Does that grant him the audacity to act so arrogantly? Chen Ye felt a surge of indignation. Had it not been for his mother's timely intervention, he would have confronted Guoyu. Tang Li, well aware of her son's temperament, quickly urged him to refrain from escalating the situation. Xiao Yi, you mustn't speak like that. After all, he is a guest of the Sun family. A guest? More like an unwelcome intruder. Chen Ye thought bitterly, his displeasure mounting. He immediately suggested leaving the Sun residence. Mom, perhaps we should head home today. I can forego this meager salary. Such reckless talk. Tang Li believed in her son's abilities. Yet she recognized that his career was still in its infancy, and financial stability was paramount. Business ventures invariably carry risks. There are no guarantees of profit. She did not wish to become a burden to him, so she endeavored to alleviate his burdens wherever possible. Mom, I'm not being reckless. Look at my phone. I just received a transfer of 600,000. Chen Ye exclaimed, extracting his phone to display the recent bank deposit notification, only to discover that it had run out of battery. At that moment, he recalled that his phone had not been charged for days, and after numerous calls, it had finally succumbed to a lack of power. Tang Li, noticing her son's anxious expression, affectionately tapped his forehead. My dear, I believe in you. But one must see things through to the end. When I first arrived in the county, I had nowhere to stay. If it weren't for the kindness of the Sun family, I might not have lasted a day in the city. Mom, is it that you're reluctant to return home with me? Chen Ye asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Tang Li, fearing he might misinterpret her words, quickly clarified, it's not that I don't want to go home. It's just that finding a reliable caretaker in the county is challenging. If I leave, who will look after De Bao? Chen Ye felt a wave of frustration wash over him, muttering, that's a problem for the Sun family, not for us. Oh, you still have that childish temperament, Tang Li remarked, observing her son sulking. Chen Ye pouted and retorted, well, it's true. If they can't find a caretaker, does that mean my mother must remain with them forever? Enough. If you keep this up, your mother will become upset. Tang Li playfully poked Chen Ye's head before rising to leave the room. After another 10 minutes of bustling in the kitchen, Tang Li finally prepared dinner. At that moment, the couple from the Sun family called out, please invite Chen Ye to join us for a meal. Tang Li expressed her gratitude and replied, sure. I'll go get him. As Chen Ye sat staring blankly at his dead phone, he noticed Tang Li entering the room and promptly stood up. Let us go? Uncle, son, and auntie are inviting you to dinner, Tang Li said, taking his hand. I'm not hungry, Mom, especially not sitting at the same table as Guo Yu. It makes me uncomfortable. Are you disregarding your mother's wishes? Tang Li feigned annoyance. Chen Ye, reluctant to defy his mother, merely nodded. Very well, I shall eat. Observing her son's unwilling demeanor, Tang Li felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. She gently patted his shoulder, advising, please do not sulk during dinner, understand? Chen Ye wearily replied, understood. That's good, Tang Li responded, leading him to the dining room. At the table sat not only the Sun couple and Sun Debao, but also Guo Yu and his girlfriend, Wu Xiao. Upon Chen Ye's arrival at the table, Guo Yu's brows furrowed, though he refrained from voicing his discontent due to the presence of the Sun family. He refused to touch any dish that Chen Ye had handled, and his distasteful expressions created an awkward atmosphere. Halfway through the meal, Chen Ye suddenly spoke up. Uncle, auntie, I have a matter to discuss with you. Sun Jinxing set down his utensils, curious. What is it? I wish for my mother to return home with me. He briefly recounted his endeavors in Bairuo village, including raising crayfish, cultivating durians, and tending to wild boars. Has Tang Li agreed to this? Sun Jinxing inquired anxiously. Recognizing that a diligent and dependable caregiver like Tang Li was a rare find. Before she could respond, Guo Yu interjected with a cold laugh. I suspect they are merely angling for a salary increase. Tang Li, hearing Guo Yu's comment, quickly clarified. No, my son does not mean that, and I do not intend to return. Sun Jinxing recalled that prices had indeed risen recently, and that Tang Li's wages had not increased, suggesting, if it concerns salary, you could have mentioned it. Sun Ye eagerly added, yes, starting next month, we can increase your monthly salary by 500. How does that sound? Realizing the Sun couple had misunderstood her intentions, Tang Li hastily waved her hands in protest. Mr. Sun, it truly is not about the salary. Guo Yu, with a sly grin, remarked, time reveals a horse's strength. Familiarity uncovers a person's character. Nowadays, caregivers concoct all manner of excuses for salary hikes, be it a grandson's full moon celebration, a husband's illness, or a son's wedding. The excuses are endless. What do you mean by that, Guo? Chen Ye stood up, having long harbored disdain for Guo Yu. Unfazed, Guo Yu dismissed him. What significance do you hold? They say rural folk are honest and diligent, yet I find that not entirely true. Seeing her son brimming with indignation, Tang Li quickly rose to press him back into his seat. Mother, let us leave. We shouldn't linger here. Chen Ye suppressed his rage, clenching and then relaxing his fists. Chen Ye, cease this talk. If you continue like this, do not seek your mother in the future. Tang Li noticed the Sun couple's anxious expressions, while Sun Debao, frightened by Chen Ye's outburst, began to cry. Mother, I only wish to bring you home to enjoy a good life. Have I erred in that? Although Chen Ye could comprehend the kindness the Sun family had shown to his mother during her time of need, he felt it unnecessary to burden himself with their generosity. Observing Chen Ye's demeanor, which contradicted Guo Yu's portrayal, Sun Jinxing proposed, Chen Ye, why not allow your mother to stay with us for a while longer? We will find a suitable caregiver, and then you can take her back. How does that sound? Chen Ye reluctantly agreed, but insisted that it be resolved quickly. He felt a sense of urgency. While the security in the Sun family's neighborhood was commendable, it lacked the robust protection found in Bairuo village, where neighbors were always ready to assist one another. If Hong Shou intended harm towards his mother, this place would offer little in the way of defense. Sun Jinxing breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Chen Ye profusely. Meanwhile, Guo Yu maintained his usual sardonic demeanor. However, Chen Ye noticed a peculiar trait in Guo Yu. He exhibited a strong aversion to anything he deemed contaminated, as he refused to eat any dish that had been touched by him. Consequently, Chen Ye used his chopsticks to serve himself a portion from each dish on the table. True to form, upon seeing that the food had been handled by this rural upstart, Guo Yu discarded his bowl and chopsticks, resolutely refusing to eat. Tang Li sighed, observing the tension between Chen Ye and Guo Yu, and could only shake her head in resignation. She genuinely wished to remain with the Sun family a while longer, for they had supported her during her most vulnerable times. With their children residing far away and both parents being intellectuals in poor health, she worried that her departure would leave them without adequate care from the new caregiver. Mom, Uncle Sun, Aunt Sun, I'll be leaving now. I'll return in a few days, Chen Ye announced before clearing the tableware and washing them thoroughly in the kitchen. After ensuring everything was in order, he exited the Sun household. Chapter 92. The timid Guo Yu. Chen Ye initially intended to take a taxi home, but But as night fell, he reconsidered and decided to visit the Tianma Hotel to warn Zhang Haiming about Hongshou. However, taxis were scarce in the county, and with the darkness settling in, finding one became increasingly difficult. While waiting for a cab, he was unaware that Guo Yu was stealthily trailing behind him. Guo Yu had intended to follow Chen Ye to uncover his true intentions, but as he rounded a corner, a masked assailant suddenly emerged, shouting, "Stop right there. If you value your life, hand over your money and phone." Paralyzed with fear, Guo Yu stood frozen in place as the robber brandished a knife. Seeing Guo Yu's petrified state, the masked robber barked, "Are you an idiot? I told you to give me your wallet and phone." Terrified, Guo Yu trembled and remained silent. As the robber prepared to speak again, he caught a whiff of urine. The dim streetlight revealed that Guo Yu had indeed lost control. "Never have I encountered such a coward." The robber cursed inwardly as he rifled through Guo Yu's pockets, retrieving his wallet and phone. With the items secured, the robber's demeanor softened slightly. He realized that if Guo Yu had not been so spineless, the robbery would not have gone so smoothly. As I opened my wallet, I was dismayed to find that, including loose change, I possessed a mere 35 yuan. This is absurd. Here I am, well-dressed, and yet without a single coin to my name. Upon observing the scant contents of Guo Yu's wallet, the masked robber was seized with rage, poised to strike Guo Yu. Fearing the impending blow and, even more, the wrath of the masked assailant, Guo Yu hastily fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Please, spare my life. My uncle is wealthy. I can have him retrieve more money. Do you take me for a fool?" scoffed the robber. Yet he was momentarily amused by Guo Yu's desperate words, delivering a sharp slap to his face. After being struck, a sudden flash of inspiration ignited in Guo Yu's mind. He quickly addressed the robber. "I know of someone who possesses considerable wealth. If you rob him, you shall undoubtedly strike it rich." The masked robber, initially skeptical, delivered a swift kick to Guo Yu before demanding, "Then tell me, who is this wealthy individual? But be warned, should you deceive me. The blade in my hand is not to be trifled with." Relieved, Guo Yu pointed towards Chen Ye, who was waiting for a taxi. "That man over there has money, quite a substantial amount. If you rob him, you are sure to prosper. Is that so? You had better not be lying, or I shall have my revenge." The robber, observing that Chen Ye appeared merely to be a youth, chose to believe Guo Yu this time. Should Guo Yu dare to deceive him, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. As the masked robber approached Chen Ye, Guo Yu surprisingly had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he eagerly anticipated the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, Chen Ye, glancing around, found it peculiar that taxis were so elusive that evening. Just as impatience began to creep in, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning to look, he was met with the sight of a man clad in a stocking mask, brandishing a dagger, rushing toward him. "Hey, don't run!" shouted the masked robber as he sprinted. Chen Ye, bemused by the situation, replied, "There's no need to hurry, my friend. I'm right here waiting for you." Upon hearing his words, the robber initially felt a sense of relief, but then a thought struck him. Something was amiss. Shouldn't Chen Ye be terrified enough to flee? The logical course of action would involve cornering him and demanding his valuables at knife point. Yet, Chen Ye appeared not only unafraid but was, in fact, deliberately waiting for him. When the masked robber finally stood breathless before Chen Ye, the latter inquired with feigned concern, "Are you exhausted from running, my friend?" "Indeed, a bit fatigued," gasped the robber after catching his breath. "Well then, take a moment to rest. There's no rush to sit down. After all, the taxi hasn't arrived yet. And I have all the time in the world." The robber, taken aback by Chen Ye's words, realized that he was being mocked. "Have you rested enough? Shall we commence the robbery now?" Chen Ye declared, assuming a defensive stance. "Good heavens, why are there so many individuals with questionable intellect these days?" The masked robber, realizing that not only did he need to return home to collect his own money, but he had also been directed towards the unsuspecting target, Guo Yu, cast a glance at the eager Chen Ye, who appeared ready to pounce. Suddenly, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. "Brother, if you don't take action, I will." Chen Ye, noting the robber's hesitation, seized the moment and delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Despite the robber's fearsome appearance, his physical prowess was lacking. Otherwise, he would not have been gasping for breath after running merely 200 meters. Chen Ye's strength was formidable, far beyond what the robber's feeble constitution could withstand. After receiving a couple of punches from Chen Ye, the masked robber hastily discarded the knife he held and, cradling his head, pleaded, "Brother, please stop. I realize my mistake. This is only my first or second robbery. Have mercy on me. For it was not my intention to target you." Chen Ye, gazing at the supplicating criminal, casually inquired, "Who sent you to rob me?" In a bid to avoid further punishment, the robber pointed towards Guo Yu. Upon noticing Guo Yu peering nervously from behind a corner, Chen Ye scoffed and immediately pursued him. Guo Yu, startled, instinctively attempted to flee. However, he was no match for Chen Ye and was swiftly caught and pinned to the ground. Chen Ye, please spare me. I promise I won't dare to do this again. Upon observing Guo Yu, who was now kneeling and emitting an unpleasant odor, Chen Ye's initial intent to deal with him dissipated. He had no desire to soil his shoes with Guo Yu's filth. Scram, just looking at you makes me feel ill. Ignoring Guo Yu entirely, Chen Ye instructed the masked robber to call the authorities and confess. After the inspectors arrived, Chen Ye waited for a while until he finally spotted a taxi. He climbed in and directed the driver to the Tianma Hotel. The lobby manager of Tianma Hotel recognized Chen Ye and greeted him warmly as soon as he entered. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Chen Ye got straight to the point. Is Mr. Zhang here? The lobby manager, smiling, replied, Mr. Zhang just left. May I ask what business you have with him? Chen Ye glanced at his phone, which was out of battery, and urgently said, I need to reach him immediately. It's quite pressing. Could you assist me in contacting him? Very well. Please hold on for a moment while I get in touch with him, the lobby manager replied, picking up the phone to dial Zhang Haiming's number. After approximately 20 seconds, the call connected. Upon hearing that Chen Ye was seeking him, Zhang Haiming instructed the manager to have Chen Ye wait for him at the hotel. It was evident that Zhang Haiming regarded Chen Ye with considerable importance as he rushed to the hotel without even drying his hair after his previous engagement. As soon as the car came to a halt, Zhang Haiming called out to Chen Ye inside the hotel. Chen Ye, what brings you here in such haste? After casting a glance at the lobby manager, Chen Ye responded, let us find a private room to discuss this. Zhang Haiming quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, recognizing that it was a matter too sensitive to discuss in front of others, and instructed the lobby manager to secure a VIP room for their conversation. Upon entering the room, Zhang Haiming instructed the lobby manager to leave. Haiming, today Hong Shou took action against me. After the lobby manager departed, Chen Ye promptly recounted the events of the day. What? Hong Shou has such audacity, employing such despicable tactics. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haiming was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of anger on his face. I visited Sister Song this afternoon, and from her, I learned that Hong Shou never plays by the rules and is adept at exploiting legal loopholes. I am concerned that he may target us again in the near future. Chen Ye then briefly shared what Song Yubing had mentioned. This is outrageous. Hong Shou is utterly arrogant. Zhang Haiming, who rarely lost his temper, felt an intense fury at the thought that Hong Shou would risk lives to achieve his goals. Moreover, it is said that Hong Shou typically targets those close to us. However, you need not worry about your family. I doubt Hong Shou would dare to touch your parents. At this moment, Chen Ye recalled another piece of advice from Song Yubing, which was that Hong Shou was a typical bully who never offended those of significant influence. Chen Ye, what are you planning to do? Zhang Haiming was not worried about Hong Shou's potential actions against his own parents, but Chen Ye's situation was different. His family lacked the same backing. I came to seek your collaboration in dealing with Hong Shou, Chen Ye stated, briefly explaining that Hong Shou's 4 subordinates were currently residing at Li Ru's home due to a failed mission. After hearing this, Zhang Haiming expressed his concern. Chen Ye, do you intend to use those 4 individuals against Hong Shou? But can they be trusted not to betray him? You need not worry about that. Hong Shou is not only ruthless toward his competitors, but also treats his subordinates poorly, which happens to be his fatal flaw. Chen Ye remained confident in his plan, for he knew that Lao San and Awang had been with Hong Shou for many years and were privy to many of his secrets. If they were to step forward, it would be easy to contend with Hong Shou. You have a point, but you also mentioned that Zhao Bingquan stands behind Hong Shou. If anything were to happen to Hong Shou, Zhao Bingquan would surely protect him. Zhang Haiming was quite familiar with Zhao Bingquan, who had dominated the real estate industry in Xinjiang City for years, amassing considerable wealth. Chen Ye smiled slightly and explained, there is no need to worry about Zhao Bingquan, for Sister Song has assured me that she will keep him in check. Then why not ask Sister Song to deal with Hong Shou as well? Zhang Haiming was somewhat perplexed. Given the relationship between Chen Ye and Song Yubing, it seemed illogical for her to address only Zhao Bingquan while neglecting Hong Shou. I believe this is a test from Sister Song. Chen Ye chuckled wryly. Though he was unaware of why Song Yubing had been so supportive of him, he understood that her assistance was not without purpose. She must have some objective behind it. A test? Could it be that Sister Song intends to recruit you? Zhang Haiming was taken aback, for the Yubing Mountain Villa held considerable influence and connections with numerous dignitaries. As the general manager, Song Yubing's status was undoubtedly significant. Chen Ye shook his head and resolutely stated, I cannot say for certain, but if Sister Song truly wishes to recruit me, I would decline. Zhang Haiming found Chen Ye's response perplexing. Why? This is a rare opportunity. Others would covet it. yet they may never have the chance. Chen Ye did not respond directly, but countered with a question. Haiming, if you were in my position, would you accept? Zhang Haiming glanced at Chen Ye and then shook his head. Isn't that precisely the point? I aspire to forge my own path rather than remain beneath someone else's shadow. After Chen Ye spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Haiming. Upon their eyes meeting, both burst into laughter, the unspoken understanding between them palpable. Chapter 93. I can offer you respect. As Chen Ye departed from the Tianma Hotel, he casually requested Zhang Haiming to have a chef prepare some food and drink. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi by the roadside, transporting the provisions back to Bairua village. Upon alighting, he did not return home, but went directly to Li Ru's residence. Noticing the lights in Li Ru's house had been extinguished, Chen Ye hesitated for a moment before approaching the door and knocking. Knock, knock, knock. The sound startled the still sleepy Awang, who instinctively rolled out of bed and approached the door. Who is it? Awang inquired. Sensing Awang's wariness, Chen Ye reassured him. Don't be alarmed, it's me. Upon recognizing Chen Ye's voice, Awang relaxed and opened the door. Inside, the other three were also awake. Evidently restless in the unfamiliar surroundings and burdened by the pressure of unfinished tasks. Upon seeing Chen Ye enter, two of the burly men exhibited expressions of resentment. Are you hungry? I've brought some food and drink, though I am unsure if it suits your taste, Chen Ye announced, waving the elegantly packaged food box before Awang and the others. The four men glanced at the food box, unable to suppress their saliva, for they had barely eaten that evening. Come, sit down and enjoy. No need to be polite, Chen Ye urged, placing the food box on the table and subsequently uncorking the wine. Awang took a couple of hearty gulps of the drink, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, before tearing off a leg of roasted duck, devouring it in mere moments. Observing their satisfaction, Chen Ye lightly cleared his throat and inquired, what are your thoughts on the proposition I discussed with Lao Sen previously? Of course, if you are unwilling, I can provide you with lodging and funds to safeguard you from Hong Shou's pursuit. As soon as he finished speaking, Awang set down half of the roasted goose he was holding and turned his gaze to Chen Ye. Do you think we would follow you? Chen Ye shook his head and replied with a smile. No? Since you are aware of that, why ask in the first place? Awang expressed mild surprise. For although Chen Ye was young, he possessed a ruthlessness and maturity beyond his years. Chen Ye smiled faintly, then poured wine for the four men, stating, some endeavors yield no results if not pursued, and similarly, some questions remain unanswered if not voiced. You are indeed quite intriguing. A Wang, unreserved, finished his drink. Suddenly, Chen Ye inquired, how much have you earned following Hong Shou all these years? About 80,000 a year, excluding food and accommodation. Although A Wang was perplexed by Chen Ye's intentions, he responded with honesty. Chen Ye grinned, then come work with me for 50,000 a year, with meals and lodging included. 50,000. Work with you? Cultivate durians and raise lobsters? A Wang burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most humorous joke in the world. As the saying goes, people aspire to rise while water flows downward. Had Chen Ye proposed a salary of 100,000, they might have considered it. My current capabilities are limited, so I cannot promise you too much. However, I can offer you 50,000 a year now, and a year later, I will be able to provide you with 100,000. In 3 years, perhaps even more. Moreover, I am not like Hong Shou. I can offer you respect, allowing you to live as dignified individuals. We need not bow and scrape nor worry about others' opinions. Is that not enough? After Chen Ye's heartfelt proclamation, the four burly men fell into a contemplative silence. His words, particularly the notion of offering them respect and enabling them to live as humans, deeply resonated within them. For so many years, they had languished in obscurity, serving as Hong Shou's henchmen and executing countless morally bankrupt deeds. They dared not return home. Their parents disowned them. And wherever they went, they were ridiculed and scorned. Was this the life they desired? A Wang questioned himself, yet the answer was a resounding no. They yearned to live with dignity, but lacking skills and education, what else could they do but serve as Hong Shou's lackeys? Noticing their silence, Chen Ye seized the moment. Stay with me, and we shall work together. I currently have 7 hills cultivating durians, a vast pond for raising lobsters, and a wild boar farm under construction. A year from now, I will possess even more, and in following me, you too will gain more. After exchanging glances, Awang said, very well, we will join you. But we have one condition. Chen Ye's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly asked, what condition? Awang presented an answer that left Chen Ye both amused and perplexed. We do not want to raise wild boars. Chen Ye had anticipated a difficult request, but was taken aback by this one. Struggling to suppress his laughter, he asked, why not? It sounds unpleasant. Awang sheepishly scratched his head. Chen Ye reassured them, rest assured. You will not be tasked with farming or cultivation. What then do you want us to do? Awang was somewhat confused. Aside from their physical strength for labor, their only remaining skill was fighting. You will find out soon enough, Chen Ye replied mysteriously. At that moment, the third man chimed in, shrugging. All right. But let us clarify. It is not that we are unwilling to work. It is that you do not allow us to. Well, it is getting late. You should rest. I need to visit the city tomorrow. We will continue our discussion later. Chen Ye did not rush to discuss with Awang and the others how to deal with Hong Shou, as he understood that every undertaking requires careful consideration. Acting in haste could not only thwart their efforts, but could also yield counterproductive results. Early on the third day, after a light breakfast, Chen Ye prepared to wait at the village entrance for a vehicle to the county bus station. To his surprise, upon arriving at the village entrance, he noticed Li Shui already waiting for a ride. He approached her and greeted her, inquiring, "Sisterly, are you also heading to the county?" Li Shui responded warmly and explained, "Recently, our teacher's experiments have become quite frequent, and the materials we require are increasingly scarce. The supplies we brought earlier are no longer sufficient, so we must purchase some in Xinjiang City." After hearing this, Chen Ye speculated that Professor Zhao must have encountered challenges during his experiments, prompting repeated attempts that left the materials initially prepared by Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan inadequate. With this in mind, Chen Ye smiled and said, "Going to Xinjiang City? What a coincidence. Are you also going there?" Li Shui expressed curiosity, as Chen Ye had only recently attended classes at the school. "Yes, a friend of mine is unwell, and I need to visit the city," Chen Ye replied, thinking of Lin Qingqing waiting for him, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Li Shui acknowledged him with an "oh," but did not pry further. After a brief wait of over 10 minutes, a bus heading to the county arrived. Chen Ye boarded and encouraged Li Shui to find a seat while he approached the ticket seller, saying, "Excuse me, 2 tickets to the county bus station, please." The ticket seller accepted the money Chen Ye offered and handed him the tickets. As the bus resumed its journey, Chen Ye intended to inquire about Professor Zhao's research on wild vegetable cultivation, considering that Bairua village had a contract with Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan. Failing to deliver on time would not only require returning the previous funds, but also incur penalties. "By the way, Li Shui, how is Professor Zhao's seed modification progressing?" he asked. Li Shui shook her head and replied, "It is still in the experimental phase, and the results are not yet ideal. There are many challenges to overcome." Chen Ye furrowed his brow and probed further, "What challenges?" With a sigh, Li Shui explained, "Finding wild vegetables in our area is not a significant issue. However, those sourced from other regions are different. During the artificial cultivation process, their nutritional value begins to diminish. Professor Zhao believes this may be due to our local climate and environment being unsuitable." Chen Ye grasped the essence of her words, understanding it to mean a lack of adaptability to the local conditions. Essentially, that's the crux of the matter. We have conducted numerous experiments, yet the nutritional value of the cultivated wild vegetables remains unsatisfactory. Our teacher has hardly had a moment's rest lately, Li Shui lamented. With her understanding of wild vegetables, she explained that their value lies in their wild nature. The very act of cultivating them artificially compromises this wild essence, inevitably leading to a loss of nutritional value. However, wild vegetables devoid of nutritional merit would hardly compare to ordinary vegetables in taste. Who would be willing to purchase such produce at a high price? "I see," Chen Ye acknowledged, realizing the predicament they faced. Chen Ye nodded. Although he had never cultivated wild vegetables, he understood that the principle was akin to what Professor Zhao had previously discussed regarding the raising of wild boars. The distinct flavor of wild boar as opposed to domestic pigs is attributed to their differing diets. Wild boars roam freely across the mountains, resulting in a firmer texture that domestic pigs simply cannot rival. Li Shui, sensing Chen Ye's resonance with her thoughts, became more animated and began venting her frustrations. Indeed, however, the teacher is quite irritable about this. He insists that he won't rest until he resolves the issue of wild vegetables. As a result, he has lost quite a bit of weight over the past few days, and those dark circles under his eyes are quite alarming. She continued, "Once I return, I plan to consult Professor Zhao to see if I can be of any assistance." At this moment, Chen Ye surmised that the problem Professor Zhao was facing was not trivial. It made sense if it were not a significant challenge. Qin Hanqing and Hu Zhouquan would not be persistently bothering Professor Zhao. Assist? What could you possibly do to help? Li Shui laughed. For her teacher was an authority in this area, and if he was at a loss, how could Chen Ye possibly succeed? That's hard to say. Chen Ye recalled the herbs he had provided to Zhou Qin a few days prior. After being infused with perspiration, their efficacy had significantly increased. While wild vegetables were categorized as food, their true value lay in their medicinal properties. Since both herbs and wild vegetables possessed medicinal value, It stood to reason that the sweat-infused necklace could enhance the nutritional benefits of the wild vegetables. Seeing Chen Ye's earnest demeanor, Li Shui couldn't help but tease him, playfully stating, "If you truly manage to solve this problem, then I shall give you a kiss." "Really, Sister Li?" Chen Ye gazed at Li Shui's alluring red lips and the delicate, white legs beneath her skirt, swallowing hard. "Ha, what do you think?" Li Shui chuckled at Chen Ye's reaction, her laughter bright and enchanting. Chen Ye soon realized that Li Shui was deliberately teasing him. Yet he was not one to back down easily. Hee, then it's settled. If I manage to help Professor Zhao with this conundrum, you must uphold your end of the bargain. All right, it's a deal, but I fear you may not have the chance to win. As soon as Li Shui finished speaking, she heard Chen Ye assert with confidence, "Nothing in life is absolute. Just because Professor Zhao cannot resolve it does not mean I cannot." Chapter 94. The matter is not so simple. After alighting from the vehicle, Chen Ye bid farewell to Li Shui. Once he watched her depart, he took a bus to the hospital. Upon arriving at the ward, he found Kai Qin had just finished her meal. Although her complexion had improved somewhat over the past few days, Chen Ye knew this was merely superficial. Without a kidney transplant, her life could end at any moment. Lin Qingqing noticed Chen Ye at the doorway and stepped out, expressing concern. "Chen Ye, is something wrong?" "Silly girl, nothing is amiss," Chen Ye replied, gently brushing Lin Qingqing's long hair aside before planting a kiss on her forehead. Lin Qingqing felt her cheeks flush and her heart race at Chen Ye's actions. However, she remained apprehensive, sensing that something must have troubled him in recent days. Otherwise, he would not have left her alone in the hospital. "I am truly fine. Even if there are issues, I can handle them well. You must believe in me," Chen Ye asserted, gently cradling Lin Qingqing's hands before lowering his head to softly kiss the back of her hand. "All right, I will trust you, but they are watching us." Lin Qingqing shyly lowered her gaze, noticing numerous patients and their families staring at them. "I still have some matters to attend to. We shall converse later," Chen Ye said, lightly squeezing Lin Qingqing's hand before heading towards Lu Xiaohu's ward. As Lin Qingqing watched Chen Ye's retreating figure, an overwhelming sense of security and happiness enveloped her. She felt as though, in his presence, she had found a refuge, free from all pressures. When Chen Ye arrived at Lu Xiaohu's room, Su Guizhi was in the midst of bathing him. Upon seeing Chen Ye enter, Su Guizhi promptly placed the towel in the basin and stood up to pull out a chair for him. "Auntie, please continue with your work. I can manage on my own," Chen Ye said, seeking out a chair for himself. Su Guizhi sighed, returning to gently wash Lu Xiaohu's back, her every motion imbued with maternal love and care. Observing this tender scene between mother and son, Chen Ye hesitated, unsure of how to begin the conversation. At that moment, Lu Xiaohu sensed Chen Ye's unease and inquired, "Xiao Chen, do you have something to say?" "Auntie, Xiaohu, I came here today to discuss something with you," Chen Ye stated, scratching his head awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed to bring up the matter of purchasing Lu Xiaohu's kidney. "Xiao Chen, is it about money? Rest assured, I will have fun soon." Lu Xiaohu assumed Chen Ye was seeking repayment for the 20,000 yuan he had previously covered for medical expenses. Upon hearing Lu Xiaohu, Su Guizhi also believed that Chen Ye was there for financial reasons, thinking that since the money had already been given to the hospital, it was no longer recoverable. "Xiao Chen, I know you had good intentions initially, but do not worry, I will certainly repay you," she assured. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chen Ye scratched his head again and hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to say, "Aunt Su, Xiaohu, I am not here to ask for money. I wish to discuss a matter with you." Hearing that Chen Ye was not there for financial reasons brought relief to both Su Guizhi and Lu Xiaohu, especially since they could hardly spare even 500 yuan at that moment. Lu Xiaohu then prompted, "Xiao Chen, please feel free to speak your mind." With a sigh, Chen Ye bit his lip and clenched his fist, finally resolved. "Xiaohu, I have heard that your kidney is compatible with my friend's mother, so I would like to propose that you sell a kidney to us. Are you suggesting that you wish to purchase my kidney?" At this moment, Lu Xiaohu noticed a shift in Chen Ye's demeanor. Previously, Lu Xiaohu had treated Chen Ye with kindness, a gesture rooted in Chen Ye's willingness to step forward and cover his medical expenses. However, if Chen Ye had known about the impending kidney sale from the outset, then those prior acts of goodwill would have been nothing more than calculated maneuvers. Before Chen Ye approached Lu Xiaohu, there were individuals with ulterior motives who had learned of Lu Xiaohu's deteriorating condition and sought to purchase his organs, offering prices so meager that Lu Xiaohu felt an overwhelming urge to cast them from the building. A wry smile crept across Chen Ye's face as he anticipated Lu Xiaohu's reaction. "Brother Xiaohu, auntie, the situation is as follows." Chen Ye proceeded to briefly outline Kai Qin's condition. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaohu merely chuckled disdainfully and coldly inquired, "So, how much are you willing to offer?" Rather than discussing money outright, Chen Ye declared, I am willing to cover your surgical expenses and help you settle your father's debts, allowing you to receive a compatible bone marrow transplant and restore your health. You wish to assist me in obtaining a bone marrow transplant? Lu Xiaohu asked, taken aback. He had assumed Chen Ye merely sought to leverage their relationship for personal gain. Yet Chen Ye's response was unexpectedly generous. After all, once he passed away, his kidneys would fetch no more than 400,000 unless there were urgent buyers. Yes, I learned from Dr. Geng that your family owes your uncle 600,000. Therefore, I will assist you in repaying that sum so that your cousin can donate bone marrow to you. Chen Ye explained, producing a bank card containing 600,000. Why not simply purchase my kidneys? Lu Xiaohu felt a wave of shame wash over him. Chen Ye had not only advanced his medical expenses and hospital fees, but also refused to take advantage of his plight by paying off his debts, making Lu Xiaohu feel like a villain in comparison. Unsure how to respond, Chen Ye eventually remarked, perhaps it is because neither of us has a father, and Aunt Sue, like my mother, is solely concerned for her son. Upon hearing Chen Ye's explanation, Lu Xiaohu realized that selling a kidney for 600,000 would be utterly inhumane. It would be an act of ingratitude for kindness received. Very well, I shall consider half of that sum as a loan, and I will repay you when I earn money in the future. Brother Xiaohu, you have agreed. Chen Ye felt a surge of relief. If Lu Xiaohu had refused to sell a kidney, Kai Qin's life would have been in grave danger. Yes, but whether I can persuade my uncle is up to your abilities, Lu Xiaohu said with a resigned smile, recalling that he had injured his uncle, who likely wished for his demise. I will speak with your uncle. You need not worry, Chen Ye assured him before asking Lu Xiaohu for the address of Lu Guanyuan. After leaving the hospital room, Chen Ye did not immediately seek out Lu Guanyuan, but rather returned to the ward to share the good news with Kai Qin and Lin Qingqing. Upon hearing that a matching kidney source was available, Kai Qin initially wore a smile, but it quickly faded, as it meant Chen Ye would need to spend a considerable sum of money. Chen Ye, perhaps it's best to forget it. I have lived long enough, and there's no need to squander money. Lin Qingqing, who had been feeling quite elated, found her tears streaming down her face upon hearing her mother's words. Mom, I cannot allow you to speak like that. You must live a long and healthy life. Chen Ye shook his head and approached Kai Qin, taking her hand gently. Aunt Kai, please refrain from mentioning such morbid matters. You are Qingqing's mother, and no matter the expense, it will be worth it. Yes, Mom. You once said you wanted to see me in a wedding dress. You cannot go back on that promise. Lin Qingqing pouted, her tear-streaked face resembling a weeping pear blossom. Oh, you two foolish children. Kai Qin sighed, wiping away the traces of tears from Lin Qingqing's cheeks. After Lin Qingqing finished speaking, she leaned against Kai Qin. Chen Ye, wishing to preserve the warmth of this mother-daughter bond, quietly exited the hospital room. Once outside, Chen Ye followed the address provided by Lu Xiaohu and took a taxi to Lu Guanyuan's residence. To his surprise, Lu Guanyuan's home in the Bianan City Garden was far more upscale than he had anticipated. Not only were there luxurious duplexes, but the parking lot also boasted over 40 high-end vehicles, each valued at over $1 million. In such a community, which was evidently a gathering place for the affluent, Lu Guanyuan's status and position should be quite significant. Given his stature, it seemed implausible that he would engage in disputes over a mere 600,000 yuan with his elder brother's orphan, as doing so would surely render him a subject of ridicule. However, according to Dr. Geng, Lu Guanyuan had not only visited multiple times to press for repayment, but had also left Lu Xiaohu's home in disarray, prompting Lu Xiaohu to retaliate and injure Lu Guanyuan out of exasperation. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Ye made his way to the convenience store at the entrance of Bianan City Garden. The store owner was engrossed in a mobile game, but promptly paused it upon Chen Ye's arrival, inquiring, "Young man, what can I assist you with?" After glancing at the store's business license and tobacco permit, Chen Ye noted that the establishment had been operating for several years. He then asked the owner, "Sir, I would like to inquire about someone. If you're not here to make a purchase, kindly step aside. I am currently occupied," the store owner replied, his demeanor noticeably chilly upon realizing Chen Ye was not there to buy anything. Understanding that he needed to offer something enticing to elicit useful information from the owner, Chen Ye said, "Sir, could you please fetch that bottle of wine behind you? I wish to buy it." The owner, following Chen Ye's gesture, glanced at the wine's price and, with a hint of impatience, asked, "Young man, are you certain you want to buy it?" It wasn't that the store owner held Chen Ye in low regard. Rather, the wines stocked in his store were of high quality, catering to the residents of Bianan City Garden, rather than the inferior varieties priced merely in the dozens. Chen Ye said little, simply taking out his wallet and placing the bills one by one on the table before the shopkeeper. "Now, can you assist me in procuring some wine?" The shopkeeper, noticing Chen Ye's willingness to spend, immediately altered his demeanor. After all, the profit from selling a bottle of wine was not insignificant. Who were you inquiring about earlier? Just mention a name and house number, and I will know. This was no boast. As the shopkeeper had operated his establishment for several years and had delivered to every household in the vicinity, Chen Ye felt a surge of joy. His purpose in purchasing the wine was to gather information about Lu Guanyuan. Do you know Lu Guanyuan from Building 11? Without hesitation, the shopkeeper replied, Ah. The director from the Housing Management Bureau? Of course, I know him. I deliver his packages personally. The director of the Housing Management Bureau? What a significant figure. Chen Ye feigned astonishment. Yet internally, he became even more resolute that the matters concerning Lu Xiaohu and Lu Guanyuan were undoubtedly more complex than he had initially perceived. The shopkeeper, under the impression that Chen Ye was unfamiliar with prominent individuals, began to share various anecdotes about Lu Guanyuan. Chapter 95. Intimidating Lu Guanyuan. Listening to the convenience store owner's account, Chen Ye's suspicions grew, prompting him to reach for his phone and dial Song Yubing's number. At that moment, Song Yubing was still asleep, but upon noticing it was Chen Ye calling, she made an exception to answer. Brother, why are you calling so early? Early? Chen Ye observed that families were already preparing lunch and pointed out, Sister Song, it's already 11 o'clock. Is it 11? I hadn't noticed. Perhaps I drank too much last night. Song Yubing said as she glanced at the clock, confirming the time was indeed late. Not wishing to delay her for long, Chen Ye stated, Sister, I want to inquire about someone. Go ahead, she replied, securing the phone between her shoulder and ear as she walked into the restroom. Chen Ye seized the opportunity. Lu Guanyuan, the director from the Housing Management Bureau. Hearing the speakerphone activated, Song Yubing poured herself a glass of water and rinsed her mouth. Lu Guanyuan, are you looking to deal with Hong Shou? Targeting Lu Guanyuan is indeed a prudent strategy. Chen Ye was taken aback by her response. Realizing the truth in the adage that sometimes, when one aims to cultivate flowers, they do not bloom, yet when one is indifferent, willows flourish. Suppressing his excitement, he pressed on, Sister, what kind of person is Lu Guanyuan? After a moment of contemplation, she replied, If Hong Shou is a true villain, then Lu Guanyuan is a hypocrite. Over the years, he has colluded with Hong Shou, swindling countless displaced households. And Hong Shou has executed his scheme so adeptly that he has left virtually no trace. Do you know about his family situation? The matter concerning him and his elder brother? Chen Ye sensed the complexity of the situation, given Lu Guanyuan's ill-gotten gains. It was hard to believe he would care about a mere 600,000. Furthermore, even if Lu Xiaohu was a thug, there would be no reason for him to confront his uncle with violence. There must be a hidden secret at play. What about Lu Guanyuan's brother? He is rather an inconsequential figure, perpetually with a cigarette in hand and a drink at his lips, with a penchant for gambling, though I can only speak from hearsay. The truth of the matter eludes me, as Lu Guanyuan is not particularly significant. In Song Yubing's remarks, she exhibited no regard for this director Lu. Should her words reach his ears, they would surely torment him, for others strive to curry favor with him. Yet, in Song Yubing's eyes, he is merely a trivial individual. Were it not for Lu Guanyuan's collusion with Hong Shou, the latter being a man of Zhao Bingquan, such a character would likely have escaped her memory entirely. So it seems, Lu Xiaohu's gambling debts might indeed be a reality? Chen Ye muttered into the phone. Song Yubing, intrigued, inquired, Who is Lu Xiaohu? Chen Ye, not wishing to conceal the matter from her, recounted the situation concerning Kai Qin and Lu Xiaohu. Song Yubing suddenly understood. She had been puzzled by Chen Ye's sudden approach to Lu Guanyuan, but now it made sense. However, if you know Lu Xiaohu, perhaps you could uncover a means to deal with Hong Shou. Her words astonished Chen Ye. Does Lu Xiaohu harbor some secret? I cannot say for certain, but I have heard that Lu Guanyuan's elder brother once conducted transactions with Hong Shou on his behalf. This connection has rendered Lu Guanyuan quite compliant towards his brother, granting him numerous benefits. After listening to Song Yubing, Chen Ye astutely grasped her insinuation. So, Sister Song, you imply that Lu Xiaohu might possess secrets regarding the dealings between Lu Guanyuan and Hong Shou. I wouldn't dare to be absolute, as I have only gleaned a superficial understanding. Song Yubing smiled slightly, though she refrained from directly assisting Chen Ye against Hong Shou. She had nonetheless gathered all pertinent information regarding Hong Shou's criminal history. Thank you, Sister Song. I believe I now know how to proceed. After exchanging a few more words with Song Yubing and reminding her to eat early, Chen Ye concluded the call. Upon entering the entrance of Bianqing Garden, a security guard halted him. What brings you here? Chen Ye smiled and shook the expensive bottle of wine in his hand. Brother, you understand. Coming to present a gift at such a young age, surely your family can rest easy? Recognizing the wine, the guard allowed him entry into Bianqing. Chen Ye chuckled, opting not to say more to avoid unnecessary missteps. All right then, You may proceed. The guard seemed unperturbed, as outsiders visiting Bianqing Garden were either delivering gifts or preparing to do so. Once inside, Chen Ye made his way directly toward Building 11. He gazed at the opulent mansion, and considering the location of Bianqing Garden, it was likely that the price per square meter exceeded 30 to 40,000 yuan. With a soft ding, the elevator arrived at the 14th floor. After exiting, Chen Ye knocked on Lu Guangyuan's door. Approximately 2 minutes later, Lu Guangyuan's wife opened the door. Chen Ye scrutinized the middle-aged woman before him, who appeared to be in her 50s and bore an air of affluence. Is Lu Guangyuan at home? He inquired. And you are? Lu Guangyuan's wife, Zeng Ting, glanced at the bottle of wine in Chen Ye's hand and frowned. Is Lu Guangyuan here? Chen Ye intentionally adopted a more forceful tone. Who exactly are you? Zeng Ting hesitated to ascertain Chen Ye's identity, noting that he was holding her husband's favorite wine, which suggested he had come to curry favor. Yet, his demeanor was so audacious. Bring Lu Guangyuan out. I have something to discuss with him, Chen Ye insisted, disregarding Zeng Ting's attempts to block him as he strode into the house. Upon entering, Chen Ye was immediately struck by the opulence of Lu Guangyuan's residence. Reminiscent of a five-star hotel. The expensive mahogany furniture, the genuine leather sofa valued at hundreds of thousands, and the European-style kitchen cabinets worth over $1 million all indicated Lu Guangyuan's substantial wealth. A silent scoff escaped Chen Ye's lips as he, in full view of Zeng Ting's astonished gaze, not only indulged in the fruit on the coffee table, but also propped his foot up on it. Dear, come out quickly. Zeng Ting, uncertain of Chen Ye's background, understood the principle of not provoking a formidable opponent. If Chen Ye had no backing or powerful connections, he would hardly dare to be so brazen in their home. The moment Zeng Ting stepped away, Chen Ye swiftly retrieved his phone, activated the recording function, and placed it conspicuously on the coffee table. When Lu Guangyuan emerged, Chen Ye had already littered the table with fruit pits. May I ask who you are? Lu Guangyuan, having just heard his wife's introduction, felt perplexed, for he did not recognize any 15 or 16-year-old youth among his acquaintances. My identity is of little consequence. You need only know that I am associated with Brother Qingjiao, Chen Ye replied. Qingjiao was a nickname for Hong Shou, derived from the large green dragon tattooed on his body. Upon hearing Hong Shou's name, Lu Guangyuan visibly relaxed and quickly asked, Might I inquire why this young brother has come today? My elder brother wants to know if you have recently leaked any information, causing the inspectors to target him. Chen Ye said, feigning a menacing demeanor. Impossible, impossible. I have always been extremely cautious in my dealings with your elder brother. I would never leave behind any incriminating evidence. Lu Guangyuan hurriedly gestured defensively. My elder brother has recently caught wind of various rumors. And I've heard that someone has even dredged up the case of the arson involving the demolished houses, Chen Ye remarked coldly, detecting the terror and trepidation in Lu Guangyuan's eyes. Young brother, you must advocate for me and Brother Qingjiao. I assure you, Lu Guangyuan has meticulously cleared all traces. Fearful of any potential misstep, with a cold chuckle, Chen Ye approached Lu Guangyuan, feigning a menacing demeanor. Director Lu, these matters pertain to the life and death of our elder brother. If you wish to continue living in scathe, it would be prudent to resolve these issues thoroughly. Otherwise, Chen Ye interjected, adopting the guise of a rogue. Should you fail to manage this properly and cause our elder brother any distress, the consequences will be dire. As you are well aware, rest assured, I shall handle it meticulously. The initial perpetrators have already fled with their ill-gotten gains, Lu Guangyuan replied, relieved, only to be interrupted by Chen Ye's ominous inquiry. Are there other cases? Have the evidence and individuals been eradicated? At the mention of past events, Lu Guangyuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Our elder brother demands that you expedite the resolution of these matters. If any oversight occurs, do not blame us for our ruthlessness, Chen Ye warned, pulling out his phone and pretentiously dialing a number. Little brother, something just came to mind. Lu Guangyuan trembled at Chen Ye's intimidation. What is it? Chen Ye feigned curiosity. Years ago, we collaborated on the demolition projects in the west of the city. My elder brother was responsible for negotiating with the residents, but he passed away several years ago. What are you implying? Little brother, do not misunderstand. I am merely worried that the documents from that time have fallen into the hands of the police. Did you not retain such crucial documents? Chen Ye questioned Lu Guangyuan's claims. Here as the situation, Lu Guangyuan whispered conspiratorially to Chen Ye. He explained that Lu Xiaohu's father had chronicled every transaction in a notebook he always kept close. However, on the night of his passing, that very notebook mysteriously vanished. Though Lu Guangyuan suspected Lu Xiaohu had deliberately concealed it, he vocally accused Lu Xiaohu's father of debt to divert attention and justify searching for the missing item. So, You mean to say that the notebook is currently in Lu Xiaohu's possession? Chen Ye feigned a frown. Contemplating the ruthlessness of Hong Shou, Lu Guangyuan felt anxious. If Hong Shou learned of the rumors originating from his end, he would surely not spare him. Realizing this, Lu Guangyuan stated, I cannot be entirely certain. But as long as Lu Xiaohu remains alive, we are at risk. No, if Lu Xiaohu were to die suddenly, the likelihood of that notebook being discovered would increase significantly. If it fell into the wrong hands, it would expose even more secrets. What do you suggest we do, little brother? Chen Ye replied with an enigmatic smile. Leave the remaining matters to me. Chapter 96. A turn of events. As Chen Ye prepared to leave, Lu Guangyuan hurriedly urged him to stay. Little brother, the meal is ready. Why not stay and dine with us? Chen Ye's expression turned serious as he responded, I must decline the meal. I need to return and report to Brother Qin Xiao, ensuring we resolve this matter swiftly to spare us both any embarrassment. Dear brother, you must act swiftly. If Lu Xiaohu were to perish and this diary falls into the wrong hands, Lu Guangyuan emphasized our names with great urgency. Rest assured, Brother Qin Xiao has been informed of the situation, hence my presence here to alert you. However, it would be prudent for you to refrain from contacting Brother Qin Xiao for the time being. Otherwise, not only will you find yourself entangled, but we too will face difficulties. Once Chen Ye concluded, Lu Guangyuan nodded repeatedly. Although he found the turn of events rather abrupt and suspicious, he believed that a clear conscience dispels fear of the night's knocks. Ever since he became complicit with Hong Shou, his heart had been in turmoil, anxious about the potential consequences of their actions. Leave this matter to Brother Qin Xiao. He will ensure the diary is destroyed, Chen Ye stated, turning to exit. At that moment, Lu Guangyuan noticed the bottle of liquor on the table and hurried after him, patting Chen Ye on the back. Dear brother, your effort in coming here is truly commendable. Please accept this token of my gratitude. With that, Lu Guangyuan approached Chen Ye and handed him a bank card. What does this signify? Chen Ye feigned confusion upon receiving the card. The password is 6 sixes, containing a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will advocate for me in front of Brother Qin Xiao. Lu Guangyuan was aware that Hong Shou had multiple collaborators, and ever since he began to reap the benefits of their partnership, he found himself ensnared by the allure of this new lifestyle, despite the lurking fear of exposure. He desired to maintain his alliance with Hong Shou. Although Chen Ye was young, his delegation by Hong Shou signified considerable trust, indicating he was likely a favored associate. Investing in him could yield substantial returns in the future. After a moment of feigned hesitation, Chen Ye accepted the bank card. Rest assured, Director Lu, I will certainly bring up your matters with Brother Qin Xiao. Seeing Chen Ye accept the money eased Lu Guangyuan's mind. Then I must thank you, dear brother. Whenever you have the time, do visit. I shall prepare fine wine and delicacies to host you. You are too gracious, Director Lu. Chen Ye replied before departing under Lu Guangyuan's watchful gaze. Upon exiting the Bianqing residential complex, Chen Ye initially intended to take a taxi back to the hospital to inquire about the diary with Lu Xiaohu. However, upon spotting the nearby bank, he recalled the bank card Lu Guangyuan had given him. Let us see how much Lu Guangyuan has bestowed, he mused as he approached the ATM. When the machine displayed the amount, Chen Ye was taken aback. Lu Guangyuan had indeed been generous, gifting a sum of 50,000. Reflecting on the money he had just spent on alcohol, he couldn't help but chuckle. This transaction was exceedingly profitable. However, it also underscored the necessity of extracting leverage from Lu Guangyuan in order to confront Hong Shou. Upon returning to the hospital, Chen Ye made his way directly to Lu Xiaohu's hospital room. Lu Xiaohu had already finished his lunch and was lying on his bed, perusing the magazines of the patient in the adjacent bed. Upon seeing Chen Ye return, Su Guoji hastily rose and inquired with concern, Chen Ye, how did the discussion go? Chen Ye did not respond immediately, but instead called Su Guoji out of the ward, saying, Aunt Su, I need to discuss something with you. Su Guoji's heart sank, fearing that Chen Ye and Lu Guangyuan had not reached an agreement, causing her face to pale with anxiety. Observing her reaction, Chen Ye realized she had misunderstood him. However, many matters could not be addressed within the confines of the ward due to the presence of others. Aunt Su, things are not as dire as you think. Can you step outside with me? After hearing his words, Su Guoji nodded and followed him out of the room. Chen Ye led Su Guoji down the corridor and up the stairs to the rooftop. Once he confirmed the rooftop was deserted, he spoke, Aunt Su, prior to Uncle Lu's passing, did he assist Lu Guangyuan with anything? At his inquiry, Su Guoji trembled slightly, fear flickering in her eyes as she replied, I don't know. I truly know nothing, and I am unaware of their affairs. Noticing Su Guoji's unusual demeanor, Chen Ye reassured her, Aunt Su, please do not be alarmed. I am simply asking. Realizing her own loss of composure, Su Guizhi apologized. I'm sorry. I just prefer not to revisit the past. Aunt Su, to be candid, I visited Lu Guangyuan today and discovered that his family background is quite affluent. He does not appear to be the type to coerce your family over a sum of 600,000. Chen Ye then succinctly recounted his deductions and how he had elicited information about the diary from Lu Guangyuan. Upon hearing this, Su Guizhi finally exhaled in relief. Yet a look of confusion crossed her face. A diary? What diary? Seeing that Su Guizhi's expression seemed genuine, Chen Ye prompted, Aunt Su, this is precisely what I wish to inquire about. Initially, Uncle Lu recorded each transaction he conducted in collaboration with Hong Shou in a diary. However, this diary vanished following his death, and Lu Guangyuan's repeated visits to your home to demand repayment must surely be in pursuit of this diary. Su Guizhi shook her head and replied, but I truly do not know of any diary belonging to Lu Guanghua. I was the one who sorted through his belongings and found nothing of the sort. Fearing that Chen Ye might doubt her sincerity, she elaborated on the items among Lu Guanghua's possessions, detailing the clothing, documents, and the remaining cash and promissory notes. Are you certain? Think carefully. Where might your husband typically conceal important items? Chen Ye pondered, feeling that if the diary had been among the possessions, Lu Guangyuan would have found it after so many visits. I genuinely do not know, Su Guizhi lamented, tears welling in her eyes. He rarely spoke to me. Whenever I tried to engage him, he would find me bothersome. Chen Ye felt a twinge of disappointment, as he was on the verge of achieving a dual purpose, not only persuading Lu Guangyuan to have his son voluntarily donate bone marrow, but also using this situation as leverage to curb Hong Shou's arrogance. Nevertheless, Chen Ye remained hopeful and continued to inquire. What about Xiaohu? Could he possibly know? Su Guizhi ceased her weeping and replied, Xiaohu? When Lu Guanghua was at home, he was completely indifferent to him. In other words, Xiaohu was also unaware. Chen Ye could not help but rub his forehead. If Su Guizhi's words held true, then Lu Xiaohu, who was not a match for the bone marrow, would indeed be left to his fate. Furthermore, if Lu Xiaohu refused to donate a kidney, Kai Qin's life would also be in jeopardy. While Lu Guanghua and Hong Shou could continue their lives without a care, wrapped in their corrupt existence. Seeing Chen Ye's furrowed brow, Su Guizhi felt a pang of anxiety and suddenly recalled someone. I just thought of someone who might know. Chen Ye, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly asked, who is she? Su Guizhi sighed and explained, family matters should not be aired in public. Her name is Zhao Xiaocui. She is actually Lu Guanghua's mistress, and they have a child together who is already 8 years old. Chen Ye was taken aback and momentarily speechless. It was indeed hard to fathom that a man who was an alcoholic, a gambler, and abusive towards his wife could also have a mistress. Yet, given Su Guizhi's assertion, it must be based on solid grounds. How do you know about Lu Bo's mistress and their 8-year-old child? When Lu Guanghua was still alive, I was still working. One day, on my way home, a woman stopped me and claimed she was pregnant with Lu Guanghua's child and urged me to divorce him. At first, I didn't believe her, but she showed me the pregnancy test and a photo of her with Lu Guanghua. Su Guizhi had long since lost hope in Lu Guanghua, and as she recounted these memories, her demeanor remained calm, devoid of any anger or resentment. Does Lu Guangyuan know about this? Chen Ye's face lit up with excitement. If they could locate this Zhao Xiaocui, perhaps they could find that diary and resolve the entire situation. Lu Guangyuan probably does not know, as the woman named Zhao Xiaocui was too embarrassed to come to our home. During Lu Guanghua's funeral, she merely held her child from a distance and did not approach to pay her respects. Why was she afraid to come and pay her respects? Chen Ye pondered. For Zhao Xiaocui, having borne Lu Guanghua's child, ought to have a claim to a share of the inheritance. After all, Lu Guanghua's old house in the city should rightfully include her child's portion. Su Guizhi sighed, feeling sympathy for the woman, and explained, she was a married woman. Lu Guanghua was also concerned about losing face, so he never brought up the topic of divorce, and the matter was left unresolved. After Lu Guanghua's death, it simply faded away, and that woman was too afraid to let her family know about her affair with Lu Guanghua. I understand now. So Zhao Xiaocui's existence is known only to you and no one else, correct? Chen Ye let out a sigh of relief. If Lu Guangyuan was also aware of Zhao Xiaocui's existence, then the diary would undoubtedly be returned to him. Su Guizhi silently nodded and replied, indeed. Xiaohu knows nothing of this matter. He is only aware that his father is often absent from home, and when he does return, he is either inebriated or scolding him, which has fostered his rebellious spirit since childhood. Upon receiving Su Guizhi's affirming response, Chen Ye could not help but clench his fist in excitement. It was truly a turning point, allowing him to regain hope when he had thought all was lost. By the way, Aunt Su, where does Zhao Xiaocui live? Is it also in Xingyang City? Su Guizhi shook her head. But she remembered when Zhao Xiaocui came to find her, she was wearing the work uniform of Xinyue Textile Factory. I am not certain. I only know she once worked at Xinyue Textile Factory. As for her residence, I am unaware. Xinyue Textile Factory, is it? This clue is sufficient for me. I can investigate the rest myself. Chen Ye felt relieved. Although Su Guizhi did not provide Zhao Xiaocui's address, he at least had a lead to follow. Chapter 97. Searching for Zhao Xiaocui. Subsequently, Chen Ye urged Su Guizhi to return to the hospital room. Before she left, he reassured her, saying, Aunt Su, rest assured. Since I have promised to take care of this matter, I shall see it through. Although Su Guizhi had faith in Chen Ye, she was aware of his young age. Nevertheless, seeing his unwavering confidence, she could only place her son's life in Chen Ye's hands. After Su Guizhi departed, Chen Ye followed suit and returned briefly to Kai Qin's hospital room. At that moment, Kai Qin was already asleep. Lin Qingqing, noticing Chen Ye's weary appearance, inquired with concern. Chen Ye, have you eaten? I have, Chen Ye replied, but no sooner had the words left his mouth than his stomach audibly protested. You claim to have eaten, yet you show no regard for your health, Lin Qingqing remarked, pursing her lips before retrieving a piece of bread from the bedside cabinet. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chen Ye accepted the bread and quickly devoured half of it. Lin Qingqing glanced at her peacefully sleeping mother and playfully chided Chen Ye, eat slowly, or you might choke. Chen Ye chuckled foolishly and took the bottle of mineral water that Lin Qingqing offered. After witnessing Chen Ye swallow a piece of bread hastily, Lin Qingqing handed him another slice and asked, by the way, Chen Ye, what were you busy with today that you forgot to eat? Chen Ye, feeling quite hungry, did not hesitate. As he tore open the bread's packaging, he replied, I went to discuss matters with Lu Xiaohu's uncle, Lu Guanyuan. How did the discussion go? Lin Qingqing knew that Lu Xiaohu's kidney matched his mother's, and assumed Chen Ye had been occupied with this matter over the past few days. It went well. There should be no significant issues. Chen Ye, wishing to spare Lin Qingqing any worry, told a small fib. Oh, upon hearing Chen Ye's response, Lin Qingqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I must be off now. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon and may be late returning. After saying this, Chen Ye bid Lin Qingqing farewell and exited the hospital room. After leaving the hospital, Chen Ye hailed a taxi by the roadside. Once he settled into the vehicle, the driver inquired, Young man, where to? Without hesitation, Chen Ye responded, to the Xinyue Textile Factory. The driver furrowed his brow upon hearing this, asking, Are you certain you want to go to Xinyue Textile Factory? Taken aback by the driver's words, Chen Ye asked, Yes. Is there something wrong? The driver turned to look at Chen Ye's bewildered expression and remarked, You do realize that Xinyue Textile Factory has gone bankrupt, and the premises have been demolished, right? Chen Ye was left stunned, exclaiming, What? The factory has been torn down. The driver shook his head, expressing a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, it used to be a large factory, but mismanagement led to its downfall. Such a pity. Reflecting on his situation, Chen Ye realized that all his hopes rested on Zhao Xiaocui. He could not afford to give up simply because the factory had closed. He then told the driver, Never mind, please take me there anyway. The driver, somewhat perplexed but unconcerned as long as Chen Ye was willing to pay, complied. After driving for over 10 minutes, they stopped in front of a vast greenbelt, behind which lay a brand new residential area. As the driver turned off the engine, he said, Young man, this is it. Chen Ye, filled with doubt, asked, Is this where the Xinyue Textile Factory used to be? The driver replied, Yes, this was once the Xinyue Textile Factory, but it was demolished 3 years ago. All right, thank you, sir, Chen Ye said, retrieving his wallet to pay the driver. After alighting from the vehicle, he made his way toward the residential area. At the entrance of the residential complex was a security booth. Since it was just after lunch, the guards were lazily chatting inside. Chen Ye knocked on the booth and inquired, Excuse me, was this area once the Xinyue Textile Factory? The 3 guards, upon hearing his question, nodded in affirmation. Yes, this used to be a textile factory. Although he harbored little hope, Chen Ye felt compelled to make one last effort. Could you tell me if the factory's manager is reachable? The manager? I wouldn't know, one guard replied, turning to ask the others. The other 2 guards shook their heads, indicating they were also unaware. Just as Chen Ye began to feel disheartened, one guard suggested, You might try the repair shop across the street. I've heard their mechanic used to work at that textile factory. He might have some information. Really? Thank you so much. Chen Ye's spirits lifted at this news. After expressing his gratitude profusely, he headed towards the repair shop indicated by the guard. The shop was located over 200 meters diagonally across from the greenbelt. It was not large, with a few bicycles and electric scooters awaiting repairs outside. The shop owner, covered in grease, was busy replacing the tire of an electric bike. Chen Ye approached the owner and squatted down, asking, "Excuse me, may I ask you something?" The owner set down his wrench, looked up at Chen Ye, and responded with a hint of impatience. "What is it?" Chen Ye discerned the underlying irritation in the shopkeeper's voice, recognizing that the man was preoccupied and had little time to spare for him. "Were you once a worker at the textile factory?" he inquired. The shopkeeper responded with a brief acknowledgement, immediately returning to his task of changing tires. Undeterred, Chen Ye pressed on. "Do you happen to know where the factory manager is located?" The shopkeeper shook his head, a hint of derision in his tone. "The factory manager? Those are high-ranking officials. How could we lowly workers possibly be aware of such matters?" Sensing the shopkeeper's resentment, Chen Ye retrieved 200 yuan from his pocket. "Boss, are you familiar with a worker named Zhao Xiaocui?" Upon hearing the name, the shopkeeper's demeanor shifted upon receiving the money. Chen Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him, reminiscent of the saying that after many trials and tribulations, a glimmer of hope appears. "So, it seems you do know her?" he ventured. The shopkeeper accepted the money and pulled out a cigarette, casually replying, "Of course, I know her. She used to work in our workshop, in the same group as I did." A smile broke across Chen Ye's face as he eagerly asked, "Do you know where she lives? I have an urgent matter to discuss with her." After taking a drag from his cigarette, the shopkeeper leisurely responded, "I'm not quite sure about that. Back when the factory was relocated, her and her husband's assigned accommodations were demolished. I never followed up on where they moved to. After all, she is quite attractive, and I wouldn't want to arouse any suspicion from her husband by asking too many questions. Does that mean she is unreachable now?" Disappointment flickered across Chen Ye's face, realizing that despite his efforts, he had come up empty-handed. However, the shopkeeper, having pocketed Chen Ye's 200 yuan, was not inclined to let him leave without some guidance. "Not necessarily. You could try asking at the Huyang community. There are staff from the relocation office there who should know." "Huyang community, you say? Thank you very much, sir." Chen Ye expressed his gratitude and bid farewell to the shopkeeper before hailing a taxi at the roadside. Upon arriving at Huyang community, he directly approached the security guard to inquire about the address of the XINU textile factory's relocation office. The guard was quite amiable, allowing Chen Ye entry into the community and pointing him in the right direction. "Just walk straight in, and you'll find it by a row of bicycles." "Thank you, sir," Chen Ye replied gratefully, following the guard's instructions until he reached the relocation office on the second floor. It was still during the lunch break. Leaving only a middle-aged woman on duty, Chen Ye approached her politely, stating, "Auntie, I would like to inquire about something." The woman looked up, smiling upon seeing the youth before her. "What can I assist you with?" Chen Ye, after expressing his thanks, got straight to the point. "Auntie, I would like to ask for Zhao Xiaocui's current address. I heard she moved away after the relocation." The woman pondered for a moment. "Zhao Xiaocui? I think I recall something about her. Please hold on, I'll help you look it up." Appreciating Chen Ye's politeness, she eagerly began searching on her computer. After several minutes, she found Zhao Xiaocui's address. She currently resides in Unit 402, Building 3 of the Yongping community. In the Yongping community, Unit 402 of Building Number 3. "Thank you, Auntie." After Chen Ye noted down Zhao Xiaocui's address, he departed from the demolition office. However, as he hailed a taxi, he realized something. Having just exited the hospital, he had already traversed a significant portion of Xinjiang City, and the location of Yongping community was conveniently situated near the suburbs, requiring a full hour for a round trip. Upon his arrival at Yongping community, he observed the surroundings, which were not only dilapidated but also plagued by poor sanitation. Compared to the luxurious Bianqing where Lu Guangyuan resided, this place felt more akin to a slum, even when juxtaposed with several other neighborhoods he had previously visited. Yet, it was precisely due to the dismal conditions that there was not a single security guard to inquire about his presence. Guided by the slightly peeling building numbers on the wall, Chen Ye successfully located building number 3. However, upon reaching the stairwell of the 3rd floor, he was met with the sound of a quarrel emanating from the 4th floor, accompanied by the wails of a child. Ascending the stairs, he discovered that the tumult was none other than Zhao Xiaocui and her husband in Unit 402. A woman in her 30s was engaged in a fierce struggle with a man in his 40s, while neighbors gathered around, merely spectating without any intention of intervening. It was evident that the bickering couple was Zhao Xiaocui and her husband. "You worthless woman, how long do you think you can deceive me? After all these years of wearing a green hat, I swear I will end you and your child today." Zhao Xiaocui's husband, in a fit of rage, raised a stick intending to strike her. Startled, Zhao Xiaocui screamed and attempted to wrest the stick from his grasp. Yet, regardless of her strength, she was no match for a man. After a struggle, not only did she fail to seize the stick, but she was also kicked in the abdomen, crying out in pain. "Crying, are you? You have the audacity to shed tears while I've lost all face because of you. Her husband showed no signs of mercy. It was understandable, considering the betrayal of a wife and the burden of raising a child for 8 years that was not his own. Any man in such a situation would be driven to the brink of violence. Seeing that Zhao Xiaozui's husband was intent on inflicting serious harm, Chen Ye approached without hesitation, seizing him and exclaiming, "Stop! If you continue, someone will die." Chapter 98. The Discovery of the Diary. Zhao Xiaozui's husband, confronted by Chen Ye, felt a surge of anger directed at him. "Who do you think you are? This is my family matter. You dare to meddle? A night as husband and wife entails 100 nights of affection. What cannot be discussed calmly?" Chen Ye countered. "Moreover, if you kill her and her child, you will bear the consequences of the law." Chen Ye frowned slightly. While he empathized with Zhao Xiaozui's husband's current emotions, he knew that if Zhao Xiaozui were to perish, all leads to the diary would be severed, and he could not allow her husband to act recklessly. Zhao Xiaozui's husband, driven to madness, dismissed Chen Ye's words. "Legal responsibility? If I kill them both, I shall not live either." As soon as the words left her lips, Zhao Xiaozui's husband attempted to push Chen Ye away. However, Chen Ye's strength far exceeded that of Zhao Xiaozui's husband, rendering him immovable. Frustrated by his inability to overpower even a child, Zhao Xiaozui's husband clenched his fists, intent on landing a blow on Chen Ye's face. Chen Ye, quick to react, effortlessly evaded the attack. Undeterred by his missed punch, Zhao Xiaozui's husband became increasingly aggressive. Realizing that this confrontation could not continue, Chen Ye felt conflicted. He was reluctant to retaliate, recognizing the man's pitiable state. Zhao Xiaozui's husband, realizing he could not best Chen Ye, decided to ignore him and turned to continue his assault on Zhao Xiaozui. Chen Ye's heart raced as he hurried to intervene. At that moment, Zhao Xiaozui's husband produced a knife from seemingly nowhere and thrust it toward Chen Ye, then held it against Zhao Xiaozui's throat. "Are you out of your mind? Put down the knife," Chen Ye exclaimed, startled, aware that he could not guarantee Zhao Xiaozui's safety from the deranged man. "Today, I will take both of you with me," Zhao Xiaozui's husband declared, pressing the blade against Zhao Xiaozui's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Chen Ye felt a surge of desperation. However, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Amidst his turmoil, he noticed the two elderly individuals in the room. Their faces streaked with tears. An idea struck him. "If you choose to end your life, what will become of your parents?" Zhao Xiaozui's husband, gazing at his aging parents, was visibly agitated, tugging at his own hair in frustration. The elderly woman, choking back tears, implored, "My son, please don't do anything rash. If you leave us, how will I survive?" Upon hearing his mother's plea, Zhao Xiaozui's husband softened, discarding the knife and delivering several harsh slaps to Zhao Xiaozui before retreating into the house. With a resounding bang, he slammed the master bedroom door shut. Chen Ye exhaled a sigh of relief. Though he possessed the capability to intervene, he understood the gravity of the situation. It was indeed a challenge for any man to endure such provocation. To endure for the sake of one's parents was a profound act of resilience. After her husband closed the door, Zhao Xiaozui rushed to gather her son in her arms. "Zhao Jia, I need to discuss something with you. If it's convenient, we should step outside," Chen Ye suggested. He was mindful that mentioning Lu Guanghua in Zhao Xiaozui's home could provoke her husband to a violent rage, potentially leading him to disturb Lu Guanghua's grave. Zhao Xiaozui glanced at the firmly shut master bedroom door, then at her disillusioned in-laws, before nodding and picking up her son. After leaving Yongping Community, Chen Ye found a relatively quiet tea shop and settled into a corner. Before Chen Ye could speak, Zhao Xiaozui quickly inquired, "What do you want to discuss?" Chen Ye slid the milk tea, fried chicken, and hamburger toward her and said, "You know Lu Guanghua, don't you?" Zhao Xiaozui initially flinched, then nodded in affirmation, "Yes." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaozui's admission, Chen Ye continued to inquire, "I did not come here to discuss your private matters with Lu Guanghua, but rather to ask if he left anything for you before his demise. What could that deceased man possibly leave for me?" Zhao Xiaozui sighed and began recounting her unfortunate experiences. According to her narrative, she had met Lu Guanghua by chance, and he was quite handsome. They seemed to be a perfect match. Under his pursuit, she began an affair with him, all the while betraying her husband. However, when Lu Guanghua learned of her pregnancy, he hesitated to divorce Su Guizhi, which enraged Zhao Xiaozui. Summoning her courage, she confronted Su Guizhi, but shortly thereafter, Lu Guanghua passed away, with her child growing within her. Her husband would never allow her to terminate the pregnancy, so she bore the child. It was only a few days ago, during a visit to the doctor for her son, that her husband noticed something amiss. Think carefully. Did Lu Guanghua truly leave you nothing? Chen Ye believed Su Guizhi would not deceive him. Thus, if the journal was not at Lu Guanghua's residence, it must be with Zhao Xiaozui, who had a close connection to him. Zhao Xiaozui handed a hamburger to her son and took a sip of milk tea before replying, I cannot recall. Lu Guanghua has been dead for so many years, and my memories are elusive. At that moment, Chen Ye observed Zhao Xiaozui's son, who bore a resemblance to Lu Xiaohu. By the way, since Lu Guanghua knew you were carrying his child, did he never mention offering you money or other compensation? Money? He did give me some. But it was only a little over 20,000, which I used when buying a house years ago, Zhao Xiaozui replied. Then, a thought struck her. Oh, Lu Guanghua had bought us a small apartment back then, but we never moved in after he passed. Chen Ye quickly interjected, the apartment? Do you know where it is located? Yes, it's in Changle City. It had just been developed and was quite affordable. He purchased it in my name. Saying we would live there together one day, Zhao Xiaozui explained, then took a necklace with a key from around her son's neck. Initially, I thought my husband would not discover my son's situation, so I did not pay it much mind. Intending to leave this apartment for my son to sell in the future as property prices continue to rise. Can you take me to the apartment now? Chen Ye's hopes rested entirely on this apartment. If the journal could not be found there, all his efforts over the past few days would be in vain. Well, I can never return there anyway, Zhao Xiaozui replied with a bitter smile. The love nest Lu Guanghua had provided for them had ultimately become their last refuge. Sister Zhao, I cannot thank you enough, Chen Ye exclaimed, hastily pulling out some money from his pocket. Sister Zhao, this is a small token of my appreciation. You and your child will surely have many expenses. Zhao Xiaozui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not decline. When she stepped out, she carried only a little over 200 yuan, a sum far too meager for her and her son to procure daily necessities, let alone sustain their future. With Zhao Xiaozui leading the way, Chen Ye swiftly accompanied her to Chongqing City. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Xiaozui directed Chen Ye to building number 5. Chen Ye promptly proceeded in that direction. Upon arriving at building number 5, Zhao Xiaozui led the ascent to the 5th floor and unlocked the door with a key. As the door swung open, a pungent mustiness wafted out, indicative of a prolonged absence. Once inside, both Chen Ye and Zhao Xiaozui hurriedly opened the windows to let in fresh air. Once the air within the apartment became clearer, Chen Ye re-entered and began to search the premises. He first ventured into the bedroom, meticulously rifling through the drawers of the wardrobe, yet found nothing of value. He continued his search throughout the house, but still, no clues emerged. There must be something overlooked. Chen Ye was unwilling to concede, for he firmly believed that Lu Guanghua would have safeguarded the diary, unwilling to misplace it easily. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaozui had rolled up her pant legs and sleeves, ready to tidy up the apartment. However, upon reaching the master bedroom, she spotted Chen Ye crouched beneath the bed, illuminating the shadows with his phone's light. What are you searching for? She inquired. Zhao Jia, I am looking for a diary. Chen Ye replied candidly, revealing the clandestine dealings between Lu Guangyuan and Hong Shou, explaining that he was a relative of the victim seeking evidence to expose them. Upon hearing the depth of Lu Guangyuan and Hong Shou's betrayal, Zhao Xiaozui felt a surge of righteous indignation. Additionally, given Chen Ye's assistance, she decided to aid him in his search. With Zhao Xiaozui's support, the search progressed significantly. And since they were cleaning anyway, she began moving furniture and lifting the carpet, allowing Chen Ye to explore every nook and cranny thoroughly. However, despite scouring the entire room, including the kitchen, both Chen Ye and Zhao Xiaozui remained empty-handed. Could the diary not be here? Chen Ye felt a pang of anxiety, for if the trail went cold, it would mean the end of their efforts. At that moment, Zhao Xiaozui's son mumbled, Mom, I need to use the bathroom. With a loving smile, Zhao Xiaozui replied, the bathroom is inside. Go by yourself. After acknowledging her, her son made his way to the restroom, but shortly after, he called out, Mom, the toilet has no water. Zhao Xiaozui slapped her forehead, suddenly recalling that this apartment had been unoccupied for several years, likely resulting in the suspension of water and electricity. Could it be hidden in the bathroom? Chen Ye's mind raced as he remembered movies where men often concealed their secret funds in the toilet tank. He promptly entered the restroom and lifted the lid of the toilet tank. However, to his dismay, it was still completely empty. Could it possibly be above? Gazing at the exhaust fan above the toilet, Chen Ye retrieved a toolbox from the living room, extracting a screwdriver. He then maneuvered a stool into the restroom, standing atop it to unscrew the fan. As he loosened it, a thick cloud of dust erupted, followed by the emergence of several cockroaches. Chen Ye instinctively covered his nose and brushed the insects aside. Once the dust settled, he peered into the exhaust duct and beheld a square tin, typically used for cookies. Coming into view, he carefully removed the tin and opened it, revealing a diary enveloped in a protective bag, quietly resting within. After tearing away the bag, Chen Ye opened the diary, which meticulously chronicled each transaction made by Lu Guanghua on behalf of Lu Guanyuan with Hong Shou. Each entry detailed Lu Guanghua's commission and the timing of the dealings. The sheer volume of over 10 pages of transactions, replete with substantial figures, left Chen Ye utterly astonished. Upon acquiring the diary, Chen Ye initially contemplated confronting Lu Guanyuan, using it as leverage to compel Lu Guanyuan's son to donate bone marrow for Lu Xiaohu. However, he quickly reconsidered, deeming such an action rash. The diary was his sole means to contend with Lu Guanyuan and Hong Shou. Returning it was out of the question. Lu Guanyuan's apprehension stemmed from his erroneous belief that Chen Ye was an underling of Hong Shou. Should Lu Guanyuan's son donate marrow, he might not retrieve the diary. And in desperation, he would likely send someone to reclaim it. At that juncture, not only would Lu Xiaohu's life be in jeopardy, but Chen Ye would also be exposed. And given Hong Shou's previous loss of 600,000 at Chen Ye's expense, he would surely seek retribution for both old and new grievances. However, how could Chen Ye both present the diary to Lu Guanyuan and utilize it against Hong Shou? With this dilemma in mind, Chen Ye dialed Wu Sheng. At that moment, Wu Sheng was at a tea house in the county, enjoying tea and conversation with friends. Upon noticing the call, he promptly answered, "Wu Gu, where are you right now?" "I'm at the tea house with friends." "What's the matter?" "I'd like to know if you have any acquaintances in Xinjiang City who do imitation work." "Imitation work? I do know a few, but why do you ask?" Wu Sheng inquired, curiosity piqued. "Let us not delve into that. Just share their contact information with me, and I'll reach out to them myself." Chen Ye intended to keep Wu Sheng out of the situation. Although Wu Sheng's connections could enhance his chances against Hong Shou, Chen Ye remembered that this was a test from Song Yubing, who had already provided him with ample hints. Seeking Wu Sheng's assistance would be tantamount to undermining his own capabilities. "Very well, jot down the address and their phone numbers." Wu Sheng then relayed the details to Chen Ye. After receiving the address and phone numbers, Chen Ye promptly departed from Changle City, taking a taxi to Yufeng Antique City. The Yufeng Antique City, situated in the eastern district of Xinjiang City, may not cover an extensive area, yet it boasts a plethora of shops, bustling with patrons hoping to strike gold in their treasure hunts. Upon entering the antique city, Chen Ye followed the address provided by Wu Sheng and soon located a quaint antique store named Maple Leaf Pavilion. According to Wu Sheng, the proprietor of this establishment was a remarkable talent, particularly skilled in the art of mimicry. He had once imitated the handwriting of a distinguished scholar so perfectly that even the scholar himself failed to discern the forgery, a testament to his extraordinary skill. As Chen Ye entered the shop, a young man in his 20s approached him and inquired, "May I assist you with anything?" Chen Ye initially waved his hand dismissively, offering no response, and subsequently dialed the number given by Wu Sheng. At that moment, the young man's phone rang, and as he reached for it, Chen Ye halted him. Surprised by the youthfulness of Tao Duong, Chen Ye tentatively asked, "You must be Tao Duong, right?" Tao Duong glanced at Chen Ye and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I am Tao Duong. May I ask who you are?" Chen Ye, ensuring no one was passing by outside, stepped closer to Tao Duong and whispered, "I was sent by Wu Gu, who mentioned that although you are young, your mimetic skills are unparalleled." Tao Duong, upon realizing that Chen Ye was introduced by Wu Sheng, altered his demeanor. "Brother Tao, I would like to request your assistance," Chen Ye said, producing Lu Guanghua's diary and presenting it to Tao Duong. "What is this?" Tao Duong queried, curiosity piqued, as he opened the diary. Upon glimpsing the contents, Tao Duong's eyes widened in astonishment. Observing his reaction, Chen Ye surmised that he was taken aback by the name Hong Shou, and thus spoke, "Brother Tao, I would like to ask if you could create a similar diary. Is this a challenging task? If it were anyone else asking me, I would indeed be unable to assist. However, since you come at Wu Ji's behest, I shall make an exception for you this once, on the condition that you promise never to reveal my involvement," Tao Duong replied, unable to refuse Chen Ye, yet aware that the name Hong Shou carried significant weight in Xinjiang City, and not everyone dared to cross such a figure. Chen Ye, fully understanding Tao Duong's predicament, assured him, "Rest assured, Brother Tao, I will keep this matter strictly confidential." "Very well, then follow me upstairs," Tao Duong replied, subsequently drawing down the shop's roller shutter before leading Chen Ye to the loft. Although the loft was modest in size, its contents were meticulously arranged, showcasing not only jade artifacts, but also bronze wares, pottery, and various other antiques. Yet, Chen Ye was cognizant that these were mere replicas. After placing the diary on the table, Tao Duong retrieved a brand new diary of comparable size from a drawer and began to replicate Lu Guanghua's notes, striving to match the handwriting. After painstakingly reproducing over 100 characters, he achieved a remarkable semblance of the original. With Chen Ye observing in awe, Tao Duong commenced transcribing each entry from the diary. Tao Duong approached the act of copying with utmost seriousness and remarkable delicacy. Each stroke and line could only be described as exquisitely lifelike, rendering the distinction between authenticity and imitation nearly impossible. However, the process of replication was laborious, consuming over 4 hours for merely a dozen pages of transaction records. Once Tao Duong, drenched in perspiration, completed transcribing the contents of the notebook, he retrieved a vial of liquid from the bottom of his box. This was the solution required for aging the pages, for the diary bore the signs of time. Yet, it was a task fraught with challenges, necessitating a recalibration of the solution's concentration. Noticing Chen Ye's curiosity, Tao Duong proceeded to elucidate the intricacies involved. The aging process proved to be even more time-consuming than the act of copying itself. Throughout, Tao Duong experimented with various concoctions and methods before finally discovering the most suitable one. As the diary slowly dried and aged under the glow of the light, Chen Ye felt a surge of excitement within. Well, even with professional authentication methods, this will be indistinguishable from the real thing, Tao Duong remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow before handing the diary back to Chen Ye, brimming with confidence in his craftsmanship. Thank you, Brother Tao, Chen Ye said, reaching into his wallet to produce 2,000 yuan. Tao Duong, seeing the money extended towards him, accepted it without hesitation, pocketing it with ease. With the forged diary in hand, Chen Ye exited the antique market. However, rather than seeking out Lu Guanyuan or returning to the hospital, he opted to call Zhang Haiming, requesting him to come to the city at once. Zhang Haiming, without hesitation, instructed his driver to take him to the city immediately. Upon their meeting, Chen Ye handed the authentic diary to Zhang Haiming. Haiming, please keep this safe for now. Our strategy against Hongshou hinges on it. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Haiming assured him, rest assured, Chen Ye, I will ensure its safekeeping. With that, Chen Ye tapped the car door and said, Haiming, you may return now. I have some matters to attend to. Sure, call me if you need anything, Zhang Haiming replied before departing with his driver back to Qinghe County. By now, night had fallen, and Chen Ye glanced at the time, preparing to head back to the hospital. Just then, a familiar figure caught his attention. Isn't that Li Shui? Why is she still out so late? Chen Ye pondered, for Li Shui had come to the city for shopping and should have returned by now. At that moment, Li Shui was entangled with a young man who stood around 175 meters tall. She repeatedly attempted to hail a taxi. Yet Jiang Tao thwarted her efforts each time by driving the cabs away. Glaring at the departing taxis, Li Shui coldly addressed the young man, Jiang Tao. I beg you to stop pursuing me. Li Shui, I truly have feelings for you. Can't you give me just one chance? Jiang Tao implored, kneeling before her and producing a delicate red brocade box from his pocket. As the ornate box opened, a dazzling diamond ring was revealed, causing numerous passers-by to pause in anticipation as they witnessed Jiang Tao kneeling to propose. To their astonishment, Li Shui did not even spare a glance at the ring and turned to leave. Although Jiang Tao felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, he immediately rose to pursue her and knelt once more, declaring, Li Shui, my love for you is sincere. Huh, Jiang Tao, spare me your tricks meant to deceive young girls. When have you ever been genuine with a woman? From Li Shui's words, it was evident that Jiang Tao had a reputation as a notorious playboy. However, Jiang Tao maintained his composure and continued, Li Shui, you must believe me. I have turned over a new leaf for you. I swear my love for you will endure until the seas run dry and the stones rot. Before Jiang Tao could finish, Li Shui spotted Chen Ye in the distance and rushed to his side, affectionately linking her arm with his. Jiang Tao, give it up. I already have a boyfriend. Chen Ye was bewildered by Li Shui's sudden display of affection, silently questioning when he had become her boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao immediately stood, approaching Li Shui and Chen Ye with a cold demeanor. Li Shui, do not deceive me. How could this inexperienced boy possibly be your boyfriend? Before Chen Ye could respond, Li Shui boldly embraced Chen Ye's head and placed a gentle kiss upon his lips. Chen Ye, taken aback by the kiss, felt a sweet sensation as his lips moved slightly. Now do you believe it? Li Shui asked, her cheeks flushed as she playfully pinched Chen Ye's arm, seemingly urging him to play along. Impossible. You must be fooling me. What does this boy possess that makes him worthy of your affection? Is his family wealthier than mine? Is he more handsome than I am? Jiang Tao retorted, gesturing toward a Ferrari parked by the roadside. Do you have any idea how much this car costs? Your parents could work their entire lives and never afford one. Chen Ye, initially reluctant to engage, could not tolerate Jiang Tao's mockery of his parents. In an instant, he delivered a punch to Jiang Tao's face, leaving his fair complexion bruised. Not satisfied, Chen Ye proceeded to kick Jiang Tao repeatedly, declaring, "While my parents may never earn enough to buy a Ferrari, they have raised a son who could become wealthy in his own right, which is infinitely better than producing a prodigal rich heir like you." Jiang Tao, shielding his head, endured the blows, never having anticipated that Chen Ye would dare to strike him. But what does wealth matter? Does having money guarantee you the affection of a girl? Chen Ye continued, and, under Li Shui's astonished gaze, he wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her deeply for a full minute. Jiang Tao, witnessing this scene, felt an intense fury rising within him, yet knowing he was no match for Chen Ye, he could only suppress his anger. Chapter 100. Lu Guanyuan's compromise. As she watched Jiang Tao storm away in a fit of rage, Li Shui expressed her guilt, saying, "Chen Ye, I am truly sorry for involving you in this matter." Chen Ye offered an awkward smile as he observed the Ferrari speeding off. "Sisterly, I should be the one apologizing. It was me who." Upon hearing this, Li Shui's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She understood precisely what Chen Ye was alluding to, the minute-long kiss they had just shared. It was a level of intimacy she had never experienced with any man before, and that kiss was her first. Noticing Li Shui's embarrassment, Chen Ye quickly shifted the topic. "Sisterly, weren't you supposed to be buying medicine for Professor Zhao today? Why are you still here so late?" Li Shui explained, "I have already procured the items and arranged for them to be delivered to Bairuo village. However, my parents suddenly expressed how much they missed me, asking me to return home for dinner. I thought, having not eaten for so long, it would be nice to visit home. Little did I expect Jiang Tao to be there. I later learned that my father's company has a business deal worth 50 million with Jiang Tao's father." Though Li Shui did not finish her statement, Chen Ye comprehended the implication. It appeared that Li Shui's father had encouraged her to interact more with Jiang Tao to solidify the partnership with the Jiang family. However, unbeknownst to them, Li Shui was already aware of Jiang Tao's notorious reputation as a fickle playboy who toyed with women's emotions. Thus, she had chosen to evade his advances by accompanying Professor Zhao to Bairuo village. Reflecting upon how both Professor Zhao and Li Shui had sought refuge in Bairuo village to escape their respective troubles, Chen Ye mused on their shared predicament. Noticing Chen Ye's silence, Li Shui assumed he was concerned about potential retaliation from Jiang Tao. She spoke with a hint of remorse. "Chen Ye, I am truly sorry for causing you to offend Jiang Tao." "Huh, what are you apologizing for?" Chen Ye, having regained his focus, looked at Li Shui's guilt-ridden expression with curiosity. Li Shui replied, somewhat self-reproaching, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have crossed paths with Jiang Tao. Let it be. If he is a scoundrel, then I'll confront him whenever we meet," Chen Ye declared, unfazed by the prospect of conflict. After all, he had already stood up to men like Hong Shou, who were deeply entrenched in the underworld. How could he possibly fear a wealthy second-generation heir? Seeing Chen Ye's nonchalant demeanor, Li Shui cautioned, "But Jiang Tao's father is quite affluent. I worry that he will seek vengeance against you soon." "So what if his father is wealthy? In the end, he's just a man. Is his father a mythical beast with 3 heads and 6 arms?" Chen Ye jested, striking a comical pose that elicited laughter from Li Shui. Yet, despite the light-hearted moment, Li Shui, being well acquainted with the nature of wealthy individuals, did not share Chen Ye's optimism. She proceeded to recount a troubling incident. A female university student had been abandoned by Jiang Tao after becoming pregnant, leading her to tragically take her own life by jumping off a building. Her brother, seeking justice, had been brutally attacked on his way home, resulting in broken legs. To Chen Ye's surprise, rather than displaying fear, he was consumed by anger. "This is outrageous. Such a villain should have been dealt with long ago." Li Shui gazed at the indignant Chen Ye, uncertain of what to say. Ultimately, she advised, "In any case, it would be wise for you to exercise caution. He will not simply relent. Rest assured, sisterly, I shall be vigilant." Chen Ye responded, hailing a taxi to escort Li Shui, after which he too secured a cab to the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, the clock struck 11:30. Chen Ye tiptoed into the ward, wary of disturbing Lin Qingqing. To his surprise, she was still awake, and upon seeing him return, she immediately rose to greet him. Chen Ye gently caressed Lin Qingqing's cheek and whispered, "Silly girl. Why are you still awake at this hour? I feared you might neglect your meals." Lin Qingqing replied, fetching a kettle to prepare a basin of hot water, and then proceeded to warm a bowl of porridge for Chen Ye. Moved by Lin Qingqing's attentive demeanor, Chen Ye embraced her, stating, "Once tomorrow's matters are settled, we shall resolve situation." Overcome with joy, Lin Qingqing could not help but weep. Her voice choked as she inquired, "Is that truly so?" "Of course. Why would I deceive you?" Chen Ye reassured her, tenderly stroking her cheek. "Thank you, Chen Ye. Lin Qingqing murmured, wrapping her arms tightly around his back. As he held her delicate shoulders, he felt her tears dampen his shirt. That night, Chen Ye cradled Lin Qingqing, allowing her to rest her head upon his shoulder as they peacefully slumbered. The following morning, after purchasing breakfast in the cafeteria, Chen Ye and Lin Qingqing proceeded to Lu Xiaohu's hospital room. Upon seeing Chen Ye enter, Su Guizhi quickly set down the meal box and inquired, "Young Chen, how have matters unfolded?" "Su Auntie, things are nearly settled, but before we proceed, I need to convey a few words to you," Chen Ye said, retrieving the forged diary from his waist. Su Guizhi accepted the diary and, upon opening it, gasped, "This handwriting is undoubtedly Lu Guanghua's." Astounded, she could hardly believe that Lu Guanghua had clandestinely amassed such wealth while contributing almost nothing to the family, likely squandering it on indulgence and vice. Noticing the presence of other patients' families in the room, Chen Ye, concerned about eavesdroppers, suggested, "Su Auntie, let us step out to the balcony to discuss this." "Very well." Su Guizhi, fully compliant with Chen Ye's directives, readily agreed, as her son's life relied on his guidance. Once on the rooftop, Chen Ye conducted his customary check to ensure they were alone before addressing Su Guizhi. "I will soon summon Lu Guangyuan. You must inform him that someone has recently inquired about the diary and is willing to pay a handsome sum for it, specifically 1 million. You can say that in order to save Lu Xiaohu, you went home to search and found it in the storage room downstairs. As for the individual's appearance, just mention he wore glasses and a cap, obscuring his face. The rest, I shall handle." "Understood. I will follow your instructions," Su Guizhi replied, having complete faith in Chen Ye's plan. "Above all, remember to remain calm and unafraid. With me here, Lu Guangyuan will not pose a threat to you." After repeatedly advising Su Guizhi, Chen Ye took out his phone and dialed Lu Guangyuan. At that moment, Lu Guangyuan was still groggy from sleep. But upon hearing his phone ring, he jolted awake. "Hello, this is Lu Guangyuan." Chen Ye deliberately lowered his voice, saying, "Director Lu, it's me." "Ah, it's you, Xiao Chen." Lu Guangyuan breathed a sigh of relief, then inquired, "Xiao Chen, did you call me in such a hurry because you have news?" Chen Ye maintained his subdued tone. "Director Lu, the diary is currently in Su Guizhi's possession." "What? It's really in their hands?" Lu Guangyuan exclaimed, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Sensing Lu Guangyuan's reaction, Chen Ye continued to intimidate him. "Fortunately, I discovered this in time. Recently, someone has been in contact with Su Guizhi. Upon questioning her, I learned that this individual offered 1 million to purchase the diary. These people are likely enemies of Qingjiao. Just think about it. If this diary falls into their hands, what might Qingjiao do?" Lu Guangyuan silently thought, "Hongshou will kill me." However, since Chen Ye had discovered this in advance, there was a glimmer of hope. He quickly asked, "What did Qingjiao say?" Chen Ye continued to threaten, "Qingjiao wants you to retrieve the diary. If you fail to do so, you can figure out the consequences." Lu Guangyuan gulped nervously, his body trembling. He hurriedly asked Chen Ye, "What should I do now?" Feigning impatience, Chen Ye replied, "What else can you do? Of course, you must find Su Guizhi. Aren't you related by marriage?" Yes, I will go find her right away," Lu Guangyuan said before immediately getting up to drive to the hospital. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Guangyuan parked his silver BMW in the hospital lot. He then called Chen Ye to confirm Lu Xiaohu's room number and rushed upstairs, barely catching his breath. "Director Lu, you finally made it. I've already brought the person to the rooftop. We can talk further up there," Chen Ye said, deliberately glancing at the surrounding patients' families and nurses, making it clear that this was not a suitable place for discussion. After catching his breath, Lu Guangyuan nodded gratefully at Chen Ye. "Move quickly. That group might come for Su Guizhi again today. If you miss this opportunity, no one can save you," Chen Ye urged, heading toward the stairs and quickly ascending to the rooftop. Lu Guangyuan, feeling weak from running, contemplated sitting down to rest upon seeing the steps. However, remembering Chen Ye's words, he forced himself to continue upward, aware that Hongshou would not hesitate to eliminate him to protect himself. When Su Guizhi saw Lu Guangyuan arrive on the rooftop, she was about to speak, but noticed Chen Ye shaking his head, prompting her to swallow her words. Lu Guangyuan, eager to know, asked Su Guizhi, sister-in-law, "Is the diary with you?" Seeing Lu Guangyuan's anxious gaze, Su Guizhi could hardly contain herself. "The diary is not with me." "What?" Lu Guangyuan felt a wave of disappointment. He was desperate to retrieve the diary immediately. Su Guizhi recounted truthfully, as per Chen Ye's instructions, "I have entrusted the diary to a friend. If you wish to obtain it, you must save my son's life. Otherwise, I shall sell it to those individuals in accordance with Xiaohu's last wishes." Lu Guangyuan was taken aback and quickly responded, "Sister-in-law, rest assured, as long as you hand the diary over to me, I will undoubtedly save Xiaohu. Su Guizhi shook her head. I do not trust your words. Only immediate surgery will suffice. Aunt Su, I believe Director Lu speaks the truth. Why not hand him the diary? After all, Lu Xiaohu is his own nephew. He would not stand by idly. Chen Ye suggested, casting a knowing look at Lu Guangyuan. Understanding the cue, Lu Guangyuan immediately patted his chest in assurance. Sister-in-law, what Xiao Chun says is correct. Would I be the kind of person who abandons my nephew in his time of need? I care not about your character. Unless you allow Tongyu to donate bone marrow for Xiaohu's surgery, I will not relinquish the diary to you. Su Guizhi's words carried an unwavering tone that left Lu Guangyuan in a quandary. At that moment, Chen Ye stepped closer. Director Lu. I initially frightened her into believing that this bone marrow could not be sold for money. However, if you do not engage in a transaction with her, once the doctors learn she possesses $1 million, there is no doubt she will find a buyer nationwide. Upon hearing this, Lu Guangyuan clenched his teeth. Sister-in-law, shall we proceed with the surgery tomorrow? Is that acceptable? The following day, as anticipated, Lu Guangyuan arrived at the hospital with his son Lu Tongyu, demanding that the doctors immediately perform a bone marrow transplant for Lu Xiaohu. However, the doctors informed him that preparations required time. It was not a matter to be rushed. Frustrated, Lu Guangyuan felt compelled to assert his authority to hasten the doctor's efficiency. Nevertheless, under Lu Guangyuan's insistence, the surgical preparations went smoothly. Thus, 3 days later, the hospital was ready to perform the bone marrow transplant for Lu Xiaohu, coinciding with Kai Qin's kidney transplant on the same day. Outside the operating room, Lin Qingqing waited alone, wishing for Chen Ye's presence, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he could only remain by Lu Guangyuan's side. Why is the surgery taking so long? Lu Guangyuan frequently checked his watch, growing impatient as an hour passed with Lu Xiaohu still inside. Director Lu, haste makes waste. This matter is already settled. You should remain calm and wait, Chen Ye said, casting a glance towards Lin Qingqing. At that moment, Lin Qingqing was also looking at him. Yet, to avoid raising Lu Guangyuan's suspicions, Chen Ye quickly shifted his gaze. Uncertain whether it was his craving for cigarettes or impatience, Lu Guangyuan stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. As soon as he left, Chen Ye approached Lin Qingqing, taking her hands in his. Do not worry. Auntie will be just fine. Yes. Lin Qingqing felt reassured by Chen Ye's firm grip. 2 hours later, Lu Xiaohu and Kai Qin emerged from surgery. The first thing Lu Guangyuan did was not to check on his son or Lu Xiaohu, but rather to find Su Guizhi, sister-in-law. The surgery has been completed. You must now hand over the diary you promised me. Kai Qin nodded gently and subsequently handed the diary to Lu Guangyuan. Although Lu Guangyuan had never encountered the diary before, he recognized Lu Guanghua's handwriting. The diary, aged and yellowed, bore notes identical to those of his brother, which alleviated the weight of anxiety from his heart. Upon seeing Lin Qingqing return to the hospital room, Chen Ye addressed Lu Guangyuan, saying, Director Lu, once you have the diary in your possession, please destroy it immediately. We must avoid any further complications. Brother Xiao Chun, I am profoundly grateful to you. Without your assistance this time, I truly would not know what to do. Lu Guangyuan responded, retrieving a bank card from his pocket and offering it to Chen Ye. Chen Ye feigned reluctance, but the more he resisted, the more determined Lu Guangyuan became to give it to him. Finally, Chen Ye, pretending to be helpless, said, Director Lu, please do not let Qin Xiao know about this. Otherwise, I shall face dire consequences. Lu Guangyuan verbally acquiesced, yet inwardly reveled in his triumph. For with Chen Ye accepting his money, he would be compelled to extol Lu Guangyuan's virtues before Hong Shou, ensuring future benefits. Most importantly, with Chen Ye having accepted his money, it was tantamount to securing his loyalty. Thus, any whispers of change from Hong Shou would reach him first. After Lu Guangyuan visited his son in the hospital, Chen Ye stifled a cold chuckle, fiddling with the bank card in his hand. Lu Guangyuan, your self-made tribulations shall be your undoing. Your and Hong Shou's days of comfort are numbered. Given that Lu Guangyuan had covered the surgical and medical expenses, Su Guizhi and Lu Xiaohu returned the bank card to Chen Ye. Chen Ye did not refuse. However, he handed Su Guizhi the card worth 100,000 yuan that Lu Guangyuan had given him. Initially, Su Guizhi was adamant about not accepting it, but Chen Ye urged, take this money. Once Xiaohu's health improves a bit, find a place to lay low for a while. Upon hearing the implications in Chen Ye's words, Su Guizhi, feeling a twinge of anxiety, asked, Xiao Chun, are you suggesting they might pose a threat to us? Aunt Su, please refrain from asking too many questions. Just trust me. I would never harm you. Chen Ye withheld the truth about the diary being a forgery, knowing he had already handed the genuine diary to Zhang Haiming. This would enable them to counterattack Lu Guangyuan and Hong Shou with the diary, potentially provoking a furious reaction from Hongshou that could endanger Su Guizhi and Lu Xiaohu. Very well, once Xiaohu is better, we shall move. Su Guizhi, understanding that Chen Ye would not make such statements without cause, felt a sense of unease as she recalled the diary's contents. Thus, she resolved to seek a secluded place for recuperation once her son's health improved. Chen Ye then offered Su Guizhi additional advice, leaving behind his mobile number, instructing them to call him should any issues arise. Observing Su Guizhi carefully stow away his phone number, Chen Ye departed the hospital room with her. Upon returning to Kai Qin's room, he found her asleep, her face contorted in discomfort, clearly experiencing the adjustment period following her kidney transplant. Lin Qingqing approached Chen Ye as he entered, exclaiming, "Chen Ye, my mother just fell asleep." In the past, when Lin Qingqing lacked the financial means for surgery, she harbored a fervent desire to donate a kidney to her mother. However, even after the transplant, Kai Qin's suffering did not significantly diminish, particularly since Lu Xiaohu was not biologically related to her, leading to severe complications with rejection post-surgery. Observing Lin Qingqing's swollen eyes, Chen Ye felt a pang of sympathy and embraced her gently, reassuring her, "Do not fear, for I am here." Lin Qingqing nodded, yet her face remained etched with concern. "I know an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who prescribes some unconventional remedies. In the past, a wealthy individual in the city underwent a kidney transplant and found relief after taking his medicine," Chen Ye recalled. He thought of his necklace. Perhaps the herbs ripened by the sweat of his brow could be beneficial for Kai Qin. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing's gloom dissipated, and a smile broke forth. "Chen Ye, do you truly mean it?" "Of course I do. I would never deceive you, no matter the circumstances." Reassured by Chen Ye's promise, Lin Qingqing finally felt a sense of relief, no longer wishing to witness her mother's anguish. After accompanying Lin Qingqing at the hospital for 3 days, Chen Ye excused himself under the pretext of visiting the old physician. The so-called old doctor was, in fact, Chen Ye's grandfather, who had once been a barefoot doctor relying on folk remedies, all of which proved effective for common ailments. Chen Ye recalled that his grandfather had mentioned a kidney-protective diuretic herb called Qingyu grass, whose leaves resembled tiny fish fry. However, this herb was exceedingly rare and difficult to procure under ordinary circumstances. Yet, motivated by the hope of Kai Qin's swift recovery, Chen Ye resolved to venture into the mountains in search of it, hoping for a stroke of luck. Just as he arrived at the bus station and prepared to queue for tickets, a group of individuals suddenly burst into the ticket hall. "It's him," they shouted, charging toward Chen Ye. Initially, he assumed they were sent by Hongshou, and while astonished, he quickly retaliated against them. However, upon seeing the Ferrari parked outside the hall with Jiang Tao seated inside, everything fell into place. These were not Hongshou's men, but rather thugs hired by Jiang Tao seeking revenge. As the gang advanced menacingly, intent on delivering a brutal beating, Chen Ye showed no mercy in his counterattack. With a sharp crack, he forcefully broke one assailant's arm, and then employed joint techniques from military boxing to subdue another nearby. Yet, Jiang Tao, lounging in the Ferrari, appeared utterly unfazed, even clapping in amusement at the spectacle. The thugs, undeterred by the injuries inflicted upon their comrades, grew increasingly ferocious in their assault on Chen Ye. Despite his quick reflexes and agile movements, he struggled against the onslaught of over 20 attackers. Witnessing Jiang Tao's smug demeanor ignited a fierce rage within Chen Ye, prompting him to unleash a powerful kick that toppled 2 assailants before charging toward Jiang Tao, determined to teach him a lesson for his transgressions. As Jiang Tao witnessed Chen Ye lunging towards him, he was taken aback, instinctively reaching for the ignition. However, Chen Ye's speed was nothing to scoff at. Before Jiang Tao could see the Ferrari drive away, Chen Ye leapt into the car and delivered a powerful punch to Jiang Tao's face. Reeling from the blow, Jiang Tao attempted to shove Chen Ye out of the vehicle, yet his body, depleted by excesses, proved no match for Chen Ye's strength. "Are you all idiots? Hurry up and get this kid out of here," Jiang Tao shouted at the thugs nearby. Upon seeing their boss assaulted, the thugs rushed towards the Ferrari. Yet, Chen Ye's agility and formidable strength enabled him to seize Jiang Tao as a human shield. Consequently, the thugs' fists, instead of striking Chen Ye, landed squarely on Jiang Tao's face. "You fools, strike the one below, not me," Jiang Tao seethed, nearly bursting with rage. While enduring the pain on his face and yelling at the thugs, momentarily stunned by their boss's fury, nodded in response. However, Chen Ye's grip was strong, and Jiang Tao, a mere shell of a man, could not break free. After a prolonged struggle, Jiang Tao remained in front of Chen Ye. The thugs, realizing their predicament, had initially intended to swiftly deal with Chen Ye and flee before the inspector arrived. Yet now, with Jiang Tao as a barrier, they found themselves unable to strike. Fearing the consequences of being caught by the inspector, especially given their criminal records, they abandoned Jiang Tao and fled. Seeing the thugs disperse, Chen Ye finally dragged Jiang Tao out of the car. "You've got guts, daring to hit me. If you can, don't run. I'll call the police and have you arrested." Jiang Tao's audacity stemmed from the fact that, despite being assaulted, he had yet to lay a finger on Chen Ye. He was confident that once the inspector arrived and saw his injuries, Chen Ye would surely be apprehended. With a cold smirk, Chen Ye clenched his fist and aimed for Jiang Tao's face, determined to leave him looking like a swollen mess. Jiang Tao, suffering the consequences, wailed in agony. Just then, the sound of police sirens filled the air, bringing a flicker of joy to Jiang Tao. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he exclaimed, "Just wait until you're locked up. My family has plenty of money. I will ensure you serve over 10 years. I may not have that much money to sue you, but I can certainly make your life miserable for the rest of your days." Chen Ye retorted, delivering a swift kick to Jiang Tao's groin, causing him to weep and wail uncontrollably. Chapter 102. Arrested by the time the authorities arrived, Jiang Tao was sprawled in the car, wailing incessantly. "Stop! Not so hard." The newcomers gasped, startled, as they assessed the situation, fearing that Chen Ye intended to inflict serious harm. However, upon noticing the arrival of others, Chen Ye willingly ceased his assault. Jiang Tao, clutching his groin with both hands, wailed in agony while muttering curses. "You all must have been dining. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Oh, it hurts terribly." His demeanor caused the onlookers to furrow their brows, and even a young man among them contemplated delivering a blow to him. However, recognition of Jiang Tao's identity soon dawned upon someone, who whispered, "This is the only son of Jiang Wanyan." The young man, who had been unable to see Jiang Tao's speech in its entirety, inquired quietly, "Who is Jiang Wanyan?" An older figure promptly interjected, "You don't know the steel magnate Jiang Wanyan?" Upon observing the astonished expressions on the faces surrounding him, Jiang Tao snorted, "Aren't you all going to hurry up?" At this, the crowd stared blankly at Chen Ye, for they had indeed witnessed him striking Jiang Tao. It was plausible that Jiang Tao had provoked Chen Ye first, inciting his retaliation. Just as uncertainty enveloped the onlookers, Chen Ye pointed at the bystanders and proclaimed, "They all just saw Jiang Tao instructing thugs to attack me. I was merely defending myself." Hearing this, they hastily approached several onlookers to inquire about the incident. A few bystanders had initially intended to come to Chen Ye's defense, but alas, Jiang Wanyan's prominence in Xinjiang City, with assets exceeding billions, made them reluctant to offend him. "I just happened to pass by and wasn't paying attention. I don't know what transpired," one declared. "Me too. I only just got out of the car and know nothing. Perhaps you should ask someone else." Though these spectators had been present for some time, their fear of incurring Jiang Wanyan's wrath silenced any willingness to support Chen Ye. Hearing the bystanders' remarks, Jiang Tao chuckled with a sense of entitlement, as this was not his first encounter with such a situation. He felt no fear. "Kid, how dare you strike me? I'll see to it that you spend a lifetime in prison." Chen Ye, taken aback by the indifference of the onlookers, struggled to comprehend why they would fear this pampered rich heir. Was it merely due to his wealth? A group of men in wide-brimmed hats approached Chen Ye. "Young brother, please accompany us for an investigation." Chen Ye, with a cold smirk, gazed at the smirking Jiang Tao, who lay in the vehicle, groaning. "All right, I'll go with you. But allow me to make a phone call first to inform my family, so they won't worry." The men found this request reasonable and permitted him to make the call. Chen Ye produced his phone and dialed Song Yubing's number. But whether she was asleep or occupied with something else, she did not answer. This naturally left Chen Ye feeling anxious, as the only notable figure he knew in Xinjiang City was Song Yubing, the sole person who might assist him in this predicament. "What's the matter? Is no one at home to answer your call?" the men inquired after observing Chen Ye's prolonged silence. "I'll send a text message," Chen Ye replied, proceeding to compose a message to Song Yubing. The text consists of 3 lines. "Sister Song, I am in trouble and about to be arrested. Urgent, urgent, urgent." Jiang Tao watched as Chen Ye made phone calls and sent messages, unable to suppress a sneer. "Are you really trying to call for help? It seems that no amount of pleading will save you now." Chen Ye remained silent, placing his hopes on Song Yubing, wishing fervently that she would see his message and come to his aid. Although others were also displeased by Jiang Tao's arrogance and sympathized with Chen Ye's plight, none dared to testify on his behalf. Thus they could only proceed with the protocol. "Get in the car?" "All right." Chen Ye did not resist and got into the vehicle. Upon arrival, his wallet, phone, keys, and other personal belongings were confiscated. After a while, a rotund man entered the interrogation room, his fingers resembling oversized radishes as he began taking notes. He addressed Chen Ye, What is your name? Chen Ye observed the man fiddling with his feet, wrinkling his brow in distaste, and replied, Chen Ye. The man yawned, appearing as if he had not rested well. How old are you, and where do you live? Chen Ye answered truthfully, I am 16 years old, residing at number 68, by Ruo Village, Qinghe County. The man continued his inquiries. Why did you assault someone today? Chen Ye frowned slightly, explaining, Jiang Tao summoned over 20 people to attack me. I was merely defending myself. The man slammed his hand on the table, retorting, nonsense. The surveillance footage shows the victim merely parked outside the ticket hall, without any aggression on his part. In fact, you ran out from the ticket hall, jumped into a car, and began to assault him. Upon hearing about the surveillance footage, Chen Ye could not help but smirk. As the events had unfolded precisely as he had described, Jiang Tao was indeed innocent, merely passing by the ticket hall, while the footage documented Chen Ye's assault, failing to prove Jiang Tao as the orchestrator of the incident. Seeing Chen Ye silent, the man attempted to persuade him earnestly. What is the matter? Are you unwilling to admit your guilt? Let me tell you, the evidence is irrefutable. If you confess, you might receive a lighter sentence. Otherwise, once Zhang's report is released, you could face over 10 years in prison. I am innocent. He was the one who called people to attack me, and I acted in self-defense. Chen Ye would not foolishly admit guilt, for once a conviction was established, even Song Yubing's formidable influence could not save him. Kid, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, the man said, closing the door with a mocking smile. Chen Ye, not lacking in intelligence, recognized the man's smug demeanor. Though his hands were cuffed to the chair, his legs remained free. At the moment the man approached, Chen Ye forcefully kicked off the ground, suddenly leaning back and delivering a kick to the man's chest. The man coughed, taken aback by the unexpected resistance, as Chen Ye's defiance was unlike any of his previous interrogations. Listen here, you overweight fool. If you dare to act recklessly again, do not blame me, Chen Ye declared. Rising from his seat, a chair hoisted above him. He had already devised a plan. Should this rotund individual attempt violence once more, he would retaliate fiercely. You have quite the audacity to strike even me. If I do not teach you a lesson today, how could I possibly maintain my standing in this territory? The hefty man spat into his palm and rolled up his sleeves, heading towards the cabinet behind him. The door to the interrogation room swung open, and Song Yubing entered, her expression as frosty as the winter chill. Following closely behind her was the head of the department, Li Jianzhong. Upon observing the telephone directory in the hefty man's grasp and the cornered Chen Ye, Li Jianzhong's complexion turned ashen. Song Yubing strode up to the portly inspector with an imposing demeanor, her gaze sharp and devoid of any warmth. She then addressed Li Jianzhong, Mr. Li, is this the procedural conduct of your subordinates? Cold sweat dripped from Li Jianzhong's forehead. He had not anticipated such foolishness from the hefty man. Miss Song, I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution to this matter. A resolution? Song Yubing retorted. Had I not arrived in time, who knows what might have occurred? If you do not furnish me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall pursue this matter to the end. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone and dialed. Hello, Uncle Hua. It's Yubing. Yes, I am currently in Xinjiang City. Here is what transpired. Upon hearing her mention of Uncle Hua, Li Jianzhong's face drained of color, and he shouted to those behind him, what is going on? The hefty man trembled at the sound of his words.